Ding! The host has a strong desire to make money. The salary refund system is being linked. Ding! Salary system binding successful. Sitting in the taxi, you thought you were hearing things, so you asked the driver, "Sir, did you hear any strange sounds?" The confused driver replied, "Young man, have you been through something? Aside from the navigation voice, what other sound is there in the car?" Then you realized, you've really linked to the system. At this moment, you were so excited that your whole body was trembling. Luckily, the driver was focused on driving, or he might have thought you were having a fit. You began to mimic the characters from online novels, trying to communicate with the system. "System, I am really your host. Please don't doubt it, the system is genuine." Hearing the system's voice made your blood pressure shoot up. What functions does the system have? This system is called the salary refund system. As the name suggests, it can bind a goddess. Then the host will receive a multiple of the goddess's salary every month. Just as the system finished speaking, its voice rang out again. Ding! Detected a suitable goddess for binding. Would you like to bind? Sitting in the taxi, you were stunned and had no time to think, so you said, "System, bind me." Ding! Binding goddess Zhao Liying. Ding! Binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, you were completely stunned. Isn't Zhao Liying that big star? How could she be here, and why did your system bind her? You looked out the window in disbelief and happened to see a G500 passing by. You specifically glanced at the driver's seat and instantly understood, the person driving the G500 was Zhao Liying. Turns out she was just passing by, and you got lucky, but that's fine. Being bound is what matters. Now that you're bound, it means that as long as Zhao Liying makes money, you can earn multiples of her salary. This is just too exhilarating. Once the G500 with Zhao Liying drives away, you start to explore the system. After all, you only heard about the binding question, you hadn't fully understood it, and yet you got bound. System, can I see Zhao Liying's data? Ding! I can open Zhao Liying's data panel for you. Generating data. Name, Zhao Li. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Profession, actress. Current refund multiple, 10 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 1,625,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary refund, 3 days. Note, after each refund, you must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. You were initially very excited when you saw Zhao Liying's income for this month, but when you saw the notes afterward, you were stunned. You wished you hadn't bound Zhao Liying. Even if she is a big star and can earn money, it's not that you didn't want to bind her. It's just that after binding Zhao Liying and receiving a refund, you have to meet her. If you can't meet her, then you'll have to unbind. But for now, you don't care. You continue to ask the system if there are any requirements for the binding object. The binding object must be virtuous. The woman's appearance must be no less than 80 points. Then how many people can I bind? The host currently has no binding chances left. Please earn points to exchange for binding opportunities. System, how do I earn these points? Ding! The host earns 1 point for every 100 million yuan gained through salary refunds and also earns 1 point for spending 100 million yuan. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 binding opportunity. Please work hard to have more goddesses earn money for you. You roughly understood the system's rules. You can bind women with a score above 80, and whatever they earn in a month, the system will refund you a multiple of that. If you bind more women, there's a downside. After the woman refunds money each month, you have to meet her to maintain the binding with the system. Otherwise, it will automatically unbind, which greatly limits you. At this moment, the driver's voice reached your ears. "Young man, we've arrived." You thanked the driver. The driver said, "No problem, just give a good review." You smiled and nodded, thinking you'd give him a 5-star rating shortly. After arriving at Balon Plaza, you didn't rush inside but instead found a public bench to sit down. You wanted to ask the system. You found an empty public seat, sat down, and pretended to rest your eyes while actually communicating with the system. But in reality, you were communicating with the system. System, is there a beginner's gift pack? Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a beginner's gift pack. Hearing the system's voice made you feel numb. If you hadn't asked, it probably would have kept your beginner's gift pack for itself. The system is opening the beginner's gift pack. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You've received binding opportunities. Seeing this, you were stunned. You were stunned again. The beginner's gift pack gave you 1 binding opportunity. What was that? But after thinking it over, you realized it wasn't bad. That binding opportunity was quite valuable. Just after opening the beginner's gift pack, your stomach suddenly growled. You were about to go in for a meal when suddenly you had the idea to check your data panel. So you said to the system, open my data panel. Generating data panel. Name, Wang Chen, age, 23, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 10,521 yuan, fixed assets, none. You are bound to the salary refund goddess Zhao Liying. Time remaining until salary refund, 3 days. You looked at the panel, it had some differences from Zhao Liying's, but not much. After checking, you closed your data panel. After a simple meal, you returned to your dorm and opened Douyin, where the first video you saw was of a beautiful woman. In the video, the woman was dressed lightly, showcasing her delicate feet, which looked pure and tender. She looked so tempting that you couldn't help but want to take a bite, and the woman in the video was quite attractive. Suddenly, you had an idea and communicated with the system, can this woman be bound? Ding. Detecting. Detection complete. Name, Zhao Simon, appearance, 70, does not meet the criteria. Warning, the host must meet the refund goddess in person. If it's only through online video, the binding will be cancelled. Thus, you abandoned the idea of binding an online streamer. You didn't put down your phone and continued scrolling through videos, asking the system to check when you came across another beautiful woman. Does not meet the binding requirements for the salary refund goddess. As long as you pay attention to what meets the requirements, when there is an opportunity in the future, you might even get bound. However, you scrolled for half an hour, watched no less than 40 or 50 beautiful women live, and only 2 met the requirements, the rest. Basically, it's all about relying on Douyin's beauty filter to deceive people. After paying attention to 2 attractive female streamers, you put down your phone and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it's already the next day. You opened your eyes early, is the system there? The host ignores, please do not call this system. Upon hearing the system's response, a smile appeared on your face. Then went to wash up, changed into a different outfit, left the dormitory, and next you plan to look for a house. The community opposite Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, called Fengshan Community, is not considered very high-end, but it is regarded as a school district property. You go directly to the bulletin board in the community and check the information on the bulletin board, wanting to see, is there any rental information posted by the landlord? After looking for a while, I finally found a rental information, but this rental information is actually for a shared rental. You are a bit surprised, but you think there's nothing wrong with sharing a rental as long as it's not someone from the school. And from the rental information, it seems that the person looking for a roommate should be a woman, just as you want to take a look. If this woman meets the binding requirements, then for co-renting, it's best if you can meet with women every month to maintain a binding relationship, so that you can make money. Without any hesitation, you picked up your phone, entered the number from the rental notice, and pressed the dial key. As the sound of do-do-do rang out, you looked at the phone screen with a nervous heart, but after a long time, the person still did not answer the call. After hanging up the phone, you continued to search on the announcement. When the cashback from the salary arrives, let's buy a house first, and then see. Is there a chance to meet Zhao Liying? I'm really unwilling to just end the binding like this. Then after saying a sentence, you picked up your phone and called the person who posted the rental information on the bulletin board. The first call just got through, and the male landlord immediately said the house has already been rented out. You stood next to the bulletin board and made calls all morning, but there wasn't a suitable one. Either it has already been rented out, or it is not suitable. Your phone indeed rang. You looked at the incoming call number, it was the number of the person looking for a roommate. You waited a few seconds before answering the phone. The call has been connected, and a very pleasant voice came through saying, "Hello, may I ask what you need? I saw the information you posted on the community bulletin board, so I called you. You want to share a rental with me, right?" After finishing speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone, and then they said, "Do you have time now? Let's talk face to face. Where can we meet? Can you come to Baolong Plaza?" You looked at the time and said, "I can, but if I go to Baolong Plaza, it might take a little time, at least 20 minutes. The woman on the other end of the phone replied, "It's okay, I'll wait for you to come over. If you arrive, just come directly to Luckin Coffee to find me, and we can exchange contact information. I'll send you the address." "Okay, my bubble number is my phone number." After you finished speaking, you received a friend request, and you didn't hesitate, directly accepting the friend request. The woman sent you a location, and you directly called a car, then headed straight to Baolong Square. After 20 minutes, you excitedly pushed open the door of Ruixing Coffee and walked in. A woman waved at you, and as you looked over, you were instantly stunned. The woman is wearing a black spaghetti strap-long dress, paired with a pair of black high heels with red soles, and her face is also among the best. After regaining your senses, you quickly walked towards the direction of the woman, as you couldn't appear too inadequate in front of her, otherwise, the co-renting arrangement would fall through. Just as you stood before the woman, the system's voice rang out, ding. Detected as salary cashback that meets the binding criteria, the goddess is generating data. Name, no elegance, age, 32, attractiveness, 93, favorability, 10, stranger, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 46. 5 kilograms, occupation, dance teacher. A string of data appeared before your eyes, which surprised you a bit, but you still calmly sat down. Wuya was a bit surprised to see that the person she was going to share a rental with was a young man, but she didn't show it. After you sat down, Wuya spoke first. Hello, my name is Wuya, would you like something to drink? Wen Yen scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't often drink coffee, and I don't know what to order. How about a cup just like yours? Wuya directly ordered a cup just like hers for you, and then said, Wang Chan, I see you're not very old. Are you still a student? Toothless sister, I am a student at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and I am in my 4th year this year. Are you about to graduate soon? Why are you still thinking about renting? If you want to rent here, you have to rent for at least a year. I have no choice, Sister Toothless. Something happened recently that forced me to move out. Can you tell me? Don't blame me for asking so clearly. After all, I'm a woman. I can't just find someone with bad character or a dangerous person to share a rental with, right? Okay, after finishing, you roughly talked about what happened last night. Wuya listened and felt that you didn't have any major issues, not smoking or drinking. After that, Wuya asked you some more questions. After chatting for nearly more than an hour, the two finally finished. You are moving over tonight, right? Wyajia, I'll come over tonight. I'll take the contract back tonight, and we'll sign the contract then. I won't get off work until 5:30 p.m. Okay, then Sister Wyajia, you go ahead and be busy. I'll go to the community after you finish work. I still have to work for a while, so I won't chat with you much. We'll talk again in the evening. I'm leaving now. Sister Wuya, goodbye. Watching Wuya sway her body as she leaves, your heart actually starts to beat faster. This makes you a bit stunned. You are only 23 years old now, and you actually have feelings for 32-year-old Wuya. It's really too crazy. However, thinking about it, there's nothing wrong. Wuya not only has a good figure but is also very beautiful. Who wouldn't like a woman like that? The most important thing is, at 30 years old, isn't this age the most attractive age? You shook your head, trying hard to shake off your thoughts, and then left Ruweixin Cafe to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. In another 20 minutes, you simply squatted and watched some beautiful girl videos, waiting for Wuya to come back. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before you. The woman was wearing a black silk spaghetti-strap mermaid gown and a pair of black high heels with red soles. Her tall and slender figure is incredibly alluring, and her beautiful face is unforgettable. She carries a small bag in her hand, and her eyes are as bright as jewels, while her red lips are even more tempting. Can't help but want to take a bite. You stared foolishly at the beautiful woman standing in front of you, and Wuya unconsciously swallowed. Wuya smiled politely at the scene, and this smile made you, who were already mesmerized, even more entranced. Still looking back to sign the contract, Wuya's magnetic voice reached your ears, and only then did you come to your senses. Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, you are too beautiful, I was stunned. Upon hearing this, Wuya smiled with pursed lips and said, your words are really sweet. Then you followed behind Wuya and walked towards Wuya's house together. Along the way, you listened to the thudding sound of Wuya's high heels, and your heart began to beat in rhythm. It seems that every time Wuya steps, your heart jumps along with it. Before long, I followed Wuya to room 901. As soon as I entered, I was captivated by the warm decoration of the house. The house is not very big. Wang Qin drinks water. Wuya has poured you a glass of mineral water. Thank you, Sister Wuya. Let's sign the contract first, just as we discussed at noon today. The rent for 1 month is 2,000 yuan, and then there is your bedroom. The other 2 rooms are mine. Well, also during the day you can use the bathroom freely. In the evening when I come back, you need to pay attention to whether I am there or not. Sister Wuya, I know this, I have a sense of proportion. Afterward, Wuya will tell you some precautions, and there are still some things to pay attention to. After you sign the contract, Wuya will give you the password for the door. Sister Wuya, can I ask you why you want to share a rental? You really couldn't help it, so you asked. Wuya did not hide anything and directly stated the current situation. My ex-husband has accumulated a lot of debt due to gambling. Although I have divorced him, these debts were incurred by him using my identity, and I also need to repay some of the money, so I was thinking of finding a roommate to relieve some of the pressure. You also understand the classical Chinese. Every family has its own difficult scriptures to read. I didn't expect that such a beautiful woman like Wuya would encounter such things. It's really too pitiful. You secretly vow that once you receive the cashback salary from Wuya, you can help her a little. And when you signed the rental contract, you also communicated with the system, which linked to Wuya. Ding is currently binding the salary cashback goddess. Ding, binding successful. Hearing the sound of the system, you couldn't wait to open Wuya's data. Name, Wuya, age, 32, attractiveness, 93, favorability, 60, ordinary friend, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 46, 5 kilograms, profession, dance teacher. The current cashback multiple is 10 times, and the accumulated funds for the month are 23,000 yuan. There are 2 days left until the salary cashback time. You looked at Wuya's salary cashback multiple and fell into deep thought. Why is Zhao Liying's cashback multiple only 10 times, while Wuya's is 50 times? Thinking of you, I checked Zhao Liying's data again. Name, Zhao Liying, age, 36, attractiveness, 97, favorability, 0, stranger's height, 165 centimeters, weight, 44, 5 kilograms, professional element. The current cashback multiplier for singers is 10 times, and the total funds received this month is 2,625,000 yuan. There are 2 days left until the salary cashback time. You compared the differences between the two people and found that only the favorability column has a difference. In other words, the multiplier of salary cashback is related to the degree of liking. In that case, if you want to increase the cashback multiplier for your salary, you need to enhance the goddess's affection for you. Moreover, it's only been 1 day, and Zhao Liying has already earned 1 million. It's incredible. You are looking forward to tomorrow's cashback, even if it's the lowest 10 times the salary cashback. It can also make you rich overnight. Although Wuya's salary is a bit low, the cashback multiple is high, with a salary of 23,000 yuan. 50 times cashback is 1.15 million. You have never seen so much money in your life. If you combine more salary cashback goddesses, you can lie down and make money, letting others earn money for you. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but smile. Wuya, sitting on the sofa, was also puzzled by the situation. Wang Chen, stop laughing, I'll take you to your room. After speaking, Wuya prepared to get up. However, just at the moment when Wuya was about to get up, a pain shot through her foot, and she instantly fell backward. You are quick-eyed and quick-handed, reaching out to hold the soon-to-fall Wuya. Your hand is placed around Wuya's slender waist, and you only feel that her waist is very soft. Wuya has a faint fragrance on her body, which is very enchanting. Before the two of them could catch their breath, you couldn't hold on any longer and fell backward together with Wuya. In an instant, a very awkward situation was formed. Your hands wrapped around Wuya's slim waist, and the two pairs of eyes met. In an instant, it seemed as if a hint of ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. You quickly got up, Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. At this moment, Wuya felt the unique scent belonging to a man, and her heart was racing nonstop, ever since she divorced her ex-husband. No man has ever gotten this close to her. However, Wuya quickly regained her composure and said, It's nothing, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen and gotten hurt. Wang Yin, you scratched your head innocently, and then Wuya got up and took you to your bedroom. You can live in this room from now on, everything in here is new. If you don't like it, you can change it yourself. However, please don't throw away the changed bed sheets or anything, just give them to me. I live in the room opposite you, so if there's anything, you can knock on my door or send me a message. Thank you, Sister Wuya. I will first transfer 3 months' rent to you, and after tomorrow, I will give you the remaining 9 months' rent. How does that sound? Wuya nodded and said, No need to rush, give it to me whenever you have it, I need to use the bathroom now. You keep saying, Sister Wuya is waiting for you to finish washing, then I'll go wash. After speaking, Wuya returned to her room, then took her change of clothes and walked straight to the bathroom. You close your room door, then lie on the soft big bed, reflecting on the things that have happened in the past few days, feeling somewhat unbelievable. Suddenly, you smell a familiar scent, one that you just detected on Wuya. In an instant, you have a bold guess, Wuya has slept in this room. Then you took a deep breath again, and indeed, it smelled the same as what you had just smelled on Wuya. After a while, Wuya knocked on the door and said, Wang Chen, I'm done washing, you can go wash now. As soon as you heard it, you immediately stood up and opened the door, but the moment you opened it, you were overwhelmed with tears of blood. Only to see Wuya wearing a nightgown, although it covered a large part, the exposed skin was also very tender, making you internally exclaim that you couldn't take it anymore. Wuya Jia, then I went to wash too. After saying that, you directly plunged into the bathroom. As soon as you enter, a strong fragrance instantly rushes into your nose, and you look around. Suddenly, your eyes brightened, and you saw a pair of black lace panties appearing before you. There's also a black lace corset. You can't stand it. Living here you have to endure temptation every day. While you were taking a shower, Wooya, sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken out the underwear and panties she wore today. Oh no, Wooya suddenly remembered that the intimate clothing left in the bathroom had not been taken out, and she was instantly stunned. At this time, you are already in the bathroom. If she goes to knock on the door, it would obviously be somewhat inappropriate. Hey, I hope you didn't notice. After he said that, he just lay on the sofa playing with his phone as if he had given up. After a while, you walked out of the bathroom with a towel drying your wet hair. Time flies, and on the second day you didn't go anywhere, just lying at home, waiting until almost 12 o'clock the next night. You stared closely at the phone screen. Time is passing second by second, and your heart is becoming more and more anxious. Oh my god, whether I can become someone better depends on you. You must come. You are lying in bed holding your phone, muttering to yourself. 11:59. There is only 1 minute left. You are counting second by second, until the last 5 seconds. Your heart is almost jumping out. Not the slightest bit less than yesterday, when walking behind Wooya, those high heels went clack clack clack, almost drawing out your soul. The time officially reached 12 o'clock. At that moment, Ding Ding received a message on the phone. When I saw the message, you just cursed directly. The savings card with the account number 6503 was credited with 1,150,000 renminbi via UnionPay at 019 on June 1st. Available balance, 1,150,000. 00 yuan. The savings card with account number 6503 had a UnionPay deposit of 25 million yuan at 010 on June 1st, with an available balance of 27,400,000. 00. You, who were originally feeling extremely lost, were instantly stunned when you saw the message on your phone. Looking at the bank SMS in your hand, your whole body was shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, making you, who was already in an excited state, even more excited instantly. Congratulations to the host for receiving a salary cashback for the first time, rewarding the host with an additional binding opportunity. You are already very excited to receive a salary cashback, and now you are even more excited as the system opens My Data panel. Ding is generating data. Name, Wang Chen, age, 23, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 52. 5 kilograms, liquid assets, 27,409,711 yuan. Fixed assets have no remainder, binding times 1. The total funds obtained through salary cashback is 27.4 million, and the salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang has been bound. Wooya has 29 days left until the salary cashback time. You really want to shout out loud now and vent all the emotions in your heart, but then you think about Wooya still sleeping. You still gave up. When you wake up, it will already be 8 o'clock the next morning, and the first thing you do upon waking is to turn on your phone. Check the messages received on the phone last night. When you saw those 2 messages, your anxious heart could finally be completely at ease. Go buy my dream car first. After finishing speaking, you put on your clothes and prepared to go out to wash up. As soon as you opened the door and came to the living room, you saw that Wooya had already prepared breakfast. I cooked some porridge for breakfast, and there is a cup of milk. Let's eat together. You weren't planning to eat, after all, you're so rich now, you should definitely have a good breakfast. But thinking about having to pay Wooya rent, I can take this opportunity to ask her during dinner how much she owes. Help her out, maybe the favorability will increase, and the cashback multiplier on the salary will go up, right? Okay, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first, then go after that. After you finished washing up, you sat directly at the dining table, and Wooya also prepared your bowl and chopsticks. When you talked about Sister Wooya while drinking porridge, I will transfer this year's rent to you in a moment, a total of 24,000, right? If you're short on cash, you can take your time, I'm not in a hurry over here. I feel a bit sorry for Wooya. It's okay Wooya sister, although I know it's very presumptuous, but I still want to ask, how much more money do you need now? Wooya Shan smiled gently and didn't speak. Seeing this, you also didn't intend to ask again. After all, if the person is unwilling to speak, you can't force them. Then you picked up your phone and transferred the money to Wooyaji. Wooya, who received the prompt, also casually picked up her phone to check. It's just that this movie doesn't matter, but after watching it, I was also shocked. Why did you transfer so much money to me? You directly made Wooya earn 240,000 in one go, which shocked Wooya. Sister Wooya, I pay 10 years of rent, you chuckle, and then continue drinking the porridge in the bowl. Wooya has a pair of diamond-like eyes, staring at you without blinking. And you, who are drinking porridge, also heard the system's prompt sound. Ding Wooya's favorability increased by 15, current Wooya favorability 75. Currently, Wooya's salary cashback multiplier is 75 times. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen thought to himself, as expected, the salary cashback multiplier of this goddess is related to her favorability. The higher the favorability, the higher the goddess's salary cashback multiplier. It seems that if he wants to earn more money, he not only needs to bind more salary cashback goddesses but also to improve their favorability towards him. With this thought, his mood became even more excited. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard a sobbing sound and immediately looked towards Wooya's direction. Wang Chen never expected Wooya would cry. He was instantly at a loss. He didn't know whether to comfort her or not. In the end, he could only put down the bowl in his hand and awkwardly comfort her. Sister Wooya, things will pass, you need to look forward, there will be a better you there. But after Wang Chen finished speaking, Wooya continued to sob. He really didn't know what to do. Sister Wooya, aren't you going to work? Hurry up and eat. Wang Chen had never seen a 30-year-old woman cry so pitifully. This was also the first time he had seen it. But to be honest, Wooya's current appearance was truly heart-wrenching. After crying for a while, Wooya slowly raised her head and said, Wang Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Those people called me today and said if I don't pay back the money, they will come looking for me and even call my family. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why Wooya's favorability had increased so much. It was a matter of chance. Sister Wooya, it's okay. I made a fool of myself. After Wang Chen finished breakfast, he went to change into another set of clothes and then prepared to go buy a car. He was ready to pick up his dream car. Once he got the car, he would think of a way to see Zhao Liying and maintain this binding relationship. Sister Wooya, are you busy today? For buying a car, it was Wang Chen's first time, and he felt a bit uneasy going alone. Wooya, who was tidying up the dining table, looked at Wang Chen with some confusion upon hearing his words. She didn't know what Wang Chen was trying to express. At that moment, Wooya wondered if Wang Chen had taken a liking to her. Otherwise, why would he suddenly pay so much rent for so many years? Did Wang Chen have some ulterior motive? Wang Chen, I'm going to work after I finish tidying up. Do you need something? Wang Chen scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing, I just want to buy a car, but since it's my first time, I wanted to ask if you have time. If not, then forget it. After saying that, Wang Chen planned to go buy it himself. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wooya felt a wave of shame. Wang Chen just wanted her to accompany him to buy a car, but she thought he had feelings for her. It was simply speechless. However, she did have things to do today. There was still work at the dance studio, so she couldn't go with Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I have work at the dance studio, so I might not be able to accompany you. If you can wait, I can go with you on my day off. It's okay, Sister Wooya, you do your thing. I'll leave first. After saying that, Wang Chen opened the door and left. Wooya watched Wang Chen's departing figure, her mood complicated. She didn't understand why Wang Chen, who had said he would take a couple of days to pay her the 24,000 rent, suddenly took out 240,000. Moreover, paying 10 years rent at once clearly showed he wanted to help her. How could she not see that? It was just that her debt was a bit too much. The 240,000 Wang Chen just gave her could only cover 1/5 of it. Sigh. After a deep breath, Wooya went back to her room to change her clothes and then went out. On the other side, after Wang Chen stepped out, he immediately took out his phone to search for forest dealerships in the Magic City. The nearest forest dealership was 15 kilometers away. There was no choice, he could only take a taxi directly to the forest dealership. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the nearest forest dealership. As he got out of the car, he glanced at the name of the dealership, Magic City Auto Service 4S. Wang Chen walked in with confident strides. With money in his pocket, he felt much more self-assured. The sales staff at the forest dealership noticed someone had arrived and approached him. Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a car? One of the saleswomen in professional attire stepped in front of him and spoke softly. Wang Chen had never encountered such a scene before. He instantly felt a bit nervous. However, thinking of the money in his pocket, he regained his confidence. Yes. May I ask if you have a specific model in mind? Wang Chen directly expressed his thoughts. Do you have a G63? As soon as Wang Chen said this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up with surprise. Generally, people who came in with such certainty were likely to make a purchase, which meant a high chance of closing the deal. May I ask your surname, sir? My name is Wang Chen, and you? I'm Lin Wanner. Mr. Wang, you look quite young, you really are promising. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. No, I'm still in college. Mr. Wang, you came at the right time, we just happen to have a G63 in stock. Let me take you to see it. Okay. The other sales staff in the forest dealership watched enviously as Lin Wanner led Wang Chen to see the car. Just a moment ago, they had judged that Wang Chen, based on his clothes, could not afford a car. Who would have thought? Wang Chen followed Lin Wanner to a large G. Upon seeing the car, he was incredibly excited. This was a car he had always loved. Back in the village, he often thought about how impressive it would be to drive a G back home. Perhaps even the girl he liked in high school would come home with him. Thinking of this, Wang Chen waved his hand decisively. I'll take this one, just swipe the card. After saying that, Wang Chen handed his bank card to Lin Wanner, who was stunned by his action. What kind of operation was this? Just a glance at the exterior, without even checking the interior, and he was ready to buy? She hadn't even introduced it yet, and the deal was done. It felt like a dream. Lin Wanner was so excited that her hand holding the bank card was trembling. Mr. Wang, the on-the-road price for this car is 5 million. Are you really sure you want it? Of course, my bank card is in your hand, right? Hurry up and process it for me. Can I drive it away today? Hearing this, Lin Wanner excitedly replied, no problem, Mr. Wang, you can drive it away today. I'll go prepare the contract for you right now. With that, Lin Wanner hurried off to prepare the paperwork. To be honest, it was Wang Chen's first time experiencing such a shopping method. It was simply exhilarating. No wonder wealthy people buy things without looking at the price. The other sales staff nearby were left dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, a 5 million G had been sold like that? They regretted not having attended to Wang Chen themselves. If they had, that performance would have been theirs. For the next half of the day, Wang Chen was busy signing contracts with Lin Wanner. By evening, the G truly belonged to him. Wang Chen sat in the driver's seat, gently stroking the steering wheel, feeling his dream car. After buying the car, he needed to take care of another matter, the hot pot restaurant. With that in mind, Wang Chen said goodbye to Lin Wanner, and after exchanging contact information, they left the forest dealership. They headed towards Baolong Plaza. Wang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime. Since he missed out on hot pot last time, he had to eat his fill this time. However, it was Wang Chen's first time driving after getting his license, so he was very cautious. Throughout the journey, he kept his speed below 60 kilometers per hour. This led to him receiving quite a bit of scolding from other drivers. Seeing this, Wang Chen instantly got angry. Next time he got a cashback from the goddess's salary, he would definitely get a supercar that would make everyone keep their distance. Especially the Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, and McLaren P1. Once he had more cashback, he had to get his hands on these supercars. Then he could go back and pursue the goddess he had a crush on in high school. Since it was his first time driving to Baolong Plaza, Wang Chen didn't even know where to park, so he had to rely on the navigation. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally parked the car. I have to say, having a car feels different. The moment he sat in the G-Class, Wang Chen felt like the whole world lit up, even the air felt sweet. Just as Wang Chen parked the car, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Chen? A crisp female voice interrupted him as he was closing the car door. Wang Chen turned around to look. He saw a woman in a white floral dress with a high ponytail, wearing white lace-trimmed short socks and black leather shoes, staring at him intently. Wang Chen was also puzzled. He didn't remember knowing her, so why was she calling his name? Although the woman wasn't very beautiful, she was at least around 80 points in looks. She looked very pure. Wang Chen closed the door of the G-Class and asked, "Who are you? Are you really Wang Chen?" Wang Chen nodded. Seeing that the woman was slow to respond, he continued to ask, "Who are you?" "I'm a student from Modo Financial University, your junior." He. Wang Chen was stunned. How could even his junior know him? It wasn't just Wang Chen who was stunned. The junior from Modo Financial University was even more shocked. She had recognized Wang Chen through photos because he was quite famous back then. After all, he was known as the dog of the financial university. But when she saw Wang Chen driving the G-Class, the junior instantly felt that the rumors were completely off. This was not the dog of the university. This was clearly her man. "Hello, senior, I'm Song Ningxiang." Song Ningxiang quickly walked up to Wang Chen, extending her fair and tender little hand to greet him. "Hello, senior, is this your car?" Song Ningxiang curiously looked at the G-Class behind Wang Chen. She naturally recognized it. "Yeah, just bought it today." "Wow, senior, you must be really rich. This car costs at least over 2 million, right?" Wang Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, junior, I have to go now, let's chat another time." Seeing Wang Chen about to leave, Song Ningxiang quickly stopped him and said, "Wang Chen, are you going to eat?" "Yeah, perfect, I'm going to eat too, let's go together." Before Wang Chen could refuse, Song Ningxiang directly pulled him towards the upper floors of Baolong Plaza. "Senior, what do you want to eat?" "Let's eat hot pot, there's a hot pot restaurant upstairs, let's go there. Okay. Song Ningxian looked at Wang Chen, who appeared calm and composed, and instantly felt she had to seize the opportunity. However, until she confirmed that the G-class was indeed Wang Chen's, she wouldn't be too proactive or intimate. Wang Chen and Song Ningxian soon arrived at the third floor of Baolong Plaza. This time, he headed straight to the hot pot restaurant he had been to yesterday. Song Ningxian followed closely behind him. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Wang Chen saw the waitress from yesterday. The waitress was still serving others, but she seemed to be watching how much to charge for the dishes. However, Wang Chen found it strange why she was watching the prices instead of going to a more upscale place. It was truly odd, but that was no longer his concern. He had to take revenge for what happened yesterday. At that moment, the waitress noticed him, but she ignored him. Seeing him arrive, she remained calm and composed, standing there. Wang Chen didn't care about her. After all, he was prepared to go directly to the owner of the restaurant. So he approached another male waiter directly. "Is your manager here?" Upon hearing this, the male waiter looked a bit puzzled, but he patiently replied, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" However, before Wang Chen could speak, the waitress from yesterday immediately jumped out. Mockingly, she said, "What could he want? He just wants to complain about me. I'm not afraid of you, go ahead and complain." After saying that, the waitress turned her head away. The male waiter understood the situation and realized it was something he couldn't handle, so he went to call the manager. "Sir, please wait a moment." After saying this, the male waiter left. Song Ningxian stood behind Wang Chen, feeling confused. She had no idea what was happening. Weren't they supposed to be here for hot pot? Why was it turning into a quarrel now? But before Song Ningxian could figure out the situation, the male waiter returned with a woman in uniform, heading towards her and Wang Chen. "Hello, sir, may I ask what happened?" the female manager asked politely. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "Are you the manager of this hot pot restaurant?" "Yes, sir." "Then you must have your boss's number, right?" "Of course. Could you call your boss and tell him someone wants to take over his restaurant?" As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Not just the male waiter, but the female manager and Song Ningxian were also taken aback. Only the waitress who mocked Wang Chen yesterday stood there laughing heartily. "Ah, this is hilarious. A poor loser thinks he can take over this hot pot restaurant. I've really seen it all." Hearing the waitress's words, a crowd quickly gathered around. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He actually wants to take over a hot pot restaurant. Exactly, look at the clothes he's wearing. Aren't they just cheap knockoffs from a street vendor? In this day and age, there really are all kinds of people. Seeing the crowd saying such things, Song Ningxian wanted to say that Wang Chen drove a big G. How could he not have the ability to take over? But she wasn't sure if the big G belonged to Wang Chen, so she could only stand by his side. Wang Chen didn't respond to those mocking him but continued speaking to the female manager. "How about you give me your boss's number, and I'll call myself?" The female manager was unsure but nodded. "I'll call and ask." After saying this, the female manager picked up her phone and called the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Beep beep beep. Before the call connected, the waitress laughed. "Ha, if he can buy the hot pot restaurant, I'll lick his feet clean today." The waitress was completely unfazed. Yesterday, that couple had specifically talked to her about Wang Chen. She knew Wang Chen was just a sycophant, a poor kid from the countryside. How could he really have the money to take over the hot pot restaurant? Taking over this hot pot restaurant would require a lot of money, especially in this extravagant city. The expenses would be even higher. Anyway, she wouldn't believe that Wang Chen could take over the hot pot restaurant. Song Ningxian couldn't take it anymore. Song Ningxian understood that she had to choose a side now, otherwise, once this matter was over, she and Wang Chen would really just be classmates from the same school. After thinking for a while, Song Ningxian decided to stand by Wang Chen's side. "What are you shouting about? Hauge said he can take it over, so he definitely can. You lowly dog-eyed person." Song Ningxian scolded the waitress while linking her arm with Wang Chen's. Hearing Song Ningxian speak up for him, Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. It seemed that Song Ningxian had chosen her side, and the side she chose was his. Thinking about it, not to mention that Song Ningxian didn't know the waitress in front of her, even if she did, she would probably stand by him because she saw him get out of the luxury car. One had to admit that Song Ningxian was a smart woman. Feeling the waves surging in front of Song Ningxian, Wang Chen's heart was also a bit restless. But now was not the time to think about that. Whether I can take it over or not is none of your concern, but you better remember your words. If I do take it over, you better be able to do it, otherwise, I have a bad temper. The onlookers were amazed by Wang Chen's confidence. They immediately began to chatter among themselves. He's so confident, he can't really have the strength to take over the hot pot restaurant, right? Yeah, I think so too. It feels like he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That shouldn't be the case. The beautiful waitress doesn't seem flustered at all. The waitress naturally heard their discussions, but she was not flustered at all. Instead, she smiled and said to the crowd, "Everyone, don't believe him, he's just a dog licker." The waitress directly revealed Wang Chen's embarrassing story. Just after she finished speaking, the phone finally connected. The female manager informed the boss about what had happened here. "Boss, there's a customer who says he wants to take over your hot pot restaurant." After the female manager spoke, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. "You're not joking, are you?" "Boss, how could I dare to joke with you? Why don't you come over and take a look?" "Alright, you take care of the customer, I'll be right over." "Okay, boss." After hanging up the phone, the female manager dispersed the crowd at the entrance. Otherwise, when the boss arrived and saw so many people gathered at the hot pot restaurant's entrance, it wouldn't be good. However, after the female manager dispersed the crowd, those people did not leave but stood not far away, continuing to watch. It was like watching a show. The waitress looked at Wang Chen with a mocking gaze. However, what she didn't know was that she would soon pay the price for what she had said. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the sight of the crowd. When the female manager saw the middle-aged man, she quickly approached him and began to explain what had happened here. "Boss, here's the situation." After listening, the boss squinted his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the waitress. The waitress felt uncomfortable under the boss's stare, but since he was the hot pot restaurant's owner, she didn't dare to say anything and could only lower her head silently. Wang Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. This was the difference between having status and not having status. The waitress's attitude towards him before was not so humble. Instead, she was very arrogant. Now, in front of the hot pot restaurant's owner, she was as docile as a little lamb. Incredible! After looking at the waitress, the middle-aged man walked straight up to Wang Chen. When he saw Wang Chen's attire, he did not show any disdain. Instead, he extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhao Dahai, and I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. I heard from my manager that you want to take over my hot pot restaurant?" Wang Chen extended his hand and shook hands with Zhao Dahai. "Boss Zhao, hello, my name is Wang Chen. You already know what happened today, so let's not say much. I want to take over your hot pot restaurant. What do you think?" Zhao Dahai was slightly taken aback. Although his hot pot restaurant wasn't worth much, it wouldn't be less than 2 million. Someone who could casually take out 2 million would be the so-called dog liquor king they talked about, which was simply impossible to think about. "Well, I'm older than you, so can I call you Wan Laodi? Brother Zhao, feel free." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai burst into laughter. "Ah, good, Wan Laodi, I won't ask for much. When I opened this hot pot restaurant, I spent 1,900,000. Since you want to take it over, I won't ask for more, just give me 230,000. Wang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly responded, "Alright, 230,000, I'll transfer the money to you right now." "No problem, I'll have someone prepare the contract." This operation left the people around them dumbfounded. Damn, who told me he was the dog liquor king? How could someone with so much money possibly be a dog licker? Exactly, let me be his dog licker. No, are you guys stupid? He hasn't even paid yet, how can you be sure he can come up with 230,000? That's 230,000, not 230. Exactly. The people around were divided in their opinions, debating fiercely. Of course, the most shocked was Song Ningxuan. Wang Chen's title as the dog liquor king at the Financial University of Magic City was known to everyone. Now he had casually spent 230,000 to take over the hot pot restaurant. This didn't seem like the same person at all. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with admiration. After a while, Zhao Dahai had his secretary prepare the contract and everything. Wang Chen looked at the female secretary who brought the contract to Zhao Dahai and felt incredibly envious. The female secretary was tall and dressed in professional attire, very eye-catching. Wang Chen thought that when he started a company in the future, he would also want to find a beautiful female secretary. After all, a secretary does the work when there's something to do, and when there's nothing to do, they just. It should be like that, right? Wang Chen took the contract from Zhao Dahai's secretary, pretended to look it over, and then signed his name. He then transferred the 230,000 to Zhao Dahai. At that moment, the hot pot restaurant belonged to Wang Chen, and he finally had his first fixed asset. Seeing the two reach a deal, the people around were stunned. Of course, the most shocked were two people. Song Ningxuan finally believed that the big G was Wang Chen's. Someone who could casually take over a hot pot restaurant could also reasonably buy a big G. At this moment, Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with starry eyes. She almost wanted to take Wang Chen down right then and there. Her grip on Wang Chen tightened. Meanwhile, the female server looked at this scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe that such a thing had really happened to her. She had thought Wang Chen was just an ordinary person who couldn't possibly buy a hot pot restaurant, but he had just bought it with a wave of his hand. This was a huge blow to her. Wang Chen buying the hot pot restaurant made her wonder what kind of retaliation she would face next. She couldn't imagine. Thinking of this, the server suddenly collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving. Wang Chen didn't care about any of this. Instead, he opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms of liquid funds, 20,097,711 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Magic City Baolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000. Currently bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wu Ya, already bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. After opening the data panel, his assets had indeed changed. He didn't expect to spend nearly 7 million in just one day. He was stunned. However, he was very curious as to why the bank hadn't called him. Didn't they say that once you have money, the bank would call? But now wasn't the time to think about that. After all, there were still matters to handle. Wang Laodi, a hot pot restaurant is yours now. I'm leaving first. Come over to my place for a meal in a couple of days. After Zhao Dahai exchanged contact information with Wang Chen, he left with his secretary. At this moment, the people in the hot pot restaurant gradually dispersed. Only the female staff member, who was still slumped on the ground, wore a face of despair. She knew that being fired was a small matter, but in Magic City, once you offend a wealthy person, your fate could often be very tragic. At this time, the female server, Xiao Zhenju, kept shedding tears. If she had known, she shouldn't have looked down on others. She regretted it. She shouldn't have treated customers differently. However, Wang Chen coldly watched all of this without saying a word. He wasn't a petty person, on the contrary, he was easy to get along with. As long as others treated him well, he would return the favor tenfold. Do you realize your mistake now? Wang Chen's cold voice reached the female server's ears. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the female server instantly looked up and replied, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, boss. I never intended to do anything to you, but my hot pot restaurant will no longer keep you. Please open your eyes in the future. Upon hearing this, the female server repeatedly thanked him and left in embarrassment. Song Ningxiang, who had been holding on to Wang Chen, looked at him in confusion and asked, How go? Why did you let her go so easily? What else should I do? What do you want? Song Ningxiang smiled awkwardly, as if realizing that if she didn't let her go, what else would there be to do? The reason Wang Chen did this was simply to vent his frustration. He had no ulterior motives in buying the hot pot restaurant. After all, his goal was not the hot pot restaurant. He wanted the goddesses to work for him, to make him money, a lot of money. So how the hot pot restaurant was before would be how it would be in the future. At most, he would just find someone to manage it. Alright, stop overthinking it. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving, let me treat you to hot pot. Wang Chen said with a smile. This was his own shop. He could eat as much as he wanted and whatever he wanted, what a delight. Song Ningxiang smiled slightly, linking her arm with his as they walked into the hot pot restaurant. The female manager also smiled brightly. Boss. Wang Chen responded with a smile, you go ahead and do your thing. How the hot pot restaurant was before is how it will be after. Just report to me every month. I'll give you my phone number and the green bubble, add me. Upon hearing this, the female manager let out a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear was the trouble that came with a new boss, but it seemed that Wang Chen was quite easy to talk to, friendly, and down to earth. Who wouldn't like a boss like that? Okay, boss. By the way, what's your name? Boss, my name is Yuan Yao. Alright, prepare some food for me and Song Ningxiang. Okay, boss, come with me. After that, Yuan Yao took him and Song Ningxiang to a quieter spot and asked him what flavor he wanted to eat. Then she went to arrange for someone to bring him the dishes. Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang sat facing each other. Song Ningxiang's eyes were fixed on him, as if she wanted to see right through him. Then Song Ningxiang said softly, Senior, you're different from the rumors at school. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled slightly. Oh, in what way am I different? The school always spreads bad rumors about you, but in my opinion, they are just jealous of you and targeting you. Wang Chen's lips curled up. The benefits of being wealthy were already showing. He hadn't done anything, yet Song Ningxiang had automatically filled in the gaps, believing that it wouldn't be long before the title of King of the Liquors at the Financial University of Magic City would be shattered. When he returned to school in a few days, it would probably cause a stir. He didn't plan to keep a low profile, after all, he wanted to reclaim everything he had lost. "Senior, where are you going later?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen thought for a moment. Since Song Ningxuang had stood by him at a critical moment, he decided to give her something. After all, he couldn't be stingy now that he had money. Who knows, he might even need Song Ningxuang to help him make money in the future. "Let's just stroll around the mall later. You can help me pick out a couple of outfits, and I'll give you a surprise." As soon as he said this, Song Ningxuang was overjoyed. Because she believed that the surprises promised by a wealthy person like Wang Chen would definitely be something special, not just roses or something like that. Senior, is there really a surprise?" "Of course, but you have to help me choose the clothes." "No problem, senior. You can trust my taste, I'll definitely make you the most handsome guy in the room." Looking at the lively Song Ningxuang in front of him, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If I didn't have money, how could I witness such scenes? From this moment on, his determination to make money grew even stronger. Just as the two were chatting, Song Ningxuang's phone rang. Song Ningxuang picked up the phone on the table and took a look. Her face involuntarily twitched. "Why don't you answer the phone?" Wang Chen suddenly asked. Song Ningxuang smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, just a spam call." Wang Chen smiled as well, not exposing Song Ningxuang's lie. After Song Ningxuang hung up, Yuan Yao came over with the waiters, bringing the hot pot base and meat. There were many things. Drinks and food were all there. Yuan Yao had arranged everything very well. "Yuan Yao, you go ahead and do your thing, you don't need to worry about me. I'll leave after I finish eating. Also, count this table in the bill, so it'll be easier for you to settle accounts." Yuan Yao didn't expect Wang Chen to say this. Instantly, her impression of him improved a lot. She smiled slightly. "Okay, boss." After saying that, Yuan Yao went to attend to her own matters. Wang Chen then started eating hot pot with Song Ningxuang. However, while they were eating, Song Ningxuang's phone kept ringing, and later she simply turned it off. Wang Chen didn't say anything about it. How Song Ningxuang chose was her business. Besides, he didn't know who was calling her, so there was no need to say anything. After hanging up, Song Ningxuang used her chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat, dipped it in the pot, and once it was ready, she placed the meat slice in her dipping sauce. Then she held it up to Wang Chen's mouth. "Senior, try the dipping sauce I made, it's really delicious." Wang Chen didn't refuse this. He took a bite of the meat slice that Song Ningxuang offered. Not bad. "You're from the south too, right?" "Oh, how did you know, senior?" Song Ningxuang asked in surprise. "Because we southerners all like to make dipping sauce like this." "So that means, senior, you're also from the south?" "Yes, I am from your province." "Oh, I'm from Yun province, we're really close." Yes, I heard you guys from Yun province can eat spicy food, is that true?" "Of course it's true, I can eat a lot, okay?" "Really? Then try mine." "Sure." An hour later, after paying for the meal, Wang Chen left the hot pot restaurant with Song Ningxuang. He enjoyed this meal so much, especially with a beautiful girl feeding him. It was simply exhilarating. Just as they exited the hot pot restaurant, Song Ningxuang naturally linked her arm with his. "You smell like hot pot, let's buy a couple of outfits to change." If I smell, I need to change clothes?" Song Ningxuang was stunned. The thinking of rich people is really different, she sighed. After that, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang started shopping in the mall. However, Song Ningxuang first helped Wang Chen pick out a few outfits before buying her own. Song Ningxuang didn't choose where to shop because she knew it would be annoying, so she decided to follow Wang Chen wherever he went to shop. I have to say, although Song Ningxuang is materialistic, she knows how to be tactful. Wang Chen also really liked this kind of woman. Not only was she beautiful, but she also understood how to navigate social situations. Speaking of beauty, he realized he hadn't seen Song Ningxuang's data yet. Thinking of this, he directly asked the system to display Song Ningxuang's data. "System, show me Song Ningxuang's data." Ding, generating data. Name, Song Ningxuang. Age, 21. Appearance, 89. Favorability, 71. Ordinary friend. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. Seeing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Chen finally understood why the system hadn't given him a prompt. It turns out Song Ningxuang currently has no income, so there's no cashback. This was a bit awkward. But it didn't matter. At this stage, he wasn't planning to bind with Song Ningxuang. After all, the type of people he was mainly looking for were beautiful, high-salaried goddesses he could meet often. So Song Ningxuang was naturally excluded. After observing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Chen asked, "What brand of clothes do you want to buy?" However, Song Ningxuang shook her head and said, I won't buy anymore, I have a lot of clothes. Are you sure? If you miss out, there won't be any left. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan hesitated for a moment. I won't buy anymore. In the end, she decided to give up. However, Wang Chen had no intention of not buying for her. Since she didn't want clothes, he would buy her a bag instead. Isn't it said that a woman's bag can cure all ailments? Buying a bag should be fine. Then Wang Chen directly took her to an LV store. Song Ningxuan was dumbfounded. She didn't know what Wang Chen was planning. Senior, why are we here? Wang Chen often read novels, and in such situations, he wanted to learn from the plots in those stories. So he reached out and patted Song Ningxuan's perky bottom. Instantly, Wang Chen's heart raced. And he wasn't the only one whose heart raced. Song Ningxuan's pretty face turned red in an instant. After the pat, Wang Chen said, go pick one. Buy whichever you like, choose a couple. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan shyly said, really? Brother how? Hearing Song Ningxuan's sweet voice, he couldn't help but want to squeeze her perfectly shaped bottom again. But there were quite a few people around, so he couldn't go too far. Go ahead. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Song Ningxuan happily went to choose a bag. Suddenly, Wang Chen thought of Wuya at home. Would giving her a bag increase her favorability? However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, he hadn't known Wuya for very long, and if he sent her off like that, she might overthink it, and it could even lower her feelings for him. He thought that when Wuya had some time, he would invite her out for a meal, and then, like in a romantic relationship, see if it would increase her affection for him. While he was pondering, Song Ningxiang had already chosen her bag. Brother Hao, I've made my choice. Wang Chen glanced at the 3 bags in her hands and smiled. He turned to the sales assistant and said, please wrap up these 3 bags for me. The sales assistant was quite surprised. After all, these 3 bags were not cheap. However, before the sales assistant could collect herself, Wang Chen's voice rang in her ears again. Also, wrap up the most expensive bag in your store. What? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the women who were still choosing bags immediately turned to look at him. Sir, are you sure? The total price for the most expensive bag in our store is 310,000. The sales assistant asked. Wang Chen showed no hesitation. Wrap it up. Hearing this, the sales assistant happily wrapped up the 4 bags. The total for the 4 bags was 398,100. The sales assistant rounded it down and collected 398,000. The moment Song Ningxiang held the bags, she was still in a daze. But once she came to her senses, she jumped up excitedly. Her red lips went straight for his mouth. Feeling the softness on his lips, Wang Chen was also stunned. His mind was filled with the fact that he had been kissed unexpectedly. The two quickly separated. Wang Chen was bewildered by this sudden kiss. However, afterward, he licked the corner of his mouth and said with a grin, it's very sweet, I really like it. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxiang instantly lowered her head shyly. The people nearby saw this scene and started to scold. Wang Chen, however, leisurely took Song Ningxiang and left the LV store. He then planned to head back. He brought Song Ningxiang to the car. Once back in the car, he immediately opened his panel. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid funds, 19,811,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Balong Plaza, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000. System points, 0. Bound salary cashback. Goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wuya, already bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Liquid funds were only 19,811,000 now. He had spent nearly 8 million in just one day. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxiang noticed Wang Chen was lost in thought. She asked, Brother Hao, what are you thinking about? Hearing Song Ningxiang's sweet voice, Wang Chen came back to his senses. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Where are you going now? Where are you going, Brother Hao? I have some things to take care of. I'll drop you back at school first. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Song Ningxiang felt a bit disappointed. If she could get closer to Wang Chen, she might become the envy of everyone as a wealthy lady. But she knew that one couldn't rush things, and she understood this principle. Then, Wang Chen drove, taking Song Ningxiang towards the Magic City Financial University. In this city of excess, there were quite a few people driving big GS, so not many paid attention to Wang Chen's car. Driving a big G in Magic City could be considered a middle-class status. Wang Chen was currently in this stage. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxiang wore a bright smile. She actively rested her fair, delicate foot against Wang Chen's side, and upon seeing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He casually placed his hand on it. In an instant, he felt something incredibly soft. Beside him, Song Ningxuan was also beaming with a smile. In a sweet voice, she said, "Brother Hao, how do you like Ningxuan's legs? Tonight, Ningxuan can let you touch them carefully." Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore. This junior, Song Ningxuan, was too good at this. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to resist taking her for a deeper exchange. That wouldn't do. He wasn't that kind of person. Even if they were to have a deeper exchange, it could only be at home. Going to a hotel wasn't safe. Wang Chen felt it was time to buy a house. But that was something to think about later. If he kept using it like this, the remaining over 10 million would be gone in no time, and there were still 29 days until next month's salary rebate. So he had to plan well. Right now, the salary rebate wasn't enough for him to squander freely. He needed to figure out how to maximize the benefits. Before long, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to the entrance of the financial university in the Magic City. The moment he stopped, many students turned to look at him. "Wow, that's a G63, it's so cool. I love it, this is my favorite car, how great would it be if I had one? And look, that's a temporary license plate, it must be a new purchase today. Let me see. It really is, there are too many rich people in the Magic City." A group of students chattered excitedly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ningxuan looked at the envious gazes directed at the G-Class and felt incredibly pleased. Wang Chen's hand was still resting on Song Ningxuan's fair leg. Song Ningxuan didn't rush to get out of the car, she just sat there. After a while, she softly said, "Brother Hao, I need to go back." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen reluctantly moved his hand away from her fair leg. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ningxuan leaned in with her delicate cheek and gave him a kiss on the face. "Hee, Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you at school." After saying that, Song Ningxuan opened the door of the G-Class and got out. However, those who were admiring the car also noticed the door opening. They all wanted to see who had the ability to afford a G-Class. When they saw who was getting out of the car, they were instantly shocked. "No way, am I seeing things? Isn't that our class's beauty? How did she get out of a G-Class? Dude, which class are you in? Finance class too. Damn, it really is Song Ningxuan. But wait, didn't Song Ningxuan have a boyfriend? How could she get out of someone else's car? Oh man, I think I've stumbled upon a big scoop." "What? Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? This is a huge scoop, I can't keep this to myself, I need to let our classmates know too." The surrounding discussions naturally reached Song Ningxuan's ears. However, she didn't care at all because she had already decided to distance herself from that person, and she had never been with him, he was just willing. After getting out of the car, Song Ningxuan waved goodbye to Wang Chen. Wang Chen naturally responded, waving back at her before driving away. After Wang Chen left, Song Ningxuan turned to head back to her dorm. But as she turned around, she found a group of people watching her from behind. She couldn't be bothered with them. She just left. However, just as she was about to leave, someone called her name from behind. "Song Ningxuan, how did you get out of that G-Class?" The one who called her was Wang Weiqing, a classmate from her finance class too. "Wang Weiqing, what relationship do we have? Why do you care where I came from? And I'm in my boyfriend's car. What does that have to do with you, you lunatic?" After saying that, Song Ningxuan turned around and left with the bag she bought today. Seeing this, Wang Weiqing also picked up his phone and called his roommate. Wang Weiqing's roommate, Zhao Chang, was the one who often delivered things to Song Ningxuan. After Song Ningxuan returned to the dormitory, she immediately posted a moment on social media. She took a picture of several bags, especially the one worth 310,000, and then attached a secretly taken photo of her holding hands with Wang Chen while shopping today, posting it with the caption, "You promised me wealth, I'll accompany you for a lifetime." After clicking confirm, she placed her phone on the bed and focused on her bags. "Ningxuan, you've struck it rich, buying so many bags." Song Ningxuan's roommate exclaimed upon seeing her bags. "These were bought for me by my boyfriend," Song Ningxuan said proudly. "What? Zhao Chang bought them for you? No way, how could Zhao Chang have that much money? Who told you my boyfriend is Zhao Chang? Isn't he? Zhao Chang brings you breakfast every day, is always at your beck and call, and he even promotes you in class." "No, we're sisters in the same dorm, you all don't know? Looks like we overthought it, but you have to introduce us to your boyfriend, right? Is he from our school?" On the other side, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to the Fengshan community across from the school. Although parking inside the community incurs a fee, Wang Chen didn't mind the few bucks. Once he bought a house later, he wouldn't have to worry about this. After parking, he walked home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. After entering the password, the door opened, and to his surprise, it was already past 9, and Wuya hadn't returned yet. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers, tidied up his room, and then took a shower. By the time he finished everything, it was already 10 o'clock, and Wuya still hadn't come back, so Wang Chen thought about making her something to eat. He rummaged through the fridge and took out some meat and a potato. He stir-fried a dish and made a soup. At 10:20, he had finished cooking, but Wuya still hadn't returned, so he took out his phone and called her. Just as the phone rang, he heard the doorbell. Turning to look, Wuya had already arrived at the door. Seeing this, Wang Chen also walked over. At this moment, Wuya was clearly a bit drunk. Wang Chen hurriedly went to support her. He took the bag from her hand and hung it on the rack by the door, then took out a pair of slippers, removed her high heels, and helped her change into them. After that, he helped Wuya sit down on the sofa. "Sister Wuya, wait a moment, I made you some porridge." After saying that, Wang Chen went to the kitchen and poured a bowl of freshly cooked porridge for Wuya. At this time, Wuya's face was flushed. It was obvious she had drunk quite a bit. He really didn't know how she got back. It was so dangerous, one careless moment and someone could take her away. Especially a beautiful woman like Wuya. "Wang Chen, I want water," Wuya said drowsily. After that, Wang Chen took care of Wuya attentively. He went to the bathroom, soaked a cloth in water, and wiped her face. He even fed her some porridge. Once Wuya fell asleep, Wang Chen took her back to her room to rest. He covered the food he made on the table and then went to rest himself. Wang Chen lay in bed. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through Weibo. He wanted to see if he could find Zhao Liying's upcoming schedule on Weibo. If he could, he would take some time to run into her, and then everything would be settled for the month. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. He scrolled through Weibo for quite a while, but still found no useful information. With no other choice, he had to put down his phone and take a break. The next morning, Wuya stretched lazily. She felt sore all over. She only remembered being called out for drinks last night because of a loan issue. If she didn't go for drinks, she would have to pay back $1 million at once. But with the 10 years of rent that Wang Chen had paid, she only had 300,000 on her. Where would she find $1 million? So she could only accompany them for drinks, hoping to extend the repayment deadline. She knew that something would definitely go wrong after drinking, so she made preparations. After half a drink, she excused herself to go to the bathroom and ran away. After that, she remembered that when she got back home, the alcohol had already hit her, and she couldn't recall clearly. However, she vaguely remembered that it was Wang Chen who was taking care of her. Thinking of Wang Chen, a faint smile finally appeared on Wuya's haggard face. Just as Wuya was lost in thought, a voice came from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Sister Wuya, are you up yet? I made some porridge for you. Hurry up and drink it. You must feel terrible after drinking so much yesterday." Upon hearing this, Wuya immediately replied, "The door is not closed. Come in." Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, then slowly pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw Wuya in the room, lying on the bed, her face showing signs of exhaustion. Wang Chen felt a pang of heartache. So he said, "Sister Wuya, you should rest first. I'll bring the porridge in for you." "Wang Chen, thank you so much." "Oh, it's nothing. I should thank Sister Wuya for trusting me and sharing the rent with me." Wuya smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, Wuya understood that Wang Chen's 240,000 could rent a very good place anywhere, but she owed too much money, so she accepted Wang Chen's money all at once. Wang Chen went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of porridge for Wuya, and then brought it to her room. "Sister Wuya, be careful, it's hot." Wang Chen handed the porridge to Wuya, but seeing her haggard face, he couldn't bear it and said, "Sister Wuya, you lie down, let me feed you." As soon as he said this, Wuya's face instantly turned red. A woman in her 30s actually blushed. Wuya didn't know what was happening and inexplicably nodded. Seeing this, Wang Chen sat down at the edge of the bed, took a spoon, blew on it, and then brought it to Wuya's lips. At that moment, Wuya looked at Wang Chen with a somewhat different gaze. Wuya opened her mouth and drank the porridge that Wang Chen fed her. At this moment, Wang Chen also heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +5. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen instantly became excited. This increase in favorability was a good thing. Now Wuya's favorability had reached 80, and the cashback multiplier had also reached 80 times. He just didn't know when it would reach 1,000 times. Wang Chen was a bit curious. Before long, Wuya finished a bowl of porridge. "Sister Wuya, do you want another bowl? You probably didn't eat anything yesterday." Wuya nodded. Thank you, Wang Chen." "No problem, just wait a moment, I'll go get you some more." Wang Chen went out to scoop another bowl of porridge for Wuya. He then sat at the edge of the bed again and continued to feed her. Sister Wuya, why did you drink so much yesterday? Upon hearing this, Wuya fell silent instantly. However, after thinking for a while, she still decided to share what happened. Wang Chen, When it came time to speak, Wuya still didn't know how to say it. Sister Wuya, it's okay, who doesn't have difficulties? You know about my situation at school, and I managed to get through it, right? Wuya recalled that day in the Ruweixing Cafe when Wang Chen shared his past with her. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. This laugh left Wang Chen, who was sitting by the bed, dumbfounded. This must be what the four great beauties of ancient times were like. A smile that could topple a city. A smile that could bring a nation to its knees. A smile that could bring all beings down. Seeing Wang Chen in a daze, Wuya gently said, "Silly." Wang Chen shook his head repeatedly. "It's just that, Sister Wuya, you're too beautiful, I was mesmerized." Sharp-tongued, Wuya said, her lips curling up slightly. She then proceeded to tell Wang Chen about her situation. "Wang Chen, you know my ex-husband took my identity to borrow money at high interest. After our divorce, I've been paying it back, but recently the repayment deadline has come. However, I don't have that much money, so I had no choice but to go drink with them, hoping they would give me a few more days. But when I got to the drinking place, I realized something was off. So I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and ran away. By the time I got home, the alcohol hit me." At this point, Wuya glanced at Wang Chen, either intentionally or unintentionally. "Sister Wuya, that's too dangerous. You're a woman, and so beautiful, if you get drunk outside, it's very risky." Hearing this, Wuya sighed, "Don't I know that? But I still have to pay back the money, otherwise, it would cause trouble for my family, and my parents wouldn't be able to stay in the village." "Sister Wuya, how much do you still owe them?" "Including the 240,000 you gave me, I have a few thousand left here. I paid back 300,000 yesterday, but I still owe 700,000. Damn!" Wang Chen cursed directly. He never expected Wuya's ex-husband would take her identity to borrow so much money. What a beast! "Sister Wuya." Wang Chen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wuya. "Wang Chen, do you want to hear my story?" Looking at Wuya's haggard face, Wang Chen nodded. He placed the bowl in his hand on the bedside table and sat in front of Wuya, locking eyes with her. "Wang Chen, I'm a child from a rural family. I've loved dancing since I was little, so to escape the countryside, I worked hard to learn and study dance. That's how I got into the dance department of Magic City University. When I arrived at Magic City University, I realized that there are always people better than you. Apart from being a bit pretty, I was nothing compared to others. I wasn't as wealthy as others, and my grades weren't as good. I watched my roommates flaunt their bags and phones every day, and I felt envious. So I worked even harder. However, the appearance of a man shattered everything. At first, he pursued me madly, but I never agreed. Because at that time, I was still focused on improving myself, but his generosity and good looks successfully attracted me. After his persistent pursuit, I agreed to be with him in my senior year. I was only 24 then, completely naive. But because I was quite conservative, we dated for 3 years, and I only held his hand. We hadn't even kissed. So we often argued. It wasn't until I was 29 that we got our marriage certificate. But on the very day we got the certificate, I received a notification on my phone about loan repayments, so I checked. After checking, I found out he had taken out loans using my identity to gamble. Once I found out, without a second thought, I divorced him. Originally, this money should have been repaid by him, but who would have thought that he ended up in jail because of gambling, and now this debt can only be repaid by me. And these days are the final deadline for repayment. By this point, Wuya was already in tears. Wang Chen gently shifted his body closer to her and softly held her in his arms. Feeling Wang Chen's warm chest, Wuya buried her face in it and cried heart-wrenchingly. To be honest, Wang Chen actually felt quite sorry for Wuya. She was clearly such a hard-working person, beautiful too, yet fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her, making her go through such a thing. Wang Chen didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply let her lean against him in silence. He took out 2 tissues and handed them to Wuya. Wuya wiped her tears. "Sorry for making you witness this. Sister Wuya, you don't need to say that. No one wants to encounter such things. Actually, I'm not much different from you, but that person found someone better than me and made her own choice. Don't think too much. You'll eventually meet the right person." Wang Chen nodded with a smile. "Sister Wuya, with how you're feeling now, you won't be going to work today, right?" "No, I won't." "Then you should rest well today." Are you going out today?" "I don't plan to go out either. I want to stay home and look up some information." "Alright, then I'll cook dinner for you tonight." Sure. I haven't had a meal cooked by Sister Wuya yet. I'm looking forward to it." Wuya smiled. "Then Sister Wuya, I won't disturb your rest any longer. By the way, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to buy a car? I've already bought it, the car is parked in the parking lot. Then can you take me for a drive this afternoon? Wuya's sudden request caught Wang Chen off guard, but he still nodded, because he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could increase his favorability and boost the cashback multiplier. Wuya's monthly salary was only 23,000 yuan. To get more cashback, he could only increase Wuya's favorability to raise the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen cherished every opportunity to be alone with Wuya. Then it's settled. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen left Wuya's bedroom, returned the dishes to the kitchen, washed them, and then went back to his own room. Today, he needed to search carefully to see if he could find Zhao Liying's upcoming schedule. If he could find it, he would either fly over or drive to solidify this month's binding. Otherwise, the cashback next month might not be as much. Of course, there was also one more binding opportunity, and he still hadn't found a suitable person. He needed to look for someone appropriate to bind with. With that in mind, Wang Chen picked up his phone. Weibo, Baidu. He searched everything he could. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes. Wang Chen looked at the message that appeared in front of him, feeling extremely delighted. The content of the message was exactly what he had been thinking about. Wang Chen clicked into the details of the message. Surprise! Zhao Liying will be filming a new movie in Shangri-La, Yunnan Province on June 29th. However, just as Wang Chen clicked on it, the message instantly disappeared. He immediately understood that someone must have dealt with the leak of Zhao Liying's whereabouts. But Wang Chen had already seen the message. He felt a bit lucky that his reflexes were quick, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. Now he finally understood why it was so hard to know the whereabouts of celebrities. It turned out that someone was specifically handling their tracking issues. On June 29th, in Shangri-La, Yun Province. Song Ningxuang isn't from Yun Province, is she? Although Song Ningxuang is from Yun Province, Wang Chen doesn't plan to take her along. Even if he were to go, it would probably be with Wuya. After learning about Zhao Liying's whereabouts, Wang Chen put down his phone. He had stayed up late last night and needed to catch up on some sleep. After putting down his phone, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. At 10 o'clock, Wang Chen opened his eyes. After sleeping for 2 hours, he felt completely revitalized. He checked the time and realized it was only 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone, ready to scroll through Douyin and check out the 2 beautiful streamers he had followed. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a message from Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, are you awake yet? Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, I've already arrived at the classroom, getting ready for the first class. He was shocked when he saw the messages. Song Ningxuang had sent him no less than 30 messages since last night. He hadn't replied to any of them. Wang Chen sighed. I used to be like this with Li Jieja, and now that I've become wealthy, women are already fawning over me. It's really something. But he really liked this feeling. He picked up his phone and replied to Song Ningxuang, just woke up. Instantly, Song Ningxuang replied. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao is awake. Let's go eat together at noon. Wang Chen, I have something to do at noon. I can't come find you today. I'll let you know when I return to school in a while. Song Ningxuang, okay. Disappointed, Wang Chen, alright, I'll give you a surprise then. Song Ningxuang, really? You're so nice, brother Hao, love you. Heart, Wang Chen looked at the chat messages on his phone, a smile creeping onto his face. He felt a bit like a playboy now, with Wuya and Song Ningxuang. But this was good. He could increase their affection while also having them help him make money, a win-win. He had originally intended to watch some beautiful videos, but after chatting with Song Ningxuang, he lost track of time, and when he checked again, it was already 11 o'clock. He decided to get up. As soon as Wang Chen opened the door, he saw Wuya opening her door too. The two locked eyes. Then they both smiled. Xiao Hao. Wuya Jia. Let's get ready and head out. Okay, Wuya Jia, you go ahead. I'll play on my phone for a bit longer. Alright, I'll call you when I'm ready. Sure. With that, Wuya walked into the bathroom wearing a nightgown. Wang Chen sat down on the sofa and watched some videos. After Wuya finished getting ready, he went to wash up as well. It wasn't until noon that Wang Chen and Wuya were finally ready. They then headed out together. Wang Chen thought it wasn't necessary to eat at home for lunch. Since they were going out for a drive, they might as well eat out. Since Wuya wasn't in a good mood, he decided to take her to the beach for a stroll. They arrived at the parking lot. Wuya asked, Xiao Hao, where's the car you bought? It's over there. Wang Chen pointed to the big G not far away. When Wuya saw the car Wang Chen was pointing at, she was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, unsure of what to say. It wasn't until they reached the car and Wang Chen pressed the key that Wuya finally believed it. Xiao Hao, is this the car you bought yesterday? Yesterday, Wuya thought Wang Chen was just buying a regular car for commuting, but she didn't expect him to buy a big G directly. What kind of family is this? No, if Wang Chen is this wealthy, then why is he sharing a rental with her? She was a bit confused. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask Wu Yejia to come with me yesterday, but you said you were busy with work. Wu Ye's mouth twitched. She was indeed a bit busy, otherwise, how could she pay back the money? Sister Wu Ye, come up. I'll take you for a drive. Wu Ye nodded and sat in the passenger seat. However, as she got in, she still asked, Xiaohao, can I sit in the passenger seat? Wang Chen joked, of course. From now on, my passenger seat is only for you, Sister Wu Ye. As soon as he said this, Wu Ye burst into laughter. You're such a tease. Nevertheless, Wu Ye was very happy. No matter what Wang Chen's intentions for co-renting were, he was treating her well at the moment, so she didn't delve deeper. Xiaohao, where are we going? First, I'll take you to eat, and in the afternoon, we'll go to the beach. I've never been to the beach my whole life. It's perfect for you to take me there. He. What? Clearly, you're the one taking me. After that, Wang Chen took Wu Ye out for a meal, spending nearly 10,000 yuan. Wu Ye felt heartache over it. She kept reminding him not to spend money so recklessly next time. Wang Chen teased, so you want to be my financial manager now? This made Wu Ye blush. Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye, who was wearing a pink spaghetti strap bodycon dress, and sighed inwardly. Her figure was truly great, perfectly curvy. On the way to the beach, Wang Chen drove with both hands on the wheel. After arriving at the beach, he found a parking spot and parked the car. Before getting out, he picked up his phone, found Wu Ye, and directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Wu Ye was startled by the notification sound. She quickly looked at Wang Chen. Xiaohao, what are you doing? Sister Wu Ye, I paid off your 1 million for you, so they won't come to urge you again. You still have to go drink, and that's dangerous. And this 1 million isn't a gift. You'll have to pay me back when you start earning. After he said this, he looked at Wu Ye, who was now filled with tears. She didn't know how to respond. They had only known each other for less than a month, and Wang Chen trusted her so much. Not only did he directly pay 10 years worth of rent, but he even lent her 1 million to pay off her debts. Wu Ye put her phone away and hugged Wang Chen tightly. She kept saying thank you. Wang Chen gently patted Wu Ye's back, comforting her. Sister Wu Ye, it's okay. Suddenly, he felt something soft on his face and was instantly dumbfounded. That wonderful feeling lasted only a moment. When he came to his senses, Wu Ye was already sitting in the passenger seat, her face flushed. Wang Chen didn't expect that such a reserved woman like Wu Ye would take the initiative to kiss him. It was simply unbelievable. To think that Wu Ye had never kissed her ex-husband, and the most intimate thing they had done was hold hands. He never expected her to kiss him first. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's favorability +2, hearing that the favorability had increased. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Wang Chen was thrilled. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that Wu Ye kissing him felt different from Song Ningxian kissing him. They were two different feelings. Sister Wu Ye, you smell so good. As soon as he said this, Wu Ye's already slightly flushed face turned even redder. Oh, don't say that. Seeing Wu Ye like this, Wang Chen stopped talking. Sister Wu Ye, let's get out of the car. We can go for a stroll. However, Wu Ye said, Xiaohao, can we pay back the money first? After we pay it back, I'll come with you. Wu Ye looked at Wang Chen with her very charming eyes. Wang Chen naturally understood her thoughts. After all, she had something on her mind, and even if they played, she wouldn't be very happy. It was better to resolve the matter first, and then they could enjoy themselves a bit more later. With that in mind, Wang Chen nodded. Okay, then tell me the address, and we'll go there now. Alright. Wu Ye then told Wang Chen the address of the loan company. Wang Chen drove over. Along the way, Wu Ye felt extremely excited. Thinking about paying off the debt made her feel happier than ever. From the year she turned 29 to now at 32, she had been on the path of repayment. She had paid back a lot over the years, but the amount borrowed was simply too much. Even though she had been working hard day and night, she had only managed to pay back a little over half. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Ye occasionally glanced at Wang Chen. At that moment, she thought, if she had met Wang Chen back then, would things have turned out differently? Would she have a beautiful family? She would take her children to school every day and come back to teach them dance. Wu Ye Jia, what are you thinking about? Wang Chen's voice interrupted Wu Ye's wandering thoughts. Wu Ye smiled slightly. It's nothing, just thinking about paying off the debt, and I feel much more relaxed. Well, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Yes, I still have to thank you, Xiaohao. Wu Ye Jia, you've said thank you so many times. Ah, have I said it that many times? Yes, at least 10 times from the parking lot to here. Ha, then I'll say it less next time. The two chatted all the way, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the company where Wuya's ex-husband had taken out the loan. After Wang Chen parked the car, he followed Wuya inside. Soon, they arrived at the office of the loan company. They saw a large, stout man sitting at a desk, with a female secretary beside him pouring tea. The secretary's collar was almost completely undone. At that moment, the view was quite impressive. When the man saw Wuya, the smile he had while interacting with the secretary instantly vanished, replaced by a look of displeasure. "Wuya, you owe us $1 million, it's time to pay up. You left halfway through drinking last night, you really know how to give face. Since that's the case, there's no talk of leniency." Wuya tugged at Wang Chen's arm and whispered in his ear, "Xiaohao, this is the boss of this loan company, Xin Guang. Okay, let's pay off the debt and leave. We won't come back here again." "Good." Xin Guang saw Wuya whispering to a young man and sneered, "Young man, what's your relationship with Wuya? Do you know how much she owes us?" Wuya felt very angry at Xin Guang's words, but there was nothing she could do. He ran a loan company, and his power was certainly not small. Neither she nor Wang Chen had any backing, so it was better to pay off the debt and stay away from people like him. "Wuya is my sister, enough with the nonsense. We're here to pay the debt, just give us your company's account, and we'll transfer the money." "Oh, do you have the money to pay?" "Hee, you don't need to worry about that." Xin Guang, seeing that Wuya didn't speak, patted the secretary on the backside. "Go, give them the company account. The amount they need to pay today is 750,000. Hearing Xin Guang's words, Wuya shouted angrily, "Xin Guang, didn't I pay you 300,000 yesterday? Wasn't it supposed to be 700,000? How did it become 750,000? However, Xin Guang remained very calm and said, "Yesterday it was said that you would drink with us, and we would extend your repayment time, but you left halfway, so today's interest is 50,000. If you don't pay, that's fine, I will find your hometown." Upon hearing this, Wuya glared at Xin Guang through gritted teeth. Wang Chen beside her reached out and held her hand, giving her a reassuring look. 750,000 it is, just give me the company account." After saying that, the secretary handed the loan company's account to Wang Chen. After receiving it, Wang Chen operated his phone and transferred 750,000 to the loan company. After Wang Chen transferred the money, it wasn't long before the secretary received a message. She walked over to Xin Guang's side and whispered in his ear, "Boss, the money has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xin Guang patted the female secretary's bottom again and said, "I know." He then took the loan note and other documents from the drawer and returned them to Wuya. After receiving the loan note, Wang Chen and Wuya left. The female secretary watched as Wang Chen and Wuya departed, immediately collapsing into Xin Guang's embrace. She cooed, "Boss, didn't you have your eye on Wuya? Why did you let her go so easily? What do you know? Last night, Wuya was still drinking with us to delay the money exchange, but today she came to pay it back. There must be something fishy going on. Plus, the person beside her looks very calm, clearly someone who has seen the world. If we don't investigate such a person thoroughly, how can we take action? If we run into some second-generation rich kid, will my small loan company still be in business?" The female secretary, upon hearing this, flattered him repeatedly, "You really think things through, boss." Of course, I'll be even more considerate today. Come on, darling, I'll take you home to see a big treasure." The female secretary pouted, "Oh, it's still early. I'm still working." On the other side, Wang Chen and Wuya, who had just exited the loan company, also breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged smiles and then drove away from the loan company. From today onward, Wuya no longer had to bear so much debt. The only debt she carried now was Wang Chen's. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Chen heard the system's voice again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +3. Wang Chen felt that this trip was not in vain. He had gained 5 points of favorability. The cashback multiplier had also increased by 5 times. Next month, with Wuya's salary cashback, he would earn a lot more money. It was simply too delightful. "Xiaohao, let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. We'll eat at home tonight." "Sure. I want to eat king crab and Australian lobster. I've never had those before." Upon hearing this, Wuya was a bit surprised. "No way, Xiaohao, you're so rich now, how could you have never eaten those?" To be honest, Sister Wuya, I only recently made this money. I invested in some things, and I'll be getting dividends every month from now on." Wuya looked at Wang Chen, who was driving, in disbelief. She had seen his ID, he was only 23 years old. To earn so much money at 23, Wang Chen was truly capable. The two chatted as they arrived at the supermarket to shop. Since they needed to stock up on a lot of things for home, Wang Chen drove, and they bought quite a bit. They got 1 king crab and 2 Australian lobsters, plus various daily necessities. By the time Wang Chen and Wuya returned home, they were both out of breath. After placing the items in the living room, they collapsed onto the sofa. After exchanging glances, they both smiled. Wuya felt incredibly relaxed. The massive debt she had been carrying was gone. No, it should be said it had been transferred to Wang Chen. But that was enough to make Wuya happy. After all, Wang Chen wouldn't be like Qin Guang. After resting for a while, Wuya stood up, ready to tidy up the things they had just bought. Seeing this, Wang Chen naturally stood up as well. How could a big man let a beautiful married woman tire herself out? She should save her energy for the evening. Sister Wuya, just sit and rest, leave these things to me. Saying this, he reached out and gently pushed Wuya back onto the sofa. He then busied himself. Wuya couldn't resist Wang Chen, so she could only sit on the sofa, propping her chin on her hands, watching Wang Chen busy himself. During this time, a smile occasionally appeared at the corners of Wuya's mouth. At that moment, Wuya felt she had finally met the right person in her life. She was also glad that she hadn't easily given herself away before. Otherwise, she would definitely regret it. Watching Wang Chen work, Wuya truly felt that the two of them were like a couple. However, she quickly shook off that thought from her mind. Once Wang Chen finished tidying up, Wuya stood up. Xiao Hao, you go rest for a while, I'll call you when the food is ready. Wang Chen, who had just finished cleaning up, also felt a bit tired, so he agreed. Okay, then I'll take a shower and rest for a bit. Thank you, Sister Wuya. After that, Wang Chen took a shower and returned to his room to rest. But once back in his room, Wang Chen didn't rest immediately. Instead, he checked the system. He directly had the system open his data panel. The panel showed basically no changes, the only difference being the change in liquid funds. He had previously transferred 1 million to Wuya for her to pay off. When he sent the money to the credit company, it meant he had spent a total of 1.75 million. However, Wang Chen believed that Wuya would definitely pay him back that 1 million because that's just her character. After reviewing the data, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his dreams, Wang Chen hazily felt someone shaking his body. Lazily turning over, he seemed to want to continue sleeping. Xiao Hao, get up, dinner is ready. Hearing Wuya's voice, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was no helping it, he hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. He didn't want to get up. Sister Wuya, why are you here? Seeing Wang Chen say this, Wuya covered her mouth and laughed. Silly, it's already evening, eat dinner before sleeping, hurry up and get up. Okay. But when Wang Chen arrived in the living room, he was completely stunned. The dining table was filled with various delicacies, and not only that, Wuya had turned off the lights in the living room and lit several candles on the table. Next to the candles were tall glasses and roses. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? A candlelight dinner? Xiao Hao, come sit down, let's have a couple of drinks tonight. Wang Chen didn't think much of it, he just assumed Wuya was happy about paying off the money and had prepared this. He sat down at one end of the dining table. He poured a glass of red wine for Wuya and then poured one for himself. Usually, Wuya and Wang Chen didn't drink often, but today, both wanted to drink a little because they were happy. Wuya held her glass and looked at Wang Chen, softly saying, Xiao Hao, thank you for helping me so much, I'll transfer that 1 million back to you shortly. As expected, Wuya was already prepared to transfer that 1 million back to him. However, he didn't plan to take it, he wanted to see if the system would count the money he gave to Wuya as her salary. If it did, then he would strike it rich. If not, then it would just be to make Wuya happy, and who knows, it might even increase their rapport. Of course, he couldn't just give it directly to Wuya, after all, for a strong-willed woman like her, giving it directly would be an insult. Wang Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Wuya's. Sister Wuya, why don't you keep that 1 million for me? I'll ask you for it when I need it. Ha? Wuya didn't react for a moment, but she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly refused. No, Xiao Hao, you should keep this money yourself, it's too much, and I'm scared. Wang Chen smiled and said, Sister Wuya, I trust you. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile became even brighter. Well, okay, just tell me when you want it. Sister Wuya, you look so beautiful today, I almost want to pursue you. As soon as these words were spoken, Wuya's face instantly turned red. After that, the two enjoyed a beautiful candlelight dinner together. During the meal, Wang Chen kept peeling shells for Wuya. Wuya happily accepted his feeding. By the time they were full and satisfied, it was clear that both of them were a bit drunk. At this moment, Wuya was still okay, her alcohol tolerance was better than Wang Chen's. Wang Chen, who rarely drank, was already drunk. Wuya, you are so beautiful, I really like you. The drunken Wang Chen suddenly blurted this out, leaving Wuya, who was sitting across from him, in shock. Although Wuya was also a bit tipsy, she still maintained a basic level of clarity. When she heard Wang Chen say this, she was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Hao, what did you just say?" However, at this moment, Wang Chen's consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Seeing this, Wuya stood up and walked over to support him. Wuya looked at Wang Chen's face, which wasn't particularly handsome but was very refreshing, and kissed him. Unfortunately, the kiss from the stunning woman was something Wang Chen couldn't fully experience, because he was completely drunk. After kissing his cheek, Wuya helped him back to the room. But at this point, Wuya was also nearly out of energy, and she collapsed as well. The two fell asleep like that. The next morning, Wang Chen rubbed his still aching head, recalling what had happened the night before. But he had no clue. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. He was instantly startled. He was completely dazed. Wuya was lying right next to him, and his hand was resting on her soft body. This left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, Wang Chen just wanted to quietly leave. If Wuya caught him, his hand would be in trouble. Thinking this, Wang Chen prepared to pull his hand back. However, just that little movement startled the sleeping Wuya awake. Wuya groggily opened her eyes. The next second, she screamed loudly. From childhood to adulthood, she had never kissed a man, let alone slept in the same bed with one, and that man was even holding her soft parts. Wuya screamed instantly. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly pulled his hand back and covered Wuya's mouth. He explained, "Sister Wuya, I didn't mean to, we were drunk last night, please don't scream if I let go." Realizing what was happening, Wuya nodded. Wang Chen then released Wuya. But as soon as he did, Wuya immediately fled back to her own room. Wang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. He didn't want it to be like this either, but he had no awareness of it last night. He just didn't know if they had crossed that line. What if they really did? Wang Chen's mind was in chaos. He didn't know what to do. He sat on the edge of the bed, thinking for a while, before slowly getting up. He had to face it. However, when he came out, he didn't see Wuya. Since he had been sitting in the bedroom for about half an hour, Wuya must have gone to work. Thinking of this, Wang Chen started tidying up the table. After cleaning up, he went to wash up and then sat on the sofa, contemplating his next goals. There is still quite a bit of time until the next salary cashback, so he can take his time finding this binding opportunity, no need to rush. In any case, he absolutely cannot bind with a female celebrity this time. Although they earn a lot of money, their whereabouts are unpredictable, he might not even see them for a month. Of course, if they come to him themselves, then he won't say anything. Moreover, there are only 5 days left until his vacation ends. He needs to make use of these 5 days. Although he really wants to seek revenge on Han Xian, he currently doesn't have much money and lacks any influence. Going for revenge like this would be akin to hitting a stone with an egg. He needs to think long-term. However, as he pondered, the events of last night with Wuya kept surfacing in his mind. Plus, his head still hurt a bit, so he decided to go back to his room to rest. But before resting, he still sent a message to Wuya. "Wang Chen, Sister Wuya, I'll pick you up after work. Please send me your location when you finish." After sending it, Wang Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Wang Chen quickly picked up his phone to check. He was afraid of missing Wuya's message. "Wuya, okay." This was Wuya's reply, and so far there were no other messages. Then, Song Ningxiang sent him quite a few messages, but Wang Chen felt too lazy to reply, so he didn't. After waking up, he washed his face and then sat on the sofa, waiting quietly for Wuya to message him. About half an hour later, Wuya finally messaged him. Wuya sent him a location directly, and as soon as Wang Chen received it, he rushed downstairs. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to see Wuya, as if she were his woman. He also didn't understand why he felt this way. Logically, he had just gotten rid of the life of a sycophant. Could it be that he was about to start a new life as a sycophant again? That seemed unlikely. However, what Wang Chen didn't know was that feelings are mutual. As Wuya's affection for him increased, his affection for her naturally increased as well. Once the affection increased, both of them would look forward to meeting. Wang Chen arrived downstairs, got into his G-class, and headed towards Wuya's location. As he started the car, a roar of the engine echoed. Wang Chen thought that now that he had money, it was time to improve his parents' lives. Once he finished his busy days, he would take care of his parents' matters. He would arrange everything directly and let them enjoy life at home. After about 10 minutes of driving, Wang Chen finally arrived. As soon as he got there, he saw Wuya standing by the roadside in a black knee-length skirt, waiting for him. However, a beautiful and graceful woman like Wuya would attract attention wherever she went. Just as he arrived at a place where he couldn't send his location, he saw an E300 stop in front of Wuya. A man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair got out of the driver's seat. He even struck a pose that he thought was very cool, as if hoping to attract Wuya's attention. The young man with yellow hair walked up to Wuya and said affectionately, "Excuse me, beautiful sister, can I add you on WeChat to get to know you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wuya's originally expectant expression instantly turned dark. "Sorry, I don't use WeChat." The young man, undeterred, continued to pester Wuya, "Beautiful sister, let me take you for a drive. This is an E300, worth over 500,000. As he said this, the young man seemed quite proud. He looked at Wuya with confidence, as if he believed that once he mentioned his car, this beautiful married woman would be won over by him. "Then tonight I can become your brother." However, the response from Wuya was still her cold words. "Sorry, my man is here to pick me up, goodbye." After saying that, Wuya walked straight to the G-class that had just stopped. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy was dumbfounded. The once confident yellow-haired guy was shocked when he saw Wuya get into a G-class. Instantly, he was completely stunned. After Wuya got in, Wang Chen drove the car in front of the yellow-haired guy and said with a smile, "In the future, don't just approach anyone who looks good and ask for a green bubble. Be careful or you'll get into trouble." Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy panicked even more. Not to mention that his E300 was rented. Even if it were his, he wouldn't dare to confront the owner of the G-class. That would be asking for death. Yes, brother, you're right, I was wrong." Seeing the yellow-haired guy's panicked expression, Wuya, sitting in the passenger seat, also laughed. Seeing this, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and left. "Xiao Hao, did you see that yellow-haired guy's expression just now? It was so funny." "Yeah, it was." However, after what happened last night, the relationship between the two seemed to have become a bit awkward. Sitting in the car, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. Just as Wang Chen was silent, his phone rang, but he was driving and couldn't answer the call. So he said to Wuya, "Sister Wuya, can you help me answer the phone?" "Sure." Wuya picked up the phone, and when she saw the caller's name, she blushed for some reason. Then she answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came through. "Hello, son, what are you doing?" Dialect. Wang Chen heard his mother's voice and quickly responded. "Mom, I'm driving, what's up?" Dialect. Driving? What car are you driving? Wang Chen didn't know how to explain to his mom, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to tell her about buying a car. "I bought a car. I'm driving back to school now." Dialect. You bought a car? When did this happen? Dialect. Just the day before yesterday, I recently invested in a business, made some money, and buying a car is convenient. Dialect. Oh, that's good. How much did your car cost? Dialect. Oh mom, I'm driving right now, let's talk about this later. The car isn't expensive, not much. Dialect. I see. By the way, I have something to tell you. Your cousin is getting married in July, and we need to go back to Zhejiang province. You don't need to come to Zhejiang, just go home directly. Dialect. Okay, then I'll drive back in July. Dialect. Also, don't forget to bring a girlfriend back, got it? Dialect. Got it. Dialect. Then that's it for now, it's not safe for you to drive. Dialect. Mom, wait, I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you later, you and dad buy more food. Dialect. No need, just save it for yourself, bye. Dialect. After that, Wang Chen's mom hung up the phone directly. Wuya, sitting next to him, looked at Wang Chen with great curiosity and asked, "Xiaohao, I couldn't understand the dialect you were speaking with your mom." Hearing this, Wang Chen understood that Wuya wanted him to translate. He smiled and said, let me tell you what my mom said. Okay. My mom told me that my cousin is getting married on July 20th and told me not to go to Zhejiang during the summer vacation, just go back home, and she also reminded me to remember to bring a girlfriend back. At first, Wuya was fine when she heard the earlier part, but when she heard about bringing a girlfriend home, she instantly started to think wildly. Wang Chen naturally had no idea what Wuya was thinking. He was focused on driving home. They didn't go to buy a car today, they had bought too much yesterday, and there was no need to buy more, or they wouldn't be able to finish it all. By the time Wang Chen and Wuya got home, it was already 6:10 in the evening. "Sister Wuya, how did you get to work this morning?" Wuya, who had just set her bag down, replied, "I took a taxi because I was running out of time, so I didn't tell you." "Oh, so isn't it inconvenient for you to take a taxi every day?" "Not really, I usually ride my little electric scooter, but today I was just short on time, so I took a taxi." "I see. Xiaohao, are you hungry? If you are, we can heat up yesterday's dishes." "I'm a bit hungry." Then the two of them heated up the food and started eating. After they finished, Wang Chen chatted with Wuya in the living room for quite a while, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Wang Qin felt he had to go out and find a salary cashback goddess to bind with. Otherwise, if he went to school, he would have much less time. If he missed this opportunity, he would earn significantly less money this month. However, Wang Qin didn't know what kind of salary cashback goddess he could find to bind with now. The target he wanted to bind with needed to meet several conditions. First, a higher monthly income. Second, he must be able to meet the salary cashback goddess every month to maintain the binding relationship. Then, he needed to frequently increase the favorability to boost the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen thought of many professions. There were very few salary cashback goddesses that met his requirements. First were female celebrities, like movie queens and pop divas. They definitely earned a lot, but their whereabouts were unpredictable, and he couldn't ensure he would see them every month. Secondly, he currently didn't have the ability to bind with them. Then there were female bosses and female CEOs as salary cashback goddesses. This was even harder. Not to mention whether their looks would pass. Even if they did, he didn't know them. Then there were workers like Wu Ya. Although their salaries were low, he could still find someone if he looked carefully. The only downside was that the money earned through salary cashback would be much less. In that case, he wouldn't be able to quickly earn points to exchange for binding opportunities. Just when Wang Qin didn't know where to start, suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. The live streaming industry seemed promising. As long as there were bosses giving tips, wouldn't the income skyrocket? Moreover, he could be the big brother to the other party, shower her with gifts, and then negotiate terms. Wang Qin had many ideas, but unfortunately, his current funds were a bit insufficient, so he couldn't realize these ideas. He needed to first obtain more funds through cashback. Only then could he attract more people. This way, he wouldn't need to go out looking for a salary cashback goddess to bind with. Thinking of this, Wang Qin decided not to go out. He wanted to check on the two female streamers he had previously followed who met the system's binding requirements. Unfortunately, when Wang Qin opened Douyin, neither of the two streamers was live. He could only keep scrolling to see if he could encounter other salary cashback goddesses that met the system's requirements. Wang Chen was speechless. The current beauty enhancement technology was too powerful. He scrolled for quite a while and came across several female streamers. In the videos, they all looked very beautiful and pure. He was curious why such beautiful women didn't meet the system's binding requirements. Wang Chen once thought the system's requirements were too high. But thinking about it, a beauty score of over 80 should still be considered good. If the system's requirements were really that strict, it would probably have to choose goddesses with a beauty score of over 90 for binding. Then he had the system present the data of those female streamers. The moment he saw their real beauty scores, Wang Chen couldn't hold back. What looked like an 80 or 90 in the videos turned out to be less than 80 in reality, and some were even below 70. This explosive scene made Wang Chen instantly understand what true magic was. Sigh, it seems that there really aren't many people with a real beauty score above 80. Wang Chen sighed and continued to scroll down. His task today was to find a suitable female streamer and discuss the terms with her. If they could come to an agreement, he would bind her directly. In any case, he needed to complete this within the next few days and then return to school. When the 27th or 28th came, he would take another day off to go to Shangri-La in Yun Province and run into Zhao Liang. However, after scrolling through videos for a long time, Wang Chen still couldn't find a suitable one. Helpless, he could only put down his phone. And just like that, a whole day passed. Wang Chen watched a lot of videos but still didn't find a suitable female streamer. He even began to doubt whether he could find a suitable one at all. The next morning, Wang Chen picked up his phone as usual and started scrolling through videos. He scrolled all day. By the evening, he still hadn't found a suitable one. His unusual behavior over the past 2 days also caught Wu Ya's attention. So in the evening, Wu Ya knocked on his door. Wang Chen quickly put down his phone and opened the door for Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, what's wrong? Why haven't you eaten for the past 2 days? You've just been cooped up in your room, and I'm a bit worried about you, so I came to check." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was very touched. Previously, Li Jiejia wouldn't care about him at all. No matter what he did, she only thought of herself. He didn't expect that in less than 2 days, Wu Ya would start to worry about him. "Sister Wu Ya, I'm fine. I've been looking for investments lately. By the way, what do you think of that car? Is it easy to drive? Oh, just remember to eat even if you're busy with investments. I made some food that's in the fridge. You can heat it up and eat. I think the car is pretty good, but it's a bit big, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, I'll heat it up when I'm hungry." If you're uncomfortable, once I make money from investments, I'll buy you a new one." "No need, I don't drive much anyway. Why buy a car? You just focus on your work. I need to go rest now. Remember to eat." "Alright, Good night, Sister Wuya. Good night. After Wuya left, Wang Chen closed the door and continued to lie on the bed. Reflecting on Wuya's words, he instantly felt warm. He thought this must be related to Wuya's 85 favorability score. Thinking of this, he felt he had to treat Wuya a little better to increase her favorability and earn more salary cashback multipliers. However, his current task wasn't that. His task was to quickly find the next suitable goddess for salary cashback binding. So he picked up his phone and continued to scroll through the live streams. Unexpectedly, this time he was quite lucky. Right away, he found a goddess that met the system's binding requirements. Ding! Detected a goddess suitable for salary cashback binding. Do you want to bind? Wang Chen didn't bind immediately. Instead, he had the system present the woman's data to him. He needed to take a good look. Name, Baiwaner. Age, 23. Beauty score, 90. Favorability, 0. Stranger, height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Looking at the data presented by the system, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This data wasn't very comprehensive. It didn't even show how much she earned this month. However, he didn't mind. Having finally encountered someone suitable, he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Wang Chen glanced at his account balance, still having 18.06 million left, and he intended to use this money for the right purposes. But before that, Wang Chen still had some questions for the system. System, will the money I spend count as income for the other party? Ding, no, the host's money will not be counted as the other party's salary, regardless of any channel. Sure enough, the system wouldn't let him exploit any loopholes. He had initially thought about spending all his money and then making a lot next month, but that plan clearly wouldn't work. Since that wasn't possible, he could only look for a goddess who could earn more. With that in mind, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. He decisively charged 1 million Do coins. Wang Chen understood that, as a novice account, even a single word in someone else's livestream wouldn't attract attention. So he had to spend money. Moreover, this was also a prerequisite for meeting. Wang Chen carefully looked at the name of the livestream. Baiwaner's livestream was called Waner is a bit sweet. The name sounded lovely. At that moment, Baiwaner was engaged in a PK battle with a woman named Sister Can Twist. When Wang Chen saw the comments in Baiwaner's comments section, he instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that there was some conflict between the guilds of Baiwaner and Sister Can Twist, forcing Baiwaner to battle against the other. Baiwaner's health bar had already been beaten down to the point of being invisible. The opposing team was flooding into Baiwaner's livestream, mocking her. At this moment, Baiwaner was also feeling helpless. She had no big brother because she didn't want to meet him offline, which resulted in no one coming to help her with the PK. Given the current situation, she was likely to suffer a crushing defeat. If she lost this time, she would probably have to leave the guild and pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Thinking of this, Baiwaner felt very helpless, but there was nothing she could do about it. Ha, Waner is a bit sweet, you might as well surrender, or you'll lose terribly. Exactly, without a big brother, you still want a PK against our Sister Can Twist, it's simply a dream. That's right, look, she can't even see her health bar. Go back to farming. Host, seeing how beautiful you are, sacrificing a bit might just attract a big brother to help you. You're already lagging behind the other side by 100,000 points. The barrage was filled with all sorts of foul language, and Wang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. If he were being talked about like that, he would definitely fight back. With that thought, Wang Chen waved his hand and sent out 100 carnivals. Instantly, Baiwaner's live stream exploded. What the hell, which big brother just arrived? He just drained Sister Can Twist's health bar completely, truly a big shot. Wait, that account was just a novice account, and now it suddenly spent so much. Didn't they say Waner is a bit sweet offended someone, which is why she has no big brother? Yeah, if this isn't a big brother, what is? At this moment, Lin Waner was also quite confused. She had no idea what was going on. She stared blankly at the carnivals floating on the screen. After a while, she excitedly said, "Thank you, Brother Hao, for the carnival, thank you." After saying that, Baiwaner stood up and bowed. One carnival costs 3,000, and 100 is 300,000. Baiwaner had never seen so many carnivals before. She was clearly a bit excited. Wang Chen smirked, so this is what it feels like to be a big brother. Suddenly, Baiwaner said, "Brother Hao, I sent you a private message, check your inbox." Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait for this PK to finish. After all, he didn't want to see Baiwaner lose. As expected, Sister Can Twist chose to sneakily attack the tower at the last moment, instantly sending out nearly 100 carnivals. This is probably from her guild. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't back down and directly spent the remaining 700,000. That's over 200 carnivals. Without any suspense, Baiwaner smoothly won this PK. After the PK, her sister, who was quite good at twisting, began to do the punishment. In front of all the viewers in the live stream, her sister sweetly apologized to Warner and also gave all the gifts she had just received to Bai Warner. After it ended, Bai Warner logged off. In a rental apartment in the Magic City, a very beautiful woman was holding her phone. It seemed like she was waiting for something. Suddenly, the green bubble rang, and she excitedly picked up her phone to check. When she saw +1 in the friend request section, Bai Warner was also very excited. Previously, she had offended her big brother, which led to her being exploited by the company. In the past 2 years, she had come to understand. She was just someone who relied on her youth, and she definitely needed to sacrifice something. She wanted to choose a big brother who could provide for her while she still had the chance. Bai Warner immediately accepted the friend request. Then she sent a message directly. Bai Warner, hello, big brother, my name is Bai Warner. Wang Chen, I know, I heard you are a talent streamer? Bai Warner, yes, I started out singing. Wang Chen, can you sing a song for me next time? Bai Warner, sure. An hour later, Bai Warner looked at the chat history on her phone, her face filled with smiles. This time she had chatted quite a bit with the other person and learned some basic information. Moreover, from the other person's words, she also realized that the person wasn't very big. She could accept that. They had also agreed to meet tomorrow at a restaurant in the Magic City. This was her first offline meeting with her big brother, and she felt quite nervous. However, thinking that the other person wasn't very old, she felt less pressure. After finishing the chat, Bai Warner went directly to the wardrobe, opened it, and started picking out clothes for tomorrow. On the other side, after Wang Chen put down his phone, he felt much more relaxed. After searching for several days, he finally found a suitable goddess for salary cashback. He would see how it went when they met in person tomorrow, and if all went well, he would bind her. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen fell asleep. He had consumed too much energy these past 2 days. He needed to rest well. After putting down his phone, he fell asleep immediately. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Wang Chen calculated the time. Tomorrow was the last day of his leave, and he needed to confirm the binding today before returning to school. However, when he checked the time, he suddenly thought it was bad. Yesterday, because it was too late, he hadn't told Wuya not to drive and to leave the car for him. Now Wuya had already gone to work, and the car was probably gone. It seemed he could only take a taxi or ride a small electric scooter. Wang Chen washed up, heated the breakfast prepared by Wuya, and ate some. Then he got ready to set off. The time he had agreed with Bai Warner was today at 11 o'clock, and it was already 10 o'clock. It was time to go. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was late. However, Wang Chen was very conflicted about whether to take a taxi or ride the small electric scooter. He looked at the restaurant they had agreed on yesterday. It wasn't very far, only a dozen kilometers away. Riding the small electric scooter should be fine. Besides, it was Wuya's small electric scooter. Let's give it a try. So, Wang Chen set off on a feminine pink small electric scooter. Of course, he didn't forget to wear a helmet. The journey of a dozen kilometers took Wang Chen about half an hour. When he arrived at the agreed Western restaurant, there were still about 10 minutes to spare. Wang Chen was just about to park his little electric scooter when he heard 2 mocking voices reach his ears. Wang Chen, didn't we say it's over? Why are you here to disturb me and Xian again? Hearing Li Jiejia's voice, Wang Chen felt utterly disgusted. He was no longer the same as before. Wang Chen, if you disturb Jiejia again, be careful, I might make sure you can't graduate. Wang Chen didn't say a word. As soon as Li Jieji and Han Xian approached, they launched a barrage of insults. Although Wang Chen couldn't possibly take down Han Xian and his family's business, he wasn't that afraid anymore. Heh, which one of you saw me coming to find Li Jieji? I'm here to eat. Got it, loser. Han Xian and Li Jiejia's faces turned green when they realized Wang Chen dared to retort. Li Jieji mocked, Heh, Wang Chen, I know my leaving hit you hard, but you can't be so unrealistic, can you? The minimum consumption here at the Western restaurant is over 1,000, can you afford it? Don't come here to embarrass yourself. Exactly, you should know your own worth. Han Xian joined in the mockery. At that moment, the two of them were like jumping clowns, bouncing around. Wang Chen glared fiercely at Li Jieji and Han Xian, vowing that once he earned some money through salary rebates, he would make Han Xian and Li Jieji kneel before him and beg for mercy. But for now, he wanted to slap their faces. Because Wang Chen saw a figure. Although he had never met this person in reality, he had just given them $1 million yesterday. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. A good show was about to unfold. Bai Warner. Wang Chen waved at Bai Warner. Bai Warner, who was walking towards the Western restaurant, was taken aback. But she quickly reacted. Yesterday, she had arranged to meet Wang Chen here, and since that person just called her name, this must be Wang Chen. When she saw Wang Chen, Bai Wanner felt a sense of relief. In her eyes, although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome or tall, at least he was young and had a fresh look. Not only that, but Wang Chen also had money. Bai Wanner approached Wang Chen with a smile, sweetly saying, "How go? Wanner, you came early. Aren't you even earlier, how go?" Li Jieji and Han Xian, seeing Wang Chen chatting so intimately with a very beautiful woman, instantly felt envious. Han Xian was very displeased. He couldn't understand why a country bumpkin like Wang Chen could attract such a beautiful girl. Li Jieji was also unhappy. Why was it that after she dumped him, he found someone even prettier than her? "Beautiful lady, do you know Wang Chen?" Bai Wanner, who was talking to Wang Chen, was also taken aback and looked at Han Xian with some confusion. "How go? Who is he?" "It's nothing, just a dog. Let's go." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner understood. Wang Chen definitely had a bad relationship with the couple in front of him, otherwise, he wouldn't say that. Bai Wanner decisively linked her arm with Wang Chen's. Smiling, she said, how go?" Han Xian's face turned red with anger when he heard Wang Chen call him a dog. "Wang Chen, who are you calling a dog? Whoever I call is a dog. Why do you always bring yourself in? Do you want to be a dog that badly? You." Han Xian trembled as he pointed at Wang Chen. Li Jieji couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, "Wang Chen, even if I'm with Xin Ge now, you can't insult him like that. Besides, weren't you willing to be my dog for the past 3 years? I advise you to apologize to Xin Ge quickly, and I might consider letting you be my dog again." Hearing Li Jieji's words, Bai Wanner looked at her in astonishment. Bai Wanner simply couldn't understand what kind of woman could say such things. Such words are not something anyone would say. Bai Wanner glanced at Wang Chen, then at the self-important Li Jieji. That proud expression was as if she were bestowing charity upon Wang Chen. Didn't she know that Wang Chen was quite wealthy? How go? Why is this woman making such a racket? It's so annoying, let's hurry inside. Seeing Bai Wanner being so considerate, Wang Chen's resolve to bind himself to her grew stronger. "It's nothing, just a self-important woman. Let's go, you can eat whatever you want today." Bai Wanner smiled and said, "Hee, thank you, how go? Beauty, that guy has no money, don't let him fool you." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner was even more confused. Wang Chen had no money? Just last night, he had given her $1 million in less than 10 minutes, saying he had no money was just ridiculous. Bai Wanner looked at Han Xian as if he were a fool. "Exactly, he wanted to buy me a phone before and had to eat instant noodles for 3 months and work for 3 months, so beauty, you mustn't be fooled." However, Bai Wanner was not swayed at all. After all, she had genuinely received $1 million as a gift last night. "How go? They're really noisy, let's hurry and leave, or we might get bitten and have no place to complain." Wang Chen didn't expect Bai Wanner to curse without using any foul language. This woman was quite something. "Ah, let's go." Bai Wanner was wearing a white sleeveless knee-length dress and a pair of nude high heels. Calling her a swan was not an exaggeration. Compared to Bai Wanner, Li Jieji looked like an ugly duckling. Han Xian and Li Jieji watched as Wang Chen and Bai Wanner walked into the Western restaurant. Han Xian angrily said, "Jieji, let's go in and see. I want to see if Wang Chen can afford to pay." "He can't afford to pay? Not even a dog would believe that. Let's go." With that, Han Xian and Li Jieji, their faces flushed, also walked into the Western restaurant. When Wang Chen and Bai Wanner entered, a male waiter came over to greet them. "Hello, sir, how many people?" "2. Please follow me, is a window seat okay?" "Sure, let's sit by the window," Wang Chen said. After they sat down, Wang Chen directly ordered the most expensive dishes, a total of 4 or 5. Each dish cost around several hundred yuan. This Western restaurant wasn't Michelin rated, otherwise, the prices would be higher. "Would you like some red wine?" Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen and softly said, "If Hao Ge wants to drink, then I'll drink too." Ha, let's drink at night, we still have to ride back later." Ride? Yeah, I came on my little electric scooter. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner thought to herself, are wealthy people really this low-key nowadays? "How good, you have to take me with you later." No problem. Just then, Han Xian and Li Jieji, who had just entered, sat next to Wang Chen and Bai Wanner, staring at them. Han Xian thought that when Wang Chen couldn't pay later, he would step in to pay, showing off in front of the beauty. Who knows, he might even get a meal out of it. Lost in thought, Han Xian couldn't help but laugh. Li Jieji, watching Han Xian, knew exactly what he was thinking, but since Han Xian was wealthy, she didn't dare say anything. On the other side, Wang Chen started chatting with Bai Wanner. "Can I call you Wanner?" Hao Ge can call me whatever he wants." Wang Chen smiled. "Some things are not suitable to discuss here, let's talk somewhere else after we finish eating." "Okay." With that, the two fell silent and began to eat. To be honest, this was Wang Chen's first time eating Western food, and he wasn't very familiar with it. To avoid embarrassment, he could only try to remain silent. After a while, when Wang Chen and Bai Waner finished their meal and were about to settle the bill, Han Xian next to them wore a smug expression, certain that Wang Chen couldn't afford to pay. Han Xian just stared at Wang Chen. He couldn't mock Wang Chen right now, otherwise, even if he helped pay the bill later, the beautiful woman probably wouldn't think highly of him. He had to hold back. However, what he anticipated was destined to fall through. What happened next left Han Xian dumbfounded. Bai Waner took out her phone and directly paid for the meal. Han Xian was stunned. He couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman not only had dinner with Wang Chen but was also so close to him, and on top of that, she took the initiative to pay for the meal. Li Jiajiao was also taken aback. She thought, what right does this dog have? However, by the time they regained their senses, Wang Chen had already left the Western restaurant with Bai Waner. Wang Chen brought Bai Waner to a pink electric scooter. The moment he took out the key, Bai Waner was completely stunned. Are rich people nowadays so low-key that they even ride pink scooters? This is unbelievable. But Bai Waner didn't mind, as long as Wang Chen had money, that was enough. She was no longer as naive as before. After entering this circle, she had seen quite a bit. Get on. After bringing out the pink scooter, Wang Chen said. Bai Waner didn't hesitate and directly sat on the back seat, wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's waist. Once Bai Waner was on, Wang Chen rode the scooter away from the Western restaurant. As for where to take Bai Waner next, he had already considered it, so he headed straight for the destination. About 20 minutes later, Wang Chen and Bai Waner arrived at a 5-star hotel in the Magic City, the Marriott Hotel. He went straight to the front desk and booked a presidential suite for a month. The price for one night in the presidential suite was 17,000 yuan. For a month, that totals 510,000 yuan. Seeing Wang Chen's generosity, Bai Waner became even more convinced of his identity. Now she felt that as long as she followed Wang Chen, she would have what she wanted, and after observing earlier, Bai Waner believed that Wang Chen wasn't the kind of irresponsible man. After all, she had overheard part of the conversation between Wang Chen and that couple and understood a bit. If Wang Chen knew what Bai Waner was thinking, he would definitely be furious. He brought Bai Waner along just to help her earn more money so he could get more cash back. If Bai Waner didn't work, where would he get the money from? But Wang Chen was unaware of all this. After finishing the hotel booking, the butler of the presidential suite led Bai Waner and Wang Chen to their room. Sir, madam, if you need anything, just message me. The female butler said softly. Okay, I got it. After Wang Chen replied, the female butler exited the room. Once inside the presidential suite, Bai Waner curiously looked around, and then suddenly, as if she thought of something, her face turned bright red. She even occasionally stole glances at Wang Chen, who was standing by the door. But in the next second, she was stunned. Wang Chen asked her to sit on the sofa. She thought Wang Chen was going to sit on the sofa too. So she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, it's my first time, can we go to the bedroom? As soon as she said this, Bai Waner's face turned as red as an apple. That shy appearance made Wang Chen's heart race, especially with that sweet look. But he knew this wasn't the time to think about that. The most important thing now was to discuss the terms and requirements with Bai Waner. What are you thinking? Sit down first, let's talk. Bai Waner was stunned. Before, those men wanted to pin her down as soon as they saw her. But why was it different with Wang Chen? Was Wang Chen not interested in her? Bai Waner fell into deep thought. Wang Chen looked at the dazed Bai Waner and didn't know what to say. He sat down on the sofa by himself. After a while, Bai Waner, coming back to her senses, sat down beside Wang Chen. Are you still with your guild? Bai Waner nodded. How good, I'm still with the Yuntian Guild, and my contract won't expire for another year. To be honest, Bai Waner regretted signing with the guild. If she hadn't signed, she could have earned quite a bit from live streaming over the years, but after signing with the guild, she earned nothing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such thoughts. How good, can you support me? Wang Chen, who was nearby, was stunned by Bai Waner's words. What was this operation? Just now, he heard Bai Waner say it was her first time. Did he really stumble upon a treasure? However, he wouldn't just believe what others said, one must be cautious. You want me to support you? Bai Waner nodded firmly. Can you tell me the reason? Upon hearing this, Bai Waner shared her experiences after signing with the guild. After listening, Wang Chen felt she was quite pitiful. Being exploited by the guild like this. It was outrageous. But this was quite normal. Wang Chen often saw similar experiences of streamers online. It seemed he should start a streaming company in the future and take in those who were exploited by the guild, the goddesses who could be bound to salary refunds. Tell me your conditions. Bai Wan'er suddenly looked up at Wang Chen. She had thought it through before coming, but now she hesitated because she didn't want to miss out on Wang Chen. Once she missed him, she feared the men she would meet would all be old and fat. She was considering whether to lower her standards. However, after thinking for a while, she decided to state her previous conditions. I want a house and a car, and you also need to help me pay the penalty for breaking the contract. Give me 20,000 pocket money every month. Wang Chen actually understood. To ordinary people, these things were unattainable, but to the wealthy, they were within easy reach. However, a large flat in Magic City would cost tens of millions, and he didn't have enough money right now. But he could hold off on buying a house for Bai Wan'er. Once her salary refunds came to him, he could buy it for her, using her money to buy her things, which would be like getting it for free. Alright, I agree. But the house will have to wait until next month. Of course, you don't need to worry. This month, I will buy you a car worth no less than 2 million. I will also help you with the guild's penalty, and even get your account back for you. But I have one condition: you must stream normally in the future. I won't take a single cent of the money you earn. The more you earn in a month, the more pocket money I will give you. For example, if you earn 1 million through streaming in a month, I won't take a single cent from that million. On the contrary, I will give you 1 million in pocket money. In short, the more you earn, the more I will give you. But I have one requirement: since you want me to support you, you can't dress too revealingly, understand? Bai Wan'er listened to Wang Chen's words. She fell into deep silence. She never expected that such good fortune could really exist in the world. How good? Are you serious? Of course, I can guarantee that, but I hate betrayal more than anything else. Do you understand? Bai Wan'er nodded. Alright, how go? From now on, Wan'er will follow you. Wang Chen's conditions made her truly excited, and she immediately agreed without hesitation. Right after she agreed, Wang Chen began communicating with the system. System, bind Bai Wan'er. Ding, binding salary cashback goddess in progress. Binding successful. System, open Bai Wan'er's data. Ding, generating data for salary cashback goddess Bai Wan'er. Name, Bai Wan'er. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 73. Ordinary friend. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 73 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 2,300 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 26 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow, starting with a 73 times salary cashback, if she earns 1 million in a month, wouldn't that mean she could get nearly 100 million back? That's just amazing. It's just too bad that the 1 million he swiped yesterday doesn't count. It would have been great if it did. But there's still plenty of time this month, so he's not in a hurry. Alright, since you agree, let's decide on this. Bai Wan'er nodded. Saying this, she stood up, walked in front of Wang Chen, and placed her fair little hand on her shoulder strap. Wang Chen stared blankly at Bai Wan'er. The next second, he was dumbfounded. He saw Bai Wan'er's white dress slide down, revealing her perfect figure. Wang Chen had never seen anything like this. He quickly covered his eyes. Don't look, don't look. Wan'er, put your clothes back on first, and then I'll talk to you. Bai Wan'er, blushing all over, was also quite confused. She thought Wang Chen was simply going to support her, but why was he not moved at all? If not, why was he so indifferent? Although Bai Wan'er thought this in her heart, she still put her clothes back on. After Bai Wan'er got dressed, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Wan'er still standing in front of him, her perfect figure lingering in his mind. He shook his head. Forcing himself to calm down, he said, Wan'er, now is not the time. Let me help you handle everything, get you a house, so you can feel at ease. Bai Wan'er looked at Wang Chen with tears in her eyes. She originally thought Wang Chen just wanted to support her, but unexpectedly, he cared so much about her feelings. This moved her greatly. How goo! After saying that, Bai Wan'er directly hugged Wang Chen. Wang Chen gently patted Bai Wan'er's back. After a while, they finally separated. Wan'er, this afternoon we'll finish handling your matters, and during this time, you'll stay in the presidential suite. At the beginning of next month, I'll take you to buy a house. As for the car, I'll come find you in a couple of days when I have time and take you to buy one. How does that sound? Bai Wan'er stared at Wang Chen without blinking. Okay, I'll listen to how go. Wang Chen smiled. Then he and Bai Wan'er went out, this time directly to the Yuntian Guild where Bai Wan'er had been before. After paying the compensation, he spent quite a bit to help Bai Wan'er retrieve her account. Although this account had originally belonged to Bai Wan'er, she had been cheated during the contract signing. After all this fuss, Wang Chen had very little money left. Once they finished, the two returned to the presidential suite. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Chen felt it was time to go back, otherwise, Wu Yu would start asking questions. But before leaving, he still needed to remind Bai Wanner, during this time, just focus on your live streaming. Remember what I told you, the more you earn, the more pocket money I'll give you every month. Ah, brother Hao, aren't you sleeping here today? Wang Chen shook his head. I have things to do today. Alright, I've earned you 100,000, consider it your pocket money for this month. I'm leaving now, call me if you need anything, got it? Okay. However, just as Wang Chen reached the door, Bai Wanner called out to him. Suddenly, he felt a soft body in his arms. The next second, Bai Wanner leaned in and kissed him. Wang Chen naturally responded. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Wanner's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Then, as if fleeing, she ran back into her room. Wang Chen was actually quite stunned, but he still felt very comfortable. Bai Wanner's little mouth was soft and warm. He really liked this feeling. Seeing that Bai Wanner had returned to her room, Wang Chen said goodbye and left the presidential suite. He went downstairs and rode away on his pink electric scooter, leaving the Marriott Hotel. Bai Wanner stood by the bed in the hotel, looking in the direction Wang Chen had left. After Wang Chen disappeared from her sight, she returned to the bed and lay down. Wow, so comfortable, so soft. Bai Wanner felt that her decision was right. If it weren't for Wang Chen, she wouldn't have to pay so much in breach of contract fees. At this moment, Bai Wanner was very happy and picked up her phone to call her sister. Hey, sister, I terminated my contract with the Yuntian Guild. What? Wanner, didn't you still have a year left on your contract with the Yuntian Guild? How did you terminate it? Want to know? Don't keep me in suspense. Then come to the Marriott Hotel. I'll send you the room number, hurry over. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wanner sent a message to Wang Chen. Bai Wanner, brother Hao, my sister is coming to the hotel to find me. After waiting for a while, Wang Chen still hadn't replied to her message. She figured Wang Chen must be writing, so she put down her phone and went to take a shower. On the other side, after more than half an hour of travel, Wang Chen finally returned to Fengshan Community. After parking the pink electric scooter, he walked towards his home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. After entering the password, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, he saw Wu Yu sitting on the sofa, looking at her phone, seemingly troubled about something. Wang Chen's return went unnoticed. Wang Chen changed his shoes and walked up to Wu Yu, calling out, Sister Wu Yu. Only then did the dazed Wu Yu react. Ah, Xiao Hao, you're back. Sister Wu Yu, what were you daydreaming about? Nothing, since you're back, let's eat. I've been waiting for you for a while. Hearing this, Wang Chen noticed the dishes on the table and felt a wave of emotion. Okay. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wu Yu sat in the living room and chatted for a while. After taking a shower, he returned to his room to rest. He had to go to school tomorrow. He planned to sleep early today. He hadn't even looked at his phone today. He lay in bed and fell asleep. While he was sleeping, his phone kept receiving messages. But Wang Chen was unaware. When Wang Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. After washing up, he prepared to head to school. He left the car for Wu Yu. After all, the school was right across the street, no need to drive. After saying goodbye to Wu Yu, Wang Chen went straight to school. Before long, he arrived at the gate of Moto Financial University. In the past few days, he had actually come to understand that he would let others see him however they wanted. As long as he lived well himself, there was no need to care so much about others' opinions. As his foot stepped through the school gate, Wang Chen felt as if he had been away for a long time. After entering, Wang Chen suddenly remembered that someone seemed to have sent him a message yesterday, so he picked up his phone. He opened the green bubble to check. He was shocked when he saw it. Song Ningxuan and Bai Wanner had sent him nearly 20 messages last night. Wang Chen also picked up his phone to reply. As for Bai Wanner, he didn't reply much. As long as she was making good money, that was enough. Regarding Song Ningxuan, he had just arrived at school, hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and felt a bit lonely, so he planned to invite Song Ningxuan to join him. Wang Chen replied to Bai Wanner. He told her to rest well, and as long as they weren't men, it was fine for her to invite as many women as she wanted to the hotel. Then he sent a message to Song Ningxuan. Wang Chen, Jr., I'm at school now, and I'm about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Do you want to come? Not long after sending the message, Song Ningxuan replied. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, you're back at school. I'll be there soon, wait for me in the cafeteria. Wang Chen, okay, don't rush. Song Ningxuan, MHM. After replying to the message, he checked his mother's WeChat. He had transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother a while ago. He told her it was money earned from doing business, and after a long time, she said she would keep it for him and give it back when he got married. Wang Chen originally wanted to give his parents some money to change their lives, but they had been frugal all their lives. If he gave them money, they would just save it. He could only wait until his cousin got married to go home and arrange things for them. Wang Chen put his phone in his bag and then walked directly to the cafeteria. Since it was morning, there weren't many people at the school gate. But whenever he encountered people, he could always hear them pointing and whispering about him. He wouldn't believe that his nickname Dog Licker Wang didn't get a boost from Li Jejia. At the cafeteria entrance, there were still quite a few people in the cafeteria. Wang Chen stood at the entrance, waiting for Song Ningxuan to arrive. However, he seemed to have underestimated his popularity at the Shanghai University of Finance. As soon as he stood at the entrance, many couples started pointing at him. But Wang Chen didn't care. Let them say whatever they wanted. Look, Dog Licker Wang is here doing what? He really is Dog Licker Wang. What is he doing here? He's not here to buy breakfast for Li Jejia again, is he? Yeah, didn't he often come to buy breakfast for Li Jejia before? Right, a dog licker is always a dog licker, can't change. Ha ha, isn't there a saying that a dog can't change its eating habits? Ha ha ha. Listening to those people mocking him, Wang Chen felt nothing anymore. One day, when he buys a sports car and drives it to school, he'll slap them in the face. Just as everyone was laughing at Wang Chen, a graceful figure walked towards him. Upon seeing the newcomer, many people were stunned. The person wore a white short skirt, white socks paired with black shoes. Her exquisite face wore a smile. She was simply a man's dream. Wow, which class is this girl from? She's really beautiful. Hee, she really is something. I wonder if I can add her on WeChat. I want to discuss the philosophy of life with her, study the secrets of life's continuation. Get lost, just say you want to hit on her, why make it sound so profound? Wait, you guys look, why is she walking towards Dog Licker Wang? What? Watching Song Ningxuan walk towards Wang Chen, many people were taken aback. Today, Song Ningxuan looked very beautiful, especially with a sweet aura about her. Wang Chen liked it a lot. Wait, I know this beauty, she's the class flower of Finance Class 1, Song Ningxuan. Class flower? Then why is she going over to Dog Licker Wang? How would I know? Maybe she can't stand Dog Licker Wang and is going to scold him. I feel like it should be that way, otherwise, how could Song Ningxuan go looking for the dog-licking king? As she just arrived, Song Ningxuan naturally heard the discussions around her, but she remained unfazed. Wang Chen could easily buy the hot pot restaurant with a wave of his hand, so what if people talked about it? Everyone thought Song Ningxuan would scold Wang Chen. However, her next move left them dumbfounded. She walked up to Wang Chen, intimately linked her arm with his, and sweetly called out, "Brother Hao, why haven't you been coming to school these days?" Everyone present had their brains short-circuit. What was going on? Song Ningxuan was holding on to Wang Chen and calling him Brother Hao. They were all stunned. Wait, bro, what's happening? Why is Song Ningxuan holding on to Wang Chen? No, my goddess, how can you fall so low? That's the dog-licking king. Ah! Wang Chen looked at the expressions of those people, filled with envy and hatred, and couldn't help but smile. He softly said to the Song Ningxuan who was holding on to him, "Look, you holding on to me has made me their public enemy." Song Ningxuan sweetly laughed, "Hee, let them be envious. Brother Hao, let's go eat." Let's go." With that, Wang Chen placed his hand on Song Ningxuan's slim waist. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. They were truly envious and jealous of Wang Chen. After Wang Chen left, the news spread quickly throughout the financial district of Magic City. My god, Song Ningxuan's boyfriend is the dog-licking king? Wait, why does the dog-licking king deserve that? Exactly, choosing the dog-licking king is worse than choosing me. I have good stamina. After saying this, they took out their phones and posted the photos they had just taken on the school's confession wall. Immediately, those in the know at the school erupted in excitement. The most shocked were Song Ningxuan's roommates. They couldn't believe that Song Ningxuan's boyfriend was actually the legendary dog-licking king. However, Wang Chen didn't care about any of this, all he wanted now was to enjoy his meal. "Brother Hao, what do you want to eat?" "I'll have a bowl of porridge and 2 cabbage meat buns." Brother Hao, wait for me, I'll go buy them." "Okay." Wang Chen smiled as he watched how considerate Song Ningxuan was. It seemed he needed to give her some pocket money. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered he had spent quite a bit yesterday and hadn't even checked how much money he had left. So he asked the system to display his data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid funds, 11,071,211 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolong Square, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000 system points, 0 bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, by Warner, bound this month, time remaining until salary cashback, 25 days note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He spent over 6 million yesterday while handling matters for Bai Warner. 1 million was Bai Warner's penalty fee. The remaining 4 million was used to buy back the account. Shen Sheng didn't care about this money because Bai Warner, with the account, could earn it back for him in about a month. With over 10 million left, he didn't even know how to spend it. Just as he was pondering, Song Ningxuan came over with 2 bowls of porridge and a few buns. "Brother Hao, let's eat." Wang Chen was indeed a bit hungry. His stomach had already betrayed him and growled earlier. So he started eating the porridge and buns. Song Ningxuan didn't eat. Instead, she kept staring at Wang Chen. After finishing his porridge, Wang Chen noticed that Song Ningxuan had been looking at him the whole time, not knowing why. "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat?" I haven't seen Brother Hao in a long time." Wang Chen was speechless. To be fair, he had met Song Ningxuan no more than a handful of times, and her current attention was clearly because he was wealthy, but Wang Chen didn't mind this. To put it bluntly, it was a mutual benefit. To put it nicely, it was love at first sight. "Brother Hao, I can't finish this." Song Ningxuan handed him a bun she had already eaten. Wang Chen had finished his porridge and buns but was still a bit hungry. He thought, since they had already kissed at Baolong Square, what was wrong with eating a little more? So he took the bun from Song Ningxuan and started eating. Seeing this, a happy smile appeared on Song Ningxuan's face. "Brother Hao, is my bun delicious?" "Delicious," Wang Chen replied while eating. After breakfast, Wang Chen planned to go to class first and find Lin Shui at noon. "Ningxuan, I'm going to class now. Do you have class today?" Song Ningxuan shook her head and said, "I don't have class today, but I made plans with my roommates to go shopping later." "Then you guys go ahead. I'll take you to eat." My roommates might want to eat with me too." "No problem, let's all eat together. The more, the merrier." "Okay, I'll tell them later. By the way, I'll transfer you some pocket money. Buy a couple of clothes when you go shopping. I like seeing you in nice outfits." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's face turned red. "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. When Song Ningxuan saw the amount, her face lit up with surprise. She excitedly kissed Wang Chen on the cheek and said, "Thank you, Brother Hao. Go on. Brother Hao, see you tonight." After Song Ningxuan left, Wang Chen went straight to the classroom. Previously, he had sat with a few roommates during class, but now he chose to sit alone. There was no choice, the whole class knew he was the licking dog king. No one wanted to sit with him. Moreover, Li Jiejia was in the same class, which was just ridiculous. When the classmates saw Wang Chen return to class, they started gossiping. "Damn, the licking dog king is back. What has he been doing this week? Who knows, probably got dumped by Li Jiejia and went out crying." Keep your voice down, don't let him hear." "So what if he hears? He's just a licking dog, still from the countryside, no future at all." "Exactly, wasting his parents' money. I think people like him should be expelled." Wang Chen felt very unhappy listening to their gossip. After a while, he would definitely drive a sports car and bring a beautiful woman to school to slap their faces. Make them all shut up. The good show was just beginning. He believed that his relationship with Song Ningxuan would soon spread throughout the school, and he couldn't wait to see their expressions then. Wang Chen was looking forward to it. The morning passed quickly. Wang Chen sat by the window alone, listening to the teacher's lecture. He felt much brighter, no longer consumed by thoughts of Li Jiejia, the green tea. After class, he went to find Lin Shui to get rid of the absence note. "Thank you, Sister Shui. You can go back now." "Sister Shui, have you eaten yet?" Lin Shui, who was working, looked up at Wang Chen and asked, "Not yet, why?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to treat you to a meal." Looking at Wang Chen's sincere eyes, Lin Shui didn't refuse painfully, and she also wanted to do some ideological work on Wang Chen. This was a good opportunity, so she agreed. However, she only agreed to go to the cafeteria with Wang Chen. After all, in Lin Shui's eyes, Wang Chen was just a student with no source of income, so he definitely had no money. After that, Wang Chen waited for Lin Shui for a while, and once she was done, the two went to the cafeteria to eat. During the meal, Lin Shui occasionally encouraged Wang Chen. She told him not to take these things to heart. Wang Chen was also very grateful to Lin Shui. After eating, Lin Shui let Wang Chen rest in the office for a while. It wasn't until the afternoon class that Wang Chen left the office. The afternoon class was the same as the morning. Wang Chen still sat alone by the window, enjoying his solitude. Occasionally, the classroom was filled with the murmurs of classmates. He didn't pay any attention. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after class, Wang Chen sent a message to Song Ningxuan. Wang Chen, Ningxuan, I'm done with class. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, we are at Baolong Square now. Come find us. Wang Chen, okay, I'll be there soon. Song Ningxuan, no rush, brother Hao. After finishing the chat with Song Ningxuan, Wang Chen headed straight to Baolong Square. This time he still didn't drive, his car was taken by Wuya. He felt it was time to buy a new car, but the money he had was definitely not enough to buy one of the 3 major cars, so he could only wait for next month's salary cashback. In no time, Wang Chen arrived at Baolong Square. As soon as he arrived, he saw Song Ningxuan. She was still as fresh and lovely as ever, and beside her were 3 beautiful figures, who must be her roommates. Wang Chen walked over to them. Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan, who was originally looking at her phone, quickly raised her head upon hearing Wang Chen's voice. She hurriedly ran to him, pulling him to her 3 roommates, and began to introduce him. Sisters, this is my boyfriend Wang Chen. When Song Ningxuan said that Wang Chen was her boyfriend, her gaze unconsciously turned towards Wang Chen. She was really a bit afraid that Wang Chen would stand up and deny their relationship. But Wang Chen didn't do that. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend in school, and now that he had one, wouldn't that just slap those people's faces? Plus, Song Ningxuan was quite good looking. There was no need to deny it. And having a beautiful girlfriend seemed pretty good. Hello, I'm Wang Chen, I believe you should know me. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's 3 roommates had a moment of surprise. They recognized Wang Chen, but the way they knew him might not have been very friendly. One girl, wearing a black short skirt, white shoes, and a pair of white lace socks, greeted Wang Chen. Hello, Senior Wang, I'm Zhang Mumu, I'm roommates with Ningxuan. Hello? Then the other 2 girls introduced themselves to him. The remaining 2 girls were both wearing jeans, which highlighted their good figures, and they wore white short-sleeve tops, looking very bright. It must be said that the girls in Song Ningxuan's dormitory were all quite impressive. Each one was great. The other 2 girls were named Li Meng and Du Xiang. They were all locals from Magic City. Ningxuan should have told you today, I'm treating, what do you want to eat? Wang Chen originally planned to take them to eat hot pot, while also checking out the hot pot restaurant, but he was afraid they might not want to eat hot pot, so he asked first. Moreover, they were carrying quite a few things, probably bought during their shopping today. It wasn't realistic to go eat with so many things. Du Xiang, Wang Chen, why don't we take the things back to school first? It's not very convenient for us to carry so much. Li Meng, yeah, my hands are starting to feel a bit sore. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen, thinking he must have driven here. That way, they could put everything in the car and then go eat. What she didn't know was that Wang Chen's car had already been given to Wuya. Ever since they slept in the same bed last time, Wuya had basically stopped refusing Wang Chen's things. She didn't know why. Maybe she had already considered herself Wang Chen's other half. Or maybe there were other reasons. I didn't drive here today either. How about we put the things in my shop? We can come back to get them after we eat. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the 3 girls, except for Song Ningxuan, were stunned. His shop? He had a shop here. You have to know that in a place like Magic City, having a shop is really impressive. Zhang Mumu, Senior Wang, you have a shop here? Yeah, I bought it a while ago. Ningxuan was next to me at that time. Hearing this, Zhang Mumu and the others turned their gaze to Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan nodded and said, yeah, Hauke bought a hot pot restaurant a few days ago. What? The 3 were very surprised. They had previously learned that opening a hot pot restaurant in Magic City would cost at least 2 to 4 million. This meant Wang Chen was quite wealthy. But they couldn't understand why Wang Chen, who had money, would still be a sycophant for Li Jejia. They finally understood why Song Ningxuan could afford such expensive bags, and even bought several at once. One of them even cost over 300,000. Alright, it's settled then. Let's take the things to the shop first, and after we finish eating, we can come back to get them, or if you want to eat hot pot, that's fine too. Zhang Mumu, Senior Wang, we don't want hot pot, we want Western food. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, but he nodded and said, Western food is fine, let's go after we drop off the things. Then Wang Chen took the 4 girls to his hot pot restaurant. The waiters in the hot pot restaurant all knew Wang Chen. After all, the last incident was so big that they all had a front row seat. When they saw Wang Chen arrive, one of the female waiters jogged over to him. Boss. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mumu and the others finally believed it. They had some doubts before, but now they were convinced. The business in the shop is really good. Boss, the business has always been great. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Go call the manager out. Okay, boss, just wait a moment, I'll go now. After the female waiter went in, it wasn't long before the manager came out with her. "Boss, what brings you here?" "It's nothing, just help them find a place to put the things. We'll come back to get them later." "Sure, boss." The manager took Song Ning Shuang and the others inside to put the things away, then came back out. After coming out, Wang Chen didn't leave immediately but continued to talk to the manager. "Yuan Yao, how is the salary calculated in the shop?" "Boss, the waiters earn 7,000 a month. My salary is 15,000 a month." Wang Chen wasn't thinking of making money from the hot pot restaurant, so he decided to give them a raise. "How about this, let's increase the waiter's salary by 1,000 each month, and yours to 20,000. "What?" After Wang Chen finished speaking, Yuan Yao covered her mouth. The surprise came too suddenly. She didn't even react. But by the time she did, Wang Chen had already left with Song Ning Shuang and the others. Yuan Yao looked in the direction Wang Chen had left, her mouth slightly curling up. On the other side, Wang Chen directly took a few girls to hire a business van, which was just enough to fit all of them. He brought them to the Western restaurant where he had dinner with Bai Wanner last time. The waiter was the same one as last time. The waiter had a pretty deep impression of Wang Chen. After all, Bai Wanner by his side was like a swan. Unexpectedly, this time Wang Chen came with 4 women, all of whom looked quite good. The waiter was completely stunned. "Sir, how many of you are there?" 5, please prepare a private room for us." "All right, sir and ladies, please follow me." After saying that, the waiter led Wang Chen and the girls to a private room, which was very elegant. The environment was great. You can order whatever you want. However, the girls felt a bit shy. After casually ordering a few dishes, they stopped. After looking at what they had ordered, Wang Chen directly said, "Just bring one of everything on your menu." As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the girls all looked at him. Their faces were filled with surprise. Then, Wang Chen continued to ask, "Do you want to drink something?" After Wang Chen asked if they wanted to drink, Li Meng and the others all looked at Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang said, "How good, then let's have a drink." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. He then ordered a bottle of Romani Conti. After placing the order, the waiter left. Once the waiter was gone, Li Meng and the others spoke up. Li Meng said, "Wang Chen, what if we can't finish all this food?" Zhang Mumu added, "Yeah, this is way too much." Du Xiang chimed in, "Right. Huh, it's fine, if we can't finish, we can take it to go," Wang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the girls also laughed. "Wang Chen, you're different from the rumors." Zhang Mumu curiously sized up Wang Chen and said, "Hee, how am I different? I was indeed a simp before, nothing to say, just woke up to reality now." Wang Chen chatted with the girls for a long time. After finishing the meal, he settled the bill. They spent a total of 543,700 yuan for this meal. The reason it cost so much was entirely because of that bottle of Romani Conti, which was the restaurant's prized possession, and Wang Chen bought it. At this point, the girls were already a bit tipsy. Their faces were flushed, quite adorable. After settling the bill, Wang Chen directly took them back to school, while he had Yuan Yao send over the items from the hot pot restaurant. Once he finished all this, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Wang Chen watched Yuan Yao drive away, and he headed towards Fengshan community. By the time Wang Chen returned to his doorstep, it was already 10:10. Before he could input the password, the door opened. He saw Wuya standing at the door in a white nightgown, as if waiting for her husband to return. "Sister Wuya, why haven't you rested yet?" "Xiao Hao, come in." Wang Chen nodded and walked in, and Wuya squatted down to take out a pair of slippers for him from the shoe cabinet. After Wang Chen took off his shoes, Wuya placed them in the cabinet. At that moment, Wang Chen could even see her fair rabbit. He couldn't help but swallow hard. After changing shoes, Wang Chen followed Wuya to sit on the sofa. "Xiao Hao, you should go take a shower first." "Okay, Sister Wuya, you work so hard every day, rest early." It's fine, I didn't do much today, you go wash up, I'll wait for you." "Alright." Wang Chen didn't know what Wuya was planning, but he felt that ever since last time, Wuya had changed quite a bit, and he didn't know how to face her. After all, he knew that Wuya was a very conservative woman. Although she is beautiful, she is 32 years old and this is her first time, which says a lot. Ever since he got drunk last time and shared a bed with Wuya, the relationship between him and Wuya has been quite delicate. As a man, Wang Chen can take a shower quickly. It only takes 5 minutes. "Xiao Hao, you forgot to take your pajamas, I brought them for you." Just after Wang Chen finished showering, he heard Wuya's voice at the bathroom door. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Sister Wuya, just leave them at the door." "Okay." After that, Wang Chen listened to Wuya's footsteps. Once she left, he slowly opened the door and brought the pajamas inside. After putting on the pajamas, Wang Chen walked out of the bathroom. When he reached the living room, he discovered that the style of pajamas he was wearing was actually a couple's design with Wu Ya's. This left him even more stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. Wang Chen sat down next to Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, is there something you need?" Wu Ya shook her head. "No, I was just a bit worried about you since you didn't come back." "Sister Wu Ya, Wang Chen wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Wu Ya looked at Wang Chen, hoping he would say the words she longed to hear. But after waiting for a long time, she still didn't hear anything. Wu Ya felt a bit disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "Sister Wu Ya, can you spare some time at the end of the month?" The originally disappointed Wu Ya now showed a look of confusion. "What's up? I want to go to Shangri-La in Yun Province at the end of the month, and if you have time, I'd like to invite you to go with me." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wu Ya's mood instantly brightened. "When are you planning to go?" "Leaving on June 27th. How many days will you be going?" "About a week. What do you think, Sister Wu Ya, do you want to go together? Just you alone?" "No, if you go with me, then it will be 2 people. Hearing the first part, Wu Ya's heart lifted, but upon hearing the latter part, she felt very happy. "Alright, then I'll go with you." Wu Ya agreed without hesitation. In fact, she really wanted to travel, but before, she was burdened with huge debts and had no extra money or time to travel. Moreover, she thought that going out with Wang Chen might help their relationship progress further. When Wu Ya agreed, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was very happy. He wanted to take Wu Ya along this time to increase her favorability. "Then Sister Wu Ya, let's go rest. You have to work tomorrow, so you can't stay up too late." "Okay, good night, Xiao Hao." Good night, Sister Wu Ya." After saying that, the two returned to their respective rooms. Once back in his room, Wang Chen directly asked the system to open Wu Ya's data panel. "System, open Wu Ya's data." Ding, data generating. Name, Wu Ya. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 86. Close friend, height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 86 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 3,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, it is necessary to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. In fact, Wu Ya's data didn't change much. Only the favorability, cashback multiplier, funds, and remaining cashback time had changed. Everything else remained the same as before. After reviewing Wu Ya's data, Wang Chen fell asleep. With a blink of the eye, a day has passed. Another blink, and another day has gone by. Time flies, and before you know it, the end of the month has arrived. It's time to set off for Yunnan Province's Shangri-La. Wu Ya has already taken leave, and he has spoken to Lin Shui about it. Today, he will set off with Wu Ya. Wang Chen helped Wu Ya pack, then drove to the airport. After parking the car, they went straight to the waiting area. He is really looking forward to this trip. Wang Chen bought a business class ticket this time, so he and Wu Ya didn't need to queue. They hardly brought anything, with Wu Ya only packing some change of clothes. Originally, Wang Chen didn't want her to bring anything, suggesting they could buy it there, but Wu Ya insisted on saving some money and brought a suitcase, putting both her clothes and Wang Chen's in one bag. "Xiao Hao, where are we going first?" "I've already arranged everything. We'll go to the hotel to rest first, then go out to explore tomorrow." I've never been to Shangri-La." "Me neither. Our destination this time is Shika Snow Mountain." "Great, but won't it be very cold?" "We didn't bring any warm clothes." "It's fine, if it's cold when we get there, we can buy some." "Okay." After a while, it was time for them to board. Because they were in business class, they moved quickly. When they reached the boarding gate, Wang Chen looked at the people in line and felt quite emotional. He had flown once before and had to queue like them, watching the business class passengers walk through the business lane, feeling envious. Now he was walking through the business lane himself, and he couldn't help but feel amazed. People are truly complex. Wu Ya linked her arm with Wang Chen as they walked towards the plane. Soon, they were on board. The flight attendant led them to their seats, with Wu Ya sitting by the window and Wang Chen next to her. As for why Wang Chen didn't buy a first-class ticket, it was because he thought he wouldn't be able to sit next to Wu Ya. He preferred business class over that. Economy class wouldn't be comfortable either. Economy class focuses on being economical, but comfort leaves much to be desired. Business class is less comfortable than first class but much better than economy. Once seated, Wang Chen leaned slightly, almost pressing against Wu Ya. This action made Wu Ya, sitting next to him, blush instantly. She didn't know what Wang Chen was trying to do, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, they were on a plane, and he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. However, her mind was a jumble of thoughts. Various ideas popped up in her head. After Wang Chen helped Wu Ye fasten her seatbelt, he settled into his seat. Seeing Wang Chen being so considerate, a happy smile appeared on Wu Ye's face. After waiting a while, the plane was about to take off. The flight attendant's voice kept announcing. As the announcements ended, the plane slowly moved, preparing for takeoff. The captain brought the plane onto the runway and accelerated. There's a moment during takeoff that can feel a bit uncomfortable, but it only lasts for an instant. Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye beside him. She didn't seem to feel any discomfort. She must have flown often before. While he was observing Wu Ye, she turned her head to look at him. In that moment, their eyes met. They smiled at each other. Wang Chen didn't know where he found the courage, but he reached out and took Wu Ye's delicate hand. This move left Wu Ye momentarily stunned. After a brief daze, her face turned red again. This time, Wang Chen heard the system's voice again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's favorability +1. Wu Ye's favorability increased once more. Now it has reached 87 points. To be honest, this level of favorability is really high, basically a heartfelt connection. After a while, the plane began to fly smoothly. Since Wang Chen took Wu Ye's hand, he hadn't let go, just holding on like that. However, Wu Ye fell asleep after the plane had been flying for a while. Wang Chen, on the other hand, felt no drowsiness at all. The Magic City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Yun Province. The flight will take 3 hours to reach Yun Province. If all goes well, Wang Chen believes this trip will definitely be smooth. Who knows, besides Zhao Liying, he might even encounter other female celebrities like Zhao Lucy, Zhu Jingyi, Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, and so on. However, what he wants to do most right now is to increase Zhao Liying's favorability towards him. That way, the cashback from this month's salary will be even more. He still needs money very much. What can he do to make Zhao Liying notice him? Wang Chen kept pondering this question in his heart. But Zhao Liying is a big star. If he wants her to have a good impression of him, the first step is to make her recognize him. Just this first step is somewhat difficult. Of course, if he were very wealthy now, this matter wouldn't be hard at all. Wang Chen understood that this first step is often the most challenging. As long as he can get Zhao Liying to know him, and then increase the favorability, it will become much easier for him to approach these female celebrities in the entertainment industry in the future. Of course, if he had his own entertainment company or some product company, he could also use the excuse of looking for a spokesperson to get to know them. But talking about that now isn't very realistic. After all, he has nothing at the moment. He was thinking, if he said he was a fan of Zhao Liying, would that make her recognize him? But then he thought, that's impossible. After all, Zhao Liying has so many fans, how could she remember a nameless person like him? Thinking of this, Wang Chen began to scratch his head in frustration. This is simply too difficult. Just when Wang Chen felt lost, suddenly, he felt the plane shaking violently. Wu Ye, who was sleeping beside him, was instantly awakened. As the plane shook violently, the voice of the flight attendant echoed in the cabin. Dear passengers, the plane is experiencing strong turbulence, and there will be severe bumps shortly, please do not panic. The flight attendant repeated it in Chinese, then in English. Wang Chen's hand tightly gripped Wu Ye. At that moment, a flight attendant walked over to Wang Chen and began to reassure the passengers in business class. However, before she could finish her words, the plane started to shake violently. The flight attendant, wearing high heels, almost fell as the plane shook. Moreover, the shaking became increasingly severe. Both Wang Chen and Wu Ye felt a surge of fear. What on earth is happening? They wouldn't just disappear like this, would they? Wang Chen's heart was filled with despair at that moment. He glanced at Wu Ye beside him. She had her eyes tightly shut, her face filled with tension. The flight attendant next to him directly said to Wang Chen, "Sir, I'm sorry, I need to hold on to you." The powerful turbulence made it impossible for the flight attendant to stand. She could only speak to Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded. At this moment, he wouldn't think about anything else, after all, she had said so. The next second, Wang Chen felt a very soft body tightly hugging him. Ding, detected a goddess for salary cashback binding, Song Sherman. However, at that moment, Wang Chen had no time to listen to the system's voice. He only felt like he was constantly teetering between hell and heaven. On one side was the psychological pressure caused by the plane's violent turbulence. On the other side, Wu Ye's soft jade-like hands were wrapped around the soft, fragrant body of the flight attendant. He was truly in pain yet also enjoying it. Wang Chen didn't dare to speak to Wu Ye now. After all, he was holding a woman in his arms, and if he spoke and Wu Ye got angry, it wouldn't be worth it if her feelings for him decreased. Wang Chen felt that the body in his arms was constantly challenging his limits, especially the fragrance on her body, which was like a catalyst. However, the turbulence of the plane made it impossible for him to calm down and savor this wonderful feeling. Not only Wang Chen, but the people in economy class were also extremely frightened. They all tightly closed their mouths, and some even felt that they were doomed. After all, if something happened to the plane, there would be no escape for them. They had no chance of survival. In such a situation, everyone was filled with fear. Even the flight attendants were encountering this situation for the first time. But even under these circumstances, the flight attendants were still trying hard to soothe the passengers' emotions. Everyone, don't worry, this is just turbulence. The plane will return to normal after we pass through it, the flight attendant shouted loudly. However, feeling the shaking of the plane, this clearly couldn't calm everyone down. The flight attendants could only sit in their seats, continuing to loudly reassure the passengers. The female flight attendant who had just come to business class hadn't had time to return and was now tightly hugging Wang Chen. About 2 minutes later, the plane gradually returned to normal. The shaking stopped. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. I thought we were done for. Yeah, we really have great luck. I will never fly again, it's so scary. I don't dare to fly either. Surviving a disaster, each of them expressed their thoughts. That scene was truly terrifying. No one could know how they survived. It could be said that they had just brushed past death. After such a disaster, some children even cried out. This would likely become a shadow for them, significantly reducing their chances of flying in the future. Once the plane stabilized, the flight attendants immediately took action, continuously comforting the passengers. On the other side, the female flight attendant in Wang Chen's arms also left his embrace. But as she left, her face was flushed. It was unclear what had happened. Sir, thank you. It's nothing, just a small effort. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed at this moment because he had truly lost control earlier, causing the flight attendant to feel the presence of little Wang Chen. This was also why the flight attendant blushed. After the flight attendant left, Wang Chen turned to Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you okay? Wang Chen tightly held Wuya's hand, not letting go since they boarded the plane. Wuya shook her head. Xiaohao, I'm fine, I thought we were going to. She didn't finish her sentence, but even without saying it, Wang Chen knew what she wanted to say. So he tightened his grip on Wuya's hand even more. Wuya naturally felt it and finally showed a slight smile. After that incident, the passengers on the plane became much quieter. Clearly, they had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Wang Chen also hadn't come to his senses. At this moment, he blankly held Wuya's hand. He was thinking, if an accident had really happened, what would his parents do? He was the only child in his family. If something happened to him, wouldn't his parents go crazy? Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't dare to continue his thoughts. He couldn't possibly survive in that situation, even with the system. Wang Chen turned to Wuya, the woman who had experienced life and death alongside him, and who was also his cashback goddess. Wang Chen felt he had to bring a woman back to please his parents, and it was just in time for his cousin's wedding. He thought the most suitable person was Wuya, especially since her favorability rating was already at 87. He needed to find an opportunity to tell Wuya about this. At that moment, neither Wang Chen nor Wuya spoke. They simply held each other's hands, contemplating various issues. Just then, Wang Chen recalled the sound he heard when the plane first hit turbulence. He immediately began to check. System, check data. Ding, data generating. Name, Song Sherman. Age, 27. Appearance, 91. Favorability, 32. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Upon seeing Song Sherman's data, Wang Chen instantly thought she was very attractive. He really wanted to bind with her. However, he had no binding opportunities left. He could only wait for the next chance to bind. While Wang Chen was checking the information, the flight attendant from earlier unexpectedly came back to his side. Hello, sir, I am the chief flight attendant of this plane. Thank you very much for your help earlier. After saying this, Song Sherman discreetly handed him a note, even avoiding Wuya's gaze. Wang Chen quickly tucked the note away. Then he said, it's nothing, really. Wang Chen didn't dare to say his name, especially with Wuya right next to him. Chief Flight Attendant Song Sherman chatted with Wang Chen for a moment before leaving. As she walked away, Wang Chen looked at Wuya, who still showed some displeasure on her face. Wang Chen secretly felt relieved that Wuya hadn't seen what had just happened, otherwise, her favorability would surely plummet. After that incident, the rest of the journey went smoothly. The flight attendants served some snacks, and Wang Chen and Wuya had a little to eat. 3 hours passed quickly. The plane landed safely in Yun Province. Wang Chen held Wuya's hand as they disembarked, but as they passed by the chief flight attendant, she gave Wang Chen a knowing smile. Wang Chen naturally responded with a smile before leading Wuya off the plane. After getting off, Wang Chen went to collect their checked luggage. Then he called for a car, heading straight to the hotel he had booked earlier. Before booking the hotel, Wang Chen had already discussed it with Wu Ye. They had only booked one room, but it was a luxurious one. No need to worry. By the time Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at the hotel, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Wang Chen placed the suitcase in the room and immediately collapsed onto the bed. Wu Ye stood nearby, watching this scene with a smile on her face. "Xiao Hao, you should go take a shower first, or the bed will smell." Hearing this, Wang Chen, who had just lain down, jumped up immediately. He saluted Wu Ye and said, "Yes, I promise to wash thoroughly." Seeing this, Wu Ye instantly forgot about what had happened on the plane and started laughing. "Ha ha ha, alright, hurry up." Wang Chen had booked a 5-star hotel. Although it was very safe, he still felt the need to check for hidden cameras. He didn't want anyone to see Wu Ye's perfect figure. If anyone was going to see it, it could only be him. "It's fine, Wu Ye, let's check first, otherwise, I'm worried there might be hidden cameras or something." "Ah," Wu Ye gasped in horror, covering her mouth. She began to look around nervously. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled. "It's fine, the hotel I'm staying at is a 5-star hotel. Generally, those kinds of people wouldn't come to a 5-star hotel to act up, but we should still be careful." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye felt a bit relieved. However, she was still very worried. "So, Xiao Hao, what should we do?" "It's okay, I bought a tool specifically for detecting pinhole cameras." As he spoke, Wang Chen opened his suitcase and took out the tool for detecting pinhole cameras. He connected his computer to the Wi-Fi and started the detection. He learned all this from Douyin. After a flurry of operations, he found nothing unusual. It made sense, too. He had spent nearly 10,000 yuan a day for this room, and if something like that happened, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Wu Ye stood behind him, nervously watching Wang Chen. "Sister Wu Ye, it's fine, this place is very safe," Wang Chen said while tidying up. But Wu Ye still felt it wasn't very safe. She had originally wanted to take a shower, but after what Wang Chen just said, she suddenly didn't dare to go. This left Wang Chen in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Wang Chen thought, since that's the case, why not just buy a house directly? He had some money on hand, and buying a place wasn't too expensive. Moreover, as far as he knew, the houses around Shangri-La weren't very pricey. Buying a house and a car wouldn't cost much, and this way, Wu Ye could feel more at ease. With that thought, Wang Chen took Wu Ye to find a real estate agent in the afternoon and bought a well-decorated, never-lived-in house. The transfer procedures would only be completed tomorrow, but he and Wu Ye could move in today. Wang Chen felt that having a house and a car here would be more convenient. When Wang Chen and Wu Ye returned to the newly bought house, Wu Ye's face was filled with disbelief. This was something she had never imagined. Wang Chen actually bought a house for her without batting an eye. After Wang Chen and Wu Ye finished buying toiletries and bed linens, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Chen and Wu Ye ordered takeout. "Sister Wu Ye, you go take a shower first, I'll lay out the sheets." "Okay." Wu Ye went to the bathroom, slowly undressing, and turned on the shower. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, Wu Ye felt as if it were all a dream. As she thought, it seemed like she made a decision, biting her lip. On the other side, Wang Chen entered the room and changed the sheets and duvet covers he had just bought. At that moment, he realized they had bought one set too few. Wang Chen sighed. Tonight he would have to sleep on the sofa. Originally, the new sheets and duvet covers needed to be washed before being laid out, but they didn't have time to wash them. If they did, they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After making the bed, Wang Chen began to observe the house. Today had been a bit rushed, but he had also taken a careful look. The room was a total of 200 square meters, with a price of 6,000 per square meter. The total price was 1.2 million. The main point was that the owner of this house had never lived in it after the renovation. He just wanted to sell it. Just when Wang Chen was in a hurry to find a place, the agent brought him and Wu Ye over. Before long, Wu Ye finished her shower and changed into her pajamas. At that moment, Wu Ye looked like a water lily, beautiful and confident. Moreover, Wu Ye had the innate charm of a mature woman. Just looking at her was hard to resist. "Xiao Hao, you should wash up too. After we finish eating, we'll rest." Okay." Wang Chen found his pajamas from Wu Ye's suitcase and took a shower too. Wang Chen was quick. He finished in just 5 minutes. When he came out, he was also wearing pajamas. After Wang Chen came out, Wu Ye walked over to him and took the clothes from his hands. "Xiao Hao, these clothes need to be washed." "Ah, Sister Wu Ye, I'll wash them myself." "It's fine, I need to wash some too, I'll help you with it. Remember to get the takeout when it arrives." "Okay, thank you, Sister Wu Ye." Wu Ye smiled and then took Wang Chen's clothes into the bathroom. Wang Chen sat on the sofa in black stockings, waiting for the takeout to arrive. After a while, the the takeout was delivered. Wang Chen opened the door to get the takeout and then placed it neatly on the table. After setting it up, he went to the bathroom, ready to call Wuya out. However, when he reached the bathroom, the scene that followed made him retreat immediately. After a while, Wuya finished hanging the clothes to dry. Sister Wuya, come over to eat. Xiaohao, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat, you don't have to wait for me. I want to eat with Sister Wuya, the meal tastes sweeter that way. Upon hearing this, Wuya seemed to remember something and blushed. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Xiaohao, what? What are you saying? Hee, Sister Wuya, really, I'm starving, hurry up. Wang Chen patted the chair beside him, and Wuya sat down next to him. Once seated, they began to eat. While eating, Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to express his thoughts. Sister Wuya, can you come home with me during the summer vacation? When Wang Chen said this, Wuya's chopsticks fell from her hands. She looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. In Wuya's eyes, Wang Chen saying this meant he wanted to take her home to meet his parents, which was like confessing to her. Xiaohao, what? What are you saying? Sister Wuya, can you come home with me during the summer vacation? When Wang Chen finished the sentence, Wuya's eyes were filled with sparkling tears. She couldn't believe Wang Chen would say such a thing. There was nearly a 10-year age gap between them. Could this really be possible? Xiaohao, do you really want me to go back with you? Wuya's face showed a hint of disappointment. In her eyes, the age difference was a bit too much. Even if Wang Chen didn't mind, it was uncertain whether his parents would agree. Sister Wuya, of course it's true. You're so beautiful, if you come back with me, I'll definitely have face. Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Wuya stared blankly at Wang Chen. They locked eyes for a moment, and in the end, it was Wuya who couldn't hold back, blushing and smiling. Alright, I'm willing. Hearing Wuya's agreement, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If Wuya didn't go, he would have to find Song Ningxiang, but he didn't really want to go with her because his relationship with Song Ningxiang wasn't as pure as with Wuya. Moreover, Song Ningxiang didn't have as high a favorability rating as Wuya. Most importantly, Wuya was very beautiful, exuding a mature woman vibe, yet she was still a virgin. This was also why Wang Chen liked Wuya so much. Such a woman was truly rare. If it came to living together, Wuya would definitely be the best choice. However, Wang Chen didn't want to think about these things right now. After all, he had just obtained the salary cashback system. The reason for bringing Wuya home was actually to give his parents some face during his cousin's wedding. Of course, if he brought Wuya home this time, it was likely that he would have to bring her back every year for the new year. Sister Wuya, you're really great. Upon hearing this, Wuya smiled. Actually, the last time Wuya slept in the same bed as Wang Chen, she had already made up her mind about him. However, she was a woman, and if Wang Chen didn't say anything, she wouldn't either. Today, when Wang Chen said he wanted her to go back with him during the summer vacation, Wuya took it as a declaration of his feelings for her. Naturally, she was happy. Xiaohao, if you take me back, will your parents? No, they will definitely forget about me as their son when they see you, I can guarantee that. No way. Really, Sister Wuya, let's go buy a car tomorrow, and then we can go have some fun, how does that sound? It would be more convenient. However, Wuya shook her head. Xiaohao, it's not easy for you to make money, let's save where we can. Hearing this, Wang Chen teased, Sister Wuya is already starting to manage the household. Wuya didn't argue but continued eating her meal. Seeing this, Wang Chen served her some dishes. After they finished eating, they prepared to rest. But when it came time to rest, Wang Chen didn't know how to say it. Sister Wuya, you go sleep in the room, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Wuya asked, puzzled, aren't there still plenty of rooms? Why do you want to sleep on the sofa? Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. We bought a bit too much today, so we ended up short on a set of bedding. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya was left dumbfounded. Short on a set of bedding. They fell silent for a while. The air was quiet. They could even hear each other's breathing. Sister Wuya, you worked hard today, so hurry and go to sleep. The sofa is quite big, I can manage here. Xiaohao, why don't you sleep in the room? It's fine, Sister Wuya, I'm a big man, I've slept on the sofa before. When I was younger, we didn't have money, and I even slept on the floor, so don't worry about me. But, Wuya wanted to invite Wang Chen to sleep on the bed, but after thinking it over, she remained silent. After all, she couldn't sleep with a man before marriage, the last time was an accident, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible. In fact, Wuya also hoped to be with Wang Chen, as she wasn't young anymore, and her family had been urging her. But the bottom line she had maintained for so long couldn't be broken. The last kiss with Wang Chen had already crossed one line. "Oh, Sister Wuya, stop hesitating, go to sleep quickly, and tomorrow we can buy a set." Saying this, Wang Chen pushed Wuya into the room. "Sister Wuya, rest well, good night." After saying that, Wang Chen turned to leave. "Xiao Hao, why don't you come sleep on the bed?" Originally, Wuya wanted to say for Wang Chen to sleep with her, but the words got stuck in her throat. To put it bluntly, Wang Chen hadn't reached the level where Wuya would break her bottom line for him. "No need, Sister Wuya, you should sleep early." With that, Wang Chen turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He then went to the living room and lay down on the sofa. After turning off the light, he took out his phone and pulled out the green bubble the flight attendant had given him on the plane today. After some quick operations, he added her. However, the space didn't agree immediately, so Wang Chen started scrolling through Douyin. Last time he bound by Wanner on Douyin, he wanted to see if he could find 2 suitable female streamers. If so, he could bind them later when the opportunity arose. Let them earn money for him. But after scrolling through live streams for over 10 minutes, he didn't find a suitable one, and he was losing patience. At that moment, the flight attendant accepted his friend request. Wang Chen started chatting with her. "Song Sherman, hello, little handsome." Wang Chen, "Hello, sister, may I know your name?" "Song Sherman, my name is Song Sherman, remember it." Wang Chen, "So not only is sister beautiful, but her name is also so nice, you really have it all." Song Sherman, "Little handsome, you have such sweet words, but I still don't know your name." Wang Chen, "Beautiful Sherman sister, my name is Wang Chen, you can call me Xiaoao." Song Sherman, "Oh, you're quite the charmer, you must have tricked quite a few girls." Wang Chen chatted with Song Sherman aimlessly. They talked for nearly an hour before Wang Chen said goodnight to Song Sherman, put down his phone, and prepared to sleep. However, before going to bed, he thought about the new month's salary cashback coming in 2 days, and he was curious about how much Zhao Liying, Wuya, and Bai Wanner had earned. He originally wanted to check, but to surprise himself, he decided to hold off. He planned to get excited when the cashback arrived. After the salary cashback ended, Wang Chen would be going back to his hometown in Guizhou with Wuya. His cousin's wedding was approaching. He was looking forward to driving a sports car back with a beautiful girl and seeing the expressions on the faces of relatives in the village. The next morning, Wang Chen felt a bit heavy and, upon opening his eyes, realized he was covered with a blanket. This blanket was the one he had put on last night. He was a bit surprised, but when he saw Wuya sitting on the sofa, he felt it was quite normal. "Sister Wuya, why are you up so early?" "I'm used to it, Xiaohao, you should get up quickly too." "Okay." After washing up, Wang Chen went out with Wuya. Since there was still a day before Zhao Liying's crew came to shoot, he planned to have a good time with Wuya today. He had always wanted to travel but had to put it off due to lack of money. Now that he had money and a beautiful companion, he definitely had to enjoy it. Wang Chen first took Wuya for breakfast. Then he took her straight to the 4S dealership. This time he didn't take too long to choose and didn't pick the best one. After all, he didn't come here often and just wanted to avoid the same situation as before. Actually, it wasn't a big deal for a grown man to stay in a hotel, but he was worried Wuya might be scared. Wang Chen bought a Mercedes S450, with a total price of 1.49 million. Originally, Wuya didn't want Wang Chen to buy it, but after a bit of persuasion from him, she agreed. After buying the car, it was indeed much more convenient. Although it was just a temporary license plate, it could still hit the road. Wang Chen drove the car with Wuya around Yun province. Although it wasn't yet time for Zhao Liying to come for the shoot, he planned to take Wuya to Yunshanping for some fun. So he decisively drove towards Yunshanping. However, it was getting a bit late, as they had spent quite some time buying the car. "Sister Wuya, we might not be able to play tomorrow. I have a client to meet, but we can go out the day after tomorrow, okay?" Wuya, sitting in the passenger seat, softly replied, "Xiaoao, you go ahead with your business. I'll tidy up the house tomorrow, and we can go play the day after." "Alright, Xiaohao, spending so much money, won't you?" Wang Chen smiled. That definitely wouldn't happen. With them around, he could earn cash back from the system every month. How could he go bankrupt? Not only that, as they earned him more money, the number of cashback goddesses he could bind in the future would also increase, meaning he could earn even more through cashback each month. He just needed to think of a way to meet the cashback goddess he was bound to every month to maintain their relationship. It was fine when there were few people, but when there were many, he couldn't possibly look for each one individually. "Sister Wuya, don't worry, even if I really go bankrupt, you can support me." Wang Chen originally thought Wuya would jokingly refuse, but to his surprise, she directly agreed. "Okay, if you run out of money, I'll work to support you." At that moment, Wang Chen was also stunned. He finally understood why everyone liked older sisters. Although Wuya was older, time had left no marks on her. Instead, it made her even more charming. She had a unique allure. "Sister Wuya, are you really willing to go home with me to meet my parents? Wang Chen knew what this question implied, but he still asked. He understood that with the system, he might meet more women in the future, even many who were more beautiful than Wuya, but no woman could be like her. He also understood what it meant to take Wuya home, but he was still willing. Wuya nodded and said, Xiaohao, didn't I answer you last time? He. After that, the two started chatting casually. When they arrived at their destination, Wang Chen and Wuya got out of the car. After getting out, Wuya, wearing a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, walked up to Wang Chen and intimately linked her arm with his. Feeling Wuya's impressive figure, Wang Chen's heart raced. Xiaohao, let's go. The two walked towards the entrance of the scenic area, but when they arrived, they were stunned. They didn't expect there to be so many people at the scenic area. The entrance was so crowded that it was almost impassable. Xiaohao, there are so many people. But it should be fine, we just need to queue to get in, it shouldn't be so crowded inside. Okay. As it turned out, just as Wang Chen said, after he and Wuya bought their tickets and entered, the crowd indeed thinned out a lot. However, Wang Chen felt that coming to Yulong Snow Mountain in July might be a bit off. But since they were already here, when Wang Chen and Wuya arrived at Yunsumping, he was amazed by the scenery before him. At a glance, there was a vast green lawn, clusters of spruce trees, creating a very relaxing atmosphere. The sky was a deep blue, with white clouds drifting continuously, reflecting against the flowers and trees on the ground. Wang Chen held Wuya's hand, staring blankly at the distant scenery, feeling as if he had transcended. At this moment, Wang Chen was truly satisfied. This trip was not in vain. The scenery here was beautiful, but he felt the person beside him was even more beautiful. Thinking this, he looked at Wuya. Wuya also felt a bit shy under his gaze. Xiaohao, let's take a picture. Sure. Wuya linked her arm with Wang Chen, and he took out his phone to snap a photo. But it seemed Wang Chen's skills weren't that great. Wuya reached out to take Wang Chen's phone, looked at the photo, and laughed. Ha, Xiaohao, why did you close your eyes? I don't take pictures often, huh? Forget it. I'll take it. After saying that, Wuya returned the phone to Wang Chen, took out her own phone, and started taking pictures with Wang Chen. This time they took quite a few, but Wuya didn't seem very satisfied. Xiaohao, how about we let someone else take a full-body picture of us? Sure, let me see. Wang Chen looked around at the people nearby. Most were couples, but there were also a couple of girls. Wang Chen found two girls. Ladies, could you please help us take a picture? The two girls, who were originally taking pictures, looked at Wang Chen. Then he nodded. Okay, thank you. Wang Chen handed his phone to one of the girls, and he stood by the fence with Wuya. Wuya linked her arm with his, resting her head tightly on his shoulder. They changed poses several times and took quite a few pictures. After they were done, Wang Chen took the phone from the two girls and said, "Thank you so much. Do you two want to take a picture as well? We can help you. Is that okay?" "Yeah, but I'm not very good at it." It's fine. After Wang Chen had Wuya help the two girls take their pictures, they left. Wang Chen then continued to enjoy the day with Wuya. Dusk quietly arrived. Wang Chen and Wuya had played the whole afternoon, taking many photos. For the first time, Wang Chen felt so relaxed, not having to think about anything, free from the previous exhaustion of racking his brain over Li Jieja. Only the feeling of being cared for and relaxed remained. After leaving the scenic area, they went out for dinner. Then they went back. In fact, many men had secretly glanced at Wuya while they were at the scenic area, which made Wang Chen feel quite uncomfortable. He had developed a feeling that he didn't want others to see Wuya. If anyone were to see her, it could only be him. He didn't even know when this thought had formed. "Xiaohao, you go take a shower first, I'll go spread the sheets." "Okay, thank you, Wuya Jia." Wuya smiled knowingly and then walked into the room. After Wang Chen finished showering, Wuya went to freshen up, and after they had done all this, they both went to rest. After all, they were a bit tired today. The sunlight fell on him. A new day had arrived. Wang Chen opened his eyes and stretched. During his school days, he hardly exercised, and after walking all day with Wuya yesterday, his muscles felt a bit sore. However, today was also an anticipated day because he was going to create a chance encounter. Whether he could meet Zhao Liang and improve their rapport depended on his actions. First, there was the image. After getting up, Wang Chen went to Wuya's room and knocked on the door. His clothes were all over at Wuya's place, so he needed to come over to get them. "The door's not locked. Come in." Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Wuya to leave the door unlocked at night. Did she trust him that much? Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. He saw Wuya covered with a blanket, still resting. She must have been a bit tired yesterday. "Wuya Jia, I'm just getting my clothes and leaving." Wuya nodded. Yeah, I hung your clothes up for you, they're in there, just look for them yourself. Okay. Wang Chen opened the wardrobe and saw his clothes hanging next to Wu Ya's, and among Wu Ya's clothes, there were 2 pieces of lingerie that he really liked. He really wanted to see how Wu Ya would look in them, but he knew that was impossible. So after grabbing his clothes, he closed the wardrobe. Wu Ya, yeah, you should rest well today. Let's go play tomorrow, and you don't need to go shopping today. Wait for me to come back, and we can drive to buy things. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, Wang Chen left Wu Ya's room and closed the door. In the living room, Wang Chen first freshened up, then went back to his room to change into his clothes. He then went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Although I'm not very handsome, I can still pass, Wang Chen said to himself while looking in the mirror. He casually ran his hand through his hair and then turned around, leaving the house with a flourish. He didn't go directly to Yulong Snow Mountain because he didn't know when Zhao Liying and the others would arrive, and whether they would allow people in while they were filming. These were all unknown factors. Wang Chen had already thought of some ways. He had learned online that Zhao Liying's current drama seemed to be lacking some investment, and he could just take advantage of this. He drove to the Yulong Snow Mountain scenic area, parked his car, and waited directly at the entrance. He arrived quite early, waiting at the entrance before 8 o'clock. If he could wait here until Zhao Liying arrived, that would be perfect. If not, he would have to go into the scenic area. Wang Chen stood at the entrance, waiting. Although Zhao Liying and her crew were supposed to be filming, the scenic area had not stopped its operations, which was good news for Wang Chen. After all, if he couldn't wait, he would still have to go inside. Watching the bustling scenic area, Wang Chen had not heard a sound from the system, but he was not anxious. If the last piece of information was false, then he would just lose 1 binding quota. After all, he still had Wu Ya and Bai Wanner, 2 already bound salary cashback goddesses. If he couldn't wait for Zhao Liying, he would invest, making Bai Wanner and Wu Ya's salaries higher, thus allowing him to receive more cashback. Wang Chen waited for nearly 3 hours, from 8 in the morning until 11. The system remained silent. Wang Chen was squatting there, feeling numb. From being full of confidence at the beginning to completely losing it in just 3 hours. In the end, Wang Chen couldn't stand it anymore, bought a ticket, and headed towards the spruce flat. He felt that Zhao Liying and the crew must have gone in long ago, otherwise, it wouldn't be close to noon and they still hadn't arrived. In fact, Wang Chen also wanted to continue waiting. After all, going in didn't guarantee he could find Zhao Liying and her crew. But if he waited at the entrance, they should come out after finishing their shoot. However, Wang Chen was worried they would directly stay inside the scenic area, so he ultimately chose to go inside. When he saw that piece of information earlier, it mentioned that Zhao Liying was going to shoot at the spruce flat, so he no longer hesitated, heading straight for the spruce flat. It was only when he arrived at the spruce flat that he found it was already cordoned off. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen understood that Zhao Liying and her crew were currently filming here. It seemed he had missed them in the morning, as they must have arrived too early. At this moment, Wang Chen didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait here for a while. After all, he didn't know if Zhao Liying was busy, and if he went in, he might disturb her. If he barged in, it would be hard to raise his favorability. Moreover, he needed to create a chance encounter. So, Wang Chen sat down not far from the spruce flat, pretending to be a tourist taking photos. It was already noon, and he wondered if Zhao Liying and her crew would come out for a stroll after lunch. It would be great if they did. After sitting down, Wang Chen played with his phone while quietly observing the direction of the crew. In fact, he could vaguely see the crew members from where he sat, but he just couldn't see Zhao Liying. Wang Chen was now very grateful that the last piece of information was true, otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. Just as Wang Chen was pondering, suddenly, he saw the woman who haunted his dreams, wearing a white floral dress, breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Chen knew it was time for him to make a move, otherwise, how could he create a chance encounter? So he stood up, lowered his head to play with his phone, and walked in her direction. Sister Liying, you are amazing. You always get it right in one take, and your expression management and emotions are simply effortless. The people filming with Zhao Liying kept praising her. Zhao Liying and the actress beside her were completely unaware that a man was walking towards them. Wang Chen was looking down at his phone and didn't lift his head either. Duong! Wang Chen collided with Zhao Liying. Just before they bumped into each other, Wang Chen pulled back a bit, but even so, Zhao Liying still fell backward. Wang Chen quickly tossed his phone aside. He wrapped one arm around Zhao Liying's slender waist. The actress beside them was so startled that she quickly covered her mouth. It was recording time, and if something happened to Zhao Liying, it would not only affect the crew but also Zhao Liying herself. However, at that moment, the man protected Zhao Liying. In that brief instant, Wang Chen made a series of movements without any hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Liying was also stunned. She never expected such a thing to happen. But once she regained her senses, she said to Wang Chen, "Thank you." Wang Chen, sensing the moment was right, helped Zhao Liying up and then withdrew his hand, apologizing, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You are Zhao Liying?" Wang Chen pretended to be shocked. Zhao Liying and the actress beside her couldn't help but laugh at Wang Chen's expression. It was the same look every time a fan saw Zhao Liying. "Yes, I am Zhao Liying." Zhao Liying replied softly, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm seeing the real person. I'm so excited." Wang Chen then pretended to look for his phone to take a picture. Zhao Liying naturally noticed Wang Chen's situation. She turned her head and saw that his phone had fallen to the ground. Zhao Liying squatted down to pick up the phone. Then she handed it to Wang Chen. "Here, your phone." Wang Chen took the phone from Zhao Liying's hand and said, "Thank you. Can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan." "Sure." Upon hearing Zhao Liying's agreement, Wang Chen picked up his phone to prepare for the photo. But when he turned on the screen, he was dumbfounded. The phone screen was shattered, and he couldn't see anything. It was completely broken. Seeing Wang Chen's disappointed expression, Zhao Liying understood what was happening and said, "Let's use my phone to take a picture first. I'll add you on WeChat later and send it to you." Hearing this, Wang Chen excitedly said, "Is that okay? Well, although I said you were at fault, I was at fault too. If I hadn't been chatting with Ji Xiaoya, this wouldn't have happened. No, it's all my fault for being distracted by my phone while walking." After that, Zhao Liying took out her phone and took a few pictures with Wang Chen. Wang Chen also took a few pictures with Ji Xiaoya, and then Zhao Liying added him on WeChat. "Sister Liying, are you here to have fun?" Zhao Liying smiled gently. "No, we're here for location scouting. We'll leave after we finish." "I see. Yeah. Then, Sister Liying, I'll go play now. Please don't delete me from your WeChat, or I'll be afraid I won't receive the photos." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen turned and left without any hesitation. After Wang Chen left, Ji Xiaoya beside Zhao Liying slowly spoke up, "Sister Liying, why do I feel this is such a coincidence?" Zhao Liying shot Ji Xiaoya a glance. "There's no such thing as coincidence, it was just an accident, and that guy seemed pretty nice." Look, you're saying that now. Alright, let's go for a walk too, we'll be starting filming again soon." "Okay." Ji Xiaoya pouted and continued walking with Zhao Liying. On the other side, after Wang Chen and Zhao Liying parted ways, the smile on his face never faded. Just a moment ago, he had heard the system's announcement, but he hadn't had the chance to check it until now. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 30. Stranger, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44.5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 30 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 3,700,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Zhao Liying's favorability has reached 30, and the salary cashback multiplier has also reached 30 times. Most importantly, Zhao Liying has already earned 3.7 million this month. If that cashback comes through, how much would that be? Wang Chen's heart was racing. Not to mention he hasn't even calculated the cashback for Bai Wanner and Wuya. He feels like he's going to strike it rich this month. He increasingly looks forward to how much salary cashback he could get after binding with many more cashback goddesses. Wang Chen calculated that if this month continued like this, just from Zhao Liying's salary cashback, he could earn 111 million. He would directly become a billionaire. How could he not get rich? Of course, he thought Bai Wanner must have earned quite a bit this month too. He wanted a surprise, so he hadn't looked. Ding! Detected a bindable salary cashback goddess, Ji Xiaoya. Please keep up the good work, and get more binding opportunities. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +2. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +8. Ding! Salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +20. Several system prompts caught Wang Chen off guard. Then he realized it was the system's previous announcement that he hadn't heard. Now the system was announcing it again. Wang Chen was speechless. But this is good. He won't have to worry about missing anything in the future. Now he needed to consider something else. He had to think about where to find Zhao Liying next month. If one day she suddenly went abroad, that would be a disaster. Today happened to be the 29th, after the 30th passes, he would message Zhao Liying to ask if she was still in Yun province. If she was, there might still be a chance to solidify the binding for July. It seemed that today could only go this way. Although the crew was short on money, he didn't have much left on him, and even if he went, he wouldn't be able to invest. He also needed to take Wuya shopping later, so it was just right to head back now. So Wang Chen sent Wuya a message saying he was preparing to go back and would arrive home in about an hour. Wuya replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." Wang Chen then left Yulong Snow Mountain and drove off in his Mercedes. Wang Chen drove the Mercedes S back to the house he and Wuya had bought. He took out his phone, found Wuya's number, and pressed the call button. Soon, the phone rang, and after a while, it connected. Wuya's gentle voice came through the phone. "Wuya, hello, Xiaohao, what's up?" "Wang Chen, Sister Wuya, I'm downstairs, come down, I'll wait for you in the car, no need to come up." "Wuya, okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right down." Wang Chen, After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Chen thought Wuya would come down quickly, but he seemed to have forgotten something. After hanging up, he opened Douyin and started scrolling through live streams of beautiful women. He felt that from now on, he should first choose a good target, and then help those wage cashback goddesses he could bind to increase their salaries. That way, it would be much simpler for him to bind wage cashback goddesses in the future. However, he had just spent nearly 10 minutes watching beautiful women's videos and live streams, yet not a single one met the requirements. Wang Chen looked at the sweet-looking girl on the video, who could be described as fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and a face that radiated pure first love, but all of that was enhanced by layers of filters. With the filters, their ratings could reach around 85 points, but once the filters were removed, their ratings dropped to about 70 points, or even lower. Wang Chen was left speechless. It seemed the system's requirements were quite high. This was actually reasonable, otherwise, he could just bind everyone in the world, and then all the women globally would be working for him. How much could he earn in a month? Wang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Right now, just binding Zhao Liying could earn him so much in a month, and once the affection level increased, Zhao Liying would probably give him back hundreds of billions in salary every month, even thousands of billions. Every time he thought of this, Wang Chen felt extremely excited. He wanted to be the richest man in the world and also the man who could make the most money. He wanted all the beautiful women in the world to earn money for him. Ideally, he wanted to earn tens of trillions a month. As he thought about this, Wang Chen felt something was off. It had been nearly 20 minutes since he called Wuya. Why hadn't she come down yet? Wang Chen initially wanted to call Wuya again, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, Wuya was a woman, so waiting a bit longer was no big deal. At that moment, Douyin seemed to know his situation and immediately recommended a video to him. In the video, a boy was waiting for his girlfriend. After finishing a call, his girlfriend also said she would come down soon, but the boy ended up waiting through several seasons. Wang Chen thought that was a bit exaggerated. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to think of something. Under what circumstances would a woman dress up? Isn't it when she's going on a date with her boyfriend? Moreover, Wuya usually didn't take long to get ready. Just like going to work, she would only tidy herself up a bit before heading out. After all, with Wuya's looks, she didn't need makeup to be beautiful. Her beauty was very natural, pure and unadulterated. But today, she hadn't come down for so long. Aside from putting on makeup, Wang Chen couldn't think of what else Wuya could be doing at home, especially since the house was newly bought. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, the next scene left him stunned. He saw Wuya wearing a light green spaghetti strap-long dress and a pair of nude high heels. Most importantly, she had styled her hair into a gentle side braid, and with Wuya's naturally alluring figure, she was simply a man's poison. Wang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Wuya had applied light makeup today, which elevated her looks. Before the makeup, her beauty rating was 93 points, but after applying it, Wang Chen felt her rating had reached the same level as Zhao Liying, soaring to 97 points. Of course, if you added Wuya's naturally alluring figure, the rating could even reach 98 points. Because Wuya was dressed so eye-catchingly, when she arrived by the car, Wang Chen was still in a daze. It wasn't until Wuya knocked on the car window that Wang Chen came to his senses and opened the car door. As soon as she got in, Wuya, with a beaming smile, said, "Xiaoao, let's go." "Sister Wuya, you look really beautiful today." Upon hearing this, Wuya's smile widened even more. The reason she spent so long getting ready today was precisely for this. Hearing Wang Chen's compliment made Wuya extremely happy. However, on the surface, there was no significant change as she smiled and said, "When am I not beautiful?" After saying that, Sister Wuya turned to the side and gently pecked Wang Chen's face with her red lips. In that instant, Wang Chen was completely stunned. Wuya actually kissed him? This couldn't be a dream, could it? Back then, he had pursued Li Jejia for 3 years, and the number of times they held hands could be counted on one hand, let alone a kiss. Now, a woman who was so much more beautiful than Li Jejia and had such charm had kissed him. Most importantly, Wuya was originally very conservative. Her taking the initiative to kiss him meant she had already acknowledged him. Wang Chen had actually figured it out. Ever since he told Wuya he wanted to take her home to attend his cousin's wedding, her attitude had changed quite a bit. Although he had been a licking dog, he wasn't foolish and naturally understood why Wuya would do this. So he looked at Wuya. After kissing Wang Chen, Wuya blushed and looked away. Wang Chen gazed at the sexy Wuya and thought about how other men would also see her in such a sexy outfit, making him feel very uncomfortable, so he blurted out, "Sister Wuya, could you change into another outfit?" Upon hearing this, the originally blushing Wuya looked at Wang Chen in confusion and said, "What's wrong, Xiaohao? Is it not nice?" Wuya thought that Wang Chen wanted her to change because he didn't like this outfit, but she remembered that when they first met, she had worn a similar style, and at that time, Wang Chen's eyes had shown that he really liked it. Wuya had caught that. For this reason, when she went out this time, she wore a similar strapless bodycon dress to show Wang Chen. But now Wang Chen actually asked her to change, which puzzled Wuya. Why was that? She couldn't quite understand. Did Wang Chen not like it? Or was there another reason? In fact, this was all Wang Chen's selfishness. Wuya was not only his bound salary cashback goddess, but she would also be going home with him to attend his cousin's wedding soon. In Wang Chen's heart, Wuya held a very special position. Sister Wuya, it's not that, Sister Wuya, I just don't want others to see you dressed like this. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts. He was no longer afraid of anything. Compared to Wuya going out like this, he felt it was better to say it out loud, even if Wuya's favorability towards him decreased. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Chen was stunned. He looked up to observe Wuya. At that moment, Wuya was smiling at Wang Chen. Xiaohao, you don't want me to go out like this? Wang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Wuya felt very happy. She had basically confirmed Wang Chen's attitude towards her. Not only did he want to take her home, but he also didn't want her to wear this outfit out. This was enough to show his feelings. Okay, then wait for me a moment, I'll go change and come back down. Sister Wuya, don't rush, I'll wait for you down here. Okay. After saying that, Wuya got out of the car. Once Wuya left, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open Wuya's panel. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 88. Close friend, height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 88 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 20,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wuya's favorability had already reached 88, which was quite high. However, he didn't know what would happen once it was maxed out. Wang Chen knew that raising someone's favorability to the maximum was very difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Just like with Wuya, they had only known each other for a little over a month, yet her favorability towards him had already reached 88, and the cashback multiplier had also reached 88 times. He just didn't know how to achieve the system's claim of a 10,000-fold cashback. Based on Wuya's current cashback multiplier, she could give Wang Chen 1.76 million this month. That was no small amount. He believed it would only increase from here. After reading Wuya's information, Wang Chen began to recall her attitude earlier. When he had said he didn't want her to go out in that outfit, he noticed the corners of Wuya's mouth lift. This indicated that she wasn't uncomfortable with what he said. In fact, she seemed a bit happy. Wang Chen had already known when the system announced Wuya's favorability had increased. He felt that Wuya must have thought he was confessing to her. Otherwise, why would she be willing to go home with him? It seems that Sister Wuya has already seen him as her man. After muttering to himself, Wang Chen decided to go with the flow. Before long, Wuya came down in a different outfit. This time she wasn't wearing a dress, she had changed into a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, holding a small bag. Just her aura was incredibly attractive to Wang Chen, not to mention her figure and face. Wuya opened the car door, her hands gliding over her hips as she sat down first. Watching her movements, Wang Chen swallowed hard. He had only seen such things on Douyin before, he never expected to experience it himself. So what if she was older? Being older could be charming. Wang Chen didn't dwell on it anymore. If Wuya was willing in the future, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Once seated, Wuya looked at the dazed Wang Chen with a smile. She softly asked, "Xiaohao, do I look good?" Wang Chen instinctively nodded, but then shook his head when he came to his senses. Seeing this, Wuya laughed. The two then happily chatted away. Wang Chen drove Wuya to a shopping mall, and they entered shopping mode. They bought plenty of bed sheets, fruit, and various household items. Of course, they didn't forget to buy clothes. After all, if they came again in the future, they wouldn't need to bring anything, they could just come empty-handed. This made things much more convenient. Wang Chen and Wu Ye shopped until after 9 in the evening before heading home. They had eaten out, and once home, Wu Ye put the newly bought bed sheets into the washing machine and hung them up to dry. Then she tidied up the other items, and Wang Chen naturally didn't idle either. He helped out too. They were busy until around midnight before they roughly finished everything. Afterward, Wang Chen and Wu Ye took a shower and then returned to their respective rooms to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone, which he had bought with Wu Ye that afternoon. After downloading the Green Bubble app, he logged in. As soon as he logged in, ding ding ding, messages kept coming in. Wang Chen didn't check the messages, he directly clicked on the friend requests interface, where he saw a request from someone named Minnie. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Wang Chen clicked to accept. Then he saw the newly added friend notification on Green Bubble. This meant he had really added the big star Zhao Liying's Green Bubble. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch his own arm, and in an instant, he felt a sharp pain. Damn, this is real. However, after adding Zhao Liying, she hadn't sent him the group photo from noon today. She must have fallen asleep. After all, it was already past midnight. Wang Chen didn't want to disturb her too much. He just sent her a message saying who he was. Then he left Zhao Liying's Green Bubble interface. After that, Wang Chen checked who had sent him messages, and to his surprise, many people had messaged him: Song Ningxuan, Bai Wanner, Lin Shui, Song Sherman, and even his mother. Wang Chen first replied to his mother, but she didn't respond. She must have fallen asleep. Then he messaged Lin Shui and Song Sherman, but they didn't reply either. It wasn't until he messaged Song Ningxuan and Bai Wanner that they almost replied instantly. After chatting with them for a while, Wang Chen turned off his phone and went to rest. After all, he was going out to play with Wu Ye tomorrow. He couldn't stay up too late. On the other side, after Wu Ye returned to her room, she was also restless. She felt she had been too bold today, actually kissing Wang Chen while he was awake. She didn't even know where she had found the courage at that moment. Thinking of this, Wu Ye covered her head with the blanket. And so, both Wang Chen and Wu Ye fell asleep amidst their chaotic thoughts. The sun was always bright, shining down on Wang Chen. A warm feeling slowly surged from his heart. Lying in bed, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. After getting up and stretching, he walked out of the room. Sister Wu Ye, why are you up so early? As soon as Wang Chen came out, he saw Wu Ye making breakfast, and he felt a bit sorry for her. Last night, Wu Ye, like him, hadn't gone to bed early, and now she was up early making breakfast. Xiao Hao, you're up. Hurry and wash up so we can eat breakfast. Didn't you say you were going out with me today? Wu Ye said while bringing the freshly made breakfast to the dining table. Okay. Wang Chen replied and went to wash up. To be honest, he was a bit excited today. After all, today was the last day for the salary cashback, and at midnight, he would be able to get back his June salary. Even before the cashback, he had already thought about how to use that money. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He didn't know how much Bai Wanner would actually give him back, but in any case, he had to fulfill his promise to her. Once this matter was settled, he would resolve everything when he returned. Then he would take Wu Ye back with him. However, now his thoughts about going back had changed a bit. He just felt that while he was traveling with Wu Ye, there was no need to think too much. After washing up, Wang Chen had breakfast with Wu Ye. He had to say, Wu Ye was indeed Wu Ye. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled. Even the food she made was so delicious. Sister Wu Ye, your cooking is amazing. It's so good. I wish I could eat this for a lifetime. Wang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Ye's lips curled up. If you want to eat in the future, I'll make it for you. Really? Then you might have to work hard. I can eat a lot. How come I didn't notice that? Wu Ye rolled her eyes at him. After they finished breakfast, they tidied up a bit and then prepared to set off. The day before yesterday, they went to Yanshamping, but today they didn't plan to go there again. Today Wang Chen wanted to change the location. He planned to take Wu Ye to Arai Lake. Although it was nearly 240 kilometers away, it didn't matter. They could go now and come back at night. Traveling 240 kilometers on the highway wouldn't take too long. It should take just over 2 hours to get there. Xiao Hao, where are we going today? Just as she thought of this, Wu Ye asked him, and he felt as if Wu Ye could read his mind, wondering why she always managed to ask the right questions. Sister Wu Ye, we're not staying here today, we're going to Arai. Ha? We have to drive all the way over there? Yeah. Aren't you going to be too tired driving for so long? Wang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, turned to help Wu Ye fasten her seatbelt. As he reached for the seatbelt on the passenger side, the cramped space brought Wang Chen and Wu Ye close together. Looking at Wu Ye's alluring red lips, Wang Chen swallowed hard, wishing he could just kiss her. But he was afraid that doing so would lower her affection for him, so he quickly fastened the seatbelt for Wuya and turned back to sit properly. What Wang Chen didn't know was that just as he moved away, a clear look of disappointment appeared on Wuya's face. Ding! Wuya's affection level decreased by 2. Just as Wang Chen was about to fasten his own seatbelt, he was momentarily stunned. What was going on? How could not kissing lead to a decrease in affection? Wang Chen really couldn't understand. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. At that moment, he regretted not being bolder and just going for it. But now, it was too late for regrets. There was nothing he could do but drive on. After more than 2 hours on the road, Wang Chen and Wuya finally arrived at Irai. Wang Chen's first stop was the ancient town of Xuanlong. Due to time constraints, there were some attractions they couldn't visit, so they had to choose a few spots. For instance, they decided not to go to Longkan Wharf. However, the selected spots were not chosen solely by Wang Chen. He and Wuya made the choices together. After parking the car, they headed straight to the edge of Irai. It must be said, the ancient town of Xuanlong was indeed quite nice. Looking out towards the distant Irai, the sea and sky blended together, the lake's shimmering waters reflecting the lush mountains, creating a beautiful natural picture of harmony between man and nature. Wuya spread her arms wide, breathing in the air from Irai. Instantly, she felt completely relaxed. Xiaohao, hurry up, let's take a picture together. Wang Chen, walking behind Wuya, smiled. Coming. The two posed for a selfie with their backs to Irai, Wuya linking her arm with Wang Chen while holding the phone with the other. With a click of the shutter, their moment was captured. As Wang Chen and Wuya took their photo, many passers-by stopped to look. They couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, that woman is so beautiful. Really, not only does she have a great figure, but her face is also incredibly attractive. Dude, haven't you noticed the aura she has? Hee hee, bro, we really are kindred spirits. That woman is stunning, if only I could. Bro, did you not see her with that guy? Doesn't that say something? Exactly, if she were single, you probably wouldn't stand a chance. What do you have that compares to me?" Some couples were the same. The men stared at Wuya, unable to look away until their girlfriends got angry, forcing them to reluctantly shift their gaze. At that moment, Wang Chen felt completely numb. He thought to himself, weren't they here to travel? Why were their eyes glued to Wuya? Thankfully, Wuya wasn't wearing a tank top today, otherwise, what would happen? Those people would have torn him apart. Wang Chen could see the desire in those people's eyes as they looked at Wuya. Xiaohao, let's go, find a quieter place to rest for a bit. Okay. Wuya seemed unable to bear the gazes of those men any longer and pulled Wang Chen away. The two then arrived at a cafe. Hello, can we have 2 cappuccinos, please? The waitress replied, sure, sir. Your wife is really beautiful. At this remark, both Wang Chen and Wuya were taken aback, but neither of them stepped forward to refute it. Wang Chen politely responded, thank you. Then he took Wuya's hand and sat down by the Irai lake. As soon as they sat down, Wuya's bright eyes stared at him without blinking, making Wang Chen's heart race. Xiaohao, am I going to call you husband from now on? Wuya said with a smile. Upon hearing Wuya say this, Wang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he wanted to experience the feeling of being called husband by a beautiful woman. Hee hee, then Wuya, are you willing? If you are, I would be more than happy. Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Wuya's face instantly turned red. She couldn't understand why, at 32 years old, she still blushed like a little girl. After thinking for a moment, she felt it must be because she was with Wang Chen. Oomph, you wish? Wuya said like a little girl. It was the first time Wang Chen saw Wuya like this, and he hadn't expected it, but she certainly had a unique charm. If they weren't outside, he would have already cupped her face and kissed her. After a while, the waitress brought their coffees over. Sir, madam, here are your coffees. Enjoy. Wang Chen politely said, thank you. You're welcome, sir. Your wife is really beautiful, even I, as a woman, envy her. Aha, thank you. Wuya, on the side, didn't know why, but whenever she heard someone call her Wang Chen's wife, she felt a sense of happiness inside, which made her realize the relationship between her and Wang Chen was no longer just a simple one. She needed to reassess her relationship with Wang Chen. Wuya quietly glanced at Wang Chen and saw that he was also staring at her. Their eyes met. Wuya rolled her eyes at Wang Chen and said irritably, still looking? Haven't you seen enough at home? Wang Chen grinned. Hee hee, not enough, never enough. I want to keep looking. Ding, salary cashback got us Wuya's favorability +2. Oh, Wuya's favorability finally increased. This morning, Wang Chen had been regretting why he didn't kiss her back then. If he had, Wuya's favorability would have reached 90 by now. Wouldn't the salary cashback multiplier have skyrocketed? He really regretted it. He vowed that if there was a next time, he would definitely not miss it. He would seize the opportunity. Just as he was lost in thought, Wuya turned her chair to face the surface of Irai Lake, sipping her coffee comfortably. At that moment, Wuya had even forgotten all the past events. It seemed that only the pleasant breeze and Wang Chen existed in her eyes and heart. Before meeting Wang Chen, Wuya had been in despair several times. She even felt she couldn't go on living. She was so deep in debt that she questioned her life. Fortunately, heaven still favored her, allowing her to meet Wang Chen in her moment of despair. Wuya looked at the lake's surface, then turned to look at Wang Chen, her upturned lips already revealing her inner thoughts. "Xiao Hao, look over there, it's so beautiful." Hearing Wuya's voice, Wang Chen also looked into the distance. The scene where the sea meets the sky was truly nostalgic. Wang Chen felt as if his soul had been cleansed in that instant. "Yes, it's really beautiful. Hurry, let's take a photo together." Wuya pulled Wang Chen to start taking photos again. Naturally, Wang Chen wouldn't refuse. Just like that, the two of them played by Irai Lake all day long, and it wasn't until after 10 at night that Wang Chen drove Wuya back towards Shangri-La. However, sitting in the car, Wuya was already looking a bit tired. But she didn't rest, considering that Wang Chen was still driving. If she rested, she might inadvertently pass on her fatigue to him, which would be dangerous. So she preferred to chat with Wang Chen and rest when they got home. It was just right since they didn't plan to go out tomorrow either, so resting a bit later wouldn't matter. "Xiao Hao, when are you going home?" Wang Chen was driving on the highway at that moment, and he didn't feel tired, just a little sore in his feet. "I have to wait until after my exams, probably around July 6th or 7th. Then how long are we going to be gone? I'm afraid the training center won't give me a break." Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. He had already thought it through. "Sister Wuya, don't worry, I've got it all planned out. I'll tell you when we get home tonight." Wuya was very curious, but since Wang Chen wouldn't say, she could only nod in response. "All right. Sister Wuya, what you should be thinking about now isn't this, you should be considering what to do when you meet my parents." Normally, Wang Chen wouldn't have mentioned it, but once he did, Wuya instantly became nervous. She hadn't thought about it before because it wasn't time yet. But now that Wang Chen brought it up, she was suddenly on edge. "Ha ha ha." Wang Chen laughed heartily, and Wuya in the passenger seat rolled her eyes at him. They chatted all the way until they returned to their house in Shangri-La. Just as Wang Chen parked the car, Wuya suddenly screamed. "Ah!" Wang Chen thought something had happened. He nervously asked, "What happened, Sister Wuya? Are you okay?" Xiao Hao, you have a message on your phone." Hearing this, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something was wrong with Wuya, but it turned out it was just a message on his phone. Suddenly, Wang Chen seemed to remember something. He quickly asked, "Sister Wuya, what time is it now?" Wuya was also confused. Why was Wang Chen concerned about the time? Shouldn't he be more interested in the content of the message? Although Wuya was puzzled, she still looked at the time and said, "It's already 10 past 12. At 10 past 12, Wang Chen understood why Wuya had screamed so loudly. She must have seen the content of the message. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so surprised. "Sister Wuya, did you see it?" Hearing Wang Chen's question, Wuya nodded and said, I saw 3 messages." Then tell me how many there are." Although Wuya didn't know how Wang Chen managed to do it, she believed he would definitely tell her. So she picked up Wang Chen's phone and scanned his face. After unlocking the phone, Wuya opened the messages and clicked on the first one. She softly read out the first message. "Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 1.76 million renminbi at 010 on July 1st. Available balance 6,783,411 renminbi. Longxi Bank." Wuya could accept this first message. But when she read the second message, her voice trembled. Wuya's voice trembled as she read out the second message. "Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 15.33 million yuan at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 22,113,411 yuan. Longxi Bank." At this moment, Wuya could no longer think. Although Wang Chen had mentioned he was making investments, Wuya never expected him to earn so much money. The first time was over 1 million, the second time was over 10 million, so what about the third time? Wuya's breathing became rapid. Her hand holding the phone was shaking. Xiao Hao, this. So much money, you. However, Wang Chen just smiled gently. He already knew the first message, which was definitely Wuya's salary cashback, and the second message was certainly by Wanner's salary cashback. Zhao Liang's must be more than this. What surprised him was that Bai Wanner had actually earned 210,000 this month. He was astonished. After a while, he would help them raise their salaries, and then he could earn even more money. This was simply too wonderful. Sister Wuya, isn't there still one message you haven't seen? Don't you want to check it? Hearing this, Wuya remembered that she had indeed received 3 messages, and she had only looked at 2, there was still one left unread. Wuya was now puzzled, could this third message be even more than the previous 2? That was impossible. With a curious heart, Wuya gently opened the third message. However, the number on the message shocked her for an entire year. She carefully counted the numbers, confirming she wasn't mistaken, and then she looked at Wang Chen in astonishment. Xiao Hao, this is 100 million. Ha, yes, it's 100 million. Wuya placed Wang Chen's phone on her lap, covering her mouth with both hands. 100 million, which meant Wang Chen earned over 100 million today. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. To think, she was exhausted from earning just a few million, even contemplating ending her life at one point. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen had made over 100 million in one go. This left her at a loss for words. Wang Chen took the phone back from Wuya's lap and looked at the third message. The smile on his face couldn't be contained. The message read, your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 111 million yuan at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 133,113,411 yuan. Lamshi Bank. Upon seeing the message, Wang Chen couldn't help but reminisce, over a month ago, he was just a sycophant till he Jeja, and now, in just over a month, he had become a billionaire. This was all thanks to the system and the salary cashback goddesses. Wang Chen thought that if he were to bind with that salary cashback goddess in the future, he would definitely treat her better. Sister Wuya, let's go home first. Okay. After returning home, Wang Chen pulled Wuya to sit on the sofa. He quietly looked at Wuya and said, Sister Wuya, all of this is from my investments, but I can't tell you the specifics of the investment, I promise it's definitely not illegal. Upon hearing this, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't illegal, that was good. After all, her relationship with Wang Chen was no longer simple. If Wang Chen did something illegal, she estimated she wouldn't be able to escape, and Wang Chen was the first man she wanted to entrust her life to after so many years. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Xiao Hao, you don't have to tell me. Sister Wuya, I won't hide anything from you. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +1. Hearing the sound of increased favorability, Wang Chen's smile became even brighter. Xiao Hao. Wuya Han looked at Wang Chen with affectionate eyes. This time, Wang Chen did not hesitate any longer. He cupped Wuya Han's beautiful face in his hands and kissed her red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. A string of saliva. Wuya Han shyly looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen gazed back at Wuya Han with the same affection. If it weren't for Wuya Han being too conservative, she might have lost her guard tonight. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya Han's favorability +1. Hearing this sound, Wang Chen was filled with excitement. Because Wuya Han's favorability had reached 90. He didn't know if there would be any changes after the favorability hit 90. He didn't have time to check now. After all, Wuya Han was still being sweet with him, and if he suddenly spaced out, it would be hard to explain. Xiao Hao, what is our relationship? Wang Chen was also taken aback by Wuya Han's sudden question, but he wasn't foolish. If he said they were just friends now, wouldn't that make the favorability drop drastically? Sister Wuya Han, that depends on you. You think what our relationship is, and that's what it is. In my heart, you are already someone I want to protect. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya Han's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile never faded. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya Han tightly hugged him. Wang Chen also wrapped his arms around Wuya Han. They held each other like that. Afterward, Wang Chen and Wuya Han talked a lot, chatting until late into the night before they returned to their own rooms to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Chen immediately had the system open Wuya Han's data. System, check Wuya Han's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Wuya Han. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 91. Infatuated, height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 0 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 30 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Goodness, the cashback multiplier was originally only 89 times, but after the favorability reached 91, it jumped straight to 200 times. It seems that the higher the favorability, the higher the cashback multiplier. Wang Chen thought that if he wanted to achieve 1,000 times salary cashback in the future, he would probably need to max out the favorability. After reading Wuya Han's data, Wang Chen fell asleep. In fact, he was a bit tired today, he had just been holding on until now. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Upon waking, he glanced at the time and instantly became alert. Because he was going to be late, today he had to meet Zhao Liying to reinforce their binding for the month. This was a hard-won opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably regret it for a lifetime. Wang Chen quickly got dressed and ran to the washroom to freshen up, not even noticing Wu Yahan, who was sitting on the sofa. At that moment, Wu Yahan was holding her phone, and seeing Wang Chen in such a hurry, she was puzzled. She didn't understand what was happening. Just as Wu Yahan was confused, her phone rang. Looking at the contact name on her phone, she felt a bit emotional. Ever since being deceived by her ex-husband, she had rarely contacted her family. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted, she truly felt too ashamed to face her parents. Now with Wang Chen around, Wu Yahan seemed less afraid. She answered her mother's video call. As soon as the video call connected, an elderly woman in her 50s appeared on the screen, dressed simply, embodying the rustic charm of a rural person. Wu Yahan, Mom. Wu Yahan softly called out to the elderly woman, as if all the grievances she had endured over the years were finally released. The old woman on the other end of the video hesitated to speak, unsure of what she wanted to say. After a long while, the old woman finally uttered a sentence. Zhao Mei, Xiaoya, if there's something, don't bear it alone. If you're tired, just go home. Wu Ya, Mom. Wu Ya looked at the old woman in the video with tearful eyes, vaguely guessing that the saying good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire applied here. It was already quite good that this matter had taken so long to leak out. But it was tough for the elderly couple at home. They would probably be gossiped about by the villagers again. Thinking of this, Wu Ya regretted why she had ever met that man. If it weren't for meeting that man, this wouldn't have happened. But fortunately, she met Wang Chen, the man who pulled her out of the abyss. Wu Ya, Mom, I'm fine. I've already resolved it. Zhao Mei, sigh. Wu Ya sighed, her face clearly showing signs of exhaustion, which Wu Ya also noticed. Just as the atmosphere fell into a freezing point, a voice broke the silence of the environment. Sister Wu Ya, I'm going out for a while. I won't be home for lunch today. If you're too lazy to cook, just order takeout. I have an investment I need to run for. Wang Chen's voice was heard not only by Wu Ya but also by Zhao Mei on the other end of the video. At that moment, Zhao Mei's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that her conservative daughter was actually living with a man. After hearing this, Wu Ya replied, are you coming back for dinner? I'll be back. Okay, then I'll cook and wait for you. Love you. After saying that, Wang Chen opened the door and left, completely unaware that Wu Ya was on a video call at that moment. Once the door closed, Zhao Mei excitedly asked, Daughter, are you? Wu Ya didn't hide it and nodded. Mom, I originally owed quite a bit of money, but Xiaohao helped me resolve it all, and he also. At this point, Wu Ya paused. She felt she couldn't reveal that Wang Chen had entrusted her with $1 million. And he treats me really well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei in the video finally showed a faint smile. The atmosphere also eased up a lot at that moment. Alright, as long as he treats you well, bring him home during the new year. Otherwise, the villagers can be quite sharp-tongued. I'll ask him when he comes back. Also, you need to be careful in the future, got it? I got it, Mom. On the other side, after Wang Chen left home, he headed straight for the place he had arranged to meet with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. If this matter could be settled, then he would have more opportunities to meet Zhao Liying in the future. This way, his chances would also increase. He now knew that reaching a favorability level of 90 and above meant a 100-fold salary cashback. This made Wang Chen even more eager to raise the favorability of the salary cashback goddess. Wang Chen drove to a restaurant. It wasn't very upscale, but it was quiet. To be honest, if Zhao Liying hadn't sent him the location, he probably wouldn't have known there was a small restaurant here. But often, it is these small restaurants that hold the essence. Wang Chen knew quite a bit about Zhao Liying. Before she became famous, she was also from the countryside, and through her own efforts, she climbed to her current position step by step. She had been married before and had a child. However, Wang Chen felt that married women often have a very special aura. Just like Wu Ya. After parking the car, Wang Chen walked towards the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya sitting by the window chatting. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, the two women turned to look at him. Zhao Liying smiled and said, Please, have a seat. Wang Chen nodded and then sat down next to Zhao Liying, while Ji Xiaoya took a seat on the other side of her. After Wang Chen sat down, Zhao Liying turned to the owner of the small restaurant and said, Boss, our dishes can be served now. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing Zhao Liying being so down-to-earth, Wang Chen curiously asked, Sister Liying, aren't you afraid of being recognized? Zhao Liying smiled slightly. If I'm recognized, then so be it.
I'm just here to eat.
To be honest, Wang Chen really admired Zhao Liying. A woman who could reach such heights must have endured countless hardships. Moreover, even after becoming famous, she still hadn't changed her frugal habits.
Ha ha ha, that's true. Wang Chen, you said you want to invest in our current drama?
Yes, I heard that your crew is still short on funds, and since both Sister Liying and Sister Xiaoya are in this drama, I believe it will definitely be a hit. I just want to benefit a little from your success. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, he heard a voice from the system. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system's announcement, Wang Chen was directly stunned. It added 10 points of favorability just like that. How could it increase so much? But thinking about it, it should be normal. After all, Zhao Liying's favorability towards him was only 30. It should be easier to increase favorability when it's low, and harder when it's high. Ji Xiaoya said proudly, "Humph, of course. With Sister Liying in this drama, it will definitely be a huge success." In fact, Wang Chen had another question. With Zhao Liying's current worth, investing in this drama should be very easy, so why didn't she invest? But he wouldn't ask, because if he did, she probably wouldn't say anything, and it might even lower his favorability. Right now, Wang Chen just wanted to increase Zhao Liying's favorability, so that in the future, he could get more funds through salary cashback.
Wang Chen, do you know how much funding we still need for this drama?
Wang Chen shook his head. Zhao Liying explained, the investment needed for the crew this time is 50 million, and of course, the later profit sharing is also substantial. The profit sharing ratio offered by the crew this time is 30%. Wang Chen was shocked. 50 million, he wouldn't even dare to think about such a large sum of money before this month's cashback. However, in order to see Zhao Liying more often, Wang Chen decided to invest in this drama. Besides, there would be profit sharing later, and he could directly sign that profit sharing under Wu Ya's name, so when the drama is released, wouldn't he be able to make a huge profit? It was truly a win-win situation. Sister Liying, does this profit sharing include income from box office revenue, television broadcasting rights, online streaming rights, and peripheral product development? That's right, due to certain reasons, the crew was really going all out this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell silent, not for any other reason, but because that sounded amazing. Seeing that Wang Chen was no longer speaking, Zhao Liying could understand. After all, such an investment also carries risks. If the movie doesn't perform well at the box office after its release, then they would lose everything. Zhao Liying thought that Wang Chen probably wouldn't invest. In fact, Zhao Liying wanted to invest herself, but she simply didn't have any extra money. Her money was currently tied up in investments, and withdrawing it would result in significant losses. Moreover, others either didn't believe in this drama or couldn't come up with that much money. The crew's funds were already running low, and without additional investment, the filming of this drama would have to be temporarily halted. Otherwise, the crew wouldn't directly offer a 30% profit sharing. Just when Zhao Liying thought Wang Chen wouldn't invest, his response shocked her.
Okay, Sister Liying, I'll invest 50 million.
It's alright, the risk is indeed a bit high, not investing is also. Before she could finish her sentence, she reacted the next second. What? Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Chen in shock. In Ji Xiaoya's eyes, Wang Chen was wearing cheap clothes, and it was impossible for him to invest. Moreover, Ji Xiaoya felt that Wang Chen had called them out today to talk about investment just to trick them into coming out. But Wang Chen actually agreed to invest. Ji Xiaoya began to doubt her judgment of people. Zhao Liying, however, did not have such thoughts. In her eyes, everyone was the same, there was no distinction of high or low status, everyone was just human.
Are you sure you want to invest? The risk is not small.
Zhao Liying still asked. After all, she knew that money was hard to earn. Moreover, this young man Wang Chen must have gone through a lot to earn so much money. She also thought of her own struggles before becoming famous. Ding, salary rebate goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 2. Alright, Wang Chen did not expect to gain unexpected favorability. Zhao Liying's favorability actually increased again.
Sister Liying, some things must bear certain risks. There's no investment that guarantees profit, and besides, I believe in you, Liying, as long as you are here, and also Sister Xiaoya, with you both here, the box office will definitely be a hit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying did not say anything further. After all, the crew really needed this money right now. Okay, then after we finish eating, you can come with us to the crew and sign the contract. After that, the three of them chatted while eating, and half an hour later, Wang Chen, Zhao Liying, and Ji Xiaoya finished their meal. Wang Chen stood up to settle the bill, but Zhao Liying said she had already paid when she ordered. Wang Chen had no choice but to give up. Wang Chen, did you drive here?
Ji Xiaoya asked casually.
I drove here, what about you?
Sister Liying and I took a taxi, we'll ride with you. Okay, my car is parked outside, let's go. After Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya put on their masks, they followed Wang Chen to the parking lot. Wang Chen brought them to his Mercedes S450. This car was newly bought, so it was quite new. Wang Chen, is this car new? Ji Xiaoya looked at his car, a bit surprised. I bought it because it would be inconvenient to be without a car while coming here. Ah, just because it's inconvenient, you bought a car? Yeah, otherwise what? Ji Xiaoya's impression of Wang Chen completely changed now. Sister Xiaoya, Sister Liying, let's go. Saying that, Wang Chen took the driver's seat. Ji Xiaoya originally wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but since Zhao Liying sat in the back, Ji Xiaoya had no choice but to sit in the back with her. There was no way, if Zhao Liying didn't sit, she wouldn't dare to sit either. After that, Wang Chen took Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya to the crew to sign the contract. The revenue share after the movie was released would be directly deposited into Wuya's card. After all, he wanted to see if it could count as Wuya's salary. Of course, he had just called Wuya about this. He told her about it, and she agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arranged the time for their next meeting and then left. He couldn't stay too long, otherwise, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya would think he had other motives. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen returned home. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A gentle voice came from inside. Wang Chen replied with a smile, your man is back, hurry up and open the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Wuya was wearing an apron, holding a spatula, looking every bit the part of a cook, and Wang Chen was once again mesmerized. Xiao Hao, why are you always daydreaming? Hurry up and come in, we're having dinner. Ah, okay. Xiao Hao, you can change your shoes by yourself, I'm still cooking and can't get them for you. It's fine, Sister Wuya, you go ahead and do your thing. Wang Chen changed his shoes and then took a shower. By the time he finished, Wuya had already prepared the meal. Xiao Hao, come eat quickly. At the dining table, Sister Wuya watched Wang Chen eat heartily. She brought up what happened that morning. Wang Chen almost spat out his food. He just wanted to say, that was hasty. However, he still agreed to go home with Wuya for the new year. After all, she was his precious goddess, and he was hoping to boost his favorability and wait for the box office share. Hearing Wang Chen's agreement, a happy smile appeared on Wuya's face as she kept serving him food. Sister Wuya, we're going back tomorrow. I have to study hard for my upcoming exams. Just in time, I also need to ask for leave from my dance training center. Alright, I'll accompany you then. After dinner, the two went to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen and Wuya boarded the return flight, and this journey ended perfectly. This time, Wang Chen bought a business class ticket. After all, he wanted to sit with Wuya, so first class was out of the question. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that he would run into Song Sherman again. Sometimes fate is just that coincidental. Song Sherman glanced at Wuya, then smiled at Wang Chen before going back to her own business. Wang Chen smiled back. Magic City. After 3 hours of flying, Wang Chen and Wuya had returned to the Magic City. They went straight to the airport parking lot, drove the Big G back to Fengshan Community. Wuya placed her bag on the sofa. After a little exclamation, she lay directly on the sofa. She must have been tired from playing these past few days. Wang Chen didn't go to school right away. There were still a few days until the exam, and he wasn't in a hurry, since there were only 2 subjects to take, and his usual grades were decent. He let Wuya rest first, and he also wanted to take a day off. Tomorrow morning he still needed to find Bai Wanner. After all, he had promised her, and he had to keep his word. Sister Wuya, I'll go with you to your workplace the day after tomorrow. Okay. Wuya lazily replied while lying on the sofa. The whole day, Wang Chen and Wuya stayed at home to rest and didn't go out at all. Until the next day, when Wuya drove the Big G to work, and Wang Chen took a taxi to the hotel where Bai Wanner was staying. Bai Wanner had been living in the hotel for a month, and Wang Chen thought it was time for her to move out. As for the car, Wang Chen had already bought it for Bai Wanner last month. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the hotel. He went straight to Bai Wanner's room and knocked on the hotel door. After a moment, the door opened, and the moment Bai Wanner saw Wang Chen, she clung to him like an octopus. How good, you're here. Let's go inside first. Okay. Once inside, Wang Chen closed the door. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned. He saw a woman who looked decent lying on the sofa in a sheer dress, eating fruit while watching a drama. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Bai Wanner quickly got off him and explained, How gu, didn't I tell you before? This is my best friend, Yang Xiaoli. As Yang Xiaoli, who was happily engrossed in the drama, heard Bai Wanner's voice, she jumped up immediately. Then she hurried back to her room. Wanner, go change your clothes. I'll take you to buy a house later, no more staying in hotels. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She had been waiting for this moment for a month. Really, Haogu? Yeah, hurry up and change. Dress nicely, or your pocket money for this month will be a bit less. Yay! Bai Waner quickly pecked Wang Chen on the cheek and bounced back to her room. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. At that moment, he felt a bit like a king of the sea. But then he thought again, he wasn't a king of the sea, he just wanted to give the goddesses a home and help them earn more money. How could he possibly be a king of the sea? After a while, Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli came out of the room, arm in arm. When they saw Wang Chen, Yang Xiaoli greeted him too. Haogu, hello. Hello, is Xiaoli coming with us? Yang Xiaoli nodded. Alright, let's go. But first, we need to stop by the 4S store, I want to buy a car. At this moment, Bai Waner said, Haogu, let's take my car, it'll be more convenient. Okay, let's go. Then Wang Chen, along with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli, headed straight to the 4S store. The reason he wanted to go to the 4S store first was that Song Waner had told him someone was consigning a Porsche 918 there, so he needed to check it out quickly. The Porsche 918 was one of the 3 legendary cars. It had already been discontinued. He had dreamed of owning one, and now the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to seize it. If someone else bought it, he would regret it terribly. This was his dream car. Before long, Wang Chen and the 2 girls arrived at the 4S store, where Song Waner had been waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw Wang Chen, Song Waner approached him with a smile. Mr. Wang, you're here. Yeah, where's the car you mentioned? Take me to see it. Song Waner knew that wealthy people loved cars, and when this 918 was consigned, she thought of Wang Chen. As she expected, Wang Chen really liked the car. Mr. Wang, ladies, please follow me. Wang Chen and the 2 women followed Song Waner into the showroom. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen saw a silver sports car occupying the central position of the 4S store, and he fell deeply in love with the 918 at first sight. This was the car of his dreams. Ha ha ha, Song Waner, how does this consignment work? I want it. Wang Chen was very decisive. He felt that if he could afford something he liked, he should just buy it without overthinking. Mr. Wang, the owner wants to sell it for 30 million because this car has been discontinued, and there aren't many in the country. The owner is selling it due to financial difficulties in their company. To be honest, Wang Chen felt a bit pained by the 30 million price tag, but he thought about it. After all, he could earn a lot of money through his salary cashback every month. And if the 918 was sold, who knew when he would have the chance to buy it again? So Wang Chen decisively decided to take it. You go arrange it. I'll take this car, but I hope to get the paperwork done quickly. I have something to do this afternoon. Upon hearing this, whether it was Song Waner, Bai Waner, or Yang Xiaoli, they were all astonished, unable to close their mouths. They didn't expect Wang Chen to buy it just like that, without any hesitation. After coming to their senses, Song Waner hurriedly went to talk to the manager. When the manager arrived, he contacted the car owner. After a busy morning, the 918 already belonged to Wang Chen, but some paperwork needed to be processed. Wang Chen didn't have time, so he asked Song Waner to help him with it. He would come by in the evening to pick it up. At that time, he would treat Song Waner to a meal. After all, if it weren't for her, this 918 might not have belonged to Wang Chen at all. After leaving the 4S store, Wang Chen took Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli to look for a house. Waner, where do you want to buy a house? In fact, Wang Chen didn't know which area had good houses. The most important thing was that he didn't have much money left. He had invested 50 million in Zhao Liying's new drama and spent 30 million on the 918. In June, he had received over 100 million from his salary cashback. He had spent 80 million, and with a few million left from last month, he still had over 50 million. If Bai Waner wanted to buy in a prime location, he might not be able to afford it. Bai Waner didn't directly choose where she wanted Wang Chen to buy her a house. Instead, she said, Haogu, I want to be closer to you. This statement indirectly confirmed Bai Waner's emotional intelligence. After all, if she had directly said where she wanted to buy a house, it would have made Wang Chen uncomfortable. By saying it this way, Wang Chen might feel a bit better. Moreover, Bai Waner believed that a man who could afford a Porsche 918 wouldn't buy her a place that was too shabby. After hearing Bai Waner's words, Wang Chen felt much more at ease. After all, buying a house in the Magic City wasn't something that could be done with just a few $100,000. Here, every inch of land was precious, and the prices for better locations were even higher. Here, it could easily be tens of thousands or even over 100,000 per square meter, with some places reaching over 400,000 per square meter. Wang Chen couldn't afford such places right now. Maybe in the future, he could buy them easily, but for now, he couldn't. Since Bai Waner had said that, he naturally couldn't be too stingy. Buying in a bad location was definitely not an option, and he couldn't afford a prime location right now. Wang Chen fell into deep thought. After buying this house, he could live in it later. If that was the case, he should buy in a better location. After considering everything, Wang Chen already had some ideas in mind. So he drove off. Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli had no idea where Wang Chen was taking them, but they could only sit there like little followers. Wang Chen drove Bai Wanner's car, looking at the traffic jam ahead, feeling a bit irritated. This was one downside of a bustling area. After all, there were too many people. After more than an hour of being stuck in traffic, the three finally arrived at their destination. Green City, Huangpu River. This was a luxury community in the Magic City, with housing prices reaching 210,000 per square meter. When Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli saw where Wang Chen had brought them, they were both stunned. Bai Wanner had already prepared herself for Wang Chen to buy her a house worth around 10 million. She never expected him to bring her here. How gu, isn't this too expensive? Wang Chen smiled. It's okay, I'll be coming here often to stay. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner's pretty face instantly flushed red. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, was very envious of Bai Wanner. To be honest, Yang Xiaoli, like Bai Wanner, was also a live streamer. Why hadn't she encountered such a good man? Yang Xiaoli's gaze towards Wang Chen had changed. Let's go in. We need to get this done today. I have other matters in a couple of days, and I might not be able to come back. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner was initially a bit happy, but knowing that Wang Chen wouldn't be coming in the next few days made her feel a bit disappointed. Thinking of this, Bai Wanner linked her arm with Wang Chen's, as if she wanted to hold him tightly. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and allowed Bai Wanner to act cute. Yang Xiaoli walked on Wang Chen's other side. The three of them arrived at the sales office by the Huangpu River in Green City. As soon as they entered, a sales representative approached them. The one attending to them was a female salesperson, who looked decent. However, compared to Bai Wanner, she was quite lacking. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, even if the female salesperson met the binding requirements for the salary cashback goddess, he couldn't bind her because he had no binding opportunities left. Moreover, he felt that the most important thing right now was to improve the favorability of the three salary cashback goddesses he had already bound, Zhao Liying, Wu Ye, and Bai Wanner. Only then could he earn more money. Hello, sir, madam, what type of unit would you like to see? Wang Chen directly expressed his thoughts. Please show us the large flat. Okay, sir, please follow me. After saying that, the female salesperson made a gesture inviting them and led Wang Chen and the others to the model to start the introduction. Sir, all our large flats here are first-line Riverview properties. Not only is the location excellent, but the view is also very broad. You can see the Huangpu River at a glance. The female salesperson rambled on about many things, but Wang Chen didn't absorb much. After all, it was his first time buying a house. How would he know anything? Alright, can you take us to see the actual property? The female salesperson was very excited to hear this. Generally, those who go to see the actual property have a great chance of closing the deal. She had to seize this opportunity. If she could sell a large flat, her commission would be substantial, at least tens or even hundreds of thousands. Faced with such temptation, the female salesperson naturally served Wang Chen and the others wholeheartedly. Sir, please wait a moment, I will report this. Sure. Soon, the female salesperson took Wang Chen, Bai Wanner, and Yang Xiaoli to the location of the large flat. During the journey, the female salesperson kept telling Wang Chen how great everything was. Until later, she was silenced by Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen directly said it was for Bai Wanner, and if she was satisfied, he would buy it. This immediately made the female salesperson change her approach to the introduction. Before long, the female salesperson led the three to the large flat. After entering the password, the door to the large flat opened, and what greeted their eyes was an extremely luxurious living room. The living room was spacious and very well lit. Upon entering, the floor-to-ceiling windows were the most eye-catching. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the Huangpu River. Sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a cup of tea would surely be very pleasant. After Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli entered, they began to look around. The female salesperson introduced the basic information of this large flat to Wang Chen and Bai Wanner. The large flat was a total of 260 square meters, with a price of 210,000 per square meter. Wang Chen calculated that to buy it outright would cost 54.6 million, but he only had 31 million. The money was simply not enough. However, the female salesperson had just mentioned that there was a 5% discount on this large flat, so the total came to 51.87 million, which meant he had enough money. Wanner, what do you think of this one? Wang Chen felt that since it was for Bai Wanner, he should ask for her opinion. However, he could already see from Bai Wanner's eyes that she seemed to quite like this large flat. As expected, Bai Wanner nodded.
How good, I really like it. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly bought it. The female salesperson beside them was overjoyed. She knew the deal was secured. After that, Wang Chen and the others went with the female salesperson to handle the paperwork, which wasn't completed until the evening, but Wang Chen had already transferred the money. The remaining matters would be left for Bai Waner to coordinate with the female salesperson later. Back at the spacious apartment, Bai Waner jumped directly onto him. Ignoring whether Yang Xiaoli was still there, she kissed Wang Chen on the lips. Muah! How good, thank you. Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He replied with a grin, what are you thanking me for? You're already mine. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Waner's face instantly turned red. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, tactfully found a room and walked in. Seeing Yang Xiaoli had returned to her room, Wang Chen leaned in and kissed Bai Waner's red lips. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen with a flushed face. She felt that today Wang Chen would want her. She was ready. Wang Chen had already fulfilled his promises to her, and now it was her turn to keep her promise. However, Wang Chen was a bit anxious. If he returned late, Wu Yu would be waiting for him to have dinner, and it was already nearly 7 o'clock. He still needed to make a trip to the 4S store. He couldn't pick this tempting flower, Bai Waner, today. But he wasn't too worried. Bai Waner lived here, so she couldn't run away. Waner, I have something to do today, I'll come back after a while. However, his words left Bai Waner in a panic. She knew that if she missed a man like Wang Chen, she probably wouldn't meet another like him in her lifetime, and she was afraid Wang Chen would not want her in the future. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. Seeing this, Wang Chen was also confused. He didn't know what had happened, but he still comforted her. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? I'll help you deal with them, okay? Upon hearing this, Bai Waner lay on him, gently pounding his chest. It's you bullied me. You clearly promised me, why are you backing out now? Woo woo woo. Wang Chen immediately understood. It turned out Bai Waner thought he was just playing around. Silly girl, I really have something to do, otherwise, why would I have waited until now? And if I just wanted to play with you, why would I put this over 50 million apartment in your name, right? Really? Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen with pitiful eyes, making her seem very heart-wrenching. Wang Chen nodded. Of course. I can't bear to let such a beautiful girl like you become someone else's wife. Ding, salary cashback goddess Bai Waner's favorability +10. Hearing the system's announcement, Wang Chen's lips slightly curled up. Here it comes. This is what he wanted. However, before he could collect his thoughts, Bai Waner's red lips pressed against his again. After a long time, they reluctantly parted. Just as Bai Waner was getting off Wang Chen, Yang Xiaoli also walked out of the room. Wang Chen guessed that Yang Xiaoli must have been peeking. Wang Chen checked the time. It was already 7:40, and it was time for him to leave, or Wu Yu would have a hard time waiting for him. But before leaving, he had one last thing to do. Wang Chen looked at Bai Waner and asked, Waner, how much did you earn last month? Upon hearing this, Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen with her big, watery eyes. Wang Chen had previously told her that whatever she earned in a month, he would give her that much pocket money, and at that time, Bai Waner thought he was joking. She didn't expect it to be true. Yang Xiaoli, standing nearby, was also very nervous looking at Wang Chen. Bai Waner had told her about this. If Bai Waner could earn a certain amount in a month, Wang Chen would give her that amount, then wouldn't they be rich? Wang Chen also wanted to see if Bai Waner would deliberately exaggerate how much she earned this month. However, he thought that with Bai Waner's current favorability of 83, she probably wouldn't do that. How go, I earned 210,000 yuan in June. Hearing Bai Waner's words, a faint smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips. Now he only has 33 million left, but that doesn't matter. He directly transferred 420,000 to Bai Waner. Bai Waner stared at the payment notification, completely stunned in place, while Yang Xiaoli quietly looked at the payment information and covered her mouth with both hands. Waner, this month's living expenses, of course, if you can earn more next month, I will give you more, but I need to make it clear to you, how much you can earn is how much you can earn, and also, you are my woman now, understand? Bai Waner gently nodded. Wang Chen's meaning was already very clear. Earning money is fine, but you can't earn just any money, and you can't have too much contact with other men. After talking to Bai Waner, Wang Chen left the Green City Huangpu River. After Wang Chen left, Yang Xiaoli excitedly asked, Waner, why didn't you say a bit more just now? If you said more, wouldn't he give you more money? Bai Waner shot Yang Xiaoli a glance. Are you stupid? Someone like Wang Chen would not know how much you earn, and if you try to deceive him, I estimate you would end up with nothing. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoli shuddered. Yes, how did she not think of that? If she really did that, wouldn't she and Waner fall into an abyss? Thinking of this, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Wanner, can I live with you in the future? On the other side, after Wang Chen left the Green City Huangpu River, he went directly to the 4S store. Normally, the 4S store should have closed by this time, but they waited until now for Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, so he sent a message to Wuya, saying he had social engagements and would be back later, then took Song Wanner and the manager of the 4S store out for a meal. By the time he drove the 918 back to Fengshan Community, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He thought Wuya would have gone to sleep, but unexpectedly, she was still waiting for him to return. After he got back, Wuya went to rest. Wang Chen tidied up and went to rest as well. The next day, Wang Chen got up early and went with Wuya to her workplace. Originally, Wang Chen's idea was to buy the dance training institution directly, but after buying the car and the house, he didn't have enough money, so this matter had to be temporarily shelved. However, once next month's salary rebate arrives, he will bring Wuya to buy it, and then Wuya's salary will come up. This time he planned to talk to the owner of the training institution about giving Wuya a paid leave. Wuya's salary this month would still be paid by the training institution, but Wang Chen would supplement Wuya's salary to the owner of the training institution. As long as his money doesn't go into Wuya's hands, that's fine. The process went very smoothly because the owner saw him arrive in a Porsche 918. The owner of the training institution agreed with a smile the whole time. Wang Chen was very satisfied with this result. After handling this matter, Wang Chen drove the 918 directly to the school. As soon as he arrived at the school, the students of Modu Financial University were instantly in an uproar, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The students of Modu Financial University all turned to look at Wang Chen. Wow, is that rich kid from that family? He actually drove a sports car to our school. My god, that car is so cool. Wait, you guys don't recognize this car? As a boy's voice came out, the students of Modu Financial University all turned to look at him. Dude, do you know it? Isn't that obvious? This car is a Porsche 918, priced at 15 million, but do you know what the most important thing is? Everyone shook their heads. The most important thing is that there are only 100 of these cars in the country. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. This is one of the 3 legendary cars. Damn, which big shot has come to our school? I need to hurry and take a photo to post on the school forum. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, Wang Chen had already parked his car in the parking lot of the Magic City Financial University. The parking lot was open air, with a designated area specifically for parking. After parking, Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled as to why the security guard had opened the door for him without even asking a question. After thinking it over, he figured it must be because of the car. He didn't dwell on it too much and picked up his phone, ready to find Lin Shui. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that as soon as he got out of the car, he was instantly surrounded. Many people raised their phones to take pictures. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, he dashed away. Once Wang Chen's figure disappeared, the crowd erupted. What the hell? Did I wake up too suddenly this morning? Did I really just see the dog licker Wang get out of that sports car? Bro, am I also seeing things? Damn, this is big news. The dog licker Wang is actually a hidden rich guy. No way, bro, are you not afraid that car is rented? Upon hearing this, the person who had just mentioned the car spoke up again. Classmate, do you think any rental company has cars like this? This car would cost over 30 million if you wanted to buy it. You think someone would rent a car worth over 30 million? Are you out of your mind? But that dog licker Wang. Stop calling him dog licker every day. I advise you to watch your words. You can't afford to mess with someone who can drive this car. After hearing this, those who had seen Wang Chen get out of the 918 all fell silent. However, they synchronously posted what they had just witnessed on the school forum. This wave of action stirred up a huge commotion. The forum of Magic City Financial University exploded. In a girls' dormitory at Magic City Financial University, Zhang Mumu suddenly jumped out of bed. Ah! This loud scream made Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Song Ningxiang, who were still watching a drama, look at her in confusion. Du Xiang, what's wrong, Mumu? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Meng, yeah, you scared us. Song Ningxiang, Mumu, what happened? However, Zhang Mumu didn't answer them. She kept refreshing her phone, zooming in and in until she could clearly see the face. Then she turned her phone around, showing the enlarged image to the 3 of them. Look, isn't that person Wang Chen? The 3 of them looked at the picture on Zhang Mumu's phone and saw Wang Chen holding a phone, standing in the parking lot. Because Zhang Mumu had zoomed in, they didn't see the 918. Song Ningxiang curiously asked, Mumu, where did you get a photo of Wang Chen? Haven't you 3 checked the school forum? It's gone crazy, all about Wang Chen. What? Song Ningxiang quickly grabbed her phone and opened the school forum. She was shocked when she saw the posts. Ah! When Song Ningxiang saw the content of the posts, she gasped, her voice even louder than Zhang Mumu's earlier scream. Li Meng and Du Xiang couldn't hold back either and pulled out their phones to check the school forum. They too couldn't escape the fate of screaming. Li Meng, oh my god, this Wang Chen is this rich? After Li Meng spoke, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu turned to look at Song Ningxiang. Not to mention them, even Song Ningxiang was bewildered. She hadn't expected Wang Chen to be this wealthy. When he bought the hot pot restaurant, she only thought he was relatively well off. Now she didn't think that anymore. However, Song Ningxiang didn't know the exact value of the 918, but she knew that car was definitely not cheap. And as residents of Magic City, Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu naturally understood what this car represented. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so surprised. Meng, do you know how much this car costs? Of course, this is a Porsche 918, which has already been discontinued. There are only 100 units in the country, and you can't get this car for less than 30 million now. Wait, Ning Shuang, aren't you Wang Chen's girlfriend? You didn't know he had this car? Song Ning Shuang shook her head. She only knew Wang Chen by chance, and it was her who took the initiative. Wang Chen hadn't mentioned it to her. Ning Shuang, let's go find Wang Chen. I want to try this car, it's just too cool. Zhang Mumu said excitedly. Then I'll ask where Hao Gu is. After saying that, Song Ning Shuang sent a message to Wang Chen. On the other side, Wang Chen had just come out of the office. He had just gone to find Lin Shui to cancel his leave request and had also managed to get the exam review questions from her. As soon as Wang Chen stepped out of the office, he received a message from Song Ning Shuang. Song Ning Shuang, Hao Gu, where are you? Wang Chen, I'm at school, what's up? Song Ning Shuang, did you drive here? Wang Chen, how did you know? Song Ning Shuang, Hao Gu, check the school forum, it's blowing up. I'm coming to find you now. Wang Chen, okay, I'll wait for you at the playground. Song Ning Shuang, yup, I'll be there soon. After finishing the chat with Song Ning Shuang, Wang Chen went to the playground and found a spot with few people to sit down. It wasn't class time yet, and Wang Chen had nothing to do, so he might as well chat with Song Ning Shuang. Song Ning Shuang didn't keep Wang Chen waiting long. She arrived at his location shortly. However, when Song Ning Shuang arrived, Wang Chen was stunned to see that Chen Meng and the others had come along too. Wang Chen didn't know what this meant. Ning Shuang, over here. When Song Ning Shuang and her friends reached him, Zhang Mumu spoke up first, excitedly saying, Hao Gu, can you let me try the 918? I've wanted to drive this car for so long. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Mumu, seeing her gaze filled with longing. Sure, but I'll take Ning Shuang for a spin first, and then you can try. Great. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ning Shuang's face lit up with a happy smile. However, at that moment, a voice that Wang Chen found annoying reached his ears. Oh, isn't this the dog licker Wang? What's wrong? Got dumped by Jejia and now trying to fool the younger girls? Han Xian's voice came from behind Wang Chen. Before Wang Chen could respond, Song Ning Shuang and her roommates couldn't hold back. But before they could speak, Li Jejia, who had come with Han Xian, began to mock Wang Chen. Wang Chen, can you stop trying to deceive the younger girls? With your looks, you still want to waste their time, how shameless can you be? Song Ning Shuang glared at Li Jejia, her eyes practically spitting fire. You must be Li Jejia, right? I heard my Hao Gu doesn't want you anymore, how pitiful, following around a rich second generation with little money, begging for scraps. You, Li Jejia pointed angrily at Song Ning Shuang. What? Look at you, you should be good at barking, but now you're silent. Let me tell you, if you say one more word about my Hao Gu, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hearing Song Ning Shuang's words, Li Jejia trembled with anger. Fine, I was going to tell you not to be fooled by Wang Chen, but I didn't expect you to willingly fall into depravity. Good luck with that. Li Jejia knew she couldn't win against Song Ning Shuang, so she turned to Han Xian and pouted, Xian Gu, look, they're bullying me, you have to help me get revenge. Han Xian looked at Li Jejia, then at Song Ning Shuang and the others. In an instant, he felt that Li Jejia was no longer appealing. Anyway, Li Jejia had already communicated with him, and Li Jejia wasn't as good-looking as the four girls in front of him. At this moment, Han Xian had a little scheme. Alright, the junior girls don't really want to scold you. Who told you to always target Wang Chen? Upon hearing this, not only Li Jejia but even Song Ning Shuang and the other three girls were stunned. They never expected Han Xian would say such a thing. However, they looked down on Han Xian even more. His own woman was being insulted, and he could remain so calm, which probably meant he wasn't sincere. Thus, the four girls looked at Han Xian with disdain. They had no good feelings for a man like him. Seeing this, Song Ning Shuang also linked her arm with Wang Chen's and said playfully,
Brother Hao, didn't you say you would take me for a ride? After saying that, Song Ningxuan even winked at Wang Chen. As soon as Song Ningxuan finished speaking, Han Xian laughed mockingly. "Ha, Junior, you must have been fooled by him. How could this loser afford a car? Why don't I take you all for a ride instead?" As he spoke, Han Xian inadvertently revealed his BMW key. To be honest, being able to afford a car while in college is indeed impressive, and being able to buy a BMW certainly indicates some family background. But Wang Chen was no longer the Wang Chen he used to be. Not only that, but Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu were also not simple. How could just a BMW take them for a ride? Song Ningxuan said, "Humph, what nonsense are you talking? My brother Hao is very wealthy." "Ha ha, Jia, did I hear correctly? She said your little puppy is very rich." Han Xian laughed derisively. At this moment, Li Jia was pouting, clearly dissatisfied with Han Xian's earlier performance. However, she had no choice. Who told Han Xian to be rich? She could only go along with him. Exactly, this dead puppy had to work part-time for 3 months just to buy me a phone, and he ate instant noodles every day. How could he have money? Junior, you've been fooled by him. Humph, how do you know if he has money? Besides, brother Hao is so good to you, and you treat him like this. You're really a shameless person. You. Li Jiajia's face turned red with anger again, clearly flustered. Humph, you all just believe him. Don't end up losing your innocence and getting nothing, and then regret it. Wang Chen gently tugged at Song Ningxuan, who smiled and stuck her tongue out at him. So cute. Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek. She said in a delicate voice, Brother Hao, if you pinch me like this, I'll get ugly." "Ah, no way, you'll get even prettier." "Humph, brother Hao just knows how to lie." Han Xian, watching the two flirt, was filled with resentment. He couldn't understand why such a loser like Wang Chen could find such a beautiful woman. No, he had to take her away. All 4 of them belonged to him, Han Xian. He didn't believe there were women who couldn't be tempted by money. "Hey, Junior, didn't you say you wanted to go for a ride? My car is parked over there. I'll take you for a spin and let you experience the joy of crying in a BMW." Hearing Han Xian's words, Song Ningxuan and the other 3 girls rolled their eyes at him repeatedly. They thought Han Xian seemed to have a screw loose. Just then, Song Ningxuan seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Li Meng and the other girls' ears. Instantly, they became excited. Wang Chen didn't know what Song Ningxuan had said to Li Meng and the others, but he knew Song Ningxuan would definitely not get into Han Xian's BMW. At this moment, Li Meng and the other girls looked very excited. "Brother Hao, we should do this later." Listening to Song Ningxuan's words, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. He had to admit that Song Ningxuan was a bit mischievous, but he liked it. "Alright." Song Ningxuan smiled as she looked at Wang Chen. "So, how about it, for beautiful junior sisters? Have you made up your minds?" Han Xian said with a smile, believing that as long as they were still university students, they couldn't resist the temptation of a BMW. After all, it was a BMW. Isn't it said that you'd rather sit on the back of a bicycle laughing than sit in a BMW crying? Han Xian was sure they would choose the BMW. Really? Then let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Han Xian knew he was right. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of a BMW. Looking at the graceful figures of Song Ningxuan and the others, Han Xian even imagined what it would be like to enjoy dinner tonight. He could even have several at once. Thinking of this, Han Xian looked down on Li Jiajia even more. Compared to Song Ningxuan and the others, Li Jiajia was simply weak. However, he couldn't immediately tear his face off, otherwise, these junior sisters would definitely have a bad impression of him, and his chances of enjoying dinner would decrease. "Ladies, let's go." After saying this, Han Xian took the lead, while Song Ningxuan and Li Meng followed behind Wang Chen, heading towards the parking lot. Li Meng was even whispering with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. "Li Meng, Xiang, Mumu, what do you think Li Jiajia's expression will be when she sees this?" Du Xiang, needless to say, it will be absolutely wonderful. Zhang Mumu, exactly, I think she will definitely say he threatened me. Li Meng, it's amazing that we can encounter such a plot from a novel. Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, ha ha ha. In the parking lot of the Financial University of Magic City, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuan stood in front of a BMW. Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu looked at the BMW 3 Series in front of them with disdain. It wasn't that they disliked the BMW, but they felt disgusted with Han Xian. It was just a BMW 3 Series, their family had one, and they even had cars that were much better than a BMW 3 Series. Han Xian was bragging about driving a BMW 3 Series and claiming to be a rich second generation. To them, he was more like a negative second generation. Wang Chen was different. First of all, the the Porsche 918 couldn't be rented. There were only 100 of these cars in the country, and its price had skyrocketed to over 30 million now. Without money and connections, it was impossible to buy one. Their family's annual profit was only a few million, and this car was equivalent to their family's net profit for a year. Moreover, Wang Chen was very easy to get along with, and they felt he was worth getting to know better. Perhaps he could even help their family's life. What Li Meng and the others didn't know was that their decision would help their families through one difficulty after another. Ladies, how do you like my car? Li Meng and the others began to perform as previously agreed. Li Meng, wow, is this a BMW? I really want to take a ride and feel the wind. Du Xiang, I want it too. Zheng Mumu, me too. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Han Xian's face. He felt that as long as they got into his BMW, tonight would be his stage, and he would dominate the night. Haha, great, let's go together, it can fit us all. I'll take you to the beach, and we can buy a big tent, ensuring that all 6 of us can sleep comfortably tonight. At this moment, Han Xian was already fantasizing about being the only man sleeping among a group of women. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen. After seeing him nod, she spoke up, but senior, this car can only fit 4 people. If the 4 of us get in, what about that senior sister next to you? Upon hearing this, Li Jiejia, who was standing next to Han Xian, trembled. She was completely stunned. Yes, if these women get in, what will she do? Han Xian glanced at Song Ningxuan and the others, then looked at Li Jiejia. He thought that since Song Ningxuan and the others had agreed to go with him, and he had already had enough of Li Jiejia, he wouldn't let her go this time. Don't worry, junior sisters, your senior still has class today and can't go. It's fine for the 5 of us to go. Upon hearing Han Xian's words, Li Jiejia turned red with anger. Her fists were tightly clenched. Han Xian, what do you mean? Li Jiejia questioned angrily. No, Jiejia, these junior sisters haven't been in a BMW before. I'm just taking them to see the world. Tomorrow, I'll take you out alone. Li Jiejia was not a fool. How could she believe Han Xian's words? She cursed angrily, Han Xian, you bastard. Hearing this, Han Xian immediately changed his expression. With a serious look, he said, what, do I need to say it a few more times for you to understand? Seeing Han Xian like this, Li Jiejia immediately wilted. She didn't dare to say a word. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she remembered everything Wang Chen had done for her before, getting up early to buy her breakfast, taking careful notes in class, and preparing little surprises for her. He hadn't even scolded her once in 3 years. But for the life she wanted, she had no regrets. However, what happened next was something she would deeply regret. Seeing that Li Jiejia didn't dare to speak, Han Xian turned to Song Ningxuan and the other 4 women, saying, beautiful junior sisters, please get in the car. After saying that, he made a gesture he thought was very gentlemanly. However, Song Ningxuan and the others showed no intention of moving. Seeing this, Han Xian looked puzzled, not understanding what they meant. Junior sisters, don't you want to go for a ride? Han Xian asked in confusion. However, Wang Chen laughed. Ha, Han Xian, you don't even realize you've been played. How could they possibly go with you? It's hilarious, look at you, now you're just like a little dog trying to lick. Hearing this, Han Xian glared at Wang Chen in anger. Wang Chen, I advise you to watch your words, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Graduation is coming soon, do you believe I can make it so you can't get your diploma? Oh, is that so? I hope you can still talk tough later. After saying that, Wang Chen turned and walked towards his car. Han Xian and Li Jiejia didn't know what Wang Chen was up to, but Li Meng and the others knew what Wang Hao wanted to do. Just as Han Xian looked over towards Wang Chen, he was stunned. He saw a silver sports car parked in the school parking lot. The sleek lines of the sports car were as attractive as a beautiful woman. Wow, when did someone in our school start driving a sports car? Li Jiejia looked at the car with envy, wishing she could sit in it. However, the next scene left Han Xian and Li Jiejia dumbfounded. Wang Chen took out a key and pressed it lightly. With a sound, the door of the sports car slowly opened. In an instant, Han Xian and Li Jiejia were petrified. Song Ningxuan and Li Meng stood aside, stifling their laughter. They had just intentionally stirred up the relationship between Han Xian and Li Jiejia, believing that after this incident, Han Xian and Li Jiejia would definitely not be the same as before. Buzz! As the engine roared to life, Wang Chen drove the 918 up to Song Ningxuan and the others. But this car only had 2 seats, so it couldn't fit all of Song Ningxuan and Li Meng's group. However, he had already thought of a solution. When Han Xian saw the Porsche 918, he panicked. He naturally knew that although his family was in business, they couldn't afford a 918 even with a year's profit. Those who could afford a 918 were not someone he could provoke.
At this moment, Han Xian was unable to think. He had never considered that this car could be rented by Wang Chen, because he knew that even if someone owned such a car, they wouldn't rent it out. Li Jiajia was even more stunned. She never imagined that the once infatuated guy was actually driving a sports car, and she had even looked down on him for being poor. How ironic. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng looked at the expressions of Han Xian and Li Jiajia, which were as ugly as if they had eaten feces. Zhang Mumu said, Meng, look at their expressions, they look so ridiculous. Song Ningxuang, Li Meng, and Du Xiang laughed, ha. Li Jiajia stared blankly at Wang Chen sitting in the driver's seat of the 918. At that moment, she thought Wang Chen was so handsome. She regretted it, but it seemed like it was too late, yet there seemed to be a chance for redemption. Li Jiajia suddenly shook off Han Xian's hand, ran to Wang Chen's side, and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, Wang Chen, it was Han Xian who tempted me before, I didn't mean to do this. Let's make up, okay? This time, I'll let you hold my hand. Upon hearing Li Jiajia's words, the four girls felt as if she had been cursed with some kind of intelligence-reducing spell. No normal person would say such things. Song Ningxuang and the others couldn't understand what Wang Chen had seen in Li Jiajia that made him invest 3 years of genuine feelings in her. However, before Wang Chen could respond, Han Xian couldn't hold back any longer. He absolutely dared not provoke someone like Wang Chen. The other party could easily ruin his family's business with just one word. If Wang Chen really believed Li Jiajia's words, then the Han family's business would definitely be over. He couldn't let that happen. So he quickly walked over to Li Jiajia, pushed her aside, and hurriedly explained to Wang Chen, Brother Hao, it was my fault for not seeing things clearly and offending you. I hope you can forgive me. Also, it wasn't me who approached Li Jiajia, it was that shameless woman who came to me, really. Wang Chen did not respond to Han Xian, he just coldly stared at him. If it weren't for the fact that he currently lacked funds and connections, he would have already taken action against Han Xian's family business. He wouldn't have waited until now. But sooner or later, he would make Han Xian feel despair. Just like when he held Li Jiajia in front of him back then. Oh, didn't you say you wanted to make me unable to graduate? Why are you so nervous now? Upon hearing this, Han Xian looked at Wang Chen in terror. His voice trembled as he said, Brother Hao, I was just joking, I don't have that kind of ability. As soon as Han Xian finished speaking, Li Jiajia, who had just been pushed down by him, stood up and pushed Han Xian away again. Han Xian, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for you tempting me with money back then, how could I have abandoned Brother Hao? You're the one who caused our breakup. Li Jiajia's voice was loud. It attracted quite a few onlookers. You're talking nonsense. Wasn't it you who came running over to call me Brother Xian just because you saw me driving a BMW? I'm telling you, don't slander me in front of Brother Hao. Wang Chen, Song Ningxuang, and the classmates who came to watch the drama looked at the two of them tearing into each other with deep emotion. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. This was exactly what people like Han Xian and Li Jiajia were like. Just as Han Xian and Li Jiajia were arguing fiercely, his phone rang. Wang Chen answered the call, said a few words, and then told Song Ningxuang, you all wait for me here, I'll come to pick you up in a bit. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng nodded, then quietly watched the show. The only thing missing was some sunflower seeds and cola. As Wang Chen started the car, vroom, everyone's gaze instantly shifted from Han Xian and Li Jiajia to the 918. With a press of the gas pedal, Wang Chen drove out of the parking lot. Seeing Wang Chen leave, Han Xian and Li Jiajia, who were previously tearing at each other, also stopped. Han Xian, from today on, you walk your sunny path, and I'll walk my narrow bridge. Humph. Li Jiajia, with her disheveled hair, shouted angrily at Han Xian. She wanted to pursue Wang Chen again, firmly believing that as long as she gave Wang Chen a way out, he would, like before, happily bring her breakfast. At this moment, Han Xian was also very angry. Had he known Wang Chen was so capable, he wouldn't have dared to touch Li Jiajia. Now he could only pray that Wang Chen would be magnanimous and not target his family's business. Han Xian couldn't even dare to think about taking action against Wang Chen. Perhaps before he could act, Wang Chen would have already noticed, and then there would really be no way to resolve it. Li Meng, Ningxuang, where did Brother Hao go? Song Ningxuang, Brother Hao said the 918 can't fit 4 people, he's going to change cars and will be back soon. Du Xiang, Ningxuang, do you know what car Brother Hao will change to? Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang's first reaction was the G-Class. After all, he drove a G-Class last time at the mall. Song Ningxuang also wanted to see what expressions Han Xian and the others would have when Wang Chen came back in the G-Class. Song Ningxuang, I have a rough idea, but I don't know if he has other cars. After this incident, Song Ningxuang no longer knew Wang Chen's specific capabilities, so she didn't dare to say. The surrounding classmates were also discussing. They knew Wang Chen and Li Jiajia.
It was just that Wang Chen and Li Jejia were too famous in school. One was the ultimate simp, and the other was a complete gold-digging tea-girl. This combination attracted a lot of attention, and the school forum was filled with information about them. Recently, the trend on the forum changed. Wang Chen was no longer the simp king. He had transformed from the simp king into a rich second generation, while Li Jejia remained the same gold-digging tea-girl. This change had everyone at the financial university in Magic City in a gossip mode. Hey, wasn't it said that Senior Wang Chen's girlfriend is the class flower Song Ningxuan from finance class too? Why did Senior Wang Chen leave without taking Song Ningxuan? Could it be that Song Ningxuan was dumped by Senior Wang Chen? No way. How could it not be? Senior Wang Chen is so rich. What kind of woman doesn't he have? Exactly, if you ask me, our school's class flower Lu Ruyan probably. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Wang Chen just has a bit of money. He isn't even that handsome. Hey, classmate, who are you? I don't know you, stay away from me. Instantly, the person who just said Wang Chen wasn't handsome found himself surrounded by empty space. They didn't dare to gamble on Wang Chen's temper. You guys? That male classmate was also quite helpless. What he said was just the truth. Wang Chen indeed wasn't particularly handsome, but he looked clean and was the kind that grew on you. Now, with the added bonus of being a rich second generation. Plus, many girls were touched by Wang Chen's sincerity towards Li Jejia. They felt that a man like Wang Chen, who was both wealthy and devoted, was hard to come by, so a post appeared on the school forum looking for Wang Chen's green bubble. Of course, all of this happened just now, and Wang Chen was completely unaware. At this moment, Wang Chen had already driven into the Fengshan community. After switching to the G class, he drove towards the school. He was now looking forward to the expressions of Han Xian and the others. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the school gate. Just now when he went out, he had spoken to the security guard, but he still bought a pack of cigarettes. After the guard lifted the pole, Wang Chen drove in with the big G. Thank you, uncle. Wang Chen threw the cigarettes to the guard and then drove towards the parking lot. The guard looked at the cigarettes in his hand and then at Wang Chen, who was driving away. He couldn't help but feel amazed. However, he quickly put the cigarettes away and continued to guard the school gate. At this moment, Wang Chen also arrived at the parking lot in the big G. When Song Ningxuan saw the big G, she immediately knew it was Wang Chen. She remembered the license plate, as it was the same car she had ridden in last time. Li Meng and the others also saw Wang Chen. They were equally shocked, not expecting Wang Chen to drive another car worth millions. Just how rich was he, especially since he had only been out for a short while? Could it be that he had a house in Fengshan community? This made Li Meng and the other two girls certain that Wang Chen was very wealthy. Zhang Mumo exclaimed, "My god, Hao Gu is so rich, driving the big G again." Li Meng added, "Exactly, we need to treat Hao Gu to a good meal later." Du Xiang said, "I think so too." After saying that, the three of them turned their gazes towards Song Ningxuan. Among the four girls in the dormitory, their family backgrounds were much better than Song Ningxuan's. Her family was just from a small mountain village in Yun province, but now it seemed a bit different. All of this was because of one man, Wang Chen. This man seemed to be very wealthy. Song Ningxuan smiled brightly at Zhang Mumu and the others, saying, "I also want to treat him to a meal. Let's eat our fill later, sisters." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mumu and the others finally smiled. They were just afraid that Song Ningxuan would look down on them after meeting Wang Chen. But clearly, she did not. The four girls were happy, but Han Xian and Li Jejia were not happy at all. One felt that he had offended someone with a huge background, and the other felt she had missed out on a rich second-generation dog who would fawn over her. Their thoughts were different, but both were filled with regret. Han Xian felt he needed to do something. Otherwise, he feared that his family's business would be targeted by Wang Chen. Then he would be finished. He imagined his father and mother would come at him with a knife. He was terrified. After Wang Chen parked the car, Han Xian hurriedly rushed to Wang Chen's side, but the big G was very high, and Han Xian had to look up at Wang Chen, who leaned out of the window, looking down at him. At this moment, Wang Chen felt incredibly refreshed. When it came to his enemies, Wang Chen had never thought of being soft-hearted. It was just that he lacked the ability right now. If he had the ability, he would definitely strike first. So no matter what Han Xian did, he would ultimately not escape Wang Chen's grasp. Right now, what Wang Chen needed to do was to keep Han Xian steady. "Hao Gu, you changed cars again. That Hao Gu, my little brother, was ignorant before and offended you. Please forgive him, I apologize to you." But Wang Chen looked at Han Xian, who didn't seem to be apologizing at all, and felt disdain in his heart. "Get lost!" Wang Chen shouted angrily, and Han Xian's body trembled as he hurried back to his BMW 3 Series, driving away in a hurry. The students present saw this scene and began taking photos. "My god, this senior Wang Chen is too powerful.
Yeah, just how rich is Wang Chen? Changing cars like changing clothes. This big G costs at least 4 to 5 million. My god, just these 2 cars are worth 40 to 50 million. Wang Chen is too rich. No way, from today on, Senior Wang Chen is my idol. Me too, I need to tell my girlfriend about this. Dude, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will dump you and go after Senior Wang Chen? Exactly, you still want to tell your girlfriend? I advise you to keep an eye on her. Yes, many girls on the school forum are asking for Senior Wang Chen's green bubble. Listening to their discussions, Wang Chen felt the thrill that money brings for the first time. As long as you have money, they can turn you into a devoted admirer. Without money, they call you a sycophant. Society is very realistic. However, Wang Chen is not worried about being broke at all. What he needs to do is to increase the favorability of the salary cashback goddess and help her raise her monthly salary. Only then can he earn more money and more points to exchange for cashback opportunities. But he is not in a hurry. After all, meals should be eaten one bite at a time. Eating too fast can lead to choking. Ning Shuang, get in the car. What are you waiting for? Wang Chen said to Song Ning Shuang and the other 3 girls. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ning Shuang got in the car with Li Meng and the others. Song Ning Shuang sat in the passenger seat, while Li Meng and the other 3 took the back seat. Just as Wang Chen was about to drive away, Li Jiajia blocked the car in front. Wang Chen's brows furrowed into a shape. He didn't know what Li Jiajia wanted, but it was no longer his concern. After all, he no longer looked at Li Jiajia with any interest. Li Jiajia had been with Han Xian for days and had no idea how many needles she had been pricked with. Moreover, Li Jiajia was a bottomless green tea gold digger. Wang Chen saw through such a woman. Although Bai Wanner and Song Ning Shuang were also somewhat materialistic, they had their limits. As long as Wang Chen gave them what they wanted, they wouldn't do anything out of line. But Li Jiajia was different. A woman like her would never be satisfied. Wang Chen ignored Li Jiajia and honked the horn. Beep, but Li Jiajia still stood with her hands spread wide, blocking Wang Chen's car. After Wang Chen stopped honking, Li Jiajia shouted at him, Wang Chen, I really didn't cheat, Han Xian didn't touch me, please believe me. At that moment, Li Jiajia was filled with tears. She looked pitiful, and if it were the old Wang Chen, he would have softened. But not now. There are many people in the world who are more beautiful than Li Jiajia, like Zhao Liying, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Lu Shishir, Zhao Lucy, Zhu Jingyi, Li Jiyun, Zhang Yuaning, and so on. They are not only beautiful but can also make money. How could Li Jiajia compare to them? Moreover, Wang Chen believed that given time, even goddesses like Zhao Liying and Yang Mi would earn money for him. Not to mention those big stars, even the 4 girls in the car, Song Ning Shuang, Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, any one of them is much prettier than Li Jiajia. Wang Chen didn't even know why he had been so foolish to be a sycophant for Li Jiajia. He really regretted it more and more. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia, then at Song Ning Shuang and the 3 girls sitting in the back. They were all wearing denim shorts and skirts, with a pair of fair, long legs, simply a poison for men. Seeing that Wang Chen ignored her, Li Jiajia shouted again. Wang Chen, all of this was forced by Han Xian, you have to believe me. I really love you, woo woo woo. Li Jiajia's tears flowed down like a waterfall. She looked like a bullied person. Li Jiajia, get out of the way quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. I won't. If you don't forgive me, I won't move unless you let Song Ning Shuang get out. I want to sit in her place. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates sighed, saying that Li Jiajia was really a weirdo. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia, feeling very impatient. He angrily shouted, damn green tea, get lost. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Li Jiajia was also taken aback. She never expected Wang Chen would scold her like this. You have to know, Wang Chen used to be afraid to even speak loudly to her for fear of making her angry. How could he be like this now? Li Jiajia regretted it. She shouldn't have provoked Han Xian. Not only did she give her innocence to him, but she also let him toy with her at will. But it was all too late. It was useless to say anything. Wang Chen looked at Li Jiajia still blocking the car and shouted to the crowd, whoever helps me pull her away, I'll give them 2,000 yuan. As soon as he said this, many classmates stirred with excitement. Damn, 2,000 yuan, that's more than my living expenses for over a month. He just casually offered that? He can't be tricking us, right? Many were skeptical, but there were also some bold ones who directly went to pull Li Jiajia away. However, Li Jiajia kept struggling. Watching her struggle, it would be a lie to say Wang Chen felt no pain. After all, 3 years of effort were real. But Wang Chen didn't soften, he just felt that his 3 years of investment were not worth it. As Li Jiajia was pulled away, Wang Chen drove his big G to the side of the 3 classmates who had pulled her. There were 3 of them in total. Wang Chen was generous and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to each of them.
When the three classmates received the money, they were beyond excited. Damn, Senior Wang Chen actually gave 5,000 yuan. It really is 5,000 yuan, Senior Wang Chen is so generous. I got it too. Hearing the three of them, those who had hesitated just moments ago instantly regretted it. They knew that their monthly living expenses were only 1,500 yuan, and some had only 1,200 yuan. Wang Chen had given 5,000 yuan all at once. That was their living expenses for over 3 months. All they had to do was pull Li Jiejia away to get it. They regretted it so much. Why didn't they pull Li Jiejia away earlier? Why didn't I go just now? That's 5,000 yuan. Exactly. Why didn't I trust Senior Wang Chen? However, just as everyone was lamenting Wang Chen's generosity, Li Jiejia took advantage of their distraction and ran back to the front of Wang Chen's car again. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng looked at the almost frenzied Li Jiejia and felt quite helpless. They were really tired of such a woman. This time, there was no need for Wang Chen to say anything. The three men who had just received the money took the initiative to drag Li Jiejia away. Wang Chen drove off with the 4 girls, leaving the school. After Wang Chen left, the 3 boys who had received the money shouted at Li Jiejia, "Get lost, you dead green tea." After saying that, the 3 men walked away, leaving Li Jiejia sitting on the ground, crying bitterly. A pitiful person must have something hateful about them, and a hateful person must have something sad about them. At that moment, Li Jiejia was that person. However, Li Jiejia didn't seem to intend to give up. She suddenly stood up, as if she had made a decision, and looked in the direction Wang Chen had left. On the other side, Wang Chen drove the big G with Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls away from the school. Wang Chen checked the time, it was still not noon, and he had to pick up Wuya at 5:30 in the afternoon. However, Wang Chen didn't know where to take the girls. "Ningxuang, let's go eat first. How about we go to the beach after lunch?" Song Ningxuang didn't immediately agree with Wang Chen but turned to look at Li Meng and the others. Seeing them nod, she finally agreed. Okay. Wang Chen didn't have much money left this month. He didn't even know how much he had left. Once they arrived at the restaurant, he would let the system open his data to check. Before long, Wang Chen brought Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls to a restaurant that looked quite upscale, a Chinese restaurant. Wang Chen handed the menu to Song Ningxuang and the others, then opened the system panel to check his data. System, open my data panel. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 897,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolong Plaza, Magic City. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 155,490,000 yuan. Funds consumed, 154,600,000 yuan. System points, 2 bound salary cashback. Goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wuya, bound this month. Bai Wanner, bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 28 days. Note, after each cashback, you must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Wang Chen looked at his data panel. He only had 897,000 left. This money really doesn't last long. It seems he needs to earn more. However, the system points have changed. Now he has 2 points. As long as he earns 98 more points, he can exchange for another binding time with a salary cashback goddess, allowing her to make money for him. His goal is not only to become the richest person in the world but also to have the beautiful goddesses of the world make money for him. However, Wang Chen was still a bit worried. If he earns too much money in the future, will he be discovered? System, if I earn too much money, will I be taken away? Ding, please rest assured, host. All of your money is transferred to your account through legal sources. Your bank card has also been modified by this system, allowing you to withdraw any amount of money at will. Hearing the system's response, Wang Chen felt much more at ease. As long as nothing happens, it's fine. Just as Wang Chen was communicating with the system, Zhang Mumu excitedly asked, how rich are you? You can buy a divine car like the 918. Why not buy me one too? How about I become your little lover? Saying this, Zhang Mumu winked at Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang just smiled. She knew she was merely one of Wang Chen's lovers. What right did she have to manage Wang Chen? Thinking of this, Song Ningxuang felt incredibly disappointed. Hearing Zhang Mumu's words, Wang Chen laughed and said, sure. But you have to ask Ningxuang if she agrees. If she does, then I'll agree to you. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang, who had just lowered her head, looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Song Ningxuang felt that Wang Chen saying this proved that he didn't only see her as a lover. At the very least, Wang Chen respected her. This was the best outcome. After all, their acquaintance had a bit of a complicated background.
Mumu, stop talking nonsense. What if Hao Gu gets angry? Li Meng, who was nearby, timely stepped in to ease the situation, giving Wang Chen and Zhang Mumu a way out. After that, everyone finished their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Li Meng and the others kept asking him how much his assets were, but Wang Chen kept dodging the question. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. Who would believe that someone who could afford a 918 and a big G only had 897,000 yuan in their account? Rather than let them think he was lying, it was better not to say anything. After the meal, Wang Chen drove the big G with Song Ningxuang and the 4 girls to the seaside, but he had to pick up Wu Ye at 5:30, and they weren't fully prepared this time. Wang Chen casually strolled with them for a bit before driving them back to school. However, Wang Chen had already agreed with them to take them to the seaside again after the exams, and they wanted him to prepare a barbecue grill, tents, beer, drinks, and so on. Wang Chen agreed to them. At the school gate, Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen reluctantly. To be honest, when she first met Wang Chen, she had a purpose in getting to know him, but after spending some time together, she felt an impulse to get closer to him. Li Meng and Du Xiang watched Song Ningxuang in a daze. They patted her and smiled, saying, "Ningxuang, your brother Hao has already left. What are you still looking at? Let's head back to the dormitory, or what will we do if we fail the final exam?" Hearing Li Meng and the others, Song Ningxuang finally came to her senses. "Ah, let's go." On the other side, Wang Chen drove the big G to the place where Wu Ye worked. Wu Ye had already finished work and was standing by the roadside waiting for him. Wang Chen drove up to Wu Ye, and she directly got into the passenger seat. However, as soon as Wu Ye sat down, she sniffed. It seemed she caught a whiff of something. Wang Chen thought to himself that it was bad. This car had just been occupied by Song Ningxuang and the others, and it was likely that their fragrance lingered in the car. Wang Chen was on edge. He realized he needed to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, he didn't hear the system announce that Wu Ye's favorability had decreased. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But Wu Ye's next words made his heart race again. "Xiao Hao, why does it smell so nice in the car?" Goodness, how was he supposed to explain that? If he didn't explain it well, her favorability might drop. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind was racing, constantly thinking of a response that wouldn't lower her favorability. After 0.0001 seconds, Wang Chen blurted out, "Today, I went to do some charity work with my classmates. I just dropped them off. Was it required by the school?" "Yeah." After that, Wu Ye didn't ask any further questions. Seeing that he had managed to dodge the issue, Wang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he needed to be more careful in the future, otherwise, one misstep could lead to a drop in favorability, and if that happened, the cashback multiplier on his salary would also decrease. He couldn't afford to regret it. "Xiao Hao, let's buy some groceries and cook at home." "Okay, let's go to the supermarket now." With that, Wang Chen drove Wu Ye to the supermarket, where they bought a lot of food. When they got home, Wang Chen and Wu Ye cooked together, and after eating, Wu Ye asked Wang Chen to take her to the mall to buy some clothes, saying she wanted to wear them when she visited his home. Naturally, Wang Chen went with her. Not only that, but Wu Ye also bought a gold necklace and a watch, spending a total of 30,000 yuan. "Xiao Hao, I'll use some of your money first, and I'll pay you back when I get my salary, okay?" Wang Chen looked at Wu Ye and said softly, "Sister Wu Ye, that money is your pocket money. Feel free to use it. Don't save it for me. If you save it, it means you don't want to come home with me." Hearing this, Wu Ye shot Wang Chen a glance, but she still felt warm inside. Wang Chen thought that saying this would increase Wu Ye's favorability, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't receive a system notification. It seemed that the higher the favorability, the harder it was to increase. However, Wang Chen wasn't anxious. He had a long time to be with Wu Ye. To increase her favorability, he needed to treat her sincerely and pay attention to the details of their daily life. Only then would her favorability gradually rise. There was no need to rush. Haste makes waste. After that, Sister Wu Ye took Wang Chen to buy a few outfits, and she bought a few for herself as well. Moreover, Wu Ye bought a mysterious piece of clothing, hesitating to let Wang Chen see it. After shopping, Wang Chen and Wu Ye returned home. In the following days, Wang Chen focused on reviewing for the exams, as the final exams were very important. Failing would be troublesome. In severe cases, it could even lead to an extension of his studies. Plus, he was graduating in just half a semester. If he failed, he would have to face the teacher to ask for review questions. Wang Chen didn't want to do that, mainly because it would waste time. It was better to pass everything in one go. So for the past few days, Wang Chen has been reviewing. He has been staying at home with Wu Ye, who goes to work, and after Wu Ye finishes work, they sit together on the sofa, cuddling while watching TV and chatting.
When Wuya is at work, he starts his review. During this time, he often chats with Bai Wanner and Song Ningxiang. In these few days, he also sent green bubbles to Zhao Liying, and after Zhao Liying finished her work, she would reply to him and chat for a bit. Besides these, Wang Chen has just been reviewing. July 8th. Today is the exam day, and Wang Chen is not nervous at all. After all, with the review questions given by Lin Shui, he feels there won't be any problems. He has also learned quite a bit in another subject, so passing the exam shouldn't be an issue. One exam on the 8th, another on the 9th. After the exams, he just needs to wait for Lin Shui to hold a meeting before he can leave school. Wang Chen sits in his seat, waiting for the invigilator to distribute the exam papers. The moment the papers are handed out, Wang Chen knows he's got this. After all, he has done all these questions before. Wang Chen picks up his pen and starts working on it. In less than half an hour, Wang Chen has basically finished answering the questions. He just needs to wait until the time is up to submit his paper. When the invigilator says it's time to submit, Wang Chen tidies up his tools and hands the paper to the invigilator. For the next day's exam, Wang Chen is also in his element, finishing quickly and submitting in half an hour before leaving. With the end of his exams, the first semester of his senior year also comes to a close. Walking out of the exam room, Wang Chen stretches. He feels completely refreshed. Suddenly, a graceful figure appears in his sight, holding a cup of milk tea and smiling at Wang Chen. Ningxiang, what are you doing here? You said you'd be done with your exam today, so I came to find you. Aren't you also having an exam tomorrow? Why are you out? Hee, with my abilities, facing an exam is a piece of cake. Here, this is the milk tea I drank. You don't mind, do you? Saying this, Song Ningxiang hands over the milk tea she has already drunk to Wang Chen. Wang Chen doesn't mind at all. After all, they've even kissed. Why would he be picky? After taking the milk tea, he takes a big sip and then hands it back to Song Ningxiang. I still need to go to the office, so wait for me at the office door, okay? At the office door. Song Ningxiang is wearing denim shorts and a white short-sleeve shirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very pure and lovely. Many male classmates who come to the office unconsciously glance at her. Song Ningxiang dislikes such gazes, but she has to wait for Wang Chen, so there's nothing she can do. While waiting for Wang Chen, her phone rings. She picks it up and starts replying. Meanwhile, Wang Chen arrives at the office. He sees Lin Shui sitting at her desk chatting with other teachers. Sister Shui. Wang Chen calls out to Lin Shui, and upon seeing him, Lin Shui gestures for him to sit on the nearby sofa. She then starts asking questions. Wang Chen, have you seen the school forum lately? Wang Chen shakes his head. Recently, he has either been busy reviewing or chatting with a few girls. Where would he have the time to check the school forum? He feels the school forum has nothing to do with him. After all, he just wants to be a marginal figure. Lin Shui smiles, then takes out her phone, opens a post, and hands it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen takes the phone with a puzzled expression, and when he sees the content inside, he is completely stunned. The post was made by Li Jiejia. Li Jiejia claims she is pregnant with his child, but Wang Chen abandoned her. Wang Chen is dumbfounded. For 3 years as a devoted admirer, he hasn't even kissed her, yet Li Jiejia can still be pregnant with his child. This is truly miraculous. Moreover, anyone from the financial university in Magic City basically knows this is impossible. Wang Chen, Li Jiejia not only posted these on the school forum, but also on Douyin. The school wants you to handle this quickly, or it will escalate and be bad for both you and the school. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen hurriedly explained, Sister Shui, you know I would never do something like that. Lin Shui actually understood. She had been following the school forum and had a rough idea of the incident's origin. I know it doesn't help, but if Li Jiejia keeps making a fuss, the school leaders will probably want to talk to you. Wang Chen didn't expect Li Jiejia to do something like this. He thought she was just a gold-digging girl, but now she was throwing away all pretense. I understand, Sister Shui, I will resolve this as soon as possible. Also, during the summer vacation, I will visit your home. I'll call you to let you know when. Ha! Wang Chen was shocked. Why would Lin Shui want to go to his house? He didn't understand. No, Sister Shui, did I do something wrong for you to want to come to my house? What? Can't I go to your house for no reason? I heard it's cool over there, so I want to escape the heat during summer vacation. Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, just call me when you come. Okay, you go now, and remember to handle this matter well. I got it. After saying that, Wang Chen left the office. However, when he stepped out, he found that there was more than just Song Ningxue at the office door. Li Meng and the others had also arrived. As soon as Wang Chen came out, Song Ningxue and the others looked at him with a certain gaze. This made Wang Chen feel very uncomfortable. What's going on? Why are you all here, and why are you looking at me like that?
Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, Song Ningxue pulled him towards their dormitory. "What are you all doing? You have to tell me first." Song Ningxue said seriously, "Don't talk, just cooperate with us." Wang Chen felt helpless but could only comply. Before long, he followed them to the girls' dormitory. After Li Meng swiped her card to get through the gate, she quietly checked if the dorm supervisor was around. Seeing that the supervisor was absent, they surrounded Wang Chen and quietly led him to one of the dorms. Throughout the process, Wang Chen was in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. When he arrived at Song Ningxue's dorm, he was immediately taken aback. There were pink underwear and little pants hanging on the balcony. After Wang Chen entered, Li Meng quickly went to gather the pink underwear and little pants. Wang Chen also shifted his gaze away. Song Ningxue pulled Wang Chen to sit in her spot. As soon as he sat down, he saw the 4 girls staring at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Zhang Mumu asked. "How good, you know about the post Li Jejia made on the school forum, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen instantly understood, it was because of this matter. "I just found out, the counselor called me over because of that post and told me to resolve it quickly." Song Ningxue said, "How good, isn't Li Jejia from your class? Why isn't your counselor helping you with this?" "I guess the counselor has already privately talked to Li Jejia, but she insists on her version, so the counselor had no choice but to let me handle it myself." "How good, is the post that Li Jejia made true or false?" After Song Ningxue asked this question, everyone looked at Wang Chen, seemingly waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not hide the truth. "Of course it's false. Don't you all know I've been her loyal follower for 3 years? In those 3 years, I haven't even kissed her. Even if she were pregnant, the child wouldn't be mine." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ningxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Song Ningxuan knew that this was impossible, but she still wanted to hear Wang Chen deny it in person. Now her heart had completely settled down. Since it wasn't Wang Chen's doing, then this matter needed to be resolved. "So, Brother Hao, how are you going to solve this?" "I haven't figured it out yet, but don't worry, I will handle it." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and Li Meng felt a bit worried. After all, Li Jejia was now standing on a moral high ground, and those who saw the post without knowing the truth were all siding with her. The situation was very unfavorable for Wang Chen. "Let's do it this way." Wang Chen shared the plan he had thought of with the 4 girls. Although Li Meng and the others knew Wang Chen was wealthy, they never expected him to take it this far. So they nodded in agreement. "Brother Hao, don't worry, we will definitely post it on the forum." "Okay, thank you." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the others smiled slightly, their eyes curving beautifully. Wang Chen was also relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't deleted Li Jejia's WeChat, just blocked her. Now he could still see their previous chat records. Wang Chen unblocked Li Jejia. Then he found their previous chat records, took screenshots, and sent them to Song Ningxuan and Li Meng. As Li Meng and the others looked at the chat screenshots, their expressions kept changing. They glanced at the chat records and then at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. In the past, he indeed had been quite that way, but not anymore. He wouldn't give up a whole forest for a single flower now. "Brother Hao, leave this matter to us. You go prepare the things we need for tomorrow at the beach, and we will give you a surprise." "Oh, a surprise? Yes, hurry up and prepare. We will start posting on the forum now." "Alright, but are you sure you won't walk me out of the dormitory? If I just walk out like this, I might not be able to get out of this building." Wang Chen joked. Right now, he was in the girls' dormitory, and if he walked out like this, it would definitely be a disaster. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the other girls exchanged glances and then smiled knowingly. "Ha, we almost forgot." Wang Chen slapped his forehead, and then, under the cover of the 4 girls, he safely walked out of the girls' dormitory. The 4 girls watched Wang Chen's retreating figure before returning to their dorm. Once back in the dorm, Li Meng suddenly remembered that Wang Chen had seen her pink underwear and shorts earlier, and her face turned bright red. Song Ningxuan and the other 2 noticed Li Meng's unusual behavior and asked, Meng, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? You're not running a fever, are you?" Saying this, Song Ningxuan reached out her delicate little hand to check Li Meng's forehead. However, she didn't feel anything. "Strange, no fever, but why is your face so red?" Li Meng stammered, "And nothing, let's just post it first." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and the others nodded. They then took out their phones and edited a few posts on the school's forum, attaching the chat records between Wang Chen and Li Jejia. The content of the chat records was very simple. It was just Li Jejia asking Wang Chen to buy her various things, and most importantly, she clearly stated in the chat that she wouldn't let Wang Chen touch her. As long as this post was sent out, they believed that public opinion would definitely lean towards Li Jejia.
After posting, the 4 girls put down their phones and started chatting. Jung Mumu said, Ningxuan, I feel that brother Hao is really nice. I just don't understand why he would meet someone like Li Jiejia. Li Meng replied, exactly, Li Jiejia is so despicable. Du Xiang, if it weren't for the fact that Hao Gu is Ning Shuang's boyfriend now, I bet a lot of girls would be chasing after him. Song Ning Shuang, isn't there a lot of people on the forum asking for Hao Ji's green bubble now? Li Meng, yeah, Ning Shuang, you better keep a close eye on him. Song Ning Shuang, oh, Hao Gu wouldn't do that, he's so devoted. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others felt the same way. Zhang Mumu, by the way, aren't we going to the beach tomorrow? Have you all prepared your swimsuits? Zhang Mumu suddenly chimed in. Li Meng's face instantly turned red. The pink underwear and little shorts she had drying today were actually the swimsuit she planned to wear tomorrow, and she didn't expect Wang Chen to see them. Song Ning Shuang, we're all ready, but shouldn't we let Hao Gu take us to a deserted beach tomorrow? Otherwise, it would be too revealing. Li Meng, I think Ning Shuang is right. It's better to go somewhere without people, otherwise, it would just be a treat for those men. Du Xiang, I agree too. Zhang Mumu, I have no objections. Just wondering if Hao Gu will. The next morning, Wang Chen told Wu Ye that he would be back a little later, then drove off in the G-class to pick up Song Ning Shuang and the others. Meanwhile, Wu Ye rode her little electric scooter to her dance training job. Actually, Wang Chen wanted Wu Ye to drive the 918, but she refused, so he didn't push it. He could only wait until next month's salary cashback arrived to buy her a G-class, otherwise, it would still be a bit inconvenient. After all, he sometimes needed to use the car. Song Ning Shuang and the others had an exam at 8 in the morning, and they basically finished in half an hour, coming out by 8:30. Wang Chen waited for them in the school parking lot. Around 9 o'clock, Song Ning Shuang and the 4 girls arrived at the parking lot. Song Ning Shuang was wearing a pleated skirt, a pair of white sneakers, black socks, and a white short-sleeve shirt. She looked like a sweet girl. Li Meng and the other 3 wore denim long pants and shorts, also very eye-catching. Each of them was carrying a bag, and Wang Chen had no idea what they had prepared. After they got in the car, Wang Chen drove towards their destination. Song Ning Shuang had already told him the night before that they wanted to go to a deserted beach. Wang Chen searched for a long time before finally finding the spot they had in mind. After driving for over an hour, he brought Song Ning Shuang and the others to a secluded beach, where there were hardly any people, and usually, no one came here. The surrounding environment was decent. After arriving at the destination, Wang Chen started unloading the things from the car, and Song Ning Shuang and the others came to help. By the time they finished, it was already 10:30. Wang Chen quickly set up the tent they had brought. Let's just have something light for lunch today, and then we can do a barbecue in the evening. What do you think? Song Ning Shuang, Zhang Mumu, sounds good, we'll follow Hao Ji's lead. Li Meng, I agree too. Du Xiang, I have no objections. With everyone's opinions aligned, Wang Chen took out the prepared lunch and started eating with Song Ning Shuang and the 4 girls. He had prepared instant food. It didn't take long to cook. Once it was ready, they could eat. Soon, Wang Chen finished lunch with the 4 girls, and they cleaned up the lunchboxes and other things to take with them when they left. After all, protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. After lunch, Wang Chen's seaside life with 1 man and 4 women officially began. The midday sun was particularly glaring. Especially in July, the average temperature had already reached 31 degrees. Wang Chen also felt a wave of heat. Song Ningxuan, Meng, it's so hot. Let's go stay inside the tent. Li Meng, I think so too. It feels like the sunscreen isn't working at all. Song Ningxuan, yeah, let's call Mumu and Xiang. We can change into the clothes we brought, hee hee. At this, Li Meng recalled how Wang Chen looked when he saw her pink underwear yesterday. But she couldn't dwell on it. Song Ningxuan pulled her to find Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu, who were still playing, and soon the 4 girls headed to the tent. At that moment, Wang Chen was still inside the tent setting up the mats when he saw Song Ningxuan and the others arrive. He thought they were coming to help, but unexpectedly, once they entered the tent, Song Ningxuan and the others pushed Wang Chen out, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had just finished setting up the tent and laying out the mats, ready to lie down and rest for a bit, only to be kicked out. What was going on? However, Wang Chen wasn't angry, he was just curious about what Song Ningxuan and the others were up to. He was also wondering what surprise Song Ningxuan had mentioned. After standing outside for a while, Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore, it was just too hot. He regretted coming out to play today, the temperature was at least 32 degrees. No way, he had to go inside to escape the sun, and wait until it cooled down a bit before coming out to play. Wang Chen stood outside the tent waiting for Song Ningxuan and the others. He waited for half an hour, which was unbearable for him, but thankfully the tent provided some shade, sparing him from the direct sunlight. Otherwise, he would have been completely dazed. Plus, he had prepared well for this outing, with a power supply, an ice maker, and a fan, etc. Just waiting a bit longer to get back inside the tent would be so comfortable. After half an hour, Wang Chen finally heard the sound of the tent zipper being pulled open. He eagerly looked inside the tent. He was so desperate to get in and feel the breeze from the fan. However, the moment the tent was opened, Wang Chen was instantly shocked. He couldn't even blink, staring intently inside. What beautiful skin-like! Each one had such fair and tender skin, dressed so enticingly. Were they looking down on him or what? Didn't they fear he might give them a shot? Following Wang Chen's gaze, he saw that Song Ningxuang and Li Meng were wearing pink lingerie and little shorts, looking incredibly sexy. The bikinis were almost too much for him to handle. No wonder they wanted to come to a secluded place. It turned out they were going to wear bikinis. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were in white. Each had their own characteristics, but one thing they all shared was their incredibly fair skin. The sizes of the big white rabbits were all different. Wang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene was just too captivating to look away from. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Song Ningxuang turned to Li Meng and the others, smiling. "See, I told you, Brother Hao would definitely be unable to take his eyes off us dressed like this." At this moment, Li Meng's face was almost as red as her ears. Zhang Mumu and Du Xiang felt the same. It was their first time dressing so sexy in front of a man, and it was just too embarrassing. At this point, Wang Chen didn't care about anything else. It was just too hot outside. He grabbed a glass, filled it with ice from the ice maker, and directly dove into the tent. Instantly, the four beauties screamed. "Ah!" Wang Chen was completely stunned. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Chen was speechless. It was clearly their choice to wear bikinis, and now that he came in, they started screaming, making it seem like he forced them to wear it. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He took out 5 bottles of chilled cola from the cooler and went back out to grab 4 glass cups. He filled the ice cubes into the glasses, then poured 5 bottles of cola into the cups. After finishing, he picked up a glass of ice-cold cola and drank it down. In an instant, that refreshing sensation surged through his mind. "Wow! So refreshing!" Wang Chen shouted as well. Seeing this, Song Ningxuang and the others naturally picked up the ice cola Wang Chen had prepared for them and started drinking. Song Ningxuang, "Wow, this is great, I feel so much better." Li Meng, "Exactly, it was quite hot just now, but now it's much better." Wang Chen was speechless. They had a fan inside the tent, and even a small air conditioner specifically for the tent. It was quite cool in there, while he was outside suffering from the sun. However, Wang Chen felt it was worth it. After all, the beautiful scenery in front of him was so wonderful. His gaze unconsciously swept over the 4 girls, and he even ranked them in his mind. "Brother Hao, why don't we just stay in the tent for lunch? It's too hot outside. It's much more comfortable with the air conditioning." You might get sunburned if you go out. Let's wait a bit longer before going out. By then, we can have some barbecue and beer." "Perfect. So what do we do in the afternoon?" Wang Chen looked at the bikinis the 4 girls were wearing. He joked with a grin. "How about playing do di ju?" Song Ningxuang and the others rolled their eyes at him. But playing cards seemed like a good idea too. "Brother Hao, isn't there a punishment for losing?" "Sure, but I think playing truth or dare is better. Since there are 5 of us, only 3 can play do di ju." Li Meng, "I have no objections." Du Xiang, "I can too." Zhang Mumu, agreed. Song Ningxuan looked at Li Meng and the others, noticing the triumphant expressions in their eyes. Clearly, they were trying to set a trap for Wang Chen. But Wang Chen had his own thoughts too. Who told them to dress so sexy today? Little Wang Chen was almost standing up. If he hadn't been holding back, he would have stood up long ago. Now was just the right time to distract himself. "Alright, then let's play truth or dare." "Sounds good." With everyone agreeing, they began to play truth or dare. Wang Chen took out the truth or dare cards he bought yesterday, and when he opened it, there was a large sheet of paper inside, filled with many squares, each with punishments and rewards. There were also 5 little figurines representing each of them, and of course, some dice. Wang Chen spread the paper out in the middle of the 5 of them. During this time, he accidentally saw something he shouldn't have seen. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze. After setting up the paper, he distributed the little figurines to Song Ningxuan and the others. They placed their figurines at the starting point. "So who goes first?" Wang Chen asked with a smile. Seeing that they were all silent, Wang Chen said, "Well, since that's the case, I'll go first." With that, Wang Chen threw the dice in his hand. As the dice rolled, it soon came to a stop. The number on the dice settled on 3. Wang Chen picked up his figurine and moved 3 steps forward, stopping to look at where his figurine landed, which was completely blank. Nothing at all. Nothing.
Then let's start with Ning Shuang, and we'll go around in circles. Okay, brother Hao, you better be ready. I'm going to ask you some rather personal questions. No problem, as long as you can land on me today. Wang Chen didn't think they would land on him. After all, this truth or dare had specific targets. They might not even be able to choose him. Who knows, they might even hear some secrets. Wang Chen was actually quite curious about the secrets between girls. As Song Ningxuang tossed the dice in her hand, the numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. 5. Song Ningxuang picked up her little figurine and moved it forward, one square at a time. When she stopped, a smile bloomed on her face. The square had words written on it, truth or dare, and the person to her left was none other than Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook his head. He didn't know what to say, his luck was just too good to draw him. Speechless, but it didn't matter, it was just truth or dare, and aside from the system, he seemed to have no secrets left. However, when he heard the question Song Ningxuang asked, Wang Chen regretted it. Song Ningxuang looked at Wang Chen with a grin and asked, "Brother Hao, when was your first time?" "No, what kind of question is that? Who asks such things?" Wang Chen was utterly speechless. When was it? He was still a virgin. There was no way out. Wang Chen could only answer truthfully. "It's my first time." Upon hearing this, not only was Song Ningxuan shocked, but even Li Meng and the others were taken aback. In their eyes, Wang Chen was so wealthy, even if he wasn't very handsome, he shouldn't have never been with a woman. This was too surprising for them, and it seemed Li Meng and the others found it amusing, so the atmosphere became lively. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Chen lay in the tent, feeling disheartened, while Song Ningxuan and the other 3 girls lay on the other side, giggling and discussing his embarrassing moments. This afternoon's truth or dare had been a total failure. He had been completely dominated the whole time, and not a single truth had been asked of him. It was all Song Ningxuan and the others asking him. There was even a dare, but that dare left him with some lingering thoughts. He licked his lips, revealing a smile. After resting for a while, around 6 o'clock, Wang Chen went out to prepare the things needed for the barbecue, and the 4 girls changed into a new set of clothes and came to help. "Ningxuang, you and Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, go prepare the drinks, and I'll go get the barbecue skewers." "Okay," the 4 girls replied in unison. Once the division of labor was clear, their work efficiency increased significantly. By 7 o'clock, they were sitting by the sea on camping stools, eating skewers and drinking cold beer. It was very pleasant. Since Wang Chen had to drive later, he could only drink cola. However, after they had some drinks, they all changed. Not only did they talk more, but they also spilled their innermost thoughts. It was indeed true that alcohol brings out the truth. At 9 o'clock in the evening, while Wang Chen was grilling skewers for them, they were chatting and drinking. At that moment, Wang Chen heard something about himself. Li Meng, tipsy, said, "Ningxuan, I really envy you for finding such a good boyfriend like Wang Chen. I want to find such a good boyfriend too." At that moment, Li Meng seemed to have stopped thinking. However, what shocked Wang Chen even more was that not only Li Meng, but even Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu said the same thing. Song Ningxuan's words were even more astonishing. We 4 sisters, no matter when, we have to be together. At worst, I'll share Wang Chen with you a little. Wang Chen, who was grilling skewers, was utterly shocked. He was speechless. When someone was drunk, they could say anything. Wang Chen knew he couldn't let them drink anymore, otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to go back to school later, and he would have to take them to a hotel. It was really going to be a hassle. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's head back first, and we can come again next time when we have time. However, as soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, he was instantly met with 4 pairs of glaring eyes. "Shut up and hurry up and grill for us," Li Meng said. Wang Chen was also quite speechless. Looking at this situation, it seems that there's no way to go back tonight. He would probably have to sleep in the tent. He didn't dare to leave. After all, there were 4 delicate beauties here, and it wouldn't be good if something happened to them. So Wang Chen could only continue to grill skewers for them, while also calling Wuya to let her know he wouldn't be coming back today and to pack up some things for them to return together tomorrow afternoon. Wuya responded with an and agreed. Wang Chen didn't hang up the phone immediately. Instead, he chatted with Wuya as usual. It was only after more than 10 minutes, amidst Wuya's laughter, that he hung up the call. After hanging up, Wang Chen focused on taking care of the 4 delicate beauties, Song Ningxiang and Li Meng. By midnight, Wang Chen had taken care of each of them and helped them into the tent to rest. He also tidied up the trash bit by bit so that they could leave first thing in the morning. This kept him busy until 2 in the morning. After everything was cleaned up, Wang Chen was exhausted and crawled into the tent, finding a corner to fall asleep immediately. The next morning, Li Meng screamed. The scream instantly woke up Song Ningxiang and Du Xiang.
Wang Chen was naturally awakened by Li Meng's scream, thinking something had happened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li Meng had somehow ended up hugging him while sleeping last night, and upon waking up, she saw him right there. "You're still screaming? Do you know what you all said last night?" Wang Chen felt quite speechless. He let them get dressed while he packed up to prepare to leave. Once they were ready, Wang Chen drove them back to school, then took everything from the car to Bai Wanner's place. After finishing all this, Wang Chen returned to Fengshan community, picked up Wu Ya, and prepared to head back to Gue province. As for the meeting, Lin Shui had already contacted him last time, so he naturally wouldn't be attending this one. Wang Chen and Wu Ya loaded their things into the trunk of the Big G, then Wang Chen took the driver's seat and set off towards Gue province. Home. This time, there was no lingering fragrance in the Big G. After all, Song Ningxiang and the others had gotten drunk last night and smelled of alcohol. After dropping them off at school, Wang Chen kept the car windows down. He didn't even turn on the air conditioning, and it was like that for several hours until he got to Bai Wanner's place. By the time he arrived at Fengshan community, several hours had already passed. The car had long lost any smell. On his way to Bai Wanner's, Wang Chen also took a shower and tidied up, so by the time he returned, he was already clean. When Wang Chen was about to leave, Bai Wanner asked him if he could take her back, but he didn't dare to agree, especially since Wu Ya had already gone back with him. If he took Bai Wanner alone, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Wang Chen found an excuse, saying he would take her back another time, which appeased Bai Wanner. The distance from Modu to Gue province is over 1,800 kilometers. Driving would take quite a bit of time, at least around 20 hours. Wang Chen got on the highway directly, and along the way, Wu Ya kept chatting with him. "Xiao Hao, when are we coming back this time?" Wang Chen thought for a moment. They would probably return in August. That month, Zhao Liang would also be back in Modu, so he planned to find Zhao Liang to increase their rapport and strengthen the bond for August. Moreover, by August, the new month's salary cashback would also be credited, and he would need to help Wu Ya and Bai Wanner raise their salaries. This way, he could earn more cash back. "We'll probably come back in early August." "Oh, that's fine, but Xiao Hao, you told me before that you wanted to do something when you go back. What is it?" Wu Ya asked curiously. Wang Chen explained, "Sister Wu Ya, you know my family is from the countryside. My parents have been living a hard life since I was young. Now that I'm making money, I don't want them to suffer anymore, so I want to open a small supermarket in our county. I want my parents to manage the supermarket every day and occasionally restock. I'll buy them a house in the county so they don't have to live so hard." Upon hearing this, Wu Ya felt that Wang Chen was very filial. She thought that a person like Wang Chen would also be respectful to her parents when he came home with her. Wu Ya understood that she had met the right person this time. "Xiao Hao, I support you. Isn't this what we, as children, are supposed to do?" Wang Chen smiled slightly. In fact, he had wanted to send money to his parents for a long time, but he knew that even if they accepted it, they probably wouldn't use it. They were used to being frugal, so Wang Chen had to make all the arrangements before telling them. Also, to prevent them from feeling bored, Wang Chen wanted to find a community with villagers so that his parents would have someone to talk to. "Sister Wu Ya, there's something I want to discuss with you." "Xiao Hao, go ahead." Wu Ya now felt like she was really Wang Chen's wife. No, she was indeed Wang Chen's woman, and they were going back to meet the parents. "Well, I've basically invested all the money I have, so can you lend me some money when we go back? I'll pay you back next month." Upon hearing this, Wu Ya was not happy. "Xiao Hao, that money is originally yours. If you need it, just take it." Wang Chen noticed Wu Ya's tone had changed and quickly explained, "Sister Wu Ya, that's not what I meant." After hearing this, Wu Ya laughed. "Ha, I know, I'm just joking with you. Xiao Hao, don't worry, I will support whatever you do." Thank you, Sister Wu Ya." Wu Ya pretended to be angry and said, "In the future, don't keep saying thank you to me. What kind of relationship do we have?" Wang Chen responded with an acknowledgement. In fact, Wang Chen also understood that it was impossible for him to have only one woman. After all, with the system in place, he needed to bind goddesses to earn salary cashback, which meant he had to increase the goddess's favorability. This would enhance the cashback multiplier for the goddess's salary. But through Wu Ya, he discovered that as long as the favorability increased, the goddess would develop different feelings for him, and he would also have feelings for the goddess. If it weren't for the system, if he could find a wife as beautiful and mature as Wu Ya, Wang Chen would definitely be loyal. But that was no longer possible. Although he couldn't have only one woman, he wouldn't treat the women who were willing to follow him poorly. After that, Wang Chen continued to chat with Wu Ya. After about 7 hours of driving, Wang Chen felt tired, and it was just the right time to refuel the car. He drove directly to the service area. Both of them were a bit hungry. However, when Wang Chen and Wu Ya got out of the car, Wuya instantly attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, Wuya was wearing a pair of jeans and a black tank top. She had on exquisite makeup. With her mature aura, whether married or single, men's gazes would casually sweep over her. Wuya, being herself, could only link her arm with Wang Chen's and walked into the restaurant in the service area together. They casually ordered some food. Sitting at an empty table, they started eating. Even while eating, they couldn't be quiet. The two men at the next table occasionally stole glances at Wuya. They even started discussing her. Wang Chen wanted to confront them, but unfortunately, he couldn't take on two by himself. There was no other way. Wang Chen could only let Wuya sit inside while he sat outside, blocking the gaze of the two men. Wang Chen thought to himself that if he could take them on, he would definitely make those two men regret it. After finishing their meal, Wang Chen took Wuya and left. He let Wuya go first, following her from behind. Watching Wuya in her jeans, her curvy figure was indeed too attractive. Not only did she have a great figure, but she was also beautiful. No wonder those men kept staring at her. She was truly a gem. Xiao Hao, those men are really disgusting. They keep staring at me. That's because my Wuya is too beautiful. They are all captivated by you. But I'm annoyed too. I wish I could be the only one to look at you. Wang Chen continued with Wuya's words. A smile finally appeared on Wuya's face. After filling up the gas, Wang Chen headed towards the province of Gue. They were still over 1,000 kilometers away from Gue province, at least another 13 or 14 hours of driving. But there was no other way. Fortunately, Wuya was with him. Along the way, whenever Wang Chen got tired of driving, he would take a break, and once he felt rested, he would continue. It took Wang Chen and Wuya 30 hours to drive to Gue province, and after arriving, they still had to drive to Huixian, which was over an hour away. Finally, on the morning of the third day, Wang Chen and Wuya arrived in Huixian. Looking at the familiar county town, Wang Chen's state of mind was different. The moment they arrived in Huixian, Wang Chen felt as if he had returned home. Wuya carefully observed the surroundings. Although Huixian was just a small county town, the streets were still very clean. Suddenly, Wang Chen realized that he had no home in Huixian. He and Wuya returned without knowing where to stay. It was quite helpless. Originally, Wang Chen had many relatives in Huixian, but he didn't want to look for them. Moreover, with Wuya around, it wouldn't be appropriate to just go like that. After thinking it over, Wang Chen decided to buy a house in Huixian, one that was well decorated. Sister Wuya, we have to run around again today. Wuya smiled slightly. She didn't care about Wang Chen's family background. After all, she came from a rural area herself and didn't think much of it. If she had the ability, she would buy. Yeah, wherever you go, I'll accompany you. With that, Wang Chen drove around Huixian. To be honest, it was hard to see a car like the G-Class in Huixian. As Wang Chen drove the G-Class around, passers-by turned their heads to look at it. Huixian was indeed small. After an hour of driving, Wang Chen had already seen the whole town. In the end, Wang Chen found a community very close to Yisen Garden, called Nanyuan Huacheng. Yisen Garden was an immigrant community, mostly populated by people who had moved from rural areas, so most of the residents were known to Wang Chen's parents. Moreover, Nanyuan Huacheng was a relatively upscale community right next to Yisen Garden. It would be more convenient for his parents to come over in the future. Most importantly, Nanyuan Huacheng had well-decorated houses, and there was a small supermarket for transfer right below, which completely met Wang Chen's requirements. He could buy a pickup truck for his dad later, and that would be perfect. He actually wanted his parents to do nothing, but they couldn't sit still. After all, the older generation was very hardworking, and when they had nothing to do, they felt bored. So, Wang Chen thought about taking over a small supermarket for his parents to run. In Zhejiang province, Wang Chen had also been there. From July to October, the temperature in Zhejiang was quite high, enough to boil eggs on the road. Yet, in such an environment, his parents still went out to work every day. They only earned about 200 yuan a day. Naturally, Wang Chen didn't want them to be so tired. In the past, it was always said in the village that someone's child had made it big, bought a car, and even a house in the county, while their parents stayed home to take care of the grandchildren. Of course, there were also many people in the village who looked down on Wang Chen. Wang Chen understood this well. Not only the villagers, but even his father's third brother's child looked down on him. Wang Chen kept all of this in mind. But now things were different. He had a system and was determined to make everyone who looked down on him envious. With this thought, Wang Chen glanced at Wuya. Xiao Hao, why are you looking at me? Hee, Wuya Jia, do you think my family will be jealous if I take you home? Wuya naturally knew what Wang Chen meant, so she rolled her eyes at him. Alright, stop joking. Let's go look at the house first. Tomorrow we'll negotiate with uncle and aunt about the little supermarket we saw today. Hearing this, Wang Chen grinned and said, Hee, I'll listen to my wife. As soon as Wu Ya heard this, her face flushed bright red. Who? Who is your wife? You. You're calling me that randomly. Wu Ya looked shy, completely unlike a 30-year-old woman, more like a college student like Songning Shuang. A phrase suddenly popped into Wang Chen's mind, both charming and sweet. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen laughed heartily as he drove towards the sales office of Nanyuan Huacheng. Then, he and Wu Ya chose a 150 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. It was all fully renovated. The location was also quite good, facing south. Most importantly, the housing prices in Huisian were very cheap. Unrenovated houses were 3,500 per square meter, while fully renovated ones were 4,000. Wang Chen spent 600,000 to buy this fully renovated house. Normally, if someone in the village bought a house in the county, they would have to hold a housewarming party and collect gifts. But Wang Chen wasn't in the mood for that. The whole afternoon, Wang Chen and Wu Ya were busy with house-related matters, and by evening, they went to the supermarket to buy bedsheets, duvet covers, and some daily necessities. They were already very familiar with this. After all, this wasn't their first house. This house was under Wang Chen's name, while the Shangri-La house was under Wu Ya's name. Wang Chen thought it didn't matter whose name it was under. Anyway, once he had money, he wouldn't care about having 1 or 2 houses. After returning, the two of them clearly divided the work to tidy up the house, but they couldn't finish it all at once. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Ya spread the sheets and then sat down on the sofa, and Wang Chen sat down too. Both were feeling a bit tired. Just like that, Wu Ya leaned on Wang Chen's shoulder and chatted with him. Xiao Hao, when are we going to see uncle and aunt? Soon, once we finish up here, my cousin's wedding should be coming up. We'll need to discuss things with my cousin's family. Probably around July 16th or 17th. They returned on July 11th, and now it was July 13th. The cousin was getting married on July 20th, so going back on the 17th shouldn't be too late. It would be a surprise for the parents. He just wondered if driving back in the big G would be too ostentatious. Wang Chen understood that being too flashy wasn't good. If the villagers knew he was wealthy, how would he deal with them asking his parents or him for loans? After thinking it over, Wang Chen felt it didn't matter. He would drive the big G back with Wu Ya, making those who once looked down on him envious. Speaking of the villagers, Wang Chen remembered a sister-in-law. She still had charm even after having 2 children, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Wu Ya, she was still quite attractive, comparable to Song Ning Shuang and Li Meng. More importantly, the sister-in-law had a certain allure of a married woman, which was very captivating. But that had nothing to do with him anymore. After all, she already has children and a family. Just as Wang Chen was thinking about the villagers, Wu Ya's voice interrupted him. Xiao Hao, do you think uncle and aunt will dislike me for being too old and not let me be with you? At this moment, Wu Ya began to worry. Wang Chen curled his lips. Sister Wu Ya, I'm not kidding. If you didn't show your ID, people would probably think you were my younger sister if we walked together. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya laughed. You're so annoying. It's not as ridiculous as you say. I swear, I'm telling the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen felt a warmth on his face. The weather in Huisian was quite cool. Especially in the morning, it was only 20 degrees. Compared to the hot nights in the Magic City where one needs air conditioning, in Huisian, people need to cover themselves with blankets to sleep at night. After waking up, Wang Chen stretched. I actually felt cold last night. How amazing. The Magic City is so hot. How come Huisian is so cool? After muttering to himself, Wang Chen got up. He had things to do today and couldn't sleep in. Once he took over the small supermarket, he could rest for 2 days. It was the 14th now, and he and Wu Ya planned to go back on the 17th. There were still 3 days left, which should be enough time. If time allowed, Wang Chen also wanted to take Wu Ya to see his high school, even to visit his teachers from high school. However, Wang Chen felt that time might not be enough. He didn't know if it was because he was too tired, but by 9 in the morning, Wu Ya still hadn't gotten up. After Wang Chen finished washing up, Wu Ya finally came out of her room. Then Wu Ya went to wash up as well. Sister Wu Ya, are you done washing? Let's go have breakfast. Wang Chen didn't plan to cook at home. After all, that was quite troublesome. It was better to go out to eat, and he had a place he wanted to try for a long time. Today, he would take Wu Ya to try it out too. Xiao Hao, where are we going to eat? Not far, just next to that Jinyu Plaza. Do we need to drive there? Yes, after we eat, we can go take over the small supermarket. Okay. The two quickly tidied up and set off. Wang Chen and Wu Ya arrived at the community parking lot, got into the big G, and set off. The moment the big G drove out, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. Wow, that car is really cool. Oh my god, that's a big G. Big G, how much does that car cost? Ha, that car is at least 3 million. What? 3 million?
That's enough for me to buy 10 houses in the county. One car costs 3 million, that's too outrageous. Looking at the envious gazes of those people, Wang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction inside. Wang Chen was also a bit relieved. Luckily, he didn't drive the 918 back, otherwise, it would definitely have caused a stir. Huixian is a small county, and it's rare to see a luxury car. If a car that is limited to 100 units nationwide appeared, it would be something else. Wang Chen knew that one shouldn't be too ostentatious, but also not too low-key. He finally understood why those big shots like to drive Audi A6s. They are low-key yet luxurious. He also wanted to buy one in the future. As the engine roared to life, Wang Chen drove away. A few minutes later, Wang Chen brought Wuya to Jinyu Plaza. He parked the car in the plaza's parking lot and then went with Wuya to a nearby restaurant called Shui Changyang Rofen, ordering 2 bowls of noodles with meat. One must say, the food in Guizhou province is really something. The moment Wang Chen saw the noodles, a familiar feeling surged in his heart. He and Wuya sat nearby waiting for their meal. After a while, the person called them over to get their noodles. Wang Chen carried the noodles to the table, placing them in front of Wuya, and then he went to get his own bowl. Wang Chen's first feeling when eating the noodles. It was just too familiar. It was this taste. Not only did it warm his stomach, but it also tasted quite good. Even Wuya thought it was genuinely nice. After finishing, he didn't forget to compliment it a bit. After breakfast, Wang Chen and Wuya returned to Nanyuan Huacheng. There was a small supermarket in the building. The supermarket was of moderate size, about 300 square meters. A sign indicating the supermarket was for transfer was posted on it, but Wang Chen didn't know the reason. He temporarily parked the car by the roadside, turned on the hazard lights, and walked into the supermarket with Wuya. Once inside, Wang Chen kept observing the supermarket. Logically, since this supermarket was right below Nanyuan Huacheng, the business should be good. But now, there weren't many people inside the supermarket. Wang Chen was a bit surprised. However, after a careful observation, he roughly understood. Xiaohao, why do I feel like taking over this supermarket is going to lose money? It's fine, I'm just finding something for my parents to do. Whether it loses money or not isn't important. Wang Chen winked at Wuya. Seeing this, Wuya instantly understood. Then Wang Chen went to the supermarket entrance and called the number posted on the door. The call connected, and a man's voice came through. Hello, I'd like to ask if the Suiyuan supermarket is up for transfer? Yes. I'm at the supermarket entrance now. Would it be convenient for you to discuss in person? Sure, I'll be there soon. Please wait a moment. After a short wait, the supermarket owner arrived. The owner was a middle-aged man who looked a bit fierce and was quite robust. Hello, boss. Hello, are you two looking to take over the supermarket? If the price is right, we'll take it. Wang Chen had actually done some research. In their small fourth-tier city, the cost of opening a supermarket was only between 150,000 to 600,000. If the other party quoted a ridiculous price, he would have to think of another way. What are your names? My name is Wang Chen, and this is my wife. When Wang Chen introduced Wuya, the man finally noticed her beside him, and he was instantly captivated by Wuya. No matter her temperament, figure, or appearance, she was truly stunning. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Thus, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Wuya was also quite distressed. It was always like this. The way these men looked at her was so disgusting. Boss, do you not want to transfer your little supermarket anymore? Hearing this, the owner finally came back to his senses. Sorry, my name is Zhao Deji. The supermarket has a year left on the lease, and the rent is 30,000 a month, plus the transfer fee. The total is 600,000. Goodness! Wang Chen was speechless. With Zhao Deji running it like this, the transfer fee was still 600,000. Look, boss, at the current business of the supermarket. After more than an hour of haggling, Wang Chen and Zhao Deji finally settled on a transfer fee of 550,000. Of course, this 550,000 was initially paid by Wuya. Wang Chen only had a little over 200,000 left. It was nowhere near enough to take over this small supermarket. After that, Wang Chen and Zhao Deji went to handle a series of paperwork. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Wang Chen and Wuya returned to the house they had just bought. Wang Chen felt he had never been so fulfilled. Usually, at school, he was either playing games or buying things for Li Jieja, acting like a sycophant. He always had a sense of having plenty of time. Now he always felt like time was not enough. Xiaohao, with so few people in that supermarket, why do you still want to take it over? What if it loses money? As soon as Wuya returned, she asked the question that was on her mind. Wang Chen smiled. He explained to her the doubts. Sister Wuya, actually the location of the Suiyuan supermarket is quite good.
it's just that that man doesn't know how to run it, otherwise, how could there be so little foot traffic? Wang Chen came from the countryside, and most people in the county town were also from rural areas. Even if they weren't from the countryside, it wouldn't matter. Sister Wuya, what was your first impression of the supermarket today? Speaking of this, Wuya recalled her first impression upon entering the supermarket. It was that the hygiene was poor, the decor was lacking, and the prices of the items in the supermarket were relatively high. Thinking of this, Wuya's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. As ordinary people, who doesn't want to buy the best things for the least amount of money? And today, the supermarket gave her the impression that the prices were high and the items weren't that great. Naturally, people would prefer to go to the farther Huiyu Duo supermarket to shop. Xiaohao, so what should we do next? It's simple, we first close the supermarket, then renovate it, and hire cashiers and such. Of course, we also need to change the name of the supermarket. After all, Suiwan Supermarket, that name is a bit off. Change the name? Yes. The two then kept brainstorming for a new name for the supermarket. But it seemed that neither Wang Chen nor Wuya were good at naming, and after thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with a good name. Just when their thoughts hit a deadlock, suddenly, Wuya had a flash of inspiration. Xiaohao, how about changing the supermarket's name to Hao Zai Lai Supermarket? Wang Chen thought it was a good idea. After all, the supermarket in the county town doesn't need to be too fancy, it should be simple and straightforward, and Hao Zai Lai is just perfect. Alright, let's call it Hao Zai Lai. Then tomorrow are we going to get busy with the supermarket? Yes, tomorrow we will first go to the supermarket to talk to the employees, then have them move everything to the warehouse, and we will go out to find someone to renovate. This way, we can return to attend my cousin's wedding. After the wedding, we can bring our parents to help them with the supermarket, and then we will go back to the Magic City. Wuya had no objections to Wang Chen's arrangements. After that, the two took a shower and went to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen and Wuya got up early. As usual, they first went to have breakfast. Today Wang Chen took Wuya to eat the sticky rice at the entrance of his high school. After taking a bite, Wuya's eyes widened. At that moment, she fell in love with the taste of sticky rice. After breakfast, Wang Chen and Wuya went to the supermarket to inform the employees about the renovation. They promised that they would still employ them after the renovation. They then moved all the items in the supermarket to the warehouse. Wang Chen had the original manager of the supermarket watch them move. He then went with Wuya to find a renovation company. This busy day passed in a flash. Today was already the 15th, and Wang Chen had to take Wuya back to the countryside to attend his cousin's wedding the day after tomorrow at the latest, otherwise, he would be criticized by the villagers. But there were still many arrangements to be made at the supermarket. Tomorrow he would have to continue to be busy. As for Wuya, Wang Chen didn't plan to let her go with him tomorrow, wanting her to rest well. She had been running around with him these past few days, and it was indeed hard on her. But when Wang Chen told her this, Wuya firmly refused, insisting on going with him. There was no way, he could only agree. On the 16th, Wang Chen and Wuya were still busy arranging things for the Hao Zai Lai supermarket, working until midnight. Only then did they return home to rest. However, basically, everything for the Hao Zai Lai supermarket had been arranged, and they didn't need to worry about anything, they just had to wait to return after attending the cousin's wedding to check everything. As long as there are no problems, then let my parents handle this small supermarket when the time comes. When Wang Chen and Wuya returned home, they were also quite tired. The two took a shower and then went back to their respective rooms to rest. On the 17th, Wang Chen did not go back to the countryside with Wuya early in the morning. They slept in and didn't wake up until noon. Then Wang Chen took Wuya out for a meal of dry pot beef. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to take Wuya to visit his high school, but time was tight, so he could only wait until later to take her. There would be plenty of time in the future. No need to rush. Xiaohao, should we bring a gift when we go back? Wang Chen thought for a moment. When he was in elementary school, he had lived with his cousin, and he was quite mischievous back then, often sneaking out to the internet cafe all night. He even secretly took money from his cousin. Thinking back, those were really not good deeds. Now that he had money, he definitely wanted to help his cousin out. This time, he had to give a gift, and it couldn't be too little, but it couldn't be obvious either. Sister Wuya, my parents will definitely give something, but I will also give my cousin something separately. So what should we buy? How much money do we have left? Wang Chen felt that the money was too easy to spend, it was gone so quickly. If only he could get his July salary back now. But Wang Chen knew that was impossible. However, the money he and Wuya had should be enough. Wuya looked at her phone and said that the small supermarket cost 550,000, and the renovation cost 30,000, leaving her with 400,000. Xiaohao, I still have 400,000.
I have 290,000.
After the renovation, I still need to pay 120,000 as the final payment, and give my parents 200,000 for the supermarket's operating funds, so we have 370,000 left.
Since that's the case, let's give my cousin some gold. Wang Chen thought for a moment. The current gold price was 565 per gram. So let's give my cousin a 500-gram gold bar. That would be just over 280,000, and he had enough money left, leaving Wuya with 80,000 as living expenses for this month. If it really wasn't enough, he would have to think of another way, but he felt it should be enough. After saying that, Wang Chen and Wuya went to the bank to buy gold. They bought a 500-gram gold bar. It cost a total of 282,500, leaving Wang Chen with just over 10,000 left. It really felt like going back to square one. Xiaohao, why are you so nice to your cousin?
Wang Chen smiled slightly and started talking to Wuya about his elementary school days. After hearing this, Wuya also felt that giving gold was a must.
Haha, Xiaohao, I didn't expect you to be a gaming addict when you were young.
Oh, that was all in the past. Let's go back. We'll be heading home soon, so you should get ready to meet my parents.
After saying that, Wang Chen took Wuya back to Nanyuan Huaching to tidy up a bit. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Chen drove with Wuya towards the countryside.
Meanwhile, Wuya in the car was starting to feel nervous.
Wuya looked out the car window at the scenery and couldn't help but sigh.
Surrounded by mountains, lush vegetation, and winding roads, it looked like a paradise. Along the way, Wuya could occasionally see villages, but now there were basically no young people at home in the countryside, so the villages were quiet.
Xiaohao, how long until we get home? Wang Chen smiled slightly and replied, about half an hour. What, can't wait to see my parents?
Wuya retorted, not at all, don't say that.
Ha ha ha, by the way, Xiaohao, do you think uncle and aunt will mind my age?
Hearing this, Wang Chen was speechless. Wuya had asked this question so many times, it seemed she really cared about it.
Sister Wuya, don't worry. Even if you tell me you're 18 now, I would believe you. How could they possibly dislike you? I bet when we get home, they'll forget all about me, their son.
Upon hearing this, Wuya's face turned slightly red.
She softly replied, how could that be? Half an hour quickly passed.
Wang Chen was now driving, having reached a spot 2 kilometers away from home. He felt quite nervous. After all, he had brought Wuya back, and for some reason, he was unsure why.
Was it because he had become successful? Wang Chen didn't quite understand.
He didn't want to drive the big G back, especially since his cousin was getting married, and many people from the village would surely be back.
Driving the big G would be a bit too ostentatious.
With that thought, Wang Chen decided to park the car outside the village, not driving into it.
Xiaohao, are we almost there?
At this moment, Wuya tightly clasped her hands together, feeling very anxious.
Sister Wuya, don't be nervous. I'm going back with you to meet your parents during the new year, right? If you're this nervous, won't I be even more nervous when I meet your parents?
Wang Chen's words seemed to ease Wuya's tension a bit. She took a deep breath and slowly relaxed her hands. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and continued to start the car, driving towards home. Before long, Wang Chen drove to the village entrance, parking in an open space outside. Normally, this area wouldn't have anyone parking here unless it was the new year. There was a designated parking area in the village.
Wang Chen chose to park here to avoid drawing too much attention. Sister Wuya, we're here, let's go. Upon hearing this, Wuya took another deep breath before opening the passenger door. Wang Chen also opened the driver's side door and got out of the car. He then opened the trunk of the big G and took out their things. In fact, they didn't bring much since they wouldn't be staying long, probably just until the 21st or 22nd before returning to the county town. Wuya carried the gifts prepared for her parents while Wang Chen pulled their suitcases. Wuya gently linked her arm with Wang Chen's as they walked towards the village. The village where Wang Chen lived was called Heping Village, and his family was the first household there. There was a river in front of their house, and to get home, they needed to cross a bridge. Xiaohao, it's so quiet here. Of course, it's the middle of the year, isn't it always like this in the countryside?
Most young people have gone out to work, and the village is mostly filled with the elderly.
That's true. Wang Chen led Wuya onto the bridge and pointed to a house across the way, saying, Sister Wuya, that's my home. Wuya looked in the direction Wang Chen pointed and saw a single-story house come into view.
The house wasn't very well decorated, but it had light yellow tiles on the outside. Right in front of Wang Chen's house was a small slope. At that moment, the door to his house was still open.
Wang Chen thought it was normal for the door to be open since his parents should be home. However, when he brought Wuya to the doorstep, he was stunned. The living room was filled with people,
and it seemed they were discussing something. Wuya was also taken aback by the number of people. Uncle, second uncle, aunt, big aunt, cousin, you're all here. Wang Chen called out to them. His parents were momentarily taken aback, but when they saw the woman behind Wang Chen, their faces lit up with smiles. Son, you're back. Wang Chen's mother came to him, extending her calloused hand and gently pulling Wuya closer. Before coming back, Wang Chen had told his parents he would bring his girlfriend home, and they already knew about Wuya. Daughter, you've worked hard. Wuya shyly replied, Aunt, not at all. Wuya also felt the calluses on Wang Chen's mother's hands, and at that moment, she finally understood why Wang Chen had arranged things this way. When the relatives saw Wuya's appearance, everyone was stunned. Even her cousins couldn't help but praise her. Mom and Dad, what are you discussing? Wang Chen's mother pulled Wuya to sit beside her, and Wang Chen set down his suitcase and sat next to Wuya. At this moment, his aunt looked at Wang Chen with a beaming smile and said, Xiaohaozi, you haven't introduced us to your girlfriend yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen began to introduce her. Uncles and aunts, this is my girlfriend, Wuya. His aunt said, Xiaohaozi, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Wife, this is my aunt. Wuya immediately understood, thank you for the compliment, aunt, you are also very beautiful. His aunt laughed, ha, Xiaoya really knows how to talk. After the introductions, they continued discussing the earlier matter. Wang Chen thought it was something serious. It turned out that his cousin had found a Mercedes E300 to be the lead car, but now the person had something to do and couldn't bring the car, and there were no suitable cars in his cousin's village, so they came to Grandma's house to discuss. They wanted to see if Grandma's house had a suitable lead car. However, the cars in the village were basically just for transportation, and there were no cars worth over 200,000. So they were discussing this matter. His aunt said, if there isn't one at home, we'll have to rent one in the county. Dialect. This was unavoidable. Everyone was from the countryside and simply couldn't afford such expensive cars. Just then, Wang Chen's mother seemed to think of something and looked at Wang Chen, asking, Xiaohao, didn't you say you bought a car? Dialect. Upon hearing this, all the relatives looked at Wang Chen's mother in disbelief. They all knew Wang Chen was still in college. How could he buy a car while in college? Wang Chen had originally planned to quietly tell his cousin and sister-in-law later, but he didn't expect his mother to say this. There was no way out, he could only tell the truth. Yeah, dialect, what kind of car is it? Can it be the lead car? Dialect, Mom, it should be fine, my car is a Mercedes. What? As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a group of relatives looked at him in shock. His aunt said, Xiaohaozi, you bought a car? Wang Chen's aunt was very surprised. She didn't expect that Wang Chen had already bought a car while still in college. It should be noted that Wang Chen was only attending an ordinary second-tier university. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics and Shanghai University of Finance were not the same university. Shanghai University of Finance was just a private second-tier university, while Shanghai University of Finance was a legitimate double first-class university. Her daughter, Lei Chuani, was attending a first-tier university and still hadn't found a job. How could Wang Chen afford a car? She found it hard to accept. However, she didn't show it on the surface. Of course, Wang Chen knew who in the family looked down on him and who didn't, but after all, they were relatives, and he wouldn't tear his face. They would still have to see each other often in the future. Yes, aunt. You bought a Mercedes? Yeah, A-class Mercedes? Wang Chen smiled slightly and didn't answer. In the eyes of ordinary people, being able to afford a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi was already the limit, and it was the cheapest models of these three brands. Wang Chen didn't answer his aunt, but his aunt asked, Xiaohaozi, what model of Mercedes do you have? Can it be the lead car for your cousin? Aunt, no problem, if my cousin wants to use it as the lead car, then he can take it. His cousin, Xiaoyu, looked at Wang Chen in shock. He remembered teasing Wang Chen during the new year, saying that Wang Chen would definitely buy his own car and would never drive his dad's car. He never expected that less than a year later, Wang Chen actually bought a car himself. Xiaohaozi, thank you, Auntie. Auntie, you don't need to say that. We're family, there's no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, Auntie's face broke into a smile. Just after Wang Chen agreed to Auntie, his cousin Wang Bing, the son of his second uncle, said, Wang Chen, take us to see the car you bought. Wang Chen felt very uncomfortable with his cousin's tone. This cousin had looked down on him since they were kids. He still remembered when he got into college, that year, he and his aunt's daughter, Lei Chuani, both got accepted. This cousin secretly gave Lei Chuani 500 yuan but didn't say a word to him, not even a congratulatory remark. Of course, Wang Chen didn't want his 500 yuan, but as a cousin, not even saying congratulations made him feel looked down upon. Sorry, cousin, I just got back and I'm a bit tired. With the elders at home, Wang Chen wouldn't directly call him by name, after all, that would be a bit impolite. After that, Wang Chen's parents went to prepare dinner for the relatives, and Wu Ye went to help. Wang Chen then went outside with his cousin Xiaoyu and his cousin-in-law Bai Lu. Bai Lu was quite good-looking, and Wang Chen checked the system. Bai Lu's appearance score was exactly 80 points. That was the requirement for the system to bind. However, Wang Chen had no intention of binding with his cousin-in-law. It was meaningless. Wang Chen stood outside with his cousin and cousin-in-law. "Cousin, you guys can drive the car back later." "Cousin, what car did you buy?" "A Mercedes." Cousin-in-law Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen and said, "You two brothers are really interesting." "Ah, cousin-in-law, cousin, let me take you to see it." "Sure." Cousin Xiaoyu actually thought Wang Chen bought a Mercedes A-Class. After all, Wang Chen hadn't graduated yet, so it was unlikely he could afford an expensive car. But that was still impressive. Then, Wang Chen led his cousin Xiaoyu and cousin-in-law Bai Lu towards the direction where the G-Class was parked. On the way, cousin-in-law Bai Lu kept asking him questions. "Cousin, was that really your girlfriend just now?" "Cousin-in-law, why would I lie to you? She really is my girlfriend, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her back." Bai Lu's eyes showed a look of shock. In Bai Lu's eyes, Wu Ye was like a princess, untouched by the mundane world, beautiful, with a great figure, and spoke gently. Wang Chen actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. "Not bad, you little guy actually found such a beautiful girlfriend." Cousin Xiaoyu teased. Wang Chen smiled. If they knew he also knew the big star Zhao Liying, they wouldn't know what expression to make. Before long, Wang Chen brought cousin-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu to the front of the car. When cousin Xiaoyu saw the G-Class, he was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he thought Wang Chen's car could only be a Mercedes A-Class, but now he saw what it was, a Mercedes G-Class, the G. This car was not something that could be bought for just over 100,000. Xiaoyu's only thought now was that his cousin Wang Chen's girlfriend must be rich, and very rich at that. Cousin-in-law Bai Lu's face was filled with shock. Wang Chen smiled and asked, "Cousin, do you think this car can be your first car?" Hearing Wang Chen's words, Xiaoyu, still in shock, finally came to his senses. He looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. "Cousin, you've really made it big. This car must be worth at least 3 million. As soon as Xiaoyu's words came out, cousin-in-law Bai Lu, who was still in shock, looked at Wang Chen with a face full of disbelief. Bai Lu and her cousin Xiaoyu shared the same thought. They both believed that Wang Chen's girlfriend must be wealthy. Otherwise, how could Wang Chen afford such an expensive car while still in college? "Cousin, be honest, is your girlfriend particularly rich?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not refute. It was better for his relatives to think that Wu Ye was the one with money rather than revealing his own wealth, which would save him a lot of trouble. "Cousin, you don't need to worry about that. Here are the car keys, you can drive it back later." Wang Chen handed the keys of the G-Class directly to his cousin Xiaoyu and then turned to leave. Only Xiaoyu and his wife Bai Lu were left standing there, exchanging glances. "Xiaoyu, your cousin. Alright, we don't know anything. Just drive the car away later, and don't worry about anything else." "I know, but didn't you say your cousin was quite lively when he was younger?" "I didn't expect this." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either. He lived with me during elementary school, and I never thought he would be so successful now. But at least our car problem is finally solved. After the wedding, let's invite him and his girlfriend out for a meal." "I was thinking the same." "Xiaoyu, do you think we should leave our Honda Civic for him to use? I'm worried it might be inconvenient for him without a car, especially since his girlfriend is here too." "Sure." The two chatted a bit more and then returned to Wang Chen's home. However, their gazes towards Wang Chen and Wu Ye had already changed. At 7 in the evening, after much effort from Auntie and the others, the meal was finally ready. Next came dinner time. At the dining table, due to the large number of people, they were divided into 2 tables, one for women and one for men. Since Wu Ye had just arrived, Wang Chen sat next to her. Wu Ye looked at Wang Chen's actions, her face beaming with joy. Just then, Wang Chen heard a long-forgotten sound. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ye's favorability +1. Seeing this, Bai Lu teased, "Oh, cousin, are you afraid we won't take good care of your girlfriend?" "Auntie, that's not right. When you first came to cousin's house, didn't cousin sit at the same table with you?" Yes. "Besides, Auntie, I don't like drinking, so naturally, I wouldn't sit at that table." "You really are a good man." Bai Lu didn't speak in dialect, she knew Wu Ye wouldn't understand, so she spoke to Wang Chen in Mandarin. When they first arrived home, everyone was speaking in dialect, and Wang Chen's mother was a true rural person, often unsure how to communicate with Wu Ye. This led to Wu Ye wanting to listen but not understanding. Wu Ye also didn't know what to call Bai Lu. Calling her aunt felt awkward since Wu Ye was quite a bit older, but not calling her aunt felt strange as she was Wang Chen's aunt. Unable to find a solution, Wu Ye could only seek help from Wang Chen. She then whispered in Wang Chen's ear, Xiao Hao, what should I call Bailu? Wang Chen softly replied in her ear, just call her Bailu. Okay. At the women's table, there were quite a few people, Wang Chen counted, and there were a total of 13. Besides Wang Chen and Wu Ya, there were also Wang Chen's mother, 3 aunts, his cousin Wang Bing's wife, Aunt Bailu, and Wang Chen's younger cousin's mother. They all kept staring at Wu Ya while eating. Their eyes were filled with envy. And then Bailu's words made everyone present even more envious. Wu Ya, can I ask you a question? Wu Ya, who was eating, was taken aback, then looked at Wang Chen. After he nodded, she said, Bailu, go ahead. Well, my cousin said that the car outside is yours. Wang Chen winked at Wu Ya, and Wu Ya understood immediately. Yes, I bought it. As soon as these words were spoken, the relatives still eating filled with intense envy. This also gave Wu Ya enough of a sense of superiority in Wang Chen's eyes. In the eyes of these relatives, Wu Ya was not only beautiful but also wealthy, and she didn't look down on rural people. She had just personally gone to the kitchen to help Wang Chen's mother with the fire and wash the vegetables. She was simply the perfect daughter-in-law candidate. At this moment, Bailu also confirmed her and Xiaoyu's thoughts that Wu Ya was definitely a rich person. But what they didn't know was that Wu Ya was also from the countryside and had been burdened with $1 million in debt before meeting Wang Chen. Seeing this, her aunt said sarcastically, Wu Ya, how much did your Mercedes A-Class cost? I'm thinking of changing my car in the next few days. Maybe I'll get a Mercedes A-Class too. As soon as her aunt finished speaking, Bailu looked at her with disdain. Thinking of changing a car in the next few days. Even if you starved yourself for 5 or 6 years, you couldn't afford Wu Ya's car. She understood why Wang Chen didn't like her aunt and Wang Bing. Bailu noticed it too. But she wouldn't say anything. Wu Ya didn't know how to respond. After all, her aunt was Wang Chen's elder, so she could only turn to Wang Chen. Aunt, what you said is not right. Our car was bought in the Magic City, and the policies are different everywhere. If you want to buy a car, you can only ask at the dealership. We wouldn't know. Wang Chen gave Wu Ya a reassuring look. Wu Ya also breathed a sigh of relief. At 9:30 in the evening, everyone had finished dinner, and only the men at one table were still drinking. The women at another table had already started chatting. Wang Chen didn't go anywhere. He stayed with Wu Ya because he was worried she wouldn't adapt. During the conversation, the relatives at home were also asking Wu Ya if she had any sisters or younger sisters. If she did, could she introduce them to their sons? Wang Chen was speechless. Wu Ya was already 32 years old. If she had a sister, she would be at least 34 or 35, if not older. Introducing her to your sons was quite amusing. At midnight, most of Wang Chen's relatives had already left, leaving only his aunt, uncle, cousin, and cousin-in-law. The uncle was already drunk. Wang Chen's father was also drunk and had been taken to rest by Wang Chen. Cousin Xiaoyu didn't drink because he had to drive. After everyone left, Cousin Xiaoyu said to Wang Chen and Wang Chen's mother, Cousin, Aunt, Wu Ya, thank you. Oh, cousin, it's just a car, you can take it, no need to say so much. You took care of me a lot when we were kids. Cousin Xiaoyu had a relaxed smile on his face. After that, cousin-in-law Bailu invited Wu Ya and Wang Chen to her house tomorrow. Cousin Xiaoyu also handed his car keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and accepted them. Wang Chen, Wu Ya, and Wang Chen's mother sent the aunt, uncle, cousin, and cousin-in-law to Wang Chen's car. Watching cousin Xiaoyu drive away with the aunt, Wang Chen, his mother, and Wu Ya returned home. In the big G car, cousin Xiaoyu touched the car, feeling incredibly refreshed. It was such a good car, and it was the first time he had driven one like this after so long. Xiaoyu, how do you like your cousin's car? The aunt, being a genuine rural person, didn't know much about cars, so she asked, Mom, do you know how much this car costs? What do you mean how much? It's just a car. That's not the same. This car costs at least 3 million, but I estimate it can't be bought for less than 4 million. What? Hearing her son's words, aunt and her already drunken husband were instantly shocked. A car costing 4 million? What a joke. They only earn a little over 100,000 a year, and this car alone costs 4 million? Son, you're not joking, are you? Aunt's husband said excitedly. Dad, why would I lie to you? Just search online and you'll find it. At this moment, Bailu also said, I just asked Wu Ya, she bought this car. Xiao Haozi's girlfriend bought it? Yes. At this point, Aunt's family had fallen into deep thought. After a long while, Aunt slowly said, Xiaoyu, don't tell anyone about your cousin's matter, understood? Mom, I'm not stupid. That's good. After the wedding, you two should invite Wang Chen and Wu Ya out for a meal. Okay. Xiaoya, you guys go rest. I'll clean up here. Wang Chen's mother said to Wu Ya. Auntie, it's fine, I'll help you clean up. After that, Wu Ya and Wang Chen helped Wang Chen's mother clean up until around 1 in the morning.
when they finally managed to tidy up the house. After cleaning, Wang Chen told Wu Ye to go take a shower first. "Wife, let me take you to shower." After Wu Ye went to shower, Wang Chen's mother pulled Wang Chen aside to talk quietly. "Son, that girl is so beautiful, will she mind that our family is poor?" "Mom, what are you thinking? She has been cleaning with you for so long, and her family is also from the countryside, so don't worry." That's good. I'm just worried that Wu Ye won't like our family." "She won't, Mom. After you finish your shower, you should go rest." "How you guys sleep tonight, you arrange it yourself, I won't interfere." After saying that, Wang Chen's mother looked at Wang Chen with a smile. Her meaning was obvious. Wang Chen was also thinking, he had long wanted to be someone who has eaten seafood, but there had been no opportunity. However, tonight seemed to present an opportunity. Wang Chen thought for a moment. The first floor of the house had a living room and a kitchen, the second floor was his parents' bedroom, and although there was a guest room, it was right next to his parents' room, and it was already filled with things by his mother. So that left his third floor. The hallway on the third floor had a bathroom. Next to the bathroom was the living room, and next to the living room was Wang Chen's room. This meant that there was only one room on the third floor, so tonight he would most likely be able to sleep with the beautiful Wu Ye, but whether he could eat was uncertain. After a while, Wu Ye finished her shower and came out wearing a white nightgown. At that moment, she looked as beautiful as a water lily. Every time Wang Chen saw Wu Ye like this, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. He even thought, since Wu Ye, with a beauty score of 93, could be this beautiful, how stunning would Zhao Liying, with a score of 97, be? "Xiaohao, auntie, I'm going up first, you guys should rest early too." "Xiaoya, you go ahead, sleep in tomorrow," Wang Chen's mother said. After Wu Ye went upstairs, Wang Chen went to take a shower, and after he finished, he also went to rest. When Wang Chen arrived on the third floor, Wu Ye was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. "Sister Wu Ye, why aren't you going to rest yet?" Wu Ye rolled her eyes at Wang Chen. Annoyed, she said, "What, do you want to sleep with me? There's only one room on this floor, where do you want me to sleep?" Hearing this, Wang Chen grinned and said, "Hee, you're already my wife, it's only right for us to sleep together." "Go away, no way. Even though I've met auntie, we can't sleep together before we're married." Wang Chen thought he could finally sleep with the naturally beautiful Wu Ye tonight. "As a result, you tell me, just this?" "Ah, well then," Wang Chen said dejectedly. Seeing Wang Chen like this, Wu Ye also felt helpless. She didn't know what to do, her heart was in turmoil. Wang Chen knew that Wu Ye's current level of affection wasn't enough for her to break her boundaries for him, so he didn't plan to push her. "Sister Wu Ye, you go sleep on the bed, I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye wanted to say for Wang Chen to come sleep on the bed too, but when the words reached her lips, she still couldn't say it. Xiao, when? When you come home with me to meet my parents, I'll give you." After saying this, Wu Ye shyly ran into Wang Chen's room and closed the door. Wang Chen stared blankly at the closed door, and after coming to his senses, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Although he didn't get to eat tonight, he understood Wu Ye's current thoughts. At the very least, Wu Ye had already started to lower her boundaries. It's important to know that Wu Ye had been with her ex-husband for several years. Even until marriage, her purity was still intact. Now, just over 2 months into being with Wang Chen, she was already willing to lower her boundaries for him. Was it far from eating? Wang Chen took a quilt and turned off the light, smiling as he played on his phone. He opened his phone and saw messages from several women, Song Ningxiang, Li Meng, Bai Waner, and Zhao Liying. Wang Chen immediately opened Zhao Liying's green bubble. Upon seeing Zhao Liying's message, Wang Chen became excited. Zhao Liying said the new drama would be released around the new year. That is, during the New Year period. As long as the new drama does well at the box office, the money he could earn through the cashback would definitely be a lot. Now, Wu Ye's salary cashback multiplier had reached 300 times. Even if he earned 100 million from Zhao Liying's new drama, then with a 300 times cashback, that would be 30 billion. More importantly, as long as he raised Wu Ye's affection during this time, the salary cashback multiplier would also increase. It could even reach 1,000 times. Wang Chen was already starting to look forward to it. The more money he earned through salary cashback, the more points he would get, and then he could bind more salary cashback goddesses to help him make money. Becoming the world's richest man was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt very excited. It made him unable to sleep. He could only continue scrolling through Douyin. On the other side, after Wu Ye said that, she ran into her room, burrowed under the quilt, and covered her head with it. Remembering what she had said, her face turned completely red. She even felt she shouldn't have said such a thing.
She doubted whether she was still herself, having said something so embarrassing. She didn't know if Wang Chen would think she was an improper woman. That night, Wu Ya's thoughts were very complicated. Neither of them could sleep, but they were thinking about different things. The next day, it was already noon, and Wang Chen was still asleep, soundly on the sofa. Meanwhile, Wu Ya had gotten up early and was doing some housework with Wang Chen's mother. But after a short while, Wang Chen's mother asked her to come up and rest. Wu Ya, having not slept much, was very tired, so she went back up to continue resting. By the time Wang Chen woke up, it was already time for lunch. Son, call Xiaoya down for lunch. Wang Chen, just getting up, heard his mother's voice. Coming right away. Then Wang Chen knocked on the door of the room, calling for Wu Ya to come down for lunch. However, what they didn't know was that news about Wang Chen and Wu Ya had already spread throughout the village. Time flies. Soon it was the 20th. Today is the day of my cousin Xiaoyu's wedding, and the villagers have risen early to prepare. As the maternal family of the bride, there is quite a bit to get ready, including a pig's leg, cash gifts, rice, and homemade rice wine. Everyone also spent money on fireworks and other items. At this moment, the villagers were already waiting, and Wang Chen brought Wu Ya to the gathering place, where everyone was already dressed and ready to go. However, the people who had been discussing animatedly fell silent the moment they saw Wu Ya. Every time they saw Wu Ya, they were struck by her beauty. Is that Wang Chen's girlfriend? She's really beautiful. So stunning, she looks just like a star on TV. Wow, how lucky is Wang Chen to have found such a beautiful wife. I'm really impressed. After Wang Chen greeted his relatives with Wu Ya, he took her to his cousin's car. Wu Ya sat in the passenger seat while Wang Chen took the driver's seat. Xiao Hao, your sister-in-law's name sounds like a celebrity's name. Ha ha ha, dear, are you talking about that Bai Lu? Yes, I think so too. Honey, I need to go out and discuss some things with them. Do you want to wait in the car or come with me? Wu Ya shook her head. I won't go. I'll wait in the car. You go? Okay. It wasn't that Wu Ya didn't want to go with Wang Chen. If she did, the way the villagers looked at her would make her uncomfortable, which she didn't like. So she decided to stay in the car and wait for Wang Chen to return. Wang Chen opened the car door and stepped out. He walked over to where the villagers had gathered. They were discussing what to buy and whether there were enough cars. Just then, Wang Chen's cousin Wang Jianghan came over with his son. Wang Jianghan was 20 days older than Wang Chen and was already married with a son. Wang Chen, I didn't expect that after just half a year, you would bring back such a beautiful girlfriend. Ha, you already have a son. If I don't work harder, my parents will scold me to death. You kid, I heard you bought a car? Yeah, an Accord? Wang Jianghan had just seen Wu Ya and Wang Chen get into that car. After mentioning the Accord, he looked at the license plate. No, this is my cousin's car. My car is with my cousin. Oh, so you're going to wait until school starts to go out? No, I'll probably leave in a few days. What's the rush? We haven't even had a meal together yet, and you're already leaving? I have to go out to make money. That's fine. At 10 in the morning. Everyone had been waiting for nearly an hour. Wang Chen's uncle shouted to the villagers, everyone get in the car, we're ready to depart. Upon hearing this, those who had been chatting or discussing things quickly got into the cars. Wang Chen naturally got into his cousin's Accord and took the driver's seat. He was waiting for the car to fill up before setting off. His car was towards the back, and since the cars in front hadn't left, his car wouldn't be moving either. Xiao Hao, I feel like your place is pretty similar to ours. Weddings in the countryside are basically like this. What about when we get married? After saying this, Wu Ya gazed at him with her gem-like eyes. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know how to respond. He might not be able to give Wu Ya that little booklet, but he could still provide a wedding. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, lest his affection wane. Well, then we need to see if you want to have the wedding in the city or in the countryside. Hearing Wang Chen's words, a happy smile appeared on Wu Ya's face. The reason she asked was to see Wang Chen's attitude, and his response made her feel very reassured. He, then let's go on our honeymoon together. Sure, wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Just as the two were discussing, Wang Chen felt the car door being pulled open. He stopped chatting with Wu Ya and turned his gaze to the open door. A woman entered with a little girl. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to see the sister-in-law he had thought about before. Wang Chen called out, "Sister-in-law." Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to come back. Sister-in-law, my cousin is getting married. How could I not come back? That's true. The person next to you is your girlfriend, right? Yes. This is my girlfriend Wu Ya, and this is my sister-in-law Li Yunru. Upon hearing Wang Chen's introduction, Wu Ya turned to greet Li Yunru. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Wu Ya, you're really beautiful. You're also very pretty, sister-in-law. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then fell silent. After a while, Wang Chen waited again. During this time, he opened the data on his sister-in-law Li Yunru to take a look. System, open Li Yunru's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Li Yunru. Age, 30. Appearance, 85. Favorability, 40. Ordinary friend. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Occupation, none. Wang Chen glanced at the system-generated data, and the last occupation showed as none. It seemed that sister-in-law Li Yunru was likely a housewife. However, sister-in-law Li Yunru's appearance was quite high, an impressive 85. In fact, before Wu Ya arrived, sister-in-law Li Yunru was the topic of discussion among the villagers. Sometimes, it's just like that, being good-looking invites discussion. Moreover, Wang Chen had just taken a look at sister-in-law Li Yunru. She was different from Wu Ya. Wu Ya had a slightly mature young woman vibe, while sister-in-law Li Yunru was like a fully ripe apple, waiting to be picked. She exuded a strong married woman aura. Each had their own characteristics. After looking at sister-in-law Li Yunru's data, Wang Chen stopped checking. There was no point, after all, he wouldn't have any close interactions with her. At most, they would just chat a bit. After waiting for a while with no one else getting in, Wang Chen drove off, following the car in front. Wang Chen's father drove his own car. Along the way, sister-in-law Li Yunru's daughter kept saying she wanted to buy colored pens. Sister-in-law Li Yunru had no choice but to ask Wang Chen to stop when they reached the market so she could take her daughter to buy colored pens. Wang Chen naturally agreed. When they arrived at the market, Wang Chen left the convoy and parked the car by the roadside. Then he let sister-in-law Li Yunru and her daughter get out. After a while, sister-in-law Li Yunru returned with her daughter. Her daughter was holding a colored pen, smiling happily, looking very cute. Wang Chen couldn't help but want to kiss her a couple of times. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. It even made a noise. Wu Ya and sister-in-law Li Yunru in the car looked at Wang Chen with puzzled expressions. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya and sister-in-law Li Yunru were at a loss for words. Wu Ya said, then you should go. Do you want us to go with you? Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. He hadn't been to the market in half a year. How would he know where the public restroom was? So he could only look at sister-in-law Li Yunru and ask, sister-in-law, do you know where the public restroom is? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wu Ya and her sister-in-law Li Yunru finally understood why he felt unwell but didn't go to the restroom. It turned out he couldn't find the location. I know, but if I tell you, you might not find it. Sister-in-law Li Yunru said somewhat awkwardly. Wife, can you help sister-in-law watch the child? Let her take me to the restroom, okay? Yeah, hurry up. After that, sister-in-law Li Yunru got out of the car with Wang Chen, and then she led him through the alley, turning left and right, and after quite a while, they finally found the public restroom. However, when they arrived at the restroom, Wang Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. He forgot to bring toilet paper. Wang Chen, I'm going back now. Wait a minute. Just as Li Yunru was about to leave, she was called back by Wang Chen. Sister-in-law, could you help me buy a pack of paper? I forgot to bring it. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru was momentarily stunned, but she still nodded in agreement. Since Wang Chen couldn't even find this place, if Wu Ya were to bring it, she probably wouldn't find it either, so it was most suitable for her to bring it. At this moment, Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore. He rushed straight in. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Chen looked at his phone. He was still wondering why sister-in-law hadn't brought the paper yet. He wanted to send her a message or make a call, only to realize he didn't even have her contact information. This made Wang Chen feel a bit frustrated. The public restroom had squat toilets, and because the location was relatively hidden, there were fewer people coming here to use the restroom. Basically, it was only the residents nearby who came. But the families living here all had bathrooms, so they didn't need to use the public restroom. Therefore, there were basically no people around. Thinking of this, Wang Chen shouted outside, sister-in-law. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Li Yunru, who had been waiting outside, responded. Wang Chen, how do I give you the paper? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell into deep thought. Sister-in-law, could you bring it in for me? Hearing this, Li Yunru was at a loss. Although this public restroom was mostly empty, Wang Chen was in the men's restroom, and she had to go in. Li Yunru felt a bit awkward. After thinking for a while, Li Yunru said, Wang Chen, wait a moment. Li Yunru originally wanted to see if there were any men around. She wanted to find a man to bring the paper to Wang Chen. But after looking for a while, she didn't see anyone. This left Li Yunru feeling helpless. There was no other way. Li Yunru could only take the paper to Wang Chen herself. Gritting her teeth, Li Yunru walked into the men's restroom. Arriving at the door of the public restroom, Wang Chen, here's the paper. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen extended a hand, and Li Yunru placed the paper in his hand, then quickly ran out of the restroom. As soon as she ran out, Li Yunru's face was flushed. She had originally planned to go back first, but worried that Wang Chen wouldn't find his way back, she had no choice but to wait for him at the restroom door. After a while, Wang Chen washed his hands and walked out of the public restroom. He walked up to Li Yunru and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you." "Oh, what are you saying? Let's hurry up and leave, otherwise, we won't catch up with them." "Yeah, let's go. By the way, sister-in-law, let me add you on WeChat. I don't have you on there." "Okay." After saying that, Li Yunru showed her QR code for Wang Chen to scan. After receiving the friend request, Li Yunru accepted it immediately. Then the two of them left. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Originally, there was some water at the entrance of the public restroom, and Li Yunru accidentally slipped when she stepped on it. She quickly fell backward. Seeing this, Wang Chen reacted quickly and ran in front of his sister-in-law, wanting to reach out and catch her to prevent her from falling. But just as Wang Chen placed his hand on her waist, his own feet slipped too. He stumbled directly. Wang Chen quickly steadied himself, but an accident still happened. Although Wang Chen managed to stabilize, the two did not fall. But just as Wang Chen steadied himself, his mouth pressed against Li Yunru's red lips. Instantly, both of them widened their eyes. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind went blank. He only felt warmth on his lips and instinctively stuck out his tongue. This left Li Yunru even more bewildered. After a while, Wang Chen and Li Yunru returned to the car. There was nothing unusual when they came back. "Xiaohao, sister-in-law, the convoy has already set off, let's go too." Wang Chen responded. Li Yunru, however, quietly glanced at Wang Chen. Then she hugged her daughter and started interacting with her. Wang Chen drove, chasing after the convoy. Since the convoy was moving slowly, it didn't take long for Wang Chen to catch up. At this point, Wang Chen was at the back and wasn't in a hurry. His mind kept replaying what had just happened. At that moment, Wang Chen thought his sister-in-law would slap him directly. He didn't expect that when he looked at his sister-in-law's data again, her favorability miraculously increased. Moreover, Wang Chen also sensed the unique fragrance of a mature woman. He felt fortunate that his sister-in-law wasn't angry, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Not to mention, if Li Yunru were to tell anyone about this incident, he would become the most despised person in the village. However, with the increase in favorability and Li Yunru's cooperation at that moment, Wang Chen knew she definitely wouldn't spill the beans. But after his cousin's wedding, he still needed to clarify things with his sister-in-law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good. Although this incident was an accident, it was basically his responsibility. He was regretting why he had to stick out his tongue at that time. He really couldn't control his mouth. What Wang Chen didn't know was that Li Yunru, who was interacting with her daughter, was occasionally stealing glances at him. No one noticed. Soon, the convoy slowly came to a stop, and everyone went to find parking spaces. Wang Chen naturally found an empty spot to park. Then he prepared to head to his cousin's house. After getting out of the car, Li Yunru took her daughter to find the women, as if she were avoiding Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen didn't dare to show any change, especially since Wuya was still beside him. Wuya linked her arm with Wang Chen's, watching the busy scene around them. She even imagined what it would be like when she married Wang Chen. Lost in thought, she unconsciously smiled. "Xiaohao, later your cousin will go to pick up the bride. Do you want to go with him?" "Of course, there's nothing else to do. It's just right to see how they do it, and I'll do the same in the future," Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing his words, Wuya rolled her eyes at him, but she was still very happy inside. "Wang Chen, take the fireworks and set them off." Wang Chen's uncle suddenly called out to him. "Okay." After responding, Wang Chen took the fireworks and found an open space to light the fuse. What followed was a series of explosive sounds from the fireworks. Firecrackers were also lit by his cousins. After the fireworks and firecrackers went off, everyone in the village lined up, holding gifts, and walked towards his cousin's house. His cousin's house was located on a steep hill. Walking up was tiring, not to mention carrying things. "Xiaohao, luckily you didn't make me wear high heels today, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be able to make it up here. Of course, it's so steep here, it would be strange if you could walk up in high heels. Hee, Xiaohao, if I can't make it up, will you carry me?" "Isn't that a silly question? If you can't make it up, why would I carry you? Am I a ghost?" Upon hearing this, Wuya looked at him with a smile. Since being with Wang Chen, she felt that she had been smiling a lot more, and every day was filled with happiness. After climbing the steep slope for a while, they finally arrived at Xiaoyu's doorstep. Once they got up,
someone came to take the gifts from their hands to welcome them. Wang Chen also saw his cousin Xiaoyu and his parents. Today, his cousin Xiaoyu was indeed looking quite dapper. Upon seeing her family, Auntie's face was full of pride, especially when she saw Wang Chen and Wuya. The smiles on Auntie, Uncle, and cousin Xiaoyu's faces became even more pronounced. Cousin, Wuya, you're here. Yeah, cousin, congratulations. Hee, thank you. By the way, cousin, could you drive your car later? Since your car is quite expensive, I'm not comfortable letting anyone else drive it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't immediately agree but looked at Wuya. Wuya nodded. Alright, no problem. When are we leaving? We'll set off soon. We need to arrive at your sister-in-law's house before 11:30. Okay, then I'll take my wife to my mom's and come over. Good. After saying that, Wang Chen took Wuya to his mother's place. To his surprise, his sister-in-law Li Yunru was also there, so Wang Chen felt more at ease. Mainly, he was worried that Wuya wouldn't understand the dialect, but with his mother and sister-in-law around, he felt reassured. Wife, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Okay. After arranging for Wuya, Wang Chen went to find his cousin. Actually, Wang Chen wanted to take Wuya with him, but he had to drive the lead car, which was reserved for the bride and groom, so Wuya couldn't sit in it. The bride and groom had to sit in the back seat, and the maid of honor sat in the front passenger seat. Therefore, Wuya couldn't sit there. Wang Chen called his cousin Xiaoyu to confirm his location and then went to find him. When he arrived at the convoy, Wang Chen saw that everyone was already prepared. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Xiaoyu waved at him. Cousin, let's set off. Sure. After that, Wang Chen took his place in the driver's seat of his G-Class. Many people wanted to try driving the G-Class, but Xiaoyu didn't let them, as it was quite an expensive car, and it was better for the owner to drive. After Wang Chen arrived, the convoy set off. However, Wang Chen was not the first car. There was a camera car in front. The camera car drove slowly ahead, and Wang Chen turned on his hazard lights, then followed closely behind the camera car. The cars behind did the same. Cousin Xiaoyu was sitting in the front passenger seat. Cousin, when do you plan to get married? Cousin, today is your big day. Why are you asking me that? I want to ask you, are you nervous? I am indeed a little nervous. After all, it's my first time getting married. Ha. By the way, cousin, after our wedding, we'd like to invite you and your wife to dinner. Do you have time? Sure, just let us know when. Alright. Wang Chen chatted with his cousin for a while, then his cousin's phone rang, as if someone was asking something. But Wang Chen didn't inquire. Just after hanging up, his phone rang again. In short, all sorts of questions were coming his way. After half an hour of travel, Wang Chen and the others finally arrived at his sister-in-law Bai Lu's house. Bai Lu's house was next to another market. When Wang Chen and the others arrived, it was just 11:30. Cousin was the first to get out. Then everyone who came along also got out of the car. Cousin went to organize the order, preparing to welcome cousin's wife, and Wang Chen also got out of the car. However, they couldn't go up to cousin's wife's house yet. They still needed to wait a little longer. After a while, they would have lunch, and only after that could they take cousin's wife home. Although Wang Chen wasn't very clear about the intermediate steps, he didn't need to be, he just had to follow his cousin. His only responsibilities were to eat and pick people up. He was still the driver, so he wouldn't drink. This was great. He didn't like drinking. Taking this opportunity, Wang Chen counted how many cars there were in total. He didn't expect his cousin to have found 20 cars. Including the photography car and his lead car, there were a total of 22 cars, which had a good meaning, in pairs. However, aside from his car, the other cars were all ordinary family vehicles. Now Wang Chen finally understood how much his salary rebate from working in the Magic City was. Wealth should not be flaunted, and Wang Chen understood this. After about 10 minutes, cousin Xiaoyu was ready. Once organized, he let everyone get in the cars, and Wang Chen followed suit. Although they had arrived at cousin's wife Bai Lu's doorstep, they still had to make a small turn to see it. After everyone got in the cars, the photography car slowly started moving, and Wang Chen and the others followed suit. As the photography car turned the corner, Bai Lu's family saw them. They understood that the wedding procession had arrived. Hey, do you guys know what car Xiaoyu drove as the lead car this time? Wasn't it said to be a Mercedes E300? Yeah, the Mercedes E300 costs around 5 to 600,000. What? You all don't know? I heard that the person driving the lead car suddenly couldn't make it, and the lead car has already been changed. Is that true? Of course it's true. Then what car will he change the lead car to? Speaking of the lead car, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the camera car, understanding that the lead car usually follows behind the camera car, and they were very curious. Since the E300 as the lead car couldn't make it,
What car would Xiaoyu find to take its place? If he found a car worth less than the E300 to be the lead car, not only would Xiaoyu be discussed, but even Bai Lu's family might become the subject of gossip. You could find a car more expensive than the E300, but you couldn't find one cheaper. Just as the villagers of Bai Lu were eagerly anticipating, an off-road vehicle came into their view. The lines of that car were smooth, and its black body was striking. The Mercedes logo on the front showcased its nobility. At that moment, those in Bai Lu village who recognized the car gasped in surprise. Wow! This is a G-Class. G-Class? What kind of car is that? Exactly. How come I've never heard of it? Some people who farmed in the countryside didn't know what a G-Class was. They only knew about Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. The G-Class is also a Mercedes, and this car is even more expensive than the E300. The E300 costs around 5 to 600,000, but this G-Class costs 5 to 6 million. Upon hearing this, the faces of the villagers in Bai Lu were filled with shock. For them, a car worth 5 to 600,000 was already a rare sight, let alone one worth 5 to 6 million. They didn't expect that the lead car Xiaoyu brought for the wedding would actually be a car worth 5 to 6 million. Bai Lu really found a good family. Yeah, I didn't expect Xiaoyu's family to find such a good car to be the lead car. Bai Lu will be enjoying life now. I should ask if Xiaoyu has any brothers or older brothers. I want to introduce my daughter to them. I heard Xiaoyu has a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. Really? Really, Xiaoyu's younger brother is named Xiajin, and he graduated from university a year ago. No way. I'll ask Bai Lu's family later to see if I can introduce Xiajin to my daughter. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the convoy slowly arrived at Bai Lu's doorstep. Under his cousin's instructions, Wang Chen parked the car, and the vehicles behind him gradually came to a stop. After everyone got out, Wang Chen sought his cousin, checking to see if anything was left behind. Then they waited for the people in the convoy to disembark. Wang Chen glanced over at Bai Lu's side, where they had blocked the path with bamboo, and many children were also standing in their way. Behind the children were Bai Lu's family members. They seemed to be on high alert, waiting for his cousin Xiaoyu's arrival. Wang Chen found the scene quite lively. Cousin, hold this bouquet for me. I'll need it when we break through the door later. Okay. Wang Chen took the bouquet from his cousin and followed him toward Bai Lu's house. Bai Lu's side had already prepared various challenges. The first obstacle was the children. Wang Chen saw his cousin reach the first challenge and directly took out red envelopes to give to the kids blocking the way. After that came a series of wedding events. Wang Chen followed his cousin, watching him overcome 5 obstacles and slay 6 generals, and he suddenly thought about whether he would have a moment like this in the future. Following his cousin Xiaoyu, they reached the door-blocking stage. Wang Chen watched as his cousin brought a group of groomsmen to the entrance and began negotiating with the bridesmaids inside. He listened with great interest. The bridesmaids inside told his cousin Xiaoyu that he needed to give them red envelopes to open the door. They opened a crack in the door, allowing his cousin to slip the red envelopes through. However, after receiving the envelopes, the bridesmaids quickly shut the door. Wang Chen, standing behind, couldn't help but laugh. Later, the bridesmaids tried to use the same trick again, but his cousin Xiaoyu had already discussed a plan with the groomsmen, and just as the bridesmaids opened the door, they burst in. They believed that the bridesmaids' strength couldn't match theirs. However, his cousin Xiaoyu and the others underestimated the bridesmaids' fighting spirit. The moment the door cracked open, the groomsmen charged. To their surprise, they couldn't push through immediately. The door barely budged. Once the bridesmaids reacted, they quickly began to resist the groomsmen. 2 groups were pushing and blocking the door. The scene was quite spectacular. Wang Chen, holding the flowers, couldn't charge the door, otherwise, he would have definitely tried it. After a period of stalemate, the groomsmen still couldn't push the door open. This made Wang Chen marvel at how strong these bridesmaids were. Just as he had this thought, the door suddenly swung open. Instantly, the groomsmen surged into the room. Wang Chen followed them in with the flowers. At that moment, the room was already packed. The bridesmaids surrounded the bride, and a woman who resembled Bai Lu by about 70% stepped forward, blocking Xiaoyu and continuously asking questions. Wang Chen could roughly tell. This woman should be Bai Lu's sister. Through the bridesmaids, Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu sitting on the bed and was taken aback. Although Bai Lu's looks were only in the 80s, she was still very beautiful after makeup. Especially in her red outfit. She exuded a lot of charm. Just with that one glance, unexpectedly, Bai Lu also looked over through the bridesmaids, and the two exchanged a brief gaze. Wang Chen then smiled at her and withdrew his gaze. The following process went quite smoothly. Wang Chen handed the bouquet to his cousin Xiaoyu and then stood quietly to the side, watching. After it was over, they were arranged to have lunch. The food at the rural banquet was comparable to that of a top chef. It was simply exquisite. Wang Chen enjoyed eating it very much. Because Wang Chen couldn't drink, after finishing the meal, he didn't stay at his cousin Bai Lu's house any longer. There were simply too many people, and he felt quite uncomfortable. It was better to sit in the car and play on his phone for a while. However, before leaving, he thought it was best to say something to his cousin, so he looked around for him but couldn't find him. With no other option, he took out his phone to send a message to his cousin. But worried that his cousin might be too busy to check his phone, he decided to tell Bai Lu instead. Wang Chen arrived at the room from earlier. At that moment, the bridesmaids were all there. He glanced at the bridesmaids. Although they were made up and wearing white bridesmaid dresses, their looks were quite impressive. After checking through the system, he found that the bridesmaids generally scored around 70 in looks. Only his cousin's sister had a slightly higher score. When Wang Chen entered, the bridesmaids were chatting with the bride Bai Lu, but they stopped talking as soon as he arrived. Seeing Wang Chen, Bai Lu asked with some confusion, "Cousin, is there something you need?" "Brother-in-law, I just came to check on you and let you know that I'm going to rest in the car. If you need me, just send someone to call me. I already sent a message to my cousin. But I'm worried he might be busy and not have time to check his phone, so I came to tell you." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu nodded. "Okay, you go rest. If there's anything, we'll call you." Then I'll take my leave, sister-in-law." After saying that, Wang Chen turned and left. Once Wang Chen was gone, the bridesmaids asked, "Bai Lu, is this your man's cousin?" He's not very handsome, but he looks quite clean. However, he's not really my type. I still prefer my boyfriend." Listening to her friends, Bai Lu shook her head. If they knew Wang Chen was wealthy, they might think he was exactly their type. But Bai Lu wouldn't let this slip, as it would be bad if Wu Ye got angry. Besides, Wang Chen might not even like them. Wu Ye was so beautiful. Suddenly, Bai Lu recalled the moment when Wang Chen looked at her through the bridesmaid group. She shook her head vigorously and then looked at her sister Bai Yingying. If Wang Chen didn't have Wu Ye, then her sister and Wang Chen would be quite a match. What a pity! Suddenly, a bridesmaid said, "Bai Lu, I heard the lead car in the convoy was replaced with a few millions worth of G-Class. Did Xiaoyu tell you, or is this a surprise from him?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu could only explain. "Xiaoyu told me about this because the last person had something come up last minute and couldn't bring the lead car, so we decided to change it after discussing it." "Oh my gosh, Bai Lu, you guys are really generous. Renting it for a day must cost at least $1,000. Bai Lu just smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Yingying was also unaware of this matter, as Bai Lu hadn't mentioned it to her. Good times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave. Wang Chen, at his cousin's suggestion, came to his sister-in-law's room. Watching his cousin Xiaoyu help Bai Lu put on high heels, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. After Xiaoyu helped Bai Lu into her high heels, he turned around and carried her on his back. Then he walked towards the lead car. Wang Chen and the others followed him out. All the way until they reached home, Bai Lu couldn't get down to walk by herself. She had to step over the fire basin at the entrance before she could walk. The parking spot wasn't very far from Bai Lu's house. After carrying her down, they could see the car. When they reached the car, Wang Chen quickly helped his cousin open the car door. Let him carry his cousin-in-law into the car. Soon after, Wang Chen also took his seat in the driver's position. After he sat down, his cousin-in-law's sister, Bai Yingying, took the passenger seat. After his cousin carried his cousin-in-law up, he went off to arrange things. Cousin-in-law Bai Lu was introducing each other to Wang Chen and Bai Yingying. "Cousin, this is my sister Bai Yingying, she's still in her 3rd year of college." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen introduced himself to Bai Yingying. "Hello, my name is Wang Chen. Hello, my name is Bai Yingying." After that, cousin-in-law Bai Lu kept acting as a go-between, providing topics for the two until cousin Xiaoyu finished arranging things and sat down, at which point they stopped chatting. "Cousin, you just need to follow this camera car when it starts." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen kept an eye on the camera car in front, and when it slowly started moving, he followed suit. However, the speed was not very fast. Thus, they drove for a while, and when they arrived at cousin-in-law Bai Lu's small shop, Bai Lu pointed to her shop and said, "Cousin, this is my family's small shop, but it's closed today." "Cousin-in-law, I know. I used to come to your shop often when I went to my grandma's house with my mom, just that I didn't know you back then." "Really? Next time you come, I'll have Yingying give you a discount." "Ha, that sounds good, it's a deal." Just after passing cousin-in-law Bai Lu's small shop, the camera car sped up, and Wang Chen stepped on the gas to keep up. However, he drove quite steadily. There were only 4 people in Wang Chen's car, him, his cousin, cousin-in-law, and cousin-in-law's sister Bai Yingying. Along the way, cousin Xiaoyu and cousin-in-law Bai Lu were discussing some wedding details. Wang Chen and Bai Yingying, who
who was sitting in the passenger seat, listened very attentively. After a while of driving, Wang Chen finally brought them back to the village where cousin Xiaoyu lived. After the camera car stopped, cousin and the others also came to a halt. When the car stopped, they saw someone from cousin Xiaoyu's village pushing a cart over, holding eggs and a set of women's underwear. Wang Chen immediately knew what was going on. This was clearly to have cousin Xiaoyu used the cart to take cousin-in-law Bai Lu back. Seeing this scene, cousin Xiaoyu shook his head. Still can't avoid it. Saying this, he opened the car door and got out. Upon seeing this, cousin-in-law Bai Lu and her sister Bai Yingying both smiled slightly. Cousin, when are you leaving? Probably after you and cousin get married. Why? It's nothing, I just wanted to invite you and Wuya to a meal. Thank you for lending us the car as the lead vehicle. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Bai Yingying was shocked to look at Wang Chen after hearing her sister say this. She didn't expect this car to actually belong to Wang Chen. That's quite something. Moreover, she had just heard her sister say he was still in his 4th year. Being able to afford such an expensive car while still studying, this. Cousin-in-law, when I went to your house before, cousin also told me that after you finish your busy work, we should gather in the county. Sure, I'll call you when my cousin and I get to the county. Okay. Just as Bai Lu finished speaking, the car door was opened, and cousin carried cousin-in-law down from the car and placed her in the cart. He was even forced to take off his shoes and walked barefoot while pulling the cart. However, under such circumstances, cousin Xiaoyu still carried cousin-in-law Bai Lu to the uphill area. Because the slope was too steep, the cart couldn't go up. He had to carry her up. Cousin didn't hesitate and directly carried cousin-in-law on his back and walked up the steep slope. Just halfway there, my cousin was already panting heavily. Wang Chen and his sister-in-law Bai Lu's younger sister, Bai Yingying, followed behind, a bit worried, both ready to assist at any moment. However, what surprised Wang Chen was that his cousin actually gritted his teeth and carried his sister-in-law home. After his sister-in-law crossed the fire basin, it meant she could already walk. But his cousin didn't let her down, instead, he carried her into the wedding room. After doing all this, Xiaoyu went to take a shower. There was no choice, they had been hit with eggs on the way here, and he was all sticky now. After returning, Wang Chen didn't busy himself with other things but went straight back to Wuya's side. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that when he arrived behind Wuya, she suddenly turned her head to look at him as if she had known in advance. Oh, wife, how did you know I was back? How could I not know? I was watching you when you came back just now, and I guessed you would definitely come to find me first. My wife is so smart. Hearing this, Wuya's lips curled up in a smile. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Li Yunru was holding her daughter, quietly observing the sister-in-law Bai Lu in her wedding dress. However, her gaze was secretly observing Wang Chen. Sister-in-law, thank you. Thank me for what? It's nothing. When we have time, we'll treat you to a meal. Sure, just afraid you two will be too busy. No way. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for dinner. After dinner, everyone was going to head back. Wang Chen and Wuya still had one thing left to do, but they didn't want too many people to know, so they planned to wait until after dinner when it was almost time to leave to do it. During dinner, Wang Chen sat at a table with his father, while Wuya sat with Wang Chen's mother. They thought that after eating, they would go find sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu together. Wang Chen and Wuya ate quickly, and after finishing, they originally planned to find sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu, but the couple was busy toasting at each table. Wang Chen and Wuya could only wait for them to finish before going to find them. They waited for more than half an hour. Fortunately, the drinkers were taking their time, still continuing to drink. They weren't in a hurry. Son, are you going back? At that moment, Wang Chen's mother came over to ask them. Mom, are you going back? Yes, your dad and the others are all going back. I'm going back too. We still need to wait for cousin for a while. We have a gift to give him separately later. You and dad can go back first. We'll return later. Alright, but don't stay out too late. Okay. After speaking with Wang Chen, his mother took Wuya's hand, wanting her to go back with her, but Wuya wanted to wait for Wang Chen to return together, so Wang Chen's mother didn't say anything more. After that, most people left, while those still drinking remained seated. But what Wang Chen didn't expect was that after cousin and sister-in-law finished their toasts, cousin Xiaoyu actually got drunk. This was something Wang Chen hadn't anticipated. Wang Chen looked at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. He and Wuya also needed to prepare to go back. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only call his aunt and uncle to the wedding room of sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu. Then Wang Chen took out the gold bars he had prepared earlier. Wang Chen handed them to sister-in-law Bai Lu and said, Sister-in-law, this is a wedding gift from me and Wuya to you and cousin, wishing you 100 years of harmony and early birth of precious children.
When Wang Chen took out the gold bars, his aunt, uncle, and sister-in-law Bai Lu were all stunned. At that moment, the room was silent. They naturally knew the value of this gold bar. Such a large gold bar must weigh at least a pound. That means this piece of gold is worth at least 100 to 200,000. Seeing this, my cousin's wife, Wuya, quickly refused. Cousin, this won't do, it's too valuable, we can't accept it. We appreciate your kindness, but please take it back. The aunt and uncle nearby also hurriedly said, Xiaohaozi, this is too precious, quickly take it back. Aunt, I lived with my cousin for over a year when I was in elementary school, and I caused him quite a bit of trouble during that time. This is just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. After saying this, Wang Chen stuffed the gold bar into his cousin's wife's hands. Before they could say anything else, Wang Chen declared that they were leaving. He understood that if they continued with the formalities, they probably wouldn't be able to leave today, and they likely wouldn't accept it either. That would be troublesome. However, just as he finished saying they were leaving, he was pulled back down to sit by the aunt and uncle. Wang Chen had no choice but to let them busy themselves while he planned to sneak away later. After the aunt and uncle left to attend to the guests, Wang Chen and Wuya turned to his cousin Bai Lu and said, Cousin, you must keep this safe, there are quite a few people here today. Bai Lu nodded. After that, she tightened her grip on the small gold bar. To be honest, she had never imagined receiving a gold bar, it truly shocked her. Just this small gold brick was worth more than what she and Xieyu spent on their wedding. Once Wang Chen and Wuya saw that the aunt and uncle were busy greeting guests, they said goodbye to Bai Lu and prepared to leave. Cousin, we're heading back. Once you're done, we can sit together again. Hearing this, Bai Lu urged them to stay. Cousin, Wuya, why don't you rest here today? No, cousin, we need to hurry back, tidy up a bit, we're going to the county tomorrow. Once you're done, we can meet in the county. So soon to go to the county? Aren't you going to stay at home a few more days? No, there's still work to do over there. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu didn't say anything more and instead walked Wang Chen and Wuya to the car. Then, Wang Chen drove away from his cousin's house under Bai Lu's gaze. As Bai Lu watched Wang Chen and Wuya leave, she felt a bit reluctant. However, once they were gone, she turned and went back home. On the other side, in the Big G. Xiao Hao, are we going back to the county tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow we'll take mom and dad to see the supermarket, finish up some things, and then we're heading back to the Magic City. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wuya's face showed a hint of reluctance. The morning sun was so warm. The rays of morning light felt like holding a lover's hand, bringing immense happiness. Wang Chen felt a tickling sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Wuya scratching his itch with her smooth long hair. Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? Early? It's already 9:30, we should take uncle and aunt to the county to see their good things and then go to the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately got up. Indeed, he needed to quickly finish up things here. There were still many tasks waiting for him in the Magic City. Zhao Liying's favorability was still a bit low, the salary cashback multiplier hadn't increased, and the money earned wasn't enough. He needed to raise Zhao Liying's favorability towards him, and by 1 or 2. Only then could he earn more salary cashback. But there might not be an opportunity this month. Sister Wuya, I'm going to tell my parents, do you want to come with me? Wuya nodded. Then Wang Chen took Wuya downstairs. As soon as they got down, Wang Chen saw his mother preparing to brew wine, while his father had already gone to chop firewood. Mom, are you going to brew wine again? Yeah, I made a bowl of noodles for you. It's on the table, hurry up and eat, or it will get lumpy and won't taste good. Okay, by the way, Mom, don't be busy this afternoon. I'm taking you to Huisien. Why go to the county? We still have to go to your cousin's house later. It's fine, we'll go to your cousin's house first, then to the county. Alright. After talking to his mother, Wang Chen and Wuya finished the noodles their mother had cooked for them. Then they went to find their father to tell him about it. However, just as they finished speaking, their aunt and uncle all came over. Wang Chen and his father were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. Yao Mei, big brother, why are you here? Hearing this, the aunt immediately said, Fourth brother, where's the car Xiao Hao bought? The aunt's tone was a bit excited, but they didn't know why. Upon hearing his aunt's words, Wang Chen's father turned to look at Wang Chen. Dad, why are you looking at me? Your aunt is asking you about your car. Actually, Wang Chen knew it was because they saw him driving his G-Class yesterday. He understood that this matter couldn't be avoided. Rather than that, it would be better to just take them to see it. The car is parked at the village entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, the aunt and the others urged Wang Chen to take them to see it. There was no way out, so Wang Chen could only take them. When they saw the G-Class, their faces were filled with envy. But beneath the envy, there were different expressions. Cousin Wang Bing couldn't take his eyes off the G-class when he saw it and quickly turned around, reaching out his hand towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen and Wu Ye were both dumbfounded. Seeing that Wang Chen and Wu Ye weren't speaking, he said, "Give me the keys, let me drive it for a couple of days." At this, everyone looked at Cousin Wang Bing in shock. To be honest, Wang Chen really didn't like people like Cousin Wang Bing. "Sorry, cousin, we have other things to do." "What things?" "Just drive my car, we can take turns." Wu Ye, who was holding onto Wang Chen, felt that Wang Chen's cousin seemed to have a problem with his brain. Wang Chen clearly said he didn't want to give it to him, yet he still wouldn't give up. "Son, why don't you switch cars with your cousin for a bit?" Hearing his father's words, Wang Chen quickly explained, "Dad, this car isn't mine, I can't take responsibility for it, and do you know how much this car costs? Over 4 million, would you dare let your cousin drive it?" Boom! When Wang Chen finished the sentence, the relatives present and his father all had one thought in their minds: Wang Chen must have made it big. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford such a car. But Wang Chen just said that the car wasn't his, so it could only belong to. Everyone looked at Wu Ye. Wu Ye was also very cooperative with Wang Chen. She knew he didn't want others to know. "Uncle, this car is mine." However, even so, cousin Wang Bing still wanted to switch cars with Wang Chen. But since the car wasn't Wang Chen's, they had no way to do it, and in the end, they couldn't switch cars. After returning home, Wang Chen told his parents to get ready, and after visiting his cousin, they would head straight to the county. He couldn't stay at home for a moment. After this incident, he understood that showing off too much wasn't a good thing. When he returned for the new year, he still needed to drive an ordinary car. As long as he was doing well, there was no need for others to know. Wang Chen's parents had many questions, but now they didn't have time to ask. After visiting his cousin and sister-in-law in the morning, after discussing the mealtime with them, Wang Chen drove his car, taking his parents straight to the county. "There's no way around it. If we go home now, the house will probably be packed with people again tonight." Hui Xian. Wang Chen drove his parents and Wu Ye back to Nanyuan Huacheng. When they got out of the car, Wang Chen's parents kept looking around, clearly puzzled. They had so many questions for Wang Chen. "Son, what are we doing here?" "Mom, you'll find out soon. Just follow me." With that, he led his parents to the house he had bought a few days ago. The old couple was instantly shocked. "Mom and Dad, this is our new house. You won't need to go to Zhejiang anymore. It's so hot there in the summer, and I wouldn't feel at ease if you went. You can run a small business here in Huisien, and just go to Eisen Garden to sit and drink tea with them." Wang Chen's parents looked around in astonishment, clearly delighted. "Son, you haven't done anything illegal, have you?" "Mom, what are you saying? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I do anything illegal?" "Don't worry, this is all from the business that Wu Ye and I have built." Hearing this, the old couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they wandered around the house, clearly enjoying it. "Mom and Dad, come with us. We'll take you to see some other things." The old couple was puzzled by their son's words, but they still followed behind Wu Ye and Wang Chen as they went outside. Once outside, Wang Chen pointed to the supermarket that was still under renovation. "Mom and Dad, you'll be managing that supermarket in the future." "What?" Wang Chen's father's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at his son, feeling very strange. His mother was equally astonished. Seeing the old couple like this, Wang Chen and Wu Ye exchanged glances and smiled. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it had passed. On the 23rd, the supermarket was finally renovated. For the past few days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye had been teaching their parents how to stock the shelves. Every day, the old couple would come to the supermarket, their faces beaming with smiles. Perhaps this was the pride their son brought them. And seeing the smiles on his parents' faces made Wang Chen very happy. In the past, whenever he wanted something, his parents would do everything they could to satisfy him. Now that they were older, he just wanted them to enjoy life. He had succeeded, and his parents would have faith in the village. Wang Chen didn't know what filial piety was, but he knew he had to treat his parents well. That was what children should do. During these days, Wang Chen could also feel that his parents had already regarded Wu Ye as their daughter-in-law and liked her very much, making her a lot of delicious food every day. Of course, during these days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye also explained some things to the old couple, which made them very comforted. Additionally, relatives from the village kept messaging them, asking when they would go to Zhejiang and whether Wang Chen and Wu Ye were still in Huisien. They said they wanted to treat Wang Chen and Wu Ye to a meal. But the old couple, having weathered many storms, understood their relatives' intentions. So after discussing with Wang Chen and Wu Ye, they told others that Wang Chen and Wu Ye were a bit busy lately, and if they wanted to eat together, they would have to wait until the new year. After a few busy days, the supermarket was basically finished. Today was also the dinner time they had arranged with their cousin and his wife. However, the dinner was scheduled for the evening, so there was no rush. Wang Chen and Wu Ya took the old couple out to buy some clothes and everyday necessities. They didn't return home until 6 o'clock in the evening. Mom and Dad, our cousin and his wife are treating us to dinner tonight, so we won't be eating at home. Okay, Wang Chen's mother called out. Then he went to meet Wu Ya. To be honest, Wang Chen had been back in Huisian for so long, and he hadn't had the time to visit his alma mater. It was indeed a bit regrettable. However, he didn't have time to go. After having dinner with his cousin and his wife today, they were going to treat his sister-in-law Li Yunru to a meal tomorrow, and the day after, they would be heading back to the Magic City. Wang Chen could only temporarily give up the idea of visiting his school. Xiao Hao, why are we riding the little electric scooter instead of driving? Hee, I want you to hold me. Wu Ya rolled her eyes at him. As she became more familiar with Wang Chen, she no longer blushed as easily as before. But she really liked this feeling. You just love to talk nonsense. Not at all, Sister Wu Ya. I might get drunk later, so remember to take care of me. Since coming to Wang Chen's house, Wu Ya had never seen him drink. She hadn't even seen him smoke. To be honest, Wu Ya liked it very much. Later, my cousin will definitely drink with me, and I guess my sister-in-law will drink with you too, so you need to be prepared. Okay. Before long, Wang Chen and Wu Ya arrived at the location sent by his cousin. Wang Chen called his cousin. Hello, cousin, I'm here. Alright, you guys wait downstairs, I'll have your sister-in-law come to pick you up. Okay. Not long after hanging up, his sister-in-law came down. She was wearing denim shorts and a short-sleeved top. Her hair was tied in a ponytail. There was a sweet vibe about her. Wang Chen thought that he hadn't checked his sister-in-law's data yet, so he wanted to take a look. System, open by Lu's data. Beep, data generating. Name, by Lu. Age, 25. Appearance, 80. Favorability, 81. Close friend, height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45. 2 kilograms. Occupation, nurse. When Wang Chen saw the high favorability of 81, he was completely stunned. He didn't understand how his sister-in-law had achieved such a level of favorability, but it didn't matter. After today, their chances of meeting would be fewer. With fewer chances to meet, the favorability would naturally decrease. Sister-in-law. Cousin, Wu Ya, you're here. Let's go, we've been waiting for you. Okay. Then Wang Chen and Wu Ya followed his sister-in-law to her and his cousin's home. At this time, his cousin and sister-in-law had already prepared dinner. The table was filled with delicious food. Wang Chen also saw a bottle of wine. He immediately knew he would definitely get drunk tonight, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Cousin, sit down, let's eat. Thank you, cousin and sister-in-law, for making so much delicious food. What are you saying? Then there was a round of toasting, until Xie Yu and Wang Chen had both fallen asleep on the table. Seeing this, sister-in-law Bai Lu said, Wu Ya, look at Wang Chen, he's drunk so much, you guys should just rest here tonight. Bai Lu, we should go back, otherwise, it would be too disruptive. Oh, it's fine, you can go back tomorrow, it's not like there aren't rooms for you to sleep in. Alright, stop hesitating, you help Wang Chen to the room, and I'll help Xie Yu to rest, we'll have a drink later. After thinking for a while, Wu Ya said, okay, but can you arrange a separate room for me tonight? I haven't shared a room with Wang Chen yet. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu looked shocked. Sure, no problem. After Bai Lu and Wu Ya helped Wang Chen and Xie Yu back to their rooms to rest, the two of them started drinking. This drinking session quickly got the originally sober Bai Lu drunk. However, Wu Ya was fine, her alcohol tolerance was decent, her face was a bit red, but she was still sober. White Do, stop drinking, let's leave it at that for today. We'll drink again when we have the chance. No, let's drink a little longer. Seeing this, Wu Ya shook her head. She couldn't believe Bai Lu insisted on drinking despite her poor tolerance. Wu Ya had no choice but to help Bai Lu to the room they had agreed upon for her to sleep in before drinking. After tidying up a bit, she returned to her room to rest. The next morning, when Wang Chen and the others woke up, they still felt a bit dizzy. They had indeed drunk too much yesterday. Not only that, Wang Chen even had a dream. He looked at his disheveled clothes and felt a bit speechless. He had managed to throw off his clothes even in a dream. It was really a bit ridiculous. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Wang Chen walked out of the room. Honey, why are you up so early? Wu Ya, who was tidying up the aftermath with Bai Lu, turned to look at Wang Chen. Xiao Hao, did you forget we are still at your cousin's house? Hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, we drank too much yesterday. As he said this, Wang Chen turned to look at his cousin Bai Lu. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that his cousin Bai Lu seemed like a different person today, but he didn't think too much about it. After sitting for a while, he left. Then Wang Chen and Wu Ye invited his sister-in-law Li Yunru to have a meal. After eating, they parted ways with sister-in-law Li Yunru. When Wang Chen returned home, he started preparing things. It was time to go back to the Magic City. However, at that moment, he felt like he had forgotten something very important, but he just couldn't remember what it was. He thought carefully. With a buzzing in his head, he remembered. Before the summer vacation, he recalled that his instructor Lin Shui had told him she would come to their province to escape the heat. Lin Shui seemed to have sent him a message and called him. But later, he got too busy and forgot. Now that he was about to go back, it was over. Wang Chen felt like the sky was about to fall. Wouldn't he be called in for a talk by the instructor when school started? Thinking of this, Wang Chen took out his phone, opened Lin Shui's green bubble, and sure enough, there was a message from Lin Shui on it, and it was from 10 days ago. At that time, he had planned to reply to Lin Shui after finishing his work, but he got so caught up that he forgot to reply. Now this was great. Thinking of this, he lost all desire to return to the Magic City. He turned off his phone and continued tidying up. Now he didn't plan to reply to Lin Shui's message. He would give her a gift when school started at the end of August, hoping she wouldn't hold a grudge. Wait, isn't it only July now? There's still time before school starts. Should I reply after all? Otherwise, I'll definitely be in trouble when I get back. Thinking of this, Wang Chen took out his phone and replied to instructor Lin Shui's message. Wang Chen, Sister Shui, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot to reply to you. Have you come to our province yet? He sent the message to Lin Shui, but she didn't reply. So he continued tidying up. Most of the things at home had been taken care of. The parents' supermarket had started stocking items today, and he originally planned to leave tomorrow. But after discussing with Wu Ya, they decided to wait until the parents' supermarket opened before leaving. In the following 2 days, Wang Chen and Wu Ya often went to the supermarket to help out. On the 27th, the supermarket officially opened. On the opening day, business was booming. The current supermarket was completely different from the previous one. The previous supermarket had poor decoration, stale items, and high prices. Now, the supermarket not only had good decoration, fresh items, but also cheap prices. Business was definitely good. And on the day of the supermarket's opening, his cousin and sister-in-law came with flowers. Wang Chen did not tell them, but he didn't expect they would know. Cousin-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Chen, who was observing the entrance of the supermarket, asked with some confusion. Cousin, my dad told me that your family's supermarket is opening today, so I came to take a look. Cousin, you could have just come without bringing flowers. It's a waste of money. Isn't this to congratulate you? Thank you. Xie Yu handed the flowers to Wang Chen and then went inside the supermarket to browse, while cousin-in-law Bai Lu stayed behind to chat with Wu Ya. Wang Chen was busy observing the supermarket's business and did not notice Bai Lu's actions at that moment. While chatting with Wu Ya, she would occasionally glance at Wang Chen, then quickly look away. It was unclear what was going on. However, her actions did not attract anyone's attention. Cousin, when are you going to the Magic City? Bai Lu asked. We should leave tomorrow. Cousin-in-law, when you get to the Magic City, call or text us, and we'll take you out to have fun. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Really? Can we? Of course. When the time comes, you and cousin can come together, and we'll show you a good time in the Magic City. Alright, then when I get to the Magic City, I'll call you. Sure. Time flew by, and soon it was time to return to the Magic City. Today was already the 28th, and Wang Chen needed to hurry back. Zhao Liying had already sent him a message saying she wanted to introduce someone to him. Departing on the 28th, arriving in the Magic City on the 30th, and having an appointment on the 31st. His schedule was quite tight. Wang Chen was also curious about who Zhao Liying would introduce to him. If it was a goddess with a cashback salary binding, he could only look on enviously. After all, he no longer had any cashback multipliers. He wondered when he would be able to get binding chances again. It was truly frustrating. After bidding farewell to his parents, Wang Chen set off for the Magic City with Wu Ya. Wang Chen drove the big G, speeding towards the Magic City. Xiaohao, Auntie said we should get our marriage certificate during the new year. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen almost slammed on the brakes. Getting the certificate during the new year. This was going to cut off his path to making money. Absolutely not. A banquet could be arranged, but getting the certificate was out of the question. Although Wang Chen felt nervous inside, he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he calmly said, Sister Wu Ya, do you think the same way? Wu Ya softly replied with a tiny Wang Chen's heart sank. This was not good. He didn't know how to respond. If he said he wasn't willing, his favorability would definitely drop, and he was counting on Zhao Liying's new drama being released during the new year to earn some cash back.
If his favorability dropped, it would definitely not be easy to recover. Since that was the case, Wang Chen could only temporarily agree. He would first try to raise Wu Ya's favorability during this time and see if there was a way to resolve it as her favorability increased. Sister Wu Ya, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, the originally expectant Wu Ya's smile brightened significantly. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +3. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen was instantly stunned. Her favorability had increased by 3 points. He was very relieved now. If he had said he wasn't willing just now, her favorability would have dropped below 90. That hard-earned favorability would have been lost. The cashback multiplier would also plummet. Hee, Xiaohao, you're so nice. Seeing Wu Ya so happy, Wang Chen felt genuinely pleased. After all, this favorability was mutual. Since that's the case, Sister Wu Ya, what should you call me from now on? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wu Ya's face instantly turned red. She softly said, Old honey. As Wang Chen was driving, he almost wanted to give Wu Ya a kiss right then and there, but since he was driving, he had to give up. After this incident, their relationship seemed to have grown even closer. On the morning of the 30th, Wang Chen and Wu Ya finally returned to the Magic City. Fengshan Community. Once home, Wu Ya put down her bag and collapsed onto the sofa. Ah, this feels so good. Ha, Sister Wu Ya, hurry up and take a shower, you need to rest well tomorrow. Hee, honey, do you want to shower together? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was completely stunned. He looked at Wu Ya in disbelief. Not only did she call him honey, but she also wanted to shower together. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Wang Chen almost immediately wanted to agree, but just as he was about to speak, Wu Ya, with a triumphant expression, said, Hee, just kidding. I'm going to take a shower now. With that, Wu Ya dashed into the bathroom. Wang Chen was left speechless. However, he knew that Wu Ya was becoming less guarded around him. When they were together before, she hardly ever said such things. Wang Chen glanced towards the bathroom and then sat down on the sofa. He took out his phone and opened the green bubbles. Instantly, a flood of messages popped up. Zhou Liang, Bai Wanner, Song Ningxiang, cousin Bai Lu, sister-in-law Li Yinru, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zheng Mumu, Lin Shui. A screen full of messages. Wang Chen first opened Zhou Liang's chat interface. Zhou Liang, Wang Chen, tomorrow night at 8, Jiaji Private Kitchen, room 608. Wang Chen, got it, Sister Liang, I promise to be on time. After sending the message, Zhou Liang replied. Zhou Liang, didn't you say you were going to come to the crew to take a look? Why haven't you come these days? Wang Chen, my cousin got married, so I went home for a bit, just got back, I'll go in a couple of days. Zhou Liang, okay. Wang Chen, Sister Liang, do you think the new drama will do well at the box office? Zhou Liang, I don't know about that either. After chatting with Zhou Liang for a while, Wang Chen opened the green bubbles for Song Ningxiang and Bai Wanner and chatted with them for a bit. After replying to everyone else's messages one by one, he put down his phone. Not long after he set his phone down, Wu Ya emerged from the bathroom wearing a light gauzy nightgown, the sheer fabric making Wang Chen unable to resist. Wu Ya glanced at Wang Chen and, seeing his infatuated expression, couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohao, what are you looking at? This time, Wang Chen was not indifferent. After all, their affinity had already reached 95, so doing something should be fine, right? He stood up from the sofa, walked up to Wu Ya, cupped her delicate face in his hands, and kissed her red lips. Suddenly, Wu Ya grabbed Wang Chen's hand. Woo! Their lips parted. Wu Ya tightly held onto Wang Chen's hand placed somewhere, shaking her head. Xiaohao, can we wait until we meet our parents? Seeing the tears welling up in Wu Ya's eyes, Wang Chen felt helpless, but he still let go of her hand. At that moment, he could have taken advantage of her, but it would definitely lower their affinity. Moreover, he didn't want to force Wu Ya. He gently pulled Wu Ya into his embrace. Softly he said, okay, I promise you. Wu Ya also extended her fair little hand and gently hugged him. The next second, the two kissed again. After a long while, their lips parted. Sister Wu Ya, I'm going to take a shower, you should rest first. Wu Ya lightly pecked Wang Chen on the cheek and replied, go quickly. My little man. Wang Chen smiled as he walked to the bathroom. Breathing in Wu Ya's scent, Wang Chen felt a different kind of emotion rising in his heart. While showering, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited because today was already July 30th. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I can once again receive the salary cashback from the three goddesses. This time, he didn't look at any of it. He wanted to give himself a surprise and see how much he could earn from the salary cashback this month. If we go by last month's salary, then Zhao Liang should have earned around 2 to 3 million this month. But Wang Chen felt it wouldn't be that simple. After all, Zhao Liang and Yang Mi are stars of the same level, and Yang Mi can earn about $1 billion a year, so Zhao Liang shouldn't earn any less than that.
But in the past 2 months, Zhao Liying only earned about 6 million in total. This clearly doesn't add up. Wang Chen was very much looking forward to this cashback. Moreover, he believed that after last month's events, a100 would definitely earn more this month than last month. This month, he was sure he could get more money from the salary cashback than last month. As long as he could obtain more funds this time, Wang Chen planned to establish his own company, a company that only hires goddesses. He had asked the system before he could start a company, but the company's salary couldn't exceed twice the average in each industry, otherwise, the system would also determine that the goddess's salary cashback was invalid. Then he wouldn't get anything. As for why he wanted to establish a company, it was of course to strengthen the binding. He didn't want to run around the country every month just to strengthen the binding. After establishing the company, he could gather the already bound salary cashback goddesses for a meeting every month, and wouldn't that complete the strengthening of the binding? Plus, it would allow them to have more income and make it easier to increase the salary cashback multiplier for the goddesses. However, before establishing the company, he needed to take revenge on Han Xian. This was a matter of pride for him. If he didn't clear this up, he wouldn't feel at ease. After taking a shower, Wang Chen went to the living room and saw Wuya scrolling through her phone. He was curious about what Wuya was doing, so he quietly walked over to her side and looked at her phone screen. He saw that the screen displayed photos from their previous trip to Shangri-La and pictures taken back home. Wuya looked at the photos, a happy smile on her face. Wang Chen sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. At that moment, Wuya came back to her senses. "Xiao Hao, are you done showering?" They cuddled for a while before going to rest. Wang Chen was tired after driving for so long. Wuya was doing fine, not too tired. However, she was feeling a bit sleepy. Once back in the room, Wang Chen lay down and fell asleep without even looking at his phone. He closed his eyes and slept through the entire night. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, it was already noon on the 31st. He glanced at his phone and found quite a few messages. So he picked up his phone to check. But there wasn't much, it was just good morning greetings from them. After replying to them, he went to wash up. He had a date tonight, so he needed to get a haircut in the afternoon to look his best for the appointment. That way, his likability would increase. After washing up, Wang Chen went downstairs to get a haircut. Then he returned home. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Wang Chen drove his 918 to prepare for the appointment. Jiaji Private Kitchen. Room 608. Zhao Liying was sitting in the private room with another woman who was just as beautiful as she was. "Liying, who exactly is that person you mentioned?" "You'll find out soon. You know about my new drama, right?" I know. Wasn't it said that the production team was short on funds? He invested in it." "Oh, I thought, since your new drama also needs investment, I thought I'd introduce him to you to see if he could invest in yours." "That sounds good. If it weren't for the fact that all our money is tied up in investments, we wouldn't need to ask others to invest. Don't worry, in a few months, the money we've invested will be back." "That's true." Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and a man walked in. It was Wang Chen. When he entered the room, he was completely stunned. He never expected Zhao Liying to give him such a big surprise. The person in front of him was a goddess in the hearts of many. Wang Chen walked over to Zhao Liying. "Sister Liying, I'm sorry I'm late." "Not late, we came early. By the way, let me introduce you, you should know her." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked at the woman next to Zhao Liying. His heart raced instantly. He excitedly said, "Yes, I know her, fairy sister. I've been watching Sister Liying and Sister Yifei's movies since I was a child." Wang Chen never dreamed that Zhao Liying would introduce him to fairy sister Lu Yifei. This was truly a delightful surprise. But thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying hardly spoke to anyone during award ceremonies, unless it was someone they resonated with. And Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were just such people. They were no longer controlled by the rules, they were the ones controlling the rules. There was no one who could force them to do what they didn't want to do. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei smiled. "Have a seat," Zhao Liying said. After Wang Chen sat down, Zhao Liying had the dishes served. In no time, a table full of dishes was brought out. "Sister Liying, what if we can't finish all this food? If we can't finish, we can pack it up." I didn't expect Sister Liying to be so frugal. In fact, Zhao Liying also came from a rural background, and her current achievements were inseparable from her hard work. But even with her current success, she still remembered the hardships she faced on her way up. Many actors have gone through this. The hardships you endure before fame are known only to you. Wang Chen didn't know why Zhao Liying had called him this time. It surely wasn't just for a simple meal. But he wouldn't ask. While eating, Wang Chen checked Lu Yifei's data. System, open Lu Yifei's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Louis Fei. Age, 36. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 21. Ordinary friend. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Occupation, actress. Singer. Wang Chen could only say, wow, her appearance score was 98, 1 point higher than Zhao Liying. But there was a reason Louis Fei was called Fairy Sister. She was truly beautiful. Today she was dressed casually, in a pair of jeans and white sneakers, with a stunning face, simply a fairy descended from the heavens. No wonder she was called Fairy Sister. Just as Wang Chen was observing Louis Fei's data, Zhao Liying softly said, Wang Chen, the reason I called you here is that I have some good news to share with you. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying in surprise. He didn't think that with a favorability of 42, Zhao Liying would entrust good news to him. There must be something else. But he wasn't worried. After all, he had nothing at the moment. Sister Liying, what good news is there that your little brother can share in? He asked with a grin. Zhao Liying looked at Louis Fei. Do you think your Fairy Sisters movie will be a hit? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was even more puzzled. What was this all about? He didn't quite understand. But who can't say good things? It will definitely be a hit. With Sister Liying and Fairy Sisters' influence, whatever movie they make is bound to be a blockbuster. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen's words made the two fairy-like women burst into laughter. You have such a sweet tongue. This time, your Fairy Sisters movie needs investment, so I thought of you first. Hearing this, Wang Chen was thrilled. Wouldn't that be great? If he invested in Louis Fei again, the box office would surely soar, and with the goddess salary cashback from the system, he would earn exponentially. Even if the box office wasn't ideal, he wouldn't lose. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even ask for the title of the film. He directly said, okay, I'm in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei exchanged glances. They didn't expect Wang Chen to be so straightforward, agreeing without even asking for basic information. This, Wang Chen, aren't you afraid of losing? Sister Liying, what are you talking about? With your movie and one featuring the goddess, how could it lose? But you should at least ask for some basic information. I really don't know how you made so much money. Zhao Liying shook her head. Ding, goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +3, hearing the system's voice. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Although Zhao Liying said that, she was actually quite pleased. Hee, then Sister Liying, goddess, could you tell me about it? Zhao Liying looked at Louis Fei, who nodded. Well, Wang Chen, let me explain. The movie I'm participating in is called The Legend of the Saint Girl. Louis Fei took over 10 minutes to finish explaining the basic information. She probably feared that Wang Chen wouldn't understand, so she went through the basic plot with him. In fact, no matter what, Wang Chen would invest, as he wasn't just relying on profit sharing to make money. Goddess, Sister Liying, I'm investing in this project. Zhao Liying gave Wang Chen a meaningful glance. They hadn't even discussed how much to invest this time, and Wang Chen was already saying he would invest, which made them feel he was a bit unreliable. Wang Chen, do you know how much more investment Fei's film needs? 50 million? Wang Chen mentioned the amount he invested in Zhao Liying last time. Zhao Liying was somewhat surprised by Wang Chen's nonchalant attitude, but it was just surprise, because Louis Fei's movie needed more than 50 million. This amount was significantly higher than 50 million, and even the profit sharing would be a bit less. So, she wasn't sure if Wang Chen would invest. Fei, you tell him. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei nodded. Wang Chen, we need 100 million in funding, and the profit sharing ratio is 25%. Goodness! This was double the investment needed for Zhao Liying's new drama, and the profit sharing ratio was 5% less than that of Zhao Liying's. No wonder Zhao Liying wanted him to clarify before making a decision. She was worried about this. However, Wang Chen wasn't concerned about that. Even if the profit sharing only amounted to 50 million, as long as the money went to the goddess's cashback card and he gave them that money, the system would return it to him multiple times. How much is 500 times 50 million? 250 billion. Just imagine, investing 100 million could earn back 250 billion, only a fool wouldn't invest. He had to invest. But he still needed to pretend to ask. He couldn't appear as eager as before. Sister Liying, goddess, I want to know why there's such a big difference in your needs? Seeing Wang Chen getting serious, Zhao Liying breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was no small matter. 100 million was a significant amount. Wang Chen, it's actually quite simple. My new drama might continue to seek financing later, and if you don't increase your investment at that time, your profit sharing ratio will be diluted. But Fei's film is fixed. After investing 100 million, no further investment is needed, and your profit sharing ratio will be fixed at 25%. So that's how it is. Wang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't paid attention to this when signing the contract. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future, or he might not even know how he ended up losing everything.
I see, Sister Lying, Sister Ife, I want to ask, with your current status, finding investors should be quite easy, right? Why did you come to me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lying and Lu Yifei smiled. They thought, this kid is finally being a bit smart. One should never have the intention to harm others, but one must always be wary. If Wang Chen were to invest without considering his own interests, they would have to suspect that he had other intentions towards Zhao Lying. After all, there were plenty of people pursuing Zhao Lying, especially since she was currently divorced. Wang Chen, this matter concerns me and Ife, sorry, but we can't tell you right now. He could understand, after all, everyone has their own secrets, just like his secret is the system. No matter who it is, he would never reveal the secret of the system. It's okay, Sister Lying. Since that's the case, I'll invest in the Saintess role for the fairy sister, but we can't sign the contract today. The earliest we can sign is tomorrow morning. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to sign. It's just that he didn't have any money right now. Thinking about money, he opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 106,431 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Magic City Baolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 155,490,000 yuan. Total funds consumed, 155,490,000 yuan. System points, 3 bound salary cashback. Goddesses, Zhao Lying, to be bound this month. Wuya, bound this month. By Wanner, bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback. 1 day. Note, after each cashback, one must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He had another 100,000 yuan. This 100,000 yuan was the profit from the hot pot restaurant. It had already been transferred to him. Otherwise, let alone 100,000, he wouldn't even have 10,000. It was simply too pitiful. However, there were only a few hours left until the salary cashback in July. He was increasingly looking forward to how much salary cashback he could get this month. No problem, Wang Chen, then we'll sign tomorrow, Lu Yifei said. The reason they didn't look for other investors but came to Wang Chen was that if they sought out others, the investors would definitely bargain and might even raise the profit-sharing ratio. When Wang Chen invested in Zhao Lying's new drama last time, there was no sign of bargaining at all. He directly agreed. This was also why Lu Yifei found Zhao Lying, and then Zhao Lying found Wang Chen. After that, Wang Chen added the green bubble of the fairy sister Lu Yifei. They chatted about some other things. Wang Chen even mentioned a TV drama he watched when he was a child that they acted in. Sister Lying, Sister Ife, you don't know, the thing I looked forward to the most as a child was coming home from school to watch the movies you acted in. I always thought how happy it would be if I could know you. I never expected that today I could actually meet you. Zhao Lying and Lu Yifei listened to Wang Chen's endless chatter, smiling at the corners of their mouths. They didn't expect Wang Chen to be so humorous and witty. This directly increased their fondness for him a bit. Ding, salary cashback. Goddess Zhao Lying's fondness +1. Ding, salary cashback. Goddess Zhao Lying's fondness +2. Zhao Lying's fondness increased by 3 points, reaching 48 points, and the salary cashback multiplier also reached 48 times. It was simply amazing. Of course, Lu Yifei's favorability also increased quite a bit, but since Wang Chen didn't have any binding opportunities left to bind a new salary cashback goddess, the system wouldn't announce it. Overall, tonight's gains were quite substantial. Not only did he add the green bubble of the fairy sister Lu Yifei, but he also secured new investments and increased Zhao Lying's favorability significantly. This means that the salary cashback he could receive tonight would be even greater. Wang Chen glanced at the time. It was still a bit early, and he wondered if he could increase Zhao Lying's favorability a little more. If he could boost it further, the funds he would receive would only grow. At that point, he could establish his own company. It would also bring him a big step closer to his goal of becoming the world's richest person. However, it turned out that Wang Chen was overthinking. After dinner, Lu Yifei and Zhao Lying prepared to leave. Sister Lying, did you drive here? Yeah, why? Do you want to give us a ride back? Zhao Lying joked. Hee, being able to drive Sister Lying and Sister Yifei home would be my honor, but it seems I won't have the chance. Ha, Wang Chen, you're quite the charmer. But you really don't have the chance, we all drove here. Next time, I won't drive. After saying that, Zhao Lying and Lu Yifei left. Wang Chen followed behind them and arrived at the parking lot. After watching them get into their car, Wang Chen also got into his 918, stepped on the gas, and drove out of the parking lot towards Fengshan Community. It was almost time for the salary cashback, and he wanted to go back and share this happy moment with Wuya. The roar of the 918's engine echoed down the street. The head turning rate was off the charts. Wow, that's a 918, right? So cool. So cool. If I could have one, how could I not have women around me? Hey, stop dreaming. Even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't afford this car. Exactly. What, can't you dream if you can't afford it? Bro, dreaming like this at night is really funny. Wang Chen, however, was completely unaware of what was happening on the road. If he knew, he would surely be amazed. 3 months ago, he was just a well-known deadbeat in the financial district of Magic City. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered Li Jejia and wondered if she was being suppressed by public opinion now. Last time, she actually tried to use pregnancy to stir up public sentiment. He had directly retaliated in kind. He had Song Ningxuang and the others send out the chat screenshots between Wang Chen and Li Jejia, and he even contacted Zhao Liying to help manage the public opinion on Douyin. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liying's methods were indeed powerful. After she spoke, that public sentiment basically disappeared. And because he was busy at home, he hadn't opened the schools for him. After tonight's new round of salary cashback ended, he planned to check the schools for him. Before long, Wang Chen drove the 918 back to Fengshan community. Looking at the community, Wang Chen thought that once he had money, he should buy a house in a more prosperous area. Wang Chen took the elevator back to his doorstep. With the input of the password, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, Wang Chen saw Wu Yu wearing an apron, in super short shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. She looked just like a housewife. Her beautiful appearance made Wang Chen feel a bit restless. Sister Wu Yu, why haven't you eaten yet? Hearing this, Wu Yu softly replied, I was worried you would be out socializing and drinking, so I wanted to wait for you to come back to eat together. Wang Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who was 9 years older than him. He felt warm inside. It was almost 10:30. She had been waiting for him. Wang Chen hugged her tightly. Sister Wu Yu, thank you. Although Wang Chen was already full, he wouldn't refuse Wu Yu's kind gesture, especially since she had waited for him for so long. Wang Chen picked up his chopsticks and started eating the dishes. So delicious, really delicious. Wu Yu watched Wang Chen devour the food, her lips curling up in a smile. Xiaohao, slow down, don't choke, drink some water. Saying this, Wu Yu pushed the water she had prepared earlier in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen picked up the cup and took a sip. Sister Wu Yu, you should eat too. As he spoke, Wang Chen picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Wu Yu's mouth. Wu Yu slowly opened her cherry-like lips and ate the meat Wang Chen offered. The atmosphere was quite ambiguous. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen and Wu Yu cleaned up the table together. Then he went to take a shower. By the time he finished everything, it was already 11:30. There were only about 40 minutes left until the salary cashback for July. At this moment, Wu Yu was already sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and sat down next to Wu Yu, who leaned her head on his shoulder. She thoroughly enjoyed this warm moment. As time passed by second, in the blink of an eye, it was midnight on August 1st. Wang Chen knew that there were 10 minutes left until the salary cashback for July, so he wasn't in a hurry and continued to watch the movie with Wu Yu. The movie was a romance, and Wu Yu was already crying. 10 minutes later, ding, ding, ding. Wang Chen's phone rang 3 times. Wu Yu, who was watching the movie, heard it too and looked at Wang Chen curiously. She wanted to know who would message Wang Chen so late at night. Wang Chen didn't stop her, as he knew what the message was. Under Wu Yu's gaze, he gently opened the first message. Your savings card ending in 6503 has received a deposit of 11.5 million renminbi at 010 on August 1st via Union Pay. Available balance, 11,602,732 renminbi. Longxi Bank. When Wu Yu saw the content of the message, she understood that Wang Chen's investment had made a profit again. But she couldn't figure out what kind of investment could yield such a large profit. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand. Xiaohao, you this. It's just the profit from last month's investment. How about that? Am I impressive? Wu Yu's beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Chen. She nodded gently. Impressive. When we have spare money, let's buy a nice big flat or a villa in a good location. On the days you don't work, we can live there. How about that? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Wang Chen gently held her in his arms. He whispered, no, I'm really good at making money. I trust you. Wu Yu leaned against him and wrapped her jade-like hands around his waist. Then, Wang Chen opened the second message. Your savings card ending in 6503 has received a deposit of 83 million renminbi at 010 on August 1st via Union Pay. Available balance, 95,432,732 renminbi. Longxi Bank, Wang Chen exclaimed, wow. Bai Wanner made quite a bit last month too. He didn't expect her salary cashback to reach 83 million. Calculating it, Bai Wanner earned 101 million last month. That's great. He liked women who could make money. When the time came, he would reward Bai Wanner more, so she would have motivation. When Wuya saw the second message, she was completely stunned. She originally thought the first message was a bombshell, but she didn't expect another bombshell to follow, directly hitting 83 million. How long would it take her to earn that much? Xiao Hao, this is 83 million? Wang Chen couldn't help but pinch her plump bottom. The next second, Wuya grabbed his hand and shot him a glare. Wang Chen awkwardly laughed, yeah, but I have to sign a new investment contract tomorrow, and I guess all this money will be gone. Ha? You're going to sign a new investment? Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that I invested in a movie, and the profits would all go to you? Tomorrow I'm investing in another new movie, and the profits will also go to you. Ha? Wuya shook her head vigorously. No, that's your hard work, I can't take it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. If you don't want it, then what about my salary rebate? That's several hundred billion. Sister Wuya, just take a look at the next message before deciding. After saying that, Wang Chen directly opened the last message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a deposit of 896 billion yuan at 010 on August 1st from UnionPay, with a usable balance of 991,432,732 yuan. Longxi Bank. The moment Wuya saw the message, she was left speechless. Not just Wuya. Even Wang Chen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. 8 billion? What does that even mean? This means that Zhao Liying made 120 million in July. Damn, Wang Chen almost cursed out loud. This is just too outrageous. In his guess, Zhao Liying should have been able to give him a rebate of 400 to 500 million, but he didn't expect it to be a whopping 8 billion. Good. Wuya looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Xiao Hao, how much is this? Ha, 8 billion, Sister Wuya, you won't refuse what I'm giving you now, right, wife? Hearing Wang Chen call her wife, Wuya couldn't hold back anymore. She gently nodded. Seeing Wuya agree, Wang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wuya agrees, that's all that matters. He not only wants to increase the salary rebate multiplier but also wants to raise the salary of the goddess of salary rebate. It's really tough for him, but thankfully, all the effort is worth it. Nothing can stop him from becoming the world's richest man. After reading the salary rebate information, Wang Chen put down his phone. Although he put it down, both he and Wuya were still shocked by the content of the message, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Wang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was anything but calm. On the contrary, he was very excited. This was the first time he had seen so much money. He was now a billionaire. Ha. After that, Wang Chen transferred 1 million to Wuya. He had spent quite a bit of money when he went home for his cousin's wedding, even using up the 1 million on Wuya. Naturally, he had to give it to her again. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to give more. If he gave more, Wuya wouldn't accept it, so he simply gave her 1 million, and when the movie profits came to her, she could use it as she pleased. Sister Wuya, let's go rest. You have to work tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a bit tired too. When they reached the door of their respective rooms and opened the door, Wang Chen and Wuya surprisingly turned back at the same time. Their eyes met. Both of them smiled. Xiao Hao, good night. Sister Wuya, good night. After saying that, they returned to their own rooms. Once back in his room, Wang Chen jumped up in excitement. This was simply exhilarating. So much money. Just as he was feeling happy, his phone rang again. Without hesitation, Wang Chen picked it up. By water, brother Hao, I got paid this month. I earned 1 million. Am I amazing or what? Looking at the message from Bai Wanner, Wang Chen naturally knew what she was trying to express. For a materialistic girl like Bai Wanner, who has her principles, Wang Chen felt no aversion. She had already earned herself 83 million, so this time, he might as well give her a little more. The more he gives her, the more he can earn. Wang Chen, Wanner is amazing. I'll come to see you tomorrow afternoon. Wait for me at home. As soon as Wang Chen sent the message, Bai Wanner replied instantly. Bai Wanner, okay, how go, Wanner misses you. Wang Chen, I miss you too, but I've been a bit busy with work lately. We'll see each other tomorrow. Bai Wanner, yes, how go, Wanner has a surprise for you tomorrow. Wang Chen, what surprise? Can't you tell me now? Bai Wanner, if I tell you now, it won't be a surprise. Just look forward to it, how go? Wang Chen, and don't push yourself too hard in the future. If you earn a little less, that's fine. I have plenty of money, don't tire yourself out. As soon as he sent that message, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess by Wanner's favorability +2, it really is a double blessing. Not only did he earn so much money through salary cashback, but he also increased the favorability of Zhao Liying and Bai Wanner. Bai Wanner, I know, how go, love you. Heart gesture, Wang Chen, alright, get some rest early. I'll come find you tomorrow. Bai Wanner, okay, how go, good night. Wang Chen, good night. Bai Wanner even came to share good news with him. Wang Chen smiled as he put down his phone. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hui Xian. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Bai Lu lay in bed, feeling very complicated. She didn't know why, but she always felt as if she was under a spell. She was distracted all day long. Even when she was working, it was the same. Today, she was even scolded for a mistake at work. She didn't know what was causing it. Looking at the person beside her, Bai Lu sighed. Today was not only about the work mistake, but also because the director at the hospital wanted her to go out to dinner with him. Bai Lu knew exactly what that meant. The hospital she worked at was a private one. Today, she refused the director's invitation, so tomorrow she would probably be targeted or even directly fired. She really wanted to talk to Xiaoyu, but what could Xiaoyu do to help her? If Xiaoyu were as rich as Wang Chen, she wouldn't have to endure such grievances. Thinking of this, Bai Lu picked up her phone and kept scrolling through the green bubbles. She didn't even know what she was thinking. Bai Lu wasn't the only woman unable to sleep. There was another woman who was sleepless due to an accident. It seemed as if the thoughts of the two women resonated, as thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky of Huixian, and raindrops began to fall, just like their tears, soaking the pillow. Magic City. Fengshan Community. Wang Chen stretched lazily. The sunlight always shone on him punctually every morning, like an alarm clock. After getting dressed, Wang Chen picked up his phone to check yesterday's messages. Upon seeing the message about 4.8 billion, the smile on his face never faded. He then put down his phone and went to wash up. When he came out, Wuya was already gone, probably off to work. Wang Chen thought it wasn't good for Wuya to keep working there. He should find her a job that paid better and was much easier. However, he didn't have time to think about that today. He had to go meet the fairy sister first. Next time he had binding opportunities, he would definitely bind the fairy sister right away. Although Wuya had gone to work, there was a breakfast she had prepared for him on the table. After washing up, Wang Chen enjoyed the heartfelt breakfast Wuya made for him. As expected of Wuya, the breakfast was delicious. After finishing, Wang Chen went straight downstairs. Today he drove the Big G. Yesterday, he told Wuya to leave the Big G for him while she took the 918. As for why he drove the Big G, that was naturally for certain reasons. Magic City. Yujin Cafe. Wang Chen arrived at the private room No. 1 of Yujin Cafe according to the address Zhao Liying sent him. Sitting here, he could see the Huangpu River directly. After reaching the door, Wang Chen sent a message to Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. After a while, the door to the private room opened. The moment he walked in, he was stunned by the two people in front of him. Zhao Liying was wearing a white long dress, with light makeup, looking like a fairy from a painting. Louis Fei was in a pair of jeans and a light yellow short-sleeve top. They looked just like celestial beings descended to Earth. If they didn't mention their age, no one would guess they were already 36 this year. Another beautiful actress like them was Yang Mi. However, Wang Chen hadn't had the chance to meet her yet. There would definitely be opportunities in the future. Sister Liying, Sister Ifei, I'm late again. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. No, come sit down. What would you like to drink? I don't often drink coffee. I'm not sure what to get. How about a cup like yours? I want to try what fairies drink. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei exchanged smiles. It seemed they were already used to Wang Chen being this way. Waiter, 1 latte, no sugar. Okay. Wang Chen sat down next to the two of them. No one spoke, just quietly watching the Huangpu River. It wasn't until the waiter brought the coffee that the situation changed. Wang Chen took a small sip of the latte. He almost spit it out, but for the sake of his image, he forced himself to drink it down. Seeing Wang Chen's funny expression, the two burst into laughter. Wang Chen, you really don't drink coffee often, do you? Zhao Liying asked with a smile. After swallowing the coffee, Wang Chen felt like he had eaten bitter melon. Sister Liying, why do you drink such bitter coffee? Zhao Liying, however, looked out the window and said meaningfully, it's not bad, compared to the hardships I've endured, this is much sweeter. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Liying to say that. But just as she said, compared to her experiences, this little bitterness was indeed nothing. Louis Fei also looked towards the Huangpu River with Zhao Liying.
Wang Chen didn't know what they were doing, but he stood aside and looked at the Huangpu River too. After a long while, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei finally returned to their seats, and Wang Chen followed suit. Once seated, Lu Yifei took out the contract. Wang Chen knew that the serious business was about to begin. He didn't hesitate, glanced at the contract, and signed it directly. Sister Yifei, Sister Liying, let's go to the bank to transfer the money. Sure. After saying that, the three prepared to go to the bank. But before they left, Wang Chen looked at them and asked, "Did you two fairy sisters drive here?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei understood immediately. Zhao Liying smiled and said, "Of course we did." Wang Chen understood that his current level of favorability hadn't reached the point where they would ride in his car. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, one can't rush to eat hot tofu. He also wanted to see when he could get the actresses to ride in his car. Originally, he had planned to take them in the Big G today, but it turned out to be a miscalculation. After Wang Chen and them went to transfer the money, they parted ways. This was just a temporary parting. They would meet again after some time. After parting with Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying, Wang Chen headed straight towards Baiwana Green City Huangpu Bay. The Café Yujin was quite close to the Huangpu Bay community in Greentown. However, after another trip to the bank, it felt much farther away. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Huangpu Bay community, Wang Chen's car couldn't enter because it was registered in the community system. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only call Baiwana. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a while before Baiwana answered. "Hello, Warner, I've arrived at the community entrance, but the car can't get in, and I can't get in either." Upon hearing this, Baiwana excitedly said, "How good, you're already here. Didn't you say you would come in the afternoon? I finished my business and came over. Just give the phone to the security guard at the entrance, I'll talk to him." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Chen handed the phone directly to the security guard. After Baiwana spoke with the guard, he let him in. "There's no way around it, that's just how it is here. If no one is inside, you really can't get in." Wang Chen drove straight in. He parked the car in the parking lot. Then he took the elevator directly to Baiwana's door. Wang Chen didn't tell Baiwana, as he knew the password to the door, so he directly entered the code, pressing each digit one by one. When he pressed the pound key, the door opened. However, the moment the door opened, Baiwana tightly hugged Wang Chen like an octopus. Her legs wrapped around his waist. "Ah, how go, Warner missed you so much." Wang Chen was afraid Baiwana would fall, so he supported her with his hands on her perky bottom. "I missed you too." Wang Chen dragged Baiwana into the house, freeing a hand to pull the door shut. As soon as the door closed, Wang Chen was ambushed. A kiss, a passionate embrace. After a long while, Baiwana finally got off Wang Chen. At that moment, she remembered that her livestream was still on, so she hurried to the computer to turn it off. Although the computer was set up in a separate room, Baiwana hadn't closed the door when she came out, and everyone in the livestream heard the sounds. At that time, the livestream chat was in a heated discussion. "What the hell did I just hear? Is Wan calling a man's name? Oh my god, no, my goddess, how could you do this? Who is it? The hatred for stealing a wife must be avenged. If you have the guts, come out and show your face, let's see if I can handle you." However, just as the discussion in Baiwana's livestream was heating up, she bounced in from outside the livestream room. In a flash, she said to the viewers, "Brothers, Wan is signing off, see you tomorrow." After saying this, Baiwana directly clicked to end the stream. She shut down the computer and bounced out of the livestream room. Arriving in the living room, she once again hung onto Wang Chen. "Warner, if you keep hanging on me, I won't be able to take it." Hearing this, Baiwana pouted, "No way, how good, you haven't come for almost a month, I missed you so much. Just let me hold you a little longer." Wang Chen supported her, feeling the softness of her body. He thought to himself, is something going to happen next? How good, wait for me a moment. After saying this, Baiwana got off Wang Chen and ran back to her room. Wang Chen had no idea what Baiwana was up to, but he wasn't in a hurry, he would find out soon enough. After Baiwana returned to her room, she took out her phone, preparing to check the school forum. She had intended to look at it last night, but the shock from the salary refund was so great that she completely forgot about it. Wang Chen opened the school forum. Good heavens, it startled him. A month has passed, and the heat of this matter is still so intense. But it's not about him, it's about Li Jiejia. The direction of the forum has completely changed, and now everyone is talking about Li Jiejia. Since it's currently a holiday, he has no idea how the school will handle this matter, but he certainly doesn't feel sorry for Li Jiejia at all. For a woman like her, he feels he must have been blind to have liked her in the first place. After browsing the forum, he put his phone down. There was nothing interesting left to see. Wang Chen sat on the sofa, unsure of what to do next.
he might as well wait for Bai Waner to come out. He waited for half an hour. As the door opened, Bai Waner's figure slowly appeared before him. The moment he saw her come out, Wang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, wow, wow. He didn't expect Bai Waner to be so playful. Wasn't this tempting him? Waner, you're playing with fire. Bai Waner seductively beckoned to Wang Chen. How good, come here. Hearing this, if Wang Chen could still hold back, he really wouldn't be a man. In the next second, he directly embraced Bai Waner and kissed her red lips. Bai Waner felt extremely nervous. This was her first time, and it was also her first time being so bold. But thinking of how much she had missed Wang Chen these days, she pushed all that aside. Wang Chen was also very excited. He was finally going to end this detestable virgin life. Just as they were about to take the next step, Wang Chen's phone rang. Ding-dling, ding-dling. Wang Chen was about to curse. The timing of this call was just perfect. Damn it! If he didn't curse a couple of times, it would be an insult to his crime of ruining the atmosphere. Waner, wait a moment, I need to take a call. Bai Waner gently nodded. Wang Chen walked to the side of the sofa and picked up the phone. But when he saw who was calling, he was stunned. The caller was his cousin's wife. What? He had no idea why his cousin's wife was calling him, but this call came at just the right time. He was about to eat. And now this call came in. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was under surveillance. Although it was frustrating, Wang Chen still answered the call. As the call connected, he heard sobbing on the other end. Woo-woo, Wang Chen, our hospital's director is trying to bully me. No, shouldn't she be calling her husband about this? Why did she call him? But it was clear that this wasn't the time to ask that. Wang Chen could still distinguish the situation. So he quickly asked, cousin's wife, don't cry, tell me where you are right now. Wang Chen was also quite helpless. He wasn't in Huixian either. Wang Chen, woo-woo. No matter how Wang Chen asked, all he could hear was crying. Now Wang Chen was panicking. He quickly comforted her, cousin's wife, don't worry, just tell me, I'll help you. Wang Chen, I'm hiding in the bathroom of Renai Hospital. Cousin's wife, don't come out, hurry and call your husband. Whoa, I called him, but he didn't answer. Hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why his cousin's wife was calling him. It turned out that her husband didn't pick up the phone. But even if he took a plane to rush over now, it would be too late. Moreover, Wang Chen didn't understand, wasn't her husband in Huixian? Otherwise, why would his cousin's wife be bullied without him knowing? Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to go back. Cousin's wife, don't worry, I'm heading over right now. Woo-woo, After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the phone and called the police. He explained the situation. The police in Moto said they would immediately contact the police in Huixian. After reporting the incident to the police, Wang Chen immediately checked the flight tickets and booked the next available flight. Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen's anxious expression and realized that something must have happened, otherwise, he wouldn't be so hurried. After purchasing the ticket, Wang Chen called his cousin. However, the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. With no other option, he gave up. Wang Chen turned to Bai Waner, feeling a bit apologetic, and said, Waner, I have something urgent to attend to. Can you wait for me to come back? He gently cupped Bai Waner's delicate face and kissed her cheek. Bai Waner responded softly with an After that, Wang Chen directly transferred 383 million to Bai Waner. Waner, this is your pocket money for this month. You don't have to save it, spend it however you like, but don't forget to make money too. I'll call you when I get back. How do you want me to drive you? Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, Bai Waner's gentle voice rang in his ears. He hadn't planned on having her drive him, but seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Wang Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Waner. Upon hearing this, Bai Waner, who had been a bit downcast, instantly brightened up. Wait for me a moment, I need to change my clothes. After saying that, Bai Waner went back to her room to change. In no time, she came out wearing a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. Let's go. After that, Bai Waner drove her car to take Wang Chen to the airport. 40 minutes later, Bai Waner dropped Wang Chen off at the airport. As he got out of the car, there was reluctance in her eyes. Wang Chen felt the same, he almost couldn't bear to leave. Waner, you should head back now. I'll call you when I return, it won't be long. I'll wait for you to come back. Alright. After saying that, Wang Chen walked into the airport, while Bai Waner watched him until his figure disappeared, feeling very reluctant as she drove away. To be honest, Bai Waner was quite clever, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Wang Chen really appreciated this. Moreover, Bai Waner wouldn't do anything out of line. As long as Wang Chen could meet her requests, she would definitely listen to him and be his little canary. An hour later, Wang Chen finally boarded the plane.
After more than an hour of flying, Wang Chen finally returned to his province from the bustling city, but it would still take another hour to get back to Huisien. It had already been over 3 hours since his sister-in-law called him. This meant that by the time he returned to Huisien, it would take a total of 5 hours. He wondered how things were on his sister-in-law's side. His phone had been in airplane mode during the flight, so he hadn't received any calls. Wang Chen quickly hailed a taxi, and once inside, he immediately called his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Wang Chen could clearly sense that his sister-in-law's emotions had calmed down. "Wang Chen, I'm fine now, I'm at the police station." "That's good. I'll be there soon, wait for me at the police station." "Has your husband's phone been connected?" "Still can't get through." "Then wait for me to come pick you up." After hanging up, Wang Chen called Wu Ye to explain the situation. To his surprise, Wu Ye insisted on coming over. Wang Chen quickly tried to stop her. He would return after handling this matter, and there was no need for Wu Ye to come. However, Wu Ye insisted on coming, saying that since her cousin was in trouble, how could she not come? Wang Chen couldn't argue with her and had no choice but to agree. But it would take Wu Ye several hours to come over, and by then it would be evening, which wasn't safe. Wang Chen told her to come tomorrow, and Wu Ye agreed. An hour passed quickly. Wang Chen didn't even go home, he went straight to the police station. At that moment, Wu Bailu was sitting in the police station, her face clearly showing signs of having cried. When she saw Wang Chen, it was as if she had found someone to rely on. She hugged Wang Chen and started to cry. Wang Chen gently patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, everything's fine." After his comfort, Bailu finally calmed down. After the police asked a few questions, they let the two of them go. The director of the hospital didn't succeed, the police couldn't convict him, and he was released. Wang Chen couldn't let this matter just pass. However, the most important thing right now was to clarify the situation before making further plans. Also, why hadn't his cousin been answering the phone? What had happened? Looking at his weary sister-in-law beside him, Wang Chen couldn't bring himself to ask. "Sister-in-law, are you hungry?" Bailu looked at Wang Chen and gently nodded. "Let's go eat something first." "No, let's eat at home." Alright, is there anything to eat at home?" Hearing this, Wang Chen called a taxi and went directly to his cousin's house. After getting out of the car, he went upstairs with his sister-in-law. He thought his cousin would be home, but to his surprise, after they returned home, his cousin wasn't there. This left Wang Chen even more puzzled. Why was his sister-in-law not at home after such a big incident? Not even answering the phone, could something have happened? "Sister-in-law, you sit and rest, I'll cook." After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to the kitchen and started cooking. He made whatever vegetables were in the fridge. In no time, he had stir-fried 2 dishes. But since he didn't cook rice, he could only make noodles. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen called his sister-in-law to eat. What puzzled Wang Chen was that as his sister-in-law ate, she started to cry. He really didn't understand what had happened. After dinner, Wang Chen wanted to ask his sister-in-law, but Bailu said she was tired and wanted to rest for a while, so Wang Chen had no choice but to wait until she woke up to ask. After a long journey, Wang Chen was also a bit tired and lay down on the sofa to sleep. At midnight, while Wang Chen was sound asleep, he heard a scream coming from the room. He quickly got up, ran to the door, pushed it open, and walked in. What happened? Once inside, Wang Chen saw his sister-in-law sitting at the head of the bed, tightly hugging the blanket and shivering. From her appearance, she must have had a nightmare. Wang Chen sat at the edge of the bed, and Bailu hugged him tightly and started to cry. "Whoa, Wang Chen, I'm so scared, today I almost..." Whoa. Bailu kept sobbing, until Wang Chen's shoulder was soaked. She showed no sign of wanting to stop. "Sister-in-law, I'll call your cousin and see if he answers." Saying this, Wang Chen took out his phone, ready to call his cousin, but the next second, Bailu snatched his phone away. "No, don't call him." Wang Chen looked at his sister-in-law in confusion. Bailu seemed to realize she had overreacted, so she returned the phone to Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, I had a fight with your cousin. He went out to clear his mind." Goodness, he wondered why his cousin wasn't answering the phone. It turned out they had fought, but that didn't make sense either. Even if they had fought, why wasn't his cousin answering his calls? That didn't quite add up. He thought about it but couldn't figure it out. However, since my cousin said so, he didn't want to ask too many questions. He would help her resolve this matter tomorrow and return to the Magic City in a couple of days. "Alright, then cousin, you should rest early, I'll be outside." After saying that, Wang Chen prepared to walk to the living room. In the next moment, he felt as if his hand was being pulled, so he turned his head to look at his hand, only to see his cousin extending her delicate hand to grasp his.
Wang Chen, don't go, I'm scared. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt quite helpless. Being a man and a woman alone in a room could easily lead to bad rumors, especially since she was his cousin. Wang Chen thought he couldn't stay in there, but looking at the pleading expression on his cousin's face, he felt he couldn't leave. This was quite frustrating. Should he stay or go? Wang Chen thought seriously for a moment and finally made a decision. Cousin, you sleep, and I'll leave after you fall asleep. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Lu finally showed a relaxed expression, revealing how much the events of today had affected her. It was surprising that an adult could be scared like this. It seemed that the director couldn't be let off easily. Tomorrow, he would have a way to deal with that director. Wang Chen, how are you and Wu Yi doing? Bai Lu, lying on the bed, seemed to want to find a topic to talk about, so she asked. Very well. Cousin, why did you argue with your husband? Nothing much. Wang Chen, I want to ask you, what do you think of Ying? Listening to Bai Lu's words, Wang Chen felt a bit confused. He didn't know what she was trying to express. Ying is great, very pretty. Cousin, why are you asking this? Nothing. Looking at his cousin's evasive demeanor, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. If she wanted to say something, she would naturally say it. Moreover, she had just gone through such a big event. So, the two chatted aimlessly until Bai Lu couldn't resist her drowsiness and fell asleep. After Bai Lu fell asleep, Wang Chen prepared to leave. But just as he was about to pull his hand out, he realized that Bai Lu was holding onto his hand tightly. It was as if she didn't want him to leave. Wang Chen wanted to pull away forcefully but was afraid of waking his cousin. In the end, he sighed and sat on the edge of the bed, leaning back and falling asleep. What Wang Chen didn't expect was that just as he closed his eyes, Bai Lu slowly opened hers, looked at him and smiled, then closed her eyes again. The next morning, Wang Chen woke up. He saw that his cousin was still tightly gripping his hand. This time he didn't hesitate, he pulled his hand out forcefully and quickly left the room. As soon as Wang Chen left the room, Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes. Cousin, it's time to get up, let's go to the hospital together. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu trembled all over. She recalled what happened yesterday. Wang Chen, standing outside the door, felt something was off. Logically, Bai Lu should have known he was out, but how could she not respond when he called her so loudly? He pushed the door open and found Bai Lu trembling and clutching the blanket. Wang Chen hurried over. It's okay, cousin, I'll go to the hospital to help you get revenge. Really? Yeah, let's go. After saying that, Wang Chen took the initiative to leave the room, and after a while, Bai Lu came out in a different outfit. Wang Chen didn't say anything and directly took her to the Renai private hospital where she used to work. This Renai hospital was a private hospital, and he planned to buy it. That director had threatened Bai Lu with dismissal, so he wanted to see what expression that director would have when he learned he was about to be fired. Cousin, take me to find the director of this hospital. Although Bai Lu didn't know what Wang Chen was planning, she knew that he wouldn't harm her. So she took Wang Chen to the director's office of Renai private hospital. But when they arrived at the office, the director was not there, he probably hadn't come in yet. Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he sat on the sofa with Bai Lu and waited. About half an hour later, at around 9:30 in the morning, the director of Renai private hospital finally pushed open the office door and entered. But when he walked into the office, he was stunned. He saw two people sitting in his office and thought he had entered the wrong room, checking the nameplate repeatedly. After confirming he was in the right place, he looked at the two sitting in his office with displeasure. Who are you, and how did you get into my office? His tone was quite unfriendly. Wang Chen felt displeased as well, but this wasn't the time to show it. Are you the director of Renai private hospital? What does that have to do with you? Wang Chen didn't expect the other party to respond like this. Are you sure you want to talk like this to the person who wants to buy your hospital? Upon hearing this, the director of Renai private hospital was also taken aback. People like him generally wouldn't blindly mock others. He had spoken to them that way purely out of annoyance at their presence in his office. As the director, he preferred to believe there was something to it rather than nothing. May I ask your name? My name is Wang Chen, and this is my cousin Bai Lu. She is a nurse at your hospital. Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhao Hong, and I am the director of Renai private hospital. I wonder if what you said about buying the hospital is true. Zhao Hong had long wanted to get rid of Renai private hospital, as it was losing money every day, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now someone was coming to take over. He certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Bai Lu was also stunned when she heard Wang Chen say he wanted to buy Renai private hospital. After a brief shock, her eyes filled with tears. Director Zhao, I, Wang Chen, am a man of my word, so it is indeed true. I wonder what price you can offer, Mr. Wang? Director Zhao, before that, may I first see the hospital's financial reports from the past few months? Zhao Hong would never let Wang Chen see them. If he did, Wang Chen would probably back out of the deal. But if he didn't show them, Wang Chen likely wouldn't buy either, which put Zhao Hong in a difficult position. After all, it was hard to come by someone willing to take over. Seeing Zhao Hong's troubled expression, Wang Chen asked, "Director Zhao, is there a problem?" Zhao Hong thought for a moment and said, "Well, the hospital's recent economic performance hasn't been very good, so the reports might not look great." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen could roughly guess why Zhao Hong looked troubled. "Director Zhao, don't worry, no matter how the reports look, I will buy the hospital, it's just a matter of price." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Hong was quite surprised. He couldn't understand why the other party would want to buy the hospital knowing it was losing money. Was he mocking him? However, he thought it was better to believe there was something to it. In the end, he still took Wang Chen to look at the financial reports. After Wang Chen looked at them, he understood why Zhao Hong didn't want to show him the reports. It turned out this private hospital was on the verge of closing down. However, Wang Chen thought this was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could buy it for a relatively low price. "Director Zhao, how much do you think this private hospital can still be sold for?" Wang Chen directly gave Zhao Hong the opportunity to set the price. He wasn't very clear about the pricing of such private hospitals. If Zhao Hong stated a price, it might be too high. If Zhao Hong calls out, then the price will definitely be more appropriate. After he calls, we can negotiate a bit. This way, the price will surely be very cheap, and there won't be any mistakes. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Hong also began to ponder. He knew that given the current situation of the hospital, it definitely wouldn't sell for a high price. What if he called too high and Wang Chen decided not to buy? May I ask, Mr. Wang, what is your reason for wanting to buy the hospital? Zhao Hong didn't make an offer immediately. He wanted to know why Wang Chen wanted to buy the hospital. Wang Chen didn't hide anything and said directly, "My cousin used to be a nurse here, but one of your directors actually tried to bully her. Do you think I should let him pay the price for that?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong was stunned. To buy this hospital for Bai Lu, how wealthy must this person be? Hearing Wang Chen's words, he didn't dare to quote a high price anymore. He was also afraid that Wang Chen wouldn't buy. Mr. Wang, how about this amount?" Zhao Hong held up one finger and looked at Wang Chen. 100,000? Wang Chen said with a smile. He certainly knew Zhao Hong's price was 1 million, but he deliberately said 100,000, wanting to bargain. The lower he quoted, the easier it would be to negotiate later. Mr. Wang, you really know how to joke. The rent for this hospital is already more than 100,000. But as far as I know, if Director Zhao continues to resist, he will end up in debt, right? Even if I'm in debt, I won't sell for 100,000. How about this? I'll give a bottom line. If Director Zhao is willing, I'll buy it. Go ahead. 500,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong gritted his teeth. He didn't want to sell, but there was no choice. Selling would allow him to recover some money, while not selling would lead to bankruptcy and debt. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Hong tentatively said, "Mr. Wang, can you add a bit more? I spent over 3 million when I opened this private hospital. Director Zhao, you should know that it's already good enough for me to take over your private hospital. 500,000 is the highest price I can offer. If you don't sell, I have other ways to deal with that director. I hope you can think it over carefully." After saying this, Wang Chen sat down with his cousin Bai Lu, not in a hurry at all. At this moment, Bai Lu was already shocked. She didn't expect Wang Chen would buy the Renai private hospital directly for her. This made her very touched. She thought, if only she weren't his cousin. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Bai Lu shook her head vigorously. "Bai Lu, how can you have such a dirty thought? Wang Chen is..." But, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with anything. After Zhao Hong thought for a while, he helplessly nodded. "All right, Mr. Wang, 500,000 it is, but I won't accept installments. Don't worry." After that, Wang Chen took his cousin Bai Lu and Zhao Hong to handle the paperwork, but he didn't plan to be the director of this private hospital since he wouldn't be in Huixian often. Let his cousin Bai Lu be the director. This way, she could take her revenge later. When signing the contract, Wang Chen asked his cousin Bai Lu to sign, but she kept refusing until Wang Chen said he would be leaving in a couple of days and the hospital couldn't be without someone to manage it. Then she agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Chen also transferred the 500,000 to Zhao Hong. After everything was done, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and Wu Ye had also arrived in Huixian from the Magic City. She met up with Wang Chen and the others. When Wu Ye saw Bai Lu, she immediately began to inquire with concern. After learning about Wang Chen's handling of the situation, Wu Ye expressed her strong agreement. For such scum,
Wuya felt it was necessary to teach him a harsh lesson. Bailu, don't worry, we will definitely avenge you, Wuya comforted, holding Bailu's hand. Xiaohao, I will sleep with Bailu tonight and won't go home. Remember to tell uncle and auntie. After this matter is settled, I will visit them. Okay, I'll take you both back first, and tomorrow we will go find that scum. The two responded in unison. Wang Chen hailed a taxi, taking Wuya and his cousin Bailu back to her home, then he took a taxi back to his own house. After returning home, he didn't mention anything about his cousin Bailu to his parents, instead saying he had something to take care of. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, the situation was still unclear, and he didn't know if Bailu wanted Auntie and the others to know about it, so he decided to keep quiet for now. If Bailu wanted to say something, she would do it herself. Moreover, it wouldn't be good for Bailu if this matter got out. After explaining to his parents, Wang Chen went back to his room to rest. Until the next morning, Wang Chen got up early. After breakfast, he bought 2 portions of breakfast and headed straight to his cousin Bailu's place. He didn't know if his cousin had returned. Before long, he arrived at Bailu's house. He knocked on the door. Coming, wait a moment. After Bailu opened the door, Wang Chen handed them the breakfast. Wife, cousin, you guys eat breakfast first. After breakfast, we will go to the hospital together. By the way, has my cousin returned? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Bailu shook her head. Not back. It was clear that Bailu's tone had become much more indifferent, and Wang Chen didn't dare to ask more. During breakfast, Wang Chen glanced at Wuya. To his surprise, she also turned to look at him, and they exchanged a smile. After finishing breakfast, Wang Chen took Wuya and cousin Bailu straight to Renai Private Hospital. He wanted to see what kind of person that director was, daring to bully his cousin. At the entrance of Renai Private Hospital, as Wang Chen and the 2 women arrived at the door, they overheard some doctors and nurses discussing. Hey, have you heard? Our hospital's director has changed. Yeah, I heard the former director ran out of money to run the hospital, so he sold it. I've heard that too, but I don't know who our new director is. I hope the new director isn't like that lecherous director. I tell you, that lecherous director has his eyes on several nurses in our hospital, and I've heard some have fallen victim to him. Sai, who told him to be the former director's nephew? Upon hearing the relationship between that director and the former director, Wang Chen instantly became furious. He didn't know yesterday that the director was the former director's nephew. Good. Wang Chen quickly took out his phone and called the former director of Renai Private Hospital. Director Zhao, there's something I think we need to discuss in person. I'm at Renai Hospital now, and I hope you can come as soon as possible. After speaking, Wang Chen hung up the phone before Zhao Hong could respond. Just after he hung up, a chubby man walked out of the hospital. The man had a big beer belly and a face covered in rashes. He looked quite disgusting. Upon seeing this man, Bailu tightly clutched Wuya's hand. The man looked at Bailu with a lewd smile. But when the man saw the woman next to Bailu, he actually licked his lips, showing no signs of restraint. The nearby doctors and nurses unconsciously stepped back. Wang Chen pulled Wuya and Bailu behind him. Bailu, I advise you to submit to me, otherwise, you know the consequences. And last time, you actually dared to call the police. If I don't get you to serve me well, I will make it impossible for you to stay in Huixian. Ha ha ha. Looking at the chubby man's arrogant demeanor, Wang Chen spoke coldly, so it's you threatening my cousin, huh? You fat piece of trash, don't you even take a moment to look at yourself? What are you? My cousin is not someone you can mess with. I'm telling you, today is your end. The fat guy looked at Wang Chen, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, who do you think you are? Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is the director of this hospital. As long as he says a word, you guys are finished. If you let the 2 beauties behind you serve me well, I might consider letting you go. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's face was filled with anger. How dare he have such wicked thoughts about Wuya? Good. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Good. I hope you won't regret it. Although Wang Chen was furious, he knew he couldn't make a move, otherwise, he would definitely end up at the police station. Even though he had money now, he hadn't yet connected with the higher-ups, and money alone wouldn't solve everything. This situation made Wang Chen realize that he not only needed to become the richest man in the world but also to make others respect him at first sight. He needed to establish his own status. After this matter was over, he would seize the time to start his own company. A little brat, I'm telling you, today neither of those 2 can leave. After saying that, the fat guy picked up his phone and made a call. Before long, several people arrived at the entrance of Renai Hospital on their motorcycles. Wang Chen finally understood why this private hospital was facing closure. With people like this in the hospital,
which hospital wouldn't go under? He saw the few young men on motorcycles approach the fat guy. "Fat bro, why did you call us?" The fat guy glanced at Wang Chen, then at the two women behind him, feeling extremely excited. Tonight he was going to have a double date. Moreover, the woman next to Bai Lu was even more beautiful than Bai Lu. How could he let such a gem slip away? She had to submit to him. "Beat that kid up for me, but don't touch the two women behind him, got it?" The few young men on motorcycles looked over at Wang Chen and instantly noticed the two women beside him. Damn, when did such beautiful women come to Huisien? Alas, what a pity, they were spotted by Fat Bro, they had no chance. The few young men slowly walked towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. He couldn't take on these guys alone, if only he were a bit better at fighting. Speaking of which, where was Zhao Hong? He needed to come and scold them first. "Kid, daring to mess with our fat bro, you really are tired of living. Hee hee, I advise you to step aside, let the two women behind you follow fat bro, and you might avoid a beating. That's right, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Do you know our fat bro's status in Huisien? His uncle is the director of this hospital and knows many big shots. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better step aside quickly." Looking at the approaching young men on motorcycles, Wang Chen was scared but still tightly protected Wu Ye and Bai Lu behind him. He could take a beating, but Wu Ye and his cousin couldn't get hurt. The doctors and nurses at Ren Ai Private Hospital were nervously watching the scene. They didn't dare to intervene, as they would also suffer if they did. Although they knew Bai Lu, they didn't dare. "What are you guys dawdling for? Hurry up and beat that kid up, or I'll make sure you can't eat and walk away." Upon hearing this, the young men with sticks prepared to strike Wang Chen. Wu Ye shouted, "Don't!" Bai Lu cried, "Don't!" Just as the stick was about to hit Wang Chen, someone rushed over anxiously, his face flushed. It was clearly caused by excessive exercise. "Stop!" the man shouted anxiously. Upon seeing the newcomer, the fat director quickly shouted to the group of Ghostfire youths, "Stop!" Hearing the fat man's voice, the Ghostfire youths immediately halted their actions, and Wang Chen's head was now only a hair's breadth away from the stick. Zhao Hong, witnessing this scene, thought to himself that it was over. Although he had arrived in time, it was still too late. If he didn't handle this well, he would be finished. When he sold Ren Ai Hospital yesterday, he was well aware of the formidable financial power of the person in front of him. If this person got angry, they would really suffer. He never expected that the one who wanted to tease Bai Lu was actually his own nephew. Zhao Hong thought to himself that it was over. He had to distance himself from Song Mingyang and not let him drag him down. "Uncle, why are you here?" Song Mingyang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Who is your uncle? Don't go around claiming relatives. Also, are these people the ones you called?" Song Mingyang looked at his uncle in confusion, not understanding what his uncle was up to. "Uncle, you don't know, this person is too despicable. He wants to take my woman away, he's just a third party." Zhao Hong was speechless. He had hinted so clearly, yet Song Mingyang had no brains at all. This time, Zhao Hong ignored Song Mingyang. He directly approached Wang Chen and bowed apologetically. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for being late and causing you trouble, I'm very sorry." Seeing his uncle's demeanor, Song Mingyang was dumbfounded. Was this still the uncle he admired, who feared nothing? How could he be so humble to someone? Could it be that this person had a powerful background? That was impossible. If he had a powerful background, why was he just beaten and still showed no expression? The doctors and nurses of Ren Ai Hospital were also stunned. What did they just see? The director of Ren Ai Hospital actually apologized. "Zhao Hong, good. You came at just the right time. Do you know what your nephew was just trying to do?" "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my nephew offended you, I apologize on his behalf." At this moment, even Song Mingyang, no matter how foolish, understood that the man in front of him was definitely not ordinary. It was over for him. At this time, Wang Chen was filled with rage. He walked up to one of the Ghostfire youths and snatched a stick from their hands. The Ghostfire youths didn't dare to make a sound. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Chen took the stick from them. Zhao Hong didn't know what Wang Chen intended to do, but he didn't dare to ask. Wang Chen walked up to Song Mingyang, holding the stick. He coldly said, "Slap me." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Wang Chen saw that Song Mingyang was still standing there foolishly. He said again, "Slap me, quickly." He spoke in a commanding tone. Zhao Hong quickly said, "Do as Mr. Wang says." Hearing this, Song Mingyang raised his hand and slapped Wang Chen, but he didn't dare to hit too hard. After all, the person in front of him was someone even his uncle didn't dare to provoke. Just as Song Mingyang's hand landed on him, Wang Chen grabbed the stick and directly swung it at Song Mingyang. He struck him repeatedly with no mercy.
Instantly, the cries in Ren-ai hospital sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, you think you're so great? You want to lay hands on my wife, you want to lay hands on my sister-in-law, I'll make you wish you were dead. Damn it. Ah, I was wrong, don't hit me anymore. Zhao Hong watched this scene unfold, wanting to stop it, but he didn't dare. Damn it, let you think you're so great. He struck again and again, venting his inner anger. Wang Chen used a stick to greet Song Mingyang for several minutes before stopping. Each time he struck, he aimed for non-lethal areas, so although Song Mingyang was in pain, he basically had no serious injuries. Watching Song Mingyang get beaten like this, the few Ghost Fire youths trembled in fear. They were afraid Wang Chen would treat them the same way he did Song Mingyang. Wang Chen threw away the stick in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hong and said, Zhao Hong, take your nephew to the hospital, I'll reimburse the medical expenses. Also, tell your nephew not to provoke people he shouldn't, or no one will be able to protect him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong replied, his voice trembling, Mr. Wang, I understand. And from now on, don't let your nephew appear in this hospital again, got it? I understand. After saying this, Zhao Hong had a few Ghost Fire youths take Song Mingyang to the hospital. After they left, Wu Ye and Bai Lu each hugged his arm. Honey, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry. Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. Alright, let go of me, I need to speak to the hospital staff. After Wu Ye and Bai Lu released him, he turned to the doctors and nurses in the hospital and said, gather everyone in the conference room for a meeting. Upon hearing this, one of the doctors asked, are you our new director? I'm not, but you'll find out soon enough. Just go call them. The doctor had just witnessed Wang Chen's methods. Okay. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Ren-ai Private Hospital, Wang Chen sat in the main seat, with Wu Ye and Bai Lu standing beside him. One of the director positions was already vacant. Only one female director remained. Wang Chen briefly explained to them, Ren-ai Private Hospital has been bought by me, and your new director is Bai Lu. I don't care how Ren-ai Private Hospital was before, but now it belongs to me. You will follow my rules. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Wang Chen spent a day handling the affairs of Ren-ai Private Hospital, and starting today, Bai Lu would be the new director. Bai Lu was still in a daze. The past few days had been too surreal for her. From being bullied to now becoming the director of Ren-ai Private Hospital. All because of the man in front of her. After returning to his cousin's place, Wang Chen called Zhao Liying to ask about hiring a bodyguard, then asked her to help hire a female bodyguard. He and Wu Ye were about to return to Magic City, and he wasn't very reassured without his cousin here, so finding a bodyguard was necessary. The next day, Zhao Liying found a female bodyguard for him. She was a soldier and charged 200,000 a month. Wang Chen directly gave her 500,000, but on the condition that she must protect his cousin Bai Lu well. He mentioned this to his cousin and Wu Ye but didn't disclose the monthly fee. He only said he found a bodyguard for Bai Lu. Wu Ye naturally wouldn't say anything. She knew how wealthy Wang Chen was. Zhao Liying informed him that the bodyguard would arrive at the address he provided the next day. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a while, and after their rapport improved, Zhao Liying's response speed to his messages increased significantly. August 5th. The bodyguard Wang Chen hired had arrived in Huixian. What's your name? Mr. Wang, my name is Ran. From now on, your responsibility is my cousin's safety. I haven't prepared a place for you to stay, but I'll give you money to choose your own. Let's add a green bubble, so if anything happens, you can inform me in time. Okay. Wang Chen and Wu Ye had been there for a few days. After handling this matter, Wang Chen planned to return. However, before going back, Wang Chen still wanted to have a good talk with his cousin-in-law. On the evening of the 5th, Wang Chen, Wu Ye, and Bai Lu sat in Bai Lu's living room. Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu and said, cousin-in-law, although I don't know why you and my cousin had a fight, you are a couple, and sometimes you need to accommodate each other. If my cousin did something excessive, just pretend I didn't say anything. But don't worry, I haven't told anyone about this. If you want to talk to them, go ahead. If you don't want to say anything, just act like nothing happened. Wu Ye and I are going back to the Magic City tomorrow. If you have something to deal with in the future, just tell Ran first. If you can't handle it, just send me a message. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu looked at Wang Chen with reluctance on her face. Wang Chen, Wu Ye, are you leaving tomorrow? Yeah. Wu Ye has to go back to work, and I have to go back to work too. If you're tired, you can come to the Magic City, and we'll take you out to have fun. Bai Lu didn't respond, just remained silent. She didn't know what was wrong. Ever since that last incident, she had been distracted. On the 6th, Wang Chen and Wu Ye visited their parents in the morning and then left in the afternoon. When they left, Bai Lu brought in Ran to see them off. She continued to watch in the direction they left until Wang Chen and Wu Ya's car disappeared. And Ran, seeing this, understood what was going on. However, she didn't plan to say anything. After all, she was just a bodyguard. At that moment, Bai Lu asked, and Ran, "What would you do if you fell in love with someone who was completely impossible?" And Ran replied, "I don't know, maybe I would keep my distance." Bai Lu fell silent. She thought about the reason for her argument with Xiaoyu and recalled how Xiaoyu had resolutely ignored her calls when she was in trouble. She didn't understand the meaning of marriage. If it weren't for Wang Chen, would she have become Song Mingyang's plaything by now? She couldn't figure it out. Watching in the direction Wang Chen and Wu Ya had left, her gaze dimmed, and then she turned and walked aimlessly, and Ran silently followed behind her. Huisian County wasn't big. There were only a few places to walk around. As Bai Lu walked down the street, she occasionally encountered acquaintances who greeted her, but she always walked on without responding. This surprised many people. Tired from walking, she found a milk tea shop and sat down, ordered a cup of milk tea, but didn't drink it, just held the cup. While she was lost in thought, her phone rang. Bai Lu answered the call with a blank expression. "Hello, why are you sending me WeChat messages?" Upon hearing the voice, Bai Lu hung up the phone without thinking. And Ran was also quite surprised. "And Ran, how much does Wang Chen pay you in a month?" "Sorry, Bai Lu, I can't tell you about that." "And Ran, please, just tell me." Seeing the longing in Bai Lu's eyes, and Ran initially didn't want to say anything, but she eventually spoke up since there was no rule against it when she was hired. 500,000 a month. What? Bai Lu looked at and Ran in shock. Magic City. Fengshan Community. Wu Ya sat on the sofa, staring at Wang Chen without blinking. "Xiao Hao, can I ask you a question?" Just as Wang Chen took off his clothes, he heard Wu Ya ask. He put his clothes away and sat down next to Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, what are you talking about?" "Whatever you want to know, I'll definitely tell you." Wu Ya's lips curled up slightly. "Xiao Hao, why are you so nice to your cousin-in-law?" As soon as she said this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't know how to answer this question, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to be nice to his cousin-in-law. "Wu Ya, you know, I've made quite a bit of money through investments. If the people around me are being bullied, how can I just stand by?" Wu Ya's gem-like eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen, making his heart race. Wang Chen didn't back down either. Their eyes locked in a stare. The next moment, a kiss. For a long time, a lingering touch. Wu Ya, breathless, pounded her fists against Wang Chen's chest. Annoyed, she said, "Humph, next time something like this happens, you have to tell me right away, got it? I want to go with you." Wang Chen understood that Wu Ya was jealous. However, it was the first time he had seen this side of her, and he found it quite interesting. Okay, next time something happens, I'll tell you right away. If you dare to run off alone again, just wait and see how I deal with you." I won't. Wherever I go in the future, I'll take you with me." Hearing this, Wu Ya leaned on his shoulder and softly hummed in agreement. The two of them cuddled for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. When Wang Chen got back to his room, he saw a message from his cousin Bai Lu. "Bai Lu, Wang Chen, have you arrived in the Magic City?" "Wang Chen, cousin, we've been here for a while." Just a moment after Wang Chen sent the message, Bai Lu replied. "Bai Lu, that's good. Wang Chen, cousin, if there's anything you can't handle, just let me know. If the hospital runs out of money, tell me." Bai Lu, got it. Wang Chen, cousin, I need to rest now. You should get some rest too. Bai Lu, okay, good night. Wang Chen didn't reply further but exited the chat interface and opened the chat with Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang sent him a message saying that they would be shooting at Jinshan City Beach tomorrow and asked if Wang Chen was going. When Zhao Liang messaged him, he was on the plane and couldn't reply in time. He had been with Wu Ya on the way back, so he hadn't had the chance to check until now. Looking at Zhao Liang's message, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to go. It might even help improve their rapport. However, he needed to prepare a bit before going. After replying with a good, he exited the chat interface. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen remembered what he had told Bai Wanner before going to Huisian, asking her to pick him up when he returned. It seemed he would have to go back on his word. Fortunately, Bai Wanner was obedient, otherwise, it would be hard to resolve. As long as he prepared a surprise for Bai Wanner, this matter should be smoothed over. Lost in thought, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. As usual, when he got up, Wu Ya had already left for work in her 918. After eating the breakfast Wu Ya had prepared for him and tidying up, Wang Chen headed out. Before going to Jinshan City Beach, Wang Chen needed to make some preparations. He remembered that Zhao Liang liked cherries, grilled corn from street vendors, egg tarts, and so on. Zhao Liang was quite the foodie. Wang Chen planned to buy her favorite snacks before heading over, and during lunch, he could take the opportunity to eat with her and build their relationship. Who knows, their rapport might just skyrocket. Then the salary cashback multiplier would increase too, and next month he could get even more funds through salary cashback. In short, to obtain more funds, he not only needed to help the goddesses increase their salaries but also to enhance their fondness for him. Wang Chen thought it was quite challenging, but to become the world's richest man, to be that man whose wealth rivals nations, he had to work hard. He also needed to build a massive business empire of his own, so that the goddesses could earn billions a month. Achieving these two goals would require not only a lot of funds but also a vast network of connections. Now that he has a stable source of funding, the only thing missing is connections, which he can only obtain through Zhao Liang. Therefore, Zhao Liang's favorability is also crucial. Thinking of this, Wang Chen first called Bai Wanner, saying he had returned and wanted to go to her place to pick up the car. At first, Bai Wanner was a bit happy to hear this. Although she didn't go to pick him up from the airport, Wang Chen came to her right after he got back. However, when she heard that Wang Chen had social engagements to attend, her face was filled with disappointment. But when Wang Chen said he would come to accompany her tomorrow, her expression changed to one of triumph. Wang Chen shook his head, took the car, and bid her farewell. After that, he first went to a fruit specialty store in the Magic City. He bought 2 pounds of premium cherries, spending 300 yuan. Then he went to the mall and bought 2 egg tarts. He didn't miss the grilled corn from the roadside stall either. Finally, he bought 2 bottles of water. After preparing everything, he first went to the gas station to fill up the car with a tank of gas, then headed straight to Jinshan City Beach. By the time he arrived at Jinshan City Beach, it was already 11:30 a.m. Just at that moment, the crew had also just stopped filming and was preparing to have lunch, so Wang Chen arrived quite timely. If he had come any later, the things he brought would have been useless. After parking the car, he carried the items he bought for Zhao Liang and walked towards the crew. The crew had cordoned off the beach for filming. There were quite a few people watching around. Wang Chen didn't care and went straight to the entrance, spoke to the security personnel, and after the security confirmed, they let him in. Wang Chen looked around, searching for Zhao Liang's current location. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find her. Moreover, the sun was quite strong now, with the temperature at least 33 degrees. She must have gone somewhere to find shade. Wang Chen scanned the area and saw a camper van not far away. He guessed that Zhao Liang and the others should be inside. So he walked towards the camper van. On his way, he encountered quite a few crew members, who didn't recognize him and thought he was new. Before long, Wang Chen arrived in front of the camper van. The door was open, but he still knocked. "Who is it?" Sure enough, Zhao Liang's magnetic voice came from inside the camper van. Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. When Zhao Liang came to the door and saw Wang Chen and the things in his hands, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Wang Chen also heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang favorability +2. Wang Chen was extremely delighted. The favorability finally broke through the 50 barrier. "Wang Chen, how come you're here?" Wang Chen smiled and said, "Didn't I message you last night, saying I would come today?" "Oh, I didn't check my phone. Come on in, it's so hot outside." "Okay, thank you, Liang Jie." With that, Wang Chen stepped into the camper van. However, after he got in, he realized that Zhao Liang wasn't the only one inside the camper van. There were also other actors from the crew. After Wang Chen entered, he stood there a bit at a loss. Zhao Liang patted the seat next to her, signaling him to come over, and Wang Chen didn't hesitate, sitting down beside Zhao Liang. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen Zhao Liang, being able to sit next to the female star he liked, no matter how many times, still made him very excited. The camper van where Zhao Liang was located wasn't very big. The dining table could seat about 6 people. With Wang Chen, there were exactly 6 people. Besides Zhao Liang, there were 4 other actors, 2 men and 2 women. The male actors looked at Wang Chen with some surprise, clearly having never seen him before, while one of the 2 female actors was someone Wang Chen recognized, Ji Xiaoya, whom he had met last time at Yunshanping. Ji Xiaoya was shocked to see Wang Chen come looking for Zhao Liang. Her face was filled with astonishment. "Wang Chen, how come?" Ji Xiaoya asked in disbelief. But the words were swallowed back. After all, Zhao Liang was right beside her, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask like that. "Sister Xiaoya, long time no see." As he spoke, Wang Chen placed the items he had bought on the table. There were also their boxed lunches on the table. They must have been about to have lunch. "Sister Liang, I brought you some food." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang opened the bag to take a look, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Cherries, roasted corn, egg tarts. All her favorites. She looked at Wang Chen with surprise. Wang Chen also heard the system's prompt again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +2. Wang Chen thought to himself, it really is about catering to her tastes. Even though Zhao Liying was already 36, she was still a foodie. With this in mind, Wang Chen came up with a way to increase Zhao Liying's favorability. When Zhao Liying opened the bag, Ji Xiaoya pouted. Well, Wang Chen, you only remember your sister Liying and not me, huh? You didn't bring me anything. The two male actors beside them looked dark-faced. They never expected a man would come to visit Zhao Liying on set. However, they were curious as to why this man was not Lin Gangxin, but someone they didn't know at all. After all, weren't there many people shipping Zhao Liying and Lin Gangxin? Hee, Sister Xiaoya, of course I haven't forgotten you, I just didn't know what you like to eat. Next time, tell me, and I'll bring you some. Humph, that's more like it. Since Wang Chen was sitting on the aisle side, Zhao Liying was seated next to him, and Ji Xiaoya was on the other side of Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying said to Wang Chen, let me through, I'll go wash the cherries so we can all eat together. But Wang Chen stopped her. Sister Liying, let me do it, you sit. You've been filming all morning, you must be tired. Saying this, Wang Chen took the cherries from Zhao Liying's hand, and as he did, his hand inadvertently brushed against Zhao Liying's delicate hand. Instantly, both of them trembled, but they quickly adjusted, almost revealing a flaw. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Wang Chen loved the sound of the system's prompts. After taking the cherries, he went to the kitchen. Wang Chen, there's a basket in the cabinet, take it to wash. Okay. In no time, Wang Chen had washed the cherries. He brought the cherries back to the table and placed them down. Zhao Liying asked, Wang Chen, have you eaten? Wang Chen shook his head, not yet, I rushed over as soon as I got up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying pushed her boxed lunch in front of Wang Chen. You can have my portion, don't worry, I haven't eaten it, I'm full with these. Zhao Liying's casual push sent a wave through the hearts of the four actors present. They could hardly imagine that Zhao Liying would give her boxed lunch to someone else. It was too ambiguous, even though Zhao Liying hadn't eaten it, but it was still outrageous. And what exactly was the relationship between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying? After all, in the crew, Zhao Liying was someone everyone looked up to. Amidst their shocked gazes, Wang Chen took the lunchbox pushed over by Zhao Liying and started eating. Sister Liying, your crew's boxed lunch tastes pretty good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying curled her lips into a smile. What? Are you this big boss going to treat the crew to a meal? Zhao Liying joked. However, Wang Chen really did have this idea. After all, he had a stake in this movie, and only if the actors ate well could they truly showcase their acting skills. With such a box office success, the more salary rebates he would receive. I really have this idea, Liying Jia, let's go talk to the director later. I also want to see how you guys are filming. I've never seen a movie set before. Are you really going to treat the actors? Of course, anyway, I have a share in it too. If they eat well, they'll have the motivation to work. The two male actors and one female actor, aside from Ji Xiaoya and Zhao Liying, were so shocked they couldn't say a word. They never expected that an ordinary-looking man was actually an investor in the film. It seemed they really couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Alright, since it's your money, Zhao Liying said. After that, Wang Chen continued eating his boxed meal, which was quite rich. The most important thing was that this was the boxed meal Zhao Liying had prepared for him, and he finished it all without leaving anything. Seeing this, Zhao Liying also smiled. She took a cherry from the basket and bit into it. She looked like a fairy, elegant and beautiful. You guys eat too, Zhao Liying said to the others. One of the male actors reached out to grab one, and after eating it, he asked, Liying, what is your relationship with him? Ji Xiaoya was stunned when she heard the male actor's question. Although she also wanted to ask, it clearly wasn't appropriate to do so. She didn't expect Wang Tianyu to ask it right there. The most important thing was that Wang Chen was one of the investors in this new drama. Ji Xiaoya felt that Wang Tianyu was ruining his own future. Zhao Liying, however, wasn't angry and explained, Wang Chen and I are just good friends. Wang Chen echoed, we're just good friends. After saying that, he silently added in his heart, for now. What their relationship would be in the future remained unknown. After finishing their meal, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya took a short break. They were getting ready to start filming. Wang Chen followed them over. When they arrived at the director's side, the director warmly introduced Wang Chen. There was no way around it, after all, he was the financier now. Wang Chen stayed on set for a day, and after having dinner with Zhao Liying and the others in the evening, he left. This visit made many people in the crew speculate about Wang Chen's relationship with Zhao Liying and why it wasn't Lin Gangxin who came to visit. Many people were discussing this privately in the crew. However, they generally wouldn't talk about it in front of Zhao Liying. Discussing this in front of Zhao Liying would be like courting death. After leaving the crew, Wang Chen drove straight back to Fengshan community. Wuya was still waiting for him to come home as usual. Sister Wuya, don't wait for me next time. What if I come back really late? Wang Chen said with some concern. It's fine, I can't sleep anyway. Are you hungry? A little. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wuya's face as she took out the meal she had prepared for him, and Wang Chen ate some with her. After eating, Wang Chen took a shower, and after that, he spent some time being affectionate with Wuya before going to rest. The next day, Wuya got up early to go to work as usual. After Wang Chen got ready, he planned to go find Bai Wanner. If he didn't go soon, Bai Wanner would probably get angry, and he had prepared a surprise for her. He drove to the 4S store. When Song Wanner saw Wang Chen arrive, she quickly jogged over. Brother Wang, you're here. Yeah, what about the 911 I told you about? It's already prepared for you. Okay, you drive and follow me. Sure. On the day Wang Chen arrived in the Magic City, he had already thought about how to win over Bai Wanner. As soon as he thought of her, he sent a message to Song Wanner, asking her to check if the 4S shop had a 911 available. That's right, he was going to gift Bai Wanner a Porsche 911. Song Wanner drove the 911 and followed Wang Chen to the Huangpu River in Green City. This time, the security guard didn't make things difficult for him because after the last incident, Bai Wanner had gone to the property management with him, and he was now considered a resident here. Naturally, he could drive in. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Chen tossed a pack of cigarettes to the security guard. Thank you for your hard work. That car behind is my wife's new car, please let it in too. Okay. Watching Wang Chen drive in, the security guard glanced at the cigarettes in his hand. Mr. Wang is quite easygoing, no wonder he's wealthy. After parking in the underground garage, Wang Chen called Bai Wanner. Hey, Wanner, come down for a bit, I'm in the parking garage. Ah, how good, you're here. Yeah, wait for me, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Song Wanner handed the keys to Wang Chen. Wanggu, I'm leaving now, contact me if you need anything. Okay, thank you for your hard work, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. It's no trouble, sure. In the future, if there are any limited edition sports cars, let me know. Okay, goodbye, Wanggu. After saying that, Song Wanner waved goodbye to Wang Chen and left. Wang Chen then transferred 10,000 yuan to Song Wanner on Green Bubble. He said it was for her transportation. He urged her to accept it. After turning off his phone, he waited patiently for Bai Wanner to come down. 5 minutes later, Bai Wanner came down wearing a white floral short dress. Her hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders. She looked incredibly charming. When she saw Wang Chen, she didn't rush into his arms as usual but pouted instead. It seemed to say, I'm angry. If you don't coax me, I won't pay attention to you. Wang Chen smiled, walked up to her, and opened his arms. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Bai Wanner's face, and she happily hugged Wang Chen. Hee, how good, you finally came back. Yeah, things were a bit busy at home, but I have a surprise for you. Ah, what surprise? If you give me a kiss, I'll tell you. Oomph, I won't. How good, you're definitely trying to trick me. When have I ever tricked you? If you don't believe me, then I won't tell you. No. After saying that, Bai Wanner kissed Wang Chen on the cheek. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wang Chen's lips curled up. Then he took out the key to the Porsche 911. Ding ding ding. The moment Bai Wanner saw the Porsche key, she was completely thrilled. Although Wang Chen had bought her a car before, it was a 4-seater, and she wanted a sports car. She didn't expect that just as she had this thought, Wang Chen would buy her one. Wang Chen was simply too good to her. Wow! Bai Wanner took the key, and in her excitement, she clung to Wang Chen like an octopus. How good, I love you so much, Manhwa. Wang Chen laughed and patted her perky bottom, saying, alright, hurry up and go see your car. Okay. Saying this, she got off Wang Chen and pressed the key for the Porsche 911, which beeped in response. Finally, Bai Wanner saw her new car. Looking at the white body, she was utterly in love. She opened the door and sat inside. It felt amazing. After a while, Bai Wanner got out of the car. After locking the door, she pulled Wang Chen and headed home. As soon as they reached the front door, and after closing it, Bai Wanner kissed him. For a long time, their lips parted. Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with her eyes sparkling like little hearts, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. How gu, why are you so good to me? Ding, Bai Wanner, the goddess of salary cashback, affection +5, as she spoke, tears glistened at the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. When she first approached Wang Chen, Bai Wanner just wanted him to support her. But now she realized that she had truly fallen for Wang Chen. This affection had nothing to do with money. Even if Wang Chen had no money, she would still be with him.
Wang Chen gently reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. He said softly, Wanner, you've never been just a lover to me. I treat you well because you deserve it. How good. Bai Wanner choked on his name. Then Wang Chen heard her voice, as soft as a mosquito. How good, you want me, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt that if he refused again, Bai Wanner would definitely have other thoughts. But it was broad daylight. Wanner. Wang Chen gently cupped Bai Wanner's delicate face and kissed her red lips. How good. Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner clinging to him. He couldn't help but feel amazed. He never expected that he would become a sugar daddy himself. Wanner, do you regret it? Bai Wanner shook her head, not at all. How good is so good to me, and now I'm finally your woman, hee hee. Wang Chen pinched Bai Wanner's cute nose. You. Just rest a little longer. After saying that, Bai Wanner tightly hugged him and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Chen began to check Bai Wanner's data. System, open Bai Wanner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Wanner. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Affection, 92. Secretly in love. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total earnings this month, 70,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary. Cashback, 22 days. Wow, Bai Wanner's affection actually reached 92, and the cashback multiplier was at 200 times. That means if Bai Wanner earns 1 million in a month, then he would receive a 200 times salary cashback from the system, which would be 200 million. Ha ha ha, this is simply amazing. Wang Chen, excited, kissed Bai Wanner on the cheek. Ah, how good, why are you stealing kisses from me? Hee hee, isn't it because Wanner, you're just too beautiful? How good, you just know how to make me happy. I'm not joking, you really are very beautiful. Hee hee, then how good, you have to treat me well. Of course. By the way, Wanner, how did you earn so much money last month? Speaking of this, Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. Bai Wanner actually earned 1 million last month, incredible. But what Bai Wanner said next revealed the reason. How good, I was very diligent with my live streams last month, and there was no company taking a cut. After the platform deducted 50% in taxes, that's how much I got. So that's how it is. Now you're a little rich lady, so in the future, stream less, okay? Don't worry, how good. I just stream to play games and sing, I won't dress revealingly. Does Wanner know what I'm thinking? Of course I do. Hee hee, then does Wanner know what I'm thinking right now? Oh dear. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner sat on the sofa. The two leaned against each other like this. Bai Wanner had already saved the bedsheet with plum blossoms. Wanner, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Sure. I'll eat whatever Haugu makes. Wang Chen didn't plan to go back tonight. After all, he had just taken away someone else's innocence. Leaving like that would be the act of a scumbag. Although Wang Chen was a bit of a flirt, he wasn't a scumbag. So he found an opportunity and called Wu Ya. He said he was busy and wouldn't be going back to sleep tonight. He would return tomorrow night. Wu Ya even asked what he was up to, and he made up an excuse to brush her off. Fortunately, Wu Ya didn't press further, otherwise, he would have been exposed. After telling Wu Ya, Wang Chen went to buy some groceries, including an old hen, planning to stew it for Bai Wanner to nourish her body. After that, Wang Chen prepared a lavish dinner for Bai Wanner. After they finished eating, Bai Wanner said she wanted to stream for a while. Wang Chen didn't stop her. Instead, he used his own account to enter Bai Wanner's livestream. He directly gifted her 1 million in carnival coins. Then he exited the livestream. It had to be said that Bai Wanner's popularity was indeed high. She was just singing during the livestream, and her viewership reached 50 to 60,000. However, if no one gifted her, she wouldn't earn much. She didn't take ads or anything, otherwise, she could earn even more. When Bai Wanner saw that Wang Chen had gifted her so much money, she hurried out of the live stream to stop him. If he kept gifting like that, the platform would take away 50%, and that would be a huge loss. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled at her, not expecting her to be such a little money grubber. But that was fine. Wang Chen stopped gifting, and Bai Wanner went back to her live stream. After about 2 hours, Bai Wanner ended the stream. Wang Chen then took Bai Wanner to rest. The next day, Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. He quietly got out of bed. Then he went to make breakfast. Today he planned to establish a company, so he couldn't stay with Bai Wanner, otherwise, he would be lost in the warmth of her company. Once he had enough money and a high enough status, he could indulge in that warmth. Wang Chen cooked some porridge and then went to wake Bai Wanner for breakfast. Bai Wanner groggily opened her eyes. She saw Wang Chen looking at her. How goo, what time is it? Little lazy bug, it's already 8:30. Hurry up and get up. After breakfast, I have to get busy. Ha, how good, are you leaving? Yes, I have to go earn money to support you, my little lazy bug. I'm not lazy. After Wang Chen and Bai Waner finished dinner, they drove away from the Green City along the Huangpu River. He was going to register a company today. However, it was his first time registering a company, and he didn't know what to do, so he started searching online. Wang Chen looked it up and found it a bit troublesome, but it was manageable. The first step in registering a company was to get the name approved. He had already thought of a name. The name approval involved determining the company's type, name, shareholders, registered capital, and contribution ratio, then submitting the name application to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in person. Of course, he could also submit the application online, but Wang Chen planned to submit it in person. He also wanted to bring Wu Ya along. Since he hadn't gone back last night, he definitely needed a solid reason today, or else he would be questioned. Plus, having someone with him would make him feel more at ease. As for why he didn't bring Bai Waner, he had already kept her up a bit too long last night. He wanted her to rest. The first step in registering the company was this: he could only proceed to the next step after the application was approved. So there was no rush for the next step. Wang Chen drove to the dance training institution where Wu Ya worked. Then he called Wu Ya. As soon as Wu Ya knew he was there, she came out immediately. Xiao Hao, why are you here? Wu Ya, Jia, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Wu Ya felt an uneasy sensation. Wang Chen hadn't come home last night, and today he found her at the training center, saying he had something to discuss. Could it be that Wang Chen had found another woman and was planning to abandon her? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her body began to tremble. Wang Chen noticed something was off with Wu Ya. He quickly rushed to her side and held her. Wu Ya, Jia, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Wu Ya leaned her head on his shoulder, her tears soaking his shirt. Wang Chen was stunned. What was happening? Why was she crying? Wu Ya, Jia, what happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll help you. Xiao Hao, are you going to leave me? Wang Chen looked at Wu Ya in confusion. No, this was too absurd. He just said he had something to tell her. How did it turn into him leaving her? This was ridiculous. Wang Chen hurriedly explained. Wu Ya, Jia, what are you thinking? What I wanted to tell you is that I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau today to set up a company, and I want you to come with me. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya, who had been crying, looked at Wang Chen. Xiao Hao, what did you say? I said I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau today to set up a company, and I want you to come with me. I thought you were going to leave me. After saying this, Wu Ya tightly hugged Wang Chen. Wang Chen was speechless. How could he ever think of leaving Wu Ya? Why do women always overthink? However, this also proved that Wu Ya's heart was already filled with him. Wang Chen thought that if their feelings for each other increased a bit more, he wouldn't even have to wait until the new year. He could already sleep with Wu Ya. But increasing that affection was indeed not easy. For so long, Wu Ya's affection had remained at 95, without any change. He thought about it and realized that if affection could be so easily increased, then the salary cashback multiplier would also rise rapidly, which was clearly impossible. However, he believed that one day, Wu Ya's affection would surely reach its peak, and he couldn't imagine how high the salary cashback multiplier would be by then. Wu Ya, Jia, how could I leave you? You're so beautiful, and if I don't take you home for the new year, my parents would beat me to death. That's true. Alright, can you come with me now? If you can't, then I'll go by myself. I can go. I'll tell the boss. Good. After Wu Ya went in, she came out shortly after. At that moment, Wu Ya's face was already filled with smiles, completely free of the worries from before. Wu Ya, Jia, which car are you driving? I'll drive the big G. Okay, then remember to stick close to me. Sure. Then Wang Chen drove the 918, taking Wu Ya to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the Magic City. He submitted the name registration application. Xiao Hao, why is the company's name called Haya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd.? My name is Wang Chen, and yours is Wu Ya. So why do you think it's called Haya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd.? Wu Ya, realizing it, looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Although this company belonged to Wang Chen and she didn't have any shares, the name was derived from the Ya in her name and the Hao in Wang Chen's name. This was very meaningful and showed that Wang Chen was always thinking of her. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ya's affection +1, ding, congratulations to the host, salary cashback goddess's affection has surpassed 95, extra binding times +1. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen looked at Wu Ya with surprise. This was simply an unexpected joy. Now that he had the chance to bind with Louis Fei, the fairy sister, wouldn't his monthly salary cashback be even more? Ha ha ha, Wang Chen was excited. Xiao Hao, I took a day off today too. Do you have anything else to do? Wang Chen looked at Wu Ya in surprise. Originally, after submitting the name application, he was going to look for the president of Haodia Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. But hearing Wuya say this, she must have other ideas. There was no rush to find the president. After all, it would take 3 days to know whether the name application was approved, and only then could he proceed to the next step. Sister Wuya, it's fine, what's up? Then let's go shopping, and in the evening, we can watch a movie, how about that? After saying this, Wuya looked at Wang Chen expectantly. What else could Wang Chen say? Naturally, he agreed. It had been a long time since he had gone shopping, and he could buy some things for Wuya and also get a watch for himself. Alright, let's go, but let's drive one car back home first. Okay, let's go. After that, Wang Chen drove back to Fengshan community with Wuya. Once home, Wang Chen suddenly thought, should he take Wuya to buy a small villa first? They were so rich now, how could they not spend? But he had just promised to go shopping with her this afternoon, so buying a house could wait until tomorrow. After all, they could do it any time. So Wuya parked the big G in the garage, and she sat in the passenger seat of Wang Chen's 918. Sister Wuya, how about we go to Jing'an Carry Center? Sounds good, I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen pressed the accelerator, and with a roar that could make one's ears ring, his 918 surged forward like a beast. Wang Chen loved this feeling. Passers-by on the road stopped in their tracks. Wow, what car was that just now? Porsche 918, it's so cool, and it's the silver color I like. Oh my god, I want to buy one too. Wait, are you guys only noticing the car? Didn't you see the woman in the passenger seat? Of course, how could we miss such a beautiful woman? Then why aren't you discussing it? What's the point of discussing? Just because we talk about her doesn't mean she'll become your wife, seriously. But to be fair, the woman in the passenger seat is really beautiful, she looks almost like a star. Isn't the sports car cool? Beautiful car and beautiful woman, definitely a winner in life. Sigh, when will I be able to afford a 918? What are you daydreaming about? It's a limited edition car with only 100 units nationwide. Even if you have money, it's hard to get one. Sitting in the car, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this beast attracts attention wherever it goes. If he had driven it to the countryside before, it would have dazzled those people's titanium alloy dog eyes. However, the car's chassis was a bit low, so it wasn't suitable for driving back to the countryside. Xiaohao, I never thought I could live this kind of life. Ah, you didn't think so, and I didn't either. In the future, we need to earn a lot of money, not only to live well ourselves but also to help the children in impoverished mountainous areas. Wuya thought Wang Chen was so caring. After all, not everyone has such thoughts. In fact, Wang Chen had long thought that when he had more money, he would do more good deeds, and he could earn more points too. After a while, Wang Chen and Wuya arrived at Jing'an Carry Center. After parking the car, they took the elevator to the first floor of the shopping center. Wang Chen and Wuya entered the mall. Looking at the dazzling array of shops and items, it was overwhelming. Today, Wang Chen planned to treat Wuya to a shopping spree, giving her a chance to experience being a rich woman. Sister Wuya, today we can buy whatever you want, let you experience the joy of shopping. Wuya intimately linked her arm with Wang Chen's, feeling incredibly sweet inside. This was her man, the man who treated her like a queen. Xiaohao, if you say that, then don't blame me for not saving you money. Wuya joked. If you dare to save me money, you'll face the consequences when we get home tonight. Upon hearing this, Wuya's face turned red. She shot Wang Chen a glare and said with annoyance, "You talk too much." Wang Chen took her hand and led her around the mall. One couldn't help but admire that this was indeed one of the luxurious malls in the Magic City, filled with luxury brands. Dior, LV, and so on were all there. Wang Chen thought Wuya should get a watch, and he should get one too. So he dragged Wuya to a Patek Philippe boutique. However, both Wang Chen and Wuya were wearing cheap clothes, and he initially thought there would be some face-slapping scene like in novels where he could show off. But when they entered the Patek Philippe store, the sales associate came over to attend to them. Not encountering any face-slapping moments made Wang Chen feel a bit underwhelmed. But then again, where in reality would there be so many show-off moments? That was clearly impossible. "Hello, sir, madam." "Hello," Wang Chen replied. Neither he nor Wuya had ever been to such a high-end watch store, so they basically knew nothing. "What style of watch do you like, sir? Let me introduce some options." "Sure, show me the men's watches first, then the women's." "Okay, this way please." The sales associate was very enthusiastic. Wang Chen and Wuya followed her, listening to her chatter on and on, though they didn't really understand. However, they did notice that the watches in the store were indeed very expensive. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. He picked 2 watches, one for men and one for women, spending a total of 600,000. His watch was 320,000,
and Wuya's was 280,000. Originally, Wuya didn't want to buy it, she thought it was too expensive, but she couldn't resist Wang Chen's persuasion, so she went along with it. After buying it, Wuya couldn't help but wear the watch with joy. It was clear she really liked it, she just didn't want to spend money recklessly. Sister Wuya, how are you going to meet the spending goal I set for you if you keep holding back? You need to take action. Upon hearing this, Wuya shot him a glare. You work so hard for your money, how can you spend it recklessly? Money should be spent wisely. Wang Chen was speechless. He worked hard for his money, but not really. As long as Wuya and the others earned well, he could earn even more. Sister Wuya, don't you know my wealth? Just listen to me, or I might have to punish you when we get home. Humph, do you dare? Hee hee, just watch if I dare. Alright, stop talking nonsense. I'll take you to buy a couple of clothes. Wuya said gently. Okay. For an entire afternoon, Wang Chen and Wuya were busy shopping. It wasn't until the trunk of the 918 was full that Wang Chen and Wuya went out for dinner. This time, they went to a restaurant called Ali Jazz. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wuya headed to the cinema. Sister Wuya, should we watch this sweet romance? Wang Chen knew that generally, when two people went to the movies, it was either a romance or a horror film. So he chose a romance film. Let's watch a horror movie. Wuya's words surprised Wang Chen for a moment, but then his lips curled up. A horror movie was even better. Hee hee. They then chose to watch a campus ghost story. Wang Chen thought Wuya would be like those girls in the movies, clinging tightly to him, saying she was scared and screaming. But the reality was the opposite. Every time they reached a scary place, Wang Chen would immediately hug Wuya, closing his eyes tightly. This made Wuya laugh heartily. After a movie, Wang Chen felt completely drained. Not to mention anything else, he would still watch horror movies next time, although it was a bit embarrassing. The softness of the two big white bunnies made him reluctant to leave. He wished the movie could last for another 10 hours. Xiaohao, why are you so timid? Wuya laughed and said, it's not that I'm timid, I just want to hold you, okay? Stubborn. Should we watch it again when we get home? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately refused. No, no need. Ha ha ha. Wuya laughed as she took Wang Chen's hand and walked towards the parking lot. By the time they returned to the Fengshan community, it was already 12:30 at night. After getting home, they washed up and then went to rest. But when Wang Chen lay down in his room, his mind was filled with the terrifying scenes from the horror movie, making it impossible for him to sleep. Helpless, he could only take out his phone and open the green bubble. It was a flood of messages as soon as he opened it. Not only were there messages from Song Ningxuang and Li Meng, the four innocent younger sisters from their dorm, but also from his cousin and sister-in-law. Most importantly, Lu Fei and Zhao Liying had both messaged him, and even Ji Xiaoya was no exception. Of course, among these people, there was no shortage of the clingy little fairy, Bai Waner. After replying to each of them, Wang Chen waited to see who would respond. Then he prepared to chat with whoever replied. After all, his mind was still filled with horror movie scenes, and he needed to distract himself with something else. However, it was already 1 o'clock. Wang Chen thought no one would reply to him now, but it turned out he was wrong. Song Ningxuang replied. After that, he chatted with Song Ningxuang for 2 hours, and it wasn't until 3 o'clock that he finally dozed off. He slept straight until 10 in the morning. He got up as usual, washed up, and ate the breakfast Wuya had prepared for him. Then he got ready to go for his appointment. Originally, he wanted Zhao Liying or Lu Fei to help him find a suitable goddess to be the president, preferably someone he could bond with. But unexpectedly, both of them were busy filming lately. So, Wang Chen had no choice but to go out himself. It was his first time looking for a company president, and he had no experience at all. He didn't even know what to do. Sigh, where on earth can I find a female president? This is really troubling. Just as he was at a loss, his phone rang. Wang Chen picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was Ji Xiaoya. He was a bit taken aback. After adding Ji Xiaoya last time, they hadn't contacted each other much. This time, she suddenly called him, and he didn't know what it was about. But Wang Chen still answered the call. Sister Xiaoya, what's up? Wang Chen, I heard from Liying that you're looking for talent recently, is that right? Wang Chen was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Liying to tell Ji Xiaoya, but he felt that Zhao Liying wouldn't be that kind of person. It should be Ji Xiaoya who had connections. Sister Xiaoya, how did you know? Don't worry about how I know. If you treat me to a meal, I might introduce someone to you. Hearing Ji Xiaoya's words, Wang Chen understood that she really had connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't say that. Sure, but I don't know when Sister Xiaoya has time. I'll come pick you up. Ah, Wang Chen, you're so realistic. Not at all. You didn't say you were my little brother before I said I could help you. Come pick me up now.
I have no scenes today and have time. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll buy something and come. Yo, are you going to buy food for Sister Lying again? Hee hee, we're going out to eat later, so I'll buy you something too. That's right, just let me know when you arrive. Okay. With that, Wang Chen hung up the phone. He had been worried about not being able to find the company's president, but now he felt less anxious. As long as he could find the president, he could leave the company's matters to her. However, he had to think carefully about the president's salary. First of all, the company's shares. Wang Chen would never let those go. He had to keep the shares firmly in his hands. Of course, this was just the shares of Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. After all, the women in this company would likely be bound to his salary cashback system. He couldn't let anyone else get involved, but he could give shares to other companies in the future. He hadn't figured it all out yet. He would decide when he met the person, as it was hard to say whether they would be a good fit. Before heading to the set, Wang Chen bought some of Zhao Liying's favorite snacks. Then he drove his 918 to the filming location, Magic City, Lujiazui. Wang Chen arrived at the location where the crew was filming. As the roar of the beastly 918 echoed, everyone's attention was drawn to the silver sports car. My god, that's a Porsche 918, a limited edition model, so cool. I wonder who it is that drove this car to the set. Probably some rich kid here to pick up a female star. Yeah, these rich people have it all: cars, money, and women. Bro, just do your role well. If you get famous one day, you might even get to date a female star. Sigh, as a background actor, I get to see female stars every day. With that figure and that face, I'd be willing to die on the spot if I could have a deep conversation with her for a night. Dude, you're talking about dying under the peony skirt. Even as a ghost you'd be charming. Haven't you seen Zhao Liying's figure and face? It's truly stunning. I know, but what does that have to do with me? Bro, you're something. Amidst the shock of the background actors, Wang Chen found a place to park his car. He then walked over to the filming location. At that moment, Zhao Liying was still shooting. Wang Chen stood by and watched. He had to admit, Zhao Liying was really dedicated. She performed almost all her scenes herself, except for the kissing scenes. Watching her sweat it out, Wang Chen suddenly felt a pang of heartache for this woman. No matter when, she always gave her all. But she looked really attractive in this state. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Wang Chen, isn't Sister Liying beautiful? Wang Chen, who had been intently watching Zhao Liying, was startled by Ji Xiaoya's sudden interruption. Damn, Xiaoya, do you know that scaring someone can be deadly? Who told you to be so engrossed? It's not hard for you to like Sister Liying. She has many admirers, you know. That Lin Gangxin has a good impression of her too. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? I just see Sister Liying as my sister. Oh, really? Ji Xiaoya's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she could see through Wang Chen's lie. Seeing this, Wang Chen stopped trying to explain. The more he explained, the more unclear it became. He did like Zhao Liying, but given their current level of mutual affection, it was clearly impossible. For now, he could only treat Zhao Liying as a sister. Unless their feelings became very strong, then he would consider changing their relationship. After a while, Zhao Liying finished her scenes. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat. Wang Chen walked over with a towel and handed it to Zhao Liying. Sister Liying. Thank you, Wang Chen. Wang Chen scratched his head and smiled slightly. After that, he took out the things he had brought for Zhao Liying. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1, awesome. As long as he could increase her favorability, no matter how much, Wang Chen was very happy. Thank you. No problem, Liying Jia, you go ahead with your work, and I'll go meet that person with Xiaoya Jia. Okay, if it doesn't work out, once I'm done, I'll help you take a look. Alright, then we'll head off first. Goodbye, Liying Jia. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left. Ji Xiaoya followed him out of the crew. While Wang Chen was doing all this, Ji Xiaoya had been right by his side. Before long, the two arrived in front of the 918. Ji Xiaoya looked at the 918, her excitement palpable. Oh my god, Wang Chen, is this your car? Yeah. Wang Chen nodded. This is the 918? I love it so much, I really want to own one. Haha, with Xiaoya Jia's capabilities, it won't be long before you can buy one. Wang Chen opened the driver's door and got in, while Ji Xiaoya took the passenger seat. Once inside, Ji Xiaoya started touching everything, and Wang Chen could feel her affection for the car. After a while, Ji Xiaoya sighed. Sigh, Wang Chen, you don't know, even though we are also the main characters, our pay is so much lower than Liying Jia's. My pay is only 800,000. Hearing this, Wang Chen was also quite shocked. He didn't expect Ji Xiaoya's pay to be so low. Although 800,000 sounds like a lot, it's really not high for an actor. Wang Chen finally understood why Ji Xiaoya said she dreamed of buying a 918. This 918 can't be bought even with money if you don't have the right channels. Xiaoya Jia, where are we going? Let's go to Wangjiang Pavilion. I made an appointment for her to go there. Okay, hold on tight. With that, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and drove away from the crew. Wangjiang Pavilion. Wang Chen parked the car in the parking lot of Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, Ji Xiaoya, sitting in the passenger seat, was full of excitement. Wow, this car is amazing. Wang Chen, can you let me drive it for 2 days? Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Chen with pleading eyes. Wang Chen felt helpless. He only had this 918 right now. If he let Ji Xiaoya drive it, what would he drive? But it wouldn't be good to refuse her. Xiaoya Jia, I only have this one car right now. Once I buy a new one, I'll let you drive it. How about that? Okay, it's a deal. Don't forget, I have a great memory. I won't forget, trust me. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaoya occasionally looked back at the silver 918, showing just how much she liked it. Wang Chen couldn't understand why a woman would love sports cars so much. At Wangjiang Pavilion, Ji Xiaoya had already reserved a private room. Hello, sir, miss, do you have a reservation? Ji Xiaoya said, yes, my surname is Ji. The waiter fiddled with a tablet for a moment and then said to him and Ji Xiaoya, sir, miss, please come in. The waiter led them to the private room that Ji Xiaoya had reserved. It must be said that Wangjiang Pavilion was truly luxurious. The private room had a view of the Huangpu River. Incredible! Not only was the environment good, but it was also quiet. The only downside was that it was expensive. Wang Chen, are you very rich? Ji Xiaoya asked. Hee, not really, just a bit over $1 billion. What's up, Xiaoya Jie? Nothing, just asking. The two waited for a while, but the person still hadn't arrived. Wang Chen frowned. Hadn't Ji Xiaoya already made an appointment? He looked at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Earlier, Ji Xiaoya had told him that the appointment was for 1:30. It was already 2 o'clock, which meant that person was half an hour late. At this moment, Ji Xiaoya's expression was also quite unpleasant. She hadn't expected that person to be so lacking in time awareness. She had even thought about helping her find a good job. Now, it seemed that she was also looking at Wang Chen's face, which didn't look good either. It was likely that this matter was going to fall through. Wang Chen, I'll call again and urge them. Ji Xiaoya said to Wang Chen. Sister Xiaoya, there's no rush, let's wait a bit longer. Although it was Wang Chen's first time looking for the president of his own company, he knew that keeping time was the most basic principle. If this person had no sense of time and there were no special reasons, even if she met the requirements for the salary rebate goddess, Wang Chen would absolutely not hire someone like that. Alright, Ji Xiaoya didn't know what else to say. Previously, she thought that the person was a good friend, and since she was currently out of work, it was just right that Wang Chen was looking for someone. She believed her friend should be capable. Now, she didn't think so anymore. It was likely that Wang Chen wouldn't hire someone like that either. After that, Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya waited for about another half an hour. Finally, the door to the private room slowly opened. When they saw someone coming, Wang Chen felt a bit uncertain. Was he here for the interview, or was the other party here for the interview? They made him wait so long. Wang Chen wanted to see who this person was. As the door to the private room was pushed open, a man and a woman walked in. Wang Chen looked at Ji Xiaoya in surprise. Wasn't it said that only one woman was coming for the interview? Why was there now a man as well? He looked at Ji Xiaoya in confusion, but she just shook her head. She didn't know either. Both Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya were quite bewildered. After the two entered, the woman pulled the man over to sit next to Ji Xiaoya. Xiaoya, how long have you been here? I was just out shopping with my boyfriend and lost track of time, sorry. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya was about to explode with anger. Lu Ling, do you know what time it is? What time did we agree to meet? You went shopping with your boyfriend, how could you? No, Xiaoya, why are you getting so worked up? My boyfriend rarely gets to accompany me out shopping. What's wrong with me being a bit late? Besides, you haven't left yet, right? Am I right, dear? Wang Chen looked at this bizarre woman, not understanding why Ji Xiaoya would want to introduce Lu Ling to him as the president of the company. Lu Ling didn't meet the requirements for the salary rebate goddess, clearly didn't respect time, and lacked the kind demeanor towards others. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't meet his criteria at all. Exactly, my girlfriend coming for the interview is already giving you face. There are plenty of people who want my girlfriend to work at their company. If you don't offer us a satisfactory salary, my girlfriend will never work for your company. Ji Xiaoya was furious after hearing this. What? Are you too brainless? They are offering you a job, and you don't appreciate it, yet you say such things. I feel like there's nothing more to say. Wang Chen sat aside, listening to Ji Xiaoya's conversation with the two, feeling utterly speechless. How could there be such people? They really seemed brainless. Wang Chen was too lazy to deal with these two, so he planned to leave. However, when Wang Chen stood up, Lu Ling's boyfriend spoke up. You must be the boss of that company, with an annual salary of tens of millions. My girlfriend will work for your company. No, just because he didn't say anything, did they think he had a good temper? Well, I suggest you both go get checked at the hospital. What are you talking about? We're not sick. Why would we go to the hospital? Who said that? You might find something if you get checked. I remember there's a mental hospital in the city. It would be quite suitable for you. You. Lu Ling's boyfriend pointed at Wang Chen with trembling fingers. Clearly, he was quite angry. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with the two of them anymore, so he left the private room, and Ji Xiaoya followed him out. Seeing Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya leave, Lu Ling panicked a bit and asked, Adong, is this really okay? I feel like it's a bit risky. Don't worry, my dear. In a couple of days, Ji Xiaoya will definitely call you, and by then, you'll be a female CEO with an annual salary in the millions. Alright. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Lu Ling's boyfriend. He wanted Lu Ling to earn more money so he could spend lavishly, and Lu Ling, being infatuated, naturally listened to her boyfriend. This led to such a result. When Lu Ling's boyfriend learned that Ji Xiaoya was urgently looking for someone, he had this idea, but he didn't realize that this would ruin a great opportunity. On the other side, Wang Chen and Ji Xiaoya were already back in the car. Ji Xiaoya's face was filled with guilt. Wang Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's fine, the world is so big, there are all kinds of people. Although he said this, he still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Sister Xiaoya, let me take you home. Where do you live? Ji Xiaoya could sense his discomfort but could only softly say, take me to Bashan District. Okay. With that, Wang Chen drove towards Bashan District. This time, sitting in the passenger seat, Ji Xiaoya no longer felt the excitement she had before. She truly felt very guilty about this matter. Meanwhile, Wang Chen thought about it. Ji Xiaoya was actually trying to help him. Although Lu Ling wasn't great, at least Ji Xiaoya had helped him. He couldn't treat Ji Xiaoya like this. It wasn't her fault. Thinking of this, he felt that his earlier attitude was quite poor. After some thought, he decided he should apologize to Ji Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, I'm sorry, my tone was a bit harsh just now. At that moment, Ji Xiaoya was still taken aback. She didn't expect Wang Chen to apologize to her. To be honest, this matter was originally her fault. It was her inability to judge character that led to this situation. Wang Chen had no need to apologize to her. Wang Chen's action made Ji Xiaoya's impression of him even better. It's okay, this matter also has my reasons, but I really didn't expect Lu Ling to be this kind of person. I didn't expect it either. I can't believe there are still such people in the world, it's really bizarre. I'll look for someone for you when I get back. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Xiaoya. In no time, Wang Chen drove to Bashan District. After Ji Xiaoya got out of the car, Wang Chen drove away. He checked the time, it was almost 4 o'clock, and he didn't plan to go anywhere else today, so he decided to go back and make dinner for Wuya. After that, he went to buy some ingredients and returned to Fengshan community. He prepared a table full of delicious food for Wuya, waiting for her to come back. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen looked at his phone and found that many people had sent him messages. After replying one by one, he put his phone down. At that moment, Wuya returned. As usual, she was carrying a black LV bag and wearing a knee-length dress. She looked very elegant. Xiaohao, why are you back so early today? Wuya changed out of her white sneakers and walked in, only to find the table already filled with sumptuous dishes. Her face lit up with surprise. Wow, Xiaohao, you're amazing, it smells so good. Hearing this, Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Sister Wuya, let's eat. Okay, I'll wash my hands. Wait for me a moment. Wang Chen sat down at the dining table, and Wuya took a seat across from him. The two began their dinner. Sister Wuya, this chicken soup is delicious, you should try it. As he spoke, Wang Chen served her a bowl of soup. After finishing the meal, he sat on the sofa with Wuya as usual, watching television. Wuya stretched out her delicate foot and rested it on Wang Chen's leg. Wang Chen gently caressed Wuya's foot. She hadn't painted her toenails, but her foot was fair and tender, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Of course, Wang Chen only dared to think about it, he wouldn't actually do it. If it were someone else, he might dare, but with Wuya, he truly didn't have the courage. While focused on the television, Wuya felt a slight itch on her foot, so she turned her gaze to Wang Chen. She saw him intently playing with her foot, completely absorbed. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Wuya's mouth as she continued watching her show. It wasn't until midnight that they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Wang Chen received a call from Zhao Liying, saying that she had no scenes today and that Ji Xiaoya had already informed her about yesterday's events. Then, Ji Xiaoya and she had found someone new for him. She would let him know shortly. Hearing this, Wang Chen was naturally overjoyed. After all, he still hadn't found a suitable female CEO channel. After responding, Wang Chen went to have breakfast and wash up as usual. Then he set off. He had agreed with Zhao Liying to meet at 10 in the morning, and it was already 9 o'clock. He needed to arrive early and not be like Lu Ling yesterday, showing up 1 or 2 hours late with an indifferent expression. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place agreed upon with Zhao Liying, which was very close to the filming location. So after the interview, he could also take a stroll around the set. Wang Chen parked his car at the location of the crew and then headed directly to the cafe Zhao Liying mentioned. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya had chosen a private room. There was no way around it. Given Zhao Liying's status, if they didn't choose a private room, she would probably be recognized and unable to leave. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Wang Chen greeted them and then sat down beside them. Wang Chen, has your company been set up? Zhao Liying asked proactively. Not yet, it's still in the name application process, but the results will be out tomorrow, and then it will be quick. The three of them didn't wait long. The two agreed upon soon arrived. He checked the time, it wasn't yet 10 o'clock, meaning they had arrived early. After they arrived, the system's voice sounded. They clearly met the binding requirements of the salary cashback system. However, Wang Chen still needed to see if they were suitable. If they weren't, even if they met the salary cashback system's requirements, he wouldn't want them. Helan, please introduce yourself to Wang Chen, Zhao Liying said to the mature woman. Helan nodded to Zhao Liying and then turned to Wang Chen to introduce herself. Mr. Wang, my name is Helan. I previously held the position of CEO at AIE Media Company, but I left due to differences in philosophy. I graduated from. After listening to Helan's self-introduction, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. She was exactly the suitable CEO he was looking for. Not bad, not bad. However, he still wanted to hear Ji Xiaoya's introduction. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Wang Chen looked at Ji Xiaoya beside him. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoya said to Xia Chuchu, Chuchu, please introduce yourself to Wang Chen as well. Xia Chuchu nodded. Then he said, Mr. Wang, hello, my name is Xia Chuchu, I am 24 years old, and I just graduated this year from Caltech. The admiration in Wang Chen's eyes had not disappeared since they introduced themselves. Whether it was Helan or Xia Chuchu, Wang Chen found both of them to be exceptionally talented, and both met the binding requirements of the salary cashback system. Such people are rare. Wang Chen felt he couldn't let either of them slip away. However, there could only be one president, and he still needed to consider who would take that position. So, the two of them were candidates for the presidency. After listening to your self-introductions, I think you are both excellent, but there can only be one president, so. After Wang Chen said this, Helan and Xia Chuchu both looked at him with nervous expressions. Before coming, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya had mentioned that Wang Chen was very generous. As long as they passed the interview, there was a high probability they could earn a high salary. And there was only one presidential position. This meant that one of them would have to leave. When Wang Chen spoke those words, they both tensed up. But what Wang Chen said next excited them. Although there is only one presidential position, our company is still in its early stages, so there are other positions available. If one of you can accept that, you can also stay. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya sat there drinking coffee, watching Wang Chen. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Helan asked, Mr. Wang, I would like to ask about the current situation of the company. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not hide anything. He directly explained the company's situation. The company is currently in the process of registration, which means that if either of you becomes president, you will need to take full responsibility. The company is called Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., with a registered capital of 2 billion. Hearing the figure of 2 billion, the minds of the four people present exploded. Even Ji Xiaoya spat out the coffee she had just taken a sip of. The calmest among them was Zhao Liying. Knowing that he could invest 100 million in Louis Fei's movie, she already knew Wang Chen was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich, and she was quite surprised. The most shocked were Helan and Xia Chuchu. According to Wang Chen, if she became president, she could use the company's funds to develop it, which meant she would be in charge of her future development. This would prevent a situation like the one in her previous company. Moreover, 2 billion is a terrifying amount. Her last company's market value was only 100 million. Haoya was valued at 2 billion even before going public. More importantly, a boss who could provide 2 billion in registered capital would not offer her poor treatment.
Helan felt that if she missed this opportunity, she would definitely regret it. No matter what, she had to secure this presidency. On the other side, Xia Chuchu, hearing such an astronomical figure, couldn't control her expression. Now she was actually hesitant to compete for the presidential position. With so much funding, she felt that as someone just starting out, she wouldn't be able to manage such a large amount. Wang Chen stood by, observing the expressions of Helan and Xia Chuchu. From their expressions, Wang Chen could already see the difference between the two. He was clear on who to choose as the company's president. I wonder if you are willing to join my company, Wang Chen asked Helan and Xia Chuchu. Helan and Xia Chuchu nodded continuously. I am willing, I am willing. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Wang Chen's face. Since both of you are willing to join my company, then we should also discuss salary and benefits next. When Wang Chen reached this point, he deliberately paused for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Helan and Xia Chuchu. He wanted to hear what they had to say about their salaries. Do you have anything to say about your salaries? Helan glanced at Zhao Liying, then at Wang Chen, and said, Boss, my annual salary cannot be less than 1 million, and I also want 1% of the company's shares. Both Wang Chen and the three others beside him were quite surprised. After all, 1% of the company's shares was worth 20 million. Wang Chen's registered capital was 2 billion. Wang Chen thought that those who dared to speak up were impressive. He wouldn't give away shares, but he had other ways. Moreover, Helan and Xia Chuchu would definitely need to be bound to him in the future, which meant he needed to give them a higher salary as much as possible. Helan, you are quite good, but I won't give you company shares. However, I can offer you another way. I'll give you an annual salary of 10 million, and then I'll sign a contract with you, giving you 5% of Haya's net profit as your year-end bonus. This contract will last until your death. What do you think? After Wang Chen finished speaking, not only Helan, but also Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya were no longer calm. They suddenly stood up from their chairs, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. They never expected Wang Chen to offer such a generous salary. Helan looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Although Wang Chen didn't give her shares, this was equivalent to giving her 5% of the company's shares in a disguised way. Plus, he offered her an annual salary of 10 million. Okay, I accept. Thank you, boss. Wang Chen extended his hand to shake Helan's, feeling overjoyed inside. The money was finally out, and as long as he bound Helan, wouldn't the money he earned multiply thousands of times? This was definitely a sure win. Wang Chen then turned his gaze to Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu, although the position of president is gone, my company is just starting and needs talents like you. The financial director position is very suitable for you. As for the salary, I'll give you an annual salary of 5 million and 3% of the company's net profit, signing the same contract as Helan. Are you willing to come? Xia Chuchu thought she had no chance, but Wang Chen actually told her there were other positions, and the salary was so high, she nodded frantically. After securing two key players, a smile finally appeared on Wang Chen's face. Ji Xiaoya said sourly, Wang Chen, your conditions are so good that I want to work for your company too. Hee, Xiaoya, you know this is a film and media company, very suitable for you. If you want to come, I'll cover any breach of contract fees. Wow, I was just joking, are you serious? Of course it's serious. In the future, our company will directly poach female stars, and I'll cover the funds. Anyway, we'll bring in famous stars, and the compensation will definitely satisfy the other party. His words once again refreshed the perspectives of the women. How rich must one be to dare to say such things? Zhao Liying looked at Wang Chen and said, Wang Chen, I want to go to your company too. After saying that, she smiled, and this smile left Wang Chen stunned. Ha, if Liying is willing to come, I'm willing to pay any price. Is that true? Absolutely. Okay, wait for me to contact you. Wang Chen was stunned. Was today's surprise really this big? Ji Xiaoya, Zhao Liying. If the company had these two from the start, it would be much easier to select and poach people in the future. After discussing everything, Wang Chen handed over the company's tasks to Helan and Xia Chuchu. He then went to the film crew with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. Wang Chen sat in Zhao Liying's spot, watching her sweat not far away. He felt an impulse to replace her, but that was impossible. However, he could make things easier for her later. The movie Zhao Liying was filming was a fantasy drama, so it required wire work, which was quite uncomfortable. And next, there was a kissing scene. When it came time for the kiss, Zhao Liying stepped down. After all, she didn't film kissing scenes. The male actor who was supposed to kiss Zhao Liying instantly looked disappointed. After Zhao Liying came down, Wang Chen handed her a towel. He wanted to wipe her down, but their relationship wasn't close enough for such intimate actions yet, so he could only do something simple like handing her a towel. Once their relationship became closer, he would definitely show off a bit. Thank you.
Zhao Liang said as she took the towel from Wang Chen. Hee, you've worked hard, Liang Jia. I have to work hard to make money. Come work at my company in the future. Your company has such good conditions, I dream of going there, Zhao Liang teased. After that, Wang Chen stayed with Zhao Liang on set all day, but his favorability didn't increase at all, which left him a bit disappointed. Why did others' favorability soar while Zhao Liang's was so hard to raise? He couldn't just sit back, he had to think of a way. After thinking for a long time, he still had no ideas. After having dinner with Zhao Liang, Wang Chen drove back. When he returned to Fengshan community, Wuya was indeed waiting for him. Although Wang Chen had eaten, he still accompanied Wuya to eat a little more. Then the two sat on the sofa and chatted. Wuya Jia, let's buy your current dance training institution, that way, you won't be so busy in the future. You can still teach the kids, and if I need you to go somewhere with me, you won't need to take leave. Wuya looked at Wang Chen with her gem-like bright eyes. After thinking for a while, she nodded. To be honest, she really wanted to be with Wang Chen all the time, but she didn't want to stop working. Although Wang Chen was wealthy, she didn't want to be a woman with nothing to do. Xiao Hao, I'll listen to you. Wuya leaned her head on Wang Chen's shoulder, enjoying her warmth. Wang Chen gently stroked Wuya's beautiful hair, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Xiao Hao, will you ever not want me? Wuya's sudden question left Wang Chen stunned again. He cupped Wuya's delicate and beautiful face and kissed her red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. At that moment, Wuya no longer had any wild thoughts. She felt that as long as she could be with Wang Chen, she could accept anything that happened. As long as Wang Chen didn't abandon her. After the new year, when Wang Chen took her home, she would completely give herself to him and have 2 children with him. The more she thought about it, the happier Wuya felt. Just like that, she actually fell asleep on Wang Chen's shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Chen gently picked Wuya up in a princess carry and took her to her room, tucked her in, and then returned to his own room. After Wang Chen left, Wuya's eyes opened. Looking at the closed door, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She felt that Wang Chen was indeed a trustworthy man. She had pretended to be asleep, and he hadn't made a move on her. Just back in his room, Wang Chen heard a sound that excited him. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wuya favorability +1. Although he didn't know what had happened, Wang Chen was still very happy. Now Wuya's favorability had reached 97, just 3 points away from 100. According to the system's pattern, it was likely that there would be a reward when favorability reached 100. He was very much looking forward to it. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, he got up early today. He had talked to Wuya last night about acquiring her current dance training institution, so he planned to go with her today. When Wang Chen opened the door, he happened to lock eyes with Wuya, who had just opened her door. Immediately, sweet smiles appeared on both their faces. Xiao Hao, good morning. Sister Wuya, good morning. After they freshened up, they started preparing breakfast. Xiao Hao, are we going to the dance training institution today? Yeah, I don't want you to be so tired every day. Well, it's not that tiring there. Just as Wuya finished speaking, Wang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Helan. He didn't avoid Wuya and answered it in front of her, even putting it on speaker. Hello, boss, are you busy? No, go ahead. There's something at the company that needs to be discussed with you. Can we meet? Wang Chen looked at Wuya and said, is tomorrow okay? Tomorrow might be a bit late. Then wait a moment, I'll give you a reply in a couple of minutes. Okay, boss. After hanging up on Elon, Wang Chen looked at Wuya with some apology and said, Sister Wuya, the company is just getting started, and there are quite a few things to handle. I might not be able to go with you today. I'll join you once I'm done, okay? Wuya reached out and pinched Wang Chen's face. Silly, I'm not in a hurry. You go handle the company's matters first. It's our company, very important. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Wuya really understood him well. Mua! Wang Chen directly kissed her on the cheek. Wuya pretended to be disgusted and wiped it off. So dirty. Hee. Mua. If you wipe again, I'll kiss you again. Wuya rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, alright, I won't wipe anymore. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, you should get busy. Okay. After having breakfast, Wang Chen and Wuya went their separate ways. Wuya went to her dance training institution. Wang Chen went to the location Helan sent him. It was also a cafe. Xia Chuchu was there too. After Wang Chen arrived, he didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. What's the matter that you called me over in such a hurry? Helan looked at Wang Chen and said, Boss, a girl group from Korea is coming to our city for a tour, and since our company still doesn't have any employees, you mentioned yesterday about recruiting female stars.
I wanted to ask if we should recruit this girl group. Korea? Yes, it's the popular IVE girl group. Hearing this, Wang Chen became interested. Directly recruiting a girl group seemed quite good. First, tell me about this girl group. This group consists of 12 members, including Zhang Yuanying, the center, and Yojin, and others. Each of them looks great and has a good figure. However, Zhang Yuanying recently made some negative comments about our country in public. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen frowned. Negative comments about our country. For Wang Chen, the country cannot be insulted. Speaking about the country is like speaking about Wang Chen. Such a woman must be punished. Oh, what did she say? She didn't say anything directly, but there were humiliating references to our country in the MV, and they even scheduled a concert in Hong Kong for July 7th. After saying this, Helan played a video clip. Wang Chen understood immediately what was going on after looking at it. Not to mention the girl group Zhang Yuanying, this must also be related to the company behind them. Wang Chen was very angry. He had to punish such a woman from the stick country. Helan, at all costs, dig this girl group out from the stick country's company. Since they dared to insult our country, they must pay the price. Although Helan didn't know what Wang Chen wanted to do, she would still follow his orders. She may be a woman, but her patriotism was unwavering. Okay, boss. Also, prepare the shovels. Once the company is established, go crazy digging for people, got it? Okay, boss. Boss, to dig the LVE girl group out from the stick country's company will cost quite a bit. Conservatively, it will take around $1 billion. Don't worry about the money, just dig. For a woman like Zhang Yuanying, I will definitely make her pay the price she deserves. I will transfer another $2 billion to the company's account. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuchu and Helan were both stunned. Who exactly was their boss, to casually mention $2 billion? They were almost numb. However, regarding Zhang Yuanying, both of them were still very angry and insisted that she must be punished. After that, Wang Chen discussed many matters about the company's development with Helan and Xia Chuchu until his stomach growled, and they finally found a place to have lunch. After lunch, Helan and Xia Chuchu went to get busy. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to visit Bai Waner. After all, he hadn't been there since taking her innocence last time, so he should at least check on her. However, before going, Wang Chen planned to understand the LVE girl group, including Zhang Yuanying. Wang Chen opened Zhang Yuanying's photo. Sure enough, she was very beautiful and charming. Moreover, the popular spinning move was also hers, but such a beautiful and charming woman actually did such a thing. Once he dug them over, he would have to clarify whether this was their own will or if their company forced them to do it. After learning about the LVE girl group, just as Wang Chen was about to leave, he remembered that Helan and Xia Chuchu had no cars, making it inconvenient for them to go anywhere. So he called Song Waner. Hello, brother Wang. Hello, Song Waner, are there any good cars at the 4S store? What kind of car does brother Wang want? I need 2 4-seater cars, something a bit luxurious. How about the Audi A8L? Okay, prepare 2 for me. I'll pick them up tomorrow. Alright. After hanging up, Wang Chen called Helan and Xia Chuchu. He told them to wait for him at the 4S store entrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They agreed and hung up. After doing all this, Wang Chen drove his 918 to Bai Waner's place in Green City, Huangpu River. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at Bai Waner's side. As he entered the password to open the door, he was surprised to find no one at home. So he closed the door. Then he went to the room door, opened it, but Bai Waner was not inside. Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. He then went to Bai Waner's live streaming room, opened the door, and as soon as he did, the live stream room erupted. What the hell? Who is that man behind? Why is he in Waner's house? Oh my god, Waner, turn around quickly, there's a man behind you. Waner, call the police, there's a pervert. Waner, there's a wolf behind you. Waner, there's a wolf behind you. The entire live stream room was flooded with the message, Waner, there's a wolf behind you. Bai Waner naturally noticed the content of the bullet comments. So she took off her headphones and turned around. The moment she saw Wang Chen, she joyfully hugged him as she usually did. This action left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Waner just hugged that man. No, my goddess, you can't do this. You're mine. Let go of that woman, let me take her place. It's over, I haven't even started dating and I'm already heartbroken, sob, it's over. The live stream was filled with wails of despair. Bai Waner remembered that the live stream hadn't ended yet, so she got off Wang Chen and went back to the live stream room to put on her headphones, saying to her fans, "Hey guys, sorry, my husband is back, I'm signing off now, see you later." After saying that, before the fans could send any bullet comments, Bai Waner quickly turned off the live stream. It was a lightning fast sign-off. And her words, "my husband is here," sent her fans into a frenzy. After turning off the live stream, Bai Wanner, as usual, hugged him tightly like an octopus. Wang Chen supported her perky bottom with both hands. Wanner, what if you lose fans for saying that? If I lose them, I lose them. They can't be more important than Hao Gu. Is that so? Then let me give you a little reward. Hee, okay. An hour later, Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner. At that moment, he felt he had reached the peak of his life. Bai Wanner lay on his chest, acting cute. Hao Gu, I miss you so much every day. Wang Chen playfully scratched her nose. Softly he said, if you miss me, why don't you call me? I'll come to see you often from now on. Really? Yeah, if you're bored, you can invite your friend to stay with you too, the house is so big. Hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen expectantly and asked, can I really? Silly girl, the house is yours now, of course you can. Thank you, Hao Gu. Oh, then how are you going to thank me? After saying that, Wang Chen looked at her with a smile. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen covered Bai Wanner with a blanket and then quietly left the green city Huangpu River. He actually wanted to spend the night with Bai Wanner, but it would be hard to explain to Wuya, so he definitely had to go back. After Bai Wanner fell asleep, Wang Chen quietly left, but before leaving, he left a note for Bai Wanner, to prevent her from overthinking when she woke up and found him gone. After returning home, Wang Chen, like usual, accompanied Wuya for dinner and sat on the sofa chatting. The two had a good understanding, and neither asked too many questions. They just talked about some trivial topics. Wuya, as usual, placed her fair and tender feet on Wang Chen's lap, asking him to massage them. Wang Chen didn't refuse, after all, he quite liked massaging Wuya's feet. After midnight, they returned to their own rooms to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen didn't wake up too early. After all, he had an appointment with Helan and Chu Chu at 10 in the morning, and he got up at 8:30. By the time he got up, Wuya had already gone to work. After finishing breakfast and washing up, it was already 9:15. He set off towards the 4S store. At 9:50, he arrived at the 4S store, and to his surprise, Helan and Chu Chu were already waiting for him there. After Wang Chen parked the car, he took them into the 4S store. Brother Wang, Song Wanner was also waiting for Wang Chen. As soon as he arrived, she hurried over. Is the car I asked you to prepare ready? Yes, it's ready. You can take it after signing the contract. Alright. After speaking, Wang Chen turned to the two people behind him and said, you two go with Song Wanner to sign the contract. This car is a company vehicle for you, and to make it convenient, it's registered under your names. Helan and Xia Chuchu were still in a daze at that moment. Which good company puts a car under an employee's name? A thought appeared in their minds simultaneously. Could it be that Wang Chen has taken a liking to them? This made them a bit hesitant. Seeing that they were still not moving, Wang Chen urged again, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, don't you still have things to do? It's inconvenient without a car. Upon hearing this, Helan and Xia Chuchu finally moved. They followed Song Wanner to sign the contract. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to put it under the company's name, but the company hadn't officially been established yet, so how could he do that? If he wanted a car, he could just buy one. Rather than doing it this way, it was better to put it directly under their names. Wang Chen also went along to pay the money. Since it had been agreed upon in advance, the process was quite fast, and soon it was all settled. Helan and Xia Chuchu were very happy. Helan now had a car, although it wasn't that great. This was Xia Chuchu's first car, and she would probably be so excited today that she wouldn't be able to sleep. Alright, you two go back to your work, I need to head back too. Okay, thank you, boss. Yeah, no problem. By the way, Helan, how's the LVE girl group situation going? Boss, I spoke with SA Company yesterday, and their response was that they would consider it, but my offer was very low. What price did you quote? 32 million. Wow, Helan, didn't you say you wanted around $1 billion? Why is the price so low? Boss, just leave it to me. I'll make sure to give you a satisfactory answer. Fine, but you also need to pay attention to your safety. After a while, I'll find you a bodyguard or secretary. You're the president, you need to take your safety seriously, you know? Also, besides the LVE girl group, you need to keep an eye on the domestic female celebrities. After I go back today, I'll get the contract levels for our company sorted out for you, so you don't need to worry about that. I understand, boss. I'm also keeping an eye on the domestic female celebrities. Zhu Jingyi's contract with Siba Media has recently expired. I'll see if I can sign her over. Alright, then we'll be in touch. Okay, boss. Xia Chuchu, the establishment of the company and finding an office building will be up to you. Your current job is to complete these two tasks. Don't be afraid to spend money on the office. Rent a bigger, more prosperous place, got it? Okay, boss, I understand. Wang Chen briefly discussed things with them and then parted ways to attend to their own matters. In fact, regarding the contract, Wang Chen already had a rough idea in his mind. First of all, the contracts would be divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D levels. Level A is the best. Level D is the worst. Let's start with Level D. Level D contracts mean that the company will take a 50% cut from the money earned by the artist through various performances, concerts, filming, etc. This is the worst contract. Next is the Level C contract. Level C contracts are better than Level D, with the company taking a much lower cut of 20%. That leaves us with Level B and Level A contracts. For Level D contracts, the company does not take any cut, all the money the artist earns belongs to the artist, and the company covers all the artist's daily expenses. For example, if Zhu Jingyi signs a Level B contract with the company, then the company will cover all her expenses for concerts, and all the ticket revenue will go to Zhu Jingyi, with the company taking nothing. That's the Level B contract. Finally, there's the Level A contract. This is also the best contract offered by Haudia Film and Television Media. Enjoying the same treatment as a Class B contract, the more you earn, the more the company rewards you. Of course, there are restrictions if you want to sign a Class A contract. As for which contract the artists sign, it all requires Wang Chen's approval. If Zhang Yuanying and the others are brought over, then Zhang Yuanying will definitely be made to sign a Class D contract, unless she realizes her mistake. Otherwise, she will always be on a Class D contract. No matter how good she is at twisting things, it won't work. In fact, Wang Chen has thought deeply about these 4 levels of contracts. Those who sign a Class B contract are candidates for a Class A contract. To sign a Class A contract, Wang Chen needs to be bound to it, otherwise, wouldn't he be at a loss? Only with a salary cashback system can he benefit from the goddess's salary cashback, making the Class A contract worthwhile for him. Moreover, he believes that as long as the conditions for a Class A contract are thrown out, female artists wanting to join Haudia Film and Television Media won't ask for too much. Not to mention a Class A contract, even a Class B contract, those female artists would probably fight to sign it. You have to know that contracts signed with other media companies can easily fall into a pit, and his media company has only a few clear contracts. With that in mind, Wang Chen headed towards the Huangpu River in Green City where Bai Wanner was. Wang Chen arrived at Bai Wanner's home. Bai Wanner was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. Her eyes were glued to the screen, filled with excitement. Just then, the door opened, and Bai Wanner looked at the doorway in surprise. She knew that only she and Wang Chen knew the password to this home. So it must be Wang Chen. Bai Wanner excitedly jumped up from the sofa. Without even putting on her shoes, she ran to the door. The moment the door opened, Bai Wanner clung to him like an octopus. How goo! Wang Chen supported her perky bottom and said, "Wanner, get down first, I need to change my shoes." Okay. After saying that, Bai Wanner got off Wang Chen. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers and then sat down with Bai Wanner in the living room. After sitting down, Bai Wanner snuggled with him for a while. Wang Chen thought that it wasn't good for Bai Wanner to stay at home all day, and since he had time this afternoon, he decided to take her out to play. "Wanner, let's go to the amusement park this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "Really?" Yay, that's great. Mua, how good, I love you to death." Wang Chen smiled. "Alright, hurry and change your clothes, we'll be leaving soon." How good, wait for me." After saying that, Bai Wanner hurried back to her room to change clothes. Wang Chen sat on the sofa and sent the 4 levels of contracts he had previously thought of to Helan. However, Helan didn't reply, probably busy. Wang Chen didn't mind and directly put down his phone, waiting for Bai Wanner to come out. After a while, Bai Wanner walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved top, carrying a small white handbag, looking very pure. Wang Chen liked it very much. A woman in jeans is incredibly sexy. Bai Wanner came in front of Wang Chen and twirled around. "Ding ding ding, how good, do I look good?" "You look good, my Wanner is the prettiest. Let's go." "Hee, how good, you're so nice." After Wang Chen stood up, Bai Wanner linked her arm with his, her face full of smiles. After Wang Chen changed his shoes, the two set off. "Wanner, this time I won't take my 918, otherwise, we won't be able to have fun with all the attention around." Then should we take the 911? Starting the 911 will probably attract a lot of attention, but the 911 is a bit better, so let's go with the 911. After saying that, Bai Wanner handed the keys to the 911 to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the keys and sat in the driver's seat. Once Bai Wanner settled into the passenger seat, he stepped on the gas and took off. Bai Wanner looked at him like a little fangirl, even leaning her leg towards Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen understood immediately. One hand rested on her leg. However, Bai Wanner was wearing jeans, so it didn't feel quite right. Hee, how good, how about I wear black stockings next time? Oh really? That depends on whether you can handle it. The two chatted and laughed as they drove towards the amusement park. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, Magic City World. After parking the car, Wang Chen took Bai Wanner into Magic City World. They had bought VIP tickets, so they didn't have to wait in line for any attractions. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen led Bai Wanner straight to the roller coaster. The two of them got on the roller coaster. Bai Wanner tightly held his hand. As the roller coaster started, Bai Wanner closed her eyes. Ah! Before long, Wang Chen heard Bai Wanner scream. Wang Chen gripped her hand even tighter. Sensing Wang Chen's concern, Bai Wanner's screams gradually subsided, leaving only the other riders on the roller coaster continuing to shout. As the roller coaster slowly came to a stop, Bai Wanner tightly hugged Wang Chen. Wow, how good, that was so thrilling. Bai Wanner was clearly excited. She had been so nervous just a moment ago, and now she was so exhilarated. It was really something. Come on, I'll take you to try something else. Saying this, Wang Chen pulled Bai Wanner to another attraction. This time, he planned to take her on the swinging pendulum. He wanted her to experience the thrill. Wang Chen led Bai Wanner through a special passage, and the staff took them to the pendulum, explaining how to fasten the safety belts before continuing to assist other guests. Wang Chen fastened Bai Wanner's safety belt first, then took his own seat and buckled up. Their hands were tightly clasped. Once everyone was seated, the staff ensured all safety measures were in place and then started the pendulum. Bai Wanner held onto Wang Chen with one hand and the safety bar with the other. She looked quite flustered. As the pendulum slowly started, at first, it didn't feel like much, but soon the swinging arc became larger. This made the women sitting on the pendulum feel tense. They expressed their feelings with sharp screams. Bai Wanner was no exception. Wang Chen closed his eyes, gripping Bai Wanner's delicate hand tightly. Every time the pendulum reached its highest point, the women's screams peaked as well. It was almost deafening. The pendulum gradually came to a stop. The people on the pendulum unfastened their safety belts and got off. To everyone's surprise, someone actually threw up right after getting off. Wang Chen quickly pulled Bai Wanner away from the pendulum area. As soon as they left the pendulum area, Bai Wanner excitedly said, "How good, that was so much fun." "Ha, who was it that kept screaming just now?" "Oh come on, I was scared, but it was really fun." "Alright, we still have many attractions to try, let's go, I'll take you to play something else." Okay, let's go." After saying that, Bai Wanner eagerly pulled Wang Chen towards the next attraction. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and followed Bai Wanner over. By the end of the day, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner had basically tried all the attractions in the amusement park. Fortunately, they had bought VIP tickets, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been able to enjoy so many rides. After they finished playing, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner went out to eat, and by the time he dropped Bai Wanner off at her home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although he really wanted to stay with Bai Wanner, he remembered that Wuya was waiting for him at home, so he had no choice but to leave. He could only say goodbye to Bai Wanner before departing from the Green City along the Huangpu River. However, Wang Chen promised Bai Wanner that he would come to see her again in the next couple of days. Only then did Bai Wanner let him go. The next day, Wang Chen got up early, planning to buy the dance training institution where Wuya worked. This institution would naturally be under Wuya's name. After all, he needed Wuya to earn more money so he could get more funds through salary cashback. Last month, he earned nearly 5 billion through salary cashback. He wasn't sure if he could earn that much this month, but he had already invested 4 billion in Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. And his points had reached 93, just 7 points away from redeeming a binding opportunity. He also had a binding opportunity from the system reward for having Wuya's favorability over 95. Calculating this way, if he spent the remaining 800 million before the end of the month, he could bind 2 salary cashback goddesses. The funds he would obtain shouldn't be low. He already had binding targets in mind, one being the big star Louis Fei, and he hadn't thought of the other yet. He would take his time to find it, or he could wait until Elon dug up a domestic star, and then it wouldn't be too late to bind. After Wuya got ready, Wang Chen left with her. This time, Wang Chen didn't drive 2 cars, he only drove one big G, with Wuya sitting in the passenger seat while he drove. Before long, they arrived at the dance training institution where Wuya worked. This institution was called Feixiang Art Dance. Wang Chen had met the owner before, he had approached her before Wuya came home with him. The owner was a woman, probably in her 30s. When she saw Wang Chen and Wuya come together, the owner Ring Xianxue knew why they were there. Wuya had mentioned it to her yesterday, and Ring Xianxue happened to be considering transferring Feixiang Art Dance.
Wuya, Wang Chen. Ren Qianxue greeted them. Sister Qianxue, hello,
Wang Chen said with a smile.
Wang Chen, Wuya, please sit down, I'll make you some tea.
The two sat in Ren Qianxue's office, and she brought 2 cups of tea to Wang Chen and Wuya.
Wuya, you want to talk about what you mentioned to me yesterday, right?
Yes, Sister Qianxue.
Well, why don't you tell me your thoughts?
Hearing this, Wuya turned her gaze to Wang Chen beside her, unsure of what he was thinking. Seeing this, Wang Chen slowly spoke up.
Sister Qianxue, I won't beat around the bush. We will offer 10 million for the dance training institution. How about you transfer it to Wuya?
In fact, Wang Chen had already looked into Feixiang Art Dance. The dance studio was quite large, and its monthly income was also pretty good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pay Wuya 20,000 a month.
Moreover, this dance training institution had quite a few training teachers, and its location was very good.
Most importantly, Ren Qianxue had treated Wuya very well before, and Wang Chen wanted to repay her. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, both Wuya and Ren Qianxue were shocked.
No, Wang Chen, your price is too high. Ren Qianxue never expected that Wang Chen would offer a price of 10 million, it was truly too high. She was taken aback.
Wuya looked at Wang Chen with some confusion as well.
Wang Chen then explained, Sister Wuya, Sister Qianxue, my offer of 10 million comes with conditions. Please listen to my conditions first.
Upon hearing this, Wuya and Ren Qianxue exchanged glances and then nodded.
Wang Chen immediately laid out his thoughts. Here's the thing, Sister Qianxue, in addition to transferring Feixiang Art Dance to Sister Wuya's name, you will also need to continue managing Feixiang Art Dance for her. The extra money is your compensation, Sister Qianxue.
Of course, this also has a time limit, don't worry, it's 5 years.
If after 5 years you no longer want to continue, you can choose to leave. However, if you want to continue after 5 years, I will give you a new salary.
Upon hearing this, Wuya understood Wang Chen's intentions. She felt that Wang Chen must have known about her feelings for Feixiang Art Dance, which was why he wanted to use this method not only to relieve her of the burden but also to allow her to visit Feixiang Art Dance often.
Wuya looked into Wang Chen's eyes, which were filled with affection. If it weren't for certain reasons, she would have gladly given herself entirely to Wang Chen.
Ren Qianxue also understood Wang Chen's thoughts. After thinking for a while, she still felt that the money was too much.
Wang Chen, this amount is too much. Even if I work for 5 years, I wouldn't need this much money. Sister Qianxue, don't think like that.
Feixiang Art Dance will still need you to manage it. Sister Wuya might only come by occasionally, so this money isn't excessive.
Ren Qianxue understood perfectly well that Wang Chen was essentially giving her money in a roundabout way. After a struggle with her thoughts, Ren Qianxue finally agreed.
First of all, after transferring Feixiang Art Dance, she would be out of work and would definitely need to find another job.
Secondly, she had feelings for Feixiang Art Dance and couldn't bear to leave it just like that. Wang Chen's proposal was indeed the best solution.
Seeing Ren Qianxue agree, both Wang Chen and Wuya smiled.
After finalizing the agreement, Ren Qianxue signed the contract with Wuya.
However, Ren Qianxue had not yet adjusted to her new identity. Originally, Wuya was her employee, and now she had become her boss, which left her momentarily stunned. Wang Chen then left the subsequent matters to them to handle on their own.
He focused on reviewing his data, because there was now an additional piece of information in his data.
He saw that a new entry had appeared under Fixed Assets, Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., which meant that Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd.,
had been established. This news excited Wang Chen greatly. As long as this company was established, his path to becoming the world's richest man had become much closer. The goddesses would all be making money for him. Not just Zhao Liying, Luifei, Yang Mi, Dilraba Dilmaret, Zhu Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, Jin Chen, Li Tong. He wanted to recruit them all to his film and television media company. Let them earn money for him. The more he thought about it, the better Wang Chen felt. How could he not be excited that the once hard-to-meet female stars would now be making money for him? He was simply too thrilled. After Ren Qianxue and Wuya finished their work in the evening, Wang Chen suggested treating Ren Qianxue to a meal, and she agreed. After the three of them finished eating, Wang Chen and Wuya took Ren Qianxue back to her home, and then Wang Chen returned to Fengshan community with Wuya. Once home, Wuya tightly embraced him. Xiao Hao, thank you.
As she said this, her eyes were filled with glistening tears.
Wang Chen gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already August 20th.
Several days had passed since Elon mentioned going to dig for the LVE girl group, and I had no idea how things were going now.
I also wondered if there had been any progress on Zhu Jingyi's side. On the other hand, Xia Chuchu had already rented an office building for the company.
Wang Chen planned to go check out the office building today, but he felt that this wasn't enough. Once the salary was returned next month, he still needed to buy a whole building to serve as the company's headquarters. Although the money in the company was enough to buy a building that was reserved for recruiting female stars, it couldn't be touched, so he could only wait for this month's salary return. Although Wu Ya no longer woke up early, she still went to Feixiang Art Dance regularly, just later in the day and returning a bit earlier. After Wang Chen got up and freshened up, he prepared to head to Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. This time, he was making breakfast for Wu Ya. Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. was now located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City, Lujiazui. Wang Chen looked at the 3 tall buildings in Lujiazui and thought, one day, I will buy them all. When that time comes, one will serve as Haoya's headquarters, one for another company's headquarters, and one he still hadn't figured out. He would decide when the time came. However, buying these 3 buildings required more than just money. A certain status was also needed, otherwise, even with money, one couldn't buy them. After looking for a while, Wang Chen stopped and went to the floor that Xia Chuchu had sent him, the 88th floor. As the elevator opened, Wang Chen finally arrived at Haoya's headquarters. Of course, this was just a temporary headquarters. Wang Chen looked around at the environment, and there were still many workers moving things into the company. After entering, he saw Xia Chuchu, who was accompanied by 5 women with looks scoring over 80 points. These were the new hires Xia Chuchu had recruited in recent days. Since Wang Chen had previously stated that there shouldn't be any men in the company, Xia Chuchu would confirm with him after the interviews, and only after his confirmation could they start working. As long as one joined Haoya, the salary and benefits were twice that of the industry standard. When the recruitment information was released, many people came, but most did not meet the requirements, and very few were able to get hired. As a result, there were only so many people in the company now. Seeing Wang Chen arrive, Xia Chuchu walked over with the new employees. Boss, you're here. Chuchu, you did well. In the future, if there's anything you can't handle, just call someone to do it. Don't save money, got it? Okay, boss. Boss, the company is almost set up, but we still don't have any artists. No problem, just wait for news from your sister he. By the way, Xiao, you and the others need to stand firm in your positions, especially you, Xiao. You are in HR, and you need to start scouting for personnel for various positions in the company. After candidates pass your interview, I will approve them for a second interview, understood? Got it, boss. After that, Wang Chen wandered around the company. When he saw his office, he walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Walking up to the window, he could gaze out at the Huangpu River. This place was simply amazing. Wang Chen's desire for these 3 buildings grew even stronger. No matter what, he had to secure these 3 buildings. However, Wang Chen knew it wouldn't be easy. Just the Magic City Central building was already worth 14.1 billion, and that was just the construction price. If he wanted to buy it, 30 billion would be a stretch. Moreover, without powerful connections and background, it was impossible to buy this building. But Wang Chen had already set these 3 buildings as his immediate goal. Xia Chuchu and the others followed Wang Chen, looking out the window. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel amazed. Xia Chuchu never expected that a newly established company would actually be operating in the heart of the Magic City. Moreover, the funds in the account reached a staggering 4 billion yuan. More importantly, the company's benefits were explosive. She felt that it would probably be impossible to find such a good company again in her lifetime. She had to cherish this position. The 4 people behind Xia Chuchu shared the same thought. Alright, you all go back to your own tasks. Xiao, we'll arrange your cars for you after the company stabilizes. Okay, boss. After saying that, Xia Chuchu and the others left his office. In fact, there were still many things that had not been purchased for his office. The sofa was there, but he was missing a resting bed. However, there was a lounge next to his office, and Xia Chuchu and her team should be able to arrange it well. Just as Wang Chen was admiring the river view, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Helan. To be honest, he had spoken to Helan very little in the past few days. He knew she was busy and didn't want to disturb her too much, but he didn't expect her to call him. He wondered if there was any news. Wang Chen answered Helan's call. Hello, Helan. Hello, boss, are you busy? Not at all, I'm in our company right now, what's up? Nothing, just wait for me in the office, we're coming over now. After saying that, Helan hurriedly hung up the phone. Wow, she actually dared to hang up on the boss's call. Helan was really something. However, Wang Chen wasn't that petty. After all, he would need to bind with Helan in the future. Why bother with such things? After all, they were all making money for him. Thinking this way, Wang Chen felt much more balanced. However, from Helan's words, Wang Chen could extract some information. She said we instead of I, which meant Helan wasn't alone. Moreover, Helan's recent task was to recruit the LVE girl group, and thinking about this, Wang Chen knew there must be results, otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. He didn't expect Helan to be able to recruit the recently popular LVE girl group. Her ability was truly outstanding. He just wondered how much it cost her to bring over this girl group from the stick country. Wang Chen's smile widened. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he muttered to himself, Zhang Yuanying, huh? I want to see your true face, but no matter how good-looking you are, you can't escape the punishment you deserve. At this moment, Wang Chen felt like he was the boss controlling everything from behind the scenes. This feeling was fantastic. Once things were settled here, he thought it would be time to find his sister Ife, bind her, and see if he could lure her to his company. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but smile. Wang Chen waited for more than an hour. During that time, he also helped Xiao Chuchu and the others with the company's decorations. However, rather than saying they were busy, it was more accurate to say they were directing the workers. Although Wang Chen's company didn't want men, not even male actors, some tasks still required men to do. At that time, he could only hire people to do it. After more than an hour, Helan walked in with a dozen women. As soon as they entered, the system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Wow, these dozen people all met the system's requirements for salary rebate goddesses. He was about to get rich, and he needed to make sure they earned a lot in the future. This was the least he could do to repay Helan's efforts over the past few days. Boss, I've already bought the LVE girl group from SA Company. Ah, great, great, great. Come to my office. The entire 88th floor of the medium-sized building in the Magic City belongs to their company. Although they could talk anywhere, there were still quite a few workers in the company, so his office was safer. Helan nodded and then spoke a few words in the language of the stick country to the 12 people behind her, and they followed Wang Chen into the office. Xiao said, Chu, the boss has dug up a girl group from the stick country. I know that Zhang Yuanying, her hip-shaking moves have been super popular lately, and Douyin has been flooded with them. Xiao Chuchu replied, yeah, but she has done two things recently that are not good for our country. I heard the boss say that bringing them over seems to be a punishment for them. Xiao exclaimed, I heard that too. I didn't expect the boss to be so patriotic. Wow, I really like him. Xiao Chuchu shot Xiao a glance and then went back to her own work. On the other side, Wang Chen brought Helan and the 12 members of the LVE girl group to his office. Fortunately, the office was quite spacious, so it didn't feel crowded with more than 10 people inside. Helan walked in last, and after entering, she closed the office door. The glass used for the office was one-way glass. You could see outside from inside, but not the other way around. There was no need to worry about anyone seeing in. Helan, I didn't expect you to know the language of the stick country. Boss, I learned it before. Well, let them sit and wait for a bit. You tell me about this matter first. Okay. After that, Helan spoke to the 12 members of the LVE girl group in the language of the stick country. Once she finished, the 12 members sat down on the sofa. Helan then began to discuss the matter with Wang Chen. Boss, actually, I had already negotiated with the people from SA Company 2 days ago, but since the members of the LVE girl group are not from our country, it took me 2 days to get them to stay domestically. Otherwise, I would have brought them over much earlier. Wang Chen didn't expect Helan to act so quickly. Not only had she brought the girl group over, but she had also handled the follow-up matters. This president was truly worth it. Ah, Helan, you really surprised me. Well done. Boss, don't be too happy yet. Our company spent quite a bit of money to bring over the LVE girl group. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen became curious. Oh, now I'm really curious. How much did it cost this time? I initially estimated that 100 million would be enough, but C asked for 200 million. You said to spare no expense to bring them over, so I spent 200 million to get them. Wang Chen had thought it would cost 1 billion, but Helan only spent 200 million. He burst into laughter. Ha, Helan, in the future, when recruiting people, you can spend without restraint. As long as we get them, that's what matters. Do you understand? You did a great job this time. I'll give you a bonus when it's time to pay salaries. Helan rolled her eyes at her boss. She felt that her boss was not at all afraid of spending more money. While others were desperately trying to cut costs and spend less, her boss was doing everything to make her spend more. Sometimes, she was left speechless. Boss, you really? Seeing Helan's speechless expression, Wang Chen laughed. Alright, can they speak Chinese? They can speak a little, but not much. Oh, then help me translate for them. I don't have anyone to translate right now. Helan shot Wang Chen another glance. She felt like she was more of Wang Chen's secretary now. But after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. After all, Wang Chen treated her so well that even being a secretary was worth it. Whatever the boss says goes. You. Saying this, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the girl group. In fact, Wang Chen had privately learned that the LVE girl group only had 6 members, in Yuzhen, the leader, Jin Xiutian, Zhang Yuanying, Jin Ziyuan, Naoki Rei, and Li Haianrui. This 12-member girl group is called IZ*1, and its members are Zhang Yuanying, Center, Gong Qiaoji, Zhao Yoli, Chiruina, and Yuzhen, Yubuki Neko, Quan Yunbai, the leader, Zhang Huiyuan, Honda Hitomi, Jin Kaiyuan, Jin Minzhou, and Li Kaiyan. So they were digging into both the IZ*1 and LVE girl groups. The moment Wang Chen's gaze fell on Zhang Yuanying, he was also stunned by her beauty. He never expected her to be this pretty. To be honest, Wang Chen really wanted to check Zhang Yuanying's data right now. But there were too many people, so he decided to wait a bit. Helan, ask Zhang Yuanying about that MV and the July 7th concert, to see if it's her fault or SA company's fault. Only then will I decide what level of contract to offer them. Okay, boss. Helan responded to Wang Chen and then started asking Zhang Yuanying. At this moment, Zhang Yuanying was clearly a bit restless. Wang Chen thought that Zhang Yuanying couldn't possibly control the content of the MV, and as for the concert, it was probably arranged by a SA company. Wang Chen couldn't understand the language of the Korean people, so he could only watch Elan and Zhang Yuanying converse. The leader, and Yuzhen, also spoke a few words to Elan. After a while of questioning, Helan's expression changed quite a bit. After finishing the questioning, Helan turned to Wang Chen to explain. Boss, the members of this girl group can't decide what the MV will be about, and even the tour is set by the company, so those two matters have little to do with them. Wang Chen actually knew this. After all, the company an artist signs with is very important. Otherwise, they would definitely be exploited, just like now with SA company. As long as the price is right, Zhang Yuanying and the others could be sold. Alright, I understand. After saying that, Wang Chen walked up to Zhang Yuanying and asked, "Can you speak Chinese?" Zhang Yuanying knew that the person in front of her was her new boss and replied in broken Chinese, I can speak a little. That's fine, Helan, you talk to the others about the contract. Zhang Yuanying, come with me. After saying that, Wang Chen took Zhang Yuanying to the lounge, intending to give her a good talking to. After bringing Zhang Yuanying to his lounge, Wang Chen directly opened her data panel. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 21. Stranger, height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. After Wang Chen finished looking at Zhang Yuanying's data, he was completely stunned. He never expected her appearance score to reach 99 points, which was even higher than his fairy sister. He couldn't understand. Thinking of this, his gaze kept sizing up Zhang Yuanying. She was wearing a pink jacket and black tight pants, which completely showcased her figure, and when Wang Chen's gaze moved to her face, he was astonished. One could only say that the system was truly impressive, not a bit fake. This appearance combined with this figure was indeed worthy of 99. Standing in front of him, Zhang Yuanying said in her broken Chinese, Appa, you are looking at me. So, is there something on my face? Wang Chen spoke slowly, can you understand what I'm saying? However, Zhang Yuanying shook her head. Although she could speak a little Chinese, there was a lot she couldn't understand. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless, but he still took out his phone and started communicating with Zhang Yuanying. He pulled out his phone, downloaded a translation app, and typed what he wanted to say on it, then showed it to Zhang Yuanying, and they communicated this way. After the translation app was ready, he typed, "What do you have to say about the MV and the concert on July 7th? After reading it, Zhang Yuanying took Wang Chen's phone and typed out what she wanted to say. Boss, we are just a team. The MV was produced by the company, and we are only responsible for recording, not involved in the production. As for the concert, that was also arranged by the company." Although Wang Chen had guessed this before, hearing Zhang Yuanying say it in person still made him breathe a sigh of relief. This team led by Zhang Yuanying could make a lot of money. As long as it operated well, he would definitely make a fortune after binding with them. But if these two matters were their own wishes, then Wang Chen would sign all 12 members of her team to Class D contracts, directly squeezing them dry. However, he wouldn't just take Zhang Yuanying's word for it. Who knows if she would deceive him? This matter still needed to be investigated when the opportunity arose. After that, Wang Chen chatted with Zhang Yuanying for a while using the translation app. During this chat, he got a preliminary understanding of this woman, Zhang Yuanying. Although she was only 19, she was very hardworking, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the center of the girl group. However, through their conversation, Wang Chen also realized that Zhang Yuanying had some prejudices against his country. Since that was the case, he had to teach her a lesson. He directly took out 4 levels of contracts and placed them in front of Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying was very puzzled. Wang Chen told her to read the contracts herself and use the translation app if she didn't understand. Zhang Yuanying was somewhat confused, but when she saw the Class D contract, she was very surprised. She didn't expect the company to be so good, only taking a 50% cut. Her previous company took 60%. This contract was exactly what she wanted. After reading the Class D contract, she didn't even want to look at the next one and quickly took out her phone to type a line of text for Wang Chen to see. Upon seeing the content, Wang Chen was stunned. Wait, isn't the cut from the Korean company this high? He originally wanted to punish Zhang Yuanying by making her sign a Class D contract and then sign her to other levels after she changed her prejudice against his country. But now it seemed that even signing a Class D contract would be a reward for her. How could he punish Zhang Yuanying like this? He was somewhat at a loss. However, after thinking for a moment, he had another idea. He took out his phone and translated, "You should finish reading the remaining 3 contracts first." Seeing the translation, Zhang Yuanying curiously opened the Class C contract. When she saw that the cut was 20%, she was completely stunned, covering her mouth with her slender jade hand, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. Although she felt uncomfortable when being sold by the company, there was nothing she could do. Her contract still had a long time to go, so she could only follow the company's arrangements. However, she didn't think that way anymore. Zhang Yuanying initially thought this was the best contract, but when she opened the Class B contract, she was completely dumbfounded. Goodness, not only were daily expenses and concert costs fully covered, but they also took not a single cent. How could this even be profitable? She couldn't understand how there could be such an unfavorable contract for the company. After reading the Class B contract, Zhang Yuanying excitedly took out her phone and typed a line of text for Wang Chen to see. Wang Chen just smiled slightly after reading it. He nodded gently. He wanted Zhang Yuanying to finish reading the contracts first, and then he would deal with her properly. Wang Chen let her look at the last contract. At this point, Zhang Yuanying's hands had already started to tremble. She excitedly opened the last contract, and it fell directly to the ground. Oh no! Seeing Zhang Yuanying's expression at that moment, Wang Chen knew she had finished reading it. Now was the time for him to teach Zhang Yuanying a lesson. Wang Chen took out his phone and typed a message. "What level of contract do you want to sign?" After sending it, he showed the phone to Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying did not respond immediately. She was deep in thought. After a while, she typed back, "What are the requirements for signing a Class A contract?" They continued to communicate using translation software. "You haven't met the requirements yet, but you can still sign a Class B contract, however." Zhang Yuanying frowned at Wang Chen's words. "However what?" Regarding the MV and the July 7th concert, although you can't control it, not punishing you would not only make me uncomfortable, but it would also make our country's people uncomfortable. So you need to accept my punishment. What punishment? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He knew the prey was hooked. As long as Zhang Yuanying wanted to sign the Class B contract, she would definitely agree to this punishment. Wang Chen took the phone and typed a line of text. But when Zhang Yuanying saw the text, her face instantly turned red. Like a ripe apple. Wang Chen did not rush her, he quietly watched her, wanting to see what choice she would make. After a while, Zhang Yuanying seemed to come to a realization and nodded with a flushed face. Seeing her agree, Wang Chen smiled. Now it was time to punish Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying, blushing, walked up to Wang Chen. Then, following Wang Chen's instructions, she lay across his lap. Wang Chen's blood pressure instantly spiked at the sight, and he reached out to give Zhang Yuanying a slap on the butt. Smack! With the sound of the slap, something unexpected happened. When he looked at Zhang Yuanying's data panel again, he was stunned. He couldn't believe her favorability had actually increased. This was too surprising. What kind of operation was this? Did Zhang Yuanying have some special preference? To verify his guess, Wang Chen raised his hand again and slapped down. Smack! Sure enough, when he slapped her, her favorability really did increase. This was simply outrageous. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuanying stood up, her face still red. She looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. Alright, who made me soft-hearted? You can sign the Class B contract. You haven't met the standards for the Class A contract yet. You need to work hard, understand? Wang Chen edited the contract on his phone and showed it to Zhang Yuanying. Unexpectedly, in her excitement, she jumped up and hugged Wang Chen. Thank you, Appa. He didn't expect this girl to have developed quite well. Although Wang Chen couldn't understand what she was saying, he knew it was definitely something like thanking him. However, Wang Chen still needed to remind her. After you go out, don't tell your teammates that you signed a Class B contract, just say you signed a Class C, like them. If you all perform well, I will sign all 12 of you to Class A contracts, got it? Wang Chen typed another message for her to see. Zhang Yuanying nodded to indicate she understood. Wang Chen patted her and let her go. He then opened Zhang Yuanying's data panel again. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 53. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Profession, singer. Wow, her favorability increased by 32 points. Zhang Yuanying really does have a special preference. After this, it would be easy to increase her favorability. Ha ha ha. After reviewing Zhang Yuanying's data, Wang Chen immediately followed her out of the lounge. To his surprise, when he came out, the people in the office looked at him differently. Wang Chen was a bit confused, until Elan came to his side and whispered in his ear, "Boss, everyone heard Zhang Yuanying scream just now." Upon hearing this, he realized they had misunderstood. However, he was too lazy to explain. "Helan, do you have a better agent to recommend for Zhang Yuanying's team? Although they are famous, they currently don't have any songs." Helan rolled her eyes at him. Annoyed, she said, "Boss, I bought the copyright for the songs too. Otherwise, do you think I would spend 2 billion? I've already contacted the agent. The only thing they lack is a place to stay. I'll arrange everything else." Not bad, Helan. I'm increasingly convinced that hiring you was the best decision I've ever made. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Helan smiled. "Boss, I plan to register a Douyin account for them and do live broadcasts during their concerts, and we can also document their daily lives. But this will require buying some popularity. You can do that without worry. Use the company account freely. Don't be afraid of losing money. Dig up talent for me, especially female stars. We should recruit as many as possible, but male stars can be left out." "Boss, do you have some special preference? Why only recruit female stars and not male ones? What's it to you?" Wang Chen replied irritably. If male stars could make him money, he would definitely recruit them, but this salary rebate system can only be linked to goddesses, not gods. How is that his fault? So frustrating. "Alright, Helan, you go ahead and get busy. I'll find a way for their accommodation." "Okay. Whatever you say, boss." "Also, boss, I've contacted Zhu Jingyi. As you mentioned before, her contract with Siba Media has indeed expired, but she said she has no plans to sign with any company in the near future." Wang Chen understood. After being treated so poorly by her last company, she would definitely be cautious. "Helan, I believe in your abilities." Helan shot him a glance and said, "How did I end up with a boss like you? I'm leaving now, boss. I'll contact you if anything comes up." Wang Chen smiled as he watched Helan leave the office. After Helan left, Wang Chen approached Zhang Yuanying and communicated with her via his phone. "You all stay in the office. I'll arrange accommodation for you. Don't wander around, understood?" After reading the message, Zhang Yuanying nodded gently. Seeing this, Wang Chen walked out of the office. As soon as Wang Chen left, Zhang Yuanying and the others began to discuss. And Yozhen asked, "Yuanying, what did that beast do to you?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Yuanying, but Zhang Yuanying shook her head and said, "Nothing, it's all SE's fault. They included inappropriate content in the edited MV, and the concert schedule they arranged for us was intentional. He just lightly hit me for a moment. It's nothing, thank you all for your concern." And Yozhen asked, "Really?" Zhang Yuanying replied, "Really, I feel that the boss is a very nice person. You can tell from the contract he signed for us, he even personally arranged our accommodation." After Zhang Yuanying said this, and Yozhen and the others fell silent. Indeed, Wang Chen treated them much better than SA did. Even the contract only took 20%. It's worth noting that when they were with SA, some were even charged 80%. Compared to that, this new company is really great. The only downside is that the company requires a 20-year contract. However, they have no right to refuse. And Yuanying, do you think this boss is easy to talk to? Zhang Yuanying, he's quite nice to people. You all know the contract is divided into 4 levels, right? Upon hearing this, Yuzhen and the other 11 girl group members nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuanying, so do you know what the contents of the A-level and B-level contracts are? Yuzhen, no. Hearing Yuzhen's words, Zhang Yuanying slowly spoke, the B-level contract doesn't take a cut, instead, the company will cover the costs of concerts and your living expenses. As soon as she said this, Yuzhen and the others were instantly stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. How could a company have such a contract? It was simply impossible. Seeing the expressions on Yuzhen's faces, Zhang Yuanying went on to explain the contents of the A-level contract. Yuzhen, oh my, Yuanying,
is what you said true? Zhang Yuanying nodded. Yes, I saw this contract with my own eyes. The boss said that as long as we work hard, he will sign us all to this contract. The girl group members were all very excited upon hearing this. As long as they could sign this contract, they would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Even if they left the entertainment industry in the future, they could still live well. At this moment, they had already set their hearts on Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanying was also very happy. After all, she had signed a B-level contract. No matter what happened in the future, the money she earned would be hers, and even other expenses would be covered by the company. Zhang Yuanying felt that she had to please the boss in the future so that she could have the opportunity to sign an A-level contract. Zhang Yuanying and the other girl group members waited in the office for a long time. By the time Wang Chen returned again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Chen knew that there were quite a few people in the country who knew Zhang Yuanying, but for this girl group, most people only recognized Zhang Yuanying. However, if they went out together, it would probably cause quite a stir. Wang Chen had Xia Chuchu take the girl group members while he left with Zhang Yuanying, but before leaving, they all put on masks. Today, Wang Chen bought 4 apartments next to the central Sea, one building in the heart of the Magic City, each a 3-bedroom unit. This would be the place where the 12 girl group members would live in the future. The price per square meter for these apartments was 170,000. The 4 apartments cost him over 200 million. He was also very lucky, all 4 apartments were on adjacent floors, specifically the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th floors, and they were front row units, meaning the view of the river was absolutely unbeatable. Wang Chen wanted to live here himself. These 4 apartments were under the company's name, so he wasn't worried. Since he held all the shares, it meant these 4 apartments were still his. Afterward, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu made several trips to bring the girl group members to their new homes. He had bought them fully furnished. They could move in with just their bags. After informing the girl group members, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu left. These girls had just been recruited, and they currently had no resources, not even a manager, so for now, they could only wait. Wang Chen planned to find Lui Fei tomorrow, bind her to the company, and see if there were any resources on her side. Then he would see if he could persuade Lui Fei to come to his company. Wang Chen understood that right now, Haoya was recruiting people from South Korea, and domestic media companies hadn't noticed, but once they did and saw him aggressively recruiting female stars, he would definitely become a target for these media companies. So before that, he needed to ensure the company could be completely self-sufficient. Not only do we need our own director, but we also need our own songwriters. Wang Chen isn't worried about funding. After sending Zhang Yuanying and the other girl group members to their residence, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu returned to Haoya Film and Television Media. Wang Chen planned to treat Xia Chuchu and Helan to a meal and discuss some company matters with them. After handling everything at the company, Wang Chen asked Xia Chuchu to call Helan, and the 3 of them set off for Maoquan Magic City Cuisine. He had Xia Chuchu book a private room. Upon arriving at Maoquan Magic City Cuisine, they were led by the waiter to the reserved private room. He ordered quite a few dishes. While eating, he chatted with Helan and Xia Chuchu. Chuchu, the headquarters has been handed over to you these days, but don't tire yourself out too much. Some things you can delegate to Shiyo and the others. Once the company is settled, you can each focus on your own roles. Boss, I understand. As for Helan, Wang Chen didn't know what to say or dare to say anything. After all, he had seen her abilities and connections. No wonder she was introduced by his sister Liang. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Zhao Liang, Wang Chen suddenly wanted to see her. However, he didn't have much time, so he decided to wait until he had bound the fairy sister before looking for her. Moreover, there were only a few days left until the next salary cashback. He needed to quickly spend another 500 million in these days, so he would have 2 more binding opportunities. The salary cashback he would receive would definitely be more. Most importantly, he would start school on September 1st, and by then, he could only leave the company matters to Helan and the others. He wouldn't be able to look for Lui Fei and Zhao Liang anymore. He had to make sure to handle everything in his hands in these few days. Helan, our company has just started and cannot compare with domestic media companies yet. For now, let's focus on female stars from Korea, like Bae Juhyun, Shin Yuna, Lee Ji-eun, etc. If we can recruit them, we should. We can also try to reach out to domestic female stars. Once our company has a complete system, we can freely recruit domestic female stars. Helan looked at Wang Chen. She nodded slightly. She had thought the same before. With the experience of the first recruitment, Helan felt that it would definitely be easier next time. Boss, I understand. After saying that,
Wang Chen picked up the drink on the table and said, Helan, Xiaochuchu, we all drove here, so let's not drink alcohol. Let's toast to thank you for following me. In the future, I will definitely make you women whom everyone envies. Upon hearing this, Helan and Xiaochuchu smiled. Aren't they already the ones everyone envies? They not only have high salaries but also profit shares. Most importantly, this profit share will always follow them. Although the company has just started and they might be a bit tired, it's all worth it. Boss, I also thank you for giving me this opportunity. Cheers! Helan raised her glass and said. Xiaochuchu also raised her glass, and the three clinked their glasses and drank the beverage in one go. Seeing this, Wang Chen's smile grew even wider. In fact, Wang Chen understood that it was normal for a newly started company not to encounter difficulties, but that might not be the case later, so he needed to be prepared for everything. However, this was his first time running a company, and he wasn't very familiar with it, so he could only rely on Helan, but of course, he wouldn't do nothing. He had to do something very important, which was to persuade Zhao Liying and Louis Fei to join his company, as that would definitely be a huge boost for the company. As long as they joined Haoya Film and Television Media, the fame of Haoya Media would surely skyrocket. Wang Chen had also prepared their exclusive contracts for Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. He was just waiting to persuade them. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen parted ways with Helan and the others. Today he was busy all day and tired, so he went back to rest, preparing to meet the fairy sister tomorrow. The next day, Wang Chen got up early. There was no choice, there were only 9 days left until school started. Today was already the 21st, and he estimated he would be busy with many things in the next few days, so he could only compress his time to get things done. Not only that, but he also had to try to improve the favorability of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Only then could he earn more funds from this month's salary cashback. Wang Chen knew that the company would definitely need a lot of funds in the future, and he had to have money in his pocket for emergencies. It was certain that he wouldn't make money now because there weren't many salary cashback goddesses bound, but once he bound enough salary cashback goddesses and even helped them earn enough money, then his money would multiply. All his efforts would be worth it. After finishing breakfast, Wang Chen said a word to Wuya and then got busy. Today he was going to find the fairy sister Louis Fei. He just didn't know if she had any scenes today. However, Wang Chen knew that the fairy sister hadn't acted in a long time, and this was her first film in years, which would definitely be a hit. By then, the funds he gained should be enough for him to buy the Magic City Center building. As long as he bought the Magic City Center building, he would treat it as his headquarters. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Wang Chen arrived at the garage, drove the 918, and headed straight to the location where the fairy sister Louis Fei was. As an investor, he knew where the crew was filming. He didn't tell Louis Fei he was coming today. Wang Chen didn't go directly to find Louis Fei but first went to the mall to buy some of Louis Fei's favorite snacks before looking for her. In fact, Wang Chen saw Louis Fei's interview where she said she was a slow-to-warm-up person. To improve her favorability, he could only slowly communicate with her and visit her more often. This way, her favorability would gradually increase. Zhao Liying was also this kind of person. Wang Chen could feel it. Before he got familiar with Zhao Liying, he felt she was very aloof, but after the favorability increased, he found Zhao Liying to be very lively. Even though she was already 36 years old, she still looked like a 26-year-old woman. Louis Fei and Zhao Liying had very similar personalities, which was why the two got along so well. After understanding their personalities, Wang Chen knew how to improve their favorability. As long as he was sincere to the two goddesses, visited them more, paid attention to the details of life, and treated them well, their favorability would naturally increase. Of course, this method was also effective for other goddesses. As Wang Chen thought about this, he arrived at the location of the crew. According to the crew's schedule, they would probably go to other places for filming in September, and he needed to quickly arrange to meet Louis Fei and Zhao Liying on September 1st, to strengthen the binding. Otherwise, if they went to other places for filming and he didn't strengthen the binding, he would regret it when the time came. The number of bindings was very precious. He had saved points for so long and still hadn't accumulated enough to exchange for a binding opportunity, so one could imagine how rare these points and binding opportunities were. Wang Chen carried the things he bought for Louis Fei and walked straight into the crew's location. The people in the crew basically already knew Wang Chen. The director had introduced him to the crew when they signed the contract last time. He didn't encounter any problems when he entered. When he arrived at the crew, they were still filming. Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry and went to watch beside the director. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Director Zhou, I just came to take a look. You keep busy, don't mind me. Mr. Wang, I'll finish this shot first, and then I'll entertain you, just wait a moment.
Wang Chen nodded. Standing behind director Zhou, he watched them film. Wang Chen, standing behind the director, still attracted quite a few glances. Although the director had introduced him to the actors last time, some of them still didn't recognize him. So they began to ask, who is that person? Why is the director so polite to him? You don't know? Didn't the director say last time? This person invested $1 billion in the Saintus and made a fortune. He's a big boss. You really are too out of the loop. What? Invested $1 billion? My god, he looks like he's only in his 20s. I didn't expect him to be so rich. Ha, you don't understand. He obviously looks like a rich second generation. He probably has his eyes on some female star. Otherwise, why would he invest in this drama? Damn, he wouldn't be interested in the fairy sister Louis Fei, would he? It's possible, after all, the female lead in the Saintus is Louis Fei. Can't they choose someone else? That's my fairy sister. She hasn't married yet, isn't it just to wait for me? Rival in love. Hearing this, the person shot him a glance, utterly speechless. As if Louis Fei not being married yet was to wait for you, she just hasn't met the right one. He was at a loss for words. Wang Chen waited there for a while. He knew that during lunch, the fairy sister would finish her recording for the day. Of course, she had breaks during the recording, but Wang Chen didn't want to disturb her. Once she was done, Wang Chen told the director and headed straight for Louis Fei. Fairy sister, Wang Chen called out as he walked. Louis Fei, who was preparing to return to her RV to rest, was taken aback and turned around. When she saw Wang Chen, she smiled. When Wang Chen ran up to her, she asked, Wang Chen, what brings you here? I came to see you, fairy sister. You don't know, when you were filming just now, you were simply stunning. I was mesmerized. Louis Fei smiled slightly and then led Wang Chen into her RV. Wang Chen placed the things he bought on the table and started chatting with her. Sister Fei, are your recent schedules very full? Not too bad. I finished filming today, and I don't have any scenes tomorrow. Why? I just wanted to invite you and Sister Lai Ying to dinner. Why do you suddenly want to treat us to dinner? Hee, I have something to tell you both. Hearing this, Louis Fei was momentarily stunned and asked, have you talked to Lai Ying? Not yet, I came to find you first. But Sister Lai Ying agreed to come last time, so she should be going. Alright then, tomorrow night works, right? Sure, it's settled then. Okay. By the way, what did you buy? Hee, just open it and see. Louis Fei, somewhat puzzled, opened the bag on the table, which contained just some home-cooked dishes. I bought this just now, I don't know if it's cold. Thank you, Wang Chen. Sister Fei, you're the one who invested in me, I should be the one thanking you. Louis Fei didn't say anything, just slowly opened the packaging and took out the items from the bag. At that moment, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to bind her. System, bind Louis Fei. Ding, binding in progress. With the sound of the system ringing out, Wang Chen successfully bound Louis Fei. He couldn't wait to open Louis Fei's data, as there were some details he couldn't see before binding. Only after binding could he see them. Ding, salary cashback goddess Louis Fei binding successful. System, open Louis Fei's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Louis Fei. Age, 36. Attractiveness, 98. Affection level, 35. Ordinary friends. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 35 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 100 million yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 7 days. Note, after each cashback, you must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Looking at Louis Fei's data, Wang Chen was extremely happy. The surprise had indeed arrived. He never expected Louis Fei's income for this month to reach 100 million, she was simply a lucky star. Wang Chen understood that an actor's salary isn't high, and only when they land endorsements can they earn such amounts, but not every actor can secure endorsements. So he felt that binding with Louis Fei and Zhou Liying was the best choice. Of course, if he could bind with Yang Mi, he would earn even more, but he currently had no way to approach her. Yang Mi should be in Kyoto now, and he could only wait until after graduation to visit Kyoto. Noon passed in a flash. Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Louis Fei. However, the affection level didn't increase at all. He was initially a bit disappointed, but then thought there was no need to be disappointed. After all, such things can't be rushed. In the afternoon, Wang Chen stayed in the crew for a while longer, and when it was 3 o'clock, he said goodbye to Louis Fei and left the set. He needed to check on the company, it was just starting up, and there were many things to handle, including matters related to the LVE girl group. He really had a lot on his plate. Wang Chen drove away from the set in his 918. Although he had left, the crew was still discussing him. You see, I told you this guy is here to chase girls, and sure enough, how despicable, he actually went into the RV with my fairy sister. If it weren't for her manager being there,
it would have been a disaster. Come on, your fairy sister? Just look at yourself, as a background actor, where do you get all these ideas? Just act well, and maybe after earning some money, you can find a beautiful woman. Exactly, instead of having those unrealistic thoughts, it's better to take action. Humph, you guys are just sour grapes. Hearing this, they all shot a glare at that background actor and stopped talking to him. On the other side, Wang Chen was weaving through the streets in his 918, feeling quite emotional as he sensed the gazes of passers-by. Just then, a red light appeared ahead. Even though Wang Chen was driving a luxury car, he had to obey traffic rules and stop for the red light. At that moment, a motorcycle pulled up beside him. The rider was eyeing his car. After a while, a male voice came from the helmet. Bro, your car is really cool. Wang Chen smiled and replied, really? I think it's pretty cool too. Your motorcycle isn't bad either. Of course, bro. Want to add each other on WeChat? We can hang out sometime. Sure. Wang Chen opened his QR code for the other person to scan. Then he put his phone back in the car. Just as he added that person, the green light turned on, and Wang Chen stepped on the gas and drove off. The motorcyclist followed closely behind and soon overtook Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook his head at this. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the center building of Magic City. Every time he saw these three tall buildings, he felt an urge to take them down, but unfortunately, his funds and strength didn't allow it. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor where the company was located. As soon as he arrived, Wang Chen saw the busy workers, while Xia Chuchu and Xia were directing them on how to arrange things. Wang Chen did not disturb them, just standing behind them, watching them busy with their tasks. He felt a lot in his heart. The treatment they received now could be considered the ceiling of this industry. Once they were bound to him in the future, he would raise their salaries. He stood for a while when Xia Chuchu noticed he had arrived. She hurried over to his side. Boss, when did you get here? Just arrived. You all have worked hard. No, boss, Sister Lan is waiting for you in your office. She said she couldn't get through to you on the phone. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was puzzled and took out his phone. But no matter how he pressed the screen, it wouldn't light up. It must have run out of battery. His phone had been charging in the car, but after picking up that motorcycle guy's green bubble, it hadn't been plugged in, which led to the automatic shutdown. I understand, you all keep busy. I'll go over now. After saying that, Wang Chen walked towards his office. As he opened the office door, he saw Helan sitting on the sofa, wearing a black bodycon dress paired with a white shirt. Upon seeing him, Helan also stood up. With her long, delicate feet and voluptuous figure, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to pin her down and teach her a lesson. But he couldn't. She was the president of Haoya. Helan, is there something you need from me? Boss, why couldn't I reach you on your phone? I forgot to charge it. It shut down automatically. What's wrong? Can you pay more attention in the future? I couldn't reach you and had to come here in person. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. Only Helan would dare to speak to the boss like that. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Did you come to find me for something? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? I'm so busy. Wang Chen felt like Helan was going to drive him crazy. He couldn't wait for a chance to bump into her. Yes, then tell me. Seeing Wang Chen's flustered expression, a slight smile finally appeared on Helan's serious face. She had been a bit angry earlier when she couldn't reach him. Clearly, she was so busy, yet he had his phone off. If she didn't give him a hard time, he might do it again next time. So Helan had the courage to say that. The effect was indeed surprisingly good. Boss, didn't you say yesterday to have me find the manager of the LVE girl group? I've already found them, and I just sent the information to your phone. Found them? Wang Chen looked at Helan in surprise. It felt a bit unbelievable that she had found them so quickly. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Helan, how did you find the manager? Upon hearing this, Helan rolled her eyes at him. Boss, when you asked me to scout for talent, I had already been looking for managers. The company is currently in a negative income state, so we need to get it back on track as soon as possible to start making money. Therefore, I had already been preparing before scouting. Wang Chen hadn't expected Helan to be so thoughtful. This truly shocked him. However, having such a capable president made Wang Chen feel very happy. He thought he must thank Zhao Liang. If it weren't for Zhao Liang, Helan probably wouldn't have become the president of his company. Alright, Helan, you did well. Let me see the basic information of the two managers. Helan handed her phone to Wang Chen, which displayed the basic information of two managers. The first was called Pan Tingmin, 37 years old. The second was called Chen Yuzhen, 36 years old. Both were female managers, and Wang Chen didn't know if they met the system's binding requirements, but even if they didn't, he decided to use them. After all, it was still quite difficult to find a goddess who met the system's requirements for salary cashback. Well, that's it. Both of them will be used, and then you will split the LDE girl group into 2 batches, one group with Zhang Yuanying and Inyojin, and the other with 6 members. Then give each group 100 million in funding to invest, letting them try out on Douyin first. After some time, we will hold a concert for them. Also, have the managers set aside time to teach them Chinese, understood? Okay, boss. Wang Chen felt that these girl groups from the Styx country must be assimilated. Every time he thought about what SA company was doing, he felt an immense anger in his heart. When the time was right, he would make them pay. But for now, Wang Chen's task was to develop Haoya into a large company, so he could have a stable salary return income, ensuring he had enough security when building his own business empire in the future. After discussing some matters regarding the LVE girl group with Elan, she left. She had to busy herself with girl group affairs and recruit people. Very busy. After Elan left, Wang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, gazing at the bustling magic city. There was a saying circulating online that the magic city of the rich is the real magic city, while the magic city of the poor is just a magic city. Now it seemed that this saying was not false. When you have money, the scenery you see is different. Wang Chen knew that to become the richest person in the world and build his own business empire, he would definitely encounter numerous difficulties. But with the system in hand, how could he be afraid of such challenges? From what he understood, the richest family in the world was a family called Rothschild, said to have a staggering total asset of $50 trillion. Converted, that's 355.99 trillion yuan. If he wanted to become the richest, he had to earn more than that. Moreover, he wanted cash flow, not fixed assets. With this system, even if he had a lot of money in his card, it wouldn't be discovered. This made him feel very relieved. Although he was still far from this goal, Wang Chen believed that one day, he would achieve this goal and reach the top of the world's richest with an individual's assets. After looking forward to the future for a while, Wang Chen decided to go home. After all, he might be late returning tomorrow night, so he needed to go back early today. Otherwise, Wu Ye would be sitting at home waiting for him. So, after saying goodbye to Xia Chuchu and the others, he left Haoya Film and Television Media. He drove home. The next day, Wu Ye went to Feixiang Art Dance at 9 o'clock, while Wang Chen's task today was to have dinner with Zhao Liying and Lui Fei in the evening, and see if he could persuade them to come to his company. However, Wang Chen knew that it might be a bit difficult with Lui Fei, but Zhao Liying had a good chance. Now that Wang Chen had nothing much to do, he opened Douyin. He planned to check on Bai Wanner and Zhang Yuanying's current situation. Helan had already sent him the Douyin accounts for Zhang Yuanying and the others, a total of 2 accounts, with 6 people in one team. Wang Chen searched, and sure enough, one Douyin account came up. It was called Idol Girl Group. The leader was Inyojin, Captain, Jin Xiutin, Zhang Yuanying, Jin Ziyuan, Naoi Rei, and Li Haiyanrui. Their Douyin account had only one work, and it was just released. He didn't know if they had bought music enhancement, but it had only been less than an hour since it was posted, and the likes had already surpassed 1 million, and it was still rapidly increasing. Wang Chen also liked it. He had to admit, Zhang Yuanying was indeed beautiful. The comments were all saying she was a princess, a queen, and so on. Of course, and Yojin and the others were not bad either. Each had their own merits. Then Wang Chen looked at the other girl group's members. This girl group was called WH1. They also had only released one video, just posted an hour ago. But the likes were nearly a quarter less than the Idol Girl group. However, this is already quite good. After all, the members of the WH1 girl group are not very famous, so achieving this result is impressive. Wang Chen gave both girl groups a thumbs up and then bought them some gifts. He then entered Bai Wanner's live streaming room. As soon as Wang Chen arrived, a banner floated across the screen. After all, he had spent $1 million in Bai Wanner's live stream, so it was no surprise. In the live stream, Bai Wanner was singing. Her voice was melodious and very pleasant to hear. The comments were filled with people calling her wife and similar terms. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent 100 carnival gifts, instantly spending 300,000. Upon receiving the gifts, Bai Wanner saw who was sending them and immediately became excited. How could she not know Wang Chen's account? "Thank you, husband," she said, standing up and making a heart gesture. The live stream exploded with excitement. What did Wanner just call that person? No way, that can't be the guy from Wanner's house last time, right? I need to check this out. With that, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into Wang Chen's account, and his follower count was rapidly increasing. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly exited the live stream. He then took out his phone and sent Bai Wanner a message saying he would come to find her in a couple of days. They chatted for quite a while. It wasn't until the afternoon when Wuya returned that Wang Chen stopped watching videos. He had already told Wuya yesterday that he would be discussing business tonight. Sister Wuya, you don't have to wait for me tonight, go to bed early. Okay, I got it. Come back early, understood? After saying that, Wang Chen left. He went downstairs, got in his car, and headed to the agreed location. Next, he was going to start persuading Lui Fei and Zhao Liang. Wang Chen drove to the bottom of the CITIC Tower in the Magic City. After parking, he headed to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine. The reason he chose this location was that he planned to take Zhao Liang and Lui Fei to the company after dinner to see if there were any areas that needed improvement. When Wang Chen arrived at Maoquan Magic City Cuisine, he sent a message to Zhao Liang and Lui Fei, but they hadn't arrived yet. So he went into the restaurant first, ordered some dishes, and waited for them to arrive before serving the food. Wang Chen sat in the private room waiting for the two goddesses to arrive. He told them the room number and then started scrolling through Douyin. He first checked if Baiwana was live streaming. Seeing that she wasn't, he continued to check the likes on the idol girl group video. When he looked in the morning, it had 1 million likes, and now, after a day, it had reached 5 million, truly astonishing. The WH1 girl group's video likes had also reached 3 million. It could be said that both girl groups were on fire. But that was just the beginning. As long as they were well managed, each of them could become even more popular. Once they secured endorsements, he could bind himself to them. Wouldn't the salary cashback come rolling in? Wang Chen clicked on the idol girl group's video again and saw Zhang Yuanying and the other 5 wearing short skirts, dancing beautifully, with exquisite faces and perfect figures. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention. After watching, he enjoyed the WH1 girl group's dance again before finally putting down his phone. Just as he set his phone down, there was a knock on the private room door, and then Zhao Liang and Lui Fei walked in. Wang Chen quickly stood up and approached the two beautiful stars. Sister Liang, Sister Fei, you're here. Lui Fei and Zhao Liang nodded. Yes, Wang Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. No, I just arrived too. You two sit first. I'll have the waiter bring the dishes. Okay. Zhao Liang responded and then sat down with Lui Fei. Wang Chen approached the waiter and said, bring the dishes up, as quickly as possible. Okay, sir. After speaking with the waiter, Wang Chen returned to the table. Sister Liang, Sister Fei, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you both look even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, both women smiled faintly, incredibly charming. Wang Chen, you still know how to flatter. Zhao Liang said softly. Not at all, I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, Sister Liang, about what you mentioned last time. Zhao Liang looked at Wang Chen with her beautiful eyes, recalling what he had said in the cafe. She remembered joking about coming to Wang Chen's company, but she had only been kidding. Could it be that Wang Chen invited them today for this? Wang Chen, is your company ready? Zhao Liang didn't answer Wang Chen but instead asked back. Yes, it's basically done. The company is on the 88th floor of the central building in the Magic City. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see it. Lui Fei and Zhao Liang exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. Alright, then we'll go see your company later. As for what we talked about last time, let's discuss it when we get there. Sure. Since Zhao Liang had said so, Wang Chen decided not to bring up that topic during the meal. Instead, he chatted with them about some everyday matters. Sister Fei, I remember tomorrow is your birthday, right? As soon as he said this, Zhao Liang and Lui Fei were a bit surprised. But thinking about it, they realized it could easily be found online, so they weren't too curious anymore. Wow, Wang Chen, you remember Fei's birthday so clearly, is it because? Zhao Liang joked. Wang Chen replied, Sister Liang, your birthday is October 16th, I know that too. At least you have a conscience. While the three were chatting, the waiter brought the dishes in, but as soon as she entered the private room, the female waiter froze. She looked at the three in shock. She didn't recognize one of them, but the other two were well-known figures in the entertainment industry. She placed the dishes on the table and, with a trembling voice, said, may I ask if you are Lui Fei and Zhao Liang? Lui Fei and Zhao Liang nodded. The female waiter excitedly exclaimed, oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Is this real? Can I take a photo with you? Wang Chen, seeing this, smiled and shook his head. But thinking about it, it was normal. If he hadn't gained the system, he would probably have been just as excited to meet Lui Fei and Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang and Lui Fei had no airs about them and naturally agreed to the photo. After taking a picture with the female waiter, they reminded her not to tell anyone they were dining there, and she agreed. However, they were still a bit worried. After all the dishes were served, the three enjoyed a wonderful meal. After eating, Wang Chen took them to his company, but on the way, they were fully prepared, otherwise, if they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. It wasn't until they arrived at Haodia Film and Television Media Company that Zhao Liying and Louis Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were no other people here. They also took off the concealing clothes they had been wearing. Wang Chen led them to his office. It was already 9:30 p.m. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office, the Magic City was still brightly lit. Wang Chen poured them a glass of water and then started to boast. "Sister Liying, how about it? My company is not bad, right?" "Well, not bad," Zhao Liying said as she picked up her cup. He, so how are you considering it? Do you want to come to my company?" "Don't worry, Liying Jia, as long as you come to my company, you won't have to do anything. The company will not only pay you a salary but will also cover your daily living expenses." "Ifei Jia, you're just like Liying Jia." After saying this, Wang Chen didn't wait for them to respond and directly placed their exclusive contracts in front of them for them to see. Seeing this, Louis Fei and Zhao Liying exchanged glances. They picked up the documents on the table and started reading. They were shocked by what they saw. The conditions in the contract were just too good. They couldn't believe it. Looking at the expressions on Louis Fei and Zhao Liying's faces, Wang Chen had a rough idea of what they were thinking. "Liying Jia, Ifei Jia, do you think I'm trying to trick you? Wang Chen, did you write this contract correctly? If you wrote it like this, your company will probably go bankrupt soon." Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Liying Jia, this contract is only for you and Ifei Jia, others don't have such treatment." Saying this, he took out contracts of 4 different levels for Zhao Liying and Louis Fei to see. After reading, they realized that the contract they had was indeed the best. However, they didn't agree hastily. Wang Chen actually knew that Louis Fei had not signed with any entertainment company, but regardless of whether she had money or not, her influence was there, and she lacked nothing. In fact, many big brands were looking for her to endorse. As for Zhao Liying, it was even more needless to say, she had shares in 9 companies and was currently in a film and media company she had invested in. However, if she were to switch jobs, she would still need to pay a breach of contract fee. After reading the contract in her hand, Zhao Liying asked with some confusion, "Wang Chen, if you sign us like this, can your company still make a profit?" However, Wang Chen smiled and said, "Liying Jia, Ifei Jia, if I sign you, my company will definitely gain a better reputation. As for whether it will make money, the answer is definitely yes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying looked at Louis Fei beside her. Neither of them immediately agreed. "Wang Chen, let's go back and think about it first." Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, his company's main direction now was to recruit people from the stick country. "Okay, Liying Jia, Ifei Jia, I'm not in a hurry. Just let me know when you've made your decision." "Alright, then we'll take the contract back with us." Wang Chen escorted Louis Fei and Zhao Liying to their car, and after watching them leave, he went to his own car, driving his 918 back to Fengshan community. However, what he didn't expect was that while he was driving, he actually heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +5, ding, salary cashback goddess Louis Fei's favorability +10, Wang Chen felt very surprised. He didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Although he hadn't successfully persuaded the 2 goddesses to join his company, he had increased their favorability, and wouldn't the salary cashback multiplier go up? Moreover, with the favorability rising, there would surely come a day when they would agree to join his company. Wang Chen's mood instantly brightened. He hummed a song, drove his car, and headed home. Originally, Wang Chen planned to take Wuya to buy a house tomorrow, spending a bit, but since tomorrow was Louis Fei's birthday, he could only postpone the house buying plan with Wuya. Not only that, but Song Wanner from the Forest store also sent him a message saying that someone in the store was consigning a sports car, one of the 3 major cars. Wang Chen immediately told Song Wanner that he would go pick it up in a couple of days. After all, with money in hand, he needed to get a few more cars, otherwise, driving the 918 every day wasn't a sustainable plan. Now he had to think about how to celebrate Louis Fei's birthday tomorrow. With a current favorability rating of 45 points, if the birthday went well, it might even rise above 50 points. So he had to think it through carefully and get everything ready before tomorrow night. Lost in thought, Wang Chen drove back to the Fengshan community. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find Wuya still waiting for him. As soon as he walked in, Wuya stood up from the sofa and walked to the door to get him his slippers. "Sister Wuya, you haven't rested yet. I was waiting for you." Wang Chen took off his sneakers and changed into the slippers. Wuya put his sneakers away in the shoe cabinet, then washed her hands and returned to the sofa. Wang Chen placed the car keys on top of the shoe cabinet and joined Wuya on the sofa. He glanced at the time, it was already 10:40 p.m. Wuya was still waiting for him. After sitting down, Wuya gently leaned against him. They sat like that, neither of them speaking.
After a while, Wuya softly said, Xiaohao, you should go take a shower. Okay, Sister Wuya, if you're tired, you should rest first. You go quickly. With that, Wang Chen headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower, which only took him about 7 or 8 minutes. When he came out, Wuya was still sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her show. Wang Chen dried his hair and sat back down on the sofa. Sister Wuya, do you want some late-night snacks? Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing his words, Wuya's eyes lit up. She usually avoided late-night snacks to maintain her figure, but if it was with Wang Chen, she would indulge occasionally. Sure, what should we eat? How about some crawfish and beer? Sounds good. Hearing Wuya agree, Wang Chen picked up his phone and ordered takeout. He ordered 5 pounds of spicy crawfish and 2 bottles of cold beer. It cost him over 200 yuan. However, it seemed he no longer checked prices when buying things. He didn't even know when he had become like this. At 11:50 p.m., the takeout arrived. After receiving it, he and Wuya started their late-night feast. During the meal, he kept peeling shrimp for Wuya. The smile on her face never faded from that moment on. By the time they finished eating and digested for a while, it was already 1 a.m. Sister Wuya, you should go rest. You can't keep staying up late. You too, hurry and get some rest. They cuddled for a bit longer before returning to their own rooms to rest. Once in his room, Wang Chen immediately sent a message to Luifei, wishing her a happy birthday. It was a must. As for how to celebrate, he already had a basic idea, just waiting for Dawn to put it into action. He believed that Luifei's favorability would definitely increase tomorrow. After sending the message to Luifei, he put his phone down and closed his eyes to sleep. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that after he sent the message, Luifei replied. Unfortunately, his phone was on silent, and he had no idea she had messaged him back. He regrettably missed the opportunity to increase his favorability. The next day, as soon as Wang Chen woke up, he picked up his phone to check, and when he saw the messages, he was completely stunned. At that moment, he thought it was already past 1 a.m., and Luifei must have gone to sleep, so after sending the message, he put his phone down, not expecting this. He wished he could slap himself twice. Helpless, he could only reply to Luifei, saying he was too tired last night. After replying to Song Ningxuang and by one, he finally got out of bed, preparing to give Luifei a surprise. Wang Chen felt he had miscalculated. He should have bought himself a house, and now he had no place to put the gifts he wanted to buy. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Since there was no place, he would do it in his office. The view there was good, and more importantly, Zhao Liying and Luifei both knew the location. Once he thought of it, he acted. Wang Chen drove to a flower shop. Boss, he called out, and a young female owner came out. Hello, what kind of flowers do you need? How many roses do you have in your shop? We currently have 418 roses. If you need more, I can also get some from other shops. Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to run around. Alright, I want 999 roses, and I need you to cover a space of about 100 square meters with roses. As for the payment, I'll settle it after you finish, but I will pay you a deposit first. The female owner was excited upon hearing this. This was a big client. Asking for a bouquet of 999 roses and to decorate a room of about 100 square meters required not only a large number of roses but also other decorations. This meant a lot of work for them, but they could also make a lot of money. With this order, they probably wouldn't need to open for the rest of the month. The flower shop owner immediately agreed. Boss, where do you want us to set up, and how long will it take? At the Magic City Center building, I'll take you there. As for how long, you can take as long as you need. The flower shop owner thought for a moment and said, give us a day. Hearing this, Wang Chen shook his head. I only give you half a day, but I can pay you more if you bring in more people. The flower shop owner realized this person was definitely wealthy, otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. Since he said so, they had to do it no matter how difficult it was. Okay, then boss, the deposit. Wang Chen took out his phone. Let's add a green bubble first. I'll transfer the deposit to you. Alright, boss. After adding the flower shop owner's green bubble, Wang Chen directly transferred a deposit of 50,000. Although 50,000 seemed a bit much, it wasn't really. Just the bouquet of 999 roses Wang Chen ordered cost over 40,000. After receiving the deposit, the flower shop owner showed a happy smile. It seemed they had really landed a big order. Boss, wait for me a moment, I'll contact someone right now. Wait, follow me first, I'll take you to the Magic City Center building. You can get busy once we arrive, I have other things to attend to. Okay, boss. The female owner handed the flower shop over to someone else and then followed Wang Chen to the Magic City Center building. When she saw Wang Chen's car, she completely believed in his capabilities.
After all, someone who could afford a 918 couldn't possibly be a fraud. After bringing the flower shop owner to the company, Wang Chen said a few words to Xia Chuchu and then went off to handle other matters. As for the flowers, Xia Chuchu would help him keep an eye on them. With the flower situation settled, the next thing was the cake. The cake couldn't be too small. It had to be a bit larger. Wang Chen drove his 918 to a cake shop called Jim. This cake shop was relatively large, well decorated, and very close to the Magic City Center building. Wang Chen chose this place precisely for that reason. The cake shop was right by the roadside, and Wang Chen parked his car right in front of the shop. When he came down from 918, he was also noticed by the people in Jim's cake shop. Seeing Wang Chen enter the cake shop, the staff rushed to greet him. "Hello, boss, what can I do for you? I would like to order a custom cake." "Sure, boss, here are our cake styles." As she spoke, the staff directed Wang Chen to look at the cake models nearby, which included single-layer and double-layer cakes, mostly around 10 to 20 inches. Wang Chen chose a 2-layer cake that looked quite nice. "How long will it take to make this one?" "Boss, you can pick it up this afternoon." "Alright, make this one for me. I'll come to pick it up at 6. "Okay, boss, please make your payment over here." After Wang Chen paid, he planned to see if there was a suitable gift for Louis Fei. He thought that for a big star like Louis Fei, giving something like gold would seem a bit tacky. After all, she could afford it. Moreover, with Louis Fei's status, buying anything she wanted was just a matter of minutes. He felt that the gift should be meaningful and not too cheap. After thinking for a long time, Wang Chen decided to buy a bag. After all, they say a bag can cure all ailments, so giving a bag should be a good choice. So, Wang Chen went directly to the LV store. He bought a bag worth over 100,000. However, after doing all this, Wang Chen still felt like something was missing. But he couldn't think of what it was at the moment. "What am I missing?" After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with anything. Helpless, he could only return to the company to check on the progress of the florist. When Wang Chen returned, the florist had already started, and there were quite a few people in the office arranging roses. Seeing Wang Chen, the florist greeted him and then went back to his work. Watching the people laying out the fresh flowers, Wang Chen suddenly remembered. Since he wanted to give Louis Fei a surprise, he hadn't told her in advance. It just occurred to him that if he didn't inform Louis Fei beforehand, what if she had other plans? Wang Chen slapped his forehead, feeling foolish for overlooking such a thing. There was no way around it. He could only call Zhao Liying. He stepped out of the office to a quiet area in the company and dialed Zhao Liying's number. Now he could only rely on Zhao Liying. Beep beep beep. After a while, Zhao Liying's magnetic and gentle voice came through the line. "Hello, Wang Chen." "Hey, Liying, are you busy?" "No, I finished filming my scenes this morning, and I'm resting now." "What's up?" "Well, I need your help with something." "Sure, go ahead." Wang Chen then shared his thoughts with Zhao Liying. Laughter rang out from the phone as Zhao Liying responded. "Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. If you had waited any longer, it probably would have been too late. Ifei just called me." Hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was his surprise for Louis Fei going to be in vain? Just when Wang Chen thought his preparations had failed, Zhao Liying continued, "Ifei just said she wants me to go to her place tonight. She mentioned that many people want to celebrate her birthday, but she isn't very keen on going. If you had waited any longer, I think she would have been taken out to celebrate." "Ah, what should I do now?" "Don't worry, she's going to her godfather's this afternoon, and I'll take her to your place tonight. But you need to be ready, don't let me down." "Hee, Liying, you can count on me." "Alright, wait for my message tonight." "Okay." After that, Zhao Liying hung up the phone. To be honest, Wang Chen could imagine that Louis Fei would be very busy, but he never thought to tell her in advance. However, Wang Chen felt that even if he did mention it, Louis Fei would probably refuse. After all, her favorability rating was only 45, still just at the level of ordinary friends. Fortunately, there was still Zhao Liying. Wang Chen felt that without Zhao Liying, even if he prepared everything perfectly, he probably wouldn't be able to invite Louis Fei. He hoped that this time the favorability rating would increase again, making it a bit more likely to ask her out in the future. Since both Louis Fei and Zhao Liying were coming in the evening, he needed to make some preparations. After all, it was a birthday celebration, and it wouldn't do to have no wine. Wang Chen went directly to Manhwa Magic City Cuisine and ordered a lot of dishes. He also went to buy a bottle of red wine. Once everything was ready, all Wang Chen could do was wait for time to pass and for the two to arrive. He looked at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. There were only a few hours left until the evening, so he went to the office to supervise personally. After all, Wang Chen still needed to take this matter seriously. 2 hours later, looking at the scene in the office, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile.
This scene looked a bit like a proposal setup. Wouldn't that confuse them? However, he didn't have much time to think about it anymore. He still needed to settle the balance with the flower shop owner and then go pick up the cake from Jim's bakery. After finishing the setup, the flower shop owner came before Wang Chen. "Boss, for this arrangement, we used a total of 2,000 roses and 100 meters of ribbons." The flower shop owner listed everything that was used. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. After all, they had spent so much time and effort helping him with this. "Alright, you calculate it, and I'll settle the balance." Hearing Wang Chen's words, the flower shop owner took out her phone to check the bill. Then she slowly stated a number. "Boss, it's a total of 150,000. Wang Chen directly transferred 200,000 to the flower shop owner. He had said at the flower shop that as long as it could be completed in half a day, he would pay a higher price. Naturally, he couldn't go back on his word. The flower shop owner bowed to Wang Chen upon receiving the money. "Thank you, boss." Wang Chen quickly replied, "I should be thanking you. From now on, if I need anything, I'll just tell you directly on Green Bubble, and you can deliver it to me then." "Okay, boss, we'll be leaving now." "Alright." After saying that, the flower shop owner took her team and left the Magic City Central building. Wang Chen then went to Jim's bakery to pick up the custom cake. By the time he was ready, it was already 6:30. Xia Chuchu and the others had also left. The office was left with just him. Lu Fei and Zhao Liang had not yet arrived, and he didn't know when they would come. Wang Chen sent Zhao Liang a message to ask, "Wang Chen, Liang, when are you coming?" Zhao Liang did not reply immediately. Wang Chen could only sit and watch some videos. He opened the app and went directly to the homepage of the idol girl group, finding a new video, which he clicked on. This second video was posted this morning. It had been over 10 hours since it was released. The video had over 4 million likes, about a million less than the previous video. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention, probably just less promotion. The WH1 girl group's homepage also had 2 videos, and the second video had 2 million views. After liking it, he exited the app. Zhao Liang replied to him. "Zhao Liang, we're on our way." Just such a simple sentence, but seeing it made Wang Chen very excited. He was looking forward to what expressions the two would have when they saw the scene. Wang Chen put down his phone and observed the flower-filled office. There was also a cake on the table. He gently touched the petals of a rose. Then he looked at the large bouquet of roses in the office, 999 of them. The scene was quite stunning. Indeed, when you have money, everything can become romantic. Just as Wang Chen was admiring the roses, 2 beautiful figures slowly appeared in his sight. Because the office's glass was one way, Wang Chen could see them, but they couldn't see him. Naturally, they couldn't see the scene in the office either. It wasn't until Lu Fei pushed open the door that she was completely stunned. As soon as Lu Fei opened the door, the room was a sea of flowers, with lights flickering beautifully. The bouquet of 999 roses in the center also successfully attracted the attention of Lu Fei and Zhao Liang. Lu Fei and Zhao Liang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, Wang Chen jumped out from the side, holding a white LV bag. "Sister Fei, happy birthday." Lu Fei was moved by this scene, and Wang Chen also happily heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Lu Fei's favorability +5. Hearing the system's voice, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Lu Fei's favorability finally broke 50. Just as he was in a daze, Lu Fei's voice reached his ears. "Wang Chen, thank you." Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Sister Fei, you look even more beautiful today. And Sister Liang too. Wang Chen, you prepared so well for Fei's birthday. What are you planning for my birthday?" "Hee, Sister Liang, you'll know when the time comes. I promise to give you a surprise. But today let's celebrate Sister Fei's birthday first." After Lu Fei and Zhao Liang came in, Lu Fei said, "Liang, take a few pictures of me. Let's take a group photo later." "Okay." Zhao Liang took Lu Fei's phone, and Lu Fei leaned against the sea of flowers, looking like a flower fairy, beautiful and enchanting. As Zhao Liang pressed the camera button, Lu Fei's beauty was captured in the phone. Wang Chen had never taken a photo with 2 fairy-like sisters before. When it was time to take the picture, he definitely wanted to stand in the middle, one on his left and one on his right, making everyone envious. Zhao Liang took pictures of Lu Fei for a while, then said to Wang Chen, "Wang Chen, help me take a picture with Fei, and record a video too." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart raced. Asking him to help take a picture was like sentencing him to death. Did they not know that men's photography skills were poor? But he couldn't refuse Zhao Liang. There was no way. He hadn't even enjoyed the feeling of being embraced by both sides, and now he was about to be judged. Wang Chen could only take the phone from Zhao Liang, which had both her and Lu Fei on it. Then it was click click click. However, Wang Chen found that no matter how he took pictures of beautiful people,
there were no ugly shots. Lu Fei and Zhao Liying hugged, their stunning faces pressed together, and Wang Chen seized the moment to press the camera button, instantly capturing a beautiful photo. Looking at the photo, who could tell that these were two 36-year-old women? Zhao Liying already had a mature aura, but Lu Fei still looked like a young girl. Her skin was fair and tender. There was a kind of enchanting feeling. For a moment, Wang Chen was also mesmerized. After taking pictures for the two goddess stars, Zhao Liying and Lu Fei asked him to join them for a photo. Wang Chen naturally followed his previous thought, standing in the middle of the two, enjoying the beautiful life. However, before he could stand in the middle, he saw Zhao Liying looking at him with a pair of eyes as if she wanted to eat him. At that moment, Wang Chen realized that since it was the birthday of the fairy sister, she had to stand in the middle. What did it mean for him to stand in the middle? After a while, he could still suggest that he stand in the middle for a photo, but only after the birthday star had finished taking her pictures. Wang Chen could only smile awkwardly and stand next to Lu Fei. Zhao Liying then stood on the other side, taking photos with her phone. Soon, the three families kept changing positions, with Zhao Liying standing in the middle, and Wang Chen standing in the middle. He could consider it a wish fulfilled, standing between the two goddess sisters, enjoying a fairy-like treatment. The two of them linked their arms with his and took a picture. After that, the staff from the restaurant brought the food to the 88th floor for him, and Wang Chen, Lu Fei, and Zhao Liying began their birthday dinner, even though it was just the three of them. So, two fairy sisters, how about we have a little drink today? Upon hearing this, Lu Fei and Zhao Liying exchanged glances and said, if we drink, how will we get home? No worries, I'll have someone take us back later. Don't worry, I will safely send both fairy sisters home. Zhao Liying, whose favorability was a bit higher, had reached 59, thought for a moment and agreed. With her agreeing, Lu Fei, as the birthday star, naturally had no reason to refuse. The three of them then started eating. Wang Chen poured a glass of red wine and raised his glass. Sister Fei, today is your birthday, happy birthday, may you become more beautiful, you will always be my fairy sister. After saying that, he downed the glass in one go. Seeing this, Lu Fei also poured herself a glass. Thank you. After Lu Fei finished drinking, Wang Chen poured another glass. Sister Liying, thank you for your help during this time. In my heart, you are as beautiful and kind as Sister Fei. He again downed the glass in one go. Zhao Liying saw this and also poured a glass and drank it. After finishing, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Lu Fei favorability +2. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was extremely happy. The three of them continued to toast, and although Wang Chen was a man, he didn't drink often, so his alcohol tolerance was on par with the two. After reaching a certain level, the three of them decided to stop. Wang Chen knew that if the favorability increased, even if they got drunk, they probably wouldn't hesitate. In fact, they still had quite a bit of guard against him. After eating, Lu Fei started cutting the cake, and this process was not only photographed but also recorded. The three of them chatted while eating. Sometimes Wang Chen couldn't join the conversation, so he sat aside playing on his phone. However, when he opened his moments, he saw a new update in Lu Fei's moments. The content in the moments was exactly the three of them. He also appeared in Lu Fei's moments. Wang Chen was completely stunned. If nothing unexpected happened, this moments post would probably trend tomorrow. This left him feeling both amused and helpless. Although it was a good thing, he wondered what Wuya and Bai Wanner would think if they found out. But thinking about this now was useless, he would deal with it when the time came. Wang Chen, what are you playing on your phone? Come over and chat with us. Zhao Liying's face had already turned slightly red. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen put down his phone and sat down next to them. Listening to their gossip, although he couldn't join in, it was still quite interesting, especially since their gossip was related to the entertainment industry, which he was quite eager to hear. Thus, he stayed with the two goddess big shots from the entertainment industry in Hallyu film and television media until midnight. Then he called Xia Chuchu to come over. Today, he had already told Xia Chuchu to send them off in the evening. Well, Sister Liying, Sister Fei, we'll take Sister Liying's big G to send you back, and your car can stay at my company for now. I'll return it to you tomorrow, how does that sound? Sure. After hearing their agreement, Wang Chen nodded, and soon Xia Chuchu arrived downstairs at the company. Then Wang Chen asked Xia Chuchu to drive Zhao Liying's big G over. Following the directions given by the two, after sending them home, Xia Chuchu took Wang Chen back to Fengshan community. Chuchu, you can drive the car back, no need to switch to your own car, just drive to the company tomorrow. Okay, boss. Boss, do you want me to take you upstairs? No need, you can go back. Alright. After saying that, Wang Chen turned to leave, and only then did Xia Chuchu drive away from Fengshan community in the Big G. Xia Chuchu was actually quite surprised. She never expected her boss to have such a good relationship with two big names in the entertainment industry, and Lui Fei and Zhao Liying were also her idols. It's a pity she didn't get a photo with them today. On the other side, when Wang Chen returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. To his surprise, Wu Ye was still awake. "Xiao Hao, did you drink today?" Wang Chen nodded. Today. Wang Chen shared the story about Lui Fei, knowing that if Lui Fei's social circle trended on Weibo, Wu Ye would definitely find out, so it was better to tell her directly. However, Wang Chen said it was to sign Lui Fei and Zhao Liying to his company. Wu Ye, upon hearing this information, was completely stunned. "Xiao Hao, are you saying you know Lui Fei and Zhao Liying?" Wu Ye excitedly shook Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen didn't expect Wu Ye to be so excited. "Sister Wu Ye, why are you so excited? Can you let me sit on the sofa first?" Wang Chen smiled and said. Hearing this, Wu Ye hurriedly pulled Wang Chen, who had just changed into slippers, to sit on the sofa. Then, Wu Ye looked at him with anticipation. Seeing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to take out his phone and open the photos he had just taken to show Wu Ye. When Wu Ye saw the photos on the phone, she not only didn't get angry but instead excitedly said, "Wow, it's really Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. Xiao Hao, you really know them?" Wang Chen nodded. "Xiao Hao, I loved them so much when I was young. Can you take me to meet them?" After saying that, Wu Ye looked at him with eager eyes. Wang Chen didn't expect Wu Ye's reaction to be so big, so he thought of teasing her a bit. He pointed to his cheek and said, "If you give me a kiss, then next time I meet them, I'll take you with me." Wang Chen originally thought Wu Ye wouldn't kiss him, but to his surprise, she kissed him without hesitation. This left Wang Chen completely stunned. "Xiao Hao, it's a promise. You must take me next time you meet them. I really like them." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Like? Wait until you become sisters with them, and you'll see them every day, it'll be so annoying." Okay, next time I have time, I'll invite them over for dinner, and then you can see them as much as you want?" Really? Hearing that she could have dinner with them, Wu Ye was completely thrilled. How happy would it be to have dinner with her idols? Seeing Wu Ye in this state, Wang Chen knew she would probably have a hard time sleeping tonight. Hee, Xiao Hao, you're so nice. Wu Ye put down her phone and leaned against him. Wang Chen gently stroked her hair. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wang Chen really liked her. No matter when he returned, she would always wait for him. "Alright, Sister Wu Ye, I'm going to take a shower first, I smell like alcohol." Go ahead." After saying that, Wang Chen got up to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Wu Ye holding his phone and looking at it intently. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The chat records with Song Ningxiang and Bai Wan'er were in the green bubble. If she found out, it would be a disaster. However, he didn't dare to make any moves now. If he reacted differently, he might expose himself. He acted as usual, drying his hair and sitting on the sofa. Fortunately, when Wu Ye saw him come out, she returned the phone to him. Luckily, Wu Ye had only been looking at his group photo with Zhao Liying. If she had looked at the green bubble, it would have been a catastrophe. He pretended to be calm and put the phone down. Then he said to Wu Ye, "Sister Wu Ye, don't go to Feixiang art dance tomorrow. I'll take you to buy a house that belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye's first reaction was not to agree but to say, "Xiao Hao, do you think this place is too small?" Wang Chen explained, "No, I just think we need a home of our own. Look, if I invite Lui Fei and Zhao Liying over for dinner next time, we could have a bigger place, right? That way, even if they get drunk, they can rest at our home. Also, after we buy the house, we will still live here. I still need to study." Listening to Wang Chen's explanation, Wu Ye felt it made sense. Things were different now. She nodded. "Okay." As she spoke, Wu Ye unconsciously leaned her body closer to Wang Chen. The two of them cuddled for a while. "Xiao Hao, why do I feel like a little girl next to you, even though I'm already over 30? Ha, Sister Wu Ye, in my heart, no matter how you are the most beautiful." "Really?" Wu Ye looked up, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen without blinking. Wang Chen said seriously, "Of course. You are my little dragon girl in my heart." The next moment, Wang Chen felt his lips touch something soft. After a long time, their lips parted. Wang Chen had initially tried to see if he could push Wu Ye's boundaries, but after thinking it over, he gave up. After cuddling with Wu Ye for a while, they both returned to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone and opened the group photo with Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. In the photo, he stood in the middle, with Lui Fei and Zhao Liying on either side, both intimately linking their arms with him. Wang Chen sighed, "If this photo spreads, I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause. If this photo got out, Wang Chen's family would probably be questioned repeatedly." He knew the seriousness of the situation, such photos naturally couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's fans would tear him apart, and they might even dig up everything about him. After admiring it for a while, Wang Chen turned off his phone. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Chen and Wu Ye both slept until 10 o'clock. There was no helping it, they had only rested around 2 in the morning, so sleeping until now was quite normal. Today, Wang Chen planned to take Wu Ye to buy a house and also to pick up that amazing car from the 4S shop. Sister Wu Ye, let's tidy up and head out. Okay. The two quickly tidied up, had breakfast, and set off. Xiao Hao, we can just drive one car, right? Let's take the big G. Alright, here are the keys. As Wu Ye spoke, she handed the key to the G-Class to Wang Chen. Suddenly, Wang Chen remembered that he needed to return Lui Fei and Zhao Liying's cars to them. Initially, he planned to go directly to the 4S dealership to pick up a car, but now it seemed that wasn't possible. He felt that since he had promised Zhao Liying and Lui Fei yesterday, he couldn't go back on his word. Sister Wu Ye, let's first drive Lui Fei and Zhao Liying's cars back to them, and then we can go buy a house. I promised them I'd return their cars today. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye not only didn't get angry but was instead very happy to agree. Great. Does that mean I can see them? Seeing Wu Ye so excited, Wang Chen nodded. Yeah, then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Under Wu Ye's urging, Wang Chen started the G-Class and drove straight to Haoya Film and Television Media. Once this was done, he would take Wu Ye shopping and buy her a house. Wang Chen and Wu Ye arrived at Haoya Media, driving Zhao Liying's G-Class and Lui Fei's Porsche Panamera. Then he had Xia Chuchu drive his G-Class to follow them to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's residence. Last night, they told Wang Chen that once they finished their business here, they would be returning to Kyoto. Wang Chen felt a bit upset when he learned this, not only because he couldn't strengthen the system's binding at any time, but more importantly, if they returned to Kyoto, it would be much harder for him to increase their favorability. However, there was good news. They wouldn't be going back to Kyoto until early September, which meant Wang Chen could still enhance the salary cashback for September, and he wouldn't have to rush to Kyoto for the binding. By October, he would probably have to go to Kyoto to find them. Before long, Wang Chen brought Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu to the community where Zhao Liying lived. Since Zhao Liying's place was not far from the center of Magic City, they arrived in no time. Moreover, Zhao Liying lived in a luxurious flat, Tang Sinipin. Lui Fei also lived in the same community as Zhao Liying. Suddenly, Wang Chen had an idea. Since he was going to buy a house for Wu Ye, why not buy one here as well, especially since he still had quite a bit of money on hand. Buying here would be great, with a good environment, right by the Huangpu River, and most importantly, very close to Zhao Liying's and Lui Fei's homes. It would also be more convenient for him to increase their favorability. Plus, Wu Ye was a fan of theirs, so buying a house here would be a win-win. With this thought, Wang Chen made a decision. He felt it would be best to buy a place in the same building as Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. The three drove to the entrance of Tang Sinipin. Since they weren't owners of Tang Sinipin, they couldn't enter the community, so Wang Chen called Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. With their permission, the three were finally able to enter the community. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying's G-Class to her building. After parking in the garage, he waited for her to come down. At this moment, Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu were also very excited. Although Xia Chuchu had met Zhao Liying and Lui Fei last night, they were both drunk then, and she hadn't asked for a photo. Today, she was determined to get one. Before long, Zhao Liying appeared before the three, dressed in home clothes. Although Zhao Liying wasn't wearing makeup, she was still so beautiful and charming. Sister Liying, here are your car keys. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Wu Ye, one of your fans, and this is Xia Chuchu, our company's financial director. Wang Chen introduced Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu to Zhao Liying. Just after he finished the introduction, Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu excitedly said, Sister Liying, we are your fans. Can we take a photo with you? Zhao Liying smiled slightly and nodded. After they finished, Zhao Liying said to Wang Chen, would you like to come up and sit for a while? Sister Liying, we won't go up. We still have to drive Sister Fei's car to her. But I believe we will be visiting each other soon. Oh, are you planning to buy a house here? Zhao Liying quickly reacted. Wang Chen nodded. Meanwhile, Wu Ye, who was beside them, was stunned to hear that Wang Chen wanted to buy a house here. This was Tang Sinipin, after all, with a price per square meter already reaching 270,000. Although the housing prices had recently dropped a bit, the price still required 150,000 per square meter. The large flats in Tang Sinipin were generally between 400 to 1,200 square meters. This meant the price of a unit ranged from 60 million to 180 million. Just the thought of such a price was enough to make one's heart race. Only after Zhao Liang saw Wang Chen nod did she say, "Wang Chen, I happen to know someone who is selling. If you want to take a look, I can take you to see it." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen instantly became happy. Now he wouldn't have to run around, and he could be a bit closer to the two beautiful goddesses. Most importantly, many celebrities lived in Tangsinipin. If he could get to know these celebrities, even the male ones, his resources would be even richer. Great, then thank you, Sister Liang. Zhao Liang smiled slightly. Wang Chen and the others followed Zhao Liang to her home. I must say, Zhao Liang's home was really warm. The decoration was excellent, and it was quite spacious. After returning home, Zhao Liang poured a glass of water for Wang Chen and the others, then went to change clothes. After that, Wang Chen sent a message to Lui Fei, who told him not to drive to her place, as she would come over. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't say much. After all, he had a lot to do today, and it was best that Lui Fei came over. Hearing that Lui Fei was also coming, Xia Chuchu and Wu Ye were even more excited. When Zhao Liang finished changing, Wang Chen told her that Lui Fei was coming over, and they decided to wait at home for her. When Lui Fei arrived at Zhao Liang's place, Wang Chen introduced her to Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu, and the two took photos with Lui Fei. After they finished, Lui Fei learned that Wang Chen wanted to buy a house here and said she also knew someone who was selling. Wang Chen was thrilled. It was just what he needed to spend money to earn points, so why not buy a couple more units? After that, Zhao Liang and Lui Fei took Wang Chen and Wu Ye to see the houses. Meanwhile, Xia Chuchu drove Wang Chen's car back to the company, planning to come back later to pick up Wang Chen and Wu Ye. I must say, Zhao Liang and Lui Fei's connections were indeed powerful. They took Wang Chen to see 5 large flats in Tangsinipin, and these people were not ordinary. Seeing Zhao Liang and Lui Fei personally take him and Wu Ye there, along with his green bubbles, how could Wang Chen possibly refuse the resources that came to him? He decisively added their green bubbles and then secured these 5 large flats. To Wang Chen's surprise, one of these flats was right below Zhao Liang, and another was right below Lui Fei. This was great, he would be neighbors with both of them. Wang Chen felt that buying these 5 flats was worth it. The contracts were already signed, but some matters would have to wait until tomorrow to handle. Today, he only signed the contract and paid the money. The transfer could only be processed tomorrow. 3 of these large flats were under the name of Haoya Film and Television Media. The one below Zhao Liang was under his name, and the one below Lui Fei was under Wu Ye's name. After he bought these 5 large flats today, his points finally reached 100. He finally had the opportunity to bind with the salary cashback goddess again. He didn't care whether Zhao Liang and Lui Fei were present or not, and directly opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 141,298,241 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolong Plaza, Magic City, and Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 5,146,920,000 yuan. Total funds consumed, 5,054,900,000 yuan. System points, 100. Currently bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wu Ye, bound this month, Bai Wanner, bound this month, Lui Fei, bound this month. Remaining time until salary cashback, 5 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wang Chen stared intently at the system points. There were already 100 points, which meant he could now have a binding opportunity at any time. This made Wang Chen unable to hold back and he directly exchanged. System, exchange for a salary cashback goddess binding opportunity. Ding, exchanging. Ding, exchange successful, system points -100, gain salary cashback goddess binding opportunity +1. Wang Chen watched as his binding opportunities changed from 0 to 1. He was overjoyed. But the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. He saw something that made him furious. The binding opportunity for the salary cashback goddess, which originally cost 100 points, now required 200 points. He was speechless. What was going on? Why was there a price increase? System, why has the binding opportunity price increased? Ding, obtaining binding opportunities will become increasingly difficult. If the host finds it hard to exchange, they can increase the goddess's favorability to gain binding opportunities. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. But thinking about it, if he could exchange a binding opportunity for just 100 points, he would accumulate binding opportunities more and more in the future. This seemed somewhat reasonable, but then he felt something was off. He had to increase the goddess's favorability to gain binding opportunities. Wasn't that also very difficult?
Just look at Zhao Liying and Lu Weifei, their favorability was still only around 60.
Not to mention those two, even Bai Wanner, who had a marital relationship with him, only had a favorability of over 90. Only when Wu Ya's favorability broke 95 did the system give him a binding opportunity. To gain a binding opportunity, he had to raise the goddess's favorability to 95, but that favorability wasn't easy to increase. People are complex creatures. Sometimes, with just a small mistake, the favorability could drop significantly. This condition greatly limited his speed in binding with the salary cashback goddesses in the future. However, as long as he worked hard, one day, all the goddesses in the world would help him make money. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, Zhao Liying called out to him, "Wang Chen, why did you suddenly buy so many houses?" Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "We'll keep 2 for ourselves, and the rest will be prepared as residences for the company's artists." Hearing this, Zhao Liying enviously said, "Your employee benefits are so good, I want to join your company." "Ah, Liying, you're teasing me again." Wang Chen knew that if Zhao Liying and Lu Weifei really wanted to come to his company, they would have messaged him by now. After all, the contracts had already been given to them. Rather than saying they were unwilling to come, it would be more accurate to say that their favorability was not high enough. If their favorability reached 90, Wang Chen felt that becoming their partner would not be impossible. The only problem was that their favorability was too difficult to raise. If they were gold diggers, he could throw money at them to increase their favorability, but Zhao Liying and Lu Weifei were not that kind of women. To raise their favorability, he could only do it through the details. This would take a long time. Later, Zhao Liying invited Wang Chen and Lu Weifei to her home for dinner, and they naturally agreed with delight. After all, he had never eaten at a celebrity's home before. Upon arriving at Zhao Liying's house, she welcomed Wang Chen and the others to sit and rest while she herself dove into the kitchen. Seeing this, Wang Chen and the others also got up and followed her into the kitchen. But as soon as they entered, Zhao Liying shooed them out, saying that guests should not enter the kitchen. However, it seemed that he was the only one being kicked out. Wu Ya and Lu Weifei stayed in the kitchen to help. He simply decided not to care and returned to the sofa to scroll through his phone for a while. Just as he opened his phone, he was shocked. After seeing Lu Weifei post on her moments last night, he knew it would definitely trend, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Just one day later, Wang Chen opened different platforms, and sure enough, it was trending. He clicked on a post titled "Who is the man appearing in Lu Weifei's birthday moments?" The post contained those few photos from Lu Weifei's moments. The comments section below was exploding. "What the hell, who is this man, and how did he end up in my goddess's moments? No way, is my goddess going to announce something? Please, I don't want that. Who the hell is that man? I want to stab him. Damn it, hurry up and find me this man's information. My goddess has been single for so long just waiting for me. Now that I'm here, please don't let her have anything to do with this man. I'm really speechless. Who is this guy daring to touch my wife? Damn it. Wait, did you all not notice that my wife's moments also has photos of Zhao Liying? This means that this damn man actually had dinner with both my wives. How infuriating." To the person above, "Please clarify, who is your wife? They are clearly my wives, okay? If you dare to shout again, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. What are you barking for, dog?" Wang Chen looked at the comments section, and his face turned sour. If someone really dug up his background, wouldn't he be exposed? That would not be good news at all. Wang Chen didn't know what to do. If his identity was exposed, it would be a catastrophic disaster for him. If he were powerful, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But now he was scared, not to mention Lu Weifei and Zhao Liying's suitors. Among those pursuing Lu Weifei and Zhao Liying, there were definitely some big shots. It was really easy for things to go wrong. Just when he was at a loss, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host need not worry. When the system bound to the host, it had already shielded the host's information and bank card details. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen could only say that the system was impressive, amazing. As long as his information was shielded, it would basically be impossible to find anything. However, he felt that his recent closeness to Zhao Liying and Lu Weifei would probably be hard to hide. He thought the system had probably just shielded his information, but this would make those who found his information think twice. With the system's protection, Wang Chen felt at ease and began to read the trending content. The top trending topic on Weibo is Lu Weifei's moments. However, the next trending topic got Wang Chen a bit excited. The second trending topic is about Yang Mi. Wang Chen opened the trending content and was immediately captivated by Yang Mi's beauty. Yang Mi's looks are on par with Zhao Liying and Lu Weifei. It's estimated to be around 98. I have to say, Yang Mi's figure is really top-notch. The top stars in the entertainment industry are indeed different. Unlike some celebrities who undergo plastic surgery, as they age, they can become quite frightening, with even their faces becoming immobile. So stiff. Women like Zhao Liying, Lui Fei, and Yang Mi, who are all naturally beautiful, still look like they are in their late 20s even at 36. Only such women can meet the system's requirements. Now that Wang Chen understands the value of the salary cashback binding times, he won't bind them recklessly. While Wang Chen was browsing Weibo, Zhao Liying and the others had also finished preparing dinner. He was actually very excited. This is a meal cooked by the big stars Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. Who knows how many people would want to eat a meal they made? Just this one time would be enough for him to brag for a year. By the time he becomes Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's partner, it would surely shock the whole country. Wang Chen, come eat, Zhao Liying said while taking out bowls and chopsticks. Wang Chen put down his phone and walked to the dining table. Looking at the home-cooked dishes on the table, he couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Liying is not only a foodie but also a great cook. Ha ha, Liying, your cooking skills are impressive. I can already smell the aroma. Of course, you should see who I am. When it comes to cooking, Zhao Liying is quite confident. She often cooked in the countryside when she was a child and has been honing her culinary skills since becoming famous. If your fans knew I was eating your cooking, would they come after me? Do you want to try? Seeing Zhao Liying's eager expression, Wang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Wang Chen quickly declined. No, Liying, let's forget it. I don't want to have to wear a bomb suit when I go out in the future. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Then they started eating. Wang Chen sat next to Wuya, while Zhao Liying sat with Lui Fei. He poked Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you excited to eat with your idol? Wuya rolled her eyes at him. Zhao Liying and Lui Fei nearby laughed. Wang Chen, aren't we your idols? Zhao Liying asked. Yes. Then are you nervous eating with me and Yifei? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen scratched his head. I was definitely nervous the first time. I thought I was dreaming. They actually finished dinner in such a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Wang Chen wanted to ask Zhao Liying where her child was, but thought it might be impolite, so he gave up. There would be opportunities to find out later. After dinner, they sat on the sofa chatting for a while, and it wasn't until 9:30 p.m. that Wang Chen and the others left Zhao Liying's place. Since the house hadn't been transferred yet and the items inside hadn't been changed, they couldn't go there now. It would probably take a few days, and Wang Chen planned to come back in a few days. He had previously been worried about not having an excuse to meet Zhao Liying and Lui Fei before they returned to Kyoto, but now it was different. The house was right below them. It would be very easy to meet. Zhao Liying saw Wang Chen and Wuya off to the parking lot, and when she saw Xia Chuchu come to pick them up, she went back. Lui Fei also drove her car back to her own spacious flat. It wasn't far. Zhao Liying returned to her house, looking at the empty room. Suddenly, she felt a sense of loneliness. She wanted to call her child but was afraid the child had already gone to sleep, so she gave up. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing who was calling, Zhao Liying answered. Shuawei, what's up? Sister Liying, are you busy? No, go ahead. Well, you have a signing event tomorrow, from 10 in the morning to 12. Okay, I got it. Tang Shuawei was Zhao Liying's manager, and usually, she arranged everything for Zhao Liying. On the other side, Wang Chen dropped Xia Chuchu off at her home and then drove back to Fengshan community with Wuya. Once home, Wuya excitedly hugged him. Xiao Hao, you're amazing, thank you, Mua. Wang Chen was quite surprised. This was the first time Wuya had been so proactive in kissing him. Sister Wuya, why are you so excited? Seeing my idol, of course, I'm excited. Alright, go take a shower, you'll be able to see them often from now on. Wuya smiled as she walked towards the bathroom. Wang Chen shook his head with a smile and sat down on the sofa. Just as he sat down, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei asked if he was home, and Wang Chen replied to them, chatting casually for a bit before ending the conversation. After Wuya finished her shower, Wang Chen also took a shower. They didn't chat for too long today and went back to their rooms to rest by 11. After returning to his room, Wang Chen started chatting with Song Ningxuan and Bai Waner. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, school is starting soon, when are you going? Let's go together. Wang Chen, I might go a few days later, you go first, and I'll find you when I get to school. After chatting with Song Ningxuan and Bai Waner for a while, Wang Chen opened Douyin and Weibo. The trending topics were still about Lui Fei and Yang Mi. After watching for a while, Wang Chen put down his phone. He lay on the bed, contemplating the future development of Haoya. Right now, Haoya's contract couldn't be sent out yet, at least, it had to wait until Zhao Liying and Lui Fei joined Haoya before it could be released for the best effect. Also, he wondered if Yilan had found any other female stars. Lost in thought, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. That was a really comfortable sleep. Wang Chen stretched, feeling the sunlight streaming in. He felt completely refreshed. After stretching, Wang Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Song Waner. Wang Chen, Songwaner, I'll come by at 10 to pick up the car. Please have the paperwork ready for me. Songwaner replied almost instantly. Songwaner, okay, brother Wang. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen went out to wash up. Wuya was also up and was making breakfast. Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? Aren't we going to transfer the ownership soon? I thought I'd get up to make you breakfast, and I used to wake up at this time, so I'm used to it. Hee, alright, I'll wash up first. After washing up, Wang Chen had breakfast with Wuya and then set off. He didn't go directly to Tang Xin Yiping but first went to the forest store to pick up the LaFerrari. Such a rare car was something he needed to get his hands on as soon as possible. Xiao Hao, where are we going? Wuya noticed they weren't heading to Tang Xin Yiping's place. We're going to pick up a car. Ha? Don't you already have 2 cars at home? You're buying another one? Sister Wuya, the money earned is meant to be spent, and that car is a limited edition. That's true, but okay. Wuya initially wanted to say that making money wasn't easy, but thinking about how fast Wang Chen made money, she kept quiet. No way. She quite likes cars too. Before long, Wang Chen and Wuya arrived at the forest dealership, and Song Wanner had been waiting for him at the entrance for a while. Seeing him arrive, she hurried over to him. Brother Wang. Where's the car? Take me to see it first. Okay, Brother Wang, follow me. Saying this, Song Wanner made a gesture inviting him in and led Wang Chen into the forest dealership. Wuya linked her arm with his and followed him into the dealership. As he followed Song Wanner inside, his eyes were instantly drawn to a red beast. Brother Wang, this is the LaFerrari. Wang Chen excitedly stroked the car's body. No wonder it's a LaFerrari. Wang Chen was truly in love. Not bad, not bad. I like this car. Just as we discussed before, go get the contract for me. Song Wanner felt that after so many years in sales, Wang Chen was refreshingly straightforward. Of course, it was also because Wang Chen had money. But what's the problem with that? Song Wanner immediately went to get the contract she had prepared earlier, and Wang Chen signed it without even looking. However, he still asked with some confusion, where did your manager go? Brother Wang, it's like this, our manager knows you like cars, so he's been out looking for them often during this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the manager of this forest dealership to be so resourceful, but that was fine, as long as he could find a car. What was the harm in buying it? Besides, he really liked cars. Alright, Brother Wang, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a LaFerrari. Thanks, let's skip the tedious procedures, I don't like them. You handle the rest, and drive the car to Tang Xin Yiping for me. Okay, Brother Wang. Then we'll be leaving. Brother Wang, sister-in-law, take care. Hearing others call her sister-in-law, Wuya couldn't help but smile. After Wang Chen left, Song Wanner seemed to transform into a proud swan. Before meeting Wang Chen, her status at the forest dealership was negligible, but now, with such a stable big client, the manager treated her like a treasure. The LaFerrari that had just been sold was already worth 30 million. In fact, there were conditions to buy a LaFerrari, but for someone like Wang Chen, what conditions couldn't be waived? Song Wanner was really lucky to encounter such a stable big client, and she didn't even need to sacrifice herself to gain this resource. I was truly envious. Who says otherwise? I would be grateful to sell 3 cars in a month. Selling 1 car for her directly equals what I sell in half a year. I'm so envious. Don't say that. When Wang Chen first came, I was supposed to entertain him, but he was dressed so ordinarily that I thought he couldn't afford a good car. Sigh. You deserved it. Song Wanner listened to her colleagues' discussions, wearing a broad smile. She didn't care what others said. In any case, she wanted to firmly hold onto Wang Chen's leg, no matter what method it took. Even if it meant sleeping with Wang Chen, being his mistress, she would be willing. But the probability of such a thing happening wasn't very high. After all, she knew there was more than one woman around Wang Chen, and they were all very beautiful. On the other side, after Wang Chen and Wuya left the forest dealership, they headed straight to Tang Xin Yiping. Today, he wanted to handle all the housing matters at once. This way, he would have more time in the remaining days to improve the favorability of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Moreover, the new round of cashback time was approaching. If he could increase their favorability a bit more, he would receive more cashback funds. Just as Wang Chen had anticipated, just dealing with the transfer issues took him a whole day. After he and Wuya finished their tasks, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no way around it. After the house transfer was completed, they went out to dinner with the original owner of the house, and of course, the original owner treated them. He also drank quite a bit. However, Wuya didn't drink, so she drove him back. Sister Wuya, how do you have 2 people? At this moment, Wang Chen was already drunk. He saw Wuya as if she could split into 2. Wuya helped Wang Chen get out of the car, feeling a bit helpless. This was the first time Wang Chen had been like this. Just now, Wuya had seen that Wang Chen originally didn't want to drink, but there was no way, those people kept toasting him. Wuya wanted to block the drinks for him, but Wang Chen stopped her. "Xiao Hao, you've had too much to drink, let's go home and rest." However, Wang Chen fell silent and was just supported by Wuya back home. By the time Wuya and Wang Chen returned home, she was already a bit out of breath, but thankfully there was an elevator, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Wuya carefully took care of him. She gently placed him on the sofa and took off his shoes. After placing the shoes properly, Wuya went to the bathroom to fill a basin with water and wiped his face. Wang Chen was already numb and unresponsive. He just let Wuya do as she pleased. After wiping Wang Chen's face, Wuya helped him back to his room to rest. After doing all this, Wuya finally started to tidy herself up to get some rest. The next day, Wang Chen held his head, feeling an indescribable pain. He shook his head, trying to shake the pain away, but unfortunately, it had no effect. It still hurt the same. Next time I swear I won't drink again. He really didn't like this dizzy feeling. It was very uncomfortable. So after putting on some clothes, he went to take a shower. Sitting on the sofa to rest for a while, that dizzy feeling finally eased a bit. After saying a word to Wang Chen, Wuya went to Feixiang Art Dance. She hadn't been to the training center for a few days, although someone was managing it. As the boss, she still needed to check in often. Wang Chen felt his head was swollen, not wanting to do anything, so he simply lay down on the sofa and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. As he scrolled, he realized that the idol girl group and WH1 girl group had become incredibly popular. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the two girl groups had already become so famous in the country, which was also related to the money he had spent. However, it was also related to Zhang Yuanying and the others' looks. When they were in Korea, Zhang Yuanying and the others had already gained some fame in Longwa. Now that they had come to Longwei to develop, plus the money spent, it was normal for them to become popular all of a sudden. In the past few days, the idol girl group had released 3 videos in total, and just the first one had already reached 10 million likes. Moreover, as he scrolled through the videos, there were clips of the idol girl group and WH1 girl group everywhere. As Wang Chen scrolled down, he saw the titles. Zhang Yuanying, a woman who walked out of a fairy tale. Idol girl group, WH1 girl group, YYDS. Surprising, the idol girl group and WH1 girl group have actually become the girl groups of Longwa. The company of the idol girl group and WH1 girl group is actually a newly established company. The videos were basically all about these topics. Wang Chen was very happy to see the girl group's popularity. After all, this was his girl group. As long as they became popular, Zhang Yuanying and the others could start taking endorsements, and then he could earn money through the system. He still had one binding opportunity left, and Wang Chen decided to bind with Zhang Yuanying because her favorability was relatively high, and she had special preferences. Increasing favorability would also be easier. He rested all morning, had a light lunch, and then prepared to head to the company. After several days of effort, the company was basically renovated. The idol girl group was now at the company, and Wang Chen was just in time to bind Zhang Yuanying. Just as he was about to set off, his phone rang. "Hello? Hey, Wang Chen, the car paperwork is all done. Where should I bring the car to you?" "Bring it to Fengshan Community, right across from the Financial University in Modu." "Okay." Wang Chen was originally about to leave, but now he had to wait for Song Wanner to deliver the car first, then he would drive the LaFerrari. He had long coveted this car. Wang Chen went directly to the entrance of Fengshan Community to wait for Song Wanner. After a short while, a red beast slowly appeared before him. The red color caught his eye. Song Wanner parked the car gently by the roadside and got out from the driver's seat. She was dressed in professional attire, and her legs in black stockings were particularly enticing. Her figure was also quite nice. "Brother Wang." Song Wanner seemed to notice Wang Chen sizing her up and called him softly. Thank you for your hard work. Let me take you back to the 4S shop." Taking the keys from Song Wanner, Wang Chen eagerly sat in the red beast. Originally, Song Wanner intended to say she would take a taxi back, but thinking about spending some time alone with Wang Chen, she figured she might have a chance to become his lover, so she didn't refuse. Moreover, Wang Chen had been eyeing her the whole time. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, so Song Wanner said, "Then thank you, Brother Wang." After Wang Chen took the driver's seat, Song Wanner opened the passenger door and sat down, her ample backside entering first. Wang Chen felt a rush of excitement. It made him want to find by Wanner. Brother Wang, could you help me fasten my seatbelt?" Song Wanner said in a sweet voice. Wang Chen smiled slightly. When the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't refuse. so he turned to the side and helped Song Waner fasten her seatbelt. It must be said that Song Waner had some assets, her curves were quite impressive. Wang Chen dismissed any impure thoughts and drove Song Waner back to the 4S shop. He knew that as long as he wanted, he could have Song Waner any time, but he didn't want to do that. When they arrived at the 4S shop, Song Waner felt a bit disappointed, thinking she could succeed, but Wang Chen's self-control was surprisingly strong. After dropping Song Waner off at the 4S shop, Wang Chen went directly to the company. He needed to bind Zhang Yuanying. For the next few days, he only needed to focus on Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Before long, Wang Chen drove the Red Beast LaFerrari to the company building. The Red Beast was eye-catching wherever it went. Just as he parked the car, a woman in a super short bodycon skirt walked over. "Hey, handsome, can we get to know each other?" Wang Chen sized up the woman in front of him. She had a nice figure and was dressed very sexily. The nude-colored super short bodycon skirt, paired with high heels, would have likely captivated the old Wang Chen. However, this woman's looks were indeed not impressive. He decisively rejected her. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." After saying that, Wang Chen walked straight towards his company. The woman seemed a bit unwilling, lingering by the Red Beast and not wanting to leave. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor. When he arrived at the company, he smiled. The company was basically ready, and they had hired quite a few employees, all of whom were women. As soon as Wang Chen arrived, the receptionist hurriedly called out, "Hello, boss." Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. He had never seen this receptionist before, so how did she know he was the boss? Looking back at the front desk, Wang Chen realized that his photo had been posted inside the company. Hello. Saying this, Wang Chen walked into the company. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the training room. At this time, Zhang Yuanying and the others should be in the training room. Outside the training room, Wang Chen stood outside the glass, looking at the scene inside, and was quite surprised. At that moment, the two girl group members were not practicing dance or singing, instead, they were practicing Chinese. And the one teaching them Chinese was Helan. After watching for a while, Wang Chen finally remembered the purpose of his visit. System, bind Zhang Yuanying. Ding, binding in progress. Successfully bound the salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 53. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 53 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 5 million yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 4 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He looked at Zhang Yuanying's total funds accumulated this month, a total of 5 million. If he received the salary cashback this month, he should be able to gain quite a bit. After binding Zhang Yuanying, he returned to his office, as he didn't want to disturb their studies. He planned to call Zhang Yuanying over later to see if he could increase her favorability a bit more. Then he sent a message in the idol girl group chat, asking Zhang Yuanying to come over. Before long, Zhang Yuanying swayed her body and walked into the office. "Appa, did you need something from me?" Zhang Yuanying spoke in Chinese, but her Chinese was still a bit awkward. "Come here." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanying slowly walked to his side. Without saying a word, Wang Chen directly slapped her plump backside. Slap. With the sound, he indeed heard the system's voice. Ding, favorability of salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying +2. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen slapped again. He heard the system's voice once more. Ding, favorability of salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying +1. After adding twice, no matter how Wang Chen slapped, her favorability did not increase anymore, so he gave up. Wang Chen felt that there should be a limit to how much could be added in a day, and he would try again next time. Just then, Zhang Yuanying said in her awkward Chinese, "Appa, do you want to touch my butt?" Cough, cough. He coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "No, I was just checking your body." "Alright, you can go back now, and I'll find you next time." Oh. After saying that, Zhang Yuanying swayed her hips and left. Watching Zhang Yuanying in her jeans, Wang Chen swallowed hard. This woman is truly enchanting, especially the way she bites her tongue. Which man wouldn't be mesmerized? One day, he must make her dance a seductive dance in front of him and let her bite her tongue. In the following days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye were busy with the matters of Tang Siniping, and Wang Chen basically went to find Zhao Liying every night. Wu Ye was busy with Louis Fei's house and hardly paid attention to Wang Chen. For the past few days, he had been spending every night alone with Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying's favorability also increased as he wished, by 3 points. It reached 63 points. And today was the last day for salary cashback. which Wang Chen was very much looking forward to. He had now bound 5 salary cashback goddesses. This meant he could have 5 salary cashbacks tonight. He was really looking forward to it. At the moment, he wasn't sure how much Zhao Liying and Bai Waner had earned this month, but he had a bit of an idea about Lu Weifei and Zhang Yuanying. After all, he had just looked at their data in the past few days, so he naturally knew a little. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was evening. Wang Chen planned to visit Zhao Liying's house again tonight. If he could increase his favorability a bit more, the salary cashback he would receive would be even greater. The key thing was that he needed to wait until after tonight to strengthen the binding for this month. However, before going to Zhao Liying's house, Wang Chen first sent a message to Wu Ye, saying he was going to Zhao Liying's house. Wu Ye knew that Wang Chen had been looking for opportunities to dig into Zhao Liying, so she naturally understood him. After informing Wu Ye, Wang Chen headed straight to Zhao Liying's house. The reason he told Wu Ye was that he was afraid she might suddenly show up. He arrived at Zhao Liying's doorstep and rang the doorbell. After a while, Zhao Liying opened the door. At that moment, Zhao Liying was wearing a nightgown, giving off a somewhat elusive feeling. Since her favorability had reached 60, Zhao Liying's guard against him had decreased significantly. "Sister Liying, I'm here, come in." Wang Chen entered as if he were at his own home and went to get a glass of water. Zhao Liying just smiled at this. He sat down on the sofa. She didn't pay much attention to Wang Chen. At that moment, the two of them felt like a couple, creating a very harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. After finishing the water, Wang Chen suddenly realized he was using Zhao Liying's cup, and he was instantly scared and started trembling. If she found out, would she slap him? He quickly put the cup back in its place, trying hard to act as if nothing had happened. However, sitting on the sofa, Zhao Liying seemed to think of something and quickly walked over to the water dispenser. When she saw her cup, she instantly understood. While sitting on the sofa, she hadn't reacted yet, but once she did, she remembered that the cup Wang Chen used was hers. Wang Chen saw this and thought, "Oh no, this is really going to be trouble." Just then, he was surprisingly startled by the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +7. What the heck? What's going on? How come the favorability increased instead of decreased, and it jumped by 7 points at once?" Wang Chen was also confused, looking completely bewildered. However, this was indeed good news for him. After all, if it could increase favorability, he would accept even if she slapped him twice. He saw Zhao Liying put down her cup and walk step by step towards him. Wang Chen's heart was about to jump out. He didn't know he was in trouble. Using a woman's personal item was like kissing them. He probably wouldn't get away without a few slaps. However, he was dumbfounded. Zhao Liying walked right past him, acting as if nothing had happened. He didn't know what was going on. Zhao Liying sat back on the sofa and continued looking at her phone. Wang Chen thought, since Zhao Liying didn't say anything, he didn't need to say anything either. After all, this kind of thing was a bit awkward. He also sat down on the sofa next to Zhao Liying. "So, Sister Liying, when are you going to Kyoto?" Zhao Liying replied softly, "In a couple of days." "Why?" "It's nothing, I just thought that when you go back to Kyoto, I won't be able to see you, and I will miss you." Put. Zhao Liying let out a sound, and the tense atmosphere from earlier disappeared in that moment. Wang Chen stayed at Zhao Liying's house for several hours, and soon it was 12:10 a.m. He also received a message from the bank on time. Zhao Liying, sitting beside him, leaned over to take a look. When she saw it, she was stunned. Looking at the message in Wang Chen's hand, Zhao Liying was also a bit surprised. Although celebrities like them, who are quite famous, can receive numerous endorsements, they only earn about $1 billion a year. And what did she see? Wang Chen's information showed over $5 billion. How could this not shock her? Even some companies worth hundreds of billions might not have a cash flow of $1 billion. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying's astonished expression and smiled. It was the first time he had seen a big star look so shocked. It felt quite interesting. "Wang Chen, this is my investment profit for this month." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying was completely stunned. This was just a month's profit? After saying that, Wang Chen confidently opened one message after another. "Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 81 million yuan at 010 on September 1st, with a usable balance of 192,291,411 yuan. Longxi Bank, your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 700 million yuan at 010 on September 1st, with a usable balance of 892,291,411 yuan. Longxi Bank. The remaining three messages were 280 million, 3, 5 billion, and 5, 2 billion.
This brought his total savings to 9,872,291,411 yuan. The funds he had earned from Cashback last month had all been invested in Hallyu film and television media, and now they were all back. In fact, there was even more than last month. Zhao Liying glanced at the balance. 8 billion. She was completely stunned. After so many years in the industry, although she had earned a lot, she had never made 8 billion in a month. Earning a billion a year meant it would take her 10 years to earn what Wang Chen made in a month. Wang Chen, what exactly do you do to make so? As she spoke halfway, Zhao Liying felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, her relationship with Wang Chen wasn't that close. Even if they were close, such matters wouldn't be easily shared. Sister Liying, you really should consider coming to my company. If you think the contract's monthly salary, which is 3 times what you earn, is too little, I can raise it to 5 times. Wang Chen, it's not about the money. I have shares in my current company. If I leave, the company's stock will definitely plummet, and the board members won't agree. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen was very happy. Zhao Liying finally relented. As long as she was willing to consider it, everything was possible. Sister Liying, you really don't need to worry. Just follow the contract's penalty, and I'll compensate you. Wang Chen, why do you always want to poach me? If I poach Sister Liying, then I can see you often. Just for that? Zhao Liying looked at Wang Chen in shock, finding it hard to believe. Just to see her often, he was willing to pay such a high price to bring her over? Did Wang Chen have feelings for her? This made Zhao Liying think about that aspect. Wang Chen, let me think about it. Sister Liying, you're always welcome here, no matter when you come or what happens. Thank you. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a while before returning home. When he got back, he indeed saw Wu Ye sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Sister Wu Ye, Xiao Hao, you're back. If Wang Chen hadn't told Wu Ye before going to Zhao Liying's place, the scene now would probably be different. Wang Chen had to go to school tomorrow, and he wasn't really looking forward to it, as there wasn't much to do at school, and there weren't many classes. But he had no choice, he still had to go. Sister Wu Ye, tomorrow I'll drive the big G, you take the LaFerrari or the 918. Hey, Xiao Hao, can you get me a different car? I don't really want to drive a sports car. Alright, I'll let the people at the dealership know, and we'll buy another one. We have so many parking spaces anyway. After chatting for a while, the two went to rest. Back in his room, he received messages from Bai Wanner and the others. Bai Wanner told him how much she earned this month and asked when Wang Chen would come to see her. After replying to her, Wang Chen continued to check other unread messages. Among them were messages from Song Ningxiang, Du Xiang, Li Meng, and Zhang Mumu. They all asked when he would return to school, as they wanted to go to the beach one more time while they had the chance. Wang Chen explained that he would go back tomorrow and then continued to look at other unread messages. This time, the unread message was from his sister-in-law, Li Yunru. Li Yunru, Xiao Hao, are you in the Magic City? Wang Chen, yes, what's up, sister-in-law? Do you want to come to the Magic City for a visit? Although it was already past midnight, Li Yunru replied almost instantly. Li Yunru, no, I was just asking. How could I afford to go to the Magic City? I haven't even settled my daughter's tuition yet. Sigh. Wang Chen was surprised but could roughly guess why his sister-in-law was messaging him. However, as soon as she sent the message, he remembered the incident that happened last time he was at home. He couldn't help but sigh. Wang Chen, sister-in-law, are you facing any difficulties? Li Yunru, sigh, it's hard to explain. Wang Chen, sister-in-law, if you're in any trouble, just tell me. I'll help if I can. After sending that message, Wang Chen waited for a while before Li Yunru finally replied. Li Yunru, Xiao Hao, I heard from people in the village that you're quite wealthy. Could you lend me 5,000 yuan? I'm really out of options. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled but didn't hesitate and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Yunru. After chatting with her for a bit, Wang Chen put down his phone. What he didn't know was that on the other side, Li Yunru, after receiving the money, actually covered her head with a blanket and started crying. She had asked many people for help to borrow money for her child's tuition, but no one was willing to lend her anything, because everyone knew her husband owed a lot of money to others. With no other choice, Li Yunru, hearing from the villagers that Wang Chen was wealthy, mustered the courage to send him a message. Remembering the unexpected incident with Wang Chen, Li Yunru gradually calmed down. Now that her husband had run away to escape his debts, it was just her and her daughter at home, with no money for food and no tuition for the child, and they were being chased for debts every day. This completely shattered Li Yunru's heart. However, at that moment, the man who had once had an unexpected encounter with her extended a helping hand. Suddenly, Lee Yun-ru's phone rang again. She wiped her tears and picked up the phone to look, and she was stunned. Lee Yun-ru looked at the message on the green bubble and rubbed her eyes. Just now, Wang Chen had lent her 5,000 yuan. She didn't expect that he would transfer her another 15,000 yuan now. Moreover, Wang Chen even said that if she needed anything, she could come to the Magic City to find him, and he had already sent her the location. The moment she saw the message, Lee Yun-ru's tears flowed again. The next morning, Wang Chen got up early. He had to go to school today, so he needed to wake up early. "Hey, Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? Aren't you going to school today? I got up to make you breakfast." Wang Chen came up behind Wuya and gently hugged her. "Hee, thank you, Sister Wuya. Alright, go wash up quickly, you'll be late if you don't hurry." Wang Chen didn't plan to drive to school today. After all, it was just a short distance away, and there was no need to show off by driving. After finishing the breakfast made by Wuya, he set off for school. Wang Chen walked alone towards the school. When he arrived at the school gate, there were already quite a few people pulling their suitcases through the main entrance. Only Wang Chen had nothing with him, just himself. Looking at his classmates with their suitcases, Wang Chen couldn't help but reminisce. Wasn't he just like that back then, carrying the tuition fees given by his parents and pulling his suitcase to register for school, starting his university life? In the blink of an eye, it wouldn't be long before he graduated. After watching for a while, Wang Chen walked directly into the school. Soon, he arrived at their classroom. Once inside, he saw many familiar faces. Things were different now. In the past, they only thought of Wang Chen as a complete sycophant, but the events on the forum made them realize that Wang Chen was not the same as before. Driving luxury cars and chasing after the beauties from other departments, he was truly in high spirits. "Wang Chen, you're here. I never expected you to be so good at hiding. Turns out you're a rich second generation. We've been classmates for 3 years, and you didn't reveal a single bit of information. Impressive. Not just you, even we, as his roommates, didn't know he was a rich second generation." Chen Zhe walked up to Wang Chen, one hand slapping his shoulder, as if they were very close. If it weren't for the last time Wang Chen overheard their conversation at the dormitory door, he might have almost believed it. Wang Chen really disliked people who put on a facade while being different behind the scenes. As Chen Zhe's hand slapped his shoulder, he took a step back, creating some distance between them. This scene stunned everyone in the class, and Chen Zhe instantly felt awkward standing there. Li Jiejie was sitting in the front row, staring intently at Wang Chen. Wang Chen ignored them and found an empty spot to sit down. Although he used to be a sycophant in class, he was still nice to Chen Zhe and the others, but he never expected to be stabbed in the back by them. Now that Wang Chen had become successful, they pretended to be on good terms. Only a fool would make such a decision. Seeing Wang Chen's aloofness, the classmates who wanted to greet him gave up. After all, if even his dorm mates were like this, wouldn't approaching him be self-humiliation? Wang Chen sat in his seat and took out his phone to look at it. Suddenly, a message popped up on the green bubble. It was from Helan, and he immediately clicked it open. Upon seeing the content of Helan's message, he was instantly excited. "Helan, boss, I found a female celebrity for you. When do you have time to discuss the contract with her?" Helan didn't tell him who the female celebrity was. Wang Chen didn't ask. He wanted to keep a surprise for himself. He would find out when he met her. As for the contract, Wang Chen could only make a decision after meeting the person. He quickly replied to Helan. "Wang Chen, I'm still at school, how about tonight?" Helan, surprised, "Boss, you're still in school?" Seeing Helan's message, a slight smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips. "Wang Chen, guess." Just as he was chatting with Helan, Lin Shui slowly walked in from the classroom door. Today, Lin Shui was wearing a white knee-length skirt, which was very eye-catching. Everyone in the class was stunned. Although Wang Chen found it somewhat striking, he didn't react like the others. After all, he was surrounded by goddesses like Wuya, Bai Waner, Zhao Liying, and Lu Fei. His standards had naturally risen. Lin Shui stood on the podium and scanned the room. Then, as per usual, she started the class meeting. The class meeting lasted about an hour, and everyone was sitting below whispering to each other, some even playing games. Wang Chen felt a bit bored sitting there too. Suddenly, just as the meeting was wrapping up, Lin Shui said, "Wang Chen, Li Jiejie, come to my office." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. How did he end up being called with that woman Li Jiejie again? He was speechless. However, there was no way out. He could only follow Lin Shui to her office, with Li Jiejie trailing beside her. As they left, the class immediately began to buzz with discussion. "What's going on? How would I know? But don't you think Wang Chen is really pretending? He doesn't even greet us. It's just a bit of money. If my family had money too, I definitely wouldn't act like him. Come on, Wang Chen didn't have money before, and I didn't see you say that. Now that he has money, you all are trying to get close to him. It's a wonder he even gives you a good face. Exactly. Just from what's posted on the forum, Wang Chen's assets have already exceeded 10 million. He not only has a big G but also a Porsche 918, those two cars together are worth several million. I can't even imagine how rich he really is. Sigh, the one who's worst off is still Li Jieja. She used to belittle Wang Chen everywhere to find a rich second generation, and now look, she picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. Exactly. Wang Chen naturally had no idea about his classmates' discussions. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything, as it didn't affect him. He followed Lin Shui to her office, where there were no teachers present, probably busy with other matters. As soon as they entered the office, Lin Shui got straight to the point, saying, Wang Chen, Li Jieja, your matter has gotten a bit out of hand. The school wants you two to come up with a way to resolve it. After saying this, Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was stunned. What was this all about? If it weren't for Li Jieja spreading rumors about him first, would he have acted this way? Besides, everything he posted was the truth. But now, it was useless to say anything. The most important thing was to find a way to resolve the issue. Sister Shui, I believe you know the specific reason for this matter. As long as Li Jieja apologizes to me, we can let it go. Wang Chen thought that since he wouldn't have any relationship with Li Jieja in the future, all he needed was her apology. He didn't need to do anything else. He didn't want to have any contact with Li Jieja anymore. Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen and then at Li Jieja. She certainly knew that this matter was Li Jieja's fault. It was Li Jieja who threatened Wang Chen with the pregnancy issue, so naturally, it was Li Jieja who was wrong. If Li Jieja was willing to apologize, then this matter could be considered resolved. She would also have an explanation for the school leaders. What Lin Shui didn't know is that the reason Wang Chen was willing to let Li Jieja off so easily was entirely because of her. If it weren't for the fear of making things difficult for Lin Shui, how could Wang Chen let Li Jieja off so easily? This woman had hurt him quite a bit. But there was no choice. If the matter escalated further, Lin Shui might be scolded by the school leaders, and Lin Shui had treated him well over the years, so Wang Chen didn't want to make things hard for her. That was why he made this concession. Just after Wang Chen finished speaking, Li Jieja thought Wang Chen still had feelings for her and hurriedly said, Wang Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, let's make up. Hearing Li Jieja's words, Lin Shui's face darkened. Wang Chen asked for an apology, not for you to say this. Li Jieja, it's impossible for us. You just need to apologize to me, and also, I don't want to hear or see you post anything related to our relationship in the future. After speaking, Wang Chen looked at Lin Shui beside him and said, Sister Shui, since she has already apologized, let's just let this matter go. Don't worry, I will have someone remove the information from the forum. But I want to make it clear, if she spreads rumors about me again, I won't let her off so easily next time. Lin Shui nodded. Okay, you can rest assured. If you have things to do, go ahead and handle them. I'll take care of the rest. Alright, then I'll leave first, Sister Shui. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Sure. With that, Wang Chen left the office without looking back. There was no way around it. Wang Chen really didn't want to see that woman, Li Jieja, anymore. She was too narcissistic. If it weren't for not wanting to make things difficult for Lin Shui, how could Wang Chen so easily forgive her? No, it couldn't be called forgiveness. It was just that he wouldn't hold her rumors against him. Li Jieja, this matter ends here. I hope you won't do such things again in the future. If Wang Chen were to hold a grudge, you might end up eating free meals. Teacher, that won't happen. He has already forgiven me. He won't make me eat free meals. He loves me so much. He used to bring me breakfast every day. And he's so rich, if I just marry him, I can live the life of a wealthy wife. I won't give up. Li Jieja didn't listen to Lin Shui at all. She only felt that Wang Chen forgiving her meant he still had feelings for her. Seeing Li Jieja like this, Lin Shui felt helpless. There was nothing Lin Shui could do but let Li Jieja leave after making her promise not to spread rumors again. She understood that for someone like Li Jieja, no matter what was said, she wouldn't listen. After Li Jieja left, Lin Shui recalled the incident during the summer when Wang Chen stood her up. No way, this kid caused such a big mess for me, and he's quite wealthy. What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Lin Shui picked up her phone and sent Wang Chen a message. On the other side, after Wang Chen left Lin Shui's office, he received a message from her. He glanced at it, smiled, and was just about to turn off his phone to find Song Ningxuang and the others. Unexpectedly, his green bubble popped up with another message. This time, it was from Louis Fei and Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying, Wang Chen, we're going back to Kyoto. Louis Fei, Wang Chen, Liying and I are going back to Kyoto. Seeing the messages from the two, Wang Chen was stunned. Weren't they supposed to go back in a couple of days? Why were they leaving now? Although he had strengthened his bond with Zhao Liying in September, he hadn't done so with Lui Fei yet. If they went to Kyoto now, he would have to go there to strengthen his bond with her, and he might not even get to see them. Thinking of this, Wang Chen decided to temporarily give up looking for Song Ningxuang and instead go meet Lui Fei and Zhao Liying to resolve Lui Fei's bond strengthening from September. So he immediately sent a message to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, telling them to wait at home. He would be there soon. They had just said their flight was at 3:30 p.m., and it was only 10:30 a.m. now, so there were still 5 hours left. There was still time. Then Wang Chen told Song Ningxuang that he would come to find her tomorrow and return to Fengshan community, driving his red LaFerrari towards Tangsinipin. Half an hour later, Wang Chen finally arrived at Tangsinipin. He drove his LaFerrari to the garage and then took the elevator directly to Zhao Liying's home. As Wang Chen pressed the doorbell, the door opened quickly. He saw Zhao Liying wearing a white tank top and shorts, looking quite alluring. Perhaps because of the rising affection, Zhao Liying had lowered her guard against Wang Chen a lot. When Zhao Liying opened the door, she was still on a video call. After she opened the door for Wang Chen, she walked in without paying him any mind. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers and followed Zhao Liying inside. It was only when he sat next to Zhao Liying that he realized she was on a video call. He didn't disturb her and just sat beside her. Half an hour later, Zhao Liying finally ended the video call. Wang Chen, there really was no need for you to come and see us off. How is it unnecessary? By the way, Liying Jia, was that your mother and your child just now? Yeah, I'm going back to Kyoto, so I called them. Oh, I wonder when we'll get to see each other again after you go to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's face. You can come to Kyoto to find me. I can show you around when you do. Really? Hee, that I'll call you when the time comes. Okay. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a long time, and it wasn't until 1:30 that he drove Zhao Liying's Big G, taking her manager, Lui Fei, and her manager to the airport. They were mostly wearing masks. Otherwise, it would be a hassle if they caused a commotion. Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's managers both knew Wang Chen, so there was no surprise. Wang Chen also took the opportunity to bind Lui Fei's September enhancement while in the car. By the time he dropped them off at the airport, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Watching Zhao Liying and Lui Fei leave, Wang Chen felt a deep sense of reluctance. Zhao Liying also turned back to glance at him and waved. After their figures disappeared, Wang Chen turned to leave. After sending off Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, Wang Chen planned to check on the company. After all, both girl groups were still over there. He wanted to see how the members of the girl group were doing with their studies. Once they reached a certain level by noon, Wang Chen felt it would be time for them to go on tour. After all, the more money Zhang Yuanying made, the more commission he would earn. Saying this, Wang Chen drove to the company. By the time he arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He sent Ilan a message saying he would be waiting for her at the company tonight and asked her to bring the female star who was about to sign the contract. He was increasingly looking forward to who the first signed star of Haoya would be. He would definitely offer better treatment to the first signed star, so that when Haoya's contract spread, the effect would be even better. After arriving at the company, he didn't go to the practice room right away but returned to his office. Sitting at his desk, looking at the pink G key in his hand, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of his mouth. This was Zhao Liying's car. She had given it to Wang Chen and even told him the password to her house. To be honest, Wang Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Liying to trust him so much now. He thought that if his favorability could increase a bit more, maybe he could become the man of the big star Zhao Liying. However, the higher the favorability, the harder it was to increase, and it would probably take a long time. He put the car key in his pocket and stood by the window, overlooking the Huangpu River, and Wang Chen's mindset was gradually changing. He now not only wanted to earn more money for himself but also needed to help the goddess. He was bound to earn more money, so that his earnings would increase as well. Since he needed to help them make money, he would start with Wuya. After all, her favorability was the highest at the moment. In that case, he needed to establish another company and make Wuya the head of that company. Wang Chen felt that he still had too few capable people under him. Haoya film and television media couldn't do without Ilan and Xiaochuchu right now. Perhaps I can ask Ilan if she knows anyone. If she does, we can bring them in. Right now, I really need talent. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen left his office and headed towards the practice room. When he arrived outside the practice room, he was treated to a feast for the eyes. He saw Zhang Yuanying and the others practicing their dance inside, their perfect figures on full display at that moment. More importantly, it wasn't just Zhang Yuanying, both girl groups were there. They were wearing tight-fitting training outfits. Wang Chen stood outside, watching the girl group train hard, feeling quite pleased and gratified.
After a while, it seemed that Zhang Yuanying and the others noticed Wang Chen. However, they didn't stop their training, instead, they continued. Wang Chen didn't want to disturb them and decided to wait until they finished before going in. At 5:30, Zhang Yuanying and the others wrapped up their training for the day. Wang Chen didn't linger outside any longer and pushed the door open to enter. Upon seeing Wang Chen, both the girl group members and their female coach stood straight. Wang Chen looked at them, all sweaty, and smiled, saying, "No need to be so tense, I'm just here to see how you all are doing. Luo Xuanning, tell me about the recent training progress of the two girl groups." The female coach quickly replied, "Boss, recently Zhang Yuanying and the others have been working very hard, both their dance and Chinese have improved significantly." Good. Teach them well, I won't treat you unfairly. Come to my office later. Okay, boss. After that, Wang Chen turned to look at the idol girl group and WH1 girl group members, slowly saying, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" After he finished speaking, some members of the girl groups nodded while others shook their heads. Seeing some nod, Wang Chen continued, "As long as some of you can understand, that's enough. Later, you can inform each other that in September, I will arrange a tour for you through the company. The money earned will be distributed according to the contract we signed earlier. Of course, if you want a better contract, that's also possible, just perform well." He quietly observed the group of beautiful women, wanting to see their reactions, but to his surprise, they remained unusually calm. Wang Chen wondered if his conditions weren't attractive enough. After thinking for a moment, he felt that most of them probably didn't understand, because a few members of the girl group showed signs of excitement on their faces. Seeing that some understood, Wang Chen left the practice room. After all, they were still in their training outfits, all sweaty, and it wouldn't be comfortable for him to stay while they changed. After Wang Chen left, the two girl groups began to discuss. Meanwhile, Luo Xuanning followed Wang Chen out. There was only one man in the company, so Luo Xuanning wasn't afraid of others seeing her like this. Of course, many people in the company noticed Luo Xuanning following Wang Chen to the office. Some had expressions of envy, while others looked worried. After all, the boss was a hot-blooded young man, who knows what might happen in the office. Wang Chen's office. Luo Xuanning stood in front of Wang Chen in her training outfit, making Wang Chen's blood rush. It was really hard to bear. Especially in this training outfit, he could see almost everything. Wang Chen forced himself to suppress his rising blood, calmly saying, "Luo Xuanning, teach them well. They will give 20% of the funds from the tour to the company, and I will give you 5% as your bonus." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanning was completely stunned. When she entered with Wang Chen just now, she thought the boss must have wanted to use an excuse to take advantage of her. And wearing this training outfit was indeed very tempting. She never expected that Wang Chen really just wanted to give her a raise, not to bully her. This made Luo Xuanning feel that she might be overthinking things a bit, and she felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Chen. "Boss, is what you said true?" Luo Xuanning said excitedly. I am the boss, how could I possibly lie? Just don't tell anyone about this, got it?" Thank you, boss. Alright, you can go now. If you need anything, just call me." "Ah, boss, you." Luo Xuanning still couldn't believe it. If Wang Chen wanted her right now, she would definitely not resist. "What ah? If you stay a bit longer, the people in the company will probably think I have ideas about you. Hurry up and go, change your clothes. Wearing this is really too hard to bear." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanning left the office with a smile. The people in the company were also stunned to see Luo Xuanning come out so soon, and as a result, a rumor began to circulate. They said Wang Chen was not capable. Of course, Wang Chen knew nothing of this. He sat in the office waiting for Yilan to bring the first female star artist from Haoya Film and Television Media Company. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the company's employees had all gotten off work, leaving Wang Chen standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window waiting for Yilan. Just when he thought Yilan would take a while longer to arrive, the office door was knocked on. Wang Chen turned around to look. Through the glass, Wang Chen saw Yilan, and the person she had been looking forward to. Wang Chen smiled. Yilan was really impressive. "Come in." After he said this, Yilan walked in with two people. When they saw Wang Chen, the two behind Yilan were also very shocked. They never expected the boss of Haoya Film and Television Media to be so young. While they were surprised, Wang Chen slowly walked towards them. Wang Chen extended his hand. "Sister Jingyi, hello, my name is Wang Chen, and I am your fan." Zhu Jingyi was somewhat taken aback and quickly extended her fair, delicate hand to shake hands with Wang Chen. "Hello." Wang Chen carefully examined Zhu Jingyi. She was indeed beautiful, just a bit petite. System, open Zhu Jingyi's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Ju Jingyi. Age, 30. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 31. Stranger, height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 38 kilograms. Occupation, actress. Singer. Wang Chen was directly stunned. He didn't expect Ju Jingyi to only weigh 76 kg, that was too thin. Sister Jingyi, please sit. After saying this, Ju Jingyi and her manager sat down on the sofa. Helan then sat next to Wang Chen. So, Wang Chen, can we take a look at the contract you mentioned? Ju Jingyi's manager said. Sure, Sister Jingyi, our company has 4 levels of contracts. Since it's Sister Jingyi, let's not look at the D-level contract, let's start with the C-level contract. After saying this, Wang Chen got up and took out 3 contracts from his drawer. He handed the C-level contract to Ju Jingyi's manager. Ju Jingyi's manager was now a woman. She had previously been a man but was changed later. After all, the company had regulations against having male managers, which Helan had already considered. Now Ju Jingyi's manager was named Zhang Yu, a seasoned manager. After looking at the contract, Zhang Yu was completely stunned. She didn't expect the contract to be this good, taking only 20%. Her face was filled with shock. Zhang Yu handed the contract in her hand to Ju Jingyi, who also looked it over carefully and was very shocked. She looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. It should be known that this was just the C-level contract, and there were A-level and B-level contracts. How good would those treatments be? Ju Jingyi couldn't believe it. Wang Chen, are you sure this is the C-level contract? Wang Chen nodded. That's right, Jingyi Jia. As long as you sign with our company, I guarantee you'll have endless filming opportunities, countless endorsements, and an endless supply of high fashion. Also, if you sign with our company, you can directly sign a B-level contract. After saying this, Wang Chen placed the B-level contract in front of Ju Jingyi. Ju Jingyi was still processing Wang Chen's words when she saw him put a contract in front of her. It's worth noting that during her time at Siba Media, the treatment she received was quite poor. She never expected to encounter a boss who was actually her fan and wanted to sign her. This made Ju Jingyi think twice. However, she still gently picked up the contract in front of her to take a look. It was shocking. Ju Jingyi covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing in the contract. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, looked at Ju Jingyi in confusion and took the contract from her to read it. Zhang Yu exclaimed as well. Wang Chen and Helan exchanged knowing smiles. They knew this would be the outcome. But it wasn't their fault, the terms of the contract were just too good. Ju Jingyi looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. According to this contract, the company would be at a loss. This further confirmed her thoughts. Ju Jingyi could guarantee that she had no impression of the person in front of her. This meant that this person was indeed likely her fan, and of course, a fan with intentions. Wang Chen was unaware of Ju Jingyi's thoughts. He was only thinking about getting a popular female star signed to his company and then promoting her, making it easier for Helan to scout talent. However, this would mean that Haoya would face hostility from other media companies. The money he currently had couldn't ensure that Haoya could operate normally under such circumstances, so he needed to accumulate more funds for emergencies. Wang Chen, what are the conditions for signing this B-level contract? Ju Jingyi asked. Jingyi Jia, this B-level contract requires you to stay with the company for 5 years, and then you can renew the contract. Of course, there's another situation where it can be signed with my special approval. Otherwise, you can only sign a C-level or D-level contract. I see. Yes, Jingyi Jia, think it over carefully. After saying this, Wang Chen didn't disturb Ju Jingyi and Zhang Yu, leaving the office with Helan and giving them space. Helan followed closely behind Wang Chen. It wasn't until they were far from the office that Wang Chen said to Helan, "Helan, do you know anyone as outstanding as you?" Hearing this, Helan looked at Wang Chen in surprise. "Boss, what do you want? You're not planning to replace me, are you?" Helan joked. Wang Chen replied irritably, "What are you talking about? How could I replace you? I just need people to help with the new company." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Helan was stunned. Haoya had just been established for a short time, and now he was starting a new company. This boss was really too wealthy. Just to note, Haoya's current funds were nearly 3.8 billion in cash. Helan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, how much money do you have left?" As soon as she said it, she realized she had misspoken, thinking Wang Chen would be angry, but to her surprise, he smiled and said, "Oh, you want to know?" Hearing this, Helan immediately shook her head. "I don't want to." Helan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Wang Chen wasn't angry. "Seriously, do you know anyone? If you do, introduce them to me. I want women, not men." "But boss, you're so picky. Where are you going to find that many strong women? Do you think they grow on trees? If there were such people, they would have been snatched up by other companies long ago." "I'm not doubting you, it doesn't matter if you believe me," Helan said irritably. However, even though she said that, she was already calculating who to find. Yes, who told you to be the boss? Let me think, but you'll have to wait a while. I haven't had time recently, and I've basically handed over the company's matters to Xia Chuchu. I'm still in the process of recruiting. This isn't urgent. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. A surprise? As long as it's not a scare, that's fine, Helan said with a look of disdain. While they were discussing, Zhu Jingyi was also talking with Zhang Yu. Sister Yu, do you think Wang Chen has feelings for me? Zhang Yu listened to Zhu Jingyi's words thoughtfully. In fact, she also felt that Wang Chen had feelings for Zhu Jingyi, otherwise, how could he let Zhu Jingyi sign such a good contract? Jingyi, I want to know what you think. Sister Yu, I don't lack money right now. If he really has feelings for me, then I won't sign. In fact, Zhang Yu still wanted Zhu Jingyi to sign with this company. After all, the benefits were really exceptional. Just think about it, which company would cover your living expenses, not take a cut from your earnings, and even provide you with resources? That's simply impossible. Jingyi, let me be honest with you. If you miss this great contract, you might really not encounter something like it again in the future. You have to know, a B-level contract is this good. What do you think an A-level contract would be like? And he might not necessarily have feelings for you. In other words, even if he does have feelings for you, if you two really get together, it would also be a good thing for you. Sister Yu. Zhu Jingyi didn't expect Zhang Yu to think this way. She thought for a moment. Although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome, he was very clean. It was hard for her to accept him so quickly, but she could accept getting to know him slowly. If he was a good person, being with him wouldn't be out of the question. Jingyi, your sister has been through this. She knows the importance of money and power, but how you choose is your own business. I will support you. Sister Yu. Zhu Jingyi thought for a moment. There really wasn't a company more suitable for her than Haoya. After thinking for a long time, she finally said softly, Sister Yu, I'll sign. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled. In fact, she had a sharp eye and knew when she met Wang Chen that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The reason she wanted Zhu Jingyi to sign with Haoya was also for her own selfish reasons. She just didn't say it out loud. After the two finished discussing, Wang Chen and Helan pushed open the office door and walked in. Wang Chen, smiling, sat down opposite Zhu Jingyi. Helan sat down next to him as before. Sister Jingyi, how have you considered it? Zhu Jingyi looked at Wang Chen. She felt it was not unacceptable. Okay, I'll sign. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen was so happy that he laughed out loud. In Zhu Jingyi's eyes, Wang Chen was happy because he was about to get her. This made her feel that Wang Chen was a lecher. Her impression of Wang Chen dropped significantly. Sister Jingyi, don't worry. From today on, you will have endless resources. Let's sign the contract. Zhu Jingyi nodded and picked up the B-level contract on the table to sign. After signing this contract, Zhu Jingyi became an artist of Haoya. And Haoya finally had its first female star. Wang Chen was also very excited. Sister Yu, why don't you sign with our company too? As for your contract, we can also sign you as a B-level contract for agents. How about that? Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, then thank you, boss. After speaking, Wang Chen handed a B-level contract for agents to Zhang Yu. The contract for agents is different from that of artists. However, the agent's contract is also very enticing. After Zhang Yu signed the contract with Zhu Jingyi, Wang Chen directly said, Sister Yu, you still need to work on Zhu Jingyi's resources, but whatever it costs, just report it directly to the company. Okay, thank you, boss. By the way, do you have housing in Magic City? Yes. Both Zhang Yu and Zhu Jingyi have their own houses in Magic City, so Wang Chen's worries were unnecessary. Oh, I was thinking that if you didn't have any, the company would provide housing for you, just over at Tang Sini Pin, a flat, a total of 1,000 square meters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingyi and Zhang Yu were both stunned. Zhang Yu now regretted saying she had a house. Wang Chen, can we change our answer? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Ha, sure, then you can move to Tang Sini Pin. As long as you are still with the company, you can live in that house forever. Great, thank you, boss. Wang Chen looked at Zhu Jingyi, then at Zhang Yu, and couldn't understand why Zhu Jingyi seemed less interested. But he didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he was going back now. Wang Chen asked Helan to take Zhu Jingyi and the others to Tang Sini Pin while he returned home. On the way back, Wang Chen thought about what Helan had just told him. Helan said she was recently looking into whether she could recruit Chen Dueling, Bai Lu, and Zhang Ruanan. If she could recruit them, she would bring them over. However, she mentioned that it should be possible to recruit people from South Korea soon. In a little while, the company's artists should increase. Wang Chen thought it might not be good for a president to recruit people, but there was no other way. It seemed that only Helan had a stronger ability to recruit. If he wanted Helan to take it easy, he would need to find someone to replace her work. But the problem was that there was currently no one who could replace Helan's work. At 4:30 in the evening, Wang Chen returned to Fengshan Community. When he opened the door, Wu Ye was already at the entrance, waiting like a wife for her husband to come home. She took the slippers from the shoe cabinet for Wang Chen. Then she put his shoes inside. "Xiao Hao, why are you back so late today?" "I went to send off Sister Li Ying and Sister Ifei today. They have already returned to Kyoto, and then I went to the company to handle some matters, so I came back late." "Oh, Sister Li Ying and Sister Ifei have already gone to Kyoto." "Yeah. You haven't eaten yet, right? I've already prepared dinner. Go wash your hands and let's eat." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen cupped Wu Ye's face and kissed her. "Muah! Sister Wu Ye, you are truly my good wife. I'm really hungry." Wu Ye's face turned red. She never expected Wang Chen would kiss her directly, but this feeling was really nice. Wu Ye followed Wang Chen to wash his hands, then sat at the table, ready to have dinner. Wang Chen looked at the dishes on the table. Braised pork, king crab, Australian lobster. All his favorites. It seemed Wu Ye had really put in a lot of effort to prepare. "Xiao Hao, I want to eat crab legs." "Okay, I'll peel it for you." Wang Chen picked up scissors, cut open the crab legs, took out the crab meat inside, dipped it in sauce, and brought it to Wu Ye's mouth. Wu Ye took a bite of the crab meat Wang Chen offered. Instantly, a wave of happiness enveloped her. At that moment, Wu Ye felt that as long as Wang Chen was by her side, she could accept anything that happened. "Xiao Hao, you eat too." Saying this, Wu Ye handed the crab meat in her hand to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took a bite as well. After finishing, he licked his lips. "Sister Wu Ye, you smell so good." "You? What are you talking about?" Wang Chen stretched lazily. He drowsily walked to the window and pulled back the curtains, only to be surprised by the torrential rain outside. Wang Chen was a bit taken aback. It hadn't rained much for a long time, and he didn't expect it to start pouring just after Zhao Liying and Lui Fei left. However, he didn't think too much about it. He put on his clothes and went out, saying a quick goodbye to Wu Ye before driving to school. Of course, the car he was driving was Zhao Liying's. Wang Chen attended classes all morning, and the rain continued to pour without any sign of stopping. He had promised to meet Song Ningxuang yesterday, and he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. To manage his time well, he planned to have lunch with Song Ningxuang and then visit Bai Waner in the afternoon. It had been a while since he last went to see Bai Waner, and it was about time. Bai Waner lived in Green City by the Huangpu River, not far from Haoya Film and Media. It was perfect to visit Bai Waner in the afternoon and then check in at the company. Wang Chen walked towards Song Ningxuang's dormitory with an umbrella, knowing that they didn't have classes this morning, so they were resting in their dorms. He thought this kind of weather was best for lying in bed and relaxing. Lying in bed watching videos of beautiful girls was so enjoyable, but unfortunately, he had classes this morning and couldn't do that. The raindrops pattered on Wang Chen's umbrella, feeling quite relieving. Before long, he arrived at the bottom of Song Ningxuang's dormitory. He initially thought she wouldn't be down yet, but to his surprise, Song Ningxuang was already waiting for him. She was wearing a tank top, shorts, and a pair of slippers, looking very much like a college student. Wang Chen walked up to her. "Ningxuang, how good you're here." "Yeah, let's go." As she spoke, Song Ningxuang closed her umbrella and stepped under Wang Chen's umbrella. Wang Chen was speechless. She had her own umbrella but chose to share his. Wasn't that a bit cramped? Although he thought this, he couldn't escape the allure of the moment. He held the umbrella with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Song Ningxuang's shoulder. It felt really nice. Seeing Wang Chen's arm around her, Song Ningxuang couldn't help but smile. Who in Magic City's financial university didn't know that Wang Chen was a super rich second generation? Everyone was trying to get close to him, and some girls were even considering how to kidnap him and have his child to turn their fortunes around. Song Ningxuang definitely had to assert her claim. Wang Chen holding her was the best way to do that. Wang Chen didn't care about Song Ningxuang's thoughts. After all, he wouldn't be limited to just one woman. Before long, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang arrived at the cafeteria, where they found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. After placing their umbrellas, they went to order food. They both ordered a wooden bucket rice. While eating, Wang Chen asked, "Ningxuang, don't your roommates all have cars?" Song Ningxuang nodded. "Yeah, how good, their families are doing well, so they all have cars, but I heard them say that their family business has been facing some difficulties recently." Hearing this, Wang Chen was a bit surprised. But that's how business goes, it's normal to have ups and downs. Since he knew them and had a good relationship, even having slept together in a tent on the beach, he would definitely help if they needed it. "Well, in a couple of days, I'll take you to buy a car, otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for you to go anywhere." I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you now. You can use it as pocket money to treat your roommates to a meal or something." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's eyes lit up. "Wow, really? Yeah, hee, thank you, hubby." Wang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect this girl to call him hubby, but if she wanted to call him that, so be it, he wasn't losing anything. Also, if Li Meng and the others are facing any difficulties, let them come to me, understood? Got it. This meal made Song Ningxuan very happy. Not only because Wang Chen was going to buy her a car, but more importantly, she had received what she wanted. Wang Chen had acknowledged her identity. After Wang Chen dropped Song Ningxuan back at the dormitory, he left. Once back in her dorm, Song Ningxuan said to Li Meng and the others, Meng, didn't you say your family's business was struggling? Wang Chen said if you really can't manage, just talk to him. Upon hearing Song Ningxuan's words, the expressions of Li Meng and the others instantly changed. They had been worried sick lately, their family business was getting worse by the day, and they didn't know what to do. Now that Wang Chen said this, it meant their family business had hope. Ningxuan, is what you said true? Li Meng asked excitedly. Song Ningxuan nodded gently. That's great. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were also very excited. They all took out their phones to message Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was on his way to Bai Wanner's place, and he didn't have time to check his phone when it rang. He could only check it when he arrived at Bai Wanner's. 20 minutes later, Wang Chen drove to the Green City on the Huangpu River where Bai Wanner lived. It was still pouring rain in the sky. After parking the car, he picked up his phone to check the messages. Only then did he realize it was from Li Meng and the others. He read carefully and replied to the three of them, saying he would go to the school to find them in the evening and discuss it in detail then. After replying to them, Wang Chen opened his umbrella and walked towards the building where Bai Wanner lived. In no time, he arrived at Bai Wanner's doorstep. He hadn't informed Bai Wanner in advance, so after entering the password, he went straight in. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that there was not just Bai Wanner at home, but another woman as well, Bai Wanner's best friend. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Yang Xiuli called out to him. How good, you're here. Where's Wanner? She's in her room live streaming. It seemed that upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Bai Wanner opened the door to the live streaming room, and the moment she saw Wang Chen, she clung to him just like before. Wang Chen supported her perky bottom with both hands and said, Alright, can't you see Xiuli is still here? Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing this, Bai Wanner blushed and got down from him. How goo! Bai Wanner seemed to want to say she missed him, but didn't say it out loud because of Yang Xiuli's presence. Wang Chen pulled her to sit on the sofa. Wanner, don't be busy yet. I'll give you your living expenses for this month first, or I'll forget again. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuli's eyes widened. She also wanted to see how much Wang Chen gave Bai Wanner for living expenses each month. How good, I don't want the money anymore. The money I earn is enough for me. When Bai Wanner said this, both Wang Chen and Yang Xiuli were stunned. Previously, Bai Wanner wanted him to support her, and now she didn't want money anymore. Wang Chen looked at the high favorability rating of 92 and instantly understood. However, Wang Chen had promised her before, and since he had promised, he had to follow through. Wanner, this is what I promised you, you can keep the extra, understood? Bai Wanner saw that Wang Chen was serious and nodded. Saying this, Wang Chen transferred the money to Bai Wanner, but the moment the money arrived, not only was Yang Xiuli stunned, but even Bai Wanner was shocked. This time, Wang Chen directly transferred 9 million to Bai Wanner. After all, he had already earned a lot through Bai Wanner's salary cashback, and her favorability rating was already so high. Giving a little more didn't matter. Bai Wanner stared at the payment notification on her phone, completely frozen in place. Yang Xiuli also took a long time to come back to her senses. She never expected that Wang Chen would suddenly give Bai Wanner 9 million. After all, ordinary people worked themselves to the bone for only 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Even if Yang Xiuli herself live-streamed, with a fixed audience of 10,000 per session, it would take a long time to earn that 9 million. But Wang Chen just took it out so casually. How rich is he, really? At that moment, Yang Xiuli had some thoughts. She stared at Wang Chen without blinking. Bai Wanner, after realizing what was happening, tightly hugged him. How good, you give me so much money, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. With such a high level of affection, it would be strange if she did run. Alright, how much is this? When I have time, I'll buy you a company and make you the boss lady. As soon as he said this, the two, who had just come back to their senses, fell into deep shock again. They knew that people like Wang Chen, who were wealthy, generally wouldn't go back on their word. If he said it, he would do it. Since Wang Chen said so, it proved he really wanted to buy Wanner a company. A company would cost at least several hundred million. At that moment, Both Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli felt that their guesses about Wang Chen were still too conservative. However, Bai Wanner said, "How good, I don't want a company." "Oh, really don't want it? If I get a company, won't you stop coming to see me?" Bai Wanner knew her current position was just that of a lover. If she really got a company, Wang Chen might not come to see her anymore. If it were when she first met Wang Chen, she would definitely agree. After all, there were no feelings between them back then. But now it was different. She didn't want to be without Wang Chen. During the time she hadn't seen him, she had been sleepless every night. She didn't want that. "Wanner, what are you thinking? Buying you a company is to make you feel secure, you know? Only when you have your own company will you not feel like a canary in a cage, and I also don't want you to continue in the live streaming industry." It was only after Wang Chen explained that Bai Wanner understood why he suddenly wanted to buy her a company. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoli was truly envious. She envied Bai Wanner for meeting such a good man like Wang Chen. Not only was he young, but he was also so wealthy. Unlike some rich people, who were either pot-bellied or old, someone like Wang Chen was simply a national treasure. This made Yang Xiaoli's thoughts expand infinitely, and her gaze towards Wang Chen became unabashed. Yet, neither Wang Chen nor Bai Wanner was aware of this. Wang Chen was still reasoning with Bai Wanner. In fact, the reason Wang Chen wanted to establish a company for Bai Wanner was that the company would be under her name, and the money earned would count as Bai Wanner's salary. This way, he could get more salary cash back. Of course, what he said before about hoping she could forget her identity as a canary was also true. This was a change brought about by affection. After all, affection is mutual. It not only increased Bai Wanner's affection for him but also enhanced his affection for her. Naturally, he didn't want Bai Wanner to feel inferior. He knew that the reason Bai Wanner clung to him was to cover up her feelings of inferiority. As her man, how could he not know? Establishing a new company for Bai Wanner would perfectly solve all problems. It would not only keep her busy but also allow him to earn more salary cash back. As for wearing a green hat, that was basically impossible. If it were possible, then his affection would definitely decrease, and he would know in advance. So he wasn't worried. "How good, thank you." Bai Wanner hugged Wang Chen with tears in her eyes, unwilling to let go. Yang Xiaoli, sitting nearby, had clearly understood their conversation. She didn't hold back and just sat beside them. Yang Xiaoli knew that to find an opportunity, one couldn't be shy. Half an hour later, Bai Wanner left Wang Chen's embrace, her face flushed as she glanced at Yang Xiaoli beside her. Seeing the two had separated, Yang Xiaoli slowly spoke up. "Oh my, you two are really going to make me sick with jealousy, seriously." This remark made Bai Wanner blush even more. Xiaoli, why don't you go find a boyfriend too? It's not that easy. It's not hard at all. With your looks and figure, Xiaoli, finding a boyfriend should be a piece of cake," Wang Chen said. But what Yang Xiaoli said next left Wang Chen and Bai Wanner stunned. "Sai, I want to find a man like Hao Gu. How about you support me, Hao Gu?" When Yang Xiaoli said this, Wang Chen and Bai Wanner were frozen in place, not expecting her to say such a thing. Xiaoli, don't joke around. I'm not a bad man." After saying this, he pinched Bai Wanner beside him. This made Bai Wanner feel delighted. Ding, Bai Wanner, the goddess of salary cashback, affection +1, hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was instantly excited. The affection that hadn't changed for a long time finally increased. This was really good news for Wang Chen. He should really thank Yang Xiaoli. After that, the three of them didn't mention the word support again. Wang Chen didn't say anything more, because he felt that Yang Xiaoli wasn't just joking, she seemed to be serious. However, Wang Chen didn't have the energy for that now, whether it was Bai Wanner, Wu Ya, or Luifei and Zhao Liying. They were already enough to keep him busy. Moreover, he not only had to increase their affection but also help them make money. If he really supported Yang Xiaoli, it would have to wait until he had extra salary cashback binding opportunities. Afterward, Wang Chen had a meal at home with Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli. This meal was cooked by Bai Wanner. It tasted pretty good. However, with Yang Xiaoli around, he didn't do anything adult-like with Bai Wanner. After dinner, it was already 6:30 in the evening. It was time for him to go to school to find Song Ningxuan and the others. After all, he had promised to meet them when he came over today. He couldn't go back on his word. "Wanner, I have something to take care of. I'll come find you in a couple of days." Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen reluctantly, but she also knew that Wang Chen couldn't rest here. She could only nod. She stepped forward to help Wang Chen tidy up his clothes and said, "How good, I'll wait for you at home." If you get bored, go out shopping with Xiaoli, and if you don't have enough money, just tell me." Mua. Bai Wanner kissed him on the cheek, and Wang Chen smiled, opened the door, and left. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Bai Wanner's face was filled with reluctance. It wasn't until the door closed that Bai Wanner turned to Yang Xiaoli. "Xiaoli,
Did you just say you wanted How Good to support you? Wang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened between Bai Wan'er and Yang Xiaoli. At this moment, he was already driving towards the school. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen arrived at the Magic City University of Finance, and it was still pouring rain in the sky, showing no signs of stopping. He could only open an umbrella and walk towards Song Ningxuan's dormitory. When he reached the bottom of Song Ningxuan's dormitory building, Wang Chen sent her a message saying he was downstairs and asked them to come out. Less than 2 minutes after sending the message, Wang Chen saw Song Ningxuan and the others coming out in tank tops and shorts. Then they led Wang Chen into their dormitory using the same method as last time. Once inside, Wang Chen saw the underwear and other items hanging on the balcony. He slapped his forehead. They really didn't treat him as an outsider. Especially wearing so little, didn't they fear him being a pervert? It was really helpless. However, Wang Chen didn't have such thoughts. After all, this kind of thing was inappropriate. After Wang Chen entered, they pulled him down to sit. He was surrounded by them, feeling a bit shy. No, you all should wear a bit more. I can't handle it, Wang Chen joked. However, they didn't pay any attention. After all, last time at the beach, they wore even more revealing outfits, and Wang Chen had no particular thoughts. If Wang Chen knew their thoughts, he would definitely have to teach them a lesson. This was simply an insult to him. How could a big man like him not have any reaction? He was just holding back. Wang Chen, Ning Shuang said you would help us, right? Li Meng asked somewhat nervously. If I can help, I will definitely do so. What kind of relationship do we have? Why act so distant? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Wang Chen say this, they knew the matter was settled. First, tell me what happened. Li Meng and the others nodded, and then Li Meng spoke first. Actually, it's like this. How gu, during the summer vacation, our family business was doing well, but then suddenly, it was as if someone was targeting my family's business. Everything went wrong. After that, several of our supermarkets have been losing money, and now we've lost nearly 3 million. If this continues, my family will go bankrupt in less than a month. We're in deep debt. Wang Chen was puzzled upon hearing this, feeling that Li Meng hadn't finished her words, but he couldn't pinpoint what was off. So, according to you, your family's business problems started during the summer vacation? Li Meng nodded. Du Xiang, you say something. Hearing Wang Chen call her, Du Xiang slowly spoke. How go, my family's situation is the same as Meng Meng's, but my family doesn't run a supermarket, we run a chain of cake shops, and now we're also facing financial difficulties. The business troubles also started around the summer vacation. Wang Chen felt that something was off, but he couldn't articulate what it was. This was getting interesting. Could it be that Li Meng and the others were lying to him? That shouldn't be the case, judging by their expressions. This matter should be true, but it just felt very wrong. There was no way around it. Wang Chen could only ask Zhang Mumu to share her family's situation as well. Zhang Mumu, tell me about your family's situation. Zhang Mumu nodded and said, how good, my family runs a hot pot restaurant, and our situation is basically the same as Meng Meng's. The more Wang Chen listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why would the businesses of Li Meng and the others suddenly be targeted? And all three had different types of businesses. This was clearly not right. Wang Chen really felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out why. So, Wang Chen looked at Li Meng and the others. When Li Meng and the others saw Wang Chen looking at them, they all lowered their heads. Are you hiding something from me? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others visibly stiffened. Seeing this, Wang Chen understood that they indeed had something to hide from him. However, he wouldn't force them to speak. That would easily hurt their feelings. What are you all thinking? Tell me about it. Seeing that they weren't speaking, Wang Chen took the initiative to speak. He had a good impression of Li Meng and the others. After all, when he encountered Li Jejia and Han Xian last time, they helped him teach Li Jejia and Han Xian a lesson. They even used their own accounts to help him prove his innocence on the school's forum. Moreover, last time at the beach, they also gave Wang Chen plenty of benefits. Every time he thought of that scene, he wanted to experience it again. If he had another chance, he would definitely not remain indifferent. Li Meng and the others exchanged glances. No one spoke, and even Song Ning Shuang felt anxious for them. She quickly said, Meng Meng, just say what you have, Hao Ge will definitely help you. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded. Just say what you have, I won't eat anyone. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Li Meng glanced at Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. After the three nodded, Li Meng slowly spoke, Hao Ge, we want to borrow some money from you, as for the person who targeted our family's business. But before Li Meng could finish, the door to their dormitory was knocked on. Open the door, room check. The dorm supervisor's voice came from outside, and Wang Chen was instantly stunned. What was going on? If this dorm supervisor found out, it would be over. Randomly entering the girls' dormitory had serious consequences. Wang Chen turned to look at Song Ning Shuang and the others. Song Ning Shuang was the first to react, pulling Wang Chen into the bathroom and staying with him there. Seeing this, Li Meng and the others quickly reacted. They hurriedly opened the dormitory door. Before opening the door, they adjusted their breathing. When the door opened, a woman in her 50s walked in. "Why did you open the door so slowly? Is there something you don't want me to see?" Hearing this, Zhang Mumu quickly explained, "Auntie, what could we have? We were all busy just now." "Is that so?" The dorm supervisor clearly didn't believe it and started looking around as she walked in. She didn't miss a single spot, checking both the beds and the balcony. Li Meng and Zhang Mumu followed behind the dorm supervisor, their hearts racing. If the dorm supervisor found out, it would be over. The dorm supervisor looked at the balcony in the dormitory, and seemingly unsatisfied with the view, she walked back outside. As she left, the hearts of Li Meng and the others raced even more. Wang Chen was still in the bathroom, which was on the balcony. If the dorm supervisor went to the balcony, there was a 70 to 80% chance she would open the bathroom door. If that happened, wouldn't Wang Chen be discovered? But they had no way to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as the dorm supervisor walked to the bathroom door, reaching out to pull it open. The dorm supervisor's hand was on the doorknob. "Who's in there?" Seeing that the bathroom door wouldn't open, the dorm supervisor shouted into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, hiding in the bathroom, didn't know what to do. Song Ning Shuang tugged at him, gave him a look, then softly spoke to the outside. "Auntie, I'm in the bathroom." Hearing Song Ning Shuang's voice, the dorm supervisor finally gave up on the idea of opening the door. Seeing this, Li Meng and the others behind her breathed a sigh of relief, and then the dorm supervisor looked around the balcony, checking every spot until she found nothing. Only then did the dorm supervisor say to Li Meng and the others, "Someone reported that there were boys coming to your dormitory. Although I didn't see anything, you should be more self-aware, understand?" Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others finally understood why the dorm supervisor came to check their dormitory. It turned out they had been reported. This was really frustrating. Li Meng quickly explained, "Auntie, we didn't. Maybe they saw it wrong. It was actually them bringing boys in and then making false claims. It better be that way. Auntie, I think you should check their dormitory instead, otherwise, that boy might get away." Zhang Mumu added, unwilling to be reported like this. Since others wanted to make things difficult for them, they had to fight back. The dorm supervisor, upon hearing this, also felt it made sense. She preferred to check more thoroughly than to let that pervert who sneaked into the girls' dormitory get away. "Don't worry, I will definitely check, you just wait." Saying this, the dorm supervisor left the dormitory. Once the dorm supervisor left, Du Xiang quickly closed the door and then came to the bathroom door, gently knocking on it. She whispered, "Ning Shuang, are you done? I need to use the bathroom." Du Xiang didn't dare to call out to Wang Chen loudly. She was afraid that the dorm supervisor was still at the door and hadn't left. That would be the end. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang also opened the bathroom door. Song Ningxiang peeked her head out from behind the door and whispered, "Shang Xiang, has the dorm supervisor left?" "She should have left. I closed the door as soon as she went out." "Good, then let's come out now." Just as Song Ningxiang and Wang Chen were about to step out, there was another knock on the dormitory door. Bang bang bang. This sudden noise instantly made Du Xiang and the others' hearts race to the extreme. Song Ningxiang quickly closed the bathroom door. Du Xiang also hurried back to her spot. Their movements were particularly swift, making it clear that they often found themselves in such situations. Once Du Xiang returned to her position, Zhang Mumu went to open the door. "Auntie, why are you here again? I have something to tell you. The school will come to check the dormitory tomorrow. If there are any prohibited items, hand them in early." However, while saying this, the dorm supervisor's gaze kept wandering into the dormitory. It was obvious that this wasn't her main purpose. They understood that the dorm supervisor was making a surprise return. Unbelievable. After confirming that there were no boys in the dormitory, the supervisor finally left. This time, they had learned their lesson. Instead of immediately calling Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang, they waited for a while until there was no movement outside before daring to call for them. After a while, Du Xiang approached the bathroom door and knocked. "Ningxiang, come out." Hearing this, Song Ningxiang and Wang Chen, who were hiding in the bathroom, finally stepped out. Once outside, they were still shaken. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation, and it was hard not to panic. If they were discovered, it would affect their reputations. Wang Chen could even be treated as a pervert. At that point, it would be impossible to explain, even if he was innocent. Fortunately, they had managed to get through this incident. "How good, you really scared me to death just now." Song Ningxian kept patting her proud chest as she spoke. Wang Chen hadn't expected the dorm supervisor to come check the rooms. It was unbelievable. I was startled too, but how am I supposed to get out later? At this, everyone fell silent because the dorm supervisor had just been there, so she would definitely be in the dormitory tonight. If Wang Chen went out, he would surely be caught red-handed. That would be disastrous. Well, Hao Gu, why don't you just sleep in the dormitory tonight? You probably won't be able to go out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He had never tried sleeping in the girls' dormitory and had no idea what it would feel like. No, what was he thinking? Sleeping in the girls' dormitory? How could that be? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just too torturous, like meat that could only be looked at but not eaten. Li Meng, is there really no other way? Hao Gu, there isn't. If you go out, the dorm supervisor will definitely find out. It will be even worse then. With no other choice, Wang Chen had to accept this. However, he needed to inform Wu Ye first, otherwise, she would definitely continue waiting for him at home. She might even wait all night. Alright then, I'll make a call. After saying that, Wang Chen went directly to the balcony to call Wu Ye. Hello, Sister Wu Ye, I won't be coming back tonight, so don't wait for me. Ha? Not coming back? Yeah, I have some things to take care of outside. Okay, then be safe and don't stay up too late, alright? I know, Sister Wu Ye, you should also rest early. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Wang Chen returned to the dormitory. At this moment, Song Ningxian and the others were chatting in the dormitory. Since Wang Chen wasn't going back tonight, they were no longer anxious. Take your time to talk about it. And it's not the right time to discuss it now. Who knows if the dorm supervisor will come back with another surprise attack. So they need to wait a little longer. Wang Chen just stayed with them in the dormitory. During this time, he also played a few games with Song Ningxian and the others, forming a 5-player team, but the outcomes were always tragic, after all. At 10:30 in the evening, Song Ningxian and the others felt that the dorm supervisor probably wouldn't come back. Only then did they put down their phones. Wang Chen also set his phone aside. Go ahead, who is targeting your family? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others chose not to hide anything this time. After all, Wang Chen had said it so clearly, if they still concealed it, that would really be disrespectful to him. However, who would speak to Wang Chen was another matter. The group exchanged glances, and in the end, they decided that Li Meng would be the one to speak. Li Meng looked at Wang Chen and slowly said, How go, actually, that person you know too. Really? I know him? At this point, Wang Chen couldn't think of who it could be. However, Li Meng's next words made it clear. How go, that person is Han Xian. Wang Chen was stunned. Han Xian? Does he have the guts? Han Xian? Yes, it seems Han Xian has found a new backer. Ever since then, our family's business has suffered a lot. We have no choice, the three of us can only run our businesses at a loss. Wang Chen couldn't understand. Why was it that the last time Han Xian saw him, especially after seeing the car he drove, he acted like a subordinate? Who would have thought someone like him would do this? If he found a backer, he would look for an opportunity to strike. This time, Wang Chen wouldn't give him any chance. He must let him know what bankruptcy feels like. Let him experience being trampled underfoot. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing this, Li Meng expressed her thoughts. How go, actually, we are currently competing with Han Xian to see which family can hold out longer. The one who persists until the end will win, but Han Xian has someone backing him with financial support. Our family has no such background, which is why we thought of borrowing money from you. Wang Chen understood. It meant that now the three families were competing against Han Xian's family in terms of resources. However, since Han Xian had help, without Wang Chen's financial support, it was very likely that Li Meng's family would be the loser this time. Then their family would go bankrupt. But Wang Chen knew this matter was not that simple. Last time, he saw the way Han Xian looked at them, filled with lewdness. This operation was probably also to get to them. But that was just his speculation. Regardless, he couldn't turn a blind eye to this matter. After all, it was related to him. Li Meng, this matter is somewhat related to me as well. Since Han Xian wants to seek his own demise, then you all go ahead and deal with him. I will fully support you. However, I want to ask, do you know who is supporting Han Xian? Upon hearing this, they nodded. Li Meng continued, actually, the person behind Han Xian also runs a supermarket, but their business is larger than ours. Our family's assets are only about 10 million, while the assets of the person behind Han Xian are estimated to be around 200 to 300 million. Wang Chen understood, he didn't have many connections now, but he did have some money. Oh, I see. How much funding do you need? 10 million. Wang Chen was surprised, only 10 million? Is that enough? After all,
The person behind Han Xian has assets of 2 to 300 million. 10 million is definitely not enough. 10 million? Wang Chen said, and Li Meng and the others thought he found it too much, quickly saying, how good, actually, 5 million would be enough. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. How did it keep getting less? No, you must have misunderstood me. What I mean is 10 million enough? There are 2 or 300 million people on the other side. You want to take 10 million to compete with them. This is clearly unrealistic. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others realized that they had misunderstood Wang Chen. Previously, they thought Wang Chen felt they were asking for too much. They didn't expect he thought they were asking for too little. How go? Actually 10 million is a bit too little. Wang Chen was speechless. Why did he have to tell them how much money to give? Really? Can't they be a bit more proactive? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who would openly ask someone for money like that? Alright, I'll give each of your 3 families 1 billion. My only requirement is that when Han Xian's family goes bankrupt, you must let me vent my anger. What? Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, as well as Song Ning Xuan, were all stunned. They never expected Wang Chen would start with billions. Could it be that Wang Chen is really that rich? This is too hard to believe. What does 1 billion even mean? How many of their family's assets could that buy? Ah! Instantly, the 3 screamed. Song Ning Xuan was a bit better. She knew Wang Chen was wealthy, but she just didn't know how wealthy. Now she finally understood. After Li Meng and the others came to their senses, they quickly covered their mouths. They couldn't call the dormitory auntie over again. That would really be the end. How go? How much did you just say? Zhang Mumu asked, somewhat incredulously. 1 billion. Did I say something wrong? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mumu understood that Wang Chen was indeed rich, and not just a little bit. 1 billion was mentioned so casually. No, it wasn't 1 billion, it was 3 billion. Wang Chen had just said 1 billion for each family. At this moment, the few of them looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. How go, you? Song Ning Xuan clung to his arm, a bit excited. Li Meng and the others were no better. They all surrounded him, protecting him like a national treasure. Wang Chen was also dumbfounded. Seriously, who can withstand such a test from you all? Their unintentional touches made Wang Chen feel a bit flustered. Don't get too excited, sit down properly. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee I won't do something beastly. After all, I'm also a young man full of vigor. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others moved a little further away from him. Sorry, how go, we just got a bit too excited. Wang Chen waved his hand. He really was struggling to hold back earlier. If he had to endure a bit longer, he might just leave this tormenting place overnight. Alright, let's clarify things first. Otherwise, what if you end up at a disadvantage? After saying that, Wang Chen sat down. He spoke. First, I want to ask you, I can provide you with financial support, but generally, people who can reach 2 or 3 billion in funds won't have too poor connections. If I provide you with funds, can you handle it? Du Xiang replied, how good, you don't need to worry about this. Our 3 families have decent connections, basically comparable to Han Xian and the people behind him. The only thing we lack is funds. Alright then, I'll provide you with the funds first. If you lack connections, just tell me. I know some people and can also provide you with some help. Upon hearing this, they looked at Wang Chen gratefully. How good, thank you. Zhang Mumu said softly. It's nothing, this matter is also related to me, and we are. Upon hearing this, the girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. After discussing a solution, Wang Chen didn't want them to be so tense, so he said, let's continue playing some games. Sure. Among them, Zhang Mumu was the most lively. She had become silent due to family issues, but now that there was a solution, her cheerful personality had returned. How go, hurry up and log in, you come and be the Wild King. Wang Chen smiled slightly and opened a fair competition game. He started playing with Song Ningxuan and the others. The next day, under the cover of Li Meng and a few others, Wang Chen quietly left the girls' dormitory. He swore he would never come to the girls' dormitory again. It was really exhausting. Last night, he played games with Song Ningxuan and the others all night and didn't win a single match. He was even mocked by them. It was simply too much. Moreover, he vowed that he would never play this game again. He was always being bullied by the opponents, really. Most importantly, no matter where he was, they were always calling him to help. This was not being a wild king at all. It was clearly being a babysitter. Anyway, Wang Chen really didn't want to play this game right now. At least not at this moment. After having breakfast with Li Meng and the others, Wang Chen planned to go back. After all, someone at home was waiting for him. He hadn't returned home last night, and if he didn't go back today, it would be hard to explain. However, before that, Wang Chen took Li Meng and the others to the bank to transfer money to them. But transferring so much money still took some time.
After the transfer was completed, Wang Chen parted ways with them. However, during the transfer, the bank president kept observing Wang Chen. When he left, he even helped Wang Chen and the others upgrade their bank card levels. After transferring the money to Li Meng and the others, Wang Chen separated from them. They returned to school, while Wang Chen went back to Fengshan Community, as he had no classes today, so there was no need to stay at school. When Wang Chen returned home, he didn't see Wuya. She should have gone to Feishang Art Dance. With Wuya not at home, Wang Chen didn't know what to do. As for going to buy Wanna's place, he decided against it. After all, he didn't have the energy for that, having stayed up too late last night. However, he couldn't sleep now. He simply lay in bed and scrolled through Douyin. He first went to wash up, then returned to his room and climbed onto the bed. Just then, Wang Chen caught a familiar scent. He picked up the blanket and sniffed it. He became more and more certain of his thoughts. Wuya must have slept here last night. Wang Chen didn't think too much about it and lay down to play on his phone. He first checked if Bai Wanna was live streaming, but when he opened her homepage, he didn't find her live. Seeing that Bai Wanna wasn't streaming, he continued to open the homepage of the Idol Girl Group. The Idol Girl Group's homepage already had 5 Douyin videos, each with over 3 million likes. It could be said that the Idol Girl Group was on fire. However, this data was built up with money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many likes. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Idol Girl Group wouldn't need to rely on buying music to increase their exposure. The WH1 Girl Group's performance was slightly worse than the Idol Girl Group's, but each video also had over 1.5 million likes. Wang Chen was quite pleased to see their hard work, and he decided to give them a little reward. He would tell them when he went to the company in a couple of days. Immediately after, Wang Chen opened the recommendation page. The first recommended video left Wang Chen stunned. In the video, Zhu Jingyi talked about her change of company. The likes on this video had reached a terrifying 5 million, and the comments section was flooded with congratulations for Zhu Jingyi, saying she had finally left that cannibalistic company. Netizens also urged Zhu Jingyi to release her contract so they could give her some advice. Fortunately, Zhu Jingyi did not release the contract, otherwise, it would have really disrupted his plans. Seeing this, Wang Chen's mind raced, and he started commenting on Zhu Jingyi's video. After commenting, he continued scrolling through videos. The next moment, a live stream appeared on his recommendation page. The title of the live stream was, Rebirth, I Sing While Walking in Your Province. When Wang Chen saw the person inside, his eyes lit up. He had been following this person for a long time, but she had faded from his view for a while due to illness and not streaming. Seeing her live again now made Wang Chen feel nostalgic. He had really liked this streamer. She was very beautiful and was known as Little Timo. Her live stream had over 100,000 viewers. When Wang Chen saw her streaming, he clicked in. Once inside, he saw where Little Timo was located, and it was unmistakably in his home province. At that moment, Little Timo was wearing a beautiful blue Pure Desire spaghetti strap dress. System, can I check her data? Ding, data generating. Name, Feng Yanan. Age, 32. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger, height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 38 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Singer. Wang Chen didn't expect Feng Yanan's appearance to be so high. He originally thought she would only be around 85, considering the beauty filter in the livestream, but unexpectedly, even without it, she was still very beautiful. The only regret was her height. She was truly the adorable Feng Timo. If he were in the province right now, he would definitely go see her live. But unfortunately, he wasn't. Suddenly, he slapped his head. He wasn't short on money now, so what was there to be afraid of? Wouldn't it be great to directly send gifts and green bubbles? Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and charged up money. However, the maximum amount for a single recharge was 100,000 yuan, and to recharge 10 million, he had to click 100 times to get the money in. After recharging, Wang Chen started watching Little Timo's livestream. At that moment, she was singing outdoors. The number of people in the livestream had already exceeded 100,000. Wang Chen couldn't see the exact number. However, he felt there should be around 300,000 to 400,000 people. Moreover, she was streaming outdoors, and the area was already filled with people, all taking photos of her with their phones. Wang Chen didn't rush to send gifts. Instead, he decided to watch her stream first since he had nothing else to do. The more he watched, the more he liked her. He felt Little Timo was really too cute, the kind that could be both charming and sweet. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if Little Timo stood in front of him in sexy pajamas calling him husband. Just then, Little Timo took out an Apple phone. She said she would draw one person from the live stream, and the winner would take the phone. She encouraged them to grab the lucky bag. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly clicked to grab the lucky bag.
However, he didn't expect to win. After all, he had liked grabbing lucky bags before but had never won once. After sending out the lucky bag, little Timo started dancing and singing again. Wang Chen listened carefully to the song and watched the livestream. Really, the more he watched, the more he liked it. How could little Timo be so cute and beautiful? He couldn't hold back anymore and started sending carnival gifts. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, the entire live stream room erupted. My God, what is happening? Why are there so many carnivals? From just now until now, there have already been 20. Heavens, doesn't that mean 60,000 yuan? Not only that, but the big brother is still sending gifts. Look, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. The audience in the live stream had become numb. 100 carnivals meant 300,000 yuan. Who is so rich? Oh my, Timo, look quickly, a big brother has come to the live stream. Seriously, it's already 100 carnivals, and you're still going, big brother? No way, I have to follow big brother too. Me too, I want to follow. Wait for me, I want to follow too. However, Wang Chen wasn't paying attention to that and continued to send carnivals. 100, 200, 1000. At that moment, the entire live stream erupted. Even little Timo was stunned, originally wanting to thank the big brother after finishing the song. Who would have thought this big brother was so generous, throwing out 1,000 carnivals all at once? Little Timo couldn't care about singing anymore. She kept thanking this big brother. Thank you, Brother Hao, for the 1,000 carnivals. After saying that, little Timo tapped on her phone on her arm. Wang Chen, while sending gifts, didn't notice and thought, since he had already charged the money, he had to send them all. So he continued sending gifts. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Wow, what kind of rich person is this? 2,000 carnivals, that's 6 million, little Timo is going to get rich now. Big brother, can you grant me a carnival next? Big brother, I followed you, can you grant me a carnival? Under Wang Chen's frenzy, little Timo's livestream went crazy with people. From the initial 3 to 400,000, it skyrocketed. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Wang Chen's gifts kept coming, and the number of people in the livestream kept increasing. At this moment, Timo had already realized the huge traffic. Thank you, Brother Hao, for sending 2,000 carnivals. Brother Hao, what song do you want to hear? You can request a song. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen, who was sending gifts, was momentarily stunned, then stopped. He then sent the name of a song in the livestream. Buddhist Girl. Seeing this song, Timo smiled. This was her song, and she was really good at it. She immediately started singing. Wang Chen didn't stop and continued sending gifts. By the time Timo finished singing the song, Wang Chen had also finished sending gifts, a total of 3,666 carnivals. At this moment, Timo was already numb. Even the management staff didn't react in time, and when they did, the operator quickly gave Timo a look. Timo understood immediately. While thanking Wang Chen, she was tapping something on the screen. Wang Chen looked at his private messages. There were a lot more messages. He clicked on the private messages to check, and sure enough, he saw Timo's follow. In the past, he was the one following Timo, and now it had directly turned into mutual following. Not only that, but his fans were also rapidly increasing. From the initial 10,000 fans, it had directly turned into over 100,000, and there was no sign of stopping. It was still skyrocketing. However, Wang Chen didn't care about that. Instead, he looked at the private message sent by Timo. Brother Hao, this is my green bubble. Just a simple sentence. Wang Chen saw that his goal had been achieved, so he exited the live stream. Just after Wang Chen exited the live stream, it exploded. Wait, Big Brother just exited the live stream like that? Yeah, how many have been sent? 3,666 carnivals. That must be around 10 million, right? What do you mean around 10 million? It's clearly 10 million, just do the math. My God, this is really a rich person. I forgot to follow just now. Can you tell me what Big Brother's online name is? I want to search for it. Big Brother seems to be called Brother Hao. No way, I have to follow him. He's really too rich, just throwing out millions. You know my monthly salary is only a little over 3,000. If Big Brother could share some with me, I would be rich instantly. And after Timo took a glance at the live stream, she chose to end the broadcast. Today, after deducting the platform's commission, the earnings are quite substantial. Moreover, the most important thing right now is not to continue the live stream. After finishing the live broadcast, she originally intended to return to the hotel, but unfortunately, the fans wanted a photo, so she could only leave after taking pictures with them. After Wang Chen exited Timo's live room, he continued to scroll through videos. However, he didn't come across anything interesting anymore. so he closed Douyin. He opened Green Bubble and added Timo as she had sent, but she didn't agree right away. Wang Chen knew she must be busy, so he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he started chatting with Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. Wang Chen, Sister Liying, what are you busy with? Wang Chen originally thought Zhao Liying wouldn't reply so quickly, but to his surprise, she responded immediately. Zhao Liying, I'm playing with the kids, what's up? Wang Chen, I miss you a bit. Zhao Liying, you're such a tease. Wang Chen didn't know when it started, but he could joke like this with Zhao Liying. However, this also proved that their relationship was getting better and better. Wang Chen believed that becoming the man behind the big star Zhao Liying would soon become a reality. After that, he chatted with Lui Fei for a while, but Lui Fei wasn't as enthusiastic towards him as Zhao Liying was, though her attitude was still okay. Wang Chen knew this was due to the level of affection. Once the affection level increased, it should change. About an hour later, Wang Chen finally saw the message that his friend request had been accepted. Timo, hello, how gu? Wang Chen, hello, I've been following you for a long time, really, I'm your loyal fan. Timo, thank you for your support, how good, I made you spend today. Wang Chen, speaking of which, I should be calling you sister, I'm only 23 this year. Upon hearing this, Timo, who had just returned to the hotel, was shocked. Being so wealthy at 23, this person is definitely not ordinary. Timo, oh? If you call me sister, then I'd made a profit. Wang Chen, how about it? Are you going to take this advantage? Timo, of course. How can I not take advantage when there's a deal? Wang Chen and Timo chatted quite a bit, and when she learned that Wang Chen was in Magic City, she mentioned she would come to Magic City in a couple of days and would treat Wang Chen to dinner. Wang Chen naturally agreed happily. Through this conversation, Wang Chen felt that Timo, this adorable woman, was quite easy to get along with. He looked forward to meeting Timo. Although she had already signed a contract with a certain platform, Wang Chen still wanted to recruit her, not only because he liked her, but mainly because Timo was very career-driven. If he could bind with her in the future, investing in her company would be much easier. After chatting with Timo for a while, Wang Chen started to feel sleepy. He put down his phone and fell asleep. Wang Chen slept straight until 5 in the afternoon, and it wasn't until Wuya called him that he woke up from his dream. Sister Wuya, you're back. Wuya looked at Wang Chen, who was covered in sweat, and quickly asked, Xiaohao, what's wrong? Are you sick? She sat on the edge of the bed and gently placed her hand on his forehead. After a while, she lowered her hand. Sister Wuya, I'm fine, just had a nightmare. A nightmare? Yeah. You, hurry up and get up. I'll go make you something to eat. Okay. After saying that, Wuya turned and walked towards the door. Wang Chen watched Wuya's figure, lost in thought. He always felt that Wuya had discovered something, but she just hadn't said it. However, the dream he had today really scared him. In the dream, Wuya and Zhao Liying both knew about his situation and insisted on forcing him to make a choice, to choose one person to marry, but they were all his goddesses. How could she possibly choose just one? In the end, he had no choice but to select one, but what he didn't expect was what happened right after he made his choice. The others all chose to end their lives, and some even took 2 lives at once. This terrified him. Just then, Wuya woke him up. He began to reflect. Was what he did really right? Did it mean he had to choose just one person? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, he was someone with a system, someone destined to become the richest person in the world, someone who would own the most industries, and even more, he wanted to be the man behind the goddesses. Moreover, he could see the goddesses' favorability ratings. If he could raise their favorability to 98, 99, or even 100 before letting them know about each other, then the events that happened in his dreams wouldn't occur. After he finished contemplating, he got dressed and left the room. He had dinner with Wuya, and the two sat on the sofa as usual, with Wuya leaning against him watching TV. Then she did some yoga for a while, and they only went to rest at midnight. Wang Chen had slept too long during the day and found it hard to fall asleep in bed. So he picked up his phone to check the green bubbles, replied to a few messages, and then opened Douyin. He first checked to see if any familiar faces were live streaming. Wanner wasn't live. Timo wasn't live. Seeing this, he had no choice but to scroll through videos. Suddenly, a blogger named Ji Daoshingo caught his eye. Wang Chen thought this woman was quite attractive. In the video, she had a small mole on her lips, which was very sexy, and her figure was also incredibly hot. He just didn't know how much beauty she would have without the filter. Just then, she was live streaming, so Wang Chen clicked into her live room. However, as soon as Wang Chen entered, a striking special effect appeared on the screen. That's right, because he had spent so much money, he had now become a distinguished account, and every time he entered a live room, there would be an explosive entrance effect. Wow, Hao Gu is here. What?
Hao Gu? Who is Hao Gu? Why are you all so excited? You don't know who Hao Gu is? That's right, Hao Gu has spent a full 10 million in Timo's live room. Wow, is that true? Upstairs, haven't you seen the trending searches? Exactly. Yi Dao Shingo, who was watching the bullet comments, was also shocked. She naturally knew that today Hao Gu had given Timo 3,666 Hua coins. She never expected Hao Gu would come to her live room. Yi Dao Shingo was directly stunned. She quickly said to the live room, "Welcome Hao Gu to the live room." Wang Chen didn't send a message but immediately opened Yi Dao Shingo's data. System, open Yi Dao Shingo's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 0. Stranger, height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Wang Chen glanced at the data and was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that even without the beauty filter, Yi Dao Shingo still met the system's requirements. However, Wang Chen had no impulse to send her gifts right now. Although her lips were very sexy, but there were too many people around him, he had to ensure they had their own careers and could earn a lot of money each month, then raise their favorability and cashback multiplier. Only then would he have the idea or more time to look for more cashback goddesses. However, he didn't remain completely inactive. After sending Yi Dao Shingo 10 Hua coins, he directly exited the live room. Then he opened his private messages and, sure enough, saw a message from Yi Dao Shingo. After adding the green bubble, Wang Chen put down his phone, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Wang Chen first sent a message to Zhao Liying and the others, then had breakfast with Wu Ya. After Wu Ya went to the company, he sent a message to Song Ningxiang, asking her to come find him. He was ready to pick up the car with Song Ningxiang. Moreover, the car he had asked Song Wanner to prepare was also ready. It was time to pick it up. Wang Chen drove to the school gate to wait for Song Ningxiang. Today, he didn't drive Zhao Liying's Big G, but instead drove the Red Beast LaFerrari. As soon as the LaFerrari stopped at the school gate, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. My God, this car is so cool. How could it not be cool? This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, one of the 3 great cars, on par with the Porsche 918 and McLaren P1. Wow, are there really that many rich people in our school? No, take a good look at who's sitting in the driver's seat. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the driver's seat. When they saw Wang Chen, they were instantly stunned. This is Senior Wang Chen. Wow. My heavens, how is he so rich? Not only does he have a Big G, but also a Porsche 918, and even a Ferrari LaFerrari. Can he spare some money for me? I'm almost out of money for meals. What are you dreaming about? However, something that shocked everyone happened next. Song Ningxiang, wearing a pair of denim shorts and a very cool yellow tank top, opened the car door. She got into the Red Beast. I really can't believe it. Why does he have everything while I'm still lying in the dorm playing games and reading novels every day? This is so unfair. Exactly, look at how curvy Song Ningxiang is, her figure is amazing. Just thinking about Wang Chen getting close to her makes me feel unbalanced. Right, a woman like her should be mine. You guys really should just keep daydreaming. Without money, how can you pursue a woman like Song Ningxiang, with such a perfect figure? Keep dreaming. Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang completely ignored the discussions outside. After all, they could only talk. Brother Hao, let's go. After Song Ningxiang got in, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and left the financial capital of Magic City. After driving for a while, Song Ningxiang slowly leaned her fair thigh against Wang Chen's side. Seeing this, Wang Chen's lips curled up. The next second, Wang Chen placed a hand on her thigh. Song Ningxiang also smiled. Brother Hao, I also bought black stockings. Hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. This is great, he likes it. Speaking of which, Wang Chen wanted to see how each of them looked in black stockings. He had to find an opportunity to see them one by one. Then why didn't you wear them today? Of course, I want to wear them just for Brother Hao to see. If I wear them out, others will see them too. Okay, after we buy the car, I'll take you to buy a house, so you'll have a place to go during your holidays. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ningxiang's smile grew even brighter. Really, Brother Hao? As long as you behave, I'll buy you whatever you want, but I have to say this up front, what I can give you, I can also take back, understand? Song Ningxiang naturally understood Wang Chen's meaning, but someone like Wang Chen, how could she be foolish enough to do something like that? Brother Hao, I will be yours for a lifetime. Hearing this, Wang Chen also smiled. As long as Song Ningxiang didn't do anything to betray him or cross the line, what was wrong with him supporting her for a lifetime? He then had the system open Song Ningxiang's data. System, open Song Ningxiang's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Song Ningxiang. Age,
21 appearance, 89 favorability, 92, infatuated, height, 170 centimeters weight, 47 kilograms occupation, none he hadn't bound Song Ningxuang, so the favorability increase system wouldn't report it, and thus he had no idea what her favorability really was. At a glance, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect it to be 92 already. From now on, as long as he casually set up a company for Song Ningxuang and bound her, wouldn't he be able to gain a lot of salary cash back? Before long, Wang Chen took Song Ningxuang to the 4S shop. Song Wanner had been waiting for them at the entrance. Wang Chen spotted Song Wanner at first glance. There was no helping it, Song Wanner had a great figure, especially in black stockings and a professional outfit, which was even more eye-catching. After parking the car, he led Song Ningxuang towards Song Wanner. "Brother Wang." "Yeah, Wanner, is the car I asked you to prepare ready?" "Yes, it's all set, a G63 and a Mercedes S450L are both in the shop." "Good, that's great. Is the contract ready?" "Already prepared." "Then let's sign the contract directly." "Okay." After that, Song Wanner took Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang to sign the contract. The G was his car, and the S450L was for Song Ningxuang. After signing the contract, Wang Chen had Song Wanner drive the newly bought G to Tangsinipin, as she had been there before and knew the way. He drove Zhao Liying's G with Song Ningxuang to buy a house. This time, he planned for Song Ningxuang to buy in Green City along the Huangpu River, making it more convenient for future visits to buy Wanner while also seeing Song Ningxuang. After a whole day of busy work, Wang Chen finally took Song Ningxuang to buy a car and a house. This was also why he felt so pleased. He liked it and bought it directly, otherwise, it would have taken more time. In total, he spent over 30 million. His G and Song Ningxuang's S450L cost nearly 10 million, and the remaining 20 million was for buying a house for Song Ningxuang. Holding the steering wheel, Song Ningxuang still couldn't wrap her head around it. In just one day, she had everything: house and car. All of this was brought to her by the man she chose. Not only that, but Wang Chen even gave her 50,000 yuan as pocket money every month. Song Ningxuang felt like she was really starting to fall in love with Wang Chen, not just for his generosity but also for who he was. She even felt a surge of impulse. During the new year, she wanted Wang Chen to go back with her to meet her parents, and she also wanted to meet his parents. She thought she would tell Wang Chen when the time was right. By the time Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang arrived at school, it was already 7:30 p.m. The two temporarily parked the car by the roadside and got out. Song Ningxuang walked up to him. Just as Wang Chen was about to say something, Song Ningxuang tightly hugged him. All of this was noticed by the students at school. After all, how could two luxury cars parked at the school gate not attract attention? So everyone took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, how did they end up with two cars? That's ridiculous. Come on, what do you know? Senior Wang Chen is a rich second generation, very wealthy. It seems Song Ningxuang must be a sugar baby. She already has a car. Song Ningxuang has a great figure and is beautiful. I really envy Senior Wang Chen. Fortunately, the campus beauty Lu Ruyan hasn't been targeted by Senior Wang Chen. Is there a possibility that Senior Wang Chen didn't target Lu Ruyan, but rather Lu Ruyan is interested in Senior Wang Chen? No way, that's impossible. Lu Ruyan is the campus beauty, stunningly beautiful, and has many admirers. How could she possibly pursue someone? Nothing is impossible, bro. If you had money, maybe even the campus flower would chase you. For now, just pray that you haven't caught the eye of that campus bully, Fatty Lu Meng. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang did not pay attention to the discussions of those around them. After all, ever since they became famous, such things would happen whenever they appeared at school. At this moment, Wang Chen finally understood what it felt like to be famous. "Schwanger, you should go back. If you miss me, just video call me. Mua, how go, love you." Song Ningxuang kissed Wang Chen on the cheek, reluctantly got into her car, drove it to the parking lot outside the school, and then returned to school. After all, her car was new, and she needed to go through some procedures to drive it into the school. So for now, the car couldn't go in. After Song Ningxuang left, Wang Chen also drove away from the school gate in Zhao Liying's car, returning to the Fengshan community. However, right after Wang Chen left, the school forum exploded again. Everyone was discussing Wang Chen buying a car for Song Ningxuang. Naturally, Li Jiejie also learned about this, which made her even more determined to win Wang Chen back. Wang Chen drove back to the Fengshan community. After parking the car, he returned home. Wuya had been waiting at home for a while. When Wang Chen came back, he did as usual and handed her shoes. However, just when the two were about to snuggle on the sofa and watch some TV, Wang Chen's phone rang. When he saw who was calling, he was stunned. The caller was his sister-in-law, Li Yunru, and Wuya was watching Wang Chen's phone from the side. "Xiao Hao, who is it?"
Wang Chen didn't hide it from her and said, "Sister Wu Ya, it's my sister-in-law." "Oh, then why don't you answer it?"
Hearing this, Wang Chen picked up his sister-in-law's call.
"Hello, sister-in-law."
On the other end, Li Yunru seemed to be struggling with something and didn't speak for a while. After a moment, she slowly said, "Xiaohao, I've come to Modu, and I have nowhere to go."
Hearing his sister-in-law's words, both Wang Chen and Wu Ya were stunned. They exchanged glances. Goodness, Timo hasn't even come to Modu yet, and his sister-in-law arrived first. He quickly said, "Sister-in-law, where are you now? We'll come pick you up. I'm at Modu South Station." "Okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Wang Chen looked at Wu Ya. "Xiaohao, why did your sister-in-law come to Modu?" Wu Ya was a bit confused. "Sister Wu Ya, let's go first. I'll explain to you later." With that, Wang Chen pulled Wu Ya to the parking lot, got into his big G, and headed straight for Modu South Station. Wu Ya sat in the passenger seat. As Wang Chen drove, he explained to Wu Ya, "Sister Wu Ya, actually, I'm not very clear about this either. A couple of days ago, my sister-in-law borrowed some money from me, saying that the child was starting school and they had no money. At that time, I didn't think much of it, I just thought she was in trouble, so I sent her some extra money and told her to come find me in Modu if she encountered any difficulties. I didn't expect she would call me just now." Hearing this, Wu Ya understood a bit. Something must have happened to her sister-in-law, otherwise, she wouldn't have come. "Xiaohao, let's go over first and pick up your sister-in-law. We can talk about the rest later." I was thinking the same." With that, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and sped towards Modu South Station. After more than an hour, Wang Chen and Wu Ya finally arrived at Modu South Station. Wang Chen parked the car and then took out his phone to call his sister-in-law. "Hello, sister-in-law, where are you?" "Xiaohao, I'm at the exit, have you arrived?" Wait for me a moment, I'm coming to pick you up." After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the phone and pulled Wu Ya towards the exit. In no time, the two arrived at the exit. However, the next scene made Wang Chen extremely angry. In front of sister-in-law Li Yunru stood a man who was constantly teasing her. However, at that moment, Li Yunru was protecting her daughter behind her. As Wang Chen approached, he also heard what the man was saying. "Beautiful lady, it's so late. If you have nowhere to go, I can take care of you and your daughter. Come with me. Get away. My brother is coming soon. If you get any closer, be careful or my brother will beat you up." The man looked around but saw no one approaching the woman, just a man and a woman, clearly not the brother she mentioned. "Beautiful lady, I'm not a bad guy. This is your first time in the Magic City, right? You probably don't know how much it costs to stay here for a night. That's none of your business. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone." Li Yunru rarely went out, but that didn't mean she was foolish. This man clearly wanted to bully her. If it came to that, she would rather turn to Wang Chen for help. No matter what, she wouldn't follow this man. "Beautiful lady, if you want to stay in the Magic City for a night, it will probably cost you several hundred yuan. You can stay with me for free, no charge. Get away." Seeing that Li Yunru refused to go, the man thought about pretending to leave, hoping that the woman would panic and follow him home, or he could have a deeper conversation with such a beautiful woman. He didn't want to miss out on such a gem. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, a strong voice reached his ears. "What's your name? How dare you bully my sister-in-law? If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be able to leave." The man in front of him was not as strong as Wang Chen, and he was not afraid at all. When Li Yunru saw Wang Chen arrive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Ya came to Li Yunru's side and comforted her. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Seeing Wu Ya, Li Yunru quickly replied, "Wu Ya, we're fine." "Okay, let Wang Chen handle it from here. We can just wait for him." The two then stood behind Wang Chen, watching him deal with the situation. After more than 10 minutes of confrontation, the man chose to pay 2,000 yuan because sister-in-law was fine. After consulting her opinion, the matter was resolved. Wang Chen and Wu Ya then took sister-in-law and her daughter to the parking lot. They got into the big G. Coincidentally, the man from earlier saw this scene and was relieved that he hadn't forcibly taken the woman away, otherwise, he would have been in real trouble. He couldn't afford to mess with someone who could drive a big G. On the other side, Wang Chen drove away from the south station of the Magic City, needing to settle sister-in-law first. Other matters could wait until she was settled. After getting in the car, Wu Ya didn't sit in the passenger seat but took the back seat to conveniently ask Li Yunru some questions. Wang Chen drove Li Yunru and Wu Ya to Tang Sini Pin, which was the house below Zhao Liying's home. Along the way, Li Yunru looked at the bustling city and then at Wang Chen and Wu Ya. She didn't know what she was thinking, but tears began to flow. Fortunately, Wu Ya was sitting in the back seat, comforting her the whole time.
By the time Wang Chen and the others returned to Tang Sini Pin, it was already past 10, almost 11 o'clock. After Wang Chen parked the car, Wu Ye and Li Yunru got out. Li Yunru looked at the luxurious house, shocked, pulling her daughter and continuously observing the surroundings. Until Wu Ye said, "Sister-in-law, let's go home first." Hearing this, Li Yunru softly responded with an following Wu Ye and Wang Chen to the front door. Looking at the luxurious entrance, Li Yunru was now so astonished that she couldn't speak. During this time in the county town, she heard people from the village saying that Wang Chen was being kept by a rich woman, but to her, it didn't seem that way. As the door opened, Wang Chen and the others returned home. But when Li Yunru entered, she realized the difference between the wealthy and the lower class. The house was decorated extravagantly. "Sister-in-law, you and Meng Meng sit for a while, I'll go make you something to eat," Wu Ye said. Immediately, Wu Ye walked into the kitchen, while Wang Chen poured a glass of water for Li Yunru and Meng Meng. He hadn't paid much attention to his sister-in-law before. Now back home, Wang Chen noticed that his sister-in-law was truly captivating. She wore a pair of tight jeans that perfectly outlined her great figure, especially that voluptuous backside, making it hard not to let one's imagination run wild. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed that Li Yunru sensed Wang Chen's gaze, and she looked up, their eyes meeting, as if recalling a previous incident. Li Yunru didn't shy away from Wang Chen, just looking at him, until her daughter beside her said, "Mom, I'm hungry." Li Yunru then withdrew her gaze from Wang Chen. She turned to hug her daughter, saying, "Meng Meng, be good, wait a little longer until your sister is done cooking, okay?" And Meng Meng was very obedient. I understand." Seeing this, Wang Chen also brought 2 candies and 2 small breads for Meng Meng and Li Yunru. "Meng Meng, sister-in-law, you two eat something to fill your stomach, it will be ready soon." After saying that, he handed the candies and bread to Li Yunru, and during the process of handing over the candy, their hands touched, and as Li Yunru looked up, they locked eyes again. This time, Wang Chen saw something different in Li Yunru's eyes. "Sister-in-law, you all eat first, I'll go help Wu Ye." After saying that, Wang Chen hurriedly left. He couldn't resist Li Yunru like this, and with Wu Ye around, he couldn't do anything. Rather than that, it was better to help Wu Ye cook. Seeing Wang Chen run off, a faint smile appeared on Li Yunru's face. She tore open the small bread Wang Chen had brought. "Meng Meng, eat something first, the meal will be ready soon." Wang Meng Meng started eating the small bread, and Li Yunru also tore off a piece to eat. This time coming to the Magic City, she had already made up her mind. No matter what, she would not go back. If her man had left with them after his business failed, even if it meant suffering together, Li Yunru would have no complaints. But her man abandoned them after his business failed and ran away. A bunch of creditors came to their home to demand debts. If it weren't for Wang Chen, Li Yunru wouldn't know what to do. Since her man had been so ruthless, she had nothing left to consider. After finishing the small bread, Li Yunru said to Meng Meng, "Meng Meng, can you sit here and watch TV? Mommy will go help your uncle with the cooking." I understand, Mommy." Meng Meng was still young and had no idea what was happening. However, Li Yunru had educated her well, and Meng Meng was very obedient. Watching her daughter sitting quietly on the sofa watching TV, Li Yunru walked into the kitchen. Li Yunru couldn't help but marvel at how big the kitchen was. It was decorated particularly luxuriously. "Sister-in-law, why did you come in?" Wu Ye, who was stir-frying, asked. "I had nothing to do sitting there, just came to see if you needed any help." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye continued, "Sister-in-law, you should rest for a while, Wang Chen and I can handle it here, and it will be ready soon." Li Yunru didn't go out but instead came to Wang Chen's side to help him with the ingredients. Seeing this, Wu Ye and Wang Chen didn't say anything more. While cooking, Wang Chen started chatting with Li Yunru. Wang Chen and Li Yunru were preparing the ingredients together, and it was during this time that Wang Chen asked the question that had been on his mind. "Sister-in-law, why did you suddenly come to the Magic City?" Upon hearing Wang Chen's question, tears suddenly welled up in Li Yunru's eyes. Wang Chen instantly realized that something must have happened. "Xiao Hao, here's the thing." Li Yunru recounted the events that had transpired. When Wang Chen and Wu Ye heard the reason behind it, they understood. Especially Wu Ye, who felt that what sister-in-law was going through was similar to her own experience. She could empathize with the feelings that came with such situations. After learning the cause of the matter, Wang Chen had initially thought about lending money to his sister-in-law, but he didn't bring it up right away. He wanted to see what his sister-in-law was thinking first. Before long, the meal was ready. Since it was late at night, Wang Chen and Wu Ye didn't prepare too much, just 3 dishes and a soup. Very simple home-cooked food. They planned to take sister-in-law out to eat tomorrow. Li Yunru took Meng Meng to wash her hands and then sat down at the dining table to eat. He could tell that sister-in-law and Meng Meng were really hungry. After dinner, Wu Ye went to tidy up the room for sister-in-law and Meng Meng, while Wang Chen stayed in the living room with sister-in-law to talk about the situation. Meng Meng had fallen asleep on the sofa. Sister-in-law, what are your plans now? Upon hearing this, Li Yunru fell silent for a moment and softly said, I plan to divorce Wang Meng. If he can abandon us, it means he never cared about us. Wang Chen didn't know what to say. After all, in such matters, people usually advise reconciliation rather than separation. However, he felt it was inappropriate to persuade her otherwise, given that it was Wang Meng's actions that led to this situation. It was understandable for sister-in-law to want a divorce. Sister-in-law, I'm not going to tell you not to get a divorce. After all, anyone in your situation would feel terrible. You and Meng Meng can stay here. I'll find a way for Meng Meng's schooling. Upon hearing this, the tears that Li Yunru had been holding back flowed again. Wang Chen quickly pulled out a tissue and handed it to Li Yunru. But Li Yunru didn't take the tissue. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. This action made Li Yunru, who had been sobbing, pause for a moment. Then Li Yunru looked up at him quietly. Just as Wang Chen lowered his hand, Wu Ye walked out of the room. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If Wu Ye saw him wiping sister-in-law's tears, she would definitely get jealous. Xiao Hao, sister-in-law, the room is ready. You can carry Meng Meng to the room now. Sister-in-law, Wu Ye has tidied up the room. Let's take Meng Meng in. Okay. Li Yunru got up and gently picked Meng Meng up from the sofa, then followed Wang Chen and Wu Ye into the room. After placing Meng Meng on the bed, the three returned to the living room. This time, Wu Ye sat closely next to Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked at his tired sister-in-law and said, Sister-in-law, you and Meng Meng will live here from now on. This house is mine, so you don't have to worry. Just treat it like your own home. You came all the way from your province and took such a long train ride, you must be tired. Wu Ye and I will head back now, so you should rest early. I'll come back to see you tomorrow morning. Ha? You're not staying here? Li Yunru was surprised. After all, this place was so nice, and Wang Chen and the others weren't staying here. Well, I still have to study, so I'm staying across from the school. Oh, okay. After saying this, Wang Chen and Wu Ye left Tang Sini Pin and returned to Fengshan Community. During the journey, the two chatted about many things regarding sister-in-law. After returning home, the two took a shower and went to rest. The next day, Wu Ye had things to attend to at Feishang Art Dance, so she couldn't go with Wang Chen to Tang Sini Pin to see his sister-in-law, leaving Wang Chen to go alone. Wu Ye drove the Big G to Feishang Art Dance. He drove Zhao Liuying's Big G back to Tang Sini Pin. The Big G he bought yesterday was now parked in the lot by Song Wanner. He also got the keys. Wang Chen arrived at the door, entered his fingerprint, and the door opened directly. As soon as he came in, he saw Meng Meng bouncing around the house, lively and adorable. Upon seeing Wang Chen, she ran over and hugged his thigh. Nuan Nuan said, Uncle, can you play with Meng Meng? Wang Chen squatted down and picked Meng Meng up, saying, sure. Li Yunru, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Soon after, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while. His sister-in-law then said, Meng Meng, can you play by yourself for a bit? Mommy has something to discuss with Uncle. Okay. Although Wang Chen didn't know what his sister-in-law wanted to say, he felt as if something good was about to happen. Xiao Hao, come with me. With that, Li Yunru walked ahead of Wang Chen. Wang Chen, following behind, couldn't help but swallow as he looked at his sister-in-law's curvy figure. Wang Chen followed his sister-in-law to the room where they had rested last night. After he entered, his sister-in-law walked to the door and closed it. This left Wang Chen stunned. Sister-in-law, what are you? However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Yunru stepped in front of him, reached out her delicate hand to grab his, and placed it where he had always wanted it to be. This move completely stunned Wang Chen. But it wasn't over. He suddenly felt a warm sensation on his lips. After a long while, Li Yunru softly said, Xiao Hao, I know you've been looking at my figure. Don't worry, I won't ruin your relationship with Wu Ye. Saying this, Li Yunru placed her hand on her pants. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly grabbed Li Yunru. Sister-in-law, no matter what happens with your marriage, you will always be my sister-in-law, there's no need for this. Woo. Li Yunru didn't speak, just held him tightly. Wang Chen didn't dare to push her away and could only gently embrace her. After a long time, Li Yunru finally released him. Xiao Hao, do you dislike me? How could Wang Chen not have feelings for Li Yunru? Every time he saw her during the new year when he had no money, he would have inappropriate thoughts. But, sister-in-law, I actually had feelings for you since you came to the village, but our relationship means we can't do anything. Xiao Hao, I've decided to get a divorce, does that mean? Sister-in-law, before you get divorced, nothing can happen between us. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to, but he couldn't cross that line. Before, he only thought about it in his heart, but now that it was really about to happen, he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Unless he waited for her to get divorced. At this point, Li Yunru understood. She softly said, "Xiaohao, can you support me and Meng Meng in the future? Don't worry, I absolutely won't disturb you and Wuya, you just need to treat me as a lover." Wang Chen didn't expect his sister-in-law to say this, but he truly knew that she had no other options. Moreover, if he refused, she might take Meng Meng and leave, and if something happened then, it would be bad. He planned to agree for now and then think of a way to resolve the situation. Being a lover was definitely not an option. Who can make their sister-in-law their lover? However, taking care of her and her daughter is not a problem. Okay, sister-in-law, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru also breathed a sigh of relief. Only if Wang Chen agreed to her could she feel at ease living here with Meng Meng, and she wouldn't have the thought of wanting to move away. After all, she was Wang Chen's lover. A kiss. For a long time. Their lips parted. Wang Chen and Li Yunru walked out of the room. Looking at Li Yunru's swaying figure, Wang Chen couldn't understand why Wang Meng would abandon the two of them, but that didn't matter anymore. After all, Li Yunru was going to divorce Wang Meng. Li Yunru seemed to notice Wang Chen's gaze on her curvy hips and smiled slightly. "Sister-in-law, I'll take you and Meng Meng to buy some daily necessities." After saying that, Wang Chen took his sister-in-law and Meng Meng out the door. He took them to a large shopping mall, bought them a lot of clothes, and some daily necessities. Not only that, but Wang Chen also transferred 100,000 yuan to his sister-in-law. At first, Li Yunru didn't want it, but when Wang Chen said it was her monthly living expenses for being supported, Li Yunru accepted it. By the time he finished his errands, the day had already passed. In the evening, Wuya bought a lot of groceries and came to Tang Sini Pin, where they all cooked a sumptuous dinner together. "Mom, this is so delicious, Meng Meng wants to eat it every day." Seeing this, Wang Chen broke off a crab leg, took the crab meat out, and placed it in Meng Meng's bowl, saying, "Meng Meng, if you want to eat something in the future, just tell uncle, sister, and mom, and we'll buy it for you, okay?" Meng Meng opened her big eyes, picked up the crab meat from her bowl, and said, "Thank you, uncle." Meng Meng understands. Li Yunru and Wuya, seeing this, smiled faintly. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wuya originally planned to go back, but thinking that there was nothing to do tomorrow and that it would be boring for his sister-in-law to be alone here, they decided to stay. After all, there were plenty of rooms here. Later, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while Li Yunru and Wuya sat together and chatted a lot. Among the topics was what Wuya had encountered before. When Li Yunru learned about Wuya's experiences, she felt that Wuya was very much like her now. But Li Yunru also realized that Wang Chen was not being supported by Wuya. All of Wang Chen's money was earned by himself. She was stunned. She never expected Wang Chen to earn so much money, and he was still in college. By the way, sister-in-law, Wang Chen also bought a house and a car over in Yun province. "If you want to travel, you can go there." "Huh? You guys bought a house over there?" "Yeah, Xiaohao and I went there to play, and I didn't want to stay in a hotel, so I bought a place there." Li Yunru and Wuya chatted until late, while Wang Chen, after carrying Meng Meng to her room when she fell asleep, returned to his own room to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone. He started replying to messages. Suddenly, he saw messages from a few people, so he quickly clicked to open them. The first one was naturally from Zhao Liang. Wang Chen chatted with her about some everyday matters and learned what Zhao Liang had been busy with lately. Recently, Zhao Liang was not only busy filming but also had to find time to accompany her child, so she was very busy. Wang Chen expressed his concern for her, and they chatted on video for a while until she went to rest before hanging up. Now Wang Chen felt that Zhao Liang had already moved closer to him, actively sending him messages, which was a good sign. This might indicate that his relationship with Zhao Liang had improved. How could Wang Chen not be excited? After finishing the chat with Zhao Liang, Wang Chen continued to look at the green bubbles. The next person was also someone Wang Chen had been thinking about. It was Timo. Wang Chen clicked on Timo's green bubble. "Feng Yanan, Xiaohao, I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together tomorrow night." Goodness, just as he settled his sister-in-law, Timo showed up. But this is just right, he has an idea. Timo has just been signed by a certain platform for 50 million, and Wang Chen wants to poach her. Haya specializes in the celebrity artist route, and he plans to set up a live streaming company for Baiwaner, making it the best choice to bring Timo over. "Wang Chen, Sister Yanan, no problem, I'll arrange it for tomorrow night." However, it seems that it was too late, and Feng Yanan didn't reply to him. After putting down his phone, he went to rest. He is really looking forward to seeing Timo's true appearance. After all, she is a big internet celebrity with over 30 million fans. Ding-dling. In the morning, Wang Chen was woken up by his phone ringing. He groggily picked up the phone, and upon seeing it, he instantly perked up. He quickly answered the video call. Sister Liang, why are you calling me so early in the morning? On the other end, Zhao Liang was having breakfast. You haven't gotten up yet. I was just about to get up, but I didn't expect you to call. Alright, get up early. I heard you signed Xiaoyi, Zhu Jingyi? Who else? Yeah, Zhu Jingyi is now an artist in our company. How did you know, Sister Liang? How would I know? I bet you don't even know where your company's artists are right now. Speaking of which, Wang Chen really didn't know, as the company's matters were mostly handled by Helan and Xiachuchu. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Hee, Sister Liang, you know I usually don't ask. You really need to pay more attention, you know? I will. Alright, after a while, I'll give you a surprise. I plan to go to Magic City around the festival in October. You're coming back. I miss you. You talk too much. Hee, really? Okay, I have to get busy now. Remember to eat, got it? Sister Liang, you too, don't tire yourself out. If it gets too bad, I'll support you. Oh, really? More real than pearls. Okay, I got it. Hanging up now. Bye. Just after the video call ended, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang's favorability +5, damn. Wang Chen jumped up from the bed. What is this operation? Zhao Liang's favorability actually increased. Is this what they call loaning? Ha, awesome. Wang Chen directly kissed his phone. At that moment, his phone started receiving messages one after another. Song Ningxian, how good morning. Basically, all the goddesses he had a good relationship with sent him messages. After replying to each one, Wang Chen went to wash up. When he came out of his room, Wu Ya and his sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. The three of them had breakfast together. Wang Chen had classes that morning, so he needed to go to school, while Wu Ya had to go to Feixiang art dance, so she also needed to head out. Wang Chen handed his newly bought G-Class key to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you're bored at home, you can take the car out for a drive. I'll be back by noon. Xiao Hao, I don't need the car. I'm not going anywhere, just waiting for you to come back. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only nod. Okay, sister-in-law. Muah. Just as he finished speaking, he felt his cheek being kissed. Xiao Hao, can you call me by my name? Wang Chen was quite relieved that Wu Ya had gone to get busy first. If she found out, it would be a disaster. I like calling you sister-in-law, Wang Chen said softly. After that, he turned and left. Hearing his words, Li Yunru's lips curled up. Wang Chen drove to school and attended classes all morning. As soon as class was over, he hurried back to Tang Sinipin, only to find that Li Yunru had already prepared lunch for him. He could enjoy a steaming hot meal as soon as he returned. This was indeed a kind of happiness. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen held Meng Meng and coaxed her to sleep. Once Meng Meng was asleep, Wang Chen softly asked, Sister-in-law, when do you plan to get a divorce? Upon hearing this, Li Yunru replied, I want to get divorced soon. Sister-in-law, I can't go with you on this matter, otherwise, it will definitely become your fault. So you can only go together, but don't worry, I will find someone to accompany you. Li Yunru had already considered herself Wang Chen's person, so she naturally listened to whatever he said. As she spoke, Li Yunru moved closer to Wang Chen. Their eyes met. A kiss. However, just as they were lost in the moment, a childish voice reached their ears. Mommy, uncle, what are you doing? Meng Meng rubbed her eyes, looking at the two. This unexpected interruption left Li Yunru at a loss. She quickly separated from Wang Chen and went to her daughter, picking her up. Baby, mommy is playing a game with your uncle. Meng Meng wants to play too. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru and Wang Chen exchanged a glance and laughed. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was 6 in the evening. Wu Ya also returned from the company, and it was time for Wang Chen to keep his appointment. Sister Wu Ya, sister-in-law, I have something to do today, so I won't be having dinner at home. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Wu Ya asked, puzzled. It's nothing, just that the company wants to poach someone, and I've arranged to have dinner with them tonight to discuss it. I'll be back soon. Wu Ya walked up to Wang Chen and gently helped him straighten his clothes. Xiao Hao, come back early, we'll be waiting for you at home. Wang Chen hugged Wu Ya. Then he left the house. In fact, the restaurant Wang Chen booked was not far from Tang Sinipin, one could even say it was very close. However, he still chose to drive there. After all, having a car was a matter of face. How could he not drive? Originally, he wanted to take his red beast or silver beast, but since those two cars weren't here, he could only take his big G. Wang Chen drove the big G to the restaurant he had reserved for today. This restaurant was the one he often visited with Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, called Maoquan Moto Cuisine. Mr. Wang, your private room is ready, please follow me. Because he came here often, he was now a VIP at this restaurant. He then followed the waiter to the private room. The dishes will be served later. Okay. After that, Wang Chen waited in the private room for a while. Once everything was set, he sent the location and room number to Timo. Now he just had to wait for her to arrive. Wang Chen was very curious to see Timo's true appearance and height. They said Timo was 1 meter 50, he wondered if it was true. After a while, the door to the private room opened. Immediately, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. Wang Chen saw Timo's true form for the first time. He had to say, Timo looked quite similar to her videos, though the videos had some smoothing effects. In real life, she was also very beautiful. That face! Wang Chen looked at Timo's height. Although she was taller than 1 meter 50, it wasn't by much. But in Wang Chen's eyes, Timo's proportions were just right. Timo was completely both charming and sweet. He was truly moved. Such a beautiful woman, he had to sign her up and make her his own, no matter the cost. Wang Chen stood up and walked to Timo. He extended his hand. Sister Yanin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaohao, I didn't expect you to be so young. You really are young and promising. Hey, Sister Yanin, you're even more beautiful than in the videos. Are you moved? Wang Chen was taken aback. He smiled and said, I believe not many can resist Sister Yanin's charm. Naturally, I can't either. Ha, you really know how to flatter, little brother. Sister Yanin, please sit down. Let's eat and chat. Okay. After Wang Chen and Feng Yanin sat down, he called the waiter to bring the dishes. Then he started chatting with Feng Yanin. Sister Yanin, did you come here alone? Yeah. Aren't you afraid of me? We're not drinking. What is there to be afraid of? Wang Chen originally wanted to have a drink with her, but he didn't expect this. No wonder Timo dared to come alone. However, Wang Chen didn't plan to get her drunk. I was hoping to have a couple of drinks with you, Sister Yanin, but it seems that's not going to happen. Oh, little brother Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. There's no helping it. Who told you, sister, to be so beautiful? The two exchanged some commercial flattery, and then Wang Chen smoothly led the conversation to his purpose. After all, his goal was to recruit talent for Haoya. But that was his previous thought. Now that he needed to establish a live-streaming sales company for Baiwaner, he definitely needed a host, and he needed to scout for one in advance. Timo was the first person. Timo currently had a large number of fans, a significant following. If he could recruit Timo, it would greatly help his plan. Sister Yanin, I heard that a certain platform signed you for 50 million a year. Feng Yanin didn't hide it upon hearing his words. After all, this matter was no longer a secret, and there was no need to conceal it. Yeah, that's true. Then I wonder, how much would the breach of contract fee be if I wanted to recruit Sister Yanin? Upon hearing this, Feng Yanin looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She had come to dinner with Wang Chen just to get to know him. After all, a man who could spend 10 million at once was quite rare. She didn't expect Wang Chen to want to recruit her from that platform. However, the cost of recruiting her could be said to be enormous. Little brother Wang Chen, I don't know what your company's name is. I currently have a Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. And we have artists like Zhu Jingyi, and perhaps soon there will be more. Although Haoya's fame wasn't very big right now, Zhu Jingyi was a genuine star with considerable fame, and moreover, after joining Haoya, Zhu Jingyi's resources increased. Her popularity was gradually rising. So Haoya is your company. I was a bit surprised when I heard Zhu Jingyi signed with a new company. So what do you think, Sister Yanin? Would you consider my company? Our contracts are quite good. Oh, can I take a look? That's no problem. But Sister Yanin, you have to promise that the contract's contents won't be leaked, as it's very important for my plan. Upon hearing this, Timo pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. She was now very curious about what kind of contract could attract Zhu Jingyi to sign with Haoya. Wang Chen smiled and said, Sister Yanin, please take a look. With that, Wang Chen opened the contract on his phone and handed it to Feng Yanin. Feng Yanin took the phone and started looking. However, when she saw the contents of the contract, she didn't find anything particularly special. Why would such a contract attract a big star like Zhu Jingyi? Wang Chen noticed the confusion on Timo's face and guessed what she was thinking. So he said, Sister Yanin, you can swipe right, there's another level of contract inside, and you'll understand. Feng Yanin curiously swiped right. When she saw the Class C contract, she was a little surprised. If the previous contract was the normal commission for every film and media company, then this Class C contract was exceptionally generous. She was indeed taken aback.
But such a contract clearly wouldn't entice an artist like Ju Jingyi to sign with Haoya. However, when Timo saw the Class B contract, she was dumbfounded. What kind of divine contract was this? Not only did it not take a cut from the artist's earnings, but it also covered the artist's living expenses and the costs needed for performances. As if that wasn't enough, the funds required for concerts and movies were also fully provided by the company. This was outrageous. When had Feng Yanan ever seen such a contract? After reading the contract, she weakly asked, "Brother Wang Chen, aren't you afraid of losing money by running a company like this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. Lose money? How could he possibly lose money? After all, those who could sign Class B and Class A contracts were the salary rebate goddesses he wanted to bind. He hoped they could earn more. This way, the funds he received through salary rebates each month would also increase. Moreover, he needed a lot of money to buy the central tower in Magic City, so he had to help the salary rebate goddesses raise their salaries as soon as possible. If it weren't for the system not allowing him to give away money, he would have loved to send tens of billions or even hundreds of billions to the salary rebate goddesses with Class B and Class A contracts every month. Losing money? How could that be possible? Sister Yanan, there might be a bit of a loss, but it's not easy to sign a Class B contract. The first requirement is that you have to be as beautiful as you, Sister Yanan, and you also have to be a good person, just like you. Hearing Wang Chen praise her like this, Feng Yanan couldn't help but show a faint smile. She didn't expect Wang Chen to be so sweet-tongued. She initially thought she could manage on a certain platform, but now it seemed she had a better option. She just didn't know if Wang Chen was interested in her, wanting so much to bring her over. Naturally, she wouldn't believe that someone would be nice to her for no reason. After all, she had encountered many such situations, and they were all just after her body. Brother Wang Chen, besides having Class B, C, and D contracts, do you also have Class A contracts? Yes, Sister Yanan, if you keep scrolling down, you'll see. Upon hearing this, Feng Yanan scrolled a little. However, the content of this contract shocked her. What the hell was this? This Class A contract not only included all the contents of the Class B contract but also added many generous benefits, such as if you earn 1 billion in a month, the company would reward you with an additional 1 billion. And there was no upper limit on this reward. Didn't that mean if she signed a Class A contract with Wang Chen, her monthly earnings could even exceed what she earned in a year on a certain platform? Feng Yanan looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. She didn't know what to say. Wang Chen, is this contract real? Timo was so excited that she didn't even add brother after Wang Chen's name. She looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. If this contract was real, then she really had to consider how to come over to Haoya. However, just as Wang Chen was about to answer her, the waiter knocked on the door and brought the dishes in. Sister Yanan, let's eat first, and I'll explain the contract to you later. Okay. After that, the two of them started having dinner. After dinner, Sister Yanan, why don't you come to my place for a bit? I can explain the contract to you, don't worry, my sister-in-law is at home too. Wang Chen, worried that Timo would refuse, brought up his sister-in-law. Where do you live? Not far, just a few minutes walk from here at Tongsinipin. Feng Yanan thought for a moment. She was indeed curious about the contract, and she also hoped to chat with Wang Chen. After all, if there was money to be made, she wanted to earn a bit more. This way, her company could stabilize a little. Moreover, according to what Wang Chen said, Haoya would definitely have many female celebrities in the future. If she joined Haoya now, she might even transform from an internet celebrity into an artist. Thinking of this, Timo agreed. Okay. Seeing Timo agree, Wang Chen's smile was as hard to suppress as an AK. The reason he hadn't explained to Timo earlier was that he wanted to see if he could recruit her today. Then Wang Chen left Makwan Modu Cuisine with Timo. He drove Timo back to Tangsinipin. Sister Yanan, where do you live? Guess. Timo said with a grin. It wouldn't be here too, would it? Yep, you guessed it. Wang Chen never expected Timo's house would also be here. This would make future meetings much easier. However, he thought about it and didn't find it strange. Generally, wealthy internet celebrities choose to live here. After all, this place is home to stars and big names, and there are plenty of resources. Then we can see each other often. You wish. Before long, Wang Chen and Timo returned home. When he opened the door, he saw his sister-in-law and Wuya chatting on the sofa. After Wang Chen brought Timo in, Wuya and his sister-in-law were a bit surprised. Little Hao, you're back. Wuya walked over to Wang Chen and naturally linked her arm with his, as if declaring her territory. Now Wuya had a sense of crisis. After all, the women around Wang Chen were all very beautiful. However, Wang Chen seemed oblivious to Wuya's worries. Instead, he calmly introduced, Sister Wuya, sister-in-law, this is Feng Yanan, she's a big internet celebrity, you should know her.
At this, Wu Ye, still holding on to Wang Chen, said, "Yeah, I know, I'm actually her fan." Timo smiled slightly at the side. "Hello?" Wang Chen introduced her, then took Timo to sit on the sofa, and went to pour her a glass of water and wash some fruit. "Sister Yanan, have you thought it over? If you sign with Haya, I can directly offer you a B-level contract, and when the time comes, you can sign an A-level contract." "Wang Chen, I want to ask, if I sign a contract with you, who will pay the penalty fee to that certain platform?" Wang Chen just smiled and didn't answer immediately. Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were also listening carefully. After a little while, he slowly spoke. "Sister Yanan, don't worry about this. If you're willing to sign with Haya, the penalty fee to that certain platform will naturally be covered by the company. Aren't you going to ask how much the penalty fee is? No matter how much the penalty fee is, our company will cover it. Even if it's 500 million, you'll pay?" Wang Chen said without hesitation, "Yes." As soon as this was said, the living room fell silent. Wu Ye was fine, she knew Wang Chen had a lot of money, but his sister-in-law and Timo didn't know. His sister-in-law originally thought that even if Wang Chen was rich, he should only have a few tens of millions, but she didn't expect him to not even blink at a few 100 million. Now she was curious about just how wealthy Wang Chen really was. After a moment of silence, Timo softly said, "I'll think about it." Then Wang Chen chatted with Timo for quite a while, and it wasn't until 11:30 at night that he sent Timo back to her home, conveniently getting to know the place for future visits. After Wang Chen returned home, his sister-in-law and Wu Ye surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. He didn't hide it from them and told them the answer. "Sister-in-law, I'll arrange for Meng Meng to study after you finish what you're dealing with." "Okay. Tomorrow I'll find someone to go with you, so you can get things done. That way, you can feel more at ease." "Alright." To be honest, if it weren't for Wu Ye being here, Li Yunru would have already hugged Wang Chen, but with Wu Ye around, she couldn't do that. Wang Chen chatted with Wu Ye and his sister-in-law for a while before going to rest. The next morning, the comrade that Wang Chen asked and ran to find arrived, also a retired female soldier, very capable, more than enough to protect his sister-in-law. So, his sister-in-law and the newly arrived female bodyguard took Meng Meng to find Wang Meng. Meanwhile, Wang Chen went to school for class in the afternoon. There was no way around it, he hadn't graduated yet, so he naturally had to attend classes. These days he had been lingering among women, and today he wanted to enjoy some peace. Back at school, he wanted to enjoy the joy of playing games. This time, Wang Chen didn't want to be too high profile, so he drove the big G to the company and swapped cars with Xia Chuchu. He drove Xia Chuchu's Mercedes S to school. However, he still underestimated the attention of his classmates. This Mercedes S was also a luxury car. As soon as he drove it to school, people noticed. "Wait, isn't Senior Wang Chen changing cars quite frequently? It's even more frequent than changing girlfriends." "Exactly. What are you all jealous about? Senior Wang Chen has money, he can change as he pleases." "That's right. If you had money, I bet you'd change even more often than Senior Wang Chen." Wang Chen naturally heard their discussions, but he didn't mind. After getting out of the car, he walked straight to the classroom. However, after just a couple of steps, a girl in a super short skirt with a high ponytail stood in front of him. Senior, can I add you to my green bubble?" Saying that, the girl opened the scanning function on her phone. Wang Chen looked at the girl in front of him. Then he let the system check the girl's data. He found that she didn't meet the system's binding requirements. But there were quite a few people around, and if he directly refused, it might have a bad impact on the girl, so he let her scan his green bubble's QR code. However, he quickly regretted it. After the girl successfully added Wang Chen's green bubble, girls around her flocked over, all wanting to add his green bubble. Seeing this, Wang Chen could only flee in embarrassment. He found a gap and slipped out. Then he quickly ran to the classroom. He thought that would keep him safe, but he was too naive. When Wang Chen arrived at the classroom, he was stunned. Originally, there should only be people from their class in the classroom, but now there were not only people from their class but also many girls dressed lightly. He had no idea what was happening. However, as soon as he walked into the classroom, a dozen girls dressed lightly surrounded him. "Senior Wang Chen, can I add you to my green bubble?" "Senior Wang Chen, I want to add too." "Me too." Wang Chen was overwhelmed. They had surrounded him, and even if he wanted to run, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt someone touch his butt. "Damn, don't mess around, one at a time." The male classmates in the class were also very jealous when they saw this scene. They had just gone to ask these girls for their green bubbles, but they ignored them. Now, as soon as Wang Chen arrived, they all surrounded him, fighting to add Wang Chen's green bubble. It was really infuriating. Wang Chen had no choice but to add their green bubbles.
This scene also gave Wang Chen a new idea. He had to create another green bubble, one specifically for adding these girls, and the other as a normal green bubble, keeping only the people who mattered to him. However, before he could finish adding the green bubbles, Lin Shui walked in from outside. "What are you all doing gathered here?" Upon hearing the teacher arrive, everyone quickly took their seats. Wang Chen had originally planned to find an empty spot to sit down and play some games to relax, but after glancing around the classroom, he was stunned. It was completely full. He was speechless. When did he become so popular? It turned out that the feeling of fame wasn't that great after all. It was too troublesome. Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen, then at the classroom, shaking her head helplessly. "Wang Chen, come sit in the front." Lin Shui pointed to a spot between two girls dressed lightly in the first row, where there was still an empty seat. With no choice, Wang Chen had to follow Lin Shui's instructions and sat between the two girls. Since Lin Shui was there, the classmates didn't dare to speak, but Wang Chen could feel their gazes on him. Lin Shui didn't care and started her lesson. Wang Chen had intended to play games, but the arrival of these girls made Lin Shui's attention constantly shift towards him. He could only listen attentively to Lin Shui's lecture. This lasted for over an hour. As class was nearing its end, Wang Chen knew that if he waited until the next time to leave, he definitely wouldn't be able to, so he had to find an excuse to leave first. The best excuse was to go to the bathroom. Without hesitation, Wang Chen raised his hand. Seeing this, Lin Shui asked, "Wang Chen, what's the matter?" "Teacher, my stomach hurts, I want to go to the bathroom." As he said this, Wang Chen even winked at Lin Shui. Lin Shui seemed to understand Wang Chen's intention and said, "You can go." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen pretended to hold his stomach and left the classroom. However, this action raised suspicions among the girls waiting for him in the classroom, and some of the more anxious girls slipped away from the back. After all, they weren't students of this class, and the teacher couldn't manage them. Once Wang Chen left, those girls followed suit. After this series of actions, the classroom was left with nearly half the number of people. Lin Shui was dumbfounded. She felt she needed to have a word with Wang Chen. After all, he still owed her a meal from last time, so she could just let him treat her to a meal and discuss this issue. On the other side, once Wang Chen stepped out, he felt everything was going smoothly. But the next second, he was stunned. He saw quite a few girls dressed lightly chasing after him from behind. Wang Chen turned around, and several girls were looking at him. "Senior Wang Chen, I haven't added your green bubble yet." There was no choice. Wang Chen knew that if he didn't add them, he might not be able to leave. He could only add their green bubbles first. After adding them, Wang Chen sent a green bubble message to Lin Shui and left directly. Back in the car, Wang Chen never expected that one day he would be pursued by so many girls, especially pure college girls. He thought he wasn't that handsome. Although he had a cheerful appearance, belonging to the type that was easy on the eyes, shouldn't girls prefer looks? It seemed that for wealthy people, even if they weren't handsome, they still appeared attractive in the eyes of some girls. Wang Chen decided not to think too much about it. He took out his phone, ready to call Zhou Liying and Louis Fei to see what they were up to. As soon as he took out his phone, a barrage of messages bombarded him. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only temporarily give up on video calling Zhou Liying and Louis Fei. He first re-registered a green bubble account, then transferred the newly added girls to another green bubble, and after finishing all this, he finally started calling Zhou Liying. Beep beep beep. He dialed Zhou Liying's video call. After a while, Zhou Liying still didn't answer, so Wang Chen had to hang up, thinking she must be busy. Since Zhou Liying didn't pick up, Wang Chen called Louis Fei for a video chat. Beep beep beep. Wang Chen initially thought Louis Fei would also be busy, but to his surprise, the video call connected almost immediately. As soon as the video was on, Wang Chen was stunned. Louis Fei in the video was wearing a wine-red haute couture dress, and Wang Chen was captivated at first glance. "Wang Chen, what's up? Sister Fei, are you busy?" "Yeah, I'm attending the new product launch for Bayajali." "Oh, okay, you go ahead. I'll call you again when you're done." "Sure." After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the video call. What Wang Chen didn't know was that when he made the call, everyone around Louis Fei, who was sitting at the same table, was shocked to see her talking to a man on video. They were all very curious about who could make Louis Fei speak so gently in such a setting. However, Louis Fei's influence was too great for them to dare to ask. After all, this was Louis Fei's business. After hanging up, Wang Chen called Wuya for a video chat. To his surprise, Wuya was also busy. He then called his sister-in-law. Of course, he didn't forget the others, including Song Ningxiang. The last person was Bai Wanner. Beep beep beep. The video rang and was immediately connected. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Wanner, do you miss me?" However, the next second, he felt something was off. In the video, Bai Wanner had red eyes, clearly having just cried. At first,
Wang Chen thought it was because he had neglected her lately that she was like this. But upon further questioning, he learned that Bai Wanner had recently become quite popular, and her company had approached her. They said they wanted to promote her. Naturally, Bai Wanner didn't believe in such windfall opportunities and decisively refused. But those people actually threatened her. Wang Chen comforted Bai Wanner for a bit, then hung up and rushed to her house. When encountering such a situation, he naturally wanted to be by Bai Wanner's side. Just right, he had the idea of starting a live streaming company, and now this situation was like a catalyst, pushing Wang Chen to quickly get the live streaming company up and running. In fact, a live streaming company is quite similar to a film and television company, just with different focuses. A film and television company primarily focuses on film and television, which means training artists. A live streaming company mainly cultivates internet celebrities. Of course, the management of the two companies would also differ. A film and television company wouldn't recruit male artists, but a live streaming company would recruit male internet celebrities. After all, artists and internet celebrities are different. The value of an artist is higher than that of an internet celebrity, and for a company, having more is naturally better. Before long, Wang Chen drove Xia Chuchu's car to the Green City Huangpu River. He didn't hesitate and headed straight to Bai Wanner's place. When he arrived at her home, Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli were sitting on the sofa, with Yang Xiaoli constantly comforting Bai Wanner. When Wang Chen arrived, Yang Xiaoli finally stopped. Wang Chen sat next to Bai Wanner, softly saying, "Wanner, it's okay, I'm here." Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Bai Wanner lifted her head and buried it in his embrace. "How goo!" Wang Chen gently held her, patting her back, comforting her. "It's alright, it's just a company, I have ways to help you get back at them." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoli watched the two with wide eyes, feeling very envious. Why hadn't she met a man like Wang Chen, who would stand in front of her and protect her when something happened? After a while, Bai Wanner finally calmed down. "Alright, tell me what happened." "Brother Hao, I just received a call. The person on the other end said they wanted to invest 100 million to make me popular. I didn't agree, and they threatened me." "Do you know who it was?" "They said it was from Tianma live streaming company. They said they wanted to invest 100 million to make you popular?" "Yeah, I know. Their intention is to make me a money-making tool for the company after they promote me, and they might even have their eyes on me, so I refused. But they said they have ways to force me to quit the internet." Wang Chen didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seemed these companies had some pretty underhanded tactics. They poach anyone who shows a bit of potential, and if the person is unwilling, they threaten them. If Bai Wanner hadn't followed him, she would have had only two choices: join their company or quit the internet. The outcome was predictable. Quitting would be fine, she would just disappear from the audience's view. But if she chose to join the company, not only would she become a money-making tool, but she might also lose her innocence. In serious cases, if the company got into trouble, she would have to take the blame. "Wanner, do you know anything about Tianma Company? Tell me." Well, Tianma Live Streaming Company is a live streaming sales company that earns commissions by having its streamers promote products. It is said that the company has about 1 to 2,000 streamers. They have 2 accounts with tens of millions of followers, over a dozen with millions, and dozens with hundreds of thousands. The rest are accounts with a few thousand to tens of thousands of followers. After listening to Bai Wanner's introduction, Wang Chen had a rough understanding of Tianma Live Streaming Company. This company is publicly listed, and its market value is around 1 billion. If it were the old Wang Chen, hearing about a company worth 1 billion would have shocked him to the core, but now it was different. He had dozens of small targets in his bank account. "Wanner, the other company is only worth 1 billion. How could they possibly invest 100 million to promote you? This is clearly just a pipe dream. But since they dared to threaten you, we definitely have to deal with them." Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, Yang Xiaoli chimed in. "Brother Hao, they said that if Wanner wasn't willing, they would have their streamers smear her reputation and force her to quit." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was genuinely angry. He had initially planned to sign Timo first and then set up a live streaming company for Bai Wanner, but now it seemed he had to act. However, the only internet celebrities he knew were Timo, who had over 30 million fans, and Yedao Shingo, who had 5 million fans. Wang Chen was eager to sign both of them. He had already approached Timo, and she was still considering it. So once the live streaming company was established, he would need to meet with Yedao Shingo. "Wanner, Xiaoli, since the other side is a live streaming company, I have an idea. Listen to me." Upon hearing this, the two looked at him intently. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly shared his thoughts. "Here's the thing. I previously mentioned setting up a company for Wanner, so let's take this opportunity to establish a live streaming company. It just so happens that both of you, Wanner and Xiaoli, are involved in this field and are quite knowledgeable about it.
Secondly, since someone is bullying Warner, we can't let them off so easily. Moreover, once we deal with Tianma live streaming company, our own company's reputation will also rise. This way, we achieve 3 goals in one move. What do you think? Upon hearing Wang Chen's analysis, Bai Warner and Yang Xiaoli's eyes lit up. This sounds great. If they were to manage another company, they might worry, but with a live streaming company, they felt more confident. Just as Wang Chen said, starting a live streaming company was clearly the best choice. How go, Warner listens to you. Wang Chen looked at Bai Warner and said gently, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you. Oh, you two are really mushy. Clearly discussing serious matters, and suddenly you start feeding me dog food, really? Yang Xiaoli said with annoyance. Yang Xiaoli's comment successfully made both of them laugh. Ha ha ha. After they finished laughing, Wang Chen continued, well, since that's the case, I'll arrange the tasks first. The two responded in unison. Wang Chen then explained the tasks he needed to handle next. If we're going to establish a company, then you two shouldn't do live broadcasts for a while. Warner, Xiaoli, you two should go register the company in the next couple of days. As for the name, let's call it Hawan Live Broadcasting Company, Ltd. Warner will hold 80% of the shares, Xiaoli 20%, and the registered capital will be 1 billion, which I will provide. Also, I'll find someone to help you manage it. When Wang Chen laid out the specifics, both of them were stunned. Especially Yang Xiaoli, she never expected that Wang Chen would give her shares. How good, you're going to give me shares too? Yang Xiaoli said excitedly. Just now, Wang Chen mentioned that he would invest 1 billion as the company's capital and give her 20% of the shares, which means she would get 200 million without doing anything. That's 200 million. Even if Yang Xiaoli live-streamed her whole life, she could never earn that much money. Wang Chen smiled at Yang Xiaoli's excited expression. You're Warner's best friend, how could I treat you unfairly? Besides, I doubt Warner can manage it all by herself, having you around will be better. But won't this 20% be too much? It's fine, in my eyes, no matter how much it is, it can't compare to Warner. Upon hearing this, Bai Warner hugged him tightly. After that, Wang Chen told them some precautions, and he didn't leave the Green City Huangpu River until 10 o'clock at night. Wuya had already moved to Tangsini Pin, which is not far from Bai Warner, just a 10-minute walk. Wang Chen drove back to Tangsini Pin in less than 10 minutes, and that was only because of traffic. Before long, Wang Chen was back home. At that moment, Wuya was wearing yoga clothes, practicing yoga in the living room. And this was a treat for Wang Chen, the pervert. In short, he saw everything he shouldn't have seen. After a while, Wuya finished her workout. At that time, Wang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Liang. Wuya also came over to look at his phone. Seeing it was Zhao Liang, she snatched the phone from his hand. Hello, Liang Jia. Oh, it's Wuya. Isn't this Wang Chen's phone? Yes, he's sitting on the sofa watching TV. Oh, you're doing yoga, right? Yeah, I just finished. You're doing yoga right under Wang Chen's nose. That probably makes it easy for him. As soon as they started the video call, the two chatted non-stop until Wuya had to go wash up, and she returned the phone to Wang Chen. Only then could Wang Chen talk to Zhao Liang. Liang Jia. When you called me today, I was busy. I just finished filming. So busy, huh? Remember to take care of yourself. As I said before, no matter what, I will always stand behind you. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, Zhao Liang in the video couldn't help but smile. After chatting for a while, Wang Chen knew Zhao Liang was tired from filming all day and didn't want to disturb her, so he simply hung up the video call. In Wang Chen's view, it was only a matter of time before Zhao Liang came to his company. After all, his relationship with Zhao Liang was getting better and better. It wouldn't be long before they could even argue. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen sent a green bubble to Nightblade God Go. They arranged to meet in Magic City the day after tomorrow. Then he put down his phone. Leaning back on the sofa, he reflected on the matters he needed to handle and his current goals. He realized there were indeed quite a few things. First, there was the conflict between Han Xin and the businesses of Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu. He needed to find a time to ask them about it. Secondly, there were matters concerning Haoya film and television media. And then there was the issue with Haoan Live Streaming Company. Not to mention the current situation with his sister-in-law. He needed to resolve each of these matters. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the most important thing, which was to buy the Magic City Central Building, the Magic City Global Financial Center, and the Magic City Jin Mao Tower. However, purchasing these 3 buildings required extremely substantial funds, and he currently didn't even have enough for the down payment, let alone the increasing expenses he would face after moving to Kyoto. Also, Zhao Liang's birthday was coming up soon,
He wanted to surprise her in Kyoto, hoping that it might increase their rapport. In the following 2 days, Wang Chen went to class as usual, had meals with Song Ningxuan, and even treated supervisor Lin Shui to dinner last night. Lin Shui also mentioned some things to him. She advised him to be more low-key at school, and after Wang Chen promised her, she didn't pursue the matter further. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Nightblade God Go, and Wang Chen was already prepared to see her. He was determined to sign Nightblade God Go. Otherwise, the live streaming company wouldn't have a single well-known host. That wouldn't do. Wang Chen looked at today's date and couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time passed. It was already mid-September, and there were only a few days left until next month's salary rebate. He didn't know how much funding he would get from the salary rebate next month. However, he was sure that the amount would definitely be more than last month. In the evening, Wang Chen arrived at the meeting place with Nightblade God Go. This time, he didn't go to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine but chose a Western restaurant instead. After eating Chinese food for a long time, it was nice to change things up occasionally. Wang Chen specifically chose a table by the window, where he could enjoy the neon-lit streets outside. After waiting for a while, around 7 o'clock in the evening, he saw a woman with an impressive figure, wearing a gray short-sleeve top and a brown-black plaid JK short skirt, with a pair of black stockings on her long, fair legs. She was holding a brown handbag and walked right up to him. Wang Chen, who had been looking out the window, withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman standing in front of him. Wow! Is this Nightblade God Go? That beauty mark on her lip is so sexy. He really wanted to take a bite and see what it was like. However, Wang Chen didn't show it. He was now a wealthy man, and even if he had thoughts about Nightblade God Go, he couldn't express them immediately. Hello, brother Wang. Wang Chen stood up, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "You can't call me brother Wang. I'm only 23 years old." Hello, Nightblade God Go. That's just a username. You know my real name. Should I call you Shuyu or Sister Shuyu? No way, you're the big boss. How can I call you sister? Shuyu, you're even more beautiful in person than in the videos. Thank you. Have a seat, let's eat and chat. Okay. The two sat across from each other, and Wang Chen called the waiter to bring out the dishes they had prepared earlier. He didn't know if it was because he had seen more celebrities, but Wang Chen now felt that even facing internet celebrities didn't put any pressure on him. Instead, he felt quite calm. Hey, is everything you said to me on the green bubble true? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen revealed a faint smile. Of course. Not only what I mentioned on the green bubble, but I will even prepare other things for you. Of course, the premise is that you sign a 10-year contract with us. Nightblade God Go wasn't particularly concerned about signing a 10-year contract. What she cared about were the conditions Wang Chen had mentioned on the green bubble. They were simply too generous, so generous that she could hardly believe it. What else is there besides those? A house in Magic City. Wang Chen's casual remark made Nightblade God Go lose her composure. She stood up excitedly. You mean, as long as I sign the contract, you'll give me a house in Magic City? Looking at the excited Zhang Shuyu, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. He knew that no one could refuse a house in Magic City and one in Kyoto. That's right. Once she calmed down, Zhang Shuyu remembered to ask for specific details. You're not planning to use this as a gimmick, are you? Like buying a house in a very remote area, one that costs more than a few bucks. Wang Chen chuckled. How could he be that kind of person? Giving away houses as part of a contract was only for a select few. Male streamers didn't get such treatment. Moreover, with his capabilities, how could he give away a house in a remote neighborhood? At the very least, it would be in Green City, Huangpu River. If it were for a celebrity, it would be Tang Sinipin. He had already arranged everything. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I can clearly tell you, it's right across at Green City, Huangpu River, and it's over 200 square meters. You should know the property prices there. It's over 100,000 per square meter. A 200 square meter house would cost tens of millions. Of course, besides the house, I will also buy you a car, priced no less than 5 million. Upon hearing this, Nightblade God Go was so shocked she couldn't speak. The items on the contract were just appetizers. The real big deal was right here. Just these two things would cost tens of millions. Nightblade God Go felt as if Wang Chen was going to keep her, giving away houses and cars. Really? Really? I never lie to women, especially beautiful women. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Nightblade God Go's face instantly turned red. Then whose name will the house and car you give me be under? Yours. Of course the house will be in your name. What? Nightblade God Go was shocked again. She thought that even if he was giving away a house and a car, it couldn't possibly be in her name. This made her ponder whether there was some kind of trap. But after thinking it over, Nightblade God Go couldn't come up with any traps. The only possibility was that Wang Chen wanted to keep her, just not saying it outright. After all, How could tens of millions worth of houses and millions worth of cars just be given away? And they were meeting for the first time. She looked at Wang Chen and thought carefully for a long time. After all, in her view, if she accepted Wang Chen's house and car, it would be equivalent to accepting his support. She had to think it through. Meanwhile, Wang Chen noticed her prolonged silence but wasn't anxious. Instead, he calmly started eating. Wang Chen believed that no one could resist the temptation of a house in Magic City and luxury cars. What Wang Chen didn't know was that Nightblade God Go had misunderstood. She thought Wang Chen wanted to keep her. If Wang Chen knew she thought that way, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. If he really wanted to keep Nightblade God Go, he wouldn't only give her these things. After all, how could he treat his woman poorly? Moreover, he didn't have the energy for that right now. What he wanted was to make money, earn more money, earn money that would never run out. He wanted a fortune that could surpass even foreign conglomerates. Moreover, even if he wanted to support Nightblade God Go, it wasn't the right time. After all, the most important thing now was to help the bound salary cashback goddess earn more money. For example, helping Wuya transform Feishang Art Dance into her own brand and then continuously open chain stores. This way, she could earn more money. Additionally, he needed to improve Zhou Liying and Lui Fei's favorability, which would also increase the monthly salary cashback. He had thoughts about Nightblade God Go, but not now. After pondering for a long time, she slowly spoke, "Wang Chen, I agree." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. This result was finally good. Wasn't the first anchor of Hawan Live Company coming? Alright, we'll sign the contract after you buy the house and car. Okay, but can you give me some time? Let me think it over. Wang Chen was confused, not knowing what she meant, thinking she just wanted to delay starting work for a few days. So he replied, "Sure, I'm not in a hurry either. Let's take it slow." "Okay, thank you. Where are you staying recently?" "In a hotel." "How about this, tomorrow I'll take you to buy a house and a car, so you won't have to stay in a hotel anymore." "Alright." Wang Chen had no idea that they were completely on different wavelengths. Wang Chen was giving her so many things to boost Hawan's fame, so more anchors would know about her, while Nightblade God Go thought Wang Chen wanted to support her. But even though their topics weren't aligned, their frequencies were surprisingly consistent. After finishing dinner, Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to the hotel she had booked. Seeing that the hotel wasn't very good, he switched her to another one, letting her stay in a presidential suite worth tens of thousands for a night. After doing all this, Wang Chen went home. The next morning, Wang Chen arrived at the hotel early. He planned to resolve the car and house matters today and then quickly sign Nightblade God Go, after which he would need to spend time looking for other anchors. After all, a live streaming company couldn't have just one anchor. To bring down Tianma Live Company, the scale had to be large. Moreover, anchors from various fields had to be recruited. More importantly, Zhao Liying's birthday was approaching, and he had to rush to Kyoto to give her a surprise. She was the superstar with the best favorability towards him and his favorite star. Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to find Song Wanner to buy a car, a Ferrari 458. The price reached over 6 million. Wang Chen had contacted Song Wanner about the car the night before. After buying the car, Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to Lucheng Huangpu River and bought a 260 square meter flat, spending a total of 33.8 million. In total, Wang Chen spent nearly 40 million on Zhang Shuyu today. Nightblade God Go, who suddenly had a house and a car in Magic City, was still in disbelief. Now she finally understood why some people wanted to be supported by wealthy individuals. These things came too easily. Even if she lived her whole life as a streamer, she might not be able to afford such a flat in Magic City. Not to mention a sports car like the Ferrari 458. Wang Chen and Nightblade God Go stood in the newly bought house. He took out the prepared contract and handed it to Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu. This time, she didn't hesitate and directly picked up the contract to sign. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled. He finally signed Nightblade God Go. After Zhang Shuyu signed, she returned the contract to Wang Chen, but he was lost in thought, staring at her sexy and alluring beauty mark on her lips. This scene was also captured by Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu. The next second, she made a bold decision. Zhang Shuyu slowly closed her eyes. As Wang Chen looked at her, he had no idea what was going on. Why did she suddenly close her eyes? Did she want me to kiss her? Wang Chen thought to himself. He wasn't sure if that was the case. Looking at her sexy lip mole, he really wanted to know what it tasted like. However, he knew that if he went in for a kiss, it would be fine if Zhang Shuyu was willing, then everyone would be happy. But if Zhang Shuyu wasn't willing, then he would really be in trouble. A slap would be the least of his worries. If this led to Zhang Shuyu not wanting to join the Hawan live streaming company, he would truly be a sinner. Thinking of this, Wang Chen hesitated. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyu, who had her eyes closed, was also very confused.
She had made her intentions so clear. Why wasn't Wang Chen making a move? Did she have to take the initiative? But she had never done that before. Although she had dated a boyfriend, it was always the guy who took the lead. With this thought, Zhang Shuyu couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Wang Chen. But when she saw Wang Chen looking at her with a puzzled expression, she couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Chen, can't you be a little more proactive? Ha! Wang Chen, already confused, was even more bewildered now. Be proactive? He didn't remember saying anything about that. What was going on? Oh. Seeing Wang Chen's indifference, Zhang Shuyu could no longer contain herself. Wang Chen, you treat me so well, do you want to pursue me? Or do you want to support me? Hearing Zhang Shuyu's words, Wang Chen finally understood why she was acting a bit out of character. It was for this reason. No wonder. However, Wang Chen didn't refute her. After all, he did have feelings for her, but it just wasn't the right time. Sister Shuyu, since we've signed the contract, I'll head back now. If there are any issues, you can call me. As for when to start working, I'll let you know on Green Bubble. After saying that, Wang Chen left. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, Sister Shuyu, your lip mole is really sexy. With that, he left, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Shuyu standing in the living room. She really couldn't understand what Wang Chen meant. She had made herself so clear. Signing the contract meant she was willing, whether to be his woman or to be supported by him. She was already prepared for it. But why didn't Wang Chen seize the opportunity? Did she misunderstand? Her heart was in turmoil. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't make sense of it. On the other side, after leaving Zhang Shuyu, Wang Chen returned to his car. Thinking about Zhang Shuyu's earlier demeanor, how could Wang Chen not understand? He had a rough idea. But why didn't he go in for the kiss? That was naturally due to his considerations. Although kissing her would let him taste those sexy red lips with the mole, the consequence might be a decrease in affection, and he estimated that they would be bound in the future. So he didn't want to lower the affection. There would be plenty of opportunities to taste those sexy red lips with the mole later. A small sacrifice could lead to a greater plan. With this thought, Wang Chen couldn't help but check Zhang Shuyu's affection level. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Affection level, 63. Stranger, height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional. Live streamer. Wang Chen was delighted. The affection level had jumped to 63. If he had kissed her just now, the affection level would have likely dropped significantly. However, he hadn't bound himself to Zhang Shuyu, so the system wouldn't report the increases or decreases in affection. He could only check for himself. After checking Zhang Shuyu's information, Wang Chen originally planned to return to Tangsanipin, but thinking that he was already here, it seemed unreasonable not to visit Bai Waner, so he decided to go to Bai Waner first. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Bai Waner's place. Yang Xiaoli was also there. She was discussing company matters with Bai Waner. When they saw Wang Chen arrive, the two stopped their discussion and sat around him. How go? The people from Tianma Live Company called me again. They said they would give me 3 days to think about it. Bai Waner said, linking her arm with his. 3 days? Yes. No problem. Is the company registered yet? Not yet, but it will be soon. We found someone to help us. It should be ready by tomorrow. Alright, during this time, you shouldn't go live. I estimate that the people from Tianma Live Company will have their internet celebrities spread rumors about you, but you don't need to pay attention to it. Once our new company has enough internet celebrities, we will strike a fatal blow to Tianma Live Company. By then, I will give you a surprise. Wang Chen knew that Tianma would definitely have its streamers spread rumors, and they might even create scandalous rumors about Bai Waner, but right now, the new company Hawan was just starting out and couldn't possibly compete with Tianma. What needed to be done now was to keep a low profile and use their superpowers to attract some streamers. When the time was right, it would be the moment to deal a fatal blow to Tianma, and he had already thought of the guarantees, ensuring everything would go smoothly. Waner, Xiaoli, once the company is registered, you should contact the streamers you know, preferably those with a lot of fans, and try to recruit them to Hawan, so we can proceed to the next step. Okay, we understand. After that, Wang Chen chatted with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli for a long time, leaving Bai Waner's place only at 10 o'clock in the evening. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Yang Xiaoli said, Waner, does Wang Chen have other women? Hearing Yang Xiaoli say this, Bai Waner trembled. Although she knew she was Wang Chen's lover, just thinking about him having other women made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She realized that she had truly fallen for Wang Chen. Xiaoli, I had already agreed with how good that he would support me. Even if he has other women, what can I say? Waner, I know that, but don't you want him to be able to spend more time with you? Xiaoli, what are you trying to say? Wanner, a person's power is always limited, but what if it's two people? What? After leaving by Wanner, Wang Chen went straight back to Tangsanipin. When he returned, Wuya was still doing yoga. Wang Chen once again feasted his eyes. He sat on the sofa watching Wuya's graceful movements, swallowing hard. Wuya noticed his expression and smiled proudly. Xiao Hao, can you come help me with my legs? Wang Chen was instantly delighted to hear this, such a good thing. Wang Chen went to Wuya's side and pressed down on her jade-like feet. The feeling was naturally indescribable. If it weren't for Wang Chen's strong self-control, he might have really acted out against Wuya. After assisting Wuya with her yoga practice, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought this was an enviable job, but unexpectedly, it was quite torturous. But thankfully, Wang Chen raised his hand and sniffed in front of Wuya. Playfully he said, Sister Wuya, you smell really good. Wuya, who was packing up the yoga mat, shot him a glance and said irritably, You, really? This time, Wang Chen didn't care about anything else. He had already wanted to try it when he was at Zhang Shuyu's place. He approached Wuya, cupping her delicate face with both hands. Kissed down. After a long while, lips parted. Xiao Hao, how did you learn to be bad? He. After that, the two washed up and, as usual, sat on the sofa to watch TV. Xiao Hao, how's it going with sister-in-law? Have you asked? I asked a few days ago, nothing much. They should still be processing it, but they should be back soon. Wuya, if you're worried, we can just call sister-in-law. Let's make a call. Okay. With that, Wang Chen took out his phone. He found sister-in-law Li Yunru's number and dialed. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a while before sister-in-law picked up. Hello, Xiao Hao, what's up? Sister-in-law, how's everything going? Wuya and I are a bit worried. It's fine, within Shui here, I can't get into any trouble. Things are almost done, just need to handle a few more matters, that's why I didn't tell you. Oh, if there's anything you can't handle, just call me. Okay. Wuya wants to talk to you. After saying that, Wang Chen handed the phone to Wuya. He then turned back to the TV. After Wuya got the phone, she started chatting with Li Yunru. They only ended the call at midnight. Wang Chen and Wuya also planned to rest. The two returned to their respective rooms. Wang Chen lay on the bed, sighing, when can I hold my woman to sleep? He always felt insecure without someone to hold. Should I sleep holding Wuya or Liying, or maybe Yifei? It would be great if I could have one on each side. Wang Chen muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to stop. Although he had this thought, it was still too early. Anyway, he couldn't sleep now, so he simply opened Douyin, planning to see if there were any suitable people from the Haoan live streaming company. This time, Wang Chen didn't scroll through live streams but watched videos instead. However, while scrolling through videos, Douyin recommended him a bunch of guys. After scrolling for a while, Wang Chen suddenly found someone very suitable. But this woman wasn't live streaming, however, Wang Chen often came across her videos back in school. This person was the cosplay goddess, Walking Yao. Walking Yao could be said to be the top star in the cosplay world. Not only did she have long, fair legs, but she was also beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked so much like the character when she cosplayed. Last time, Wang Chen saw her cosplay as Xiao Wu. It couldn't be said to be similar, it was simply identical. If he could recruit her and spend some money to promote her, she would definitely become popular quickly. Wang Chen had his eyes on the cosplay goddess Walking Yao. Thinking of Walking Yao, Wang Chen wanted to see her cosplay as Xiao Wu in person. Who knows what might happen. But since Walking Yao wasn't live streaming, Wang Chen couldn't send her gifts. This meant he couldn't add her green bubble. Wang Chen could only set Walking Yao as a special follow, so when she went live, he would know right away. After that, Wang Chen scrolled through videos for a little while longer. To his surprise, Zhu Jingyi was gradually starting to become popular. It seemed that after getting resources, she began to explode. Of course, this was not only because of the resources but also due to her own hard work and that stunning beauty and alluring figure. Wang Chen didn't dare to say he could resist her temptation. To be honest, he hadn't been to Haoya's place for a long time. Tomorrow, he just happened to plan to go there and see if Zhang Yuanying and the others were around. Wang Chen wanted to see if he could increase Zhang Yuanying's favorability. After all, Zhang Yuanying had some special quirks. Maybe just a few touches could boost the favorability, and he could also check how their Chinese and dance practice was going. At that time, let them perform a segment just for him. He would enjoy it. He also wondered how things were going on Helan's side, whether she had found anyone. Ever since Wang Chen told her that she could make all the decisions herself, he hadn't inquired about the Haoya film and television media matters at all. Wang Chen continued to scroll through videos.
In this scroll, he actually found several people he wanted to recruit. Among them was a male streamer. This was the first time Wang Chen wanted to recruit a male streamer. However, he didn't plan to do it right away. He still had a lot of things to take care of. Such matters should wait for a while, or until he found new people to recruit. He couldn't possibly recruit people every day. He still needed to improve the favorability of the goddess he had bound for salary cashback. There wasn't that much time. After scrolling through videos for a while, Wang Chen closed Douyin. He opened Weibo and checked the trending topics. Several trending topics on Weibo were about people around him, such as the idol girl group that Zhang Yuanying was part of, the WH1 girl group, and the video call he had with Zhu Jingyi and Louis Fei at the new product launch of Bulgari. Most importantly, Zhao Liying was also trending. However, Zhao Liying's trending topic wasn't about him, it was all about her and Lin Gengxin. Seeing this trending topic, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. After all, he really didn't know what to say. If Zhao Liying's favorability reached 90, then with such trending topics, she would definitely explain it to Wang Chen, but their favorability was only around 70. This made Wang Chen increasingly anxious about improving Zhao Liying's favorability. Improving Zhao Liying's favorability was not just to become her man, more importantly, it was to gain more cashback funds from his monthly salary. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt he needed to consider Zhao Liying's birthday gift as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen decided to take a break. He was already feeling a bit drowsy. He still had to go to Haya tomorrow. He couldn't stay up too late. However, before resting, Wang Chen sent messages to some people. Only then did he put down his phone and close his eyes to sleep. The next day, after Wang Chen dropped Sister Wu Ya off at Feixiang Art Dance, he drove towards the Magic City Center building where Haya was located. To be honest, he was quite curious about how Helan had managed the company. He had entrusted the company entirely to Helan some time ago. He didn't know if she had found any new artists. Wang Chen was very much looking forward to it. After a while of driving, Wang Chen finally arrived at the company. He parked Zhao Liying's Big G in the parking lot and then walked towards the floor where the company was located. Along the way, he saw many people. Some were there to visit the Magic City building, some worked in the companies located there. Others ran companies that rented space in the Magic City building, just like Wang Chen. However, it could basically be confirmed that they were all upper-class members of society. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. While Wang Chen sighed, he also got on the elevator. In no time, he arrived at the 88th floor. The entire 88th floor had been rented by them. When Wang Chen arrived on the 88th floor, the receptionist also stood up. "Hello, boss. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Are you adapting well to working here?" "Yes, everyone is great. I really like it." Wang Chen walked over to her, patted her shoulder, and said, "Work hard, the company will get better and better, and your benefits will improve too." Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel, even the receptionist was so beautiful, he really liked it. After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to Helan's office. When he arrived at Helan's office, there were a few people inside, and among them, he was particularly familiar with two. Upon seeing them, Wang Chen was stunned. Goodness, it was Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. After he entered, everyone's gaze turned to him, and Helan was speechless. Although she and Wang Chen didn't need to say much to each other, there were two big stars present. "Boss, could you please let me know next time before you come over? You startled me, it's so unsteady." Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. "I just suddenly had some time and came over." "Really?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu were completely taken aback, not expecting that such a fresh-looking, unconventional man was actually the boss of Haya. Helan also introduced Wang Chen to Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. "Ruanan, Bai Lu, this is the boss of Haya. You need to discuss your contracts with him, and as for the reason, I've already told you, it's the boss's rule." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu stood up. Wang Chen never expected that one day, beautiful stars would take the initiative to meet him. Zhang Ruanan extended her delicate hand towards Wang Chen and said, "Hello. Hello, Sister Ruanan, I'm your loyal fan." Their hands clasped together. Wang Chen felt an irresistible urge to hold on to her hand. It was soft, just like a baby's. At that moment, Wang Chen also took the opportunity to check Zhang Ruanan's data. System, open Zhang Ruanan's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Ruanan. Age, 28. Appearance, 100. Favorability, 53. Stranger, height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, actress. She was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. A woman like this, Wang Chen had to seize. Haya needed stars like her. He didn't know how much Elan had paid to recruit them, but he wouldn't ask now. At least he would wait until they left to inquire. "Boss Wang is joking. Calling me Boss Wang feels a bit distant. if you don't mind, you can call me Wang Chen, or even Wang Chen little brother. Then, I'll call you Wang Chen. After Zhang Ruanan introduced herself, Bai Lu beside her also extended her fair little hand. Wang Chen shook Bai Lu's hand again. He had to say, a star's hand was indeed tender. Sister Bai Lu, I'm also your fan. I listened to your recent album, it was really beautiful. If you don't mind, you can call me Wang Chen or Wang Chen little brother. A faint smile appeared on Bai Lu's face. Alright, I'll call you Wang Chen from now on. At this moment, Wang Chen quietly checked Bai Lu's data. System, check Bai Lu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Mengyan age, 30 appearance, 98 favorability, 61, stranger, height, 165 centimeters weight, 47 kilograms occupation, actress, model, singer. He didn't expect Bai Lu's data to be so good. But thinking about it, they were both very popular stars. They certainly wouldn't be lacking. After introducing each other, Wang Chen added their green bubbles. Then he carefully observed them. Zhang Ruanan was wearing a leopard print top paired with jeans, simply stunning. Bai Lu looked good too, in jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt. Pure and beautiful. Wang Chen liked them very much. Just then, Helan said, Boss, Ruanan and Bai Lu need to handle some matters with their company in the next few days. As for the breach of contract fees, you need to find time to discuss it with them, as well as the contracts. Alright, let's do it tomorrow. I'll be in the office all day. Okay. Afterward, Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Helan, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu until Zhang Runan and Bai Lu's group left. Only then did Wang Chen excitedly embrace Helan. Lan, you are really amazing. It's only been a short while, and you've already dug up two beautiful starlets. Helan felt Wang Chen's embrace and was momentarily at a loss. However, she didn't push Wang Chen away. In fact, she even took the initiative to wrap her arms around him. After a while, Wang Chen felt it was inappropriate and finally let go of Helan. But after this incident, their relationship became more intimate. Lan, thank you. What are you thanking me for? The company is also partly mine, so of course, I have to take it seriously. He. Wang Chen sat down in Helan's spot, pulling her onto his lap. His action caught Helan off guard, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Wang Chen thought, since it's already done, there's no need to overthink it, being straightforward is better. After all, he would have to bind himself to Helan in the future. Wang Chen, what are you going to do? The company has a share of you, but you are also mine. Who said that? I didn't agree. At this moment, Helan was clearly a bit nervous. Her voice had changed. The next second, her eyes widened. Helan's eyes widened, looking at Wang Chen, who was so close, but then she quickly closed her eyes. After a long time, their lips parted. Helan looked at Wang Chen, her whole body leaning against him. Xiao Hao, you already have so many women around you, why do you still want to provoke me? Helan naturally knew a bit about Wang Chen's affairs, like Bai Wanner and Wu Ya, she was aware of them, and she even knew Wang Chen's feelings for Zhao Liying. But during this time, Helan had gradually been attracted to Wang Chen. She didn't know why. Wang Chen held Helan gently and said, Sister Lan, you're so beautiful, I can't bear to give you to someone else. You just know how to talk. Aren't there still so many women around you? Even today, Runan and Bai Lu probably won't escape your grasp. Helan said with annoyance. Sister Lan, who doesn't love a beauty? Don't worry, from now on, no matter what, I will treat you well. Sigh, I really owe you from my past life. Not at all, it should be that I saved the galaxy in my past life. Otherwise, how could I meet such a wonderful woman like you? You have a sharp tongue. Wang Chen looked at Helan's expression and couldn't help but let the system open her data. System, open Helan's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Helan age, 33 appearance, 91 favorability, 91, infatuated, height, 172 centimeters weight, 48. 5 kilograms occupation, CEO no wonder, Helan's favorability had already reached 91. But this is good. In the future, he could hand over the matters of Haoya to Helan. Xiao Hao, what do you think our relationship is now? Helan, dressed in professional attire, sat on his lap and asked, Sister Lan, what else can our relationship be? You are my woman, now and forever, you will always be my woman. Xiao Hao. Helan looked at him with affectionate eyes. Kiss. Xiao Hao, tell me the truth, are the people you plan to sign for Haoya the ones you have your eyes on? Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, not at all. Don't think I don't know. Alright, no matter what, we will always be together in the future. You said it. If you dare to abandon me in the future, I will make you go bankrupt and then commit suicide. Hearing this, Wang Chen's body trembled slightly. He realized that Helan was a fierce woman. if there ever came a day when he no longer wanted her, she might really do something drastic. However, Wang Chen would never abandon her. Don't worry, I swear I will never leave you for the rest of my life. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on Yilan's face. In truth, Yilan knew that Wang Chen had more than one woman, but she just couldn't help herself. Since Wang Chen had already made a promise to her, she felt a bit more at ease. Xiao Hao. Yilan was just about to discuss serious matters with Wang Chen when he interrupted her. Sister Lan, now that we've established our relationship, you should move to Tangsini Pin. I'll be living there too, so it'll be more convenient for me to visit you. Yilan certainly knew that the company had 2 large apartments at Tangsini Pin, but those 2 apartments had already been promised to Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. Xiao Hao, I've already promised those 2 apartments to Ruanan and Bai Lu. The place I'm living in now is quite good, and it won't take long for you to drive over if you want to visit. Oh, come on, I'll take you shopping the day after tomorrow. Don't refuse, I'm your man. Hearing this, Yilan, who was about to refuse, could only nod. She really liked Wang Chen like this. Alright, little man, you have the final say. Upon hearing Yilan's words, Wang Chen whispered in her ear, hee, you dare to call me little man? Wait until tonight, and I'll show you whether I'm a little man or not. Oh, we're still at the company. You really are something. Yilan said this, but deep down, she was also looking forward to it. Hee, this is my company, so what's there to be afraid of? Besides, I'm the only man here. Oh, so you don't mind men fighting over you like this? You caught me. Looking at Wang Chen's childlike demeanor, Yilan shook her head. Then she became serious and said, alright, let's talk business. The penalty fees for Ruanan and Bai Lu are a bit high, you know how things are in the country. At this point, Wang Chen became somewhat curious. He had no idea how much the penalty fees for Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu would be. He thought it would be at least 200 or 300 million. But Wang Chen was far from accurate. Sister Lan, it can't be 300 million, right? Yilan just shook her head. If it were that low, she would have already poached a lot of people, now she had only selected a few. Even so, she was still noticed by other film and media companies. Ever since signing Zhu Jingyi, she had already attracted attention. However, since Zhu Jingyi's contract had expired, those film companies couldn't say much, but if she were to sign Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu, Huaya would officially enter the entertainment industry's spotlight. Ruanan's penalty fee is 1 billion, and Bai Lu's penalty fee is 800 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Chen was directly stunned. 1 billion, what kind of concept is that? He never expected their penalty fees to be so high. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. After all, it wasn't easy for Yilan to poach people, and 1 billion was something he could afford. Sister Lan, no matter how much it is, we'll pay it. If the company's funds aren't enough, just tell me, and I'll make up the difference. Xiao Hao, the company hasn't made any money since it opened. At this rate, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Oh, Sister Lan, just relax. I'll transfer another 4 billion to the company's account shortly. You just go ahead and do your thing, poach people according to my requirements. As for making money, leave that to me. Yilan didn't know what Wang Chen was thinking, but she could only listen to him. Alright, from now on, you can take charge of the company's affairs. You go do what you need to do. I have to get busy. Don't forget to come to the company tomorrow. Okay. After saying this, Wang Chen left Yilan's office. Looking at Wang Chen's departing figure, Yilan sighed. She always felt like she had boarded a pirate ship. It wasn't until Wang Chen's silhouette disappeared that she picked up the documents on the table to handle them. However, Wang Chen did not go to his office. Instead, he came to the practice room where Zhang Yuanying and the others were. Wang Chen initially wanted to look from the outside, but the glass was one way, allowing only those inside to see outside, while those outside could not see in. Standing outside and unable to see, he simply pushed the door open and walked in. But as soon as he entered, he saw something extraordinary. Wang Chen and the girl group members exchanged glances. As soon as Wang Chen entered, the scene before him made his mouth water. He saw Zhang Yuanying and the others dressed very lightly, performing a graceful dance. Luo Xuanning was also wearing the same outfit as the girl group members, standing in front of them watching their training. Boss, what brings you here? I came to see how you all are doing. Have they made any progress recently? Yes, they have made great progress. Everyone is working very hard, and their Chinese has improved significantly. They can basically communicate simply now. That's good. Also, have their views on Longwa changed? I know that people from Bangzi country have a deep aversion to Longwa. They have been doing well in the country during this time and have basically changed those preconceived notions. You've worked hard. It's not hard, just serving the boss. Oh, how should I be served? Wang Chen joked, and his words immediately made Luo Xuanning's face turn red.
Boss, haha, okay, just teasing you. After saying that, he walked up to the girl group that was training. His eyes swept over each of them. As expected of a girl group, their figures were amazing. This was also a special benefit for Wang Chen. Others could only watch them dance and keep imagining, while he could see them directly. This was simply a winner in life. His gaze turned to Zhang Yuanying, who did not shy away. After all, in her heart, Wang Chen had already treated her that way, and their relationship was definitely more than just superior and subordinate. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Yuanying, he looked at Yozhen, the leader of the idol girl group. Wang Chen felt he needed to talk to her alone, as well as the others, to prevent any misunderstandings. It had to be said that Yozhen was indeed impressive. She belonged to the slightly plump type, the kind whose butt would shake while dancing. He liked it. And Yozhen arranged for each person to come to the lounge to see me individually. After saying that, Wang Chen walked into their lounge, which was also where they changed clothes. However, when he entered the lounge, their expressions changed, a mix of joy and worry, quite complex. Captain, we didn't put away our underwear. What should we do? If the boss sees it, will he say something to us? And Yozhen listened to her teammates and felt a bit worried. After all, her underwear was also not put away and was folded on the bed in the lounge. It's okay, our underwear is all neatly folded. The boss shouldn't say anything. I'll go see what the boss wants to say first. You all prepare, come in one by one. Okay. After saying that, Yozhen swayed her hips and walked towards the lounge. When Wang Chen arrived in the lounge, he was also a bit shocked. He saw that their beds were all stacked with their underwear, in various colors and styles, very attractive. Before he could take a closer look, Yozhen followed him in. Which bed is yours? Yozhen pointed to his spot. Wang Chen sat down and then patted her bed, saying, come sit, I want to tell you some things. At this moment, Yozhen was constantly thinking that the boss was definitely going to make a move on her. Should she comply or not? After struggling with her thoughts, Yozhen slowly walked up to him. Boss, Wang Chen was unaware that Yozhen was thinking inappropriately. He thought she was facing some kind of problem. Yozhen, if there's something on your mind, you can tell me. I will help you solve it. Yozhen hesitated and didn't speak. She felt that if she didn't comply with Wang Chen today, she might not be able to stay in the girl group, and then she would have nothing. She didn't want that. Moreover, if she returned to South Korea, the conglomerates there might be even more ruthless, and she could end up being forced to serve many people. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that being Wang Chen's woman wasn't such a bad idea. Boss, can we wait until tonight? The sisters are all outside, and I'm afraid they might hear. Wang Chen was confused. What does waiting until tonight mean? Why is she afraid Zhang Yuanying and the others might hear? What kind of operation is this? No, she can't possibly think that he wants to take advantage of her. Wang Chen's feelings were complicated. To say he didn't want to take advantage of a beauty in front of him would be a lie, but the occasion wasn't right. Yozhen, come sit over here. I have something to discuss with you, not to take advantage of you. Boss. Alright, I just want to ask you a few things. Okay. Yozhen carefully sat down beside him, and Wang Chen took this opportunity to start asking questions. You all have been at the company for a while now. How do you feel about it? Boss, the company treats us very well. Not only do they provide us with many benefits, but they also spend a lot of money promoting us, and the resources are abundant. I saw your Douyin videos, the views and likes are quite good. Keep it up, and after a while, I will prepare a house for each of you. Upon hearing this, Yozhen looked at him in shock. Boss, you said you would give each of us a house? Yes, but don't tell them yet. Just consider it a surprise from me. The reason I called you here is to ask if there's anything you want to tell me. Wang Chen and Yozhen talked in the lounge for more than 10 minutes before calling in the next person. The next one was naturally Zhang Yuanying. After Zhang Yuanying entered, Wang Chen didn't treat her the same way he treated Yozhen. He playfully hit her a few times, not too hard. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 3 ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 2 ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 1. After a while, the favorability didn't increase anymore, so he stopped. Then he opened Zhang Yuanying's data. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 62. Ordinary friend, height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 62x. Total funds accumulated this month, 50 million yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 14 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow,
I didn't expect Zhang Yuanying to have earned 50 million this month. That's incredible. But thinking about it, he provided so many resources. If she didn't earn that much, it would be a bit unfair to him. Boss, why do you like hitting my butt? Hee, I not only like hitting your butt, but I also enjoy doing some excessive things to you. Zhang Yuanying looked at Wang Chen. Her feelings were complicated. She didn't know why, but she particularly wanted Wang Chen to hit her butt. Moreover, when Wang Chen mentioned that he had special feelings for her, she not only didn't worry but could even be said to be quite excited. Appa, you really? Zhang Yuanying stammered for a long time but still couldn't express what was in her heart. Ding, got us Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 10, wow, this favorability jumped by 10 points all at once, which is quite surprising. This means that Zhang Yuanying's current favorability has reached 72 and the cashback multiplier has also reached 72 times, great. Wang Chen thought that he should come to the company more often in the future, not for anything else, but to tease Zhang Yuanying's bouncy personality. Who knows, it might not take long for the favorability to reach 90. However, Zhang Yuanying doesn't stay at the company every day, they still have to go out on tour, alas. In the end, it can't be both ways. But he wasn't in a hurry, they couldn't run away. Alright, if you have anything, just message me, and go call the others in. After saying that, Zhang Yuanying turned and left. But before she could go far, Wang Chen called out to her. Yuanying, your spinning is really popular lately, and the way you bite your tongue is so cute. Show me when you have the chance. Zhang Yuanying was first taken aback, then gently nodded. Okay, Appa, go on. After that, he chatted with each member of the girl group, and it wasn't until evening that he left the company and returned to Tang Sini Pin. When Wang Chen pushed the door open, he saw someone. His sister-in-law. Wang Chen didn't expect his sister-in-law to be back. He was a bit surprised. He had talked to her on the phone before, and she said it would take a little more time. He didn't expect her to return so soon. Sister-in-law, why didn't you message me when you got back? I could have picked you up. Li Yunru said softly, I was afraid you were busy. Wuya said she had time, so I didn't tell you. Alright, now that you're back, let's get ready for dinner. Wuya and I made your favorite abalone. Hee, it's still Wuya and my sister-in-law who treat me well. Uncle, Meng Meng wants to eat too. Wang Chen squatted down and picked Meng Meng up. Okay, let's eat together. After saying that, they all sat down at the dining table. During dinner, Wang Chen also asked about Li Yunru. Sister-in-law, have you sorted things out? Not yet, the Civil Affairs Bureau said there's a 30-day cooling-off period. I'll have to go back in 30 days. Since that's the case, you can just have fun here for now. I'm already preparing for Meng Meng to go to kindergarten. I think she shouldn't go this semester, you can take her out to play, and send her next semester. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Li Yunru didn't hesitate, she was now following Wang Chen, so naturally, she would listen to him. She also wanted to take Meng Meng out to have some fun. Meng Meng had always stayed in the county town since she was little and hadn't really gone out to play, not even to amusement parks. Li Yunru wanted to take Meng Meng to try. Wuya had no objections either. So, they happily finished dinner. Since his sister-in-law had just returned today, she was a bit tired, so she took Meng Meng to rest, while Wang Chen sat on the sofa with Wuya, chatting about some things. Xiaohao, how's it going with Haya? Basically, it's already on the right track. We don't need to worry, Helan will handle it well. That's good. By the way, Sister Wuya, the Feishang art dance is a franchise now. I have an idea, let me know what you think. Go ahead. I think opening a franchise store won't earn much. I want us to set up our own dance training institution. Now that we have quite a few artists in our film and television company, if we establish our own training company, we can definitely make a name for ourselves quickly. What do you think? Xiaohao, actually I had the same thought and was just about to tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen and Wuya exchanged glances. Neither of them expected the other to voice their thoughts. It was truly unbelievable. Hee, Sister Wuya, maybe this is what people call a meeting of minds. You talk too much. After that, Wang Chen and Wuya discussed some specific details, including where to start. After all, starting a company is not something that can be done overnight. This matter must be approached gradually. After some discussion, Wang Chen and Wuya decided to register the company first. The company would be named Haya Arts and Dance, just like Haya Film and Media. Wang Chen also planned to keep the name like that. Then it's settled, Sister Wuya, tomorrow you go find an agency to help register the company. I have to go sign with Ruanan and Bailu tomorrow, so I might not have time to go with you. Okay, Xiaohao, don't worry, I'm not a child. Hee. The two chatted for a long time, and it was not until midnight that they returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Wang Chen was about to lie down on his bed, he noticed someone was in it. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Wang Chen whispered. He didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Wuya was in the room not far away. If she heard any noise, it would be over. "Xiao Hao, I have something to tell you." Wang Chen was a bit surprised but still sat down beside her. "What's wrong? Did you run into trouble during the divorce?" "No, it's just..." Wang Chen was also a bit confused about what was happening. "Sister-in-law, if there's something, just tell me, I'll find a way." But Li Yunru didn't say anything. She suddenly kissed Wang Chen on the cheek and then ran out of the room. Wang Chen was left dumbfounded. However, he didn't think too much about it. After Li Yunru left, he closed the door and planned to rest. After all, he had things to do tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late, or he would be afraid he wouldn't get up. But before sleeping, he did as usual and opened Douyin, planning to see if the streamer he wanted to recruit was live. He opened his following list. Many people were live, but the ones he wanted to recruit were not streaming, so he simply closed Douyin. Ready to rest. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Chen opened the green bubble. A smile appeared on his face. It turned out that Song Wanner had sent him a message, saying that the forest shop had found one of the 3 divine cars, the McLaren P1. Wang Chen immediately replied to Song Wanner, telling her to hold the car for him. He would go to the forest shop the day after tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen was directly excited. As long as he got this car, he would have collected all 3 divine cars. It was simply amazing. Moreover, tomorrow he would sign the stunningly beautiful Zhang Ruanan and the highly attractive Bai Lu. It was truly a double happiness. Lost in thought, he fell asleep. The next day, the sunlight fell on him, just like his mood at that moment. He stretched lazily, and just thinking about signing Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu made him very excited. They were 2 big stars. If he signed them, then Haya would have 3 star artists, and Haya's fame would definitely rise. In the future, if Zhao Liying and Louis Fei also joined Haya, then Haya would absolutely be the first choice for all star artists. However, the more star artists he signed, the more money he would need to spend. After all, nurturing them requires resources, and to have resources, funding is necessary. So the urgent task was to increase Zhao Liying and Louis Fei's favorability to obtain more salary cashback funds. Right now, the only way was for them to earn more money each month. Moreover, when the movie starring Zhao Liying and Louis Fei is released, he will also receive a substantial salary rebate. But that will have to wait for a few months. After Wang Chen freshened up, he headed straight to the company. He didn't plan to call Zhang Runan and Bai Lu over together. Zhang Runan in the morning, Bai Lu in the afternoon. If both came at the same time, some things would be hard to say. After all, their treatment might be a bit different, but it wouldn't be too far off. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying's big G to the company building. Looking at the luxurious Magic City Center, he felt an irresistible urge to buy it, but at this stage, he simply didn't have the ability to do so. However, he believed he would be able to afford it soon. He glanced at the Magic City Center and went straight upstairs. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he saw the receptionist again. "Hello, boss." "Hello, little beauty." Upon hearing this, the receptionist smiled widely. Wang Chen didn't tease her any further. After all, he had things to do. He needed to check if Zhang Yuanying and the others were around, and if they were, he might be able to improve his rapport with Zhang Yuanying. He went to the practice room, but there was no one inside. With no other choice, he headed to Yilan's office to ask. To his surprise, Yilan wasn't in the office either. This left him quite helpless. "I might as well ask Xia Chuchu." Saying this, he went to Xia Chuchu's office. Fortunately, Xia Chuchu was in the office, otherwise, he would have to look for someone else. "Boss, what brings you here?" Xia Chuchu seemed a bit surprised. "I have something to ask you." "Ha? Where are the members of the Idol Girl Group and WH1 Girl Group?" "Boss, don't you know? They have a performance these days and have already set off." Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit awkward. After all, he was the boss of Haoya and didn't even know that his girl group had a performance. He had to admit he was somewhat derelict in his duties. But it was fine, he only needed to handle some major matters, and he couldn't manage everything alone. "I see. Where did President He go?" "President He went to meet with people from Korea today. I heard they are trying to recruit Li Jiun and Bei Juhyun." Wang Chen was shocked to hear Xia Chuchu's words. He had just recruited Zhang Runan and Bai Lu, and now they were going after 2 female stars from Korea. It seemed Haoya would shine brightly under Helan's leadership. Alright, Chuchu, how much funding do we have left in the company's account?" "Boss, the company has spent quite a bit during this time, but the income is limited. We've already consumed nearly 2 to 300 million, and that doesn't even include the penalty fees for signing Zhang Runan and Bai Lu." "Okay, I understand. I'll transfer another 4 billion to the company's account shortly. If the money runs out, let me know. Wait, boss, did the money just fall from the sky? Wang Chen smiled slightly. It didn't seem wrong to say that. Hee, Chu-Chu, you want to know, huh? Xiao Chu-Chu looked at Wang Chen's mischievous expression, feeling a surge of anger. But after Wang Chen said this, he left. Zhang Runan was coming, he needed to talk to her. Wang Chen sat in his office, waiting for the main person to arrive. He checked the time, it was now 9:30 in the morning, and their agreed time was 10 o'clock. There was still a little time, so he opened the green bubble chat to talk with them for a while. It wasn't until it was almost time that he put down his phone. Just a moment after he set his phone down, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Chen looked outside through the one-way glass. An enchanting figure appeared before his eyes. Come in. As his voice fell, Zhang Runan slowly pushed open the office door and walked in. Looking at the beautiful Zhang Runan, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Stars indeed have their capital. There probably aren't many women in the world as beautiful as Zhang Runan. Wang Chen. Sister Runan, please sit. Zhang Runan sat down on the sofa. Wang Chen poured her a glass of water first. Sister Runan, have some water. Thank you. Sister Runan, before you came, Helan should have talked to you, right? Yes, President, he mentioned it to me, but she told me to come find you for the specifics. Alright, let me go over the contracts we have here with you, take a look. After saying that, Wang Chen directly handed 4 contracts to Zhang Runan. In fact, Zhang Runan already knew about the contracts. After all, if there wasn't something to attract her, how could she possibly come over? Wang Chen, I know about the contracts, but I need to make it clear first, if I come over, the penalty for breach of contract and such. Sister Runan, you don't need to worry about that. As long as you come, the company will handle the rest for you. Then that's fine. Let's talk about the contracts then. Since you know the level of the contracts, I won't beat around the bush. Actually, I didn't plan to have you sign any of those contracts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Runan's brows slightly furrowed. She had other options besides Wang Chen's company. If it came to it, she could just not switch jobs. After all, it was Helan who poached her. If Wang Chen couldn't deliver on what he promised, there was no need for her to join Haoya. Wang Chen, what do you mean? Seeing that Zhang Runan misunderstood, he quickly took out the exclusive contract he had prepared for each star artist. Each person's contract was different. He handed the contract to Zhang Runan, and upon seeing the contents, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Wang Chen, you this. Sister Runan, I'm already very happy that you can come to Haoya. With you and Sister Bailu joining, Haoya will definitely become a well-known enterprise in Longwa and even the world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Runan no longer hesitated and directly signed the contract. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Next up was Bailu. As long as the signing went smoothly, Haoya would have 3 female star artists. Wang Chen, thank you. Sister Runan, what are you thanking me for? By the way, your house might take a few days to be ready. I won't have time to buy it until tomorrow. It's okay, I have a place to stay. Then Wang Chen, I'll go prepare. Alright, don't worry, the company will take care of everything for you, and the resources will be prepared. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Runan left the office. Looking at Zhang Runan's alluring face and figure, Wang Chen felt like confronting her. But the timing wasn't right. At noon, Wang Chen had the restaurant deliver lunch to the company. After having lunch with Xiao Chu-Chu and the others, he went to his lounge to rest, waiting for Bailu's arrival in the afternoon. He lay on the bed in the lounge and opened Green Bubble. Before he could do anything, his phone rang for a video call. He picked it up and was surprised to see Zhao Liang. Wang Chen quickly answered the video call. Sister Liang, what's up? Wang Chen, did you poach Runan? Wang Chen was stunned. He had just signed the contract with Zhang Runan in the morning. How did Zhao Liang know by the afternoon? What was going on? Wang Chen hurriedly asked, Sister Liang, how did you find out? Zhao Liang replied irritably, how do you think I found out? Do you know that Guangxian media is in an uproar right now? They've already sent people to investigate your company. Wang Chen understood, it was likely that Zhang Runan had gone to Guangxian media to terminate her contract. However, he was not worried at all now. He had money and people at his disposal. This Guangxian media should be able to withstand it. Sister Liang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Well, just handle it as you see fit. I'll let you know if there's any news. Thank you, Sister Liang. Just don't make any big moves recently. I'll go to Modu in a while and we can talk then. Wang Chen was taken aback. If he told Zhao Liang that he was signing with Bailu in the afternoon, would he get scolded? After thinking it over, he decided to tell Zhao Liang anyway. After all, even if he didn't say anything, Zhao Liang would probably find out by tonight, and if not tonight, she would definitely know by tomorrow. It was better to tell her now than to wait until she found out on her own. Sister Lying, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead. This afternoon, Bailu is coming to the company to sign the contract. What? Zhao Lying was no longer calm. She thought Wang Chen had only poached Zhang Runan, but she didn't expect him to poach Bailu as well. Now he had made enemies with two established media companies. This move was not very wise, but there was no turning back now. Zhao Lying was clearly a bit worried, but she didn't scold Wang Chen. After all, being able to poach talent was also Wang Chen's ability. Sister Lying, it's fine, I can handle it. Hey, just don't make any moves recently. I'll be back in Modu on October 1st. Okay. Wang Chen could clearly see that Zhao Lying was somewhat worried. After all, this was not child's play. If Wang Chen couldn't withstand the backlash from the two media companies, the only path left for him would be bankruptcy. What Zhao Lying didn't know was that no matter what, Wang Chen would never go bankrupt. After finishing the call with Zhao Lying, he lay down and began to think. Previously, he didn't let Helan poach domestic artists because he was afraid of this, but as long as he got through this time, it would be much easier for Helan to poach talent in the future. Wang Chen thought a lot. He never regretted it. After all, poaching talent was a necessary path for Haoya's rise. The process of poaching now and in the future would be the same. Once he figured it out, Wang Chen stopped being conflicted. After all, he would have as much money as he wanted in the future. Right now, he was just providing a high salary and good benefits for the goddess. He wouldn't rely on this company to make money in the future. In the afternoon, Wang Chen, like in the morning, sat in the office waiting for Bailu to arrive. Before long, Bailu and a woman entered his office. Wang Chen knew who this woman was. She should be He Handan, not only Bailu's close friend but also her assistant. She probably came this time to make sure Bailu wasn't being taken advantage of. Sister Bailu, have some water. Wang Chen poured a glass of water for Bailu and He Handan, then sat down across from them. Wang Chen, this is my assistant, He Handan. Haha, as a fan of Sister Bailu, how could I not know? You two are best friends, right? Since that's the case, I won't say much more. You can take a look at the contract. With that, Wang Chen directly handed them the contract. This time, he didn't take out any other level of contract but directly presented Bailu's exclusive contract. After Bailu and He Handan looked at the contract, they were both very shocked. Their expressions were the same as Zhang Runan's when she saw the contract this morning. Wang Chen, this contract? This contract is yours. If you're satisfied, let's sign it. But how much will I earn every month? The company will really pay me 5 times my salary? What else? I wouldn't lie to you. He Handan carefully examined the contract and couldn't find a single unfavorable clause for Bailu. It could be said that no other company in the country could offer such a contract. He Handan tugged at Bailu and said, Mengyan, this contract is nothing but beneficial for you, with no downsides at all. You can even choose how many hours you work each month. The resources we provide are beyond imagination. Seeing the two whispering, Wang Chen didn't interrupt. After a while, Bailu finally asked, Wang Chen, if I earn 2 billion in a month, can you pay me 10 billion in salary? Of course, isn't it clearly stated in the contract? Also, you don't have to worry about any breach of contract penalties, the company will handle that for you. And once you join our company, your best friend can continue to be your assistant, with her salary paid by the company, which will be 5 times what she earns now. Hearing this, Bailu was indeed tempted. She had previously considered what would happen to her best friend if she signed with Haoya, but now that Wang Chen had said it, she had nothing more to think about. Bailu glanced at her best friend and nodded. After a brief exchange, she said, okay. With that, Bailu signed the contract, and Wang Chen prepared a new contract for her best friend He Handan, who also signed it. After signing, Bailu and He Handan left. Wang Chen placed the contracts for Zhang Runan and Bailu on the table, his smile almost as hard to suppress as AK's. Now that Bailu had signed, Haoya had added 2 more star artists. This was the first step for Haoya to step into the public eye. The next day, Wang Chen and Helan went to Tangsan Ipin to buy 10 large flats. One was placed under Helan's name. Of the remaining 9, 2 were given to Zhang Runan and Bailu. The other 7 were kept in the company, intended for future artists who would sign with Haoya. After this series of operations, his funds were getting tight. Sitting on the sofa with Helan, he opened his data panel, as he hadn't checked it in a long time. System, open my data. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 2,138,291,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolon Plaza, Magic City, Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. a 1200 square meter flat in Tangsan, Magic City. 1 remaining binding times, 0 total funds obtained through salary cashback, 15,146,920,000 yuan total funds consumed, 12,770,490,000 yuan system points, 178 bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, Bai Waner, bound this month, Luifei, bound this month, Zhang Yuanying, bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 12 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wang Chen was stunned. If it weren't for the increased points required to exchange binding times, he could have exchanged for another binding time now, allowing him to bind another salary cashback goddess. At that time, he would be able to obtain even more funds through salary cashback. It was just a pity that the binding times had increased in price. However, it wouldn't be long before he could obtain it again. Now, Bai Waner's favorability had already reached 92. With just 3 more points, he could gain another binding time. He needed to bind Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. He believed that once they joined Haoya, their monthly salaries would definitely increase exponentially. Moreover, they had already signed exclusive contracts, so binding them as salary cashback goddesses would ensure he wouldn't lose out. Xiao Hao, what are you thinking about? Helan looked at him and asked when she noticed he was lost in thought. Blue sister, Liang said we shouldn't make any big moves recently. Let's hold off on digging into domestic female stars and focus on finding female artists from Korea. Yeah, I know. Liang has already told me, so don't worry. I want to know, who is your next target? You want to know? Yeah, not telling you. Helan pretended to be mysterious. Alright, watch me use my tickling technique. Saying that, he pounced on Helan, continuously tickling her. Haha, stop tickling me, I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally stopped. Who is it? Well, our company has already signed 3 actors, and my next target is the recently rising female singer, Shanichuan. Shanichuan is quite impressive. She was already able to perform at the Spring Festival Gala while still in college. Yeah, but since Liang said so, I plan to put this matter on hold for now. Recently, I've been looking into Lee Ji-eun, Bae Ju-hyun, and Lim Yuna from Korea. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Wang Chen gently hugged Helan. Helan's abilities were truly remarkable, and her connections were powerful. If it weren't for Helan, his Haoya would probably still be in its early stages. How could it develop so quickly? Once he binds Helan to him in the future, he would give her a raise. Xiao Hao, I feel like Liang is really concerned about you. Are you? Blue sister, what are you talking about? Liang is a big star, and I'm just a small fry. How could that be? Helan rolled her eyes at him. Calling himself a small fry was just bragging. What small fry has so much money? Moreover, with Zhao Liying's attitude towards Wang Chen, Helan could guess Zhao Liying's feelings for him. You have to know, she had known Zhao Liying for a long time. Even Lin Gengxin, who had a good relationship with Zhao Liying, didn't receive such concern from her. Yet, as soon as Wang Chen's company appeared in Kyoto, she called right away. What does this indicate? The meaning is self-evident. However, Helan didn't think much of it, as she knew there was more than one woman around Wang Chen. By the way, pay more attention to Zhu Jingyi's side. What's up? Nothing, just keep an eye on it. Okay. After that, Wang Chen stayed with Helan until the evening before returning home. Now that everyone lived in Tangsanipin, it was very convenient for him to go anywhere. Coming back a little late every night was no problem. In the following 2 days, Haoya film and television media became famous. Whether on Douyin or Weibo, Haoya was trending. On the night of the 21st, Wang Chen, Wuya, and his sister-in-law were sitting on the sofa scrolling through Douyin. He came across a video about Haoya. The video introduced Haoya film and television media. This video was posted by Haoya's account, and the likes even exceeded 10 million. Wang Chen was stunned. When he opened the comments section, he understood why there were so many comments. Because fans of Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu had all come. Oh my god, Xiaoju finally changed companies, that's amazing. Runan changed too. And Bai Lu. Oh my god, how did they all sign with Haoya? What kind of company is this to have signed 3 goddess-like stars? Exactly, at Zhu Jingyi, can you show us your contract? We want to help you see if you got scammed. At Zhang Runan, can you also show us your contract? At Bai Lu, Air, show us your contract too. At Zhang Runan. The comments section was filled with fans of Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. Of course, there were also some haters. What? They look just okay, and they're still big stars, what a shame. Just as this hater commented, they were instantly bombarded by true fans, leaving them utterly devastated. Hater, get lost. You're just jealous that my little Jew is beautiful. Exactly, my Ruanan is as beautiful as a fairy, unlike you, looking like a pig, not even as good as a pig. My Bai Lu is more beautiful than a fairy. If you dare say another word, I guarantee I'll expose you. Wang Chen finally witnessed the power of these fans. As long as someone dares to criticize their idol, they will stand up for them. He also knew that after this fermentation, Hallyu film and television media was truly starting to gain popularity. However, it still needed some time to ferment. After a while, he would release the contracts one by one, which would definitely shock everyone. The next day, after washing up and having breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law, Wang Chen set off directly to Bai Wanner's place. Last night, Bai Wanner called him, saying something had come up and asked him to come over. Today, he was ready to check it out. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Bai Wanner's residence. How gu! Seeing Wang Chen arrive, Bai Wanner and Yang Shaoli stood up excitedly. This operation completely baffled Wang Chen. I'm here, why are you so excited? As soon as he finished speaking and before he could close the door, Bai Wanner quickly ran to his side, shut the door, and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Wang Chen looked at the tension on their faces and felt a bit helpless. But this was normal, after all. They didn't know Wang Chen had a system, and it was only natural to be flustered in such situations. How go, look. Bai Wanner took out her phone, opened Douyin, and played a video. In the video, an internet celebrity claimed that Bai Wanner was being kept by someone, acting as a rich man's mistress, and was beaten black and blue after being discovered by the original partner. After that, Bai Wanner showed Wang Chen her account's follower count and private messages. Originally, Bai Wanner had over 6 million followers, but after this wave of rumors from Tianma Live Broadcasting Company, her followers had been steadily decreasing, and now she was down to nearly 6 million. Moreover, it was still declining. It wouldn't be long before her follower count dropped below 6 million. The private messages were filled with filthy language. Some even said they would pay for Bai Wanner to sleep with them. Wang Chen knew that these were probably all hired trolls from Tianma. Wanner, don't worry, right now we just need to focus on what we have to do. Once we finish our tasks, the lies from Tianma will collapse on their own. Then we can strike back, using their own methods against them. After saying this, Wang Chen tightly embraced Bai Wanner. He knew that during this time, Bai Wanner must be under a lot of pressure, but there was nothing they could do about it for now. Bai Wanner wrapped her arms around Wang Chen. These days, she hadn't dared to open her private messages. Although she was Wang Chen's lover, no one knew about it, and Wang Chen's kindness towards her didn't feel like that of a lover. How good tears welled up in the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. Wang Chen gently wiped her tears away. It's okay, I'm here. If it comes to it, I'll just support you instead of being an internet celebrity. First, tell me about Ruo Wan's recent situation. Okay. During this time, he hadn't paid much attention to Ruo Wan. After signing the contract with Yidaoshingo, he had been busy with Hallyu. How go? Our company has been successfully registered. We've also found an office for Ruo Wan, and the president you found for us is very responsible. She's been handling everything for Ruo Wan. The company has also signed quite a few streamers, and it should be able to operate normally in a while. Alright, during this time, Wanner and Shaoli, you just focus on Hao Wan. As for Wang Chen's news, you don't need to pay attention to it. Let them be proud for a while. Once we are ready, we will deliver a fatal blow. Wang Chen was not the type to suffer losses. If someone wanted to bully him, he would make them pay a painful price. After that, Wang Chen discussed some matters regarding Hao Wan with Bai Wanner and Yang Shaoli. Hao Wan's rented office was also in the center of the Magic City. However, it was on a lower floor, the 69th floor. This way, it would be more convenient for Wang Chen to visit in the future. Currently, Hao Wan's live streaming room was still under renovation. During this time, what Hao Wan needed to do was continuously sign new streamers. Then, using her superpower, she would boost the follower count of Hao Wan Live Media's account. Wanner, although we don't need to do anything during this time, let's clarify things. Record a video to respond. Okay, then how go, Shaoli, can you help me record it? Wang Chen originally thought of being in the video with Bai Wanner, but in this situation, if he suddenly appeared in her video, things could become more complicated. After all, he couldn't afford to be investigated. Although the system had helped him hide his information, some basic details could still be found, such as his relationship with Wu Ye and Zhao Liying. If it were discovered that he was not only related to Bai Wanner but also to the big star Zhao Liying, it would be a serious issue. After Bai Wanner recorded a clarification video, Wang Chen explained to her, Wanner, the reason I can't appear in your video, if someone digs it up, it could be more serious. How go, I understand. Wang Chen gently ruffled her smooth hair. At that moment, he truly felt he was in the wrong. However, since the situation had already occurred,
he could only treat Bai Waner better in the future. There was no way to change these things now. Wang Chen also didn't understand why the people from Tianma were so determined to target Bai Waner. He had looked into Tianma's people. The founder, Ma Tian, was also a grassroots figure who had managed to rise to this level, which was indeed impressive. Waner, do you know the founder of Tianma Live Company? Bai Waner nodded. How go? I know him. Tell me about it. Well, back when Ma Tian wasn't so famous, he was also a streamer. One time, I randomly connected with him during a live stream, and from that moment on, he kept wanting my contact information. At that time, he wasn't very well known, and I didn't think much of him, so I refused. Later, he kept sending me private messages for a while, but I ignored him, and then he disappeared. Just like that, until before I got together with Hao Gu, he hadn't sent me any private messages, but after I started following you for a while, he began messaging me again, even saying he could use money to make me famous, and if I didn't agree, he would blacklist me, making it so I could never stream again. Wang Chen understood roughly. It seemed this was premeditated. Speaking of which, Ma Tian was quite impressive, a grassroots figure who had made it this far, which was admirable, but he was wrong to threaten Bai Waner. With Ma Tian's background, he wouldn't have any significant connections. Wang Chen now had quite a remarkable network, like Zhou Liang, Louis Fei, and Zhang Ruanan, Zhu Jingyi, and Bai Lu. They were all Wang Chen's people. Not only them, but He Lan's connections were even more impressive. What was there for Wang Chen to fear? I estimate that Ma Tian wants to use this method to make you submit. It's fine, you just handle Hao Wan's matters, and leave the rest to me. Also, I'll transfer some money to you. If anything happens, you need to deal with it. After finishing speaking, Wang Chen directly called the bank. Bai Waner quickly received a message. When she saw the message, her eyes widened. How go? Why did you transfer me so much money? She didn't expect Wang Chen to transfer her such a large sum all at once. She could hardly believe it. Yang Xiaoli, who was nearby, was also very curious, so she leaned over to take a look. It was a shock. This was not just a small amount of money. This was clearly a huge sum. Before looking, Yang Xiaoli thought it might be 1 or 2 million, but good heavens, this was directly 100 million. Yang Xiaoli and Bai Waner stared at him. He smiled and said, "You should keep this money on you, in case something happens and you can't tell me in time." Although the company's account has 1 billion, whether it's for hiring or for the company's development, money is needed. Moreover, the company's account hasn't been established yet, so expenses are necessary. How good, but this is too much. It's fine, I don't lack this money, you just keep it. In fact, Wang Chen wasn't lacking this little money. He wanted to spend it all so he could earn points, then he could buy more salary cashback goddesses, and finally, he could make more money. Ding, salary cashback goddess Bai Waner affection level +1. Hearing the system's voice, he could hardly contain his smile. He quickly opened Bai Waner's data. System, open Bai Waner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Waner. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Affection level, 92. Secretly in love. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 120,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 8 days. Seeing the total funds Bai Waner had accumulated this month, Wang Chen was a bit taken aback, but he could understand. Bai Waner had hardly streamed this month, so naturally, she hadn't made much money. Moreover, she had been busy with the affairs of the Haoan live streaming company during this time. Once the Haoan live streaming company got on track, Bai Waner would be able to earn more money in a month, and he could also gain more funds through salary cashback. It was simply a win-win situation. Wow, how good, you're so nice. Bai Waner hugged Wang Chen and kissed him on the cheek, her eyes filled with infatuation. Although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome, he was sunny and clean, and Bai Waner found such a man really attractive. Yang Xiaoli nearby was also very envious of Bai Waner, being able to meet a man like Wang Chen who was both wealthy and caring towards women, and most importantly, he wasn't very old. This made Yang Xiaoli even more determined to become Wang Chen's lover. Alright, I should be going now. I might be busy for a while, so if you have any issues you can't handle, just message me. As for Tianma Live Streaming Company, let them enjoy their success for a while. Ha, how good, are you leaving already? Yeah, I'll come find you whenever I have time, don't worry. Okay. Bai Waner's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She really wanted to do some couple things with Wang Chen, but with Yang Xiaoli around, they couldn't ignore her. After that, Wang Chen left Bai Waner's house. He thought since he was already in Green City by the Huangpu River, he might as well go see Nightblade God Go. Every time he thought of her, he would remember that sexy beauty mark on her lips. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the building where Nightblade God Go, Zheng Shuyu, lived. He took the elevator directly to her door,
and since he didn't have the door code, he could only ring the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Soon, the door opened. Nightblade Godgwo was wearing a white tank top paired with denim shorts. Those fair, long legs, that sexy navel, that alluring beauty mark, all tested Wang Chen's composure. In fact, Nightblade Godgwo knew who had come, only Wang Chen and her family knew she lived here. Her family was all in the mountain province, so it was impossible for them to come here, which left only Wang Chen. What are you doing here? Why, can't I come? Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly had the system open Nightblade Godgwo's data. He wanted to see how high her favorability had reached. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 73. Ordinary friend. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Wow, it had only been a few days since they last met, and her favorability had increased by 10 points. Not bad. Nothing. How is it living here? Not bad, just a bit boring. When can I go to work? Probably have to wait a few more days. The company is still renovating. If you're bored, you can stream, you can take ads yourself. The company won't interfere or take a cut. Of course, you can also shoot videos, just make sure to come back before the end of the month. Okay. Although Wang Chen was talking, his gaze kept sweeping over Nightblade Godgwo Zhang Shuyu. There was no other reason. She was too tempting in this state, especially since he had just received a lot of pent-up frustration from Baiwaner, making it even harder for Wang Chen to suppress himself. But Wang Chen also knew he couldn't act recklessly now. Zhang Shuyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze. She actually knew that Wang Chen had feelings for her. But since Wang Chen didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't either. After staying with her for a while, Wang Chen left. He had no choice. If he didn't leave, he couldn't guarantee what he might do. Seeing Wang Chen leave, Zhang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit lost, not knowing why. After leaving Zhang Shuyu's place, Wang Chen returned to Tang Sin Yipin, and as soon as he got back, his phone rang. Hello, Sister Yanan, why are you calling me? Wang Chen, I've thought it over, I want to join Hawan. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was first taken aback, and after reacting, he excitedly said, Great, wait for me, I'm coming over now, stay at home and wait for me. After hanging up, Wang Chen went home first, grabbed Timo's contract, and then headed straight to Timo's house. By the time he arrived at Timo's house, he was already sweating profusely. Wang Chen, don't rush. Seeing Wang Chen panting, Timo smiled faintly. She invited Wang Chen in. Sister Yanan, do I need to change my shoes? No need, just come in. Okay. Once inside, Timo poured him a glass of water. Wang Chen didn't even have time to drink the water before he took out the contract. As long as he signed Timo, Hawan would have a streamer with over 10 million fans. Seeing Wang Chen take out the contract, Timo carefully looked it over and then signed her name. At that moment, Wang Chen finally signed Timo. Welcome to Hawan, Sister Yanan. Wang Chen extended his hand to shake Timo's. He was actually quite curious why Timo chose him instead of staying at a certain station. After all, that station was a big company, and staying there might be much better than being with Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen didn't plan to ask. Since Timo chose him, he would definitely give her the best treatment. He had no shortage of money. After all, he earned a lot every month. Moreover, as time went on, he could even earn trillions in just a month. And that was in US dollars. By then, he could surpass an entire family on his own. Especially those families from the Eagle country. He would definitely surpass them one by one, not just in terms of funds, but also in industry. This goal was something Wang Chen was determined to achieve. Most importantly, he wanted to accomplish one objective, to make all the goddesses in the world earn money for him. Thinking of this, he felt extremely excited. Sister Yana, don't worry, the company will help you resolve your contract with a certain station. Okay. After that, Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Timo, and it wasn't until evening that he left Timo's house. He returned to his own home. At this time, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were already waiting at home. Xiao Hao, you're back. When Wu Ye saw him return, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. Wang Chen glanced at the dishes on the table and was slightly taken aback. Hadn't they eaten yet? That couldn't be possible, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Sister Wu Ye, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet? Not yet, we were just waiting for you to come back. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit angry. Why are you waiting for me? If I were to be busy until 11 or 12 at night, would you wait until then to eat? From now on, if I'm not back by 7, you should eat first. If I don't come back for dinner, I will let you know. As he spoke halfway, Wang Chen realized he had a point, so he quickly changed his tone. Hearing his words, Wu Ye and Li Yunru were initially a bit stunned, but then they understood why Wang Chen was angry. Xiao Hao,
we ate a little something to fill our stomachs, let's have dinner. Wang Chen knew that some things needed to be said properly, that was the most effective way to communicate. So his tone softened considerably. He said to his sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, I will message you if I'm going to be late in the future. Meng Meng is still young, we can't let her go hungry." "I understand. Sister Wu Ya, you too." As Wang Chen's tone became gentler, the atmosphere grew warmer. "Uncle, Meng Meng just had a small cake and is already full." Wang Chen rubbed Meng Meng's nose and said indulgently, "From now on, Meng Meng shouldn't eat small cakes before meals, or else uncle won't buy them for you anymore." By the way, sister-in-law, how is the property divided after your divorce?" Wang Chen had forgotten to ask before and just remembered now. "What property is there?" "There's only the house in the countryside and the one in the county town, and both have been used to pay off debts. We still owe quite a bit of money." "I didn't take anything, just the custody of Meng Meng, but Wang Meng said the money he borrowed was for living expenses and wanted me to bear part of the debt. Later, after investigation, it turned out he didn't use that money for living at all. So the debt has nothing to do with me." That's fine. In the future, you and Meng Meng can live in Modu. As for the house, if you want to live with me in Wuya, we can live together. If you feel uncomfortable, then we can buy you and Meng Meng another house." After Wang Chen finished speaking, Li Yunru quickly refused. "No need, if we buy another house, it will definitely cost a lot of money. I'm just afraid living with you will disturb you." However, before Wang Chen could say anything, Wu Ya spoke up first. "Sister-in-law, there are so many rooms here, we can't use them all. Plus, with you and Meng Meng here, I feel the house is much livelier, how could it disturb us?" "Yes, sister-in-law, I also really like little Meng Meng. You two should just live here." Upon hearing this, Li Yunru nodded. "Okay." After dinner, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while until she said she wanted to sleep, and only then did Wang Chen take her to the room to rest. It was a little past 11. Wang Chen and Wu Ya returned to their own rooms, preparing to rest. However, after returning to his room, Wang Chen did not rest. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Li Meng. After Li Meng replied to his message, he called her. He didn't do a video call, as it was already so late, and it wouldn't be good to see her privacy. "Hello, brother Hao, what's up?" "Nothing, just wanted to ask how things are going over there." Previously, after Wang Chen transferred 10 billion to each of Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, he hadn't inquired about their situation with Han Xian. Now that he had some time, he decided to ask. "Brother Hao, our family's situation has improved a lot recently. Han Xian and his backers are engaged in a price war with us, and it seems there won't be any results in the short term." "I see. If anything happens, remember to tell me. By the way, brother Hao, my parents said they want you to come over for dinner. Would that be convenient for you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was taken aback. Going to their house for dinner was equivalent to. However, it wouldn't be good for Wang Chen to refuse, especially since he had indeed slept with Li Meng on the beach. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, as it was just a meal. What if they simply wanted to invite him for dinner? "Okay, I'll come over the day after tomorrow." Alright. What Wang Chen didn't know was that generally, inviting someone for dinner meant going out to eat. Being invited to eat at home had a different significance. After finishing his chat with Li Meng, he chatted with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu for a while. Then he put down his phone. Later, Wang Chen kept his word and went to Li Meng's house for dinner, where her parents looked at him as if he were their son-in-law, making him a bit nervous. After having dinner at Li Meng's house, Wang Chen basically just went to school for classes. He also ran between Haya Film and Television Media and Haoan Live Streaming Company. Until September 30th, Wang Chen, Wu Ya, and his sister-in-law Li Yunru were sitting on the sofa. Wu Ya knew that today was definitely the day Wang Chen would receive his investment funds. Li Yunru didn't know, she had no idea what was going on, but soon she would be shocked enough to fit an apple in her mouth. At 10 minutes past midnight on October 1st, Wang Chen received the news on time. The salary rebate for September had finally arrived. Your savings card ending in 6503 has been credited with 24 million yuan at 010 on October 1st, with a usable balance of 2,6,197,007,429 yuan. Longxi Bank. Wu Ya knew this must be a bank notification, so she leaned closer to Wang Chen, looking at his phone. Li Yunru, confused, also leaned over. The two mature women, dressed in sexy pajamas, leaned against him. This made Wang Chen instinctively want to wrap his arms around their slim waists. Realizing that he couldn't show his relationship with his sister-in-law, he quickly dismissed the thought. Wu Ya looked at the information on the phone, counted the numbers. She wasn't too surprised because she knew there would definitely be more to come, while Li Yunru was completely stunned.
Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. Wang Chen actually received over 20 million while sitting at home. Her mouth was agape. To know that the villagers worked themselves to the bone for a month and could only earn 2 to 3,000, and at most over 10,000 in a month. Wang Chen just sat there and received over 20 million. However, what shocked her even more wasn't this. Wang Chen immediately opened another message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 3.5 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 56,197,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank, Wu and Li Yunru counted again. This time both of them were stunned. Goodness, 3.5 billion. How much is that? Li Yunru didn't even know what to say. With so much money, even if she worked her whole life, she could never earn that much. Her gaze was fixed on Wang Chen. Although Wu was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked by the enormous amount. She didn't even know how to describe it. Others earning 100 million in a month was already impressive, while Wang Chen seemed to perform magic, earning tens of billions every month. She was shocked, but it wasn't that exaggerated. Then, Wang Chen opened another message. This message could fit an apple in the mouths of Wu and Li Yunru. They counted one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions, tens of billions. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 14 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 66,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank, although it was also tens of billions, it was 1 billion more than the previous message. That's 1 billion. Just like that. Adding it up, Wang Chen had earned 6 billion tonight. Oh my god. 6 billion. How long would it take them to earn that? Several lifetimes? Liang Hao, why? How can you have so much money? Li Yunru was stuttering. Wu knew that all this was money Wang Chen earned from investments, but she was really curious. Sister-in-law, this is all money I earned from investments, but it will be invested out soon. Over 70 billion, my goodness, Liang Hao, I must be dreaming. Wang Chen smiled and said nothing. He really wanted to pinch his sister-in-law's plump backside, but with Wu there, he didn't dare. Sister-in-law, how could that be? Wu curiously asked. Liang Hao, with so much money, do you have to invest it all? Not necessarily, it depends on whether there are good investment projects. I see. By the way, Sister Wu, the dance training institution can be put on the agenda now. Hurry up and register the company, I'll provide the funds. Okay. Wang Chen now wanted each of the cashback goddesses bound to him to have their own company so they could earn a lot of money. Of course, he still had 2 cashback messages on his phone, but he didn't open them. Those were the cashback messages for Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, which would definitely be a lot. He didn't want to shock them again, and he couldn't reveal everything. Otherwise, it would scare them. Sometimes, it was enough to show just part of his strength. After that, Wang Chen chatted with the two of them for a long time. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock that they went to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open the remaining 2 cashback messages. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 17.68 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 34,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank, your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 24 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 34,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank, Wang Chen was really excited when he saw the messages. This was simply too surprising. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying each gave him a cashback of 17.68 billion and 24 billion respectively. It was simply too surprising. Originally, he only had 2 billion on hand, and he was worried that something might happen suddenly, leaving him unable to react in time, which would be disastrous. After all, he had just signed with Zhang Runan and Bai Lu. If their previous media company made a move, it would be troublesome. More importantly, he had poached Timo from a certain platform. This could potentially escalate. Once the funding chain was lost, the company would be on the brink of collapse. Now, with so much capital at his disposal, he felt more confident and no longer worried about other matters. This capital was genuine cash flow. After this round of salary cash back, Wang Chen's points increased by 493. If the binding times could be exchanged like before for 100 points, he could exchange it 6 more times. Unfortunately, he was still 400 points short of being able to exchange for another binding time. Now, Wang Chen's total points reached 672. This meant he only needed to spend 32.8 billion to gain another binding time. This was good news for Wang Chen. After all, he had enough money on hand. This meant he only needed to transfer 32.8 billion to Haoya or Hawan's finance department, or transfer half to each, and he would gain 328 points. But he wouldn't do that. After all, over 100 billion was not a small amount. If he transferred to Haoya or Hawan, both companies would definitely be under special scrutiny. The two previous transfers of 4 billion to Haoya had already attracted attention. He needed to be more cautious with future transfers. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen decided to stop worrying. After all, Zhou Liying was coming back today, and he needed to rest early to meet her tomorrow. The next day, Wang Chen got up early. Today was a holiday, a festival in Manhwa. Whether it was Haoya or Hawan, Wang Chen had given them all a day off. However, before giving them a holiday, Wang Chen had one more thing to do. After washing up, he told his sister-in-law and Wu Ya, then drove towards the center building of Modu. How could there be a festival without gifts? Wang Chen was going to distribute gifts to them. Everyone in the company would receive one. He didn't need to worry about Hawan. Bai Wanner and Yang Shaoli would handle that. As for Haoya, he was the boss of the company, so he had to distribute them personally, especially since all the girls in Haoya were goddesses. He also wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen the binding of the salary cashback goddesses this month. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor. When he arrived at the company, he didn't see anyone, only the previous receptionist was waiting for him. "Boss, you're here." "Yeah, where is everyone else?" "They're all waiting for you in the practice room." "Is General He in the practice room too?" "No, General He is in her office. She said you should go see her first when you arrive." "Okay. You go wait for me in the practice room, close the company door for now." "Okay, boss." After that, the receptionist closed the company door and headed towards the practice room, while Wang Chen went to Helan's office. When he entered, Helan was still busy looking at documents and didn't notice him coming in. He quietly walked up behind her and hugged her from behind. "Sister Lan, still busy?" Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Helan replied irritably, "Yeah, unlike some people who throw all the work on me and run off to have fun. Hee, my abilities are limited, you know that, Sister Lan. I can't trust the company to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Helan rolled her eyes at him and then closed the document. "Alright, let's go. After distributing the holiday gifts, let them have a break. I could use a couple of days off too." "Okay, let's go." After speaking, the two of them walked towards the direction of the practice room. When Wang Chen arrived at the practice room, he was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Haoya already had so many people. Besides the artists, there were about 50 or 60 people from various departments of the company. And all these people were stunningly beautiful women, with looks and figures that were beyond compare. Wang Chen walked to the front under the gaze of a crowd of goddesses. They were all barefoot, sitting on the floor. When he reached the front, Wang Chen looked at them. At the very front were the three-star artists Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runen, and Bai Lu. Behind them were Zhang Yuanying and Yuzhen, and 12 other girl group members. Further back were the other people from the company. Of course, the company leaders did not sit with them. Today was supposed to be a day off, but the reason I called you all here is to give you some benefits. Wang Chen looked at the pairs of fair and straight legs in the audience, his eyes widened. He really didn't expect that one day he would have such a company of his own. It was truly perfect. In fact, when Wang Chen mentioned the benefits, they didn't have much of a reaction because the benefits offered by most companies weren't that great, usually just a few $100 worth of items. They simply underestimated the benefits Wang Chen was about to offer. Wang Chen was not that stingy of a person. "Don't you want to know what the benefits are?" Wang Chen asked them. "Yes." They all replied in unison, but Wang Chen could tell that their interest wasn't very high. However, thinking about it, he had seen on videos that the gifts given by most companies weren't very good, so they probably thought the same. Wang Chen just smiled. He looked at Helan beside him, who was also looking at him. In fact, Helan didn't know what gifts Wang Chen was going to give them. He just told her to call everyone to the company, and she did. However, when Zhu Jingyi and the others heard what Wang Chen was about to say next, their eyes widened. "You might think the gifts are just small things, but I want to tell you that I, Wang Chen, am not that stingy. This holiday, you have a week off, and during this week, you can go out and have fun. No matter how much you spend, the company will reimburse you all. Of course, if you buy a house, the company won't reimburse that, but if you stay in a 5-star hotel, the company will cover it all. Also, everyone in the company will receive an extra month's salary today." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They covered their mouths in disbelief. They originally thought the gifts would only be small items, but they didn't expect it to be an extra month's salary. To know, even the front desk staff earned $50,000 a month. With 50 or 60 people in the company, that would amount to several million or even tens of millions. The boss is so nice. Boss, I love you. I want to have your babies. I want it too. I want it too. Watching their excited expressions, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile, and even Helan beside him was shocked. After that, Wang Chen had the company staff line up one by one, and he transferred money to each of them on the spot. When they received the money, they were all extremely excited. At that moment, their hearts were completely tied to Hao Ye. After everyone in the company had received their money, only Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, Bai Lu, two members of the girl group, Helan, and Xia Chuchu were left in the practice room. Zhu Jingyi, come here. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingyi, who had been sitting, slowly stood up and walked to him. Boss, how much did you earn this month? I earned about 23 million from some advertising endorsements this month. Not bad. Keep up the good work. The company will always provide you with resources. Your reward is also an extra month's salary, 23 million. What? Zhu Jingyi was stunned, and even Zhang Runan and Bai Lu were incredibly shocked. They couldn't even imagine that Wang Chen would be so generous. Alright, why are you so surprised? What I want to tell you is that as long as you work hard, your resources will be endless, and the money will keep coming. I won't put any of you on the shelf. Each of your rewards is a month's salary. After that, Wang Chen handed out the rewards to each of them one by one, and then spoke briefly with Helan. He had to leave, there was no time left. Zhao Liying was about to land, and he needed to hurry to pick her up, or it would be a disaster. After all, he had volunteered to pick up Zhao Liying. However, Wang Chen said that Xia Chuchu should go to Helan's place tonight, and he would give them their rewards later. He had no time. After leaving the company, Wang Chen drove straight to the airport. Just as he arrived, Zhao Liying came out. Although she was wearing a mask, Wang Chen recognized her at a glance. At that moment, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 15. At that moment, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. How did he suddenly gain 15 points of favorability? He was completely confused. To confirm, he even opened Zhao Liying's data to check. System, open Zhao Liying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 90. Infatuated, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 90 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 50,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 30 days. Note, each cashback requires a meeting with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow, it really did increase by 15 points of favorability. What could be the reason behind this sudden surge? But after thinking about it, he decided not to dwell on it. Because Zhao Liying was already in front of him, he was just about to reach for her suitcase when, unexpectedly, Zhao Liying let go of the suitcase and hugged him directly. Wang Chen was even more bewildered at that moment, but he also instinctively hugged Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying's body was very soft, and when Wang Chen's hand reached to her back, he remembered that Zhao Liying had been injured before. Just like that, the two held each other tightly. Sister Liying, let's go home first. It wouldn't be good if someone took pictures of us. After saying that, Wang Chen grabbed Zhao Liying's suitcase with one hand and held her hand with the other, walking towards the parking lot. This time, Wang Chen was driving Zhao Liying's Big G. Although he already had the 3 major cars, he still preferred to drive Zhao Liying's. Xiao Hao, are you always driving my car? They hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, and even though there were many things to say, they didn't know where to start. Soon, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arrived at Tang Sinipin. He didn't go back to his own home but came to her house with Zhao Liying. The moment they got home, Wang Chen closed the door. He placed the suitcase aside, hugged Zhao Liying, and kissed her red lips. For a long time, pulling away. Sister Liying, your lips are really sweet. Zhao Liying shot him a glance. Then she pulled him to sit on the sofa. Sitting down, Wang Chen began to reminisce about the feeling of kissing Zhao Liying passionately. What does it feel like to kiss a big star? It really can't be described. Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, have you been thinking about me for a long time? Hey, you still found out, Sister Liying. But, Sister Liying, you're so beautiful and a big star, I guess no man can resist wanting to pursue you. Despite all the precautions, I still got my home stolen by you, kid. Wang Chen didn't give Zhao Liying a chance to speak again. Kiss. For a long time. Lips part. Tension. Wang Chen and Zhao Liang looked at each other, their eyes filled with affection. Xiao Hao, there are some things I need to clarify with you. I have a child. Sister Liang, I know, I don't mind. I only care about you. As long as it's you, I can handle anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang took the initiative to hug him. Wang Chen originally wanted to take her right then, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Getting their relationship to this point with Zhao Liang was already great. If he took her now, it might even lower her feelings for him. Xiao Hao, you don't want that? Sister Liang, I do want it, but I think it's better to give you some time to accept our relationship. When you're ready, we can do that too. I will always be by your side. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang's affection +1, the two just held each other. Xiao Hao, thank you. Sister Liang, I should be the one thanking you. You helped me so much and chose me, who has no merits. The luckiest thing in my life is becoming your man. Little rascal. Zhao Liang wore sexy jeans and a white short-sleeve top. Pure, sweet, and lovely. And it seemed that having found someone she could trust for life, Zhao Liang was no longer as guarded as before. She returned to her room, changed into a new outfit, a pair of super short shorts, and a little tank top. Pure and alluring. Wang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Little rascal, do I look good? Wang Chen didn't speak, walked up to her, and hugged her. Sister Liang looks good no matter what she wears. I really like it. You have such sweet words. He. The two were as sweet as first love, and no matter how much they indulged in each other, it never felt enough, until it was 7 o'clock in the evening. After finishing dinner, Wang Chen said to Zhao Liang, Sister Liang, I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. You've worked hard during this time, get some rest, and I'll come by tomorrow morning. Aren't you going to sleep here? They had just confirmed their relationship, and Wang Chen didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhao Liang, so he refused. After all, there were many days ahead. No, Sister Liang is so beautiful, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself at night. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang gave him a meaningful glance. She didn't try to keep him any longer and saw him off. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Zhao Liang felt quite reluctant. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship today, and she naturally wanted to spend more time with him, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Chen had things to attend to. After Wang Chen left, Zhao Liang returned to the sofa, sat down, and picked up her phone to call her parents. Mom, daughter, what's wrong? Nothing, what's Pao Pao doing? He's playing. Saying this, Zhao Liang's mother pointed the camera at Pao Pao. Looking at her son playing with trains, Zhao Liang's face broke into a gentle smile. She had been worried that her son would be teased at kindergarten for not having a father, but now she didn't have to worry. By the way, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? Well, I found a boyfriend. Oh, really? Where is he from? What does he look like? How old is he? Where is he now? Listening to her mother's questions, Zhao Liang couldn't help but smile. She answered her mother one by one. On the other side, after leaving Zhao Liang, Wang Chen's mind was filled with all the things he had done with Zhao Liang today. Especially those soft red lips, he really couldn't forget them. Lost in thought, he arrived at Helan's place. Now he felt like a scumbag, not only having Bai Waner, Wuya, and Helan, but even the big star Zhao Liang had become one of his women. However, he was sincere with all of them. There was no issue of him being a scumbag. He knocked on the door, and it opened shortly after. A mature and elegant figure appeared before him. Helan was wearing a pure white nightgown. Especially the lace design, it was so enticing. More importantly, Wang Chen had just come from Zhao Liang's side, still filled with passion, and upon seeing Helan like this, he couldn't help but want to pounce. But Helan wasn't alone at home. Xia Chuchu was there too. Wang Chen had to hold back. He sighed, there were too many temptations in this world. If it weren't for his strong will, he probably would have been done for by now. Wang Chen followed Helan into the house. Xia Chuchu was sitting on the sofa at that moment. Since it was already a holiday, Xia Chuchu wasn't in her work uniform but was wearing a JK short skirt and a pair of black over-the-knee socks. It was quite alluring. Ah, indeed, there were too many temptations in the world. Wang Chen planned to distribute their rewards and then quickly leave this tempting home. But before he could say anything, Xia Chuchu, in her JK short skirt, excitedly ran to Wang Chen's side, hugged his arm, and asked, "How go? What is our reward? Also, when are you buying a house for Sister E? I want one too." Looking at Xia Chuchu's cute demeanor, Wang Chen felt helpless. This little girl was too good at this. The softness in front of him was too tempting. He couldn't resist. "Chuchu, if you keep this up, be careful, I might just take you." However, Xia Chuchu stuck out her tongue at him and said, "Hee, I don't believe you, you wouldn't dare. If you did, Sister, he would kill you. Do you think I dare?" With that, Wang Chen pretended to reach out his wicked hand towards her chest. This action scared Xia Chuchu into fleeing in panic. Helan, seeing this, also revealed a faint smile. The three of them then sat down on the sofa. Wang Chen spoke first. Sister Lan, Chuchu, your reward is double your salary, which is 1 time more than the others. You've worked hard for the company during this time. I can see your contributions. Chuchu, didn't you say you wanted a house? There are still 7 available at the company, just pick one to live in. This way, it will be more convenient for me to find you in the future. Ah, Xia Chuchu had only intended to joke, but she didn't expect to actually get it. She quickly refused. How good, I was just joking, I don't want it. Alright, just take it, work hard in the future, and you'll have face when you go home for the new year. This. Xia Chuchu looked at Helan and saw her smiling at her. Only then did she agree. Okay, thank you, Hao Gu. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen ruffled Xia Chuchu's hair. One hand rested on Helan's fair and delicate thigh. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. By the way, Xiaohao, I went to recruit artists from the stick country before, and now there's progress. For artists can be confirmed, they are Li Jiun, Lim Yuna, Bei Suzy, and Kim Jisoo. Are you going to set their contracts or should I? Sister Lan, what conditions did you offer them? Helan didn't hide anything, directly explaining why they were willing to sign and her promises to those artists from the stick country. Xiaohao, you know that in the land of the stick, it's very difficult for these artists. Some female artists even become playthings of those chaebol. The reason they are willing to breach contracts to come to our company is partly because our treatment is good, and partly because this way they can escape the control of those chaebol. They won't have to endure that unbearable humiliation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was also shocked. He never expected the land of the stick to be so dark. If that's the case, female artists in the land of the stick can't protect themselves at all. No wonder it's so easy to poach female artists from there. So that's how it is. Sister Lan, since that's the case, you can decide their contracts. Okay. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to meet those female artists from the land of the stick, it was just that his most important task now was to increase his favorability to gain more funds and more binding opportunities. Otherwise, no matter how many female artists he poached, it would just mean spending more money without earning more. Rather than that, it was better to leave things to Helan while he focused on other matters. With that thought, Wang Chen made his decision. For the rest of the time, Wang Chen chatted with Helan and Xia Chuchu for a long time, and he didn't return home until 10 o'clock. He had already told his sister-in-law and Wuya that he wouldn't be home for dinner today. When he got home, Wuya and his sister-in-law were still doing yoga. This only made Wang Chen even angrier. The next day, October 2nd, Wang Chen had promised Zhao Liying yesterday that he would go find her early today. He naturally couldn't go back on his word, and Zhao Liying's favorability had already reached 91. With just 4 more points, he could gain another binding opportunity. Bai Wan'er was the same. Currently, his focus was on them. However, Wang Chen had promised Wuya and his sister-in-law that he would accompany them shopping the day after tomorrow. So on October 2nd and 3rd, he would accompany Zhao Liying, and on October 4th and 5th, he would accompany Wuya and his sister-in-law, and on October 6th and 7th, he would go find Bai Wan'er. It could be said that he had truly become a master of time management. In fact, there were many others who wanted to meet him, like Song Ningxuan, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, Zhang Yuanying, Helan, and so on. Many people. But he had declined them all, saying he was busy with work and had no time. Wang Chen's home was right below Zhao Liying's. It only took a few steps up the stairs to reach her place. He didn't tell Zhao Liying, he simply entered the door code and walked right in. However, when he entered, he didn't see Zhao Liying at home. Sister Liying, where are you? Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Zhao Liying's voice came from inside the room. Xiaohao, I'm in the room, the door isn't locked. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart leaped with joy. The door being unlocked was like telling him, the door's open, come in. He certainly wouldn't hesitate and walked straight to the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Liying lying on the bed, playing with her phone. Sister Liying, what time is it? You still haven't gotten up. Why get up so early? It's not often I have a day off, so I want to lie down a bit longer. Then I'll join you. Oh, you should go change your shoes first. Also, I don't have your pajamas in my wardrobe. It's fine, I like to sleep without clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him. After Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers at the door, he returned to Zhao Liying's room, took off his jacket, and directly dove into the blanket. Sister Liying, I'm here. Little rascal, don't move around. Watch my dragon claw hand. Zhao Liying put down her phone and started to play around with him. Half an hour later, the two were tightly embraced. Little rascal, my mom said I should take you to Kyoto to meet them and also to see Pao Pao. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Liying's phone rang. Liying, your phone is ringing. Zhao Liying picked up the phone from the bedside table and took a glance. Then she said to Wang Chen, Xiaohao, it's a call from Lin Gengxin. Liying, does he like you? If I hadn't met you, maybe there would have been a chance between us, but now I have you. After saying this, Zhao Liying leaned closer to him. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Liying, you should answer the call. Okay. With that, Zhao Liying answered the video call from Lin Gengxin. As soon as the call connected, a cheerful male voice came through. Liying, you're still not up? Not yet, what's up? Hearing this, Lin Gengxin was a bit puzzled. He felt that Zhao Liying's attitude was different today, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was different. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for this holiday. Not really, I'm going to spend it with my partner. As soon as she said this, Lin Gengxin on the other end was taken aback. How did he not know that Zhao Liying had a partner? What was going on? You have a partner now? When did this happen? Just recently. Can you bring me to meet him sometime? Let's talk about it later. Okay. Zhao Liying didn't say much more to Lin Gengxin and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Zhao Liying turned to look at Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Chen staring at her with a faint smile, she completely lost the queenly demeanor from earlier. Wang Chen was also a bit surprised. As expected of a movie queen, her expression management was on point. Liying, your expression management is really impressive. Of course, I've practiced for a long time. No matter how long you practice, it still benefits me, the lecture. Saying this, he performed the dragon claw hand. Watch me. Ding, Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Hearing the sound of Zhao Liying's favorability increasing, Wang Chen was very happy. Now, every time Zhao Liying's favorability increased, the cashback multiplier for his monthly salary would increase by 100 times. Don't underestimate that 100 times, that's over 10 billion. With Zhao Liying's current earning speed, not to mention much, just her endorsement fees alone are in the tens of millions every month. When calculated, it's quite terrifying. If he could reach a 10,000 times salary cashback, then if Zhao Liying earned $1 billion, he would get $1 trillion in salary cashback. What kind of concept is that? But even now, he still didn't know how to achieve a 10,000 times salary cashback. However, he believed he would find out soon. Xiaohao, let's go shopping today. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying. Actually, this is also why he particularly liked Zhao Liying. Not only was she beautiful and hardworking, but most importantly, her personality was straightforward. She did what she thought without any roundabout ways. She liked what she liked. She had always been this way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called her parents right after confirming her relationship with Wang Chen. Okay. So, Liying, what are you planning to wear when we go out? Wang Chen asked after agreeing. You'll know in a bit. Wait for me while I take a shower, and we'll set off after that. Okay. After saying this, Zhao Liying walked into the bathroom, leaving Wang Chen lying alone on the bed. He pulled up the blanket and took a sniff. It was filled with Zhao Liying's scent, intoxicating. After a while, Zhao Liying wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. The moment she stepped out, Wang Chen's eyes could no longer accommodate anything else. Zhao Liying looked like a water lily emerging from the water, stunningly beautiful. As Zhao Liying emerged from the bathroom and saw Wang Chen in a daze, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Xiaohao, go wait for me outside. I want to stay here, is that okay? No, hurry up and go out, or I won't change. Hearing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to compromise. He left the room wearing slippers. Once Wang Chen was out, Zhao Liying began rummaging through the wardrobe. She was about to make a bold decision today. On the other side, after Wang Chen left the room, he sat down on the sofa. He was looking forward to Zhao Liying's outfit today. To be honest, having a big star as a wife was really nice, if only he could have a few more. Thinking of this, Wang Chen found his thoughts quite terrifying. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Mom, what made you think of calling me? You little rascal, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the busy supermarket business, would I even call you? Aren't you on holiday recently? Are you and Wuya coming back? Your cousin has been coming to see us lately, saying she wants to meet you and Wuya. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His cousin was actually visiting his parents. What was going on? Mom, why would my cousin go to see you guys so often? You child, what are you saying? Some things have happened at home that I can't tell you about. Let's wait until you come back to talk. What can't be said over the phone? It's hard to say. Alright, Mom has to get busy now. When you have time, bring Wuya back for a visit. Bye. With that, his mother ended the video call. In fact, after hearing his mother mention that something had happened at home, he felt a bad premonition.
but she didn't tell him what it was. It seemed he would have to take Wuya home when he had the chance. However, just after the call ended, his phone rang again. He looked at the caller ID, and to his surprise, it was his cousin, who he hadn't contacted in hundreds of years. Wang Chen didn't plan to answer, as he had no good impression of this cousin. His mother had told him that when they were kids, this cousin had pushed him down the stairs. He had no good feelings towards her. Moreover, she usually didn't contact him, and after she started working, she hardly ever reached out. Now she suddenly called, and Wang Chen knew it couldn't be anything good. Thinking this, he didn't want to answer the call. The phone rang for a while before the other party hung up. Just as this cousin hung up, his phone rang again. Wang Chen looked at the caller ID, and it was unbelievable. His cousin had called again after he didn't answer. He immediately put his phone on silent and tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, Zhao Liying also walked out of the room. Wang Chen's gaze followed her. It was hard not to look, and once he did, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Zhao Liying was wearing a black JK short skirt, paired with a white shirt, black stockings, and white casual shoes. At that moment, she looked just like the heroine in a youth idol drama. She didn't look like a 36-year-old married woman at all. She was clearly an 18-year-old pure girl. At that moment, Wang Chen could no longer hold back. He jumped up from the sofa, quickly walked up to her and cupped Zhao Liying's delicate and beautiful face. Looking at her lips painted with lipstick, he kissed her. After a long time, Wang Chen gazed affectionately at Zhao Liying. "Sister Liying, I don't want to go shopping anymore." Hearing this, Zhao Liying smiled slightly. "Okay." Wang Chen directly picked her up in a princess carry. He carried her into the room. Ding, the salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +3. Ding, congratulations host. The salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability has surpassed 95. You have gained one binding opportunity. Ding, congratulations host. The salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability has surpassed 95. You have gained master level acting skills. 2 hours later, Wang Chen held Zhao Liying in his arms. "Sister Liying, you are so beautiful. You little rascal, you have to take responsibility for me. Don't worry, I will cherish you and love you for a lifetime." At this moment, Wang Chen finally noticed the system's prompt. He was stunned. Goodness, not only did he gain a person and a heart, but even the system gave him so many things, and there was something different added. Master level acting skills, this. Could it be related to Zhao Liying? The more Wang Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He seemed to have thought of something. He was very excited inside. Seeing him so excited, Zhao Liying, lying in his arms, smiled even brighter. "Xiao Hao, what are you thinking about, so happy?" "Hee, of course, I'm thinking about my superstar wife." Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him and hugged him tightly. In the next 2 days, Wang Chen basically spent all his time with Zhao Liying. The two were like newlyweds, feeling like it was never enough. Until Zhao Liying had to return to Kyoto, he sent her to the airport. "Xiao Hao, aren't you coming to Kyoto with me?" "Sister Liying, I still have to be busy with my company in Magic City. I'll come to Kyoto to find you after a while." "Okay, then come early. By the way, I've already handled the matter with Guangxian Media for you, but they want you to pay compensation, otherwise, they won't let this matter end so easily." I understand. Thank you for your hard work, wife." Ding, the salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Hearing Wang Chen call her that, Zhao Liying's face revealed a happy smile. But she was wearing a mask, so no one saw it. As boarding time approached, he hugged Zhao Liying tightly. "Xiao Hao, you have to take care of yourself here, okay? You too, don't tire yourself out too much. I have money, if it comes to it, I can support you." "Okay. Wife, I love you. I love you too." After saying that, Zhao Liying pulled her suitcase and left. This time Zhao Liying came alone, without an assistant. So she had to return to Kyoto early. Watching Zhao Liying's departing figure, Wang Chen felt very reluctant. This was his superstar wife, and he didn't want to part with her. But there was no way around it. Suddenly, Wang Chen slapped his forehead. He hadn't given Zhao Liying the compensation from Guangxian Media yet. He was dumbfounded. He could only wait until Zhao Liying got off the plane to call her. After sending Zhao Liying off, Wang Chen went directly to find Wu Ye and his sister-in-law. There was no choice, time was tight, and he had to seize every moment. Now, both Wu Ye and Zhao Liying's favorability had exceeded 95, and among the remaining bound people, the one with the highest favorability was Bai Wanner. He needed to raise her favorability to 95 before the holiday ended. This way, he could gain another binding opportunity. This month, if he could spend over 2 billion again, he would gain another binding opportunity. Then he would have 3 binding opportunities in hand. As long as he had 3 binding opportunities, he could bind the 3 big stars, Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. Next month's salary cashback would bring in more funds. This was the result Wang Chen wanted. In the following days of the holiday, Wang Chen, as if predetermined, accompanied Wu Ye and his sister-in-law for 2 days of shopping, and then spent another 2 days with Bai Waner. The only thing that disappointed him a bit was that Bai Waner's favorability had not yet broken 95, so he couldn't gain a new binding opportunity. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. It wasn't just his affair, it was a matter for 2 people. When the time comes, Bai Waner's favorability would naturally increase. With the holiday over, Wang Chen had to return to school for classes. There was no way around it. With the holiday ending, his classes were piling up. At least for this week, he had quite a few classes. However, before October 16th, Wang Chen still had to rush to Kyoto. After all, Zhao Liying's birthday was on October 16th. He couldn't miss it. October 8th. Wang Chen got up early. When he got up, he thought Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were still asleep, but to his surprise, they had already prepared breakfast. By the time Wang Chen came out, they were already tidying up. Xiao Hao, you're up. Have breakfast first before going to school. Wu Ye, why did you all get up so early? Is it still early? We just didn't want you to go to school on an empty stomach. Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to the bathroom to wash up, then headed directly to eat the breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law and Wu Ye. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to his sister-in-law and Wu Ye, then drove Zhao Liying's big G towards the school. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty for not accompanying Song Ningxuang during the holiday, so he planned to spend some quality time with her at school these few days. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the school. As soon as he got there, someone recognized him. Isn't that Wang Chen's car? He's back at school. Yeah, it really is Wang Chen. Oh my god, I'm in love. I want to ride in the big G too. Don't even think about it. Do you really think Wang Chen would notice you? Just look at yourself. What do you mean by that? Those who understand, understand. Wang Chen parked the car in the parking lot. Just as he parked, he saw Song Ningxuang and Li Meng waiting for him. Wang Chen got out of the car with a smile. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Song Ningxuang linked her arm with his, and Li Meng and the others smiled at him too. Soon, the 5 of them headed towards the classroom. That's right, Song Ningxuang was coming to accompany Wang Chen to class. Oh my god, those girls have amazing figures. Not just their figures, did you see their faces and their aura? It's incredible. Why does Wang Chen get surrounded by so many beauties while I don't have even one? Bro, if you were as rich as Wang Chen, you'd definitely have plenty of women around you. Exactly, work hard to make money. A group of people kept discussing. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang had already arrived in the classroom. With several stunning beauties by his side, they naturally attracted everyone's attention wherever they went. Even the people in the classroom were the same. Wang Chen's former roommates regretted it immensely. If they hadn't said those things about Wang Chen, they could have been driving luxury cars and showing off, even taking Wang Chen's car to pick up girls. But now, it was too late. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang found a quiet spot to sit down. As the bell rang, the teacher walked in. Meanwhile, Song Ningxuang kept looking at Wang Chen. She knew that during the holiday, Wang Chen must have been with someone else, but there was nothing she could do. Brother Hao, have you been very busy lately? Song Ningxuang whispered in his ear. Yeah, there have been things to handle at the company, so I've been a bit busy. Can I come to your company to have a look? Sure, but you'll have to wait a while. It's too busy there right now. Okay. The morning passed quickly. After class, Wang Chen went to the cafeteria with Song Ningxuang and the others to have a meal, and then he prepared to leave. He had no classes in the afternoon, while Song Ningxuang and the others did, so he couldn't take them out. Moreover, he needed to go see Haoan in the afternoon. After all, Bai Waner was currently in a precarious situation. As for the matters concerning Li Meng and Han Xian, he didn't have the energy to deal with them for now. Anyway, he had already given them the money, so let them handle it themselves for the time being. If it really didn't work out, he could step in later. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying's big G, looking at the bustling city outside the car window, and couldn't help but sigh. A few months ago, he was just like the anxious crowd on the roadside, busy with life and for a woman he considered a goddess. But now he was busy for himself and for the people around him. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Haoan. When he reached the floor where Haoan was located, he was shocked by the decor. There were many live streaming rooms inside Haoan, each door had the name of a streamer. He counted carefully, and there were nearly 50 live streaming rooms in total. Only a dozen or so had names on the doors, while the others were still unoccupied. The first live streaming room was named after Timo, and the second was for Yi Daoshengua Zhangshuyu. As for the other dozen or so live streaming rooms, Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with them. These were all signed by Bai Wanner and her team. After checking out the company's environment, Wang Chen went straight to Bai Wanner's office. He knocked on the door. "Come in." A gentle female voice came from inside the office, and Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Bai Wanner was seriously looking at the documents in her hands. She didn't even notice that it was Wang Chen who had come in. When she lifted her head, her previously serious expression instantly turned into a faint smile. Bai Wanner excitedly ran to him, just like when she was at home, clinging to him like an octopus. Wang Chen supported her with both hands. "Alright, this is the company. If others see you like this, where's your authority as a boss?" "Not at all. How Gu is the real boss of the company." Wang Chen smiled helplessly and then took her to sit down on the sofa. He had come mainly to inquire about the Tianma situation. Some time had passed, and the online public opinion about Bai Wanner was growing louder. It was time to fight back. "Wanner, how's the matter I asked you to handle?" "How Gu, I've already donated 5 million to the impoverished areas." Then next, find someone to release the news about the donation." "Okay. Has anyone from Tianma contacted you?" Wang Chen pinched Bai Wanner's fair and delicate face. "Yes, Ma Tian called me this morning, saying that if I agreed to be his mistress, he would have his company retract their statements about me." "Did you record the call?" "Yes. Today, let someone release both the donation news and the call recording." "Okay." Just as the two were discussing matters, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The moment Yang Xioli opened the door, she was stunned. Seeing Bai Wanner sitting on Wang Chen's lap, she silently closed the office door. This made things quite awkward for them. "See, now you've been discovered, hurry up and get down." Bai Wanner stuck out her tongue. "Xiaoli knows our relationship." "Oh, you want me to devour you here, huh? Come on, who's afraid of who?" Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner's playful demeanor, wishing he could devour her completely. But the location was not appropriate. After that, the two chatted for a long time, discussing how to deal with Tianma. Meanwhile, 2 pieces of news were posted online. The negative public opinion about Bai Wanner underwent a dramatic turnaround at that moment. The two sat in the office, scrolling through videos. They watched the one about Bai Wanner donating to impoverished mountainous areas and her call records with Ma Tian, and the comments section exploded. "Damn, I said how could Wanner be that kind of person? It turns out there's more to the story." "Exactly, I used to watch Bai Wanner's live streams often, she's really beautiful, and I didn't expect her to be so kind-hearted, directly donating 5 million to the children in the mountains." "Come on, haters, speak up." "Right, I said how could Wanner be that kind of person? Now the truth is out, it's the boss of Tianma Live who wants to force Wanner to be his mistress. What a scumbag, and he's the boss of the company. No way, brothers, I'm going to Tianma's live room to roast him. Wait for me, I'm going with you. How dare he slander my goddess Wanner, just watch me tear him apart." "Me too." In an instant, the comments section was filled with voices condemning Tianma Live. Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner beside him. He patted her thigh. "Wanner, record a video now to clarify again." "Okay." Saying this, Wang Chen started recording a video for Bai Wanner. At Tianma Live Company, Ma Tian sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report, his face darkened. "Boss, this is that video, take a look." The female secretary handed her phone to the boss, and the video of Bai Wanner releasing evidence was playing. After watching the video, Ma Tian grabbed the phone on the table. With a bang, the entire phone shattered into pieces. "Damn, this bitch, it's her honor that I can look at her. I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful, then don't blame me for being rude." Ma Tian opened the comment section. Netizens commented, "I didn't expect Bai Wanner to be such a woman, a beautiful angel." Then Ma Tian glanced at the female secretary in professional attire. He waved his hand to call her over. The female secretary had no choice but to comply. "You know what I want to do, start." Hearing this, the female secretary could only obediently follow orders. "You now go tell all the streamers in the company, remember, all of them, to say exactly what I give you. Just say Bai Wanner was once kept, and the other party is a man over 50. Find someone to edit the photos, got it?" After venting, Ma Tian seemed to regain some rationality. But he still had no intention of letting Bai Wanner off. "I understand, boss." After saying this, the secretary left the office. Once the secretary left, he muttered to himself, "Bai Wanner, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. There will come a time when you beg me for mercy, and then it won't be up to you. He. On the other side, after spending the afternoon with Bai Wanner, Wang Chen started wandering around Hawan by himself, while Bai Wanner continued to handle company matters. Wang Chen first arrived at Timo's live room. He pushed open the door to Timo's live room, which was equipped with a complete set of live streaming equipment, but Timo was not there. Wang Chen understood that Timo was familiar with outdoor live streaming, so it was normal for her not to be there. Seeing that Timo was not live, Wang Chen left her live room. Then he went to the live room of Yi Dao Xingguo Zhang Shuyu. After entering, he saw Zhang Shuyu live streaming, but she wasn't selling anything, she was just chatting and doing live PKs. When she noticed Wang Chen had come in, she was about to turn off the stream, but Wang Chen shook his head. Then he opened his phone and directly entered her live room, where she was currently in a PK battle with a male streamer. The punishment for losing the PK was that Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu had to dance a hot dance. Goodness! Wang Chen had never even seen Zhang Shuyu dance before, and this male streamer wanted to give the audience a treat. The key was that this tactic was quite effective. Once the punishment was announced, no one sent gifts to Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu, while the male streamer on the opposite side had a thick health bar. Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't hold back, so he directly clicked the recharge button. He recharged 1,000,000. Immediately, Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu's live room was filled with carnival rain. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Shuyu, who thought she was bound to lose, stood up in a flash upon seeing this, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen. Wang Chen winked at her. At that moment, Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu's live room erupted. What the hell, didn't we agree not to send gifts? What's going on with you guys? Exactly, I've wanted to see her dance for a long time, what's wrong with you? Stop sending gifts, the other side can barely see the health bar. Stop it. Wait, isn't that how Gu? Why is he sending gifts to Nightblade god Gu? Big Shot, can you please stop sending gifts? Big Shot, I beg you to stop. The comments section was filled with pleas for Wang Chen to stop. But how could Wang Chen stop? He only stopped after sending out the entire 1,000,000 he had just recharged, and the male streamer's health bar had completely disappeared. In the end, this PK concluded with Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu winning. After Zhang Shuyu won the PK, the comments section of her live room was filled with wails. Everyone was disappointed that they couldn't see her dance. After winning the PK, Zhang Shuyu ended the stream. Wang Chen, thank you. Zhang Shuyu came to him and said softly. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt like joking. What, I spent 1,000,000, and all I get is a thank you. As he said this, his gaze unconsciously drifted to her alluring beauty mark on her lips. Upon noticing this, Zhang Shuyu looked around, saw no one, and actually leaned in to kiss him. Wang Chen was stunned. He had only wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect this to happen. After a long while, their lips parted. Very sweet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's face instantly turned red. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Chen's gaze swept over her. Wearing super short denim shorts, she was too sexy. However, he couldn't go too far, otherwise, if Bai Wanner found out, it would be trouble. Did you finish your live streaming task for today? These past few days were just trial streams, no requirements. Aren't you supposed to shoot a video? Where's your assistant? Because it was just a trial stream these days, I didn't have her come over. Alright, if you need anything, just call me. Okay. After saying this, Wang Chen turned to leave, but Zhang Shuyu called out to him. Wang Chen, are you leaving just like that? I have things to do. Then do you have time tonight? I'll cook for you. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Shuyu, recalling her earlier actions, and he roughly understood that she probably had something to say, so he agreed. Okay, I'll go to your place tonight. The house password is Wang Chen nodded and then left her live room. There was no way around it. If he stayed inside for too long, he would likely be suspected. Next, Wang Chen went to the live streams of other people. Among these streamers were both men and women, some of whom Wang Chen knew and some he didn't, but one thing was certain, they all had over 1,000,000 followers. After watching, Wang Chen returned to Bai Wanner's office. Wanner, it's getting late, we should go home. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with surprise. If he said that, it meant he wanted to go home with her. She quickly set aside her work and walked over to him, linking her arm with his. Brother Hao, let's go. Is Shaoli going back too? She still has some things to handle and will return later. Let's go first. Wang Chen naturally understood Bai Wanner's little thoughts and didn't expose her. Just like that, Bai Wanner linked her arm with his and walked out of the office. As they were leaving, they unexpectedly bumped into Zhang Shuyu, who was also about to leave. This made Wang Chen feel a bit awkward. Shuyu, you're going home too, Bai Wanner said to Zhang Shuyu with a smile. Zhang Shuyu, however, stared blankly at Wang Chen and Bai Wanner. She never expected that Wang Chen and Bai Wanner would have this kind of relationship. Yes, boss, who is this? Oh, he's my husband. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's mind went blank. Wang Chen was her boss's husband? In fact, she had been speculating about the relationship between Wang Chen and Bai Wanner earlier, but since they had never been intimate in public, she hadn't thought much of it. Now that they were so close, she felt a sour sensation in her heart. Did Wang Chen treat her so well not to pursue her? But if Wang Chen didn't like her, then why was he so good to her, even giving her a house in the Magic City? Moreover, the treatment she received was absurdly good. Was Wang Chen trying to make her a mistress or a lover? What was the reason behind this? Zhang Shuyu recalled the intimate actions with Wang Chen in the live stream room. Her eyes felt as if they were filled with sand. Wang Chen was also observing Zhang Shuyu. He sensed that something was off with her, but he had never experienced such a situation and didn't know what to do. There was nothing he could do but wait until he went to Zhang Shuyu's place later that night to see. Sister Shuyu, what's wrong? Zhang Shuyu was signed by Wang Chen, so they were naturally more familiar with each other. Nothing. Nothing. Zhang Shuyu quickly hid her emotions. Wang Chen, boss, I'll head back first. After saying this, Zhang Shuyu hurriedly left, while Bai Wanner looked on in confusion at the rapidly departing Zhang Shuyu. Brother Hao, what's wrong with her? I don't know, maybe she encountered something. Let's go home too. Okay. With that, the two of them returned to Bai Wanner's home. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen picked Bai Wanner up in a princess carry and took her to the room, closing the door behind them. After a long while, the two of them cooked together. After finishing the meal, he left Bai Wanner's house and headed straight for Zhang Shuyu's place. He couldn't help it, he felt that Zhang Shuyu's state was a bit off today. Zhang Shuyu's home was also in the Green City along the Huangpu River, so he quickly arrived at her place. With the password entered, the door opened. Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Shuyu sitting on the sofa, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. He was a bit stunned, so he directly asked the system to open Zhang Shuyu's data. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Attractiveness, 87. Affection level, 91. Infatuated. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. The moment Wang Chen saw the data, he was stunned. When did her affection level reach 91? Is it really that easy to increase affection? It shouldn't be. Wang Chen simply couldn't understand. In fact, on the surface, Nightblade God Zhang Shuyu appeared very aloof, but she had a lot of inner drama. This was also why her affection level increased so quickly. After closing the door, Wang Chen sat down beside her. He didn't say anything, just looked at her. After all, he didn't know what to say. Originally, Zhang Shuyu had invited him over for dinner, but in this situation, there was no dinner at all. The house was cold and empty, not even a fire was lit. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and went to the kitchen to cook. He made a stir-fried pork with green peppers and a seaweed egg soup. After all, he had already eaten. Making too much would just go to waste. He glanced at Zhang Shuyu, who was dazed on the sofa, shook his head, served a bowl of rice, and brought the dishes to the table in front of her. Sister Shuyu, let's eat. Zhang Shuyu didn't respond, just sat there in a daze. Wang Chen, feeling helpless, could only feed her. After finishing a bowl of rice, she shook her head, and Wang Chen tidied up, washing the bowls and pots. Then he sat back down beside her. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Shuyu softly asked, Wang Chen, what is your relationship with Bai Wanner? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know how to answer. If he said Bai Wanner was his lover, it would clearly be irresponsible to her. If he said she was his girlfriend, that wouldn't be wrong either. But the only ones he had a confirmed relationship with were Wu Ye and Zhao Liang. After all, he had previously agreed with Bai Wanner that he would support her. But now it seemed like it wasn't that simple. Sister Shuyu, is this really important? Very important. Then Sister Shuyu, today in the live streaming room, that was because I saw you staring at my mouth, and I thought you, Wang Chen understood. It turned out Zhang Shuyu thought he wanted her to kiss him, which was why she acted that way, but the situation had already happened. He just happened to have that thought, so he wouldn't back down. Sister Shuyu, Bai Wanner is indeed my girlfriend. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, it felt as if the sky had collapsed for her. Her head buzzed. Logically speaking, she hadn't known Wang Chen for long, so she shouldn't care this much. In fact, she shouldn't even like him. But the strange thing was that her inner drama was too much, leading her to believe Wang Chen liked her, and she thought she had fallen for him too. This was also why her affection level increased so quickly. Of course, Wang Chen was completely unaware of all this. You should go. Zhang Shuyu weakly uttered this sentence, leaving Wang Chen a bit stunned. However, he knew he couldn't leave now. If he did, there would truly be no follow-up. Sister Shuyu, let me explain. You already have a girlfriend. What else is there to say? Just go. I will terminate the contract with Hao Wan. Previously, Wang Chen hadn't even considered terminating the contract, so the penalty for breach of contract wasn't something he decided. However, if Nightblade God Zhang Shuyu terminated the contract,
it would still incur a hefty penalty. Sister Shuyu, leave! Zhang Shuyu shouted at him. After saying this, her tears instantly flowed out as if they were free. Wang Chen looked at her, realizing the situation was serious. The jealousy pot had completely overturned. Now he couldn't even imagine what would happen if Zhao Liying and Wu Yan knew about each other's existence. Wang Chen shifted closer to Zhang Shuyu and tightly embraced her. Zhang Shuyu struggled continuously. The two remained in a stalemate for a while. Wang Chen was at a loss. He cupped her face, gazing at that alluring beauty mark on her lips, and kissed her. Zhang Shuyu's eyes widened in shock. After realizing what happened, she slowly closed her eyes. Shuyu, your waist is so slim. Wang Chen's hands traced along Zhang Shuyu's waist. Upon seeing this, her face instantly flushed. At that moment, a tumult of emotions played out in her heart. Wang Chen really has feelings for me, he must like me, but he already has a woman. What does this mean? Does he want me to be his mistress? Should I agree? But I seem to really like him. What should I do? Zhang Shuyu felt deeply conflicted. In truth, sometimes, it's not the length of time you know someone that determines whether you like them. Perhaps the decision is made the very first time you meet. And that's how it was for Zhang Shuyu and Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what? What do we consider our relationship now? Faced with such a question, Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. But he had to respond. If Zhang Shuyu really decided to break things off recklessly, her whole life could be ruined, and Wang Chen didn't want that. Shuyu, what do you want our relationship to be? He held Zhang Shuyu's hand, his eyes locking onto hers. Zhang Shuyu thought for a moment and softly said, We've already come this far, You ask what I think our relationship is, but you already have a woman, so, what am I? As she spoke, her voice choked. She had come from Shan province, thinking she could focus on her career, but unexpectedly fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Wang Chen held her close. Shuyu, from the moment I first saw you, I was captivated, especially by your alluring red lips and that sexy beauty mark. Everything about you draws me in. If you're willing, I will treat you well for a lifetime. His tone was incredibly gentle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's body trembled involuntarily. But you already have a woman, so wouldn't that make me the third party? Wang Chen felt numb. This was more than just a third party, it was already the sixth. But he wouldn't say that. That's not true. I'm a greedy person, I don't want to let go of any of you. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. You can continue to stay at Haoya, and your treatment won't be any less. Zhang Shuyu fell silent. To be honest, many had pursued her, but she simply didn't like them. Yet with Wang Chen, she felt utterly helpless. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. Wang Chen, give me some time. Wang Chen knew that at such a moment, he couldn't let her think too long, otherwise, something would definitely go wrong. So he kissed her again. After a long time. Their lips parted. Shuyu, will you agree? Zhang Shuyu gazed at Wang Chen, lost in admiration, and nodded. In fact, Wang Chen was also savoring what had just happened. That beauty mark on her lips was something he adored. It was amazing. Wang Chen lifted Zhang Shuyu, their eyes meeting. Although he wanted to win her over, he felt powerless, having just come from Baiwaner, so he could only talk about other things. Shuyu, you look so sexy in those super short denim shorts. Zhang Shuyu shot him a glare. She felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship. But there was no turning back now, it had already happened. Wang Chen, I hope you can keep your promise. He extended 4 fingers. Shuyu, I swear, as long as you don't leave me, I will always cherish you, love you, and make you the happiest woman in the world. After saying this, Wang Chen silently added a one of many at the end. After all, he had quite a few women. Zhang Shuyu didn't expect to believe Wang Chen's words so easily. But when she later found out that there was a one of many behind Wang Chen's promise to make her the happiest woman in the world, she didn't know what her expression would be. Then Wang Chen looked at her with a lewd expression. Shuyu, everyone in the live stream is asking to see you dance, and I want to see too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu shot him a glare. However, she still moved away from him, pulling him to a wider space. She began to dance in front of him. Wang Chen was drooling at the sight. Goodness, he could only watch videos online before, and now a real person was dancing right in front of him. But he felt powerless. It seemed he needed to exercise more in the future. Otherwise, he would be the one feeling uncomfortable at times like this. Zhang Shuyu not only danced seductively but also teased Wang Chen from time to time. Wang Chen pulled her into his arms, his hands supporting her perky bottom. Kiss. For a long time. Shuyu, I have to go. You're not going to sleep here? Maybe next time, I'll come over often in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's face clearly showed some disappointment.
But when she heard that Wang Chen would come over often, a faint smile appeared on her face. "You said it, if you don't come, just wait and see how I deal with you. Hee, don't worry, I can't bear to let such a beautiful woman like you stay alone." "Humph, then you're still leaving." Wang Chen instantly felt awkward. He shouldn't have said that. Zhang Shuyu seemed to notice Wang Chen's embarrassment and quickly pushed him. "Hurry up and go, or I'll change my mind and you won't be able to leave." When they reached the door, Wang Chen looked at Zhang Shuyu's sexy beauty mark on her lips. Zhang Shuyu smiled slightly. "Muah. Alright, go back quickly. When I come to find you, if you miss me, just call me, I'll answer no matter when." "Okay." After saying this, Wang Chen left. Zhang Shuyu watched Wang Chen's departing figure, feeling very reluctant. They had just confirmed their relationship, so naturally, she felt a bit sad. But she also knew that Wang Chen couldn't possibly stay with her. Just then, her phone received a message, and when she opened it, her eyes widened. It was a bank notification. Someone had transferred her a sum of money. She counted 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, a whole 100 million. Immediately after, she received a message from Wang Chen. "Shuyu, this is your pocket money. My woman can't be without money to spend. Remember to wait for me to find you. Next time I'll definitely make you a real woman." Looking at Wang Chen's message, Zhang Shuyu's smile grew even brighter. She replied with just one word. "Okay." Then she returned to her room, changed into a new outfit. Lying in the spot where she had just sat with Wang Chen, she kept recalling the laughter and joy they shared, as well as Wang Chen's lewd gaze towards her. At this moment, her heart played out a grand drama once again. Indeed, women with inner dramas are the easiest to pursue. As time passed, the video by Warner posted online became known to more people. Wang Chen also had someone spend money to boost the audio, which made the video go viral. Additionally, Tianma continued to smear by Warner through its streamers, prompting many to start investigating the truth. Wang Chen seized this opportunity to let Bai Warner release news that she had a man. Initially, this news made Bai Warner's supporters feel a jolt in their hearts. However, later it was revealed that Bai Warner was not being kept but was actually in a serious relationship, which relieved her supporters. Not only that, but it was also uncovered that Bai Warner was starting her own company. This further confirmed the fact that she was not being kept. After all, if she was already starting her own company, how could she possibly choose to be kept? Following this incident, Tianma live streaming company became the target of online criticism. On October 12, Wang Chen and Bai Warner were sitting in Bai Warner's office and casually opened a live stream from one of the product promotion hosts under Tianma live streaming company. The comments section of the live stream was a mess. Various foul language was flying everywhere. The other side couldn't even manage to mute the comments. This Tianma person is really trash. The boss wants someone to be his lover, and when they refuse, he slanders them. Would you dare to buy anything in his live stream? Exactly, we wouldn't buy anything in the live stream of such a scumbag. That's right, a person like this will go bankrupt sooner or later. No way, the things I bought a few days ago, I want a refund. I want a refund too. I've bought things from him before, but quality was terrible, and they were more expensive than outside. Refund. Exactly, refund. Refund. The comments section was filled with requests for refunds. Wang Chen and Bai Warner exited the live stream and entered another host's live stream from Tianma live streaming company, and the situation was the same there. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Wang Chen and Bai Warner looked at Tianma, which was being criticized by Wang Chen, and smiled. "Warner, Tianma live streaming company should apologize now. It's also time for you to prepare for your hosts to promote products. As for Timo and Yedashin, they don't need to promote products. Let them live stream and record videos in their own style. As for the others, you can arrange it." Wang Chen made the arrangements. How good. I usually leave the company's matters to the president, and I also leave the product selection to her. Okay, by the way, regarding the company's income, here's the deal, all the company's income will be yours, transferred to your card monthly, and then I will distribute the money to them. Bai Warner was puzzled. She didn't understand what Wang Chen meant. If that were the case, wouldn't all the money the company earned belong to her, and Wang Chen would just be giving her a salary from his own money? How goo, wouldn't you be at a loss this way? Wang Chen looked at Bai Warner with a smile. He could never be at a loss. After all, only when the money reached Bai Warner could he earn back funds through salary rebates, and once he obtained the funds, he could take some out to pay the employees, making a profit of hundreds of times. If Bai Warner could earn tens of millions in profit in a month, he could earn tens or even hundreds of billions in salary rebates. Only this way could he maximize profits. But he couldn't explain it to Bai Warner like that. "Warner, money is not important to me, what matters is you.
How goo. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanner hugged him tightly.
Ding, salary rebate goddess Bai Wanner affection +3, ding, congratulations to the host, salary rebate goddess Bai Wanner affection has surpassed 95. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one binding opportunity. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile was even harder to suppress than AK. Bai Wanner's affection had finally surpassed 95, so next, he only needed to spend over 20 billion to obtain another binding opportunity. At that time, he could bind Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu together. Wang Chen held Bai Wanner in his arms, and taking this opportunity, he asked the system to open Bai Wanner's data. System, open Bai Wanner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Wanner age, 23 attractiveness, 90 favorability, 95, infatuated, height, 168 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms occupation, online streamer current cashback multiplier, 500x total funds accumulated this month, 320,000 yuan time remaining until salary cashback, 18 days. Bai Wanner's data has changed a bit. However, the most significant change is, of course, the salary cashback multiplier, which has increased from 200x to 500x. At this rate, if Bai Wanner can earn 10 million in a month, she will receive 5 billion through salary cashback. If Bai Wanner can earn 100 million in a month, she will receive 500 billion through salary cashback. What a terrifying number that is. Wang Chen is also very excited. However, he has to set off for Kyoto tomorrow, as Zhao Liying's birthday is only a few days away, and if he doesn't go now, it will be too late. But before heading to Kyoto, he needs to inform Wu Ye and the others. Moreover, his sister-in-law's divorce cooling-off period is about to end, and she also needs to take care of the remaining matters. On the evening of the 11th, Wang Chen first went to Bai Wanner's home and told her about going to Kyoto for a while. After that, he visited Zhang Shuyu and informed her of the same. Finally, he returned home. At this time, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were sitting on the sofa, and Meng Meng was watching cartoons. Wang Chen unceremoniously sat down between the two. Wu Ye, sister-in-law, I'm going to Kyoto for a while tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye quickly pulled him and asked, Xiaohao, why are you going to Kyoto? Wu Ye, didn't I invest in that movie before? There's something going on over there, and I need to check it out. Wu Ye knew about the movie investment. After all, Wang Chen had given her the profits from the investment, and she would receive a share once the movie was released. So she didn't doubt Wang Chen's words. His sister-in-law also looked at Wang Chen curiously. Xiaohao, you invested in a movie? Yeah, I invested in a movie that Liying participated in. Is it Zhao Liying? Seeing his sister-in-law's excited expression, both Wang Chen and Wu Ye laughed. But this was understandable. After all, Zhao Liying is an award-winning actress. Yeah, sister-in-law, do you know Zhao Liying? Of course. I'm a fan of hers. It would be amazing to take a photo with her. Li Yunru didn't know that Zhao Liying and Wang Chen were already very close, but she would be curious to see her reaction when she finds out. After explaining the matters of the two companies in Magic City, Wang Chen prepared to set off for Kyoto. This time he was going alone. After all, he was going to find his star wife, and bringing other women would definitely be inappropriate. Plus, once in Kyoto, he might encounter even more goddesses. If he brought someone along, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the freedom. Going alone is much less troublesome. On the morning of the 14th, Wang Chen planned to tidy up and then spend the morning at home with his sister-in-law before heading to the airport in the afternoon. However, before he could get up, Lan called him. Hello, Sister Lan, what's up? Xiaohao, did you book a flight to Kyoto for the afternoon? Yeah, didn't I tell you before? Well, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu are going to Kyoto for a press conference, and they will go with you. The airline has already booked the tickets for you, and I will arrive in Kyoto on the 15th. Wait for me at Liying's place. Given Lan's relationship with Zhao Liying, she couldn't possibly miss Liying's birthday, so Wang Chen didn't hide it from her. He told Lan about going to celebrate Zhao Liying's birthday. Originally, Lan was supposed to go with Wang Chen, but several female artists from South Korea needed to sign contracts on the 15th. Lan could only wait until the contracts for a few female artists from the Korean entertainment industry were signed before rushing over. Moreover, Wang Chen didn't expect that Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu would also be going to Kyoto. But why wasn't Zhang Runan going? He felt a bit puzzled. Sister Lan, are Jingyi and Bai Lu both going? Yes, and their manager and assistant are going too. Our company has booked the entire first class on the plane, so don't worry. Okay, then I'll go to the company to pick them up in the afternoon. No need, just go directly to their home to pick them up. They aren't coming to the company today. Alright, Sister Lan, you should come early too. I'll send you my location when I arrive in Kyoto. Okay, I'll come as soon as I finish signing the contracts with the Korean artists. Right, by the way, Sister Lon, give Lee Ji-eun from Korea a set of Tang Sin-e Pin's apartments. I got it. After that, the two chatted sweetly for a while longer. However, just as he hung up the phone, his sister-in-law walked in wearing tight jeans and a white crop top that exposed her belly button. Wang Chen was stunned. How did she just come in? Wasn't she afraid Wu-ya would find out? Really? Sister-in-law, how did you come in? Don't worry, Wu-ya has already gone to work and won't be back until noon. Saying that, she walked over to the bed and dove into the covers. Wang Chen was left speechless. Sister-in-law, didn't I say before that I wouldn't do that to you until you got divorced? I know, and I plan to resolve this matter tomorrow. When I come back, Xiaohao, we. Hearing this, Wang Chen gently hugged her. Okay, a kiss. A long time. Sister-in-law. Xiaohao, can you stop calling me sister-in-law from now on? But I prefer calling you sister-in-law, hee, it's more exciting. Li Yunru rolled her eyes at him but let it go. Sister-in-law, I think you must be good at giving birth. Why? Because your hips are so curvy. Go away, you have no sense of propriety. Sister-in-law, when you come back, I'll give you living expenses. Otherwise, if you have so much money in your card, it will definitely be considered joint property. Xiaohao, I don't want that. I just want to live with you. Be good, don't worry, we will always be together. After having lunch with Wu-ya and his sister-in-law, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to Zhu Jingyi's house. He knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Zhu Jingyi, who was already tidied up, was a bit surprised to see Wang Chen. Boss, why are you here? Why can't it be me? Let's go. Ha? Are you going to take me? No way. Zhu Jingyi thought Wang Chen was specifically coming to take her, which made her even more certain that he had feelings for her. However, what Wang Chen said next made her feel utterly embarrassed. Alright, I'm also going to Kyoto. Let's go, we still need to pick up Bai Lu. We won't make it if we delay. So it wasn't just to pick her up, there was also Bai Lu. This made Zhu Jingyi feel like she had overthought things. But she wasn't wrong, Wang Chen really did have feelings for her. After that, Wang Chen and Zhu Jingyi arrived at Bai Lu's doorstep, picked her up, and headed straight to the airport. As for Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu's manager and assistant, they had already gone ahead to the airport. However, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu didn't sit in the front passenger seat, they both sat in the back. Wang Chen felt helpless but didn't say anything. Once they boarded the plane, he decided to bind Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu first, so he could get more cash back when their salaries were returned next month. As for Zhang Runin, it seemed unlikely to bind her this month because he didn't know how long they would be in Kyoto. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Zhang Runin would have time to return to the Magic City this month. If he didn't have the chance to meet Zhang Runin, even if he had binding opportunities, he wouldn't be able to bind her. Currently, Howdia Film and Television Media has the highest salaries for the three of them, so he would definitely prioritize binding them. Thinking about taking a plane, Wang Chen thought of Song Sherman, that beautiful flight attendant. However, after chatting for a while, they stopped talking because the people around Wang Chen didn't have time to find her to chat. Moreover, he wasn't lacking in beautiful goddesses around him, so whether to make Song Sherman a binding object for salary cashback would depend on fate. Sister Jingyi, Sister Mengyan, do you have any plans for your trip to Kyoto? Wang Chen felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to open the conversation. Bai Mengyan and Zhu Jingyi were a bit taken aback when they heard Wang Chen call them sisters. Boss, is it really okay for you to call us sisters? Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan said in unison. Bai Lu is just Bai Mengyan's stage name, her real name is Bai Mengyan. It's fine, we can call each other however we want in private. I'm a bit younger than you, so it's only natural for me to call you sisters, Wang Chen said with a smile. Seeing the boss so easygoing, the two of them relaxed and started chatting with Wang Chen. So, boss, can we really call you Wang Chen? Bai Mengyan asked softly. Of course. If you want to call me something else, that's fine too. Ha? What should we call you? Hee, that depends on you. After this little joke, the atmosphere among the three became much more relaxed. Wang Chen also learned about their recent schedule. After attending the brand launch event in Kyoto, they would be going to another city for other matters, and recently the company had also arranged for them to shoot a drama. They needed to go filming. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. The busier they were, the more money they earned, and once Wang Chen bound them, the salary cashback he could get would be even more. As they chatted, they arrived at the airport. After meeting with the manager and assistant, they went directly to board the plane. Just as they got on the plane, Wang Chen saw a familiar face. He had just thought of Song Sherman, and unexpectedly ran into her here. But wasn't she supposed to be on the route to Zyangalila in Yun Province?
How could she be on the flight to Kyoto? At this moment, it seemed that Song Sherman also saw Wang Chen. She smiled and greeted him. "Sir, I'll take you to first class." Saying this, Song Sherman led Wang Chen and the others to first class. When Wang Chen sat down, she excitedly said, "Wang Chen, it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person just now." "Sister Sherman, I didn't expect to see you here either. How did you get assigned to this flight?" "It's the arrangement from above." "What are you going to Kyoto for?" "A friend's birthday." "Oh, I'll go get busy first. We'll chat later." "Okay." After saying that, Song Sherman left. There are a total of 8 seats in the first class of this plane, which means there are 7 of them, and 1 seat is also taken, which is what Elon said about booking the first class. After sitting down, Bai Lu and Zhu Jingyi also took off their masks. After all, they didn't have to worry about being recognized here. The first class seats on this plane are somewhat similar to the business seats on high-speed trains. There are 2 seats connected in the middle, then there's a partition that can rise and fall, and there's a small aisle next to another seat. Wang Chen sat in the middle, with Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan sitting on either side. After a while, the plane took off, and Song Sherman came to the first class side after the plane had taken off for a while. "Wang Chen, Sister Sherman, I never expected it, you are actually the boss of Haoya." Now it was Wang Chen's turn to be shocked. He could never have imagined how Song Sherman knew about this. "Sister Sherman, what do you mean by that? You still won't be honest. Who doesn't know that Zhu Jingyi, Bai Lu, and Zhang Runan have signed with Haoya, and today the first-class cabin was booked by Haoya? You're in the first-class cabin, so how could I not guess?" Wang Chen chuckled. "But what if I'm actually the assistant of Mengyan Jie or Jingyi Jie? How is that possible? You're sitting in the middle, which means your identity must be extraordinary. Besides the boss, I can't think of anyone else." "Sister Sherman, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Well, if I don't take the initiative to find you, you won't even chat with me. Hee, it's just that the company is too busy, and I don't have time." After chatting with Wang Chen for a while, Song Sherman went back to her duties. After all, she was a flight attendant, and since the plane was in the air, they naturally couldn't have too much interaction. After Song Sherman left, Bai Mengyan and Zhu Jingyi curiously asked him about it. Wang Chen then told them how he met Song Sherman. This flight was very smooth. After more than an hour of flying, Wang Chen and the others quickly arrived in Kyoto. This was also Wang Chen's first time in Kyoto. He was very curious. While Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan were not, they had lived in Kyoto when they joined Haoya, but only moved to the Magic City after joining Haoya. Once Haoya established a foothold in Kyoto, they would still live there. When they got off the plane, Song Sherman looked at Wang Chen and softly said, "Wang Chen, remember to find me. I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay," Wang Chen replied, then got off the plane with Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan. Before going out, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan put on their masks to avoid being recognized by fans, so they wouldn't be stuck later. However, they hadn't informed anyone about their itinerary, so it was unlikely anyone would know. After leaving the airport, Wang Chen saw the woman he had been thinking about endlessly. She was wearing a long red spotted dress and had her hair in a ponytail. She looked like a fairy, making it hard for people not to look at her. At the moment they met, they couldn't hold back any longer and embraced each other tightly. At that moment, the people behind them were stunned. Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu naturally knew who she was. They also didn't expect Wang Chen to be so close to her. After a while, Wang Chen said to Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu, "You guys go ahead and do your thing. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." After saying that, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu left with their manager and assistant. Wang Chen also got into the car with Zhao Liying. Her car was a Porsche Panamera. "Xiao Hao, do you want to give it a try?" After saying that, Zhao Liying handed the keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled slightly and took the keys from her hand. He sat in the driver's seat while Zhao Liying took the passenger seat. "Sister Liying, I missed you so much." As soon as he got in the car, Wang Chen held her face and kissed her. "You little rascal, alright, be careful not to get photographed. Let's go home first." "Okay, but Sister Liying, where are we going?" "Wait, I'll navigate for you." After that, Zhao Liying took out her phone and set the navigation to her home. Wang Chen naturally followed the navigation to drive. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to enjoy the bustling scenery of Kyoto while driving, but he underestimated the city's liveliness. The roads were filled with cars, and it was rush hour. The roads were congested. He could only focus entirely on driving. Meanwhile, Zhao Liying watched Wang Chen drive seriously like a little girl. Finally, after an hour of driving, Wang Chen arrived at the location Zhao Liying had set. Wang Chen looked at the place, Taiha Jingdu Courtyard. Although he had never heard of this place, in Kyoto, where could one find anything cheap? Moreover, this was a modern courtyard. Zhao Liying pressed a button on the key, and the door opened automatically. Little rascal, drive the car in. Okay. With that, Wang Chen drove the car into the courtyard. After parking, Zhao Liying pulled him into the house. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 days, and their longing burst forth like a fountain. Back at home, Zhao Liying took him to the room and closed the door. After a long time, the two lay on the bed, embracing each other. Wife, is there no one at home? No, I usually come here alone. My parents are staying in another house with Bubble. I see, so that means no one will disturb us. After saying that, Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying mischievously. Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him. Little rascal, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Well, the scene I'm shooting now has a kissing scene tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. A kissing scene? How could he let his woman kiss someone else in a scene? Wang Chen quickly asked, Liying, can we change the actor for that scene? Ha? Zhao Liying stared at Wang Chen without blinking. She certainly knew what he was thinking. Little rascal, do you want to shoot a kissing scene with me? Of course. You're my wife, how could I let you kiss someone else? If there's a kiss, it should be with me. Wang Chen directly volunteered. After all, he had master-level acting skills, so what was there to be afraid of? It can be done, since you're also an investor, but are you really okay with it? My award-winning wife, just wait and see, I guarantee you'll be surprised. Really? Zhao Liying couldn't believe it. However, she also didn't want to shoot a kissing scene with someone else. Shooting with her own man was the best. If that didn't work, then they could just use a stand-in, because she wouldn't do it. She thought this way, since Wang Chen wanted to give it a try, they could try it, and if it didn't work, then let the stand-in take over. With this arrangement, she believed the director wouldn't say anything. If it were an actor doing this, the director would definitely scold them harshly, but who could blame Wang Chen for being the investor? The director wouldn't dare say anything, especially since there were two investors. One was even the main character. Liying, you have to trust your man. Then I'll trust you for a bit. Little rascal, why are you being so mysterious coming to Kyoto? You won't tell me? It's a secret, you'll know tomorrow. Alright, are you asking for a beating? With that, Zhao Liying and Wang Chen started to playfully wrestle. Let's see if I can tickle you. Liying, I was wrong, please spare me, that tickles so much. Wang Chen laughed heartily as he was tickled. However, this also allowed her to see some absolutely beautiful scenery. Liying, I'm going to fight back. With that, Wang Chen started to tickle Zhao Liying. If someone saw 36-year-old Zhao Liying playing around with Wang Chen like an 18-year-old girl, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Zhao Liying was like an innocent little girl, without any worries, happily playing with the person she liked. After a long time, the two seemed to get tired, so they held each other tightly and fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Gurgle after waking up, Wang Chen's stomach growled. Zhao Liying saw this and laughed. She looked beautiful when she laughed. Wang Chen was stunned. Little rascal, what are you looking at? Get up, it's time to eat. In fact, Zhao Liying had a lot to do today, but after learning that Wang Chen was coming, she directly pushed aside all her tasks. Ever since her feelings for him reached 95, Wang Chen had become more important to her than anything else. Of course, this sentiment was also happening with Wang Chen. Sister Liying, what are we eating? What do you want to eat? Wang Chen thought for a moment. Suddenly, a great idea popped into his head. Sister Liying, how about we have some barbecue and drink a little beer, in the evening? Sure. Zhao Liying agreed without hesitation, then picked up her phone to order takeout. However, when Wang Chen saw what she ordered, he was completely dumbfounded. Goodness! Oysters, leeks, kidneys. This would surely fill him up. But he looked at Zhao Liying and a proud smile appeared on his face. Never mind that, at worst, he would just rest a little less today and chat with her. After placing the order, Zhao Liying put her phone down. The two embraced again. They didn't want to be apart for even a minute. It wasn't until the takeout arrived that Zhao Liying let Wang Chen go out to get it. When Wang Chen brought the takeout in, Zhao Liying had changed into a cute pink pajamas. Wang Chen took the barbecue out of the takeout bag. A huge pile of food. All of it was nourishing, with the most being oysters and kidneys. Wang Chen swallowed hard, already knowing how the night would end. Zhao Liying grabbed 2 cups and 2 bottles of beer. They began to eat. Sister Liying, cheers! Wang Chen raised his glass, and they both drank. He downed a glass of beer in one go. In this hot weather, with the air conditioning blowing, eating barbecue, and having his movie queen wife by his side, this life was absolutely top tier. Zhao Liying smiled lightly. Then she picked out a bunch of oysters and kidneys from the barbecue and handed them to Wang Chen. Little rascal, eat more, you'll need the energy later. Wang Chen took the kidneys and oysters Zhao Liying handed over, eating them one by one. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Zhao Liying also showed a happy smile. Little rascal, after we finish filming, let's go to my house tomorrow. Ha? We're going tomorrow? Yeah, during this time I've been back, my mom has been asking me to bring you home to meet her. Now that you're here, it's time. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. After that, they chatted while eating until midnight, when Wang Chen finally cleaned up the table. Zhao Liying went to take a shower first, and after he finished tidying up, he sat on the sofa waiting for her to finish, then he would take a shower. After both of them finished showering, they lay down together. And the kidneys, oysters, and leeks Wang Chen had just eaten began to take effect. The next morning, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying got up early. They were going to the film set today. Zhao Liying had a kissing scene, and Wang Chen wanted to try out for it. If he could film it, then Zhao Liying would go on, if not, her stand-in would take over. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying, who was openly linking her arm with him. He understood that Zhao Liying had no intention of hiding it at all. But if that was the case, many people would definitely find out. However, there was nothing to hide, and they were just linking arms. Moreover, Wu Ye also knew Zhao Liying, and as for Ilan, Bai Wan'er, and Zhang Shuyu, they all knew Wang Chen had more than one woman. As long as he and Zhao Liying didn't go public, they could only speculate. Little rascal, let's go. After getting ready, Wang Chen set off with Zhao Liying for the film set. Okay. After saying that, Zhao Liying linked her arm with his and walked to her car, but this time it was driven by Zhao Liying. After all, Wang Chen had just arrived and wasn't very familiar with Kyoto, so it was most suitable for Zhao Liying to drive. After more than half an hour on the road, Zhao Liying and Wang Chen finally arrived at their destination, the photography location. After parking the car, she linked her arm with Wang Chen and walked into the film crew. This scene was instantly noticed by the crew, and the entire set erupted in excitement. My God, what am I seeing? No way, I can't be mistaken. How could Zhao Liying be linking arms with that man? Exactly, they can't be together, right? No way, Zhao Liying is so aloof, and she's an award-winning actress, how could she be with a nobody? Right, it just doesn't make sense. If they're not together, then why is Zhao Liying being so intimate with him? Isn't she afraid of being misunderstood? What you said seems to make sense. Yeah, there's an 80 to 90% chance they're together. The crew was shocked by this revelation, it felt like they had discovered a big scoop. Thinking of this, everyone in the crew quickly took out their phones to capture the moment of Zhao Liying linking arms with Wang Chen. Zhao Liying naturally noticed the situation, but she didn't say anything. She was already prepared for this, otherwise, she wouldn't have acted this way. However, when Wang Tianyu saw the intimate gesture between Zhao Liying and Wang Chen, his face darkened. He had previously claimed they were just good friends, and now they were linking arms. Who would believe that they were just friends? But soon, a smug smile appeared on Wang Tianyu's face. Because today he was going to film a kissing scene with Zhao Liying. Yes, a kissing scene. He couldn't wait to see Wang Chen's expression when he kissed Zhao Liying in front of him. Just thinking about it made Wang Tianyu excited. He could already imagine Wang Chen's gritted teeth expression. What Wang Tianyu didn't know was that he and Wang Chen's roles would be swapped. On the other side, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying went directly to where the director was. The moment the director saw Zhao Liying linking arms with Wang Chen, she instantly understood. For someone like the director, they could sense something was off with just a little movement. Mr. Wang, M.S. Zhao. Both Wang Chen and Zhao Liying were investors, so the director had no issue addressing them this way. However, Wang Chen came from a rural background, so he wouldn't put on airs. After all, that would be exhausting. Director Huang, are we ready to start filming? Yes, Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? I heard there's a kissing scene today? Upon hearing this, Director Huang immediately understood. She quickly explained, Mr. Wang, there is indeed a kissing scene today, but don't worry, I will have a stand-in for this scene. No, I want to film this kissing scene myself. It wasn't that Director Huang was unwilling, but if Wang Chen didn't perform well, it would not only waste manpower and resources, but most importantly, it would waste financial resources as well. However, since Wang Chen was an investor, she couldn't refuse. At that moment, Director Huang couldn't think of a good solution. Seeing this, Zhao Liying leaned in and whispered in Wang Chen's ear, little rascal, the director is worried you'll mess it up, and that would waste a lot of time and money. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why the director hadn't agreed right away. The crew's funds were already tight, and if the performance went poorly, the budget would increase. If it went well, everyone would be happy. But the director didn't believe that a wealthy person could perform well. This was also why the director wanted to refuse.
The director looked at the intimate scene between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying and understood why Wang Chen insisted on personally filming the kissing scene. Zhao Liying was also a financier. These were two big shots, and if he refused, the crew might face serious consequences. Seeing this, Wang Chen spoke up. Director Huang, don't worry. If I don't perform well, I'll cover all the expenses for the crew today, including the actors' fees. Alright, since President Wang wants to experience it, then go prepare. Sure. After that, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying went to the makeup room to get made up, and then they changed clothes. Once ready, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arrived at the filming location. At that moment, Wang Tianyu was also standing on set, his gaze unconsciously drifting around, seemingly trying to find Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. After a while, he adjusted his position to kiss Zhao Liying right in front of Wang Chen. However, his plans were bound to end in disappointment. I wonder what his expression will be when he finds out that his role has been taken by Wang Chen. Will it be worse than eating shit? Just as everyone was getting ready, the crew noticed Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. They didn't understand why Zhao Liying's man was following her in, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was Zhao Liying who would dare to speak up. Zhao Liying was not only a financier but also the female lead of the show. Most importantly, she was not only beautiful and wealthy but also incredibly hardworking. Who could stand that? It was probably only Ji Xiaoya who could get along with Zhao Liying. At this moment, Wang Tianyu also spotted Wang Chen. Seeing that Wang Chen was wearing the same actor's outfit as him, he was completely stunned. What was going on? How could Wang Chen be wearing the same actor's outfit? However, Wang Tianyu didn't think too far. He confidently walked up to Zhao Liying and Wang Chen. His eyes were filled with strong provocation as he looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was also a bit confused looking at the man in front of him. He had some impression of him, but not much. He didn't understand why the other party had such hostility towards him. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, he turned to Zhao Liying and said, Liying, let's try out the scene. Let's aim to get that kissing scene done in one take. Hearing his words, Wang Chen finally understood. This guy was the one who was originally supposed to film the kissing scene with Zhao Liying. And seeing how hostile he was towards Wang Chen, it seemed he had feelings for Zhao Liying. Wang Tianyu, didn't the director tell you? Zhao Liying's voice was cold, completely devoid of the gentleness she had when speaking to Wang Chen. Upon hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Tianyu felt something was off, but he didn't know what was wrong. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Chen and then at his own outfit, instantly realizing something. What do you mean? Although Wang Tianyu had an answer in his heart, since the director hadn't spoken to him, there was still hope. What do you mean? You can go find the director yourself. Zhao Liying didn't give him a good face. If it were any other actor coming to chat with her, she wouldn't have reacted this way. After all, her current status was quite significant, and if someone caught her acting like a diva, it would harm her reputation. So generally, she wouldn't behave like this. But Wang Tianyu actually came to mock Wang Chen. She couldn't tolerate that. After all, Wang Chen held a very high position in her heart. Moreover, just because he had said he wanted to film a kissing scene with her in front of Wang Chen, she couldn't possibly give Wang Tianyu a good face. After hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately went to find the director. However, what the director said next left him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Director, why is there someone wearing the same costume as me? Wang Tianyu angrily approached Director Huang, questioning him. However, Director Huang didn't give him any good face at all. After all, although Wang Tianyu was the second male lead, he was not irreplaceable. And today's kissing scene is where this villain forcefully kisses the female lead. After that, he will be hunted down by the male lead. Wang Tianyu, so reckless, look at what you've become. No, director, why is Wang Chen dressed like me? I was just about to tell you, don't show up for that kissing scene later. If Wang Zong can't do it, then you can. What? Wang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had been so excited for days when he found out he would be filming a kissing scene with Zhao Liying. He had even planned to stick out his tongue on purpose during the kiss. Now he was being told he didn't have to film the kissing scene? Is this a joke? Director, why? Why? Wang Zong is Zhao Liying's man, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu could no longer hold back. He even said something he shouldn't have. No way, director, I don't agree. If that's the case, then I won't act. Wang Tianyu felt that after filming for so long, most of the scenes had already been shot. If they changed actors now, it would definitely be too late, and if they replaced the second male lead, many scenes would have to be res-hot. That would surely result in a huge loss. He believed the director would make a decisive choice. However, things did not go as he wished. Director Huang didn't even look at him. Coldly, he said, Wang Tianyu, don't take yourself too seriously. If you want to play the big shot, you need to have that kind of strength. Wang Zong and Zhao Liang are the investors of this drama. If you want to go head-to-head, I'll just replace you."
Director Huang, don't threaten me.
"Don't think I don't know that we're already at the end of filming. If you change actors, we'll have to start all over again, and the funds and energy required are something you can't afford." Director Huang was furious to hear that Wang Tianyu dared to threaten him.
Wang Chen, who was so wealthy, hadn't threatened him like that. How dare an ordinary second male lead like Wang Tianyu do that? "Alright, Wang Tianyu, you dare to threaten me. Director, you handle it as you see fit."
At this moment, Director Huang was also deep in thought. Although it was possible to change actors now, if they really did, the cost would indeed be very high.
However, Wang Tianyu had picked the wrong person to mess with.
Just as Director Huang was in a dilemma, Zhao Liang came over with Wang Chen to his side. "Director Huang, since he has such thoughts, let's change actors. As for the extra costs of filming the movie, I'll cover it."
Hearing Wang Chen's words, a happy smile appeared on Director Huang's face.
Filming was already at the end, and if they had to reshoot the second male lead scenes, it would require at least tens of millions.
The crew's funds were basically exhausted.
That's why Director Huang hesitated when Wang Tianyu said those things. But since Wang Chen said he would bear the expenses, Director Huang had no burden anymore.
But upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Tianyu was stunned.
That was tens of millions. How could he just say he would take it out?
"Wang Tianyu, since you don't want to film anymore, then don't.
But you need to prepare for the breach of contract fees."
With Wang Chen as his backing, Director Huang was no longer worried about insufficient funds. Since Wang Tianyu wanted to go against Wang Chen, Director Huang knew how to choose. However, when Director Huang decided to reshoot the second male lead scenes, Wang Tianyu panicked. He was really panicking, not to mention the high breach of contract fees. If he breached the contract, his reputation in the industry would be ruined, and in the future, no one would want to cast him. After all, he had offended the best actress. He originally thought that by threatening Director Huang, he would go to Wang Chen and that he would still be the one filming the kissing scene with Zhao Liang. But he never expected things to escalate to this point. Wang Tianyu suddenly slumped to the ground. And this scene was also witnessed by everyone in the crew, who immediately began to whisper among themselves. This Wang Tianyu, I had long seen through his improper intentions towards Zhao Liang, but I never expected it. Yeah, during the filming, his eyes kept sneaking glances at Zhao Liang. It was disgusting. Exactly, I thought he was really going to film a kissing scene with Zhao Liang this time. Right, I thought so too. Luckily Zhao Liang brought a man with her. But why are you all worried? I think even if Zhao Liang's man hadn't come, she wouldn't film a kissing scene with Wang Tianyu. Indeed. Now there's a good show to watch. Wang Tianyu has completely offended Zhao Liang and her man. The consequence of offending the capital, it seems he won't be seen in this industry anymore. It's better not to see him. Wang Tianyu isn't that great anyway. As for everyone's discussions, Wang Chen and the others naturally had no idea. At this moment, Wang Tianyu was slumped on the ground. If he breached the contract, the penalty he would have to pay was several million. How could he possibly come up with that? But it was useless to say anything now. With his proud personality, he wouldn't beg for mercy. Alright, Director Huang, since you are so unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. You can forget about filming. After saying that, Wang Tianyu lunged towards the filming equipment. However, before he could reach the equipment, Wang Chen kicked him away. Director Huang also directly called in security, and Wang Tianyu was taken away just like that. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's fine, just tell my wife how much it costs to reshoot the male second scenes, she will take care of it. Okay, then you two go prepare, we are about to start filming. Alright. Director Huang looked at Zhao Liang, who was holding Wang Chen's arm, and said nothing. He knew Wang Chen's position in Zhao Liang's heart was definitely not low. Otherwise, she would have spoken up just now. Moreover, when Wang Chen mentioned that Zhao Liang would cover the costs for reshooting the male second scenes, she didn't say anything. This made Director Huang pay even more attention. After the preparations were done, the kissing scene officially began filming. Originally, everyone thought Wang Chen's acting wouldn't be that great, but the moment he spoke, they were all stunned. Xinli, you can't escape. Being my woman is your best destination. At that moment, Wang Chen was like a seasoned actor. Every word and action perfectly matched the character's behavior. Not just in movements, but even in expressions, tone, and so on. It was a complete natural performance. The crew looked at Wang Chen's superb acting, their faces showing shock. Even Zhao Liang was stunned at that moment. Wang Chen's outstanding performance left everyone present speechless. Cut. Director Huang quickly shouted as he came back to his senses. This take should have passed directly, but since the other actors didn't perform, it had to be deleted in Res Hot.
However, this also made them realize Wang Chen's acting skills. The crew gradually shifted from initial doubt to admiration. Zhao Liying's face also showed a proud expression. She initially thought Wang Chen wanted to film the kissing scene just to prevent her from filming with others, but now it seemed different. Wang Chen's acting was not inferior to hers at all. After this was over, she definitely had to ask Wang Chen. The crew prepared again. This time it went more smoothly than the last. As Wang Chen delivered his lines, he directly cupped Zhao Liying's face and kissed her forcefully. Cut. As the director's voice rang out, everyone in the crew stopped. At this moment, director Huang was also very pleasantly surprised. He never expected Wang Chen's acting to be this good, not at all inferior to Zhao Liying. Indeed, the men chosen by the Queen of Acting are not ordinary people. Not only are they wealthy, but their acting skills are also astonishing. Cut. The director said, and this video can be considered a pass. After that, director Huang came to Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect your acting to be so superb. Wang Chen smiled faintly. It's all thanks to my wife. Ha ha ha. Director Huang gave a thumbs up to the two of them, and then Wang Chen told director Huang that they wouldn't be filming Zhao Liying's scenes today as they had other matters to attend to, and he would compensate them for the time lost today. Seeing Wang Chen say this, director Huang naturally had no objections. Wang Chen found Ji Xiaoya, said a few words to her, and then left with Zhao Liying. Today is Zhao Liying's birthday, and Wang Chen had already arranged for it. Moreover, he also wanted to go to her house to meet her parents, so they couldn't wait until after filming to leave. It would be too late then. Once they got in the car, Zhao Liying said, "Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so deep. Your acting is even better than mine. Hee hee, I learned it all from watching your videos." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything more. However, she decided to ask him properly tonight. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered the matter with Guangxian Media and asked, "Sister Liying, has the compensation from Guangxian Media been settled?" Zhao Liying replied while driving, "It's already resolved. Your company now has 3 artists, so let's not touch anyone else for now, otherwise, I won't be able to help you." I know. Our company is mainly looking for artists from the stick country. Just handle it as you see fit. By the way, my contract expires in mid-next year, and I will sign with your company then. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen was directly excited. As long as Zhao Liying signed with his company, he could take the opportunity to release the contract levels, and at that time, domestic female stars would definitely be easy to recruit. Moreover, after about a year, his funds and connections would have significantly improved. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone trying to take action against his company. Even if someone did, he wouldn't be afraid. Hee hee, you're so great, wife. Zhao Liying was quite speechless. Whenever something good or bad happened, Wang Chen would call her wife, but when nothing was happening, he called her sister Liying. She wanted to teach Wang Chen a lesson. Stop joking. First, I'll take you to buy some things, and then we'll go to my parents' place. Okay, tonight I'll take you somewhere. Where to? Zhao Liying asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. This was the surprise he had prepared. How could he tell her in advance? What, are you going to give me a surprise? What surprise? Seeing Zhao Liying's reaction, she stopped asking. She knew that if she asked more, it wouldn't be good. After that, Zhao Liying took Wang Chen to a shopping mall, where Wang Chen bought some gifts, and then they headed to her home together. All the way, Wang Chen's hands were shaking. There was no way around it. This was his first time meeting the parents. How could he not be nervous? However, he knew that Zhao Liying's family used to be from the countryside, so her uncle and aunt should be easy to talk to. Before long, Zhao Liying brought Wang Chen to a small courtyard. The courtyard looked very retro but was surprisingly clean and tidy. The courtyard wasn't luxurious, but the location was undeniably good. This was a small courtyard within the second ring road of the capital. A preliminary estimate of the courtyard's value was no less than 1 or 2 small targets. After Zhao Liying parked the car, Wang Chen took out all the gifts he had just bought, which included wine, cigarettes, some jewelry, and some toys. The cigarettes and wine were naturally for Zhao Liying's father, the jewelry was for her mother, and the toys were for her son. Wang Chen walked into the small courtyard with a nervous heart, carrying gifts alongside Zhao Liying. To Wang Chen's surprise, Zhao Liying's parents were waiting at the door, knowing he was coming. Wang Chen felt quite tense as he looked at the two of them, but he still mustered the courage to greet them. Uncle, aunt. Zhao Liying's parents were both in their 50s, but they didn't look old, appearing to be in their 40s. After Wang Chen greeted them, Zhao Liying's mother smiled and said, "Xiaohao, right? Liying often talks about you. You young man, you came here, and still brought something. Don't do that next time," Zhao Liying's mother said with a grin. Seeing her mother so happy, Zhao Liying also revealed a faint smile. Since her divorce, she had rarely seen her mother smile so joyfully. Zhao Liying's father, on the other hand, was a bit more serious and didn't share the same demeanor as Zhao Liying's mother. Once inside the house, Wang Chen also saw Bao Bao, a very cute little child. Bao Bao was over 4 years old and almost 5. When he saw Zhao Liying, he would want her to hold him. This showed that although Zhao Liying was busy with work, she had not neglected her care for the child. After arriving home, Zhao Liying's mother went to cook, while Zhao Liying went to play with Bao Bao. Only he and Zhao Liying's father were left sitting on the sofa. He wanted to help Zhao Liying's mother with the cooking, but Zhao Liying's father asked him to sit down and chat with him. Wang Chen, where is your home? Uncle, my home is in Guizhou province. How many people are in your family? Now it's just me and my parents at home. What do your parents do? Uncle, my parents are farmers, and they now run a small supermarket in Huixian. Zhao Liying's father asked very casually, and after learning that Wang Chen's family was also from the countryside, he became even friendlier. Zhao Liying's parents were farmers when they were young, so they naturally understood the situation of rural people. However, Zhao Liying's father's next question left Wang Chen at a loss for words. Zhao Liying's father suddenly asked, "How old are you now, and when do you plan to marry Liying?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He had no idea how to respond. Zhao Liying, who was playing with Bao Bao, naturally heard her father's words and didn't interrupt. Although she was accompanying Bao Bao, her ears were carefully listening. She also wanted to know Wang Chen's thoughts. At that moment, Wang Chen was contemplating how to answer Zhao Liying's father's question. If he said he would go get the marriage certificate tomorrow, it would definitely make him seem anxious, and he couldn't get the certificate anyway. If he did, how would he explain it to Wu Ya, and how would he explain it to his parents at home? But if he said he didn't plan to marry Zhao Liying, her parents would definitely not agree. At that moment, his mind was in a whirlwind. His brain was working at its limit. In just 1 second, he thought of at least 10 ways to respond, but he rejected them all. In the end, he chose a relatively safe response. Uncle, I came this time to ask you and Auntie, if possible, to pick a good day for my parents to meet you, so our two families can discuss this. I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Zhao Liying's father laughed. Ha ha ha, alright, you can play chess, right? Play a couple of games with me. Okay, uncle. In fact, Zhao Liying's father asked this not to get an immediate answer but to see his true thoughts. If Wang Chen made excuses to evade, he would definitely not let Zhao Liying have any more contact with him after this visit. However, it was clear that Wang Chen's answer pleased him quite a bit. And after hearing it, Zhao Liying's smile grew even brighter. She held her son and pointed at Wang Chen. Pao Pao, go call daddy. Pao Pao was still small, so when Zhao Liying said this, he happily ran over to Wang Chen, shouting, "Daddy, daddy." Wang Chen was taken aback, but seeing Zhao Liying's beaming smile, he understood what was happening. Although Wang Chen was playing chess with Zhao Liying's father, he still picked Pao Pao up and sat him on his lap, playing with him while continuing the game. Seeing the harmony between Wang Chen and Pao Pao, Zhao Liying approached Wang Chen and took Pao Pao away. After all, Wang Chen was playing chess with her father. She couldn't disturb them too much. However, when Zhao Liying tried to take Pao Pao away, he refused to go. No matter what, he wanted Wang Chen to hold him. Zhao Liying had no choice but to go to the kitchen to help her mother with the cooking. Fortunately, Pao Pao was very quiet, allowing Wang Chen to focus entirely on playing chess with Zhao Liying's father. However, Wang Chen's chess skills weren't very good, and he could never win against Zhao Liying's father. While playing, Zhao Liying's father asked, "Wang Chen, what work are you doing now?" "Uncle, I have a film company in Magic City and also do some investments." I won't ask how much you earn, as long as you treat my daughter and grandson well in the future. My grandson is almost old enough for kindergarten, and I don't want others to say he doesn't have a father. Money doesn't matter, you just need to be happy. Uncle, you can rest assured, I will never let Liying down. That's all I need to hear. By the way, I haven't asked how old you are. Uncle, I'm 23 this year. What? Zhao Liying's father was stunned. His daughter had actually found a man 13 years younger than herself. After a while, Zhao Liying's father sighed. Well, forget it, you two can figure out your own matters, but having such achievements at your age is quite impressive. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. After that, Zhao Liying's father continued to play chess with him while asking him some questions. Wang Chen naturally answered one by one. In fact, Wang Chen could also glean some insights from Zhao Liying's father's questions, which indicated that they didn't want Zhao Liying to go through a divorce again, regardless of whether Wang Chen was rich or not. As long as he was sincere towards Zhao Liying, they wouldn't oppose it. Wang Chen was indeed sincere towards Zhao Liying. There was no doubt about that. After a while, Zhao Liying's mother and Zhao Liying brought out the dishes, and Zhao Liying's father and Wang Chen put away the chess pieces. Pao Pao also stayed close to Wang Chen. This made Zhao Liying and her parents smile. Previously, Pao Pao had always cried for his daddy, but now, after seeing Wang Chen, he clung to him. They just didn't know if Pao Pao would cry when Wang Chen and Zhao Liying left later. Then they all sat down to eat. Pao Pao sat between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying, telling them which dishes he wanted, and they helped him get them. Zhao Liying's parents exchanged smiles at this scene. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted to see? During the meal, Zhao Liying's mother asked again, Wang Chen, when do your parents have time? Auntie, my parents are always available. In that case, you and Liying should discuss when to settle things down. We should meet your parents and talk about your matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen knew that there was no avoiding the meeting between the two families. But how would he explain it to his parents? If he went back this time, Zhao Liying would definitely have to go home with him, but what about Wuya? Wang Chen's mind was in a mess. However, he couldn't show it now. Once he did, what awaited him might be a significant drop in Zhao Liying's affection. Zhao Liying's parents didn't like him. Alright, Auntie, let me discuss it with Liying first, and then we'll let you know. We won't interfere too much in your matters, as long as you both live well. After dinner, Wang Chen added a green bubble to Zhao Liying's parents. He chatted with the elderly couple about some things. Until around 7 in the evening, Wang Chen felt it was about time. After all, he still had a surprise prepared for Zhao Liying. But just as he and Zhao Liying were about to leave, the bubble ran up and hugged his thigh. Daddy, Bubble wants a hug. Wang Chen knew they couldn't leave now, so they could only wait until the bubble fell asleep to leave. By the time the bubble was asleep, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After bidding farewell to Zhao Liying's parents, Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying to the place he had prepared for her surprise. Little rascal, where are we going? You'll know soon. Seeing Wang Chen's mysterious expression, Zhao Liying showed a happy look. She was indeed very happy today. Not only had Wang Chen gained her parents' approval, but even the bubble liked him, which proved that Zhao Liying hadn't chosen the wrong man. After a while, Wang Chen finally arrived at the destination. And next, Zhao Liying would feel extremely happy. Little rascal, when will you take me back to meet your parents? Today, when Zhao Liying's parents asked Wang Chen at home, she had already thought about this. When she said this, Wang Chen was stunned. If he took Zhao Liying home, although his parents wouldn't say anything, once Zhao Liying left, his parents would probably tear him apart. But since Zhao Liying said so, he definitely had to take her home once. Liying, let's wait until the new year, then we can go back together. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's face. Just as the two were chatting, Zhao Liying's phone rang. Zhao Liying answered the call. Hello, Liying, where are you? Lin Gangxin, I'm with my boyfriend. Zhao Liying didn't avoid mentioning Wang Chen and said it directly. Today is a special day, I prepared a surprise for you, come over. Zhao Liying glanced at Wang Chen and decisively refused. No need, I have things to do today, maybe next time. That's it, I have other things to attend to, bye. After saying that, Zhao Liying hung up the phone directly. After hanging up, Zhao Liying continued to look at Wang Chen. Little rascal, you won't be angry, right? Liying, what are you talking about? I actually think Lin Gangxin is quite good. He is a good person, but my heart only has you. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen's smile was harder to suppress than AK. Suddenly, Zhao Liying's phone rang again. Zhao Liying picked up her phone to take a look. This time she didn't answer directly but looked at Wang Chen and said, Little rascal, it's my ex-husband's call. Answer it. Wang Chen wasn't worried that Zhao Liying would be taken back by Feng Xiaofeng. After all, the affection level was there. Moreover, he didn't want to interfere with Zhao Liying's social life. As long as he knew that Zhao Liying's heart and person belonged to him, that was enough. Overmanaging could easily make her feel repulsed. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Liying answered the phone. The moment the call connected, Feng Xiaofeng said, Liying, happy birthday. Is there something you need? Zhao Liying's emotions didn't fluctuate. She was very calm. Today is your birthday, I thought I'd come see you and the child. No need, I don't have time. After saying that, Zhao Liying hung up the phone directly. After that, Zhao Liying's phone didn't stop ringing. She answered one call after another, but she rejected them all. She just wanted to be with Wang Chen today. In fact, she knew that Wang Chen must have prepared a surprise for her, but she just didn't know what it was. Little rascal, are we there yet? We're here. After more than half an hour of travel, Wang Chen finally arrived at the location Helan had sent him. It was a courtyard in the second ring of Kyoto. The environment was similar to where Zhao Liying's parents lived. After parking the car, he took Zhao Liying into the courtyard. At this moment, Zhao Liying was still quite confused. She had no idea what was going to happen next. She linked her arm with Wang Chen's and walked into the courtyard. The courtyard was pitch black, with no lights on. Wang Chen led her to a room. "Sister Liying, you can push the door open." Hearing this, Zhao Liying was very puzzled, but she still pulled her hand from Wang Chen's arm and slowly pushed the door open. Just as the door opened, bang bang bang, with a few sounds of firecrackers, the room lit up at that moment. Suddenly, Zhao Liying saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Inside the room was a large six-tiered cake, and Helan and others were also there. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't make it unforgettable for her. Next to the cake was a pure white wedding dress, so dazzling that Zhao Liying didn't greet Helan and the others but walked step by step toward the wedding dress. She knew that all of this was arranged by Wang Chen. So, the appearance of the wedding dress here meant what? She naturally understood. She walked up to the wedding dress, extended her delicate hand, and gently touched the dazzling fabric. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. At that moment, she turned around and saw Wang Chen behind her, holding a box. Wang Chen didn't say anything, slowly opened the box, and took out the ring. Gently, he said, "Sister Liying, would you let me protect you for a lifetime?" He didn't say, "Would you marry me?" It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he couldn't say it. If he did, he would be unfair to the woman who was willing to follow him. If one day he had to say that, he might not just say it to one woman. Zhao Liying extended her hand, nodding repeatedly. "I do." Helan and the others were also very envious when they saw this scene. To be honest, how could Helan not want Wang Chen to treat her like this? Unfortunately, today was not her birthday. Wang Chen put the ring on Zhao Liying's finger. Zhao Liying raised the hand Wang Chen had put the ring on, looking at it constantly. She felt very sweet inside. Suddenly, she hugged him. "Little rascal, thank you." Wang Chen also reached out and hugged her. They held each other for a while until Helan cleared her throat, and they finally separated. Although this birthday was not the most luxurious one Zhao Liying had ever had, it was definitely the most unforgettable one. "Helan, Liying, I didn't expect you to be with Wang Chen, it really surprised me." Zhao Liying smiled slightly. "I didn't expect it myself." Besides Helan, there was also Ji Xiaoya, Lu Yifei, Zhu Jingyi, and Bai Lu were on their way. "Liying, do you want to call your friends over?" "No need, just us is enough. I don't like it when there are too many people." "You're still the same as before." Helan and Zhao Liying hit it off. After a while, Lu Yifei and Bai Lu arrived. When Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu learned that Wang Chen knew Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, they were also incredibly shocked. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying could be considered their seniors. Once everyone had arrived, they all enjoyed the cake together. It wasn't until after midnight that Helan arranged for Zhu Jingyi, Bai Lu, and Lu Yifei to rest. Ji Xiaoya was no exception. After settling them, Helan also went to rest. Only Wang Chen and Zhao Liying were left. Wang Chen looked at the wedding dress and then at Zhao Liying. "Sister Liying, how about trying on the wedding dress?" Zhao Liying was slightly taken aback, instantly realizing what Wang Chen was getting at. After thinking for a moment, she gently nodded. "Okay, but I can't put it on by myself. You help me wear it." With that, Wang Chen took the wedding dress to their bedroom. He was ready to help Zhao Liying into the wedding dress. Before long, Wang Chen had helped Zhao Liying into the wedding dress. Looking at Zhao Liying, who appeared as sacred as a fairy, Wang Chen couldn't hold back. "Sister Liying, I'm coming." Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's stunning face. Everything about tonight would definitely be the most unforgettable moment of her life. The next day, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying got up early to tidy up. They organized the messy wedding dress and then went out together, while Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu had already left, leaving only Helan and Ji Xiaoya still in the yard. Helan looked at Wang Chen and Zhao Liying, and it was clear she understood what had happened last night. This also gave her new ideas. But she had to wait for Wang Chen to return to the Magic City. "Liying, Wang Chen." When Zhao Liying saw Helan, she walked over and intimately linked arms with her. "Helan, you worked hard yesterday." It wasn't too hard, just that someone's voice was a bit loud last night. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Zhao Liying's face. She secretly glanced at Wang Chen and rolled her eyes at him. Last night, Wang Chen seemed like a different person, too intense. "Oh, Helan, when do you plan to return to the Magic City?" "What, am I interrupting your date with your little man?" Helan teased. "Not at all. If you return late, then after I finish my work in the next couple of days, let's go camping together." "Forget it, I still have to go back to work. Your little man left all the tasks to me. If I don't go back, it will be a mess." "I see, then after I finish my work here, I'll go to the Magic City to find you." "All right." After saying that, Zhao Liying went to the restroom, and during the time she was gone, Helan's gem-like eyes were fixed on Wang Chen. He understood perfectly, Helan was clearly jealous. Wang Chen walked over to her and playfully slapped Helan's curvy backside, which was accentuated by her fitted skirt. Wait until we get back to the Magic City. Helan nodded. She also knew that they couldn't say too much right now. Before long, Zhao Liang came out of the restroom. Seeing Wang Chen and Helan close together, she thought nothing of it, assuming they were discussing company matters. Helan, when are you going back to the Magic City? Zhao Liang asked. Tomorrow, I have to watch over Bai Lu and Zhu Jingyi's event today. By the way, boss, I can't handle it alone. If you have time, you can go to Bai Lu's side, and I'll go to Zhu Jingyi's. Helan said to Wang Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen could only nod. Alright, I'll head over in a bit. After that, the three of them had breakfast together. While having breakfast, Zhao Liang suddenly thought that Wang Chen probably didn't have a car in Kyoto. Helan had been in Kyoto before, and she had a house here, so naturally, she had a car. But Wang Chen didn't have one, and it might be very inconvenient without a car. So she made a call to have her assistant bring out another car from her home. This car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. However, she let Wang Chen drive the Panamera while she drove the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. After that, the few of them went off to attend to their own matters. Zhao Liang went to shoot a scene, as the male second lead's parts needed to be res-hot, so she had quite a bit to do. As soon as Zhao Liang left, Helan reached out and pinched Wang Chen's waist. Good. When are you going to win over my good sister? You really have it, Wang Chen, even a big star has been taken down by you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Chen certainly caught the strong hint of jealousy in her words. He quickly explained, Sister Lan, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Helan snorted coldly and released her hand from Wang Chen's waist. You'd better know it, but when we get back to Magic City, you come to my place, got it? Wang Chen chuckled. He thought to himself that he was doomed, he would probably be drained dry by then. But there was nothing he could do. For now, he could only change the subject. By the way, Sister Lan, there's something I want to ask you. Go ahead. If I wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, how much would it cost? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Helan was completely stunned. She looked at Wang Chen as if he were a fool. Normal people wouldn't have such thoughts, right? Wanting to buy the Magic City Central building, without a powerful background or substantial funds, how could that be possible? Suddenly, she remembered Wang Chen's extravagant demeanor. Instantly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. She looked at Wang Chen in shock. Little man, you can't really be thinking of buying the Magic City Central building, can you? Wang Chen gently nodded. He definitely wanted to buy it. This was a small goal before he aimed to become the world's richest man. At this moment, Helan could no longer hide her excitement. She didn't know why Wang Chen was so wealthy, but she understood that Wang Chen was her man. Even if he wasn't just hers, he was still her man. Then she roughly calculated with Wang Chen. Little man, the Magic City Central building has a total of 127 floors, with an above-ground area of about 410,000 square meters and an underground area of about 168,000 square meters, totaling approximately 578,000 square meters, and the price per square meter there is about 50,000. So that comes to 289 billion. This doesn't even consider location and other issues. If you really want to buy the Magic City Central building, you'll need even more money. It might even cost over 300 million just for one floor. In short, to buy the Magic City Central building, you definitely need to spend over 300 billion. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was completely stunned. He had previously been feeling pleased with himself for having over 50 billion in his pocket, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't even cover the tip for buying the Magic City Central building. This made him even more eager to make money. Meanwhile, Helan was continuously observing Wang Chen. Seeing that his expression didn't change much, she was even more shocked. She thought that when Wang Chen returned to Magic City, she had to make him tell her all about his savings. She could do without it, but she had to know how much he had. What Helan didn't know was that Wang Chen not only wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, but he also wanted to buy the two buildings next to it. And Wang Chen understood from Helan's earlier explanation that he wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, the Magic City Jin Mao Tower, and the Magic City Global Financial Center. To buy these three buildings, he would need to prepare at least trillions. Of course, with Wang Chen's current progress, he couldn't buy these three buildings, but he believed it wouldn't be long. Sister Lan, I got it. Let's set off, or we might be late. You go to Bai Lu, I'll go to Zhu Jingyi, and we'll meet here in the evening. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen and Helan split up and set off. He drove towards the place where Bai Lu was attending the event. After quite a while on the road, Wang Chen finally arrived at the place where Bai Lu was attending the event. Hearing Helan say that Bai Lu was attending an event hosted by a brand, and that Bai Lu was the spokesperson for that brand. Naturally, Wang Chen was very concerned about the artists from his company. Moreover, this person was a woman he liked. He drove Zhao Liying's Panamera to the event venue. The scene was packed with people. Wang Chen understood that he couldn't get in like this, so he called Bai Lu. Hello, boss, what's up? I've arrived at the place where you're attending the event, but there are security guards at the entrance, and I can't get in. Can you send someone to pick me up? Ha, boss, you're here? Yeah, wait for me a moment, I'll come to get you. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly, not giving Wang Chen a chance to speak. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth curled up. Last time on the plane, he had talked to Song Sherman about forgetting to bind her with Zhu Jingyi, so when she arrived, he would bind her first. While waiting for Bai Lu to come pick him up, he had the system open by Lu's data panel. System, opened by Meng Yan's data. Ding, generating data. Name, by Meng Yan. Age, 30. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 81, quite favorable. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, actress, model, singer. Seeing the favorability, Wang Chen was slightly surprised. After all, Bai Meng Yan's favorability was only 61 before. It had increased by 20 points in such a short time. It really surprised him. Just as he was carefully looking at the data, a crisp voice reached his ears. Boss, over here. Wang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Meng Yan wearing a white dress, waving at him continuously. Seeing this, he walked towards Bai Lu. This scene was also witnessed by many fans. My god, it's really Bai Lu. How can she be so enthusiastic towards a man? Exactly, she even came out to pick him up herself. What's going on? Can someone tell me? I also want to know. Please don't let her be Bai Lu's boyfriend. I don't want to experience heartbreak. Get lost, how could my Lulu like you? Look in the mirror every day. Wang Chen didn't care what they said, he walked directly in front of Bai Lu. The moment Bai Lu saw Wang Chen, it was as if she had seen a savior. Boss, why did you come over? Sister Meng Yan, you always call me boss, it feels very unfamiliar. Wang Chen didn't like this, even if he was later exposed for being involved with multiple people, it didn't matter, by then he would have already become the richest man in the world. A person with endless wealth. Bai Meng Yan smiled slightly. Wang Chen. Hee, Wang Chen feels a bit better. Wang Chen, I'll take you inside. Okay. After saying that, Bai Meng Yan walked in front of him, her slender waist was simply eye-catching. Wang Chen's eyes had never left her slender waist and curvy hips. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't bound Bai Lu yet. So he started communicating with the system. System, bind Bai Meng Yan. Ding, binding salary cashback goddess Bai Meng Yan. Ding, salary cashback goddess Bai Meng Yan binding successful. After the binding was successful, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open her data again. System, open Bai Meng Yan's data. Ding, generating data. Name, Bai Meng Yan. Age, 30. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 83, quite favorable. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, actress, model, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 83 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 11 million yuan. Days remaining until salary cashback, 13 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Now, I can receive an extra salary cashback every month. After binding with Bai Meng Yan also brought Wang Chen to the backstage. This is where Bai Meng Yan does her makeup and changes clothes. As soon as the two arrived, Bai Meng Yan's best friend, who is also her assistant, came over with a piece of fabric that is very rare, presenting it to Bai Meng Yan and Wang Chen. She had a look of grievance on her face. Boss, look at this. This is the outfit the brand wants Meng Yan to wear. There's hardly any fabric, and it could easily expose her if she's not careful. They actually want Meng Yan to wear something like this. I told Meng Yan to let you know, but she didn't want to, saying she didn't want to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He took the dress from Bai Meng Yan's assistant, unfolded it, and took a look. Goodness, this deep V-slit dress would probably fall off after just a few steps. How could they make his person wear something like this? It was simply outrageous. Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu. He was instantly upset. Such a dress could only be worn for him to see. Meng Yan Jia, is what Dan Jia said true? Seeing Wang Chen's serious expression, Bai Meng Yan could only nod silently. At this, Wang Chen was genuinely angry. His people could only be bullied by him, everyone in Hayali was the same. Since the brand was like this, then he wouldn't be their spokesperson. However, before that, Wang Chen still needed to clarify. Meng Yan Jia, if we don't become the spokesperson for this brand, how much penalty do we have to pay for breach of contract? Bai Mengyan did not hide this time and softly said, "My endorsement fee is 10 million a year, and I signed for 3 years. If I breached the contract, I would have to pay 60 million in penalties." Wang Chen was stunned. 60 million in penalties wasn't that he thought it was too much, but for this little money to wear such a dress. However, after thinking it over, he understood that 60 million was indeed a huge sum. It was just that he had received too much funding through the system's salary cashback, which had altered his perception of money. That's why he felt 60 million wasn't much. You have to know, even if a family of 3 worked their whole lives, they might not earn that much. In other words, if Bai Mengyan didn't wear the deep V-slit haute couture the brand provided, she would need to come up with 90 million to pay the brand, which was also a significant amount for her. But for Wang Chen, as long as it was a problem that money could solve, it wasn't an issue. "Mengyan Jia, next time you encounter something like this, just call me, okay? I won't let you suffer." Upon hearing this, not only was Bai Mengyan shocked, but even her best friend was astonished. In their eyes, Wang Chen's few words contained a lot. In their understanding, it was Wang Chen confessing to Bai Mengyan.